Beneath the grand facade of swords and sorcery lies a world on the brink of corruption and demise. In the year 682 of the Western fantasy realm, Yiji finally awaited his golden opportunity, a luminous orb connecting to the Blue Star Network. With the divine sphere that collided with him, a game was birthed that bridged the Blue Star and this otherworldly domain. Who says one cannot find individuals through the network? With merely an exclamation mark and a few game currencies, absurd players could transform into tireless, death-defying harbingers of the fourth calamity, expanding his territories. Scientific players lamented, "Mastering magic is arduous. Join me in the mechanical evolution army to wield instant-cast bullet magic without incantations." Sacrificial players exclaimed, "Death curse magic is remarkably effective. It merely requires one use to die. I have an abundance of lives." Summoning players pondered, "Do you wish to challenge us, or would you prefer to face my legion of summoned beasts?" Narrative players inquired, "My lord, I hear you are serving as a spy for 3 nations simultaneously. Are you interested in developing new connections to become the foremost servant beneath the divine? You wonder how I know? Isn't it common knowledge? Hey, don't run away, you haven't answered my question." There were even experiential players discreetly enjoying their singlehood within the game. Hardcore players retorted, "Which version of the game are you playing? I thought engaging in the divine realm meant living recklessly. Farming, infrastructure, war, and conquest." Given that the continent of Eltia is beyond salvation, Yiji resolved to pursue his ambitions fearlessly. In truth, he had long harbored disdain for this wretched world. Chapter 1. Shall system binding commence? In the continent of Eltia, where magic and swordsmanship coexist, ancient legends and mysterious relics are scattered throughout the land. Humans, dragons, elves, and dwarves inhabit this territory, alongside magical creatures as numerous as the stars. The god's radiance once illuminated all of Eltia, only to extinguish 6 centuries ago. In the central region of Eltia lies the Gale-Wind Plains, plagued by monstrous beings. This desolate expanse is one that neither the Duchy of Eltia nor the Kingdom of Joan desires to conquer. The Gale-Wind Plains are infamous for their vicious magical beasts and the persistent magical gales that sweep across the terrain. More significantly, it lies near one of the sources of the magical tide eruptions, the Great Oakwood Forest. Traversing this land is akin to gambling with one's life, risking encounters with minor magical tides. Typically, one might not see another soul for a year or 2 in this barren area. Yet today, over 100 individuals clad in white robes have arrived en masse. They hurriedly traversed the gales under the protection of magical shields, ultimately halting before a stone altar. "We found it, the flesh and blood altar mentioned in the letter." This altar bore strong signs of artificial construction, partially concealed beneath overgrown grass. Piled atop it were heaps of monstrous corpses and human limbs, blood congealed into a dark crimson, exuding a foul stench of decay. Those with weaker constitutions turned away to vomit. The Magi, enduring their discomfort, rummaged through the pile of bodies and successfully uncovered 2 intact human corpses. These bodies were the same robes as the others. It's the bodies of the messenger Magus Glyza and Magus Shilene. Someone recognized the deceased, their voice heavy with grief. The Magi exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of anticipated disappointment and indignation. Another step too late. Curse that necromancer, he runs faster than the rats of the howling marsh. Do not despair, the bodies still retain warmth, indicating our quarry has not fled far. Over here, there are traces of dark magic. Let us pursue. The group shouted in unison, their footsteps resonating across the Gale-Wind Plains, echoing outward in all directions. Beneath the blood and flesh altar, concealed by layers of magical runes, lay Yiji, pursued by a necromantic sorcerer. He blended seamlessly with the earth, resembling a lifeless skeleton discarded in the wilderness, as if lacking family to provide a proper burial. "Are you telling me you are the Illumination God cultivation system? The previous Illumination God has perished, and you seek me as a successor?" Yiji gazed at the faint golden orb in his mental sea, his mind filled with questions. The orb, sensing potential, eagerly responded, "Indeed. If you follow my guidance, I assure you that within a century, you shall become the next Illumination God. The church pursuing you is one of our own, and they will become your subordinates in due course. Impressive, isn't it?" With a proud glance at Yiji, it conjured a luminous blue screen in his mind. Shall system binding commence? Despite his expectations, Yiji's heart raced upon witnessing the technologically advanced interface. 700 years she had awaited the system for nearly 7 centuries. Do you comprehend how he has endured these 700 years? While the system may be an illusion, his obsession with it is undeniably genuine. Yi Ji, at the age of 700, is a time traveler. He is also a traveler who has yet to receive the system he so longed for. On an unremarkable day on the Blue Star, he suddenly found himself transported to the dark, magical world of Eltia. After the fleeting thrill of magic wore off, the challenges of life in this backward world began to overwhelm him. Poor sustenance, inadequate clothing, lack of identity, language barriers, even differing worldviews. The brutality and savagery of the primitive magical world shattered the values he had cultivated in the 21st century. Fortunately, human potential and adaptability often exceed expectations. With a modicum of talent, intelligence, effort, and perspiration alongside an astonishing 96 portions of luck, Yi Ji ultimately survived in Eltia. In fact, he outlived many of the long-lived races. As a price for his longevity, he endured, transforming from human to undead, falling from a legitimate magical prodigy to a despised dark sorcerer, being relentlessly hunted by all churches in Eltia for 6 centuries. Well, living long ensures a wealth of experiences. Although Yi Ji's reputation outside has sunk far deeper than mere notoriety, he is, at his core, a good person. Opposing the entire world comes with consequences. For instance, Yi Ji now finds himself cornered by the blazing church on a desolate plain, his life hanging by a thread. With blood feuds on both sides, the orb still dares to suggest he subjugate the opposing faction? Yi Ji clapped in admiration. Impressive. Their remains would serve perfectly as fertilizer for my bone spirit essence. The orb momentarily lost its train of thought. Even with fragmented memories of its inheritance, it understood that bone spirit essence is a precious magical material. It could even regenerate a complete skeleton from long-dead undead beings. Most importantly, it requires a copious amount of intelligent beings' flesh and blood for sustenance and absolute taboo material. The orb trembled imperceptibly. This was not praise, this was a request for the other's life. Truly worthy of a dark necromancer, demanding the lives of hundreds with mere words. It instinctively lowered its voice. Your life force is rapidly depleting, only I can save you. You need not cling to. The remainder of its statement went unspoken. In a sudden shift within his mental sea, Yi Ji conjured a doppelganger and grasped the orb firmly. Yi Ji raised an eyebrow, gazing at it. Need not what? The luminous orb fell silent for 2 seconds before emitting a sharp, piercing sound. You? How could you enter and even seize me? This is my spiritual realm, why shouldn't I be able to enter? Yi Ji retorted. He took the orb, which fit snugly in his hand, and began to squeeze and flatten it. Observing the orb's futile attempts at resistance, Yi Ji's disdain became evident on his face. Can the methods of you deities be any more clicked? The whole system charade has been around for centuries, why dust it off now? Almost forgot to mention, Yi Ji had encountered a bit of trouble centuries ago, inadvertently making enemies of the gods. The good news was that all the gods perished in the divine war 600 years ago. The bad news was that deities are immortal. As long as their followers exist, they hold the hope of resurrection. Thus, every 100 or 80 years, some deity nearing their rebirth would seek to occupy his body. Yearning for a system as a golden touch was an obsession Yi Ji harbored as a transmigrator. Yet each time they attempted to invade his body, they resorted to this tired trick. As if he would fall for it. Enough, I've had my fill, Yi Ji suddenly declared. The azure light screen shattered, and the fog of the system was completely torn away. A brilliant burst of light erupted between Yi Ji and the orb. The orb sensed its power swiftly draining away, and its struggles intensified, filled with panic. What are you doing? I'm simply sending you back to where you came from. A dead god should not be dreaming of resurrection. Yi Ji grinned mischievously. Times have changed. We no longer need gods, you antiquated relics. He tightened his grip on the orb, hastening the transfer of power. The light grew ever more radiant. 3 seconds later, a translucent thread appeared between them. As he held the orb, seemingly unaffected, a jolt of realization struck Yi Ji. Oh no, it isn't the god of light. Chapter 2. The system is a facade, but the divine essence is real. Yi Ji had come to the Linfeng Plains intending to experiment with a forbidden magic. However, he unexpectedly encountered 2 stubborn acolytes of the Radiant Church. The 2 culprits perished on the spot, and Yi Ji was left severely injured from the backlash of his own magic. Thus, the orb found its opportunity. Taking advantage of Yi Ji's weakened state, it nearly succeeded in signing a one-sided contract with him. Fortunately, Yi Ji regained his senses in time. While engaging in conversation with the orb to buy time, he secretly reversed the target of the contract. One of the characteristics of deities is that they cannot be compelled. According to Yiji's understanding, the orb should have been forced to self-destruct, awaiting the next resurrection ritual. Though he would sustain some minor injuries perhaps not so minor. But this was far preferable to having a deity ready to usurp his body at any moment. Could it be that the reversal of the contract succeeded? Yiji closed his eyes, feeling the information relayed through the contract. Initially, due to the mundane name light god cultivation system and the constant aura of radiant magic emanating from the orb, Yiji had deduced that it was the god of light on the brink of resurrection. Alas, he was mistaken. The orb was not the god of light, but rather the divine essence of Aurelia Lucian, the god of light. It had inadvertently gained consciousness. Divine essence does not equate to the deity itself and lacks the indomitable qualities of a true god. Yiji opened his eyes, a myriad of emotions crossing his face, the weight in his heart lifting slightly. I said it before, the old relics can't just resurrect after 600 years. How could such an ancient god return so easily? The deities of the Eltia continent are classified into new gods and ancient gods. Ancient gods are innate beings born of the world's rules. New gods achieve divinity through cultivation. For the former, resurrection is far more challenging than for the latter. The sheer amount of faith required is astronomical, absolutely not achievable within 600 years. Even with the Radiant Church, the foremost church in Eltia, backing them. Yiji regarded the orb in his hand with amusement. Yet divine essence can gain consciousness? The odds of that aren't much higher than the old relics pushing up daisies. However, given the diverse races and countless magical beings on the Eltia continent, one more divine essence could be seen as reasonable, perhaps. Regardless of the process, the outcome ultimately favored Yiji. Through the contract, Yiji gleaned much information. The orb, as the conscious divine essence of the god of light, exists on the foundation of divine power, yet is not recognized by the world's laws as a deity, lacking divine authority. When its divine power is entirely depleted, its consciousness will perish. What's worse, after gaining consciousness, it can no longer receive the faith of the former followers of the god of light. Without faith, there can be no divine power. To preserve its own existence, the divine essence must seek out a mage with the potential to ascend to godhood. A mage combined with the divine essence, authority, and power of the god of light would naturally be recognized as the god of light by the laws. This would enable it to continue collecting divine power and maintain its consciousness. The orb had been searching across the Eltia continent, wandering aimlessly until it found Yiji. The orb trembled in Yiji's grasp. You are actually a demigod? Only a demigod-level mage could freely traverse the spiritual realm. When it discovered Yiji, the latter was nearly lifeless from the backlash of forbidden magic, his cultivation nearly non-existent. The orb had initially thought him just a powerful dark mage being hunted. Who knew he was strong enough to be on the verge of godhood? Moreover, he possessed the means to bind deities and even reverse divine contracts. Had it known, it would have kept its distance from the only potential god of light it had sought for years. Yiji, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at the orb. Of course, I'm 700 years old, isn't it normal to possess some strength? The orb was momentarily speechless. It felt something was off about Yiji's words, but couldn't quite place it, as if he were trying to deceive it. Yiji paid no mind to its reaction. Having reversed the one-sided contract, all of the orb's abilities were now at his disposal. If the orb wished to control him, it was now its turn to experience the consequences of its own contract. To be honest, this contract was quite effective. With a mere thought, a luminous azure screen appeared before his avatar in the spiritual realm. Name, Yiji Ji Mephistopheles Karenyi. Race, undead. Yiji's heart finally settled. Thank goodness. The divine essence still retained the basic, disguising abilities expected of a deity. It could masquerade as the revered figure in the hearts of its followers. Yiji did not worship the system as a deity, but his obsession with the system was sufficient to influence the divine essence to undergo transformation. Disguising itself as the system was well within reach. The orb sensed a sudden drain of divine power from within. Though the loss of divine power was minimal, the sensation of being uncontrollable was utterly terrifying. Its voice suddenly trembled with fear. What have you done to me? There was a barely perceptible quiver in its tone. Yiji cast a calm glance at it. Did you not claim to be a system? Your dreams have come to fruition, are you not elated? Then, as the orb of light's expression grew increasingly terrified, Yiji leisurely remarked, Your contract is rather effective. Considering all aspects, it's even more ruthless than a soul-binding pact. Now, all the innate abilities and divine power you possess belong to me, including that portion of divine energy necessary for maintaining your consciousness. In essence, should Yiji desire, he could obliterate the orb's awareness at any moment. Being a demigod-level sorcerer himself, possessing a shard of a divine essence was merely a matter of deceiving the knave members of the Radiant Church, allowing him to ascend to divinity directly. Moreover, he would occupy the seat of one of the 13 ancient gods. At that point, he would no longer require the orb as a medium to harness divine power. However, Yiji was not inclined to pursue such a course of action just yet. The orb suddenly froze, shrinking in a daze upon Yiji's hand, its radiance dimming slightly. Initially, it sought merely a puppet to assist in its ascension to godhood, meticulously preparing a one-sided contract as a safeguard. Now, it had unwittingly become a tool that threatened its very existence. The orb despondently wilted. Yiji gazed at the newly manifested panel. Name: Yiji. Race: Undead. Level: 21 Intermediate Sorcerer, 159 Demigod. Skills: Divine Awareness, Metamorphosis, Multiple Incarnations 0-10. Authority: Life Revival, Life Purification. Divine Power, 99. Followers, none. Special Items: Dimensional, Web Spirit, Divine Contract Reverse. Status: Severely Injured, Fractured, Weakened, Frostbitten, Scorched, Poisoned, Mental Collapse. Summary: Near-Death Undead. Yiji marveled at the information displayed. It was no wonder that a product of divine characteristics could assess his physical condition so thoroughly. Having transformed into an undead being, he had lost a significant portion of his ability to feel pain. Without this presentation, he would have been oblivious to the multiple injuries listed. Indeed, a system panel proved to be quite useful, at the very least serving as a competent bodily diagnostic tool. Skimming past the bold red injuries, Yiji's gaze landed upon a piece of information that resembled gibberish. Special Item: Dimensional Web Spirit. Yiji meticulously discerned a few recognizable characters, his expression one of bewilderment. What on earth is this? Chapter 3. The Delayed Golden Finger of 682 Years, Connecting to the Blue Star Network. The panel's description was a jumble of garbled text, indicating that the system panel generated by divine characteristics still could not fully decipher this object, an item that even the gods could not thoroughly investigate. How could such a thing exist within him? Yiji immediately touched the text on the panel, acquiring further information about it. This peculiar item had inexplicably existed in his spiritual sea for 682 years. How could he have been unaware? Moreover, this number was remarkably significant. 682 years, precisely the amount of time he had spent in the continent of Eltia since his arrival. This object had been with him since the very beginning of his journey. Yiji felt a bold idea surge within him. His fingers eagerly tapped the panel, successfully locating the special item's whereabouts. His movements were tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, revealing his inner thoughts. Soon, guided by the panel, Yiji arrived at another location within his spiritual sea. In midair, a pale blue orb softly glimmered in the depths of the sea. The size of the orb was comparable to the divine essence of the god of light he had brought along. Both were just the right size to fit in one hand. However, the divine essence was a solid, pale, golden sphere resembling a small plush toy, while the blue orb was lighter in color, flickering like a spherical vortex. Gazing at this orb, which he had never encountered in his spiritual sea before, Yiji's heart, having turned to dust hundreds of years ago, began to race uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he extended his spiritual tendrils to touch and probe. In the depths of his consciousness, a crackling sound resonated as the thin membrane on the surface of the blue orb vanished. In the next moment, a torrent of complex information surged towards Yiji. Scandal of a Red Star celebrity. How far are we from the third season's conclusion? The stock market is all in the red. The rooftop cannot hold any longer. The concept trailer for the next-generation virtual reality Game Divine domain has been released. The influence of Huagua has brought the entire Blue Star together for the Festival of Flowers. After a brief moment of shock, Yiji's attention was completely captivated by the last piece of news. Blue Star. This orb was actually connected to the network of Blue Star. 682 years, Blue Star, combined with his identity as a traveler, constituted a golden finger. It was the coveted golden finger he had yearned for over the centuries. A sudden pang of bittersweet emotion washed over Yiji. It turned out that the divine beings of the crossing had not forgotten his golden finger. The cheat had always been with him, yet for the previous 682 years, he had remained oblivious to its presence. Just a moment ago, Yiji had been pondering how the divine characteristics had faltered. Now, he realized it was not so bad after all. It had even led him to the hidden golden finger he had sought tirelessly for centuries. Or rather, this golden finger is meant for Yiji after achieving divinity. Contemplating this, Yiji's emotions became exceedingly complex. Must one truly attain divinity to unlock even my golden finger? Reflecting on his 600 years of resisting divinity, the excitement he felt at encountering the golden finger diminished somewhat. Is there anything more dramatic than this in the world? Though the luminous sphere was unaware of what Yiji perceived within the blue light, it keenly sensed the potential for maneuvering upon hearing the term divinity. Cautiously, the luminous sphere spoke. If you wish to attain divinity, I can assist you. It had adjusted its mindset, although its existence was indeed at Yiji's mercy. The latter seemed disinclined to erase its consciousness outright. As long as it remained useful, there was hope for survival. The luminous sphere extended its nearly invisible hands, patting its own chest. Upon awakening, it inherited a fragment of the memory of the light god Oriel, which conveniently included the methods of new divine cultivation. One could say that in this era of fallen gods, none understood the path to divinity better than it did. The luminous sphere felt a surge of pride. Over the years spent seeking the light god's successor beyond the realm of the gods, it had also gathered information about the undead. The undead were reviled across the continent of Eltia and were wanted by the church. Surely, they had been isolated for centuries, lacking even a mouse to converse with. It could easily endure humiliation and serve as a tool and pet for the other. Later, it could seek an opportunity to dissolve the contract and regain its freedom. The luminous sphere's calculations were audibly clicking, and its expression betrayed its thoughts. Yiji saw through it immediately, disdainfully pulling the luminous sphere a little farther away. I would only attain divinity if I were gluttonously stuffed. I've already acquired the golden finger, so why engage in thankless endeavors? The luminous sphere paused, perplexed. What exactly is a golden finger? It was unclear. However, how many magicians aspire for a lifetime to achieve divinity? How could Yiji dismiss it as a thankless task? Yiji's attention was entirely captivated by the blue light. He hadn't been online for 682 years. And now, even seeing a sow lining up to wade into water seemed intriguing. Ah, the nostalgic 21st century blue star. The luminous sphere wondered divinity? What is that? Seeing the luminous sphere seemingly unwilling to relent, Yiji casually dismissed. Those who wish to be tied to divinity and the power of faith may pursue it. I have no interest in a power as insidious as a slow-acting poison. The luminous sphere reacted as if its tail had been stepped on, promptly defending the concept of divinity. The power of faith is not so insufferable. Your view is merely the prejudice of a dark sorcerer. Only lowly beings like the undead would refuse the opportunity to enhance their strength through the faith of their followers. Yiji's eyes gleamed with mockery. The power of faith, you say, is without fault? The memories inherited from the ancient relics seem rather scant. Pray tell, if the power of faith is indeed unblemished, why have all the deities of Eltia perished without exception? The luminous orb widened its gaze, ensnared within its own radiance. In an unseen, I gasped in disbelief. All the gods are dead. How could it possess no information regarding this in its inherited memories? Upon its awakening, the realm of the deities lay in utter silence. Did it presume that these gods had never truly existed? Moreover, their demise was intertwined with the power of faith. Surprised, are we? This is the mess left behind by your predecessor. Yiji chuckled with a wicked sense of humor. The mere mention of the Godfall War lifted his spirits immensely. A pack of rabid hounds that had relentlessly pursued him had met their collective demise. What a delightful spectacle. The luminous orb eagerly pressed further. What transpired during the fall of the gods? What else do you know? How should I know? Yiji shrugged. Merely a spectator to the chaos. Gnashing his teeth, he articulated with precision. And because of this incident, I was misunderstood and hunted by various churches for centuries. Yiji, reluctant to delve deeper, quickly fell silent. In essence, the power of faith resembles a seemingly beautiful yet venomous poppy flower. A divine being endowed with fragmentary memories of the light, God, likely possesses less understanding of the deities than Yi himself. If it were to follow its own counsel, Yi's fate would likely culminate in his masquerade as a light god, only to be ravaged by the very power of faith he sought to wield. His appearance would morph into that of Aurelia. His character would mirror hers, and ultimately, even his thoughts would align with hers. He would be irrevocably transformed into the former light god, a puppet ensnared by the fervent church of radiance. Yi must have lost his mind to entertain such notions. Chapter 4. Crafting a virtual reality game. I shall create a deity. Moreover, given Yi's unique identity, he might very well be on the cusp of divinity. Should someone awaken through his vessel, they could very well become an ancient relic resurrected. The luminous orb, immersed in the shock of the deity's fall, fell silent. Yi resumed his examination of the blue light sphere. It was indeed impossible for him to ascend to divinity. However, having fortuitously encountered a divine essence that could be wielded without the necessity of becoming a god, he had discovered his golden opportunity. How might a blue star network and the essence of a light god be interconnected? Yi was merely a visitor in the blue star network, and the blue light sphere was but a network interface. The network served solely for observation. Nothing could be extracted, as if it existed solely to pass the time. The essence of the light god, however, was not acknowledged as a deity by the laws of the world. It possessed only the fundamental characteristics of a god, such as the guise of birds, fish, insects, systems, and a myriad of other entities. It could only masquerade as a shell, devoid of corresponding functions. For instance, it could ascertain its own state, functioning as a bodily diagnostic instrument, or even create divine avatars. Among other possibilities, divine avatars. Yi contemplated something and opened the trending topics he had initially seen within the azure orb. His gaze fixated on the top entry, marked prominently, Next Generation Virtual Reality Game Concept Film Divine Realm Released. A realization dawned upon him, and his eyes gleamed with fervor. I may not ascend to divinity, but I can facilitate the ascent of others, consequently relishing the attributes of divinity. He resolved to elevate the game to divine status. The orb appeared bewildered. Huh? What did you say? The shift in the other's demeanor was so swift that it left the orb disoriented. Just a moment ago, there had been resistance, yet now the words sounded peculiar. The cerulean flames within Yi's eyes blazed intensely. I declare, I shall create a deity. The azure sphere could indeed only temporarily access the blue star network. However, it did not entirely reject the magical energy Yi sought to impart. Following experiments, after persisting with the magical energy for 10 minutes, a minuscule 1,000th part of it successfully infiltrated the blue star network. Although this fragment of magical energy bore minimal utility, initially allowing Yi to log in with a mere visitor account, and subsequently to utilize 2 visitor accounts online, it was nonetheless a beacon of progress. The space required for this slight amount of magical energy was akin to the consciousness projection of an average individual unacquainted with magic. In essence, as long as Yi prepared a vessel for a consciousness projection in Eltia, he could summon compatriots from the blue star. If Eltia were to masquerade as a virtual reality game, Yi could even entice them with quests to assist him. Should the game flourish, the affection of the blue star inhabitants for it could transform into a source of faith to sustain his divine essence. Could this be what is referred to in legends as traversing the web to seek out connections? Yi's heart burned with fervor, and the pain from his wounds seemed to diminish. He calculated the various spells he had learned over 6 centuries in the Eltia continent, and upon reflection, realized he could indeed accomplish the grand endeavor of packaging another world as a game. Yi continued to channel magical energy into the azure orb, deepening the connection between the 2 realms, while simultaneously reopening the interface. Although he had devised a clear plan for the future, he remained focused on the present. At this moment, he was merely a wraith, beset by the repercussions of forbidden magic, still teetering on the brink of mortal peril. Yi needed to ascertain whether the orb harbored anything that could aid him. Within the dominion of the God of Light, there existed a portion concerning healing authority. Did it not? Name, Yijic race, undead. Level, 21. Intermediate mage, 159 demigod. Skills, divine perception, metamorphosis, multiple incarnations, 0-10. Authority, life revival. Life purification, divine power, 99. Followers, special item. Other, time, space, net, spirit. The divine contract, reverse, status. Critically injured, fractured, weakened, frostbitten, burned, poisoned. Mental collapse, summary. A dying soul, survival time. 3 days, 23 hours, 34 minutes. After a period of absence, an additional line of data appeared on the panel. Yizhio let out a soft exclamation. What? I can still survive for 4 days, quite a long time indeed. There is no need to mention the name and race. The level displays 2 entries, presumably constrained by his near-death condition. The first indicates the highest level of magic he can currently wield. At present, he can only cast intermediate spells, rendering him a weakling incapable of leaving the lymphome planes on his own. The second represents his peak magical level, the backlash from the failure of forbidden magic, which continues to inflict damage upon Ye's body. It seems there is still considerable room for his magical level to decline. The 3 skills listed are all familiar to Yi, being abilities derived from divine traits. Essentially, they are skills he acquired from the luminous orb. In Ye's own words, they are as follows: divine awareness, which scans his detailed status and acts as a bodily diagnostic tool. Shape-shifting, used to disguise the system and deceive himself in multiple incarnations. A rather nonsensical ability he can employ when he wishes to indulge in a form of personality fragmentation. The incarnation is necessitated by the unique nature of the divine form, which cannot remain in the continent of Eltia for extended periods. Most of the time, it must reside in the realm of the gods. When they wish to descend and explore, they must borrow the embodiment of a lower-tier human. He, already situated in Eltia, finds himself afflicted by a mental collapse. He simply cannot bear the cost of creating a doppelganger. This ability is entirely useless to him. However, upon seeing the third divine trait, his eyes gleam with the brightness of a 500-watt bulb. What a treasure! This is precisely the source of the player's body. The divine doppelganger requires the original to tear a portion of its soul or mental energy to activate. He can easily project the player's consciousness into it before manifesting the doppelganger. The innate talent of the divine doppelganger far surpasses that of any random skeleton one might stumble upon. Consequently, the player's power he could potentially possess would be immensely amplified. As for the authority section, authority, life resurrection, life purification, Ye's smile, which had reached his ears, slightly diminished. He pulled the dazed luminous orb closer. Hey, aren't you the essence of the god of light? Why do the authorities you bear have no relation to light magic whatsoever? Ah, the luminous orb stammered. The god of light has perished. And you are aware of the relationship between deities and their essences, regardless of whether it is the lowliest goblin or the revered dragon cherished by magic. The highest realm attainable through self-cultivation is that of a demigod. To transcend further and truly become a god, one must grasp a portion of the world's laws as authority. The materialization of authority is, in essence, the divine essence itself. The emergence of divinity heralds the birth of deities. The demise of deities, in turn, leads to the shattering of divinity. The unspoken words of the luminous sphere signify the waning of the light god's authority with its passing. Chapter 5. The utilization of divine power is dismal. Yiji's expression grew solemn. So, you are not merely a sentient fragment of divinity, but rather a sentient shard of shattered divinity? The very notion of an item, essential to the ascension of a deity, developing consciousness is already astonishing. Yet, is it possible that the luminous sphere is not even a complete divinity? What sheer misfortune is this? The luminous sphere looked up in confusion, asking, what does it mean to be sentient? You need not concern yourself with that. Oh, the luminous sphere closed its mouth, feeling wronged. It continuously reminded itself, this entity is my sustenance. I must not offend it, must not offend it. Yiji gazed at the semblance of divine authority, akin to the scraps of the god of life. The powers of life resurrection and life purification sounded rather appealing. However, the skills that could be developed from them fell drastically short of the god of life's ability to create life. At most, they could merely accelerate growth or heal severe injuries. For instance, the holy light technique, which every follower of the light god learns, can both heal wounds and inflict damage upon monsters, stemming from these two powers. Yet, that is where the potential ends. The limitations of this authority are exceedingly low. If one were to seek healing powers, it appears that only healing powers remain. Yiji was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Oh well, one cannot expect to achieve everything at once. Having something useful is sufficient. He observed the next line displaying divine power, 99. Yiji's avatar in the sea of consciousness stroked his chin, pondering to what extent this 99 points of divine power could heal. As he contemplated, he focused his thoughts, and the number reflecting divine power on the panel began to diminish gradually. The luminous sphere, witnessing the change in the numbers, suddenly felt a surge of panic. Stop! If the divine power is depleted, it will perish. Alas, it was too late. Yiji felt a warm current coursing through his body, and the agonizing pain that clung to him like a parasite lessened slightly. Concurrently, the data on the panel shifted. Name, divine power, 89. Followers, special items. Other, world, network, spirit, divine contract, reverse. Status, severely injured, weak, frostbitten. Scorched, poisoned, mental sea collapse. Summary, near-death specter, survival time. 5 days, 23 hours, 14 minutes. The negative status indicator showed 1 less fracture, and the survival time increased by 2 days. Noticing that the divine power had only decreased by 10 points, the luminous sphere let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I almost thought I had lost half of myself to the Grim Reaper. Yiji observed all of this with a knowing smile. You were unafraid when you signed the contract, but now you are filled with trepidation? The predicament of the luminous orb is precisely what the adversary had initially intended for him. Yiji, of course, would not be foolish enough to exhaust all his divine power at once. The first attempt was merely a test of waters, observing the 3 rows of lingering negative effects. Yiji clicked his tongue in mild discontent. It was somewhat useful, albeit to a limited extent, as it had merely alleviated 1 fracture. Yiji took a moment to exit the sea of consciousness and glanced at his lifeless body lying in the soil. Upon inspection, it appeared that the bones he had fractured due to the backlash of magic had healed. Approximately 2 new ribs had formed. If he were to treat himself with bone essence, it would likely require 500 units. Thus, 10 points of divine power equates to about 500 units of bone essence. If placed in a magical trading market, this would be valued at an estimated 5,000 gold coins. Considering the difficulty in cultivating bone essence, which is a forbidden material, the price could rise even further. Nonetheless, the worth of 10 points of divine power seems rather diminished. When converted, does that not imply that these 99 points of divine power are only equivalent to 10 pounds of bone essence? For clarity, Yiji scrutinized the luminous orb with suspicion. Why do you possess such little divine power? This meager strength rendered his subsequent plans exceedingly challenging. The orb glowed with a pink hue, as if blushing in embarrassment. Don't blame me. You were the one shifting systems and checking your body. Otherwise, my divine power would still be in the triple digits. What triple digits? Yiji retorted. 100. Yiji was rendered speechless. So, merely changing a system consumed 1 point of divine power? His words faltered as he finally grasped the implication. Wait a moment. Transforming something akin to a data statistics panel requires 1 point of divine power. His voice involuntarily rose in pitch. The purchasing power of this divine power, no, its utility, was even less than he had anticipated. The effect of 1 point of divine power was comparable to a level 3 spell of life insignia. Yiji felt a sense of madness creeping in due to this harsh reality. What about prior to this? Do not tell me that the divine essence devoted to the Radiant Church's deities possesses such scant divine power upon awakening consciousness, with such a slow accumulation rate. How long would that old fool, Aurelius, take to resurrect? The foremost church, and yet faith, is so disloyal? Of course not. The orb hastily objected. Divine power is required for the revival of the light god, naturally flowing to places most conducive to his resurrection. I am merely a fragment of the light god's essence. Incomplete, hence I did not acquire the bulk of divine power. Furthermore, in the search for a mage with the potential to ascend to divinity, I unwittingly consumed more than half of my divine power. As the orb spoke, its voice trembled with emotion. It had wandered through Eltia for many years, incessantly expending divine power in pursuit of a worthy successor to the light god. Yet, it had failed to find even a single mage with the potential for divinity. When it finally encountered someone, that individual turned out to be a dying undead. Initially, the luminous orb was determined to endure its predicament. However, the opposing party refused to acknowledge its resolve and ultimately bound it instead. With tears streaming down its visage, the orb recounted its misfortunes. If only the deity of time would grant it another chance, it would assuredly remain within the realm of the divine. Perishing prematurely is far more favorable than eking out an existence beneath the watchful gaze of others. Yiji gazed at the increasingly sorrowful orb, summarizing its plight. In essence, have you squandered all your divine power? Truly, you are a prodigal. No wonder it was so effortlessly able to turn the tables and exert control over you. It appears that the orb was merely a feeble entity with a combat strength of 5. There was no need for Yiji to scrutinize the other attributes further. Possessing the essence of the god of light, he was akin to a pseudo-deity whose power had not yet ascended to the divine tier, thus enabling him to attract followers. Among his peculiar belongings, he held a luminous sphere that connected to the Blue Star network and a reverse contract with the pale golden orb. There is nothing else that could assist Yiji in continuing to mend his body or refine his virtual reality game plan. He set aside the attributes panel, armed with a couple more days of survival. Turning his attention to the azure sphere, he had not ceased channeling magical energy into it during their conversation. Now, his authority within the Blue Star network had expanded further. Although he still possessed merely a collection of guest accounts across major software, he had reached the capability of opening a web page independently on the internet. This was also a result of Yiji's covert control and guidance. He murmured to himself, observing the news online. Blue Star had already developed technology for virtual reality gaming, and a new title was currently being promoted. I shall ride the coattails of this trend. It should attract a substantial number of players. Chapter 6. The concept trailer for Blue Star's virtual reality game. Without hesitation, he resolved to take action. Prior to his transmigration, out of personal interest, Yiji had acquired some knowledge in web development, which he still recalled. Now was the perfect opportunity to create the official website for the game. Once the website was established, he could proceed with promotion and summon players. On the surface, the sky oscillated between dark and bright. The zealous monks of the Radiant Church returned once more, undeterred, but after a fruitless search, they ultimately retrieved their reconnaissance equipment from the vicinity of the stone altar. Throughout this time, Yiji remained immersed in his mental sea, fervently engaged in his endeavors. Blue Star. If one were to identify the hottest topic in the gaming sphere lately, it would undoubtedly be the game Divine Realm, fervently promoted by AC Company. A virtual reality game purported to be 100% authentic. However, thus far, only a 10-minute concept trailer has been released, accompanied by a slew of marketing accounts claiming that friends employed at AC Company who participated in internal testing have expressed doubts about its authenticity. Nevertheless, AC Company, as a titan of the internet industry, possesses unparalleled capabilities in viral marketing. Even if it is merely a concept video aimed at attracting investment, the existence of the game domain remains uncertain. News regarding the preparation by AC to create a virtual reality game title domain has somehow reached the ears of avid gamers. On a certain platform, the view count for the domain concept video skyrocketed to 20 million within just 3 days. Such attention can only be rivaled by the acclaim garnered by Black Monkey 3 years ago. However, in stark contrast to the uniformly high expectations reflected in the comments section of Black Monkey, the commentary surrounding domain is far more intricate. How can one ensure that this video rolls off my homepage? AC is laundering money again. Oh, has Lao Xin released another game? What ancient relics are these virtual reality games? Are they being resurrected for speculation? If this game were genuine, I would consume 10 pounds. Influenced by AC's previous reputation, no one genuinely believes in the existence of this game, with many perceiving it as yet another money-grabbing scheme. Virtual reality games? Huh, what a dated jest. Although several years ago, the technology for reading brainwaves emerged on Blue Star, this technology is limited to interpreting simple neural commands from the brain surface, primarily utilized for controlling physical machinery. For instance, drones can be operated without a remote controller. This is vastly different from the technology envisioned for developing virtual reality games. Numerous game companies have attempted to harness it to create a virtual reality game, only to face monumental failures. Human brainwaves vary in strength, let alone enabling players to experience life in the game as they do in reality. Merely allowing players to enter the game and execute basic directional commands has proven to be exceedingly rare. The graphics cannot fully replicate reality. In fact, due to technological limitations, they fall short even compared to those from over a decade ago. The shoddy and bizarre modeling can easily terrify players with lower tolerance levels, while the realism is lacking. The shock factor is at 100. In summary, players have voiced their disdain for such rogue promotional scams. Yet, AC has achieved its goal. Domain has become a sensation. Now, on any platform, any mention of domain elements incites fervent discussions. The level of discourse has significantly increased. Regardless of whether they are detractors, there will be no shortage of fervor when new updates regarding domain emerge. This is the advantage of being both beloved and reviled. The game has garnered attention. Players have seized the opportunity to criticize AC, and game bloggers have reaped the benefits of increased traffic. It's a trifecta of victory. Moreover, it has reignited discussions about the feasibility of creating virtual reality games. Among those profiting from domain is a game blogger known as Renbu Shioji, whose real name is Lin Xian. His fans affectionately refer to him as Brother Shio, Old Shio, and Shio Dog. Lin Xian has established himself as a veteran gaming content creator. His credentials place him comfortably within the upper echelons of the gaming community. And while he may not contend for the top spots, he undoubtedly ranks among the foremost. His skills in both gaming and video editing are commendable. However, he remains relatively obscure. After 4 to 5 years as a content creator, his follower count languishes at a meager 100,000, with earnings barely sufficient to sustain his livelihood. The crux of the matter lies in his unfortunate timing. He has consistently missed the latest trends within the gaming sphere, without capitalizing on these fleeting moments. How can one ascend to the status of a million-follower creator or venture into other domains? However, with the recent explosive popularity of Divine Realm, he has finally seized an opportunity to ride the wave of its success. Despite his lackluster performance, Lin Xian has no intentions of changing careers, driven primarily by an unwavering passion for gaming. Before donning the mantle of a gaming creator, he was a die-hard gaming enthusiast, a fervent aficionado of virtual reality games. From the moment he first encountered the concept of virtual reality in his youth, he became enamored with the enchanting worlds depicted in games. Second Life, an idyllic realm strikingly similar to reality, beckoned with the allure of skills that could manifest in the real world. Who wouldn't yearn for that? Lin Xian is well-versed in the advancements made by various gaming companies in the realm of virtual reality. A few years ago, upon the advent of brainwave reading technology, he found himself checking online daily for updates on its progress. Regrettably, this pursuit only led to a cascade of disappointments. Yet, Lin Xian has not relinquished hope. He firmly believes that in his lifetime, he will experience virtual reality gaming firsthand. If not for himself, he is determined to ensure that his children and grandchildren inherit a gaming pod. Having gained considerable insight into the trajectory of virtual reality gaming, Lin Xian immediately deemed Divine Realm to be a sham upon his first viewing of its promotional video. It exuded an overwhelming sense of inauthenticity, lacking any semblance of virtual reality technology. To assert itself as a virtual reality game is utterly preposterous. It would fail even as a promotional advertisement, a blatant money grab. However, Lin Xian could not overlook the deceit permeating the virtual reality gaming industry. The development of holographic technology is fraught with challenges, and with companies like AC muddying the waters. The trust of the gaming community will erode by the time genuine virtual reality games finally emerge. The exorbitant costs associated with developing virtual reality games pose a significant risk. If they cannot recoup their investments promptly, they face inevitable decline, nay, a swift demise. This threatens to stifle the future potential of virtual reality gaming. Fueled by indignation, Lin Xian dedicated 2 hours to creating a scathing critique of the Divine Realm concept video. Initially, his intention was merely to vent his frustrations and warn fellow gamers against being duped. To his astonishment, Divine Realm skyrocketed in popularity. He had released his video at just the right moment, resulting in a surge in engagement. The comment section soon became a gathering place for like-minded gaming enthusiasts, united in their condemnation of AC. The viewership, comments, likes, and shares of the video have multiplied tenfold compared to his previous works. Initially, Lin Xian merely expressed his thoughts. Upon witnessing the back-end data, his eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. After all these years, it was finally his turn to seize the spotlight. He was on the verge of becoming a sensation. Lin Xian hurriedly commenced the production of the second and third critique videos for Divine Realm. Whether he would dine on instant noodles or steak next month hinged entirely upon these upcoming videos. He must capitalize on the fervor surrounding Divine Realm before it wanes, maximizing his exposure and follower count. Chapter 7. The game riding the wave of popularity, Under the Divine. The second video was swiftly completed. As expected, its metrics soared. Although seasoned gamers vocally dismissed virtual reality games as mere illusions, they still harbored a flicker of anticipation within. The backlash against Divine Realm was as tenacious as flypaper. The underlying sentiment seemed to be, virtual reality games have yet to be fully developed, and now they wish to exploit this as a gimmick for profit. Lin Xian beamed as he glanced at the estimated earnings on the back end. With a grand gesture, he decided to indulge in an extra sausage for his instant noodles that afternoon. However, after reveling in the good news, Lin Xian found himself troubled. He had exhausted all material for the third Divine Realm video. The entire information about Divine Realm consisted solely of a 10-minute concept clip. Having seized a slight advantage, his peers had already mobilized, thoroughly dissecting every potential critique. Not a morsel of content was left for him. Relinquishing hope was not an option, so Lin Xian persevered. He reopened the concept clip of Divine Realm. Despite having meticulously analyzed the 10-minute video frame by frame, he wondered, what if he stumbled upon new material? After watching it again, he found nothing of value. Undeterred, he delved into the comment section. Sometimes, the audience's critiques could spark new inspiration. To his surprise, upon sorting the comments by time, he discovered a complete shift in sentiment. Everyone was lambasting another game called Under the Divine. The players' criticisms of Under the Divine even eclipsed those aimed at Divine Realm. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He had witnessed firsthand the depth of players' disdain for Divine Realm over the past few days. Even the mildest critique could be suspected of attempting to whitewash it. What audacity did Under the Divine possess to alter the narrative surrounding Divine Realm, particularly within its own comment section? Lin Xian furrowed his brow, sensing an opportunity for material. As a gaming content creator, possessing a keen awareness of public sentiment was indispensable. He swiftly redirected his focus, embarking on a quest within the comment section to unearth the origins of this new game. Lines of commentary flashed before his eyes. How could any Tom, Dick, or Harry exploit the fervor surrounding virtual reality games? While Aishin may be a mere underdog, at least they're a reputable gaming company with the financial clout to potentially produce something worthwhile. Yet, from whence did this inferior game emerge? Advertising blatantly in the comments of Divine Realm, do they not possess a shred of shame? The name is strikingly similar to Divine Realm. Has a piracy emerged even before its launch? Finally, Lin Xian discerned the origins of Beneath the Divine. In the early hours of today, an influx of visitor accounts inundated every comment section related to Divine Realm. They unabashedly promoted a virtual reality game named Beneath the Divine, asserting that the game is a paragon of realism and is on the cusp of internal testing, ready to be played imminently. Their barrage of comments was relentless, with diverse rhetoric that yielded nearly a message every second. No platform was spared from the deluge of visitor accounts. Their fervor was more terrifying than a life or death contest. Moreover, they exhibited a remarkable ability to engage in banter. When someone replied to increase the comment count of a visitor account, they could even retaliate. Beneath the Divine is about to enter internal testing. Who really is riding on the coattails of others? TSK, Divine Realm forbids us from advertising. Perhaps out of fear they cannot compete? Who is the true pirate here, unaware of which game's internal testing precedes the other? The snarky dialogue may not be novel, yet the initial tone and the final ironic expressions serve to stoke animosity. Players who initially united to disparage Divine Realm found themselves transformed into defenders of it. Thanks to the incessant trolling from Beneath the Divine, these accounts dispatched comments at a pace that outstripped the platform's reporting mechanism, rendering it nearly impossible to delete them. For every report filed, 10 new comments sprang forth. Ultimately, the reporting system succumbed to dysfunction. Frustrated players erupted in curses directed at the platform's visitor mechanism. In an era where real name registration is commonplace, seasoned users log in directly upon opening the software. Even visitor accounts are limited to one per device. Where do these rogue accounts originate? Such brazen conduct has effectively shifted the collective disdain from divine realm onto beneath the divine. Ishin Games now dares to release only conceptual trailers to lure in investors. The actual production of a virtual reality game may require a minimum of 7 to 8 years. Yet, this company behind Beneath the Divine boldly claims to have completed the game and is prepared for testing. Are they truly underestimating the intelligence of the players? The players vent their frustrations, asserting that they may exploit the hype as they wish, but they will never divert their attention to such a subpar game. Ishin has also taken note of this ceaseless horde of trolls, while dispatching personnel to cleanse the comment section of any anomalies. A warning was simultaneously issued to prominent gaming influencers across various platforms. They were strictly prohibited from producing videos that criticized this unscrupulous game attempting to ride the coattails of popularity. Not even the chance for negative publicity was afforded to Under the Divine. These influencers, who had thrived on ignominy, were all too familiar with the tactics employed by Under the Divine. Upon witnessing this entire affair, Lin Xian was profoundly taken aback. Who among the wealthy second-generation elites, with fortunes exceeding hundreds of millions, had the leisure to indulge in such tomfoolery, employing paid commenters? The cost-effectiveness of purchasing visitor accounts pales in comparison to that of legitimate accounts. Visitor accounts receive no responses, limited to a solitary comment per day. How many mobile devices does the opposition possess? After the initial shock, Lin Xian promptly opened the comments section of his own videos, fearing that his account might also fall prey to the formidable army of paid commenters from Under the Divine. However, to his relief, he found nothing amiss. The comment section remained filled with critiques of Divine Realm and AC Games. Not a single discussion regarding Under the Divine was present. Moreover, his backend had not received any warning messages from AC Games. Lin Xian mused, perhaps there's an upside to having a lackluster account. Even a trashy web game seeking to capitalize on trends showed disdain for his videos. AC Games didn't even grant him a fleeting glance, indicating that neither side cared to acknowledge him. Dejectedly, Lin Xian closed his account. After a while, however, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and reopened Kuaido. He had an insatiable appetite for any news related to virtual reality gaming. The sheer scale of the paid commenters, which could give AC Games a headache, suggested that they were not lacking in financial resources. Perhaps they genuinely possessed expertise in virtual reality games, he contemplated. He reassured himself that he merely wished to ascertain the extent of this shoddy game's deception. He certainly did not genuinely believe that they had developed a virtual reality game. Regardless, since neither party seemed to care about him, what harm could it do to take a peek? It was merely an overhyped game. He had no intention of making a reservation, merely a spectator indulging in the online spectacle. He told himself, nervously rubbing his hands together. He awaited the web page to load. Chapter 8. Only a fool would believe this game. Reinforcements arrive. The official website of Under the Divine was indeed subpar. Lin Xian waited a full 3 minutes for the loading circle to complete, leading him to a new page. What greeted him was a website that was painfully simplistic, featuring a white background with black text. Lin Xian remarked, "Come on, one must put in some effort to deceive." Where was the funding and ambition for their army of paid commenters? He had anticipated their shoddy operation, yet he was unprepared for such utter incompetence. The official game site was executed with less finesse than a university computer science student's final project. It lacked any background images, flashy fonts, or even a visually appealing layout. There was merely the game title, a brief description, and an entrance for beta testing reservations. What about promotional images? Where were the hype videos? Lin, with a stoic expression, closed the web page. What folly possessed him to click on it? The fleeting hope he harbored before entering was now as wasted as the 3 minutes of his life, akin to water flooding his mind. In the ethereal realm of Eltia, on the blood-soaked altar, the remains of various monstrous entities lay strewn about, ravaged by the howling winds. Thud! Thud! The dull sounds of impact resonated as a figure materialized beside the altar. Clad in glistening silver armor, this man, seemingly a knight, bore chestnut hair and piercing blue eyes, his rugged features suggesting he was in his 30s. In his hand, he wielded a rusted hoe, utterly incongruous with his attire, striking the stone altar with great force. Each blow shattered the stone as if it were mere tofu. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully demolished the altar and commenced excavating the earth beneath. precisely where Yi Ji lay concealed. The luminous orb first detected the anomaly on the ground, commanded by Yi Ji to remain silent. It could only fester in the depths of his mind. Yet, witnessing the night approach with increasing proximity, the orb could no longer contain itself. It leapt beside Yi Ji's mental projection, urgently exclaiming, "Awaken." Someone approaches. As an embodiment of the deity of light, it sensed the magical resonance emanating from above. The intruder was a paladin aligned with the blazing church. Just recently, the orb had witnessed Yi Ji being pursued by the very church. There was no other explanation for why such a figure would toil in this desolate place. He must be aware of Yi Ji's presence below. The orb, though indifferent to Yi Ji's fate, found itself entangled in a binding contract, rendering it unable to disregard the situation. It lamented its rigidly defined unilateral contract. Should Yi Ji perish, so too would it. "I've told you not to disturb me," Yi Ji remarked impatiently, redirecting his focus from the game's development. He harbored no concern for the events unfolding above. If the church's agents were truly present, the altar would have been obliterated at the first attempt to defile it. The very fact that Yi Ji dared to conceal himself here indicated that he had prepared contingencies against any threat above. The magical curses inscribed beneath the altar were undoubtedly numerous enough to deter even the blazing church from recklessly engaging. Perhaps the knight had learned from prolonged encounters with Yi Ji, for after searching the vicinity for some time, he had yet to disturb the artifacts left behind. This had misled the orb into a false sense of security. The knight currently appeared to be merely a mid-level mage. But this did not imply that he was resigned to a fate of inaction. Yi Ji chose not to elaborate further and issued a gag order to the orb. Compared to the predicament above, the advancement of his project, under the Divine, was far more vexing. The online players are astutely perceptive. Indeed, the name is crafted to capitalize on the popularity of Divine Domain. However, as long as it proves effective, that is all that matters. Despite their claims of never providing any momentum to beneath the divinity, in actuality, 23 individuals have clandestinely visited the official website, sustained by magical energy. Although none have signed up for the closed beta test, this is a promising sign, fueled by an unending influx of Azure orbs of magic. Yi Ji has successfully acquired a multitude of guest accounts. By merely uttering some classic phrases, he can attract justice-seeking netizens, thereby extending the commenting privileges of the accounts. Furthermore, through Yi Ji's experimentation, he discovered that there exists a twofold time disparity between Blue Star and the continent of Eltia. This implies that 1 day in Blue Star equates to 2 days in Eltia. Yi Ji possesses ample time to engage with netizens. Even though he has not interacted with the internet for 682 years and is utterly oblivious to contemporary online vernacular, the combination of double time and his 700-year-old mental acuity enables him to respond to every comment without faltering. The promotional efforts are remarkably efficient. While the promotion proceeds smoothly, the construction of the Beneath the Divinity official site faces numerous challenges. Yi Ji had not reached adulthood before his transmigration, and computer studies were merely a hobby. Now, as he resumes this endeavor, he encounters issues at every turn. Yi Ji sighed, wishing he could simply purchase a finished website. Unfortunately, he lacks the funds to do so. Thus, he must continue laboriously crafting the official site while simultaneously engaging with netizens for relief. After completing the last bit of code, Yi Ji suddenly discovered that, through the continuous transformation of magical energy, a feature for uploading images had been added to the official site. This means he can upload scenic photographs of Eltia to the Blue Star network. Yi Ji's eyes sparkled with delight, followed by a wave of frustration. He still needed to add a page for promotional images to the official site. He decided to postpone that task for a moment. Once Yi Ji finished his current obligations, he noted that the knights on the ground were rapidly advancing in their excavation efforts. Reluctantly, he departed from the realm of mental focus. Upon raising his gaze to discern the identity of the newcomer, his expression conveyed a sense of inevitability. After a day of waiting, reinforcements have finally arrived. Yi Ji's previously frazzled mood, overwhelmed by code, lightened somewhat. The silenced orb of light was filled with confusion. Reinforcements? Had it misheard? Or was its comprehension of the common tongue of Eltia flawed? The paladins of the Radiant Church were Yi Ji's reinforcements. Before the orb's questions could be addressed, Edgar outside had unearthed Yi Ji's handbone. He cast a blank glance at the handbone, which was restlessly moving, asserting its existence, as if he had seen nothing, his emotions betraying no sign of disturbance. Subsequently, he altered the excavation point, continuing to dig downwards along the exposed position of the hand bones. In the realm of his spirit, Yi reveled in showcasing his prowess to the luminous orb. "Behold, my kindred!" The orb stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Yet, noticing the silver-white knight's anticipatory demeanor, it was compelled to believe. The knight was indeed allied with Yi, a paladin devoted to the deity of light. How extraordinary it was for one to rescue a necromancer, particularly under the circumstances where Yi was being hunted by the church to which this knight belonged. Should not the undead be universally reviled and banished by all races? What had gone awry in its understanding of the continent of Eltia? Chapter 9. The paladin misled into heresy as the orb grappled with its existential doubts. Edgar had already unearthed all of Yi's bones. He erected a barrier to shield against the rampant magical winds. The bones crackled and clicked, assembling into a complete skeletal frame. Thanks to the resolution of fractures with 10 points of divine power, Yi's skeleton appeared remarkably intact, exhibiting no signs of severe injury. 2 clusters of ethereal blue flames ignited within the eye sockets, breathing life into the skeleton. Yi moved his neck to confirm that his head was still in place, greeting Edgar cheerfully. "Good morning, Edgar." Yi had evaded the relentless pursuit of numerous churches for centuries, and such a feat was not accomplished in solitude. Despite the vast and prevailing influence of the churches in Eltia, there would always be those who chose to tread a different path. Thus, Yi established an organization named the Watchers, dedicated to recruiting those who held no faith in the divine or even opposed the gods. The daily tasks of the organization revolved around thwarting divine resurrection attempts and opposing all churches, while also resolving troubles for its members. Although the organization was small in number, each member was extraordinary in their own right, such as the Edgar before him. Edgar had once been a paladin meticulously groomed by the Radiant Church from a young age. In the centuries following the fall of the deity of light, he emerged as the most gifted human talent discovered by the church. By the age of 20, he was conferred the title of Dawn Knight, the presumptive next pope. Alas, his path to papacy was thwarted by his encounter with Yi. Under Yi's persuasive influence, Edgar came to grasp the significance of the divine. The importance lay in the absence of deities, which was crucial for humanity and all races. Thus, he resolutely defected from the Radiant Church, joining Yi on the church's wanted list. The Gale Plains, however, did not experience mourning. Edgar glanced back at the unidentified white bones he had unearthed, alongside the chaotic remnants of a bloody altar. Many had perished on the Gale Plains. In his quest to find Yi, he had excavated a multitude of bones, far exceeding those of Yi himself, a monumental undertaking indeed. Edgar furrowed his brow slightly. He was not fond of the lingering scent of blood in the vicinity. "It is quite a challenge to locate you after 3 decades apart. How have you managed to reduce yourself to this state?" Yi propped himself up with his hand bones, struggling to sit upright. "A failed experiment coinciding with your former employer's pursuit has left me with some minor injuries. Had you arrived 4 days later, they would have unearthed my true skeletal form." Yi attempted to rise, but after a few futile movements, he resigned himself back to his seated position. Being buried was preferable. Now that he was out, every part of him ached. His entire being was plagued by the aftermath of forbidden magic gone awry. It felt as though a vast funnel within him was incessantly leaking out his magical essence. Edgar immediately restrained him, exclaiming, "Do not move." He then produced a potion for emergency healing. Yi's obsession with the forbidden magic to revert to humanity had led to more than one injury. Edgar had acquired sufficient experience in healing, allowing him to tend to the wounds swiftly. As a mere pile of bones remained, there was little complexity involved in the treatment. The restorative potion was directly applied to the bones, with the only added complexity being the potion for healing the mental realm. The more Edgar treated Yi, the deeper his frown became. The severity of Yi's injuries was alarming. The gravest injury Edgar had previously treated did not even compare to a fraction of this one. Yi's claim of a 4-day survival window was no jest. After hastily addressing Yi's injuries, Edgar's expression turned grave. "Your wounds are too severe. I can only temporarily prevent them from worsening. To heal, we must leave this place at once. This matter can wait. I'm not on the brink of death yet." Leaning against a pile of rubble, Yi glanced behind him. Are you alone? If Yi recalled correctly, his distress signal should have reached every member of the Watchers. After all, he was still the leader of the organization. Was it truly the case that only one person came to his aid in his time of need? That seemed rather callous. Edgar's gaze darkened, as if he had anticipated Yi's inquiry. He thrust his shovel into the ground and began to name names one by one. The sea, which is preparing for the resurrection ceremony of the sea god. Claire has returned to deal with that. The Elven King is gravely ill, and Kasha must return to the Elven Forest. Xylan has also been taken back by his kin. Currently, I am the only one without significant troubles, able to come to your rescue. Although Edgar's voice bore no trace of emotion, Yi could still discern a hint of resentment in his words. He gave an awkward chuckle. It seems everyone has been living rather, colorful lives these past years. In recent years, he had been relentlessly pursued by the Bright Church, and there had been new developments in the resurrection magic for the undead. Inadvertently, he had neglected the management of the organization. As its leader, he felt he had been somewhat remiss. Yi's voice faltered momentarily as he casually inquired. Indeed, what has become of Selkan? I have not heard his name mentioned. He has passed away. Yi's laughter was abruptly silenced. After a moment, he regained his composure, though his voice lowered by a couple of degrees. Calculating the days, it seems the time has come. The last encounter Yi had with the dwarven craftsman was 15 years ago, during which the latter expressed a desire for Yi to transform him into an undead being to extend his lifespan. Regrettably, Yi lacked 2 crucial potions at that time, and the matter was left unresolved. The atmosphere suddenly turned chill. Edgar calmly tucked away the potion vial, conveying that the intent behind this discussion was to advise against unnecessary commotion, as our numbers are dwindling. Yi has always been fascinated by the forbidden magic of resurrecting the undead, perpetually seeking a way to shed his undead identity and revert to humanity. Yet, the progress of his magical studies has been painstakingly slow. For centuries, he has not succeeded even once. Each failure in his magic not only results in severe backlash, but also leaves behind a gruesome assemblage of human remains from the failed transformations. Moreover, the materials required to craft these human remnants are sourced from the corpses of magical beasts. The combination of the terms undead, dark sorcerer, human remains, and magical beasts alone conjures images of villainy in the minds of the uninformed populace. Consequently, over the last 2 centuries, Yi's already tarnished reputation has further deteriorated, now burdened with the infamous title of the Undead Butcher. The repercussions have also tainted the reputation of the Watchers organization, which has not welcomed a new member in over a century. Now, with the loss of yet another elder, the number of members has dwindled to single digits. The remaining members each bear their own troubles, rendering it impossible for them to convene. The organization stands on the precipice of true disintegration, contingent upon Yi's command as the leader. Chapter 10. The Search for the Magical Node. Lin Xian's struggle. Edgar extended his hand. Kulme, we must locate a magical node within 4 days to salvage your half-buried body. Although Yi is a unique undead retaining all his memories, he has inherited the traits of his kind, notably resilience. Even wounds that threaten his very soul's flame can be swiftly healed, provided there is an ample supply of magical energy. Otherwise, given Yi's propensity to exhaust himself every few decades, he would have long since met his demise. Currently, the injuries Yi bears appear grave, yet preliminary assessments suggest that if he were to be laid to rest within a substantial magical node, enforced into a state of dormancy for 20 to 30 years, his injuries could be fully restored. However, such large magical nodes are predominantly held by powerful nations and churches or lie within the untamed regions plagued by magical beasts. The nearest possible site with a significant magical node is situated over 100 kilometers away in the Great Oakwood Forest. Edgar, on his own, is well prepared. If we bring Yi along and exert ourselves fully, it would take at least a whole day to reach our destination. Additionally, we must account for any time spent dealing with magical creatures we may encounter along the way, as well as the time required to locate the specific position of the magical node upon arrival. Time is of the essence. We must act immediately. Wait, Yi has not extended his hand. Where do you intend to take me? To the Great Oakwood Forest? Of course, Edgar replied matter-of-factly. He glanced at Yi, who, if he were of a different race, would undoubtedly be gravely injured and unconscious, and felt a twinge of doubt. Only in places frequented by magical creatures can one find unclaimed magical nodes that could aid in your recovery. Although the great oakwood forest is perilous, it is safer for you than human towns. What are you afraid of? The undead, once feigning death, hardly differ from ordinary bones. The intelligence of magical creatures is exceedingly low. In due course, Yi Ji could slumber in the earth for a decade or two and awaken completely unharmed. This is not the first time he has experienced such an event. Why has he suddenly begun to worry about the safety of the plan? Yi Ji shook his head and then nodded. To elaborate would take time. In any case, all I need is for you to help me locate a small magical node to catch my breath. I shall not fall into slumber this time. Edgar furrowed his brow in confusion. However, he did not press the matter further and nodded in agreement. Very well. The members of the Radiant Church are nearby and are aware of Yi Ji's severe injuries. They have undoubtedly ventured into the great oakwood forest, guarding the known large magical nodes, ready to ensnare us. Finding a small magical node would allow us to evade this pursuing contingent. With 4 days at our disposal, the urgency diminishes. Yi Ji was momentarily taken aback by Edgar's decisive response. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm doing this? Why? Edgar echoed, his tone seemingly dismissive. Yi Ji sighed, feeling a tinge of frustration. Could you not display a bit more sincerity? After all, we have known each other for nearly a century. Won't you at least try to persuade me? If I did, would you listen? No. Edgar narrowed his eyes, wearing a knowing expression that made Yi Ji feel slightly embarrassed. Ahem. Do not be alarmed when I reveal the reason. Edgar was about to nod, but hesitated. Typically, when you speak in such a tone, it is rarely good news. No, this time it is indeed good news. Yi Ji's tone shifted to one of seriousness. For we are about to welcome a considerable number of allies, and, as the leader of the organization, I certainly cannot afford to sleep. Edgar's eyes widened slightly. Given our organization's reputation, can we truly find newcomers in Eltia? Yi Ji scratched his head. In a sense, I did not find them in Eltia. It is a long story. Then let us make it brief. Edgar interrupted, asking what he needed to do. The Sentinels are currently in dire need of manpower. If we had sufficient personnel, Edgar would not need to evade the Radiant Church's pursuers merely for an unclaimed magical node. Even a few helpers, who could merely assist him with menial tasks, were warmly welcomed by Edgar. At the very least, as a former paladin of the Radiant Church, he would not have to toil in the wasteland digging for skeletons. With this thought, the perpetually frigid expression on his face softened considerably. Yi Ji raised his thumb in approval. I was waiting for you to say that. I need to locate a magical node to temporarily alleviate my injuries. The size is not a concern, but it must be distant from the activities of all kingdoms. Furthermore, it should be near a water source and cultivable wasteland, with sufficient area to sustain at least 100 helpers. Edgar pondered for a moment, then resolutely nodded, agreed. The orb of light in Yi Ji's mental realm gazed on in astonishment. How could the other party, with such a dazed demeanor, have attained the rank of paladin? Without inquiring further, how could he comply with such a request? Fertile lands must have long been claimed by various kingdoms. How could there exist a magical node, distant from all kingdoms, that also possesses arable land and water? Where did Yi Ji find 100 helpers? After spending a day with him, the orb had not witnessed him contact anyone. He had merely been tinkering with that enigmatic blue orb. Surely, the orb could not conjure 100 burly men. Edgar hoisted Yi Ji's skeletal frame onto his back and prepared to set off. Wait, let me take a picture first. Yi Ji struggled to dismount, his eyes flickering with an ethereal blue flame. He captured an image of Edgar and the icy plains behind him before returning to rest upon Edgar's back. All right, let us go, Edgar murmured. I sense you harbor many secrets. With that, he casually grabbed the old hoe he had brought along and swiftly departed. On Blue Star, late at night, Lin Xian lay awake in bed, tossing and turning. His mind incessantly flashed with images of the official website for Under the Divine. It felt as though a cat's paw were incessantly scratching at his heart, leaving him restless. A company bold enough to dispatch such a considerable naval force must indeed possess some grasp of virtual reality gaming technology, much like AC Corporation. Their audacity to release a concept trailer for Divine Realm stemmed from their recent acquisition of a patent for EEG sensor technology. Suddenly, Lin Xian sat upright in bed, slapping himself on the forehead. Clearly, I've lost my mind. The simplicity of the official website did nothing to quell his curiosity about the potential mastery of virtual reality gaming technology that Under the Divine might possess. Lin Xian swung his legs over the side of the bed, turned on the light, and pulled out his desk chair. As he opened the comment section for Divine Realm, he began to speak to himself. What if the page he saw during the day was a pirated version? With so many layers of pirated content online, who could say what the authentic website truly looked like? Lin Xian inwardly scolded himself for his fixation. If he weren't so singularly focused, he wouldn't have been stuck pursuing a path as a game blogger. Upon clicking the link once more, Lin Xian found himself confronted with yet another 3-minute loading time, which only intensified his foreboding feelings. Fortunately, the webpage this time was not merely a monochrome display. Some semblance of layout optimization had been applied. Yet, it still could not mask the coarse, war-torn aesthetic reminiscent of the Under the Deity official site. Lin Xian felt a pang of disappointment. The webpage he had glimpsed earlier in the day truly belonged to their official site. Even if the developers of Under the Deity possessed the technology for virtual reality gaming. Based on the pace of their website's construction, it was anyone's guess when the game would be completed. His last shred of hope was quickly dashed. Just as he was about to shut down his computer, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of striking colors. The promotional images for Chapter 11 of Under the Deity. The company had uploaded 2 promotional images. Lin Xian was both astonished and elated. It seemed the game developers finally understood what proper game promotion entailed. Previously, they had made a grand announcement about an internal test without even a promotional video, which was nothing short of audacious. Embracing the mindset of making the most of his time, Lin Xian decisively clicked to examine the images that appeared as a muddled blur. The first image depicted a desolate landscape in shades of gray. Dark gray pebbles swirled in the air, while the ground's flora hunched over like old crones. Their branches twisted grotesquely. Beneath the crooked grass, the remains of an unknown species lay exposed, eroded by the elements, exuding an overwhelming sense of desolation. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a stunningly realistic style. In typical games, no matter how much they touted realism, the tempestuous scenes were often enhanced with auxiliary lines or post-production edits. This promotional image, however, was entirely different. Lin Xian maximized the image, and even the grains of sand, which occupied merely a couple of pixels in the background, were distinct from one another. It resembled a genuine photograph. This encapsulated the very essence of virtual reality gaming, a vividly immersive alternate world. Moreover, the black plants in the foreground were not uniform. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xian counted an astonishing 7 or 8 varieties of original flora, all harmoniously colored. He scrutinized the promotional image multiple times, and it grew increasingly captivating. Despite being devoid of any characters or notable architecture, the landscape unmistakably conveyed an aura of supernatural power. It was as if a veil had been drawn over the fantastical and bloody elements of another world, tantalizingly elusive and stirring a sense of yearning. This must be a scene from one of the game's maps. Ah, scattered bones everywhere. How intriguing. Without hesitation, Lin Xian clicked on the second image. In contrast to the sheer desolation of the first, this one featured a character. A knight clad in silver armor stood at the center of the frame. His gaze sharp yet tinged with confusion, wielding a weathered and dirt-streaked hoe. Beside me lay a half-broken altar, etched with white runes, adjacent to a mountain of corpses, both monstrous and human. The entire scene was simultaneously harmonious and eerie, brimming with untold stories. Oh my, the details! Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. The designer of this image must be a true master. This illustration was rife with contradictions. A knight clad in resplendent armor wielded a nearly ruined axe. The sacred altar lay desecrated, surrounded by heaps of bodies. It beckoned further inquiry. Why had the knight come? What had he encountered? What purpose did the altar serve? Had the ritual held there succeeded? Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. Although the website for Under the Divine was poorly constructed, its promotional images were laden with detail. Suddenly, he regained confidence in the game. Perhaps the game company had merely invested all its resources into game development, foregoing an elaborate website. After all, virtual reality games are notoriously costly. Lin Xian suddenly recalled having exited too hastily earlier in the day. He had not yet perused the introduction to Under the Divine. These 2 images reignited his interest. He promptly closed the images and clicked on the game description, which had been reduced to 3 ellipses. While other games typically offered a few lines of description, Under the Divine was entirely condensed. If not for the knowledge of the game's inflated marketing budget, he might have suspected the website was crafted by an inexperienced programmer. After perusing the brief 3-line description, Lin Xian's exhilaration was doused like a bucket of cold water, instantly calming him. He could hardly believe. Was this truly the introduction to a game? The shortcomings of the description were so numerous that Lin Xian was at a loss as to where to begin his critique. For instance, 2/3 of the text was devoted to delineating the game type. What did it mean to describe it as a hardcore sandbox construction, multiplayer online card roguelike, farming city building game? It seemed an attempt to latch on to trending genres by listing nearly every game type available on the market. Were it not for his prior experience with such genres, Lin Xian would have struggled to parse that sentence. The genuine essence of the game was encapsulated in a single line. It was set in a somewhat backward, feudal world of Western fantasy magic. After reading this, Lin Xian was rendered speechless. Which game introduces its worldview with the term roughly? A warning bell, honed by experiences of online scams, rang loudly in Lin Xian's mind. He sensed an evasion, a concealment of something more significant within those words. However, recalling the essence of a shoddy, trend-chasing game, namely deception, he found no surprise in it. Lin Xian scratched his head, eyeing the description and the 2 promotional images, a struggle evident in his gaze. Rationality urged him to recognize the vast disparity in style between the promotional images and the description, clearly indicating a mere reskin of a subpar online game. Yet emotionally, he was genuinely enamored with the artistic style of the 2 promotional images. Forget it, since I am here, making an appointment is hardly a significant task. It is merely a beta test, and whether I am selected remains uncertain. Lin Xian, undeterred by appearances, clicked on the reservation interface with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. The page was as rudimentary as the homepage, containing merely a few lines of forms for players to input their personal information. A standard procedure for beta tests of other games. Following this was a payment portal demanding a fee of 99 yuan for the beta test. Only upon payment could one consider the reservation successful. Lin Xian hesitated in his intent to register. Is this truly the beginning of exploitation? While he could comprehend the necessity of fees for a virtual reality game, given the immense technological demands of such a groundbreaking venture, it was universally acknowledged that advanced technology incurs greater costs. The expense of a headset capable of detecting brainwaves alone is exorbitant. Game companies would hardly provide such equipment for free. However, was this price not rather low? Who could possibly afford a holographic gaming headset for a mere 99 yuan? Even products of cutting-edge technology that even AIC gaming has yet to master are priced in double digits? Anyone who believes that is a fool. Lin Xian muttered in frustration as he closed the page. He felt an urge to slap his earlier self, who had harbored expectations a mere half-hour ago. The other party had practically inscribed the words money-grabbing on their forehead. How could he still cling to fantasies? Time is sleep. Lin Xian extinguished the lights and turned over in bed. The following day, he gathered some material and produced the 3rd episode of his critique video on Divine Domain. With Under the God making its unexpected entrance, public sentiment towards Divine Domain had softened considerably, resulting in a drastic reduction of viewership for Lin Xian's 3rd video. Such is the nature of trends. After peaking in popularity, they swiftly recede like the tide. Nevertheless, Lin Xian maintained a positive outlook. Although the viewership for the 3rd episode of his critique on Divine Domain had declined, it still yielded profits that double compared to his previous gaming streams. Moreover, through these recent videos, he had gained tens of thousands of new followers, which was already quite profitable. During his leisure moments, Lin Xian found himself reminiscing about Under the God. He scoured various comment sections, where the game's army of bots still seemed to be rampant. However, many users had visited the official game website and had come to understand the game as peculiarities, growing indifferent to the bots' antics. Chapter 12. Successful registration for beta testing and the player's spawn point. With time on his hands, Lin Xian squandered 3 precious minutes to revisit the official game website. The official page had become slightly more refined. One must admit, the speed at which Under the God updates its website bears a striking resemblance to a cyber cultivation game. Lin Xian still found the 2 promotional images for the game quite appealing. Yet, having shaken off the evening haze, his earlier enthusiasm had waned considerably. It seems to be a still from a film crew. In this day and age, which game can achieve a perfect realism in its aesthetic? Lin Xian glanced at it before promptly closing the webpage, his actions devoid of hesitation. Several hours later, he reopened the official website of Beneath the Deity, only to close it again. Hours passed. He opened and closed the website repeatedly. In the dead of night, unable to sleep, Lin Xian got up once more. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was one of numbness. Truly, Lin Xian, you will inevitably fall into the pit of virtual reality gaming. He cursed himself fiercely. Then, with determination, he powered on his device, filled out the application for the closed beta, and scanned to make the payment. Upon seeing the notification pop up, reservation successful. 3. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. The game Beneath the Deity had provided a distant promotional image. During the day, Lin Xian had specifically researched film crews that shot short fantasy dramas in similar terrains, confirming that none had scenes resembling the promotional image of Beneath the Deity. After all, when one delves into a fantasy realm, it is the brilliant world of swords and sorcery that captivates. Who would film a desolate gray wasteland devoid of grand battlefields or unique landscapes? Lin Xian reassured himself that, at the very least, the two promotional images were crafted by the game company, showcasing their sincerity. The price of 99 yuan was not exorbitant. Recently, his video earnings had been quite good. It was no issue to allocate some funds for a closed beta spot. Lin Xian initially believed he was the only fool. Upon realizing that two equally foolish companions had also paid 99 yuan for the registration fee, his sense of being a fool diminished significantly. Finally, he glanced at the registration deadline, which was just a day away, and with a light heart, he climbed into bed. At last, he drifted into a night of sweet dreams. On the continent of Eltia, due to the threats posed by monsters and pursuing soldiers, Yiji and Edgar traveled for 2 days and nights before reaching the great oakwood forest. Since the Battle of Divine fall 6 centuries ago, the gods had perished, and the laws of the world fell into chaos. Monsters, driven solely by instinct and possessing immense power, began to encroach upon the territories of various races. The great oakwood forest, comprising forests, swamps, and hills, had become one of the territories thoroughly occupied by these monsters. The kingdom of Joanne and the duchy of Elisa erected towering walls around the forest to fend off the occasional rampages of the creatures. Within the depths of the great oakwood forest, it had become a wilderness where, apart from adventurers and a few naive nobles, no one dared to tread. Only in such places could unclaimed magical nodes be discovered. After spending half a day, Edgar finally found a location on the outskirts of the forest that met Yiji's requirements. Amidst the dimly lit trees stood dozens of dilapidated houses made of wood and earth. The trees burst through crumbling walls, while dried wells filled with silt and streets buried beneath the earth were evident. This is a city that has been completely obliterated by the tide of magic. Several centuries ago, the expanse of the great oak forest was far less extensive than it is today. The domains of magical creatures have expanded outward, causing the trees to grow wildly in the absence of human influence, inevitably engulfing the towns along their path. Approximately 400 years ago, Yiji visited this place. The flow of people in the town was quite substantial, and it was not even considered a border town of the Kingdom of Joanne. Yiji faintly recalls that the town was named Sweetwater Town, owing to the abundant fruit resources from the Warren Mountain Range. Each autumn, a variety of ripe fruits would fall into the Wooland River, rendering the water sweet by the time it reached Sweetwater Town. Yiji reclined on Edgar's back, nodding in agreement as he observed his surroundings. Indeed, there were rivers, fields, and an endless supply of trees, an ideal location for players to commence their journey. Moreover, the gentle flow of magical energy indicated the presence of a magic node nearby, which would also address Yiji's need for recuperation. He then stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering that the houses were somewhat dilapidated and would require demolition and reconstruction. Nonetheless, players need not sleep in Eltia, so this minor flaw was inconsequential. Yiji was thoroughly satisfied. Edgar, carrying the undead with a sense of exasperation, remarked, "Now that the magic node has been located, could you possibly walk on your own?" Yiji's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you truly expecting an injured individual, who was on the brink of death just 2 days ago, to walk unaided? Have you no compassion?" Shocked, he reflected on how the former Dawn Knight had fallen so low. Edgar's forehead creased with annoyance. "You would do well to recognize your own weight. Although Yi was merely a skeleton devoid of flesh, his bones had undergone alchemical transformation, resulting in a density surpassing that of mithril. Carrying Yi was more exhausting than bearing 10 fully armored knights. After 2 days of bearing his companion, Edgar felt he had shown remarkable patience. Edgar was well aware of the nature of the undead. Upon reaching the magic node, it was not that Yi's injuries would be instantly healed, but he could at least temporarily suppress them. The undead, lacking physical sensations of pain, were fully capable of walking on their own. Seeing that he could not persuade Edgar, the flicker of soul fire in Yi's eye sockets dimmed, seemingly regretful. The convenient means of transport had reached its limit. Gradually, Yi dismounted and continued to explore Sweetwater Town alongside Edgar. The devastation of Sweetwater Town appeared to have occurred quite some time ago. The houses they passed were in such disrepair that none boasted more than half of their original integrity. Even a single standing wall was considered a remarkable preservation. The only structure that still had a ceiling was the church at the town center. Gazing upon the dilapidated yet still sacred edifice, Yi clicked his tongue in admiration. Edgar frowned. Another church. This is the prevailing attitude of the people toward the divine in this world. We must grow accustomed to it. Yi had witnessed numerous cities meet a similar fate and had long since grown desensitized to it. I would wager that the construction of this church consumed more than half of Sweetwater Town's funds. Edgar remained silent, uninterested in the inevitable wager. Having grown up in the Church of Radiance, he understood all too well the fervor of its devotees. They would indeed go to great lengths, donating their entire fortunes to ensure the church boasted yet another golden spire. Yizi sitiricit languidly. Let us see which deity has been fortunate enough to find a group of devoted followers willing to fight to the death to prevent the fiends from entering the church. With a creak, the long-sealed doors swung open, releasing a cloud of dust. In the center of the hall stood an ivory-white statue of the goddess, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of light streaming through the shattered stained glass window above. Yi gazed in astonishment at the symbol resting in the palm of the statue. An old acquaintance. Edgar's gaze was complex as he remarked, the god of light. Chapter 13. The dragon slayer ultimately becomes the evil dragon. The visage of a deity is shaped by the faith of its followers. Even for the same god within the same church, the appearance of the statues can vary significantly, particularly after the god of light had perished 6 centuries ago. The followers' imaginations had run wild, leading to the peculiar situation where the male deity, Aurelius Lucian, was represented by a female statue. Yi, with a touch of mischief, asked, "How do you feel upon seeing your former employer?" "Not at all," Edgar replied coldly. "Just push it aside, though I am unsure where you intend to find assistance. Since this place has become our domain, the church and its statue have lost their purpose. That simply won't do. This is our sole refuge from the elements." Yi rejected the proposition. He circled the statue twice, his bones creaking with each movement. Should he continue, he would surely fall apart. Ouch! This time the injuries are rather severe. Yi paused, acknowledging that he had only traversed a few hundred meters and had already reached his physical limits. The backlash was indeed considerable. However, it provided a convenient excuse for a bit of indulgence. Rubbing his chin, Yi mused, the statue of the goddess is quite well crafted. It would make an excellent marquee figure for a game, though it requires some adjustments. The source of the power of faith is vast. Even a player's affection for a game or its characters can be transformed into a form of faith. Though the energy may be weak and somewhat chaotic, it is certainly usable. Edgar, taken aback, turned to regard Yi intently. "Are you intending to work for Aurelius without compensation? This is the statue of the god of light. Only he can utilize the power of faith. Surely you do not believe I am unaware of this?" Yi shot him a look that questioned his sanity. "Have I not been behaving oddly these past few days? Do you not wish to inquire why? Or ask who my helper is?" Edgar's expression was one of confusion. Is that even necessary? Why has Yi ever behaved in a manner that wasn't peculiar? The ancient specter, having lived for 7 centuries, often mused that the peculiar jargon of the bygone era was beyond the comprehension of a mere 200-year-old youth. It was likely a remnant of the age of deities, a time when such expressions were in vogue. A helper is merely a helper. Members of the Watchers never inquired about origins. Even if a newcomer were a malevolent spirit summoned from the abyss, as long as they could aid the cause, they were considered comrades. Isn't that worth questioning? Yizi countered it. What if I were to claim that I have obtained the divine essence of the god of light? and could ascend to godhood by harnessing the residual faith contained within this statue? Would you believe me? Edgar's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Are you intent on courting death? It is one thing for the leader of the Watchers to betray our cause, having sworn to fight against the gods, only to become a deity themselves. And you, Yi Ji, are simply not meant to ascend. Edgar was acutely aware of Yi Ji's predicament. He knew that Yi Ji had been designated as a vessel for resurrection by the gods long before the age of deities, his body adorned with countless divine imprints. If Yi Ji were to attain godhood, the dominion of world laws he would inherit would belong to whichever deity's essence he absorbed. For others, ascension meant eternal life. For Yi Ji, it signified death. Edgar immediately assumed a combative stance, gripping the hilt of his longsword. If you truly entertain such thoughts, you should not have summoned me for salvation. I cannot contend with Oriel, who has awakened in your borrowed shell. Were Yi Ji still human, a twitch of his lips would betray his amusement. Am I the sort to seek tasks for the living when death is imminent? Edgar nodded firmly, his resolve unwavering. Yi Ji pondered, why is it that, despite a poor reputation outside, my standing within the organization is similarly tarnished? Yi Ji extracted a pale, golden orb of light from within himself. This was his latest discovery from the previous day. The divine essence of the God of Light was indeed a tangible entity, capable of existing independently from his corporeal form. You would genuinely believe me if I said I possessed Oriel's divine essence? Though, in a sense, it is not far from the truth. I have acquired fragments of his divine essence, the kind that has come to life. The orb lay in Yi Ji's hand, exuding an aura of disillusionment. Ever since it had come into his possession, it had become akin to a mere tool, tossed about carelessly, devoid of any dignity befitting a divine essence. It had grown numb, a divine essence with self-awareness. Upon seeing it for the first time, Edgar recognized its uniqueness, his pupils dilating in disbelief. How could a divine essence possibly possess consciousness? A divine essence is merely a vessel for the laws and powers of the universe. Deities can only wield the power contained within. If a divine essence were to become sentient, who then would be the true deity? If the essence does not acknowledge its God, could it not be manipulated by mere mortals? This is utterly ludicrous. The laws of the world would never permit such a being to exist. Yet the orb undeniably radiated the pure power of the God of Light. As a former paladin, Edgar found himself engulfed in confusion. It has been proven that such occurrences do indeed take place. Yi Ji spread his hands, pondering whether perhaps the will of the world had inadvertently dozed off. After the initial surprise, Yi Ji elucidated his plan. Once the luminous orb attained self-awareness, it could no longer accept the divine power of the followers of the God of Light. Likewise, the original deity was unable to employ this portion of the orb's power in its resurrection scheme. However, as they shared a common origin, they could both utilize the deity's idol. By merely making slight modifications to the idol before him, such as placing the orb's essence in the hands of the goddess statue, it could be designated as the idol of the orb, thereby absorbing the power of faith. Yi Ji entered into a pact with the orb, asserting that the orb's strength was intrinsically linked to his own. After hearing this, Edgar fell into deep contemplation. The silenced orb was on the verge of tears, realizing that it could indeed acquire new divine power. Suddenly, it felt that its decision to leave the realm of the gods had not been in vain. Although its fate and existence rested entirely in Yi Ji's hands, Yi Ji was a good person who even repaired its idol. After a prolonged silence, Edgar finally grasped the situation. The feasibility of the plan was quite high. However, did they truly wish to tread the same path as the gods? The foundation of the Watchers was to safeguard the future of their race, rejecting the interference of the gods in the affairs of various factions. Yet now, they were inadvertently nurturing an entity resembling divine essence, which contradicted the principles that had drawn him to the Watchers. Yi Ji's forehead creased with frustration. Next time you speak, remember to conceal any inclination to nod your head, or I shall promptly withdraw from the Watchers. He certainly had not forgotten the origins of the Watchers. Transformation could not be achieved overnight. When necessary, they could indeed harness the power of the divine, without the need to deliberately evade it. He gazed down at the silenced orb in his hand. For instance, it served as an exceptionally useful tool for leverage, seemingly tailored specifically for him. The dragon-slaying hero ultimately transforms into a malevolent dragon, Edgar cautioned. Initially, they may have viewed the orb merely as an instrument, but in the end, who could say whether Yi Ji might become enamored with the allure of divine power? Would the members of the Watchers responsible for providing the power of faith gradually morph into the fervent zealots they once scorned? Chapter 14. Friend, have you heard of the fourth catastrophe? This is something you need not worry about. The skull of Yi Ji displayed no discernible emotional expression, yet the red flames of the soul within its eye sockets blazed fiercely. No one understands the methods of the gods better than I do. Had I been susceptible to temptation, I would have renounced it 600 years ago. In the 100 years preceding his arrival in Eltia, Yi Ji had thoroughly experienced the formidable power of the divine. There had been no compromise then, and there would be none now. I am neither a hero, nor will I become a malevolent dragon. As for you and our new members, there is no need for concern. Growing up in an environment steeped in religious influence, yet still recognizing the inherent risks of divine existence, and choosing to join the Watchers is, in itself, a form of selection. As for the imminent helpers, they too share this fate. Edgar paused for a moment. Those who remain amidst the peril of being pursued worldwide as Watchers are indeed unlikely to have been indoctrinated into fanatical zealotry. He understood Yi Ji's character well. The previous remark was a direct challenge to the reliability of the forthcoming aids. How can you assure that all newcomers are dependable? After all, the Watchers have seen their share of traitors, though none have withstood the test of time. They are undeniably trustworthy. Yi Ji spoke with utmost confidence, for they hail from the same origin as I do. The players from the Blue Star are absolutely more worthy of trust than 80 of the inhabitants of this dark and brutal continent of Eltia. Edgar's face expressed surprise. What is that place? It was the first time he had heard Yi Ji mention his homeland. Edgar had long been curious about the nation capable of nurturing someone like Yi Ji, filled with unorthodox ideas. Regrettably, Yi Ji had always remained tight-lipped about it. Edgar had assumed that this country had perished hundreds of years ago. Yi Ji chuckled softly. It is a nation that Eltia cannot possibly fathom, where the majority adhere to a secular ideology. They do not place their hopes in deities who regard humanity as mere insects, but rather emphasize personal effort and tangible action. When the divine cannot assist them, they willingly cast aside such deities, never resigning their contributions to an endless void. It is a civilization that belongs solely to humanity. Edgar listened quietly, carving a piece of marble from the doorframe to fashion a lamppost. The height was just right for a stool. Yi Ji unceremoniously took a seat. Thank you. I can tell you hold a deep affection for your country. Edgar's voice carried a hint of complexity. It was the first time he had witnessed such evident joy in Yi Ji. While Yi Ji often appeared carefree and frequently smiled, Edgar could discern that the mirth rarely reached his eyes. Past experiences seemed to weigh heavily on Yi Ji's emotions, like a boulder tethered to him. Were it not for a persistent string holding that stone, Yi Ji might have long succumbed to madness. It now appeared that this string was likely connected to his homeland. Merely listening to Yi Ji's description conjured an image of a beautiful nation, filled with longing in Edgar's eyes. The grand vision Yi Ji had once painted to persuade him to join the Watchers seemed far less captivating in comparison. Yi Ji fell silent for a moment, his tone remaining unaffected. Such is humanity. It is only in loss that one learns to cherish. Fortunately, I have lost so much that I cannot possibly cherish it all. Haha. Suddenly, the blue orb in Yi Ji's mental realm quivered. Oh, I almost forgot. The registration for the closed beta is about to close. He swiftly cast Edgar aside and opened the official website of his creation, Beneath the Divine. To his astonishment, the registration number displayed a count of 3. Goodness, there are actually 3 participants. Yi Ji exclaimed, taken aback. As his programming skills had yet to be refined, the homepage of the site still resembled a desolate battlefield. On the first day, there had been no registrants at all. He had initially planned to take his time and perhaps change the name for more attention later. To his surprise, 3 discerning players had discovered their game. What was there to wait for? Yi Ji immediately set the internal testing date for 2 days later in Blue Star and 4 days later in the continent of Eltia. He then fixed his intense gaze upon Edgar. Edgar, our helpers have arrived. Edgar, astonished, responded, so soon? He hadn't seen Yi Ji contact anyone, and the news seemed to have come out of nowhere. Yi Ji closed the website and stated solemnly, the situation is urgent. They have 4 days to arrive, and we must complete all preparations I've outlined before then. Edgar furrowed his brow. Can't we delay their arrival? 4 days is far too tight. Regrettably, no. Yi replied, fabricating a reason. So you must spring into action immediately. First, we need to modify the statue before us and inscribe it with a radiant orb. Yi pointed to the orb in his hand, which resembled an inanimate object. Then we must clear the church for me to prepare the forbidden magic that will summon them. Although the church's main door was securely shut, the windows above had long been shattered. Inside, remnants of destruction and filth littered the place, courtesy of numerous flying magical creatures. Aside from the entryway, there was hardly a spot to set foot. Finally, we must expel all magical creatures of level 3 and above surrounding Sweetwater Town, as the players would be unable to contend with them for now. As an injured party, I shall refrain from the fighting. Oh, and I will provide you with a design manual shortly. All dialogues with the players must adhere to the descriptions within. Yi glanced at the orb in his palm. You will also receive a copy of the manual. The orb, having resigned itself to a life of servitude under Yi, exclaimed in surprise. There is a role for me? Yi nodded affirmatively, as if it were only natural, of course. As the deity of the novice village in beneath the divine in the game's mascot, the orb must be utilized as well. Otherwise, Yi and Edgar alone would be ill-equipped to handle players akin to rambunctious huskies. Edgar frowned, seemingly still apprehensive about the 4-day time constraint. Yi immediately rose to reassure him, speaking with particular sincerity. Trust me, if we exert ourselves over these 4 days, once they arrive, you will see that my vision for the future is not mere fantasy. Even without deities, humanity can thrive and flourish. Edgar's expression softened. He certainly fell for it. Otherwise, he would not have been lured into the Watchers by Yi. What is the character of the helper you summoned? Edgar inquired. Since they were to collaborate in the future, Edgar prepared to extract some information from Yi in advance. As the counterpart had traveled a long distance, he felt it necessary to demonstrate his regard for them, which would be beneficial for their future cooperation. Listening to Yi's grandiose claims, Edgar speculated that the individual must be a valiant warrior, steadfastly resisting the divine for the sake of human civilization's future. Unwavering even amidst the scorn and misunderstanding of the masses. Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, after 2 days, you have finally asked the right question. Edgar sensed a hint of unease, but it was already too late. Yi rubbed his hands together, revealing a smile reminiscent of a blue star individual. Familiar to many, a smile akin to that of a real estate agent who has just spotted an unsuspecting mark, ready to pounce. My friend, have you heard of the Fourth Calamity? Chapter 15. Gaming helmets and the discussions among Blue Star players regarding Under the Deity Lin Xian completed the final episode of Divine Domain. Slumping into his chair like a lifeless dog, he raised his head and howled in triumph. Finally, at long last, I'm done. It was no easy task to be a hot topic. The excitement surrounding Divine Oracle was waning, and it was time for him to return his roots and earn some money from game streaming with the proceeds from these 3 episodes. However, the gaming industry's fervor had been entirely siphoned off by Divine Domain. New games, which had originally set pre-sale dates, were now being postponed. For a moment, Lin Xian found himself at a loss for what game to cover next. Should he delve into streaming the beta testing of games? He was devoid of inspiration. Suddenly, a notification pinged from his computer. Lin Xian looked down to see it was an alert for a new email. What was this? Spam? No, it was an email from Under the Deity. He immediately straightened up and opened the email to examine it closely. Since only 3 individuals had signed up for the beta test, the 3 of them were bundled together as players for the very first external testing of Under the Deity. The holographic helmet for Under the Deity was already en route. In 2 days, the beta test would officially commence. Lin Xian was momentarily in a daze. When he had made the payment, he had merely hoped to gain access to Under the Deity. But was this speed not too astonishing? He had anticipated receiving news within 2 months, which would have already shown the manufacturer's dedication. This was truly a leap forward. After the initial excitement, worry began to creep in. Lin Xian stared at the message on his computer, suddenly feeling a wave of trepidation. With such high efficiency, would the helmet arrive without any issues? What if it malfunctioned and left him in a state of disarray? Yet this was the very first virtual reality game. In his mind, it felt as though 2 little figures were battling, each refusing to concede to the other. If he could find 2 more players participating in the game as beta test, he would feel considerably more at ease. However, the official website of Under the Deity lacks even a player forum. He had no idea where to begin his search. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Xian caught a glimpse of the words Under the Deity drifting through his fan group chat. A light bulb suddenly illuminated in his mind. Indeed, while he was unsure how to locate other players, he did possess a loyal fanbase. Although Lin Xian's endeavors in the realm of social media had yielded modest results, over time he had amassed a dedicated following. Perhaps, with the power of his fans, he could uncover other beta players. Resolutely, Lin Xian opened the fan group. Inside, the members were engaged in lively banter, discussing Divine Realm and Under the Deity. Tianli Sanhua. Why does it seem like the reputation of Divine Realm has improved? Kuntoergo, nonsense. With the existence of Under the Deity, even a pig could be elevated to the status of a celestial general. Tianli Sanhua. That seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? What if Under the Deity actually manages to create a game? I believe they might be approaching beta testing. Shaosheng's fish pond is full. Do you genuinely believe Under the Deity can deliver a game? Or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Tianli Sanhua. Correct. I believe you. Shaosheng's fish pond is full. Very well. I will invest 50 right away. Once I rise again, I shall appoint you as the Grand General of the nation. Zhen Shi Qin Shi Huang bold. I am a true Qin Shi Huang. Once I rise again, I shall eradicate the 4 constants, unify the script and the vehicle tracks, and make all of Blue Star speak the Huagua language. Those who believe in me, type 1. Dian Li Senhua. 1. See you in 2 ergo. 111. Does His Majesty mean to say we need not learn English anymore? Shaosheng's fish pond is full, pa. Fraud. It is clearly to unify the script and the vehicle tracks. I am the true Qin Shi Huang. The conversation grew increasingly absurd. Just as Lin Xian pondered how to interject, a user named Yi Hui Fei suddenly declared, I have obtained a beta testing spot for Under the Deity. In 2 days, I will provide a live text broadcast in the group. Everyone is welcome to join. Group members? Lin Xian. What is this? A stroke of fortune without any effort. Just as he was about to search for 2 other unwitting souls willing to spend money, here they were, presented to him on a silver platter. Lin Xian hurriedly typed, Renbu Xiuji. Yi Hui Fei, my friend, have you received the game helmet yet? Yi Hui Fei. Xiuge. UNT also be Renbu Xiuji. Ahem, I too possess a beta testing spot. Tianli Sanhua. See you in 2 ergo. Shaosheng's fish pond is full. Zhen Shi Qin Shi Huang. No way, Xiuge. Are you also falling for this trick designed to fool fools? Lin Xian felt as though his heart had been pierced with a blade. This was precisely why he had been at a loss for words moments ago. How embarrassing. Ren bu shi uki. Haha. After all, I am a gaming blogger, and I need to seek out some eccentric game material. You will fly. Ah, I see. No guander. I also saw that the registration fee was merely a few dozen yuan, akin to getting it for free, so I casually filled it out, never expecting to actually win. Ye will fly. I checked the delivery. The gaming headset should arrive this afternoon. However, my father mentioned that items of unknown origin could pose risks. So he wants to take it to his company for inspection first, which means I probably won't get it until tomorrow. The words akin to getting it for free struck Lin Xian's heart like a dagger, causing 2 streams of tears to flow. Ye will fly is a name Lin Xian is quite familiar with, as he ranks 3rd on his account's donation leaderboard. He is a young scion of wealth. When he first became Lin Xian's 3rd supporter, he had remarked similarly, stating that with so few fans, achieving 3rd place in donations felt like getting it for free. Sigh. Why is the disparity between people so vast? However, upon seeing the 2nd message, Lin Xian regained his spirits. This was precisely the kind of news he desired. Without delay, he pulled Yi will fly into a private chat. Dear friend, once your gaming headset's inspection report is available, could you send me a copy? Yi will fly. Oh, you reached out to me in private to ask this? Absolutely no problem. Thank you, thank you. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude with a bow emoji. By the way, do you genuinely believe there's a possibility for Beneath the Deity to produce a virtual reality game? You will fly. Well, the possibility is quite slim. Although our family does not engage in game development, we have a fair understanding of the cutting-edge brainwave technology at present. Ye will fly. To create a gaming pod that meets public expectations, at least 1 crucial technological breakthrough or 2 innovative technological advancements are required. Lin Xian felt a deep respect upon reading this. Indeed, the background of Yi Will Fly was extraordinary. Such high-caliber information was entirely beyond Lin Xian's usual reach. They chatted a bit more, agreeing to explore together what Beneath the Deity has to offer in 2 days. If the game goes live, they would team up to log in together. With a sense of apprehension, Lin Xian closed the chat box. The fact that Yi Will Fly mentioned a slim possibility still held some weight. Certain disruptive technologies need not adhere to the established rules of technological advancement. Much like during the Industrial Revolution, the progress of human society surged forward more in that period than in the previous 1,000 years. What if Beneath the Deity possessed such technology? They would strike gold. Indeed, it could be seen as a form of invisible investment. If they win, they gain significantly. And if they lose, the loss would be minimal. After conversing with Yi Will Fly, Lin Xian felt a great deal lighter in spirit. Chapter 16. Transforming Sweetwater Town. Player bodies completed. Eltia, Sweetwater Town. After an elaborate explanation from Yi, Edgar had gained a general understanding of the player's chaotic neutrality. He was now diligently memorizing a list of notes written by Yi. Yi was inspecting the revitalized, albeit not entirely new, Sweetwater Town. Although referred to as an inspection, in reality, the entire town was not large. Originally, the number of houses did not exceed 100, and there were merely 2 roads that could be considered main thoroughfares, easily visible from one end to the other. In preparation for the vulnerable players soon to arrive, Edgar took it upon himself to deal with the few lingering monsters in the town. He also designed a temporary magical array within a 1-kilometer radius, capable of both preventing new monsters from entering and concealing their presence, thereby minimizing the likelihood of detection. At the periphery of the Great Oak Forest, the danger level was manageable for some advanced wizards, rendering it a suitable training ground. Concurrently, it posed a potential threat that Yi and his companions might face in the future. Moreover, considering that players would need to construct their own shelters and forage for food, Edgar ventured from the Great Oak Forest to the neighboring town of Nari to borrow some tools. As Yi observed the sky, he noted the imminent arrival of the players. He beckoned to an individual with a ball at the church entrance and entered the church with him. "Do you remember how?" Yi inquired, directing his gaze at Edgar. Edgar nodded. "It's manageable. Aside from a few sentences that are difficult to comprehend, retaining the information seems relatively straightforward. Never mind. Just respond in the specific language. If you don't understand something, simply pretend you didn't hear it. You will naturally grasp it in due course." Yi had anticipated this. Abstract terms from the network were not something he could directly explain to the Knight of the Dawn of Justice. He could only allow Edgar to comprehend it through his own experience. He tested Edgar with several questions, to which Edgar responded adeptly, leaving Yi exceedingly satisfied. In the future, the player base of Under the Divine would continue to expand. As a severely injured individual, he could not personally guide the players each time. Edgar was to be his next protege, or rather, the guide of the novice village. Inside the church, the dilapidated tables, chairs, and candlesticks had long been cleared away, leaving behind a solitary statue. Before the statue lay a magical array strikingly similar to a flesh-and-blood altar, spanning several dozen meters in width. This was indeed a byproduct of the failure of the resurrection spell, a forbidden magic capable of transforming the bodies of monsters into human forms. However, such bodies could not accommodate a complete soul, which did not align with Yi's requirements. Since its creation, it had not had the opportunity for application. Yet now was different. The players arriving from Blue Star could only bring a fragment of consciousness, fulfilling the conditions for utilizing the body. Yi rummaged through his belongings and produced a long black staff. The tranquil magical energy around him began to surge, coalescing within the magical array. The array suddenly illuminated. Forbidden magic, resurrection of the undead. The monster corpses that Edgar had amassed at the center of the array gradually dissolved, merging into the array. Subsequently, a wave of crimson-tinged black mist emanated from it. The already damaged marble completely melted away, revealing the earthen ground beneath. The glowing orb emitted a low anguish cry, "My church!" In its eyes, the church that bore its own statue was its sole possession. Upon witnessing an inexplicable gaping hole in the floor of its sanctuary, it nearly fainted from distress. Daring not to offend Yi, it could only murmur its grievances. If the necromancer's magical ceremony were disturbed, the entire church might be jeopardized. After a while, 3 pale human male bodies were arranged on the ground in succession. Yiji nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. The magic has succeeded. The next step was to ensure that the game helmets, imbued with his magical essence, reached the hands of the 3 beta testers. Through days of diligent research, Yiji discerned that his power seemed to reside like a virus within the vast expanse of the internet, adept at exploiting its vulnerabilities. Thus, he proceeded to engage in activities befitting a virus. For instance, he funneled the funds from the players' purchases of beta access into a clandestine account. With that money, he obtained a legitimate account and procured 3 motorcycle helmets at a bargain price. Subsequently, after several transactions, he found a local artisan to implant a networking device within the helmets. Yiji then encapsulated his magical essence within them through the connected device. When the players received the helmets, he would be able to capture their brain coordinates using the magic he had previously embedded, successfully projecting their consciousness into his realm. Everything was meticulously orchestrated, awaiting the player's arrival. Edgar stepped forward to dress the 3 corpses. Now pursued and destitute, the clothes they wore were scavenged from a neighboring town. Ill-fitting at best, some garments were so short they choked their necks, while others trailed down to their ankles. Perfect. These subpar novice outfits should ignite the player's enthusiasm for purchasing new skins. Yiji commented. Alas, he had no desire for this predicament. Given the organization's austere conditions, he had no choice but to make do with the first batch of players. With time still remaining before the beta launch, Yiji decided to review the character settings once more. Let us revisit our respective personas. Remember, when the players arrive, do not let slip any secrets. Edgar nodded in understanding. No sooner had Yiji finished speaking than Edgar took the initiative to elaborate. The leader of the Watchers, Yi, and the players were all humans who had departed from Eltia before the age of the gods. The capriciousness of the deities had led Eltia to its demise. Now, you return to your homeland bearing the mission to save the world. Whatever words flowed from Edgar's lips carried an enhanced credibility. Yiji felt a surge of joy. His judgment had proven accurate. Edgar was indeed suited for the role of this grand illusionist guiding the novices. Exactly, that was the essence. Should anyone inquire about the settings, relay them precisely as stated. Avoid divulging too much at once. Instead, share a morsel each time, ensuring to tantalize the players' appetites. What players cherish most is the art of weaving a complete tapestry from scattered fragments of information. This premise is sufficient for them to create a miniature version. Edgar solemnly acknowledged, indicating his understanding. The newcomers, or rather, the players, constitute a capricious and chaotic collective prone to fickleness. To retain their assistance for an extended period, he must diligently implement the recruitment strategies imparted to him by Yiji. The luminous sphere, observing from the side, couldn't help but comment. Such an absurd narrative would hardly convince even the mindless red-skinned worms. With an exclamation, the sphere clutched its tingling head and sulkily fell silent. Yiji retracted his staff, casting a sidelong glance at it. He had been so focused on assessing Edgar that he nearly overlooked its presence. Now, recite your designated section. Chapter 17. The internal test commences. The threads of light enveloping the sphere stood on end, resembling a student called upon in class. After much stammering, it could recall only a few scattered words, seemingly related to a traitor rebelling against the divine faction. The material was so ludicrous that it had failed to commit it to memory, rendering it incapable of articulating anything now. They cannot comprehend my words. Why must I recite alongside them? The sphere protested feebly. Indeed, the language barrier between the Blue Star world and the Eltia realm was insurmountable. Only Yiji, acting as the intermediary guardian, could facilitate communication between both parties. However, he had only conferred a spiritual mark upon Edgar, enabling him to understand the player's words within a certain proximity. Although the sphere had entered into a contract with Yiji, the latter harbored distrust, never once mentioning the spiritual mark. It was clear he was wary of it. Yiji's skull suddenly loomed closer, his tone menacing. Oh? So you remember nothing at all? The sphere was startled by the sudden proximity of the skeletal visage, propelling itself several meters backward before finally halting. It clutched its racing heart, feeling as though it had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. However, reflecting on recent events, the sphere formulated a daring hypothesis. Yi Ji appeared hesitant to ascend to divinity directly and was now acutely aware of the significance of divine power. Therefore, its self-aware, divine essence must hold considerable importance for him. Even though its life was in his hands, it dared not act recklessly. Upon realizing this, the sphere puffed out its chest, emboldened. After all, I cannot comprehend their conversations. I can simply pretend not to have heard. Is this not what you suggested? Yi Ji instructed Edgar to overlook the player's occasional nonsensical remarks, a rule that equally applied to the luminous sphere. Yet, since the sphere understood nothing, it was perfectly exempt from responding. Splendid. The more it entertained this thought, the more pleased it became. Its small, bean-sized eyes occasionally darted toward Yi Ji, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Yi Ji appeared to have suddenly lost interest, instantly reverting to his original position, not even casting a fleeting glance in its direction. Edgar glanced at Yi Ji, and at the dazed luminous orb not far away. Was he to disregard it? His tone remained devoid of emotion. Although the orb's identity was intricately entangled with his own, he was no longer the Dawn Knight, nor was the other party the God of Light. They were merely teammates. Thus, assistance could be rendered. After all, the other party held the divine essence of the God of Light, which could prove to be quite beneficial. Yi Ji shook out a black magical robe from his storage space. As he donned it, he replied, "No need. As it said itself, it cannot comprehend. So it suffices to merely act as a mascot." Yi Ji spoke lightly. Yet Edgar understood that this statement utterly stripped the orb of any possibility for communication with the players. From his perspective, this was rather agreeable. The inherent risks associated with divine essences were far too great. If the other party simply acted as a tool, the risks would be significantly more manageable for them. Thus, Edgar remained silent for 2 seconds, refraining from further persuasion. In Blue Star, a series of notifications sounded. Ding, ding, ding. Crack. Lin Xian groggily rose from his bed and checked his phone. What the hell? It was 7:50 a.m. How could I have set an alarm for 8 o'clock a.m.? With that, Lin Xian tossed aside his phone and flopped back into bed. 5 minutes later, he suddenly leapt up. No way. Today is the day of the closed beta launch for Under the Deity. Lin Xian snatched his clothes from the bed, taking 2 steps and leaping to the gaming desk. Between the computer and gaming peripherals lay a sleek, silver-black helmet brimming with technological allure. This was the gaming helmet that had just arrived yesterday. After a thorough safety check by his enthusiastic friend, it was confirmed to be completely secure. Therefore, Lin Xian's anticipation for playing the game was at an all-time high. According to his friend, the helmet contained an indecipherable core encoder at the back, presumably linked to the game itself. Lin Xian's heart raced with excitement. With such robust confidentiality, the game company might indeed have something remarkable. He donned the helmet, and a dark countdown appeared before him, displaying 3 minutes remaining. Phew, that was a close call. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. With eager eyes, he watched the countdown finally reach 0. Then bang! Lin Xian's head tilted back as he fell into his chair. The magical energy stored within the helmet began to flow, activating the magical runes crafted from communal machinery. Magical Matrix activate. From Lin Xian's perspective, as the countdown hit 0000, everything suddenly went dark. A faint pulling sensation emanated from the back of his head. The next moment, he found himself lying on the ground, eyes wide open, gazing up at the white dome of a cathedral. A peculiar scent, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the fresh aroma of foliage, wafted from the tip of my nose. Had I traversed into another realm? No. It seemed I had entered a game. Lin Xian, in disbelief, rose from the ground and cast his gaze upon his hands. This light, these hands, this scent, this sensation. This was the virtual reality experience he had longed for. As he caressed himself, tears of joy streamed down his face. Oh, how wondrous it was to finally partake in a virtual reality game in his lifetime. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced Lin Xian's eardrums, the voice soaring to dolphin-like pitches. Blinking back tears, he looked up to see a handsome young man staring at him in sheer terror. From the clarity, yet naivety in the young man's eyes, Lin Xian instantly recognized him as a fellow player. Considering there were only 3 internal testers, Lin Xian tentatively inquired, "You can fly?" The young man's expression shifted from fear to astonishment. "Xiuge?" Upon receiving Lin Xian's affirmative response, the young man exhaled a sigh of relief. "You scare me to death." "Xiuge, why are you touching yourself?" Heaven knows how terrifying it was for him to don a game helmet and open his eyes to find a burly man, lewdly caressing himself while laughing and crying. Moreover, the man's voice carried a particularly mournful tone, sending chills down the spine of the young man. "I can fly." Clearing his throat, Lin Xian replied, "It's not my first time playing such a game. I'm just a bit overwhelmed." The young man, buoyed by excitement, began to dance about. "Xiaoge, let me tell you, this game is absolutely phenomenal. The surrounding scent of blood is indistinguishable from reality. The graphics are stunning. The tactile sensations are lifelike, and even the earth bears the smell of soil. The suffocating sensation around my neck feels just like in the real world. We have truly experienced a genuine virtual reality game. The gaming company, under the deity, is truly benevolent. They have genuinely provided us with a remarkable game." Lin Xian observed the evident size discrepancy in the young man's attire, focusing intently on his neck, his expression betraying unspoken thoughts. "Have you considered why you are experiencing that choking sensation around your neck?" Chapter 18. The third player in the game. The opening scene, huh? The young man, "I can fly," belatedly looked down, tugging at his collar. "What era are these clothes from? Why are they so small?" As he pulled, a deep purple mark began to appear around his neck, resembling a noose, clearly indicating he had endured the constriction for some time. The quality of the fabric was surprisingly good, as he tugged several times without managing to loosen the collar. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately rushed over to assist. "Don't worry, let me give it a try." But the young man quickly interjected, "No, Xiaoge, don't move." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Lin Xian stumbled and fell unceremoniously to the ground. He hoisted up the excessively long pant legs, his mind swirling with questions. Whose pants are these meant for? Surely, even a giraffe would find it impossible to fit into pants of such length. Yi Huifei offered an awkward chuckle. It seems this game's novice attire is rather unkind to us. Ha ha." Suddenly, a dull voice emerged from beside him. "Allow me to assist." With a tear, the pant legs in Lin Xian's hands ripped apart as if they were made of wire. After managing the two pant legs, the individual proceeded to help Yi Huifei with his collar. Finally able to breathe freely, Yi Huifei expressed his gratitude with a grateful glance. "Thanks, mate." The third player nodded in acknowledgement, just a small favor. "Hey, you have quite an amusing way of speaking." Yi Huifei approached him with familiarity, marveling at the similarly torn sleeves of the other's attire. Though both were novice characters, how could there be such a stark contrast between them? The clothing that stumped him and Lin Xian for ages seemed to yield effortlessly under this person's hands. The third player glanced down at his hands. "It's likely related to our inherent attributes. I've possessed greater strength than the average person for quite some time." In retrospect, his keen sense of smell remained unchanged despite the body swap. Yi Huifei too found a point of corroboration. Lin Xian followed suit. "Indeed, my height in this game closely mirrors my real-life stature, suggesting that aside from the visual aspects for confidentiality, our physical attributes are randomly generated. Strength, endurance, olfactory senses, and so forth are all direct copies of our original bodies." As he spoke, Lin Xian inhaled sharply. This data certainly wasn't included in the beta test registration form. Who would have thought that such a simple gaming headset would function like a body scanner? Yi Huifei muttered about his height, raising his gaze over Lin Xian's head before lowering it to his legs, his expression subtly shifting. Lin Xian's face flushed crimson, irritated. "That's merely because the novice pants are far too long, and has nothing to do with my height. I stand at a clean 178 centimeters. Mind you, while not tall, I'm certainly not short." Just as he was about to continue his defense, the grand church doors creaked open. Yi Ji entered, accompanied by a companion and a glowing orb. With a thud, the doors closed automatically without anyone touching them. Lin Xian's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he beheld the newcomers. A wizard cloaked entirely in robes, a knight he recognized from promotional images, and a floating orb unmistakably magical in nature. Each step they took felt as though they were treading upon Lin Xian's heart, the unique aura from another realm striking directly at his consciousness. "Wow, they look incredibly cool," Lin Xian exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Yi Ji's jawline, concealed in the shadow of his cloak, broke into a smile. Over the past few days, he had intentionally trained with Edgar, practicing the etiquette of elven nobility for this very moment. The third player could not help but take a couple of steps forward. "Hold on, exclaimed Elderfly, swiftly grabbing him. Don't move. This is likely the game's opening animation. Missing it could lead to a loss of crucial information and possibly incite hostility. Opening animation? The third player was astonished. Are they not real people? Of course not. In this game, it's just the three of us fools. Do their garments resemble ours? Sure. The plot is commencing. Elderfly made a gesture for silence. The avatar, resembling a gawky goose, craned its neck to observe the newcomers. Edgar's movement faltered under the gaze, but he quickly regained composure. Indeed, these players were as unpredictable as Yi Ji had described, just as he could not fathom the purpose of the neck stretching. Seeing the three players so compliant, Yi Ji sighed with relief. Before entering, he had envisioned several scenarios where players might rush at them with ill intent, contemplating how to respond within the confines of his character. It appeared, however, that such measures were unnecessary. Yi Ji lifted his cloak, revealing a skeletal form, reduced to mere bones. Immediately, gasps echoed around him, accompanied by hushed discussions. Goodness, a skeleton. Elderfly muttered quietly. Is this what 100% realism looks like? Such a lifelike skeleton. Lin Xian marveled. The third player's pupils constricted sharply. Prior to the cloak's revelation, he had harbored doubts about Elderfly's assessment, but those uncertainties were now utterly dispelled. This game had indeed achieved a level of complete realism. Welcome to your return, wayfarers, Yi Ji intoned, his voice deep and commanding, diminishing the fear invoked by his appearance. As you can see, my mission has failed. The conflict between the gods and Eltia remains irreconcilable. 6 centuries ago, the final divine war was waged, resulting in total annihilation. Eltia, as foretold, is on the path to ultimate destruction. The remnants of the fallen gods birthed terrifying monsters that incessantly invade the territories of various races. Elves have retreated to the elven forest, merfolk dwell in the deep seas, dwarves have vanished without a trace, and dragons in Dragon Valley bury their heads in the sand. While humanity persists in its desperate resistance, we cannot continue to retreat. The races must emerge from the shadow of the gods and discover the true future of civilization. We shall be the vanguard of rebellion, although I could not prevent the birth of the prophecy. My experience in returning before you will aid you in restoring the glory of the Watchers. Our first step must be the reconstruction of Sweetwater Town, establishing our initial stronghold upon our return to Elthia. Feel free to take action. We share a common goal and ideology, fighting for the thousands of our compatriots behind us. Every moment is exceedingly precious. There is no time to waste. Before the next tide of monsters arrives, we require sufficient weapons, food, and a sturdy wall. As the words fell, the atmosphere turned silent. Yi Ji had anticipated this moment. Although this group of players, driven by greed, was easily manipulated, they were not to be exploited without consequence. He cleared his throat and continued, I hold deep respect for each warrior who bravely returns to Earthia. Yet the diverse forms of courage and sacrifice must correspond to varying rewards. Please, in your hearts, silently recite the game panel. Therein lies what you seek. Chapter 19. Do the privileges of the faction leader include titles? Lin Xian followed Yi Ji's instructions. With a mere thought, a pale blue panel materialized before him. Name, Renbu Xiuji, race, human, level, 1 novice, experience points, 0-100, value 100, skills, and inventory empty. Indeed, there exists a game panel. Lin Xian exclaimed in delight. He had initially presumed that the game, in pursuit of absolute realism, had channeled all its efforts into the graphics. After all, this was merely the first internal test. Given the game's visuals and realism, his tolerance for it was already at its zenith. Most internal test games are but half-finished products. Sometimes, the initial test and the official launch can feel like two entirely different games. However, from Lin Xian's current perspective, the completeness of Beneath the Deity had already surpassed 70. And this was just the first internal test. The data on the game panel adhered to the classic format. Lin Xian casually perused it and even discovered a button to exit the game in the upper right corner of the panel. The only data he found perplexing was value. Why would a Western fantasy adventure game incorporate a value system? Could it be that this game harbors elements of Cthulhu? Lin Xian felt a twinge of confusion. There had been no corresponding hints regarding this in the worldview introduced earlier. With these questions in mind, Lin Xian clicked on the highlighted button for notices. The button, marked in bold red, was impossible to overlook. Watcher's Member Handbook 10. Each player has only one faction choice, namely the Watcher's faction, and faction changes are not permitted. 2. The faction leader is uniquely and solely Yi Ji. Should Yi Ji perish, players will lose the anchor point in Eltia, and the main quest of resisting the deities to save Eltia will automatically fail. The internal testing channel will be closed, and players will be reset to restore the game before re-entering the internal test. 3. The faction leader possesses a series of privileges, including confinement, temporary account freeze, and expulsion from the faction, banning. And while Yi Ji has a gentle temperament, do not attempt to provoke him. 4. The final interpretation rights of the above clauses belong to the faction leader. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched at the reading. Goodness, aside from the first rule, the other 3 were all concerning Yi Ji. Their faction leader wielded such immense power, there was even the possibility of being banned. If he died, the game would shut down. Although it was stated that the internal test would eventually reopen, who could say how long that would take? When the extraordinary allure of Beneath the Deity is unveiled to the public, what if he fails to secure a spot in the closed beta? Lin Xian silently resolved to ensure the safety of the faction leader. However, one must ponder, isn't their faction leader merely a skeleton? What constitutes being alive in such a context? After searching fruitlessly for some time, Lin Xian found no valuable description and ultimately chose to abandon the quest. Regardless, with a name like that, as a veteran gamer with 2 decades of experience, he was well aware of the implications of such attributes. Continuing to explore, Lin Xian discovered that beyond the character attributes page, the game interface featured a distinct task module. Upon clicking it, a plethora of task information emerged. Lumbering. For each tree felled, reward of 5 experience points. The height of the tree must exceed 8 meters, with no restrictions on species. Street cleaning. For each barrel of trash collected, reward of 2 experience points. Stone collection. For each unit of stone gathered, reward of 2 experience points. Calculated as follows: wild fruit collection. For each unit of wild fruit gathered, reward of 1 experience point, calculated as follows. The variety of tasks was abundant, yet all involved menial chores of tidying the town. It was evident that the Watcher's organization within the game's backdrop led a rather dismal existence. Lin Xian reflected on this for a moment. The task with the highest experience yield was, unsurprisingly, the first one listed, lumbering. He calculated that felling 20 trees would elevate him to level 2. Leveling up did not seem too arduous. He wondered if there were any rewards upon reaching level 2. Sir Skeleton? He inquired, echoing the thoughts of Grandpa can fly. I am Yi Ji, your senior, and currently the Lord of Sweetwater Town, came the response. Very well, Lord. Grandpa can fly promptly adjusted his address. May I ask what rewards await us upon reaching level 2? At last, Yi Ji, who had been anticipating this inquiry, replied slowly. You have just returned to Eltia and will require time to acclimate to this drastically altered world. Once you have adapted, I shall initiate you into the arcane arts. Immense power is the foundation of all. Arcane initiation. Grandpa can fly exclaimed, his excitement nearly lifting him off the ground. So, magic truly exists in this world, and we can learn it at level 2? Yi Ji nodded slightly. Overcome with enthusiasm, Grandpa can fly was unsure where to place his hands and dashed towards the door. Wait for me, Lord. I shall return shortly with 20 trees. I shall join as well. Lin Xian's enthusiasm surged. Tasks. I must undertake tasks. I desire to level up. Wait. Yi Ji called out. Edgar promptly intervened, pulling both Grandpa can fly and Lin Xian back. I have yet to finish speaking, Yi Ji remarked, casting a calm glance at the two. Now, you finally comprehend the urgency? You must allow me to complete my opening remarks. We find ourselves in Sweetwater Town, situated on the periphery of the Great Oak Forest, one among the countless ordinary city-states submerged by the tide of magic. Here, monstrous beings abound. Apart from a 1-kilometer radius surrounding Sweetwater Town, all other areas are fraught with peril. It is advised not to venture beyond this boundary, for the consequences shall be borne solely by oneself. This is Edgar Reno, who will provide some supplies for certain tasks. Edgar nods at the gathered crowd. This is Yi Ji, albeit with a hint of hesitation in his voice. The luminous orb gazes eagerly at him, observing Edgar's gestures. It is evident that Yi Ji is about to introduce them. Now it is its turn, is it not? As the prospective deity of this peculiar gathering of humans. How will it be presented? To accumulate divine power, Yi Ji must surely perfect its form. Yi Ji's heart sank. Amidst the bustling days, he had neglected to assign a name to the luminous orb. He had referred to it simply as the orb, and even dubbed it a mascot during scripting, leading to an oversight of this matter. It would be inappropriate to address it directly as the radiant god Aurelius Lucian. Once the true Aurelius is resurrected, the orb may be assimilated due to the shared name and source of power, a scenario he fervently wished to avoid. Yi Ji's mind raced. The orb, a manifestation of the radiant god Aurelius Lucian. What name would suit it? Eureka! An idea sparked in his mind, and he continued from his previous thought. It shall be named Xiao Ming. As a minor incarnation of the radiant god, it comprehends the unforgivable transgressions of deities. Thus, it willingly aligns itself with the Watcher, offering its divine strength to assist them. When you're able to learn magic, you may seek it out in the church. The orb, not comprehending the language of the realm, responded enthusiastically as soon as Yi Ji concluded. Chirp chirp. According to Yi Ji, this phrase in its tongue serves as a universal blessing. What do you think? Are you not charmed by the accessibility of its divine patron? However, Lin Xian's lips twitched. Xiao Ming is such a casual name. Is the radiant god truly inept at naming? The naming challenged Yi Ji retorted, what is Xiao Ming? Do you look down upon Xiao Ming? The frequency of its use signifies a high level of public endorsement. If the radiant god is not named Xiao Ming, should be called Xiao Hong? At least it is functional. The elder remarked with a hiss. So this orb is a traitor? As a being associated with the radiant god, even if merely a fragment, it belongs to the divine faction. How could it possibly align with the anti-divine Watcher? Is this not a betrayal of its own kind? Abstract to abstract. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, considering its speechless, foolish demeanor. Could it be the game's mascot? Transformed into the traitorous Xiao Ming orb, it gazed curiously at the three incessantly chattering visitors from another world. What is happening? Could it be that the act of personally bestowing a blessing left the recipient utterly astonished? Their delighted expression rendered them momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Lin Xian turned to glance at the statue of the goddess behind them. Isn't the orb in the deity's hand a representation of Xiao Ming? Indeed, it was. A look of awe sparkled in his eyes as he noted a suspicious liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Ming, being a manifestation of the god of light, would inevitably resemble the statue upon maturation. His demeanor shifted as he raised a thumb towards the luminous sphere. What a splendid turn of events. We, the Watchers, truly require a benevolent and wise goddess of fair complexion and beauty. The radiance emitted by the orb was dimmed once more, and its mood seemed to lift slightly. This gesture, it understood, signified praise. Indeed, the faithful were extolling its virtues. With a jubilant chirp, it joyfully bestowed blessings anew. Knowing everything, Yi Ji struggled to suppress his laughter. He cleared his throat. Having conveyed all necessary information, my comrades, may you swiftly acclimate to life in Eltia. With that, he grasped the luminous sphere and ventured deeper into the cathedral, moving with a deliberately slow gait that belied his actual speed, quickly vanishing from sight. He feared that remaining longer might jeopardize the persona he had cultivated. Edgar stepped aside, revealing an assortment of backpacks, pickaxes, and other tools behind him. For those who have accepted the task, come forth to collect your equipment. The trio immediately shifted their attention from the departing Yi Ji and flocked toward him eagerly. A player could only undertake one task at a time, thus acquiring a single item. Edgar hoisted the remaining tools and entered the cathedral, leaving the space entirely for the three players. Lin Xian and the third player converged, and Lin Xian observed the deep green leaf assigned to him. The leaf was sizable, nearly the span of both his hands, except for the gripping portion, which had been fashioned into a sharp point. The edges of the leaf bore fierce serrations, exceptionally keen. The silver-clad knight had mentioned that this was the axe required for the lumber task. Lin Xian attempted to bend it, discovering that the leaf was remarkably rigid, akin to the ironwood of Blue Star. He couldn't help but quip, is our faction truly so impoverished that we lack a proper axe? Upon checking his inventory, he indeed found an additional item. Simple axe, broad thorn leaf blade. The third player swung the broad thorn leaf with a flourish, producing a sharp, resounding crack. He examined the sharp barbs on the blade. This leaf is quite impressive. It may indeed surpass the utility of a standard axe. Is it? Lin Xian followed suit, but shook his head. The shape may differ from that of an axe, yet feels cumbersome to wield. He pondered whether he could exchange for another task. Using this leaf to fell 20 trees, each 8 meters high, seemed overly ambitious. Had he known, he would have accompanied the one who could fly to gather stones instead. Just then, as if summoned by his thoughts, the one who could fly dashed out from the depths of the cathedral. "See you ye. Splendid news. You haven't set off yet. Bring one along." The one who could fly? Lin Xian gazed at the broad-leaved blades in his hand, his mouth agape. "Didn't you set out to undertake the task of collecting stones?" Earlier, the three of them had chosen their task items. Lin Xian and the third player had both rushed towards the lumbering task, accepting it before seeking out Edgar. The player known as Grandpa Can Fly initially intended to take on the lumbering task as well, yet ultimately hesitated, fearing it might be a trap. Thus, he remained on the ground, calculating, determined to discover the quickest task to elevate to level 2. His reluctance to accept the task was met with Edgar's indifference. After observing him for a while, Edgar simply slung his basket over his shoulder and departed. Only then did Grandpa Can Fly realize the urgency of the situation. Scampering over to accept the stone collection task that he had calculated to be the most advantageous. Yet upon returning, he still opted for lumbering. With a sigh, Grandpa Can Fly lamented, "Let us not even mention it. The tool for collecting stones turned out to be a rusty hoe. I'm concerned that before I even reach level 2, the task item will break, and with the absence of a currency system in this game, I fear I won't be able to afford to compensate for it." Ultimately, he concluded that this purely natural tool was indeed the most practical choice. I inquired about the task items, and he mentioned that broadleaf plants are abundant in the vicinity. Once worn out, I can exchange them at his place. Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Is there such a mechanism? It seemed his initial choice was indeed the best one. As expected, the first step in any game is to gather wood. Observing the three players holding similar broadleaf blades, Lin Xian contemplated. Since we're all heading towards the lumbering task, why not form a team? I think that's a splendid idea. Chopping trees together won't be so tedious. Grandpa Can Fly responded enthusiastically. The third player remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Lin Xian scratched his head. "By the way, buddy, I realize that despite having been here for a while, we still don't know your name." "Name?" The third player furrowed his brow. "Yes. The name you filled in when registering for the closed beta," Lin Xian replied. Observing the other's expression, Lin Xian sensed trouble. Could it be that this was their first experience with an online game? Yet that seemed illogical. Who but a dedicated player would pay attention to a closed beta? "Is this your first closed beta?" After a moment's hesitation, the third player explained, "At the time of registration, I was in a rather poor mood, so I didn't take it seriously and ended up with a name that is quite difficult to pronounce." Lin Xian found himself at a loss. What shall we do then? For now, it was fine. For a considerable period, it seemed that the game under the deity would only have the three of them as players. But what about in the future when more players joined? Surely, it would do to call each other buddy every time. Grandpa Can Fly suddenly had a revelation, slapping his palm. "Oh right, I forgot to mention something. If you look through the semi-transparent game panel, you can see players and their information." This was a discovery made inadvertently by Grandpa Can Fly during the recent storyline sequence. For instance, he had previously observed the leader of their opposing faction, whose title was Leader of the Watchers, Lord of Sweetwater Town, dying undead 7 days, 12 hours. The last part particularly frightened him, making him believe that such an exquisite game would cease operations in merely 7 days. Fortunately, upon examining the subsequent seconds, he realized it was an increment of 2 seconds followed by a decrement of 1, rather than a mere countdown. It was likely related to the game's lore, which they currently did not comprehend. As long as it wasn't a shutdown, that was all that mattered. Lin Xian complied with this understanding and successfully glimpsed the third player's title. Exclamation point. Lin Xian. No wonder the opponent hesitated, unable to articulate it. This name was not taken seriously. It seemed as though it were conjured by a mere roll of the keyboard. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Lin Xian remarked, "Well, let's refer to you as Brother Garbled. Consider it a quirk of the game." Chapter 21. The newbie rewards are not merely perks, but also a means to rescue game retention rates. Although the three individuals appear to share the same physical age, Lin Xian felt that the other party was slightly older. How should one describe it? There was a certain air of worldly experience about him. Brother Garbled nodded. "I have no objections. I go by the name Grandfather Can Fly." as I was drawn to the introduction stating this is a Western fantasy game where I could learn magic. Grandfather Can Fly introduced himself. Lin Xian chuckled heartily and reiterated his introduction. I am a gaming blogger, and like the game, I invite you to follow without hesitation. Brother Garbled nodded in comprehension, then paused to speak. Speaking of magic, did everyone hear the opening narrative? What are your thoughts on the game's background and factions? Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised to discover that Brother Garbled was also a narrative enthusiast. Given his taciturn demeanor, he had assumed that Brother Garbled was a hardcore player who bypassed all story elements in pursuit of a flawless victory. Brother Garbled gazed at the peeling walls of the church and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, I am merely curious, as this game is truly well crafted, resembling another world. Grandfather Can Fly concurred. I must admit, the details of this game are indeed remarkable. Every imperfection within the church we occupy is distinct, as if it has been abandoned for many years. Lin Xian lowered his head in contemplation. This inquiry successfully awakened his professional instincts as a gaming blogger. The words spoken by Yi earlier played in his mind as clearly as a film. It seems that we players are akin to a group of indigenous people who have departed and returned to the continent of Eltia. Our purpose is to thwart an unspecified prophecy. The faction leader, Yi, was the first to return as a vanguard, though his efforts failed. And the prophecy unfolded as foretold. The organization he established to prevent the prophecy, the Watchers, has dwindled to merely 2 members. Thus we, as the second wave, have returned. The ordinary players are cast as the saviors in this narrative, while inadvertently setting up numerous plot points for what lies ahead. For instance, what is the nature of the prophecy? What were the reasons behind the faction leader's failure? The creation history of the Watchers may very well be the forthcoming main narrative, steeped in enigma. However, the remaining members of the organization exhibit peculiarities. There's a flying elder, a luminous orb seemingly associated with the god of light, a knight who appears to belong to the divine faction, and our faction leader is a mere specter? Truly, there exists a profound sense of dissonance. Lin Xian whispered, Be cautious not to let our faction leader overhear. He might misconstrue your words as slander. Nevertheless, there are indeed numerous ambiguities. Their current knowledge is dreadfully scant, rendering them incapable of deriving any substantial insights. The only potentially relevant clue is the impending occurrence of a magical tide event. Yet aside from this notion, they remain entirely ignorant. Lin Xian cast one last glance at the dilapidated cathedral before they ventured out to undertake their mission. What narrative? The allure of leveling up and mastering magic is far more enticing. Shortly after the trio departed, Yi, Edgar, and Xiao Ming emerged from behind the statue. Yi surveyed the spot where the three had just lingered, satisfaction etched upon his face. Excellent. Matters have successfully veered onto the right path. No wonder the deities relish the art of intrigue and the mystique of the unknown. It is exhilarating to leave others guessing with only half-told tales. The game interface was crafted using his divine abilities, operating on principles akin to his deceptive system panel. It resembled a notepad suspended before the player's chests, containing information he had meticulously entered upon receiving the trio's registration details. After the three acquired their mission items, it was he who, concealed in the shadows, remotely enhanced their game panels with 3 additional items, aiming to beguile them. Although Xiao Ming bore a diminished share of the God of Light's authority, a vestige of that old trickster's nature lingered within his divine powers, rendering them more susceptible to transformation than the average divine might. As long as the three genuinely believed that this was a game panel capable of recording player information, it would not be long before this advanced notepad, designed for automatic skill detection and inventory management, would truly manifest as a game interface. Such is the insidious potency of faith. Thus, Yi chose Xiao Ming as a medium akin to a central game server. The divine power extracted from him would transmute into the game panel, and the corresponding force of belief would undoubtedly return, giving rise to a self-aware divine essence, precisely the new deity Yi aspired to cultivate. Edgar frowned, listening to the uproar of the three after they exited, seemingly captivated by the sights outside. Yi, does your world lack even forests and abandoned towns? It is different. Yi chuckled. You could consider it their peculiar pastime. Some individuals shun the outdoors, yet a dancing chicken in a game can captivate them for hours, even prompting them to engage in laborious tasks. Edgar's expression turned grave. Such a value system is utterly incomprehensible. Upon witnessing players in the flesh, Edgar's confusion only deepened. What is there to admire in a dancing chicken? And what are the experience points you've added to the game panel? Clearly, these are mere arbitrary figures. Yet they possess the power to invigorate everyone simultaneously. Edgar observed keenly that, before Yi announced the upgrade to level 2, the three individuals had already tapped the task acquisition interface. The operations on the panel, invisible from the player's perspective, were laid bare to Yi and him. I would even venture to say, had you raised the threshold for learning magic to level 5, their enthusiasm would remain largely unaffected. Yi shook his head. No, you are mistaken. The novice rewards serve not only as a boon for players, but also as a crucial strategy for retention. Without experiencing the benefits of magic, players would undoubtedly falter in their commitment. The first magic is a meticulously crafted plan by Yi. Learning magic is no trivial matter. It is akin to grappling with the complexities of advanced physics. Without dangling a few more enticing carrots, players would likely decry the game as rubbish and flee in haste, or remain stagnant in the novice village, refusing to engage with the magic system. His path will be rendered obsolete. Thus, ensuring a positive gaming experience for players is one of Yi's paramount objectives. Edgar countered, do they truly believe that learning magic is a simple endeavor? Even the most naive of children could not harbor such an illusion. Human magical aptitude is no match for that of the winged folk or dragons. The probability of possessing even a modest magical talent is a mere 1 in 1,000. The number of those who can embark on the path of magic and grasp its mysteries is even more minuscule. Magic has always been a privilege wielded by a select few. At the age of 6, every human undergoes a standardized magical aptitude test. If one is found to possess talent, it is tantamount to transcending social strata, elevating their entire family to new heights. This illustrates the formidable challenge of mastering magic. Yi cleared his throat. Ahem, that should suffice. After all, in our world, magic exists only within the narratives of games. Games and stories cater to players, and thus, every player must experience the joy of magic. Consequently, the magic depicted in stories or game plots seems accessible to all, leading to the misconception that learning magic is easy. Edgar remained silent for a considerable time, then stated, is it not the absence of magic in your world that has given rise to the flourishing scenery you have described? Chapter 22. This game doesn't even have a censor. Yi paused momentarily, then shook his head in denial. No, the issue does not lie with magic itself. Rather, it is the manner in which you wield it that poses the problem. The reasons behind this are far too intricate to explain. To a local nurtured within the worldview of Eltia, it sounds more like a fable. As more players arrive in Eltia, you will naturally uncover new insights. Yi could only respond this way. Xiaoming sat at the edge of the statue's base, pouting at the words. What a prosperous otherworld. The behaviors exhibited by humans cultivated here are so peculiar. Do you truly believe another world would be superior? Yi seized his tiny pinky-sized foot and lifted it. Speak recklessly again, and I shall transform you into a goddess statue. His voice brimmed with menace. Xiaoming trembled all over. You promised I could bear the title of the game's emblem. You shall not touch my true form. He was resolute in not becoming a goddess. For that, he would even endure the backlash of new divine authority. The other party was known for their deceit. It is well established that a dark sorcerer's words hold no weight. Yizi similit mischieviously. Xiaoming, ignoring the newly named orb of light, which bore an expression akin to the collapse of worlds. Yi tossed it upward, perfectly landing it in the hands of the goddess statue, which cradled water. Having an old relic was troublesome. Nonetheless, it was merely a good luck charm. So remain in the church. Remember the key words I imparted. Let the qualifying players learn the first spell. If you cannot manage such simple tasks with a modicum of thought, you might as well forfeit those excess brain cells. Xiaoming, round and rotund, shrank back slightly, murmuring softly. Each time, this same tactic was employed to threaten him. Xiaoming instantly fell silent. Yi withdrew his gaze, feeling quite pleased. Finally, the task of illuminating skill point for the players had been dispatched. One less matter to attend to. How delightful. Let us venture outside and take a look. Yi truly could not rest easy, leaving the three players to frolic alone outside. He harbored a lingering feeling that they would cause him some unforeseen trouble. Remaking a body post-death required an exorbitant amount of magical materials. Given the organization's current financial strain, they ought to be more prudent. Outside the church, little had changed. The only noticeable difference since their entry was the mud on the ground, now smoothed out. The walls of the church bore several dark handprints. And a bite mark as well. A clamor arose from the northeast direction of the church. Yiji hurried over with Edgar. Upon turning a corner, they spotted a player with marks around their necks sprinting down the street, clutching the novice gear that Edgar had specially procured for them. The old man dashed toward Lin Xian, as free as the wind. Shogu, don't eat dirt, look quickly. This game isn't censored. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xian turned around and spat out the dirt in his mouth. Ugh, I can't believe it. He promptly discarded the unknown wild herbs he was holding in both hands. With a swift motion, he dropped his trousers and gazed at his lower half. Untouched by the holy light, his eyes brimming with admiration. This game truly offered splendid treasures for the brothers. How amusing. Look, my friend. Lin Xian has also joined the ranks of those frolicking with their birds. Edgar remarked. Yiji silently crushed a fragment of the adjacent wall. Had he known players would be so unrestrained, he ought to have physically curtailed their liberties, or devised a method to bestow upon them a pair of eyes that would emit holy light upon sighting the lower paths. Yiji, vexed, rubbed his forehead in frustration. It was all his fault. He regretted that his initial research into the resurrection magic of the undead had been based on the standards of his own physical form. When transitioning to the secondary magic of flesh resurrection, these traits had been retained. This was not a mark of inferior genetics, even when imbued by divine attributes. Such traits would not be cast aside. Thus, these two young men had reaped the benefits. How embarrassing. After a moment's pause, Edgar spoke, his tone laden with complexity. You mentioned that when confronted with unintelligible speech, one should feign ignorance. Should I, then, also disregard this audacious behavior that I cannot comprehend? Yiji felt as though his dignity had been completely obliterated. He should never have claimed kinship with these two beings. Not necessary, Yiji declared, lowering his hands from his face, his words laced with irritation. Even under basic principles of propriety, we need not extend excessive leniency towards them. In this situation, allow me to instruct you on how to proceed. Yiji swiftly accessed his game interface. Aside from the players, Yiji had equipped himself, Edgar, and the floating orb Xiaoming with various panels. However, Yiji's identity granted him administrative privileges, while the other two possessed mere panels. Yiji operated rapidly on his interface. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the Flying Elder's game panels appeared simultaneously. Warning, due to your peculiar behavior. Value reduced by 1. Warning, due to your peculiar behavior. Value reduced by 1. Warning, due to your peculiar behavior. Value reduced by 1. Both individuals, soaring through the air, tumbled down simultaneously, emitting cries of surprise. What the? Oh no! The notifications continued to pop up. By the time they managed to dress, the warnings had ceased. Their values had both plummeted to 89. Lin Xian clutched his bruised rear, exclaiming, "What is this?" The elder, wincing in pain, rose and sat upon the ground. I have no idea. Value reduced by 1. Does this thing even matter? He noticed a question mark in the upper right corner of the notification and promptly clicked on it. Notice, to ensure the mental and physical well-being of players and to prevent confusion between game and reality. Under the Divine has implemented the latest cerebral cortex activity detection progress to monitor players' confusion levels between reality and the game, quantified as value. When the value reaches 0, Under the Divine will revoke the game account, denying participation in beta testing for an entire major version. May players return to life and engage in healthy gaming. My goodness, has the value truly dropped to 0, resulting in an account ban? The elder, taken aback, gazed wide-eyed, utterly astonished, while aware that this game is crafted with such realism that unexpected occurrences may arise. It is only reasonable for the game developers to implement preventive measures. Nevertheless, the severity of the punishment seems rather excessive. Lin Xian, wearing a look of consternation, thought to himself, is this not a bit too ruthless? In other words, does this cautionary note imply that he can no longer distinguish between the virtual realm and reality? Is he truly that fragile? With a hint of disbelief, Lin Xian pulled his trousers down once more. Warning, due to your peculiar actions, your value has decreased by 1. The warning appeared instantaneously, causing him to hastily pull his trousers back up. Thankfully, The value had only diminished slightly. From that moment on, he dared not treat his account as a mere jest. He had yet to fully immerse himself in the game. He could not afford to be banned before even leaving the novice village. Chapter 23. Chopping trees grants extra experience. The elder wore a pained expression. Let be, Shiogu. We must refrain from showcasing ourselves to the jumbled brother. The value merely indicated how to reduce it, without offering a means for restoration. We must conserve our resources. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Indeed, such abilities ought to be utilized for more practical purposes rather than for hollow displays of grandeur. Yizi intajistet aldikt shiyuge. The elder's gaze turned resolute. In that case, let's embark on our quests. Once we acquire tangible strength, we shall explore more pragmatic applications. You're right. Lin Xian sighed. We have allowed ourselves to be beguiled by the empty scenery outside the church, failing to resolutely choose to head towards the village entrance. No, the town entrance to chop trees is truly a dismal failure. Let's go. At last, the two vanished from Yi Ji's sight. Yi Ji discarded another shattered brick, muttering, humph. Fortunately, they still remember their priorities. Edgar inquired, what do they mean by value? It prevents dragon slayers from becoming the very dragons they seek to slay, Yi Ji replied. After returning, I contemplated your words and found them to be true. While I trust my players, I never underestimate the church. If it truly comes to the point where they are brainwashed by the church, unable to be rescued, I shall facilitate their departure. This is the final safeguard Yi Ji left for the Blue Star players. From the beginning, he never intended to drag the players entirely into the quagmire of Eltia. There is no need for a value of 0, as long as players begin to be influenced by Eltia's thoughts in their real lives. Yi Ji will forcibly reduce their value to 0, casting them back to Blue Star. The projection of consciousness does not imply immunity to harm. Only the consciousness projection value serves as a safeguard. Of course, this was Yi Ji's original intention. Now, he finds that occasionally employing the value to constrain player behavior proves quite effective. Edgar, appearing somewhat relieved, remarked, You truly care for them. I have never seen you consider others in such a manner. Yi Ji simply shrugged. It is perhaps in them that I see a reflection of my former self. When he first traversed into Eltia, he exhibited a modicum of steadiness, particularly in contrast to this group of gamers. After all, he was acutely aware that this world was not merely a game. It lacked the mechanism for resurrection. Yet, his composure was only marginally greater, as he stumbled into numerous pitfalls that even a 6-year-old local child would deftly avoid. He fumbled through challenges for several years. Edgar raised an eyebrow. So, you would have your former self toil like a laborer? Or would you prefer to take on that burden yourself? Yizi retorted. Shall I send forth a fragile undead? One that could disintegrate with a mere few extra steps to cleanse such a vast town? Edgar fell silent. As a noble paladin, he was reluctant to engage in menial labor, especially since he was also an injured party, his powers diminished after his apostasy and still in need of recuperation. Yi Ji's gaze swept across his face, the ethereal blue flame of his soul flickering momentarily. If I knew it. To forsake free labor would be sheer folly. And guess what? I have obtained the divine essence of the God of Light. What do you think I used to craft their bodies? Edgar first pondered, then experienced an epiphany. The divine avatar? His tone brimmed with certainty. Once a high-ranking paladin of the Radiant Church, Edgar, like Yi Ji, was well-versed in the characteristics of deities. Among these was the ability to create divine avatars to traverse the lands of Eltia. The divine incarnations were indeed enviable, imbued with a semblance of divine traits, appearing to mere mortals as laborers, hauling boxes. Yet for the divine avatars, it was a profound deepening of their understanding of the world's laws. In essence, the more arduous and laborious tasks the players undertook, the stronger they became. However, Edgar was witnessing for the first time the phenomenon of a divine incarnation being occupied and utilized by another. How did you accomplish this? Edgar was astounded, scarcely able to believe it. This was as unfathomable as the emergence of the God of Light's self-aware essence. Yi Ji smiled with triumph. I told you, my necromantic resurrection magic is not merely a self-destructive explosion. Do you believe me now? A mere byproduct of a forbidden magical array, an essence born of self-awareness. A sphere of light connecting to the Blue Star network. This culminated in the successful creation of the current flawless player summoning method, along with a body endowed with magical aptitude. The more Yi Ji contemplated, the the more he considered himself a genius. Otherwise, how could I guarantee that upon reaching level 2, all 3 of them would learn a single spell? Is it merely the player's innate talent? No, it is a gift from the divine essence. Divine power directly enhances the strength of the avatar, accelerating its growth more swiftly than that of an ordinary human. Were it not for the total of 89 points of divine power at Yi Ji's disposal, limiting him to bestow enlightenment upon each player but once, he would undoubtedly elevate the level 2 reward to encompass 2 magical spells. The stronger the player, the greater the assistance provided to him. Having expended 30 points of divine power on 3 players and 6 game panels, the next level of the spell requires an additional 10 points. Alas, the divine power is insufficient. Should it be further depleted, Xiao Ming may resort to desperate measures. It is worth noting that Xiao Ming's compliance in remaining at the chapel was largely influenced by Yi Jihua's seemingly boundless divine power. To ensure survival, he must toil diligently to accumulate more divine energy. Clad in a cloak that shrouded him in shadows, Yi Ji transformed from a standing skeleton into a brooding sorcerer. Let us proceed. We have yet to rid Sweetwater Town of all its monsters. On the first day, we must keep a watchful eye on them. I wager their combat abilities are still insufficient to contend with even a red-skinned earthworm. With a sudden, jarring sound of wood scraping against serrated edges, a towering cypress tree toppled with a crack. "I can fly," exclaimed Yi, nimbly evading the falling timber. "Impressive, Brother Garbled. Is that the 8th tree? Your progress has reached 40% in no time." The other, known as Garbled, seemed to have prior experience in logging. Although they had arrived at the forest together, Garbled had evidently advanced in selecting trees. As time passed, the disparity in their labor's yield grew ever wider. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Garbled replied, "Indeed, I once assisted my uncle at a logging site during my childhood, and the progress is not 40%, but rather 45. 45? He was taken aback. That cannot be. I recall that logging tasks yield only 5 experience points. Could there be a hidden quest?" Lin Xian pondered, having perused the task list previously, which showed no quests offering more than 5 experience points. Considering the 2 hours spent chopping trees, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. A bold notion struck him. "Brother Garbled, could it be that chopping trees grants experience?" "Indeed." Garbled nodded. "What?" He cried out, immediately accessing his game panel to find that his experience points totaled 3,100. Despite having felled 6 trees, he had yet to return to submit the task. Where had this experience originated? Lin Xian revealed his own experience points, 8,100. It appeared this was a hidden reward in addition to the final bounty. Chapter 24. The Joy of Chopping Wood. Lin Xian's expression showed little surprise. It was no wonder they felt invigorated after 2 hours of labor. Even their breathing had become markedly easier. Had he been in his real-life, sedentary body, he would scarcely have managed to fell a single tree, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog after merely 2 hours. He touched his own physique. "Indeed, I can feel the muscles in my arms." Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Whose muscles develop in just 2 hours?" With a chuckle, Yi replied, "Not yet, but with a few more days of chopping, I shall have them." Returning to the matter at hand, why is there such a significant disparity in the hidden experience we have gained among the 3 of us? Yi Huifei pointed to the 3 piles of timber they had amassed on the ground. It was acceptable that the brother of Garbled Code had 2 more logs than the rest of us. However, despite all 3 of us having felled 6 trees, why did one of us receive 8 points of experience while another received merely 3? Could it be that my technique for chopping wood was flawed? Yi Huifei, wielding a broad leaf blade for 2 hours, felt no awkwardness in his method. Yet, the experience points remained elusive. The hardness of the leaves was indeed formidable. His hands had turned red, yet the leaves remained unscathed, just as they were when he first acquired them from Edgar. Driven by curiosity, Yi Huifei turned to Lin Xian. "Shogu, I beseech you for a tutorial." Even a brother of Garbled Code glanced over. Among the 3, the one with the highest efficiency in gaining extra experience was not the one who felled the most trees, but Lin Xian. Lin Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. "Perhaps it is a matter of focus. As you all know, I'm a gaming blogger. Thus, while chopping trees, I intentionally pay attention to the patterns on the bark, attempting to uncover the underlying mechanics of the game's code. How do they simulate the physical model of trees being felled? After observing the mechanics involved in the collapse of the trunks, I realize that the game's execution is so proficient that it is nearly imperceptible. My analytical findings amount to nearly nothing. However, there are moments when I feel a sudden clarity in my mind, and upon reflection, it occurs roughly 8 times. The brother of garbled code resonated with this notion. Indeed, I too sought the game's flaws. It was precisely because of these occasional special sensations that I noticed the anomalous growth in experience points. Yi Huifei was left dumbfounded. So, I'm the only one not employing my intellect? When it comes to chopping trees, he is genuinely engaged in the act. This innovative logging tool is exceptionally sharp, and the sensation of chopping down trees is remarkably realistic. Watching the notch in the stump gradually widen fills him with a sense of accomplishment. The task becomes increasingly effortless, and he finds himself unable to stop. He relishes this feeling, treating the game as a means of stress relief, completely oblivious to other concerns. Throughout, he could only recall the sheer delight of chopping wood. Never mind, it's not too late to realize it now, Lin Xian consoled. Let's continue and strive to reach level 2 today. Absolutely. The three of them resumed their industrious efforts with renewed vigor. As another hour passed on the game panel, the sun reached its zenith. The experience points alleviated their fatigue, and the players worked with great enthusiasm. However, gradually, the exhaustion became more pronounced, compelling them to pause for a brief respite, just in time to evade the noon sun's scorching rays. The brother of garbled code discovered a violet-hued vine in the nearby thicket, which possessed remarkable resilience, making it perfect for transporting timber. They spent another hour rolling and dragging the firewood to the open space beside the church. Edgar assessed the successes of the trio, utilizing his privileges to bestow experience points upon them in turn. 12 for the character Garbled, 9 for Lin Xian, and 8 for the character Yekenfly. In an attempt to garner additional experience from tree felling, Yekenfly inadvertently diminished his efficiency. The three gathered some wild fruits from Edgar as a reward for their first day as novices and took refuge beneath a massive banyan tree with a diameter of 10 meters at the edge of town. Crack! Lin Xian bit down vigorously, and the sweet and sour juice of the wild fruit burst in his mouth, reminiscent of a delightful blend of cherries and pineapples. It was quite delicious and remarkably filling, he mused. He swiftly devoured the entire fruit, then rested his hands behind his head, reclining against the sturdy trunk of the tree. A sigh of contentment escaped his chest. Ah, how blissful! The cool breeze, filtered through layers of leaves, caressed his ears. The sensation of resting after a hearty meal was the most delightful and refreshing of experiences. Even knowing that logging off for a few hours would erase the fatigue, Lin Xian hesitated to disconnect. For reasons unknown, under the deity possessed an enchanting allure. Even laborious tasks could bring him joy. Perhaps this was the charm of virtual reality games, a brief sojourn into another world, too delightful to relinquish. Lin Xian tilted his head slightly. Brothers, how are you feeling? Shall we continue playing? Of course. Yekenfly exclaimed excitedly. This game is in its initial testing phase. We must play until we are kicked offline. Garbled added. I plan to log off only when my character needs to sleep. Then we shall play all day. Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence, so shall I? This way, I shall have company in the evening. From the depths of the forest, birds chirped, prompting Yekenfly to scratch his ear. This game is indeed enjoyable, but it lacks a bit of magic. It seems that since we left the church, we have not encountered any magical creatures. Why are there no running grass or talking animals? The only magical beings they had encountered were their faction leader, Yi Ji, and the game's mascot, the goddess Xiao Ming. The knight they had met must also possess magical abilities, but beyond that, there was naught else. Lin Xian craned his neck to look over. What? Do you wish for a tree that can run away, so that the three of us can chase after it with axes? Not quite, Yekenfly replied, gazing at the dappled shadows beneath the trees. It just feels as though something is amiss. Well, it's acceptable. The game developers likely haven't established the magical ecosystem yet. A few more versions should suffice, Lin Xian remarked, well acquainted with the circumstances of beta testing. Games in their initial stages are notorious for their shortcomings. Although Under the Deity was sparse in voice acting, each instance felt as if it were inherently meant to be that way. The dedication of the game company is evident. Merely a magic material resource pack, easily integrated. Have you noticed the scarcity of civilization points in the game? Setting aside that church, one could argue that the game's backdrop resembles primitive tribes. The traces of civilization in the town are alarmingly few. Completely devoid of medieval traditions, or the extravagant allure of opulence. The character Y-Who-F-I reflects thoughtfully. There is some truth to that. W-N-M expresses mild surprise. What prompted this sudden interest in game materials? With a sigh, Y-Who-F-I contemplates. I think I shall seek a more suitable magical plant than the broad-leaved willow for crafting an axe. Chapter 25. Crafting more efficient tree-felling tools. The possibility of handcrafted chainsaws. Among the trio, Y-Who-F-I's progress in tree felling is the slowest, and his accrual of extra experience points is also the most sluggish. Observing nature with focused intent does yield experience, yet he finds himself unable to match the comprehension speed of the two seasoned players. After much contemplation, he resolves to disregard the extra experience points. If he can fell trees swiftly, one every 5 minutes, he can surely compensate for the lack of additional experience. However, to achieve this, he must acquire a logging tool superior to the broad-leaved willow. While the act of tree felling is indeed gratifying, one cannot solely rely on the game for physical prowess. Y-Who-F-I laments as he pounds his arm in frustration. The benefits gained from in-game exercise do not translate to the real world. Eltia bows his head in deep thought. Despite his enthusiastic morning endeavors, as a seasoned player with over 1,000 hours invested in farming and construction, he understands himself all too well. Initially, he could chop trees all day without weariness, finding joy beneath the banyan tree at the town entrance, gazing at the stumps left behind, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, within 2 or 3 days, the fatigue of tree felling would set in. Even though the game panel displays numerous labor tasks, cycling through them would likely lead to burnout within about half a month. It is indeed time to devise strategies to enhance task efficiency. The game's premise is to conquer the world. We cannot afford to languish in a novice village for 2 or 3 years. Feeling parched, Eltia retrieves an unidentified wild fruit and begins to gnaw on it. However, the pursuit of magical plants seems impractical. If there were more convenient tools, they would surely have been provided to us by now. Even if they existed, it is unlikely they would be introduced in the current version or the last 2 updates. W-N-M furrows his brow. Could it be that the local geography does not support the growth of plants more suitable for tools than the broad-leaved willow? Quite likely. Eltia replies. The sentiment is similar, though your phrasing suggests that game companies often use such language to entice players and enhance game lore. Y-Who-F-I raises an eyebrow at W-N-M. Who would have thought that beneath your towering stature lies an immersive experience enthusiast? First analyzing the plot, and now enhancing the game's narrative. Placing this in the community forum, it will undoubtedly lead to players being deemed devoted followers of the game after the planning fiasco. The character, at a loss for words, finally uttered, because this game is indeed worthy of immersion. He gazed down at his unblemished right hand and legs, murmuring as if he had acquired a new, healthy body in another realm. What? The elder beside him, who could fly, could barely comprehend his words. Oh, nothing. The character continued with the previous question. Since the path to finding new tools is futile, why don't we create our own tools? Are you suggesting we develop a technology tree? Eltia suddenly grasped the implication. In typical games, pioneering and advancing technology is indeed a conventional approach. However, is this not a world of Western fantasy and magic? Would pursuing a technological path not diverge from the main storyline? The elder snapped his head in realization, exclaiming, Exactly. This game offers such high freedom. We can certainly do whatever we desire. If we can locate iron, or we could fabricate a chainsaw, wouldn't that be extraordinary? It would showcase the power of modern technology in a magical world. The character pondered for a moment. Iron ore must be smelted to remove impurities to achieve the hardness required for crafting a chainsaw. I believe I can assist with that. The two engaged in a lively discussion. Eltia was taken aback. Wait, can you both really make a chainsaw? The elder replied. As long as I have the parts and raw materials, crafting a homemade chainsaw shouldn't be a problem. It just needs to be functional. The character added, I only know how to smelt iron. Isn't knowing how to smelt iron already quite extraordinary? Who in their right mind would delve into such things? Eltia suddenly felt a profound unfamiliarity with the two beside him. Had he truly been the only one to undertake handiwork in the game? In reality, his only connection to craftsmanship was, legitimate handiwork, namely assembling computers. Yet, he would never be meticulous enough to create coils and resistors from scratch. The elder sighed deeply, lamenting, Alas, I must have been quite foolish when selecting my major. I chose mechanical engineering. My father warned that if I failed, I would bring shame to our family, and he would cut off my allowance. Such is the lament of my life. Lin Xian's expression turned complex. Your father is rather harsh. I have never encountered a mechanical engineering student who could create a chainsaw by hand. Moreover, the timing is too coincidental, just as the game demands it. The elder happens to know how to craft a chainsaw. Surely, he must possess skills beyond this. The elder waved his hand in dismissal, sighing. Let us not dwell on it. I initially thought playing this game would allow me to be a superhero, but I never expected to encounter mechanical work. As for the character, he succinctly replied, necessity dictates my skills. Lin Xian fell into silence. All right then, we all bear the burdens of life that shape our skill trees. However, even with 2 adept craftsmen ready to forge a chainsaw, creating a finished product will not be an instantaneous endeavor. During their break, the 3 friends sought out Yi Ji, who was basking in the sun at the church entrance, to inquire about the status of the iron or materials in the novice village. They successfully learned that the materials were ready, yet the exact location of the iron ore remained unclear. Yi Ji merely mentioned that the forest of giant oaks was abundant in resources and suggested they explore for what they needed. The trio, however, was not naive. They would not recklessly venture out of the novice village simply because they had not encountered danger that morning. Ultimately, they resolved to first chop wood to elevate their levels to 2, gaining some self-defense before embarking on further explorations. As night swiftly approached, the first among them, known as Garbled, accumulated enough experience points for an upgrade. Yet, he did not immediately abandon his companions to return and complete his quest. Setting aside the additional experience points, all 3 needed to fell 60 trees to achieve a collective upgrade. The trees at the town's entrance were scarce, and many did not meet the necessary criteria, either too short or resembling the primordial jungle, making the act of chopping one down more arduous than felling 3 standard trees. They had no choice but to delve deeper in search of other sources of timber. Considering the game's backdrop of the forest of giant oaks, Garbled feared that his companions might encounter peril if they ventured alone, prompting him to accompany them. After all, he had ample time, and gaining a bit more experience would not be detrimental. Everything proceeded smoothly until nightfall. The twilight glow of the setting sun had not yet fully faded when the sky above them suddenly darkened. Raindrops began to seep through the leaves, saturating the earth, accompanied by ominous rumblings from the clouds. Lin Xian quickly used vines to bind the logs on the ground and shouted to his companions, "YFI, let us move. Thunder is about to strike." He certainly did not wish for his first death in the game to be caused by lingering under a tree during a rainstorm. Quickly, just one more tree, YFI replied, hastening his movements as sparks flew from the broad leaves in his hands. With the tree already halfway felled, he was reluctant to abandon the effort. It would be quite embarrassing if, among the 3 who secured a spot in the game, he was the only one who failed to reach level 2 on the first day. Chapter 26. The Deluge and the Gigantic Worm Beneath the Earth. In just a few moments, the gentle drizzle intensified into stinging droplets that hit Lin Xian's hands painfully. He glanced at the increasingly heavy rain, his gaze shifting between the timber on the ground and the silhouette of his companions chopping ahead. "Forget it, I'll help you." Garbled and Lin Xian both dropped the vines and retraced their steps. With 3 of them working together, the tree was swiftly felled. Thud! The trunk crashed to the ground, causing the surrounding soil to tremble slightly. The thumb-sized red fruits that hung from the tree scattered everywhere upon impact. The trio united once more, clearing away the excess branches to lighten their load. With the canopy of leaves removed, they were soon drenched to the bone. Lin Xian wiped the rainwater and hair from his face, straining to open his eyes. Ugh, I hope I don't catch a cold when I log in tomorrow. Alternatively, one might suggest that an upgrade could reset the status of a game character. The 3 individuals were hauling the processed timber back when, all of a sudden, Lin Xian found himself stumbling. To his astonishment, the soil beside the freshly cut stump had become inexplicably saturated, resembling a quagmire due to the relentless rain. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of his companion, Lan Ma, who grasped him just in time, Lin Xian would have plunged into the mire. Shaken, he took a couple of steps back. What on earth is this? Has the ground collapsed? No sooner had he uttered these words than the muddy terrain began to rise and fall irregularly, shifting restlessly. A colossal, cylindrical creature erupted from the earth, startling the three onlookers. What the hell? The sheer astonishment Lin Xian felt was best articulated through the simplest of exclamations. Despite the rain obscuring his vision, the creature's vivid crimson hue dominated his gaze. It was an enormous red earthworm, its diameter easily measuring at least 3 meters, thicker than any of the stumps they had felled that day. Its body was encircled with grotesque segments, resembling gnarled vines, exuding an air of menace. Lin Xian muttered, "Goodness, who was it that claimed they had never encountered a magical creature this morning?" Suddenly, the red earthworm began to writhe in the mud, raising its head towards the trio. With a sudden lunge, the three scattered in panic. "Oh, it can fly. Behold the magical creature you wished for," Lin Xian shouted as he fled, drenched in rainwater. He had yearned to see a magical being, not a monstrous one. The earthworm obliterated their only route back to the town, using its massive bulk to block all other exits, forcing them to run in circles, pursued relentlessly. With a crunch, the earthworm collided with a small tree not far from Lin Xian. "Damn it, I can't run any longer," he gasped, feeling the icy rain drench him. Though his blood was boiling from exertion, if they continued running, they would exhaust themselves and succumb to their fate. It would be far better to fight back. Gripping the broadleaf in his hand, he steadied his breath, his chest heaving. After all, he had been the runner-up in the javelin competition during his university days. There was no reason he should merely endure this assault. Seeing this, Lan Ma dashed towards the earthworm, declaring, "I'll help divert its attention." He seized a stone from the ground and hurled it at the creature. The earthworm successfully turned its gaze, opening its mouth and lunging towards Lan Ma. At that moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and executed a perfect javelin throw. With a backward swing, the broad leaf sliced through the rain, hurtling straight towards the earthworm's vulnerable mouth. As the distance between the broadleaf dart and the earthworm diminished to a mere 3 centimeters, the dart's forward momentum abruptly faltered and plunged downwards. Lin Xian clutched his head in despair, exclaiming, "This is bad. It's thrown awry. Old man can fly," he shouted while glancing back in retreat. "What? Did you not claim to be the second best in the javelin competition at school?" "That's because only 3 of us participated," Lin Xian thought, with the target being so substantial and the distance so short that an accident was implausible. Yet, fate proved him wrong. He quickly declared, "I'll run this way to save you." With a sudden thud, the forsaken broad-leaved dart finally struck the ground, embedding itself into a segment of the earthworm's body. The blade sank deep, almost half of its edge piercing through. The earthworm writhed in pain and swiftly burrowed into the soil. "Old man can fly." Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow, I'm amazing. Is this creature's defense so feeble?" The old man mused, recalling the earthworm's earlier prowess in clearing the ground. He had always assumed its defenses were formidable, hence his reluctance to confront it head-on. After a moment of shock, Lin Xian quickly regained his composure, shook his head. No, it was not that the earthworm's defenses were low. Rather, their task's weaponry possessed an astonishingly high attack power. The blades, capable of felling dozens of trees without dulling, were razor-sharp indeed. He seized the vines that bound the wood on the ground and called to his companions, "Stop dawdling. Now that's our chance. Let us move." The 2 immediately rushed to assist him. However, it wasn't too long before the earthworm, returning from the murky depths, had shed the broad leaves that had once lodged in its wounds. Now even more irritable due to its injury, the massive creature surged towards the trio, stirring up mud and debris. Yet, armed with a newfound strategy, they were no longer as intimidated as before. The old man brandished the broadleaf. Shaking his wrist with determination, "Let me give it a go this time." He adopted a stance reminiscent of tossing stones into the pond to create splashes. As the earthworm opened its maw, he launched the leaf forward. Unexpectedly, the earthworm twisted its body at the last moment, redirecting the leaf's trajectory from its crucial head to the more resilient midsection. The old man gasped in astonishment. This creature can feign skills. He distinctly observed the moment the leaf slipped from his grasp, accompanied by the earthworm's smug demeanor. Moreover, as the blade was about to strike, tiny bristles suddenly emerged from the gaps in the earthworm segments. Though diminutive, these bristles were sturdy enough to deflect the leaf, sending it hurtling back. "What the hell?" Both the old man and Lin Xian exclaimed in unison. The creature possesses a hidden form. How are they to contend with this? Suddenly, a figure burst forth from his side, catching the flung leaf. With a swift turn, he brandished a broad leaf in each hand and prepared to strike back. As the chaos unfolded, the worm's bristles could not withstand the force of the attack. It was struck with a resounding impact. The sounds of flesh tearing echoed ominously. The worm, in pain, flailed its tail, producing a harsh noise against the ground. It retracted its bristles, attempting to replicate its earlier escape into the mud. Yet, chaos did not grant it that opportunity. With its bristles gone, chaos seized the chance to grip the worm with both hands, anchoring himself against its slimy surface. Planting his feet firmly, he gritted his teeth and let out a fierce shout. With a flurry of strikes, chaos descended upon the worm like a zipper being pulled down, cleaving through a substantial portion of its pink flesh. The more the worm thrashed, the larger the wound became, threatening to sever its body in half. Lin Xian and Yi Huifei were left utterly astounded by Chaos's fierce actions. Regaining their senses, they rushed to assist. The three worked in unison, ensuring that the worm was completely severed before it could burrow into the ground. Chapter 27. Have the worm's clones arrived? Yi Ji to the rescue. The two halves of the worm lay motionless. Lin Xian gazed in disbelief at his hands, sticky with the foul-smelling slime. We did it. Although it was merely a game, and he had only played a supporting role in the battle, the thrill of vanquishing a creature many times his size, cleaving it in two, was enough to fuel his pride for months. Good heavens, this game's combat system is so realistic. A wave of overwhelming satisfaction surged through Lin Xian, making the dampness of his clothes feel less bothersome. Yi Huifei first rubbed his hands together, then wiped them on his back, repeating the motion with fervor. Do we really do this? No, to be precise, it was Chaos who did it. Lin Xian's face broke into a grin, his muscles tensing with joy, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He clapped Chaos on the shoulder. Impressive. Chaos, what do you do in real life? Your skills are remarkable. While the two were preoccupied with their escape, they had failed to notice when the worm had approached them. Presumably, the worm had not seen them either. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to attack him after dodging the leaf. From Lin Xian's perspective, all he could see was the leaf flying back, and then, as if a deity had descended, Chaos turned the tide of battle. The conflict ended as swiftly as a flash of lightning. Yi Huifei nodded vigorously. Yes. What do they call it? Saving a crumbling tower, rescuing us from peril, and something about turning the tide? Exactly that. A glimmer of respect shone in Yi Huifei's gaze as he looked at Chaos. Brother, was that the inverted hook from the ancient Huawo martial arts? May I learn it? As the first to approach the enigmatic worm, the character known as Garbage Code found himself in a most disheveled state. His visage smeared with the creature's blood and viscous secretions. Unlike his two companions, who were brimming with excitement, a subtle glimmer of joy nonetheless graced his countenance. The situation was not as exaggerated as it appeared. It merely required a modicum of effort and skill. Just as the trio prepared to exchange words, a half-buried worm corpse in the muddy ground began to stir once more. Its meager blood supply sealed itself, as if hastily mending its wounds. As the three intended to retreat, the other half of the worm also sprang to life. The two segments of the worm, as if they were independent entities, lunged towards him anew. Surely this cannot be true. Was Garbage Code destined to fly into a rage, only to find himself beset by duplicates? Having just severed one worm, he had inadvertently multiplied his foes. The two wide thorns, which had endured the recent exertion, were now rendered utterly useless. Bereft of weapons, the trio swiftly turned to flee. Yet, even a single worm could impede their escape, let alone twice that number. Misfortune compounded. After a long day of toil, Garbage Code stumbled over a stone, dislodged by the relentless rain. A cramp seized his foot. With a yelp, he cried out in anguish as searing pain shot through his calf. Losing his balance, he fell face first into the mud. Behind him, the segment of worm equipped with mandibles gaped wide, revealing hundreds of sharp teeth. The other two, pursued by yet another segment, turned back in unison. Lin Xian shouted Garbage Code, roll away. Garbage Code instinctively closed his eyes and obeyed, rolling to the side. The worm, however, managed to take a sizable mouthful of mud instead. Clutching his injured leg, Garbage Code staggered to his feet, ready to flee, only to feel the temperature around him rise sharply. At the same time, a savory aroma wafted through the air. Unable to resist, he glanced back, only to be met with the blinding light of flames. Reflected in his widened pupils was a colossal fireball, engulfing the entire worm. The air distorted under the intense heat. Though the worm lacked vocal cords, its frantic writhing indicated that the fireball's temperature far exceeded what Garbage Code had experienced. In less than 3 seconds, the worm was utterly incinerated, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Emerging from behind a tree, Yiji brandished his black staff. This was the red-skinned worm, one of the most common denizens of the great oakwood forest, subsisting on wild fruits and decaying foliage. They typically dwelled underground, surfacing only after rain to forage for food. Garbage Code stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of his faction's leader, still reeling from the immense fireball. It was magic, a magical fireball, impressive and remarkable. Unbeknownst to us, the rain has ceased. Yiji, clad in a dry wizard's robe, and the elder who can fly seem like two different beings. Edgar, having dealt with the remaining red-skinned earthworms, has brought the other 2 players over. Observing their disheveled appearance, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. The red-skinned earthworm is the most trivial creature in the great oakwood forest, harmless to humans. How did they manage to provoke it? Yiji glanced at the scattered wild fruits on the ground. It seems their garments were stained with the juice of fallen fruits, one of the red-skinned earthworm's favorite delicacies. Lacking eyes and a brain, did it mistake them for a moving banquet? Edgar pondered thoughtfully. That makes sense. Silence enveloped the air, watching the 3 players' predicament. Yiji felt a twinge of guilt. One could only say that the players' fortunes were rather unfortunate. Coincidentally, on a rainy day, they encountered a fruit tree. Had any one condition been absent, the red-skinned earthworm would not have been attracted. It is currently summer in Eltia. The great oakwood forest experiences few rainfalls. Yet each deluge is akin to a flood, alleviating drought. Who could have foreseen such misfortune for the players, drenched to the bone on their first day? They scarcely enjoyed the game's benefits, but had ample exposure to its drawbacks. What if they decided to quit the game for this reason? Yiji felt a wave of worry. Had he been relentlessly pursued by monsters in the rain on the very first day of the game's launch, he would have promptly exited and deleted the game. Thus, after recounting the origins of the red-skinned earthworm, Yiji fell silent, relying on the cloak's cover to maintain an air of aloofness while awaiting the player's reactions and contemplating a response. Boss, the elder who can fly suddenly grasped Yiji's staff with both hands. Once I reach level 2, can I learn that spell you just cast? Lin Xian chimed in. I want to learn too. Although Edgar's swordsmanship was indeed impressive when he rescued them, it paled in comparison to the striking effects of the fireball. Just look at the ground. Despite the recent rain, a fireball had scorched it. So spectacular. Yiji replied, certainly, the fireball spell is a fundamental incantation. The glitch then inquired, are the red-skinned earthworms the monsters we will face in the future? Yiji nodded, then shook his head. Technically, all new species birthed from the remnants of deities are considered monsters. However, the magical fluctuations emanating from the red-skinned earthworm are exceedingly faint, and it lacks the destructive capacity typical of monsters, having become a part of the biological chain. Thus, it is generally regarded as a beneficial creature. Lin Xian's eyes widened. The enormous earthworm that chased us around isn't classified as a monster due to its insufficient strength. It turns out that even the first monster encountered by novices isn't truly a monster. One can only imagine the formidable power of genuine monsters. Is this the true difficulty of Under the Deities? Chapter 28. Edgar's evaluation of the players after the explanations provided by Yiji and Edgar. The trio finally comprehended the dire situation they found themselves in, being relentlessly pursued by the crimson-skinned earthworms. The cause, surprisingly, was a misunderstanding. Even the mindless crimson-skinned earthworms had managed to corner them into such a predicament. The 3 of them felt deflated. They were undeniably weak. Consequently, they resolved to refrain from exploring the outskirts of Sweetwater Town until they possessed the combat capability to individually slay a crimson-skinned earthworm. After exchanging farewells with Yiji and Edgar, they began hauling timber back into the town. Although the individuals responsible for the task assessment were nearby, the designated area for the task completion was a clearing near the church. Thus, they opted to return first and then proceed. Once they gathered enough timber, they would acquire the same fireball technique as Yiji. The thought of this ignited their spirits. Watching the trio's retreating figures, Yiji's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. How could they remain undeterred by the rain? Was this the resilience of seasoned players? What trials had they endured to cultivate such formidable fortitude? Yi felt a surge of respect. It seemed imperative to pay closer attention to the player's psychological states moving forward. Edgar, on the other hand, was enveloped in confusion and apprehension. Despite having endured such a harrowing encounter with the crimson-skinned earthworms, they were already looking forward to their next confrontation. Did they not feel fear? For a mage, the crimson-skinned earthworm represented an introductory experience, yet to an ordinary person, it remained a daunting behemoth. In the night assessments of the Radiant Church, crimson-skinned earthworms had appeared, resulting in a significant portion of children developing psychological trauma from their battles, ultimately abandoning the path of knighthood and magic. The players, seemingly unaffected by the uncontrollable emotions of this monstrous adversary, experienced their greatest emotional fluctuations only upon hearing that the crimson-skinned earthworm was weak, feeling a fleeting sense of shame. Why feel shame when faced with an unbeatable foe? Edgar could not fathom it, just as he could not comprehend their lack of fear towards the crimson-skinned earthworm. Yi snapped back to reality, noting the look of dismay on Edgar's face, which seemed to convey that the world had shifted. His mood lightened unexpectedly. Now you understand, do you not? Why I am willing to see the Watcher's base establish a firm foundation. Edgar paused for a long moment before responding. If this were the extent of their capabilities, they could hardly be deemed exceptional. They could only be rated as passing. The passing grade was awarded for their courage, unshackled by fear, and for the prowess of the individual among them. Frankly speaking, their potential for growth remained limited. Edgar had been quietly observing the trio throughout the day alongside Yi. When they grasped the method of observing nature to cultivate their skills, he had indeed been taken aback by the players' keen perceptiveness. Yet, such talent was but a mere flicker. The threshold for joining the Watchers is utterly unattainable. Edgar's passing mark is bestowed upon those who possess the audacity to turn and confront their adversaries head-on. Should a player solely focus on fleeing, without uniting to deliver that decisive blow to cleave the crimson earthworm in twain, they may find themselves bereft of even the most basic commendation. Yi smiled silently, his thoughts on the player's true potential, which Edgar would surely come to witness firsthand in due time. As night descended, 3 players, clad in the novice attire generously provided by Yi and equipped with bathing supplies, took to the river for a refreshing wash. Regardless of its health benefits, the chill that had clung to Lin Xian since the rain had finally washed away. At last I feel at ease. During the wait for the others to finish bathing, Lin Xian opened his game panel. Name: unremarkable being. Race: human. Level: 1 novice. Experience points: 158. 100. Value: 88. Skills: inventory: empty. Aside from chopping trees in the afternoon, he had also experimented with other methods of gaining experience. Thus, upon accumulating enough experience to attain level 2, he had not exerted much effort. By calculation, his experience points should amount to 108, with the surplus 10 points awarded automatically for defeating the Crimson Earthworm. Besides him, the player grandfather can fly earn 9 points, while Garble garnered 19 points. Indeed, leveling up through monster combat proved to be the swifter path, Lin Xian mused. Though the experience gains seemed scant, perhaps even less rewarding than laboring for a few timber. Their faction leader, Old Yi, had previously declared that the Crimson Earthworm was merely a trivial creature. The experience from formidable monsters would undoubtedly be far richer. Once their levels increased, the primary focus for accruing experience points would surely remain in vanquishing foes. Moreover, Lin Xian's value, diminished due to a misstep earlier in the day, showed no signs of recovery, causing him considerable distress. He could only remind himself to maintain an appearance of humanity within the game. He had discovered that walking his bird while bathing incurred no deductions in value. Thus, it was not the presence of the large bird that blurred the lines between game and reality during the day, but rather his brazen display in public that the system deemed incompatible with the game as reality. Curse it all, I am playing a game. Why must I still adhere to the rules of the real world? Lin Xian cried out to the heavens. Much like during the day when he praised under the divine as if it were a realm apart from his own. Next came the eagerly anticipated moment for players to level up and acquire new skills. Xiao Ming lay despondently upon the hand of the goddess statue. Yi had circumscribed its movement, leaving it unable to depart the church. Meanwhile, The players and Yi Ji had vanished for the entire day, rendering it nearly bored to death. After leaving the realm of the gods, it had never remained so long in one place without moving. At long last, the church door swung open, and 3 players stepped inside. Xiao Ming appeared as though he had found savior. With his customary exclamations of joy, he soared towards the trio like a golden projectile. Suddenly, Yi emerged from the shadows, intercepting the radiant orb with disdain as he regarded the rudimentary sphere in his hands. Can you not be more aware of your own weight? Even though most of Xiao Ming's abilities lie within my grasp, can a mere mortal withstand the impact of a divine creation? The 3 players congregated to deliberate. What are they discussing? Ask Grandpa can fly. I suppose they are elated by our rapid progression in levels, replied Garbled. Observing the actions of the goddess in her youthful form, it does seem to be the case. However, does the goddess in her juvenile state not speak? Why does it repeat the same word incessantly? Questioned Lin Xian. After all, it is also a game mascot. If the mascot were too intelligent, it would lose its charm. Grandpa can fly reasoned. That makes sense, Garbled acknowledged. I never realized there was this layer of consideration in the game. Xiao Ming struggled in Ye's grip. Release me. I must forge a bond with my devoted followers. I would never harm my precious believers. Oh, have you grown some courage after all this time? Yi remarked with surprise. Yet, he acknowledged the necessity of allowing Xiao Ming to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, he relented. Xiao Ming immediately encircled the trio, reciting the praises bestowed upon the chosen ones by the god of light, Edgar. As his initial followers, they certainly deserved the finest treatment. Chapter 29, Learning Magic. Grandpa can fly gazed at the orbiting sphere of light. Xiao Ming, his eyes nearly dazzled. What is the goddess in her youthful form doing? Were we not here to level up? I do not know. I attempted to speak, but it seems he cannot trigger the keywords. Wait, it triggered. Lin Xian observed the game panel that had automatically appeared, quickly growing subdued. It turned out that while bestowing blessings upon the 3 devotees, the orb discovered their vacant expressions and their singular desire for it to teach them magic. How absurd. A simple introductory spell could not possibly hold the same value as a blessing from the chosen ones. During its flight, it had been poked by the 3 no fewer than 10 times. Oh dear, my short-sighted followers. Moreover, with Yi and Edgar looming ominously behind, Xiao Ming could only seethe with indignation as he completed the task assigned by Yi. 30 points of divine power were deducted from Ye's system panel. A burst of golden light erupted from the 3 players. Lin Xian gazed at the newly appeared panel with intrigue. Please select your initial skill. Fireball, Wine Control, Holy Light. Note, your initial skill will influence your future career path, so choose wisely. Lin Xian clicked on the skill details in the upper right corner. Fireball is a purely offensive magic, dealing damage with an unclear career development direction. Wind Control is a spell that enhances 1's speed. Thus, the corresponding career paths should be those of an assassin or ranger. Holy Light can serve both offensive and defensive purposes, capable of healing oneself while inflicting damage upon dark magic creatures. As for the types of dark magic beings, well, they include their faction leaders. The corresponding careers would be those of a healer and a warrior. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding on Fireball. His knowledge about Eltia was still quite limited, leaving him uncertain about the career he might find appealing in the future. Fireball suited him best at his current low level. He was in dire need of combat capabilities. Wind Control would merely hasten his escape, and Holy Light held little utility for him. After making his choice, a surge of memories flooded Lin Xian's mind, reminiscent of a child learning to read. The passage of time felt both lengthy and fleeting. When Lin Xian came to his senses, he could only recall a lengthy incantation. Yet, his body retained more. It remembered every subtle flow of magical energy within him. The incantation's cadence echoing in his throat. A sudden force compelled Lin Xian to swallow hard. Fireball. A flicker of flame appeared at the tip of his middle finger. Lin Xian was instantly elated. I did it. So this is what it feels like to wield superpowers through 1's own body. Such a mysterious and addictive sensation. Though the flame he conjured was somewhat small, causing a twinge of disappointment, he had read in the notes that the incantation would grow stronger with the user's proficiency, even evolving over time. It was akin to nurturing magic. Eventually, when he honed it to perfection, the summoned fireball could be a massive sphere of flame or even a rain of fireballs, all dictated by Lin Xian himself. It was brimming with freedom and potential for growth. The slight disappointment in his heart was swiftly dispelled by the promise of possibility. Nearby, 2 upgrade completion notifications sounded. Lin Xian immediately approached. Yifei, Luo Ma, have you both chosen your skills? Luo Ma nodded. I plan to pursue a solitary assassin path, so I selected wind control. He murmured an incantation, and suddenly, his body left an afterimage, moving to Lin Xian's back in mere seconds before returning. This startled Lin Xian. Luo Ma clenched his fist. In this state, I can currently only last for 5 seconds, but my speed rivals that of a car. Magic is truly wondrous. Lin was filled with envy. Is the initial skill of wind, riding, given so generously? With this speed, the attack effects might surpass even that of fireball. He turned to Yifei and asked, what about you? This Yifei scratched his head. I initially wanted to choose fireball, but I figured you all would pick it too. Since there are only 3 of us in this closed beta, selecting the same initial skill could hinder our progress. Just recently, my leg cramped painfully, so I opted for the healing skill, Holy Light. Lin and the others were aware of this. When they returned later, Yifei was still wincing from his leg pain, and it was the 3 of them who worked together to carry the wood back. Choosing this skill made sense. After all, even the mightiest magic cannot compare to good health. Yifei shook his right leg and performed 2 high kicks with enthusiasm. Look, my leg is completely healed, he exclaimed, joy evident in his voice. Fantastic. Now our team has a mage, an assassin, and a healer. Lin replied with delight, though his tone soon turned somber. But my fireball, Sai, it might need more nurturing. While others can transform into humanoid vehicles and swiftly heal leg injuries, why is my skill merely a lighter? Yefi, Kurios, Leoniding. What's wrong, Shiogo? Is fireball not effective? Lin gave a wry smile and raised his right hand, where a flicker of flame danced in the wind, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Don't worry, Goma patted Lin on the shoulder. At least your skill has a high level of taunt. Really? Goma can crack jokes now? Yifei exaggeratedly stepped back. You can't be Guoma. Tell me, what kind of disguised creature are you? Guoma's teasing lifted Lin's spirits, dispelling his earlier gloom. Of course I'm not disheartened. With old Yi as an example, I'll eventually cultivate to his level. Just thinking about it brings me peace. Indeed, when the time comes, don't forget to look out for me. The tank and healer. Rest assured, I won't forget you. Yi Ji, carrying a light orb, had unknowingly arrived. He opened the system panel. Forcing 3 players to comprehend the elementary spell had cost him 30 points of divine power. Additionally, with Xiao Ming's silent approval, he discreetly used 3 points of divine power to bless the players. Now, his divine power balance stood at 20 points. Not much divine power left. Let us see tomorrow how much the players can provide. Yi Ji murmured to himself, hoping that the faith offered by his followers would be plentiful. Meanwhile, Lin and the others, having heard Edgar mention that magic requires practice to improve, focused on diligently practicing the spells they had learned during the brief time before logging off. Alas, all 3 were novices in magic. After practicing for just a couple of times, all the magical energy within his body was utterly depleted. The ramifications of such exhaustion were considerable. Lin Xian felt as though he was more fatigued than after a long day of labor. His brain struggled to resist the overwhelming desire to sleep. Each time, after the screen turned black, he forced himself to log back in. His fatigue level was so high that the new player meal provided by Yi Ji in the evening consisted solely of meat. He could hardly discern any flavor. Once he resolved the hunger issue of his game character, Lin Xian was finally unceremoniously logged off. Chapter 30, after spending 14 hours in the game. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon in reality. Upon removing the gaming helmet, the weariness that seemed to emanate from his very bones dissipated entirely. Once again, he grasped the significance of the 100 realism in Under the Divine. Lin Xian expressed his awe, a sentiment he had echoed countless times within the game. This game was truly extraordinary. However, even in the absence of the negative effects experienced in the game, the fatigue from a day of gaming remained unavoidable. Lin Xian moved his neck, his expression filled with astonishment. After a full day of gaming, he felt utterly unburdened. Moreover, he experienced the comforting sensation of waking from a deep slumber. Having spent years in front of a computer, Lin Xian suffered from severe cervical spondylosis. Even with a proper night's sleep, it was nearly impossible to feel as refreshed as he did today. He regarded the gaming helmet as a precious artifact. This was no ordinary gaming helmet. It was a veritable boon for those afflicted with insomnia. He would wager that even if the game turned out to be poorly executed post-launch, the helmet's ability to alleviate sleeplessness would entice affluent individuals to purchase it solely for that benefit. Yet, having slept for so long, what should he do now? Lin Xian mused as he powered on his computer. The startup animation on the screen continued to jump and repeat, with his mind now invigorated. Sleep was out of the question. He needed to find something to occupy his time. Given his character's fatigue level, he would likely remain unconscious for an entire day and night without waking. The one drawback of Under the Divine was its unervingly realistic portrayal of negative effects. When one felt dizzy, it truly prevented them from logging in. This meant that Lin Xian would probably be unable to log in at all the next day. As fate would have it, in just a couple of days, he was due to update his video content. However, after experiencing Under the Divine, how could Lin Xian possibly bring himself to play any other game? He lamented, cradling his head in his hands, with a sigh escaping his lips. Why couldn't I just play Under the Divine? The internal protest echoed within him. Ultimately, dreams succumbed to reality. Sigh. The necessity of sustenance compelled him to seek out new games. Lin Xian's computer was an antiquated relic, slow to boot up. Nevertheless, he held a certain satisfaction with it, for this old contraption possessed only this singular flaw. In addition, the computer operates remarkably smoothly for video editing, rivaling even the newest models. This has saved Lin Xian a considerable sum that would have otherwise been spent on a new machine. Thus, after the lengthy and tedious boot animation finally concluded, Lin Xian was taken aback by the pop-up that appeared before him. The 996 boot assistant reminds you. You took 13 seconds to boot up, surpassing the national average of 01 computers. Click here for computer acceleration. Beijing time, 15:05. What? It's only 5 in the afternoon. Lin Xian was astounded, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He immediately rose to draw back the heavy curtains in his room. In the next moment, blinding sunlight flooded the entire space. Though skeptical, Lin Xian could not deny the facts. He calculated the time he had spent in the game. Although there were no clocks within the game, the interface recorded the hours he had logged, and he distinctly remembered the last time he glanced at it. The display showed 14 hours. The game had launched at 8 a.m. This meant that time in the game was passing at double the speed of real life. Goodness, does this company possess technology that accelerates thought processes? Lin Xian's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. He had genuinely spent 14 real hours inside that game. If such technology were to be magnified, could it not extend one's lifespan? Oh great deity, what other surprises do you hold that I am yet unaware of? Lin Xian murmured, his gaze filled with complexity. He had truly caught the wave of this phenomenon. He sensed that Beneath the Divine would undoubtedly become a sensation. As one of the earliest beta testers, he would surely reap the most substantial rewards. Until now, the concept of thought acceleration had merely been an academic theory. Who could have imagined that a gaming company would quietly bring it to fruition? Lin Xian's determination began to solidify. He resolved that his next video would not be a gameplay review of a new game. Instead, he would focus on recommending Beneath the Divine. Given the recent controversy surrounding the game and its status as a first-time beta test, he anticipated a wave of derision following the release of his recommendation video. Perhaps even online harassment awaited him. Yet, Lin Xian was undeterred. After an entire day of personal experience, he was acutely aware of the quality of Beneath the Divine. As long as more players joined the beta testing, his reputation would surely rebound. Beneath the Divine is bound to become a hit. What he needed to do was harness his influence to expedite this moment. Consequently, his opportunity for profit would also arrive sooner. Before proceeding, Lin Xian needed to add the garbled contact information. As one of the 3 exclusive beta testers, he was ready to embrace the challenge. They agreed to form a team together, and, of course, they needed to establish means of communication beyond the game. Yi Huifei has a Penguin account, which Lin now possesses. He added the 3 of them into a new group for convenient communication, aiming to create a game recommendation video. The sentiments of Lin alone were insufficient. The experiences of the other 2 players were equally vital for a comprehensive understanding. He felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether they would cooperate. Just as he contemplated the phrasing for a brief interview in the group, he suddenly noticed that Yi Huifei was currently active in his fan group, engaging in lively discussions. It seemed they were conversing about Under the Gods. Lin promptly accessed the fan group to review the chat history and discern what had transpired. Tianli Sanhua, I'm so bored. Why does it feel like there are fewer people in the group today? See you in 2 ergo. Do I even need to say? It's because Shiogo has cooled off. Tianli Sanhua. That's not the reason. When has Shiogo ever been hot? Lin, upon seeing the chat records. Thank you, but please refrain from discussing this. A friend of mine has a strong reaction to these comments. Tianli Sanhua. Wait, I just remembered. Yihu Eifei said he would do a live text broadcast of the new game today, right? Tianli Sanhua. It's already afternoon. Why hasn't he made an appearance? Zhenshi Qin Shi Huang. What new game? Tianli Sanhua. The skin game that recently rode on the coattails of Divine Domain. The one with a poorly made official website. Tianli Sanhua. I remember you were there at the time. Zhenshi Qin Shi Huang. Hey, now that you mention it, I recall. Yihu Eifei. The Grand General of the Nation. Where are you? Yihu Eifei. Tajda. The main character has made a dazzling entrance. Apologies, everyone. The game was so enjoyable that I lost track of time. See you in 2 ergo. Tianli Sanhua. Shaosheng's fish pond is full. Shaosheng's fish pond is full. You really can show up, huh? I sought him out this morning for the engineering student's quick guide, and he ignored me. Yihu Eifei. Scram. If you use my experiences to woo girls again, I will definitely come find you through the internet. Chapter 31. Game Recommendation. Under the Gods is undoubtedly the greatest game of this century. Skipping a lengthy passage of meaningless chatter, Lin indeed found references to Under the Gods in the records. As he anticipated, Yihu Eifei was extolling the virtues of Under the Gods in the group, yet others were not convinced. Yihu Eifei. Let me tell you, spending $99 on a gaming headset was the most prudent decision of my life. Yihu Eifei. Without a doubt, Under the Gods is the greatest game of this year, no. Of this century. There's no comparison. It's a certified masterpiece. Kan tu egu? Have you been hacked? Tianli Sanhua. Did your family go bankrupt? I am the first emperor of Qin. Indeed, my friends, even without wealth, becoming a mere shill holds no promise for the future. My pond is overflowing with fish, undoubtedly. Their official website, adorned with that unrefined style, reveals their inability to afford salaries. I can fly, bah. I have not resorted to hacking, nor have I fallen into bankruptcy or become a shill. Such an accusation is an affront to my character. Village head ergo. Of course, grandfather has not engaged in such activities. What are you saying, good grandson? Kindly, Tianli Sanhua. Grandmother believes you too. Reflectively kind. I can fly. Hold on. Can you please allow me to finish my thoughts? Perhaps provoked by the incessant interruptions, I Can Fly decided to exercise his authority as an administrator. I can fly. If I lacked absolute certainty, would I dare to speak? I can fly. Current virtual reality games are still entangled in aesthetic debates, while Under the Divine has successfully achieved a complete simulation of vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch at 100. I can fly. All of this is a genuine experience I have encountered in the game, devoid of any falsehood. I can fly. Furthermore, the game offers exceptional freedom, fluid dialogue during tasks, and an immersive experience that surpasses their advertised effects by 1,000-fold. I can fly. Especially the combat system in this game, which mirrors the real world perfectly, yet the foes are creatures that do not exist in reality. I can fly. The battles are visceral and exhilarating, with an overwhelming sense of achievement upon victory. After stating this, I Can Fly lifted the mute ban. He refrained from mentioning magic, perhaps to maintain an air of mystery, or perhaps because he found it difficult to explain his choice of the Holy Light spell, as one cannot simply admit that he sought a healing skill due to a recent mishap resulting in leg cramps. Lin Xian, upon reading this, shook his head. Tu Navi, Under the Divine does not permit screenshots or recordings. Relying solely on text makes it exceedingly difficult to persuade fellow gamers. Furthermore, his entire discourse was overly emotional, lacking vivid imagery. Rather than recommending the game to others, it resembled more of an outlet for his affection towards Under the Divine. It is no wonder that others would be skeptical. Hence, he aspired to adopt the persona of a gaming influencer and create a professional game recommendation. As anticipated, in the ensuing chat logs, nearly no one believed I Can Fly's claims. Village head ergo, authority dog, Tianli Sanhua. Wow. If Under the Divine is so formidable, does that mean it surpasses the Divine Realm? I Can Fly. That ad-ridden Divine Realm is not even worthy to carry Under the Divine's shoes. I am the first emperor of Qin, I recall correctly. Under the Divine is still riding on the coattails of the Divine realm's popularity, is it not? My pond is overflowing with fish. It seems to have ceased this morning. They likely cannot afford to pay for shills. I am the first emperor of Qin, a game that cannot even produce a promotional video. And you claim it has developed a game with true realism at 100? Village head ergo. It's like expecting a newborn to leap before it can crawl. You want to fly without first learning to walk. In the field, Sanwa remarked, but adults cannot fly. Ergo what the village head replied. Thus, Under the Divine could never be created, my dear. Sanwa responded with a shy emoji. Ye will fly interjected. You should not dismiss their efforts simply because Under the Divine is extraordinarily brilliant. Ye will fly continued. They have traversed 99 steps in the realm of domestic virtual reality gaming for us. If we cannot even believe in their capabilities, how lamentable would the gaming industry be? He added, the current virtual reality game market resembles the mobile phone market of the 70s and 80s, rife with knockoffs. He compared the emergence of Under the Divine to the groundbreaking release of the iPhone 4 by Jobs. The group appeared to be silent for an extended period. Lin Xian observed that a timestamp appeared before the next comment. Ergo remarked, I think I heard the sound of crystallization. Sanwa quipped, grandson, you have truly changed. Xiaoxing's pond is full added, you've become pure. The Emperor Qin remarked, could it be that you have been abducted by the gaming company? If you need me to help you report this, please reply with one. You will fly exclaimed, please believe me. From the last 4 exclamation marks. Lin Xian sensed You will fly's despair. The debate between the two parties grew increasingly intense. Other members of the group adamantly believed Ye will fly was merely boasting, responding with a lack of seriousness. Yet this flippant attitude drove Ye will fly to an unbearable state. As he typed more furiously and at an accelerating pace, it was clear he was genuinely anxious. Lin Xian shook his head. What is this all about? Once my recommended video is released, the negative comments will far exceed this. It was, after all, because Under the Divine lacked a promotional video. The scant material consisting of merely 2 promotional images left true fans of Under the Divine, who were aware of the treasure it held, without anyone to share it with. If they truly understood the game's quality, who would care about its half-finished official website? Instead, the official site seemed to undermine the game's quality. To rescue the soon-to-be popular Ye will fly, Lin Xian spoke up. What he says is entirely true. Egu exclaimed. Sanwa added. Xiaoxing's pond is full remarked. Even Show Dog has come out? The Emperor Qin noted. The group owner averages less than 1 message per day. One might think this is a game group, not a fan group. Sanwa recalled, wait. I remember Shogu also had a beta testing slot for Under the Divine. Are you saying he is Ye will fly's grandson? Lin Xian affirmed, yes. I played online with Ye will fly for 14 hours, and I assure you that everything he mentioned about the game's content is completely accurate. Ye will fly exclaimed, finally. Shogu, Sanwa inquired. So, Under the Divine truly possesses sensory simulation technology and a super realistic combat mode? Xiaoxing's pond is full questioned. Is the degree of freedom high? To what extent can it reach? The elder can fly. The extent of undressing without censorship. My fish pond is full. What a staggering height. I am Qin Shi Huang. Wait, have you not noticed? Brother Xiao mentioned he played the game for 14 hours, yet it is only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Village head, ergo what? Chapter 32. Heartfelt Players, the Reality of Brother Garbled. Self-exhibition. Indeed, I suspect that the company behind Under the Divine has already mastered thought acceleration technology. They are merely in the experimental phase and have yet to promote it. Village head, ergo. Goodness, if the servers open at 8, that effectively grants us double the time. What an extraordinary technology. Tian Li Sanhua, Brother Xiao. You aren't deceiving us, are you? This is far beyond the boasts of the flying grandson. I am Qin Shi Huang. Ahem. Let us not speak of things that do not exist. That said, if this technology truly comes to fruition, the game's influence will extend far beyond the gaming realm. I am Qin Shi Huang. An extended lifespan is a matter of great concern for everyone. Self-exhibition. Those in this group know my character. I would never spread rumors about something I'm not certain of. Self-exhibition. If you trust me, you must seize the opportunity for the next internal testing recruitment. The earlier we join, the greater the benefits we shall reap. Lin Xian's influence remains intact, regardless of the skepticism among the players. Feeling that the 99 yuan price is still bearable, they all express their intent to register. Especially my fish pond is full. Upon hearing that Under the Divine will not be censored, clamors to sign up. There's no need to wait for Lin Xian to release any bombshell. He finds it amusing, yet perplexing. Having informed his close ones of the good news at the earliest, Lin Xian takes a deep breath, his expression serious. It is time for him to produce the next video. Even before he begins drafting the script, Lin Xian foresees the storm that will follow the video's release. This time, he will not only face fans. The situation is destined to be far more tumultuous. In the northern region of Huagua, hundreds of kilometers away from Lin Xian's location, a young man appearing to be in his 20s lies on a bed, wearing a gaming headset. He appears utterly exhausted, yet he seems to be sleeping soundly. Finally, he stirs. Wang Zhen props himself up with one hand, slowly moving and struggling to rise. His right sleeve hangs empty. He removes the gaming headset, revealing a pair of somber eyes. His once robust and resolute features are now aged by a decade, all due to his eyes and the deep lines etched upon his forehead. Wang Zhen, or rather, the garbled brother referred to by Lin Xian. He turns his body with great care, cautiously placing the gaming headset on the bedside table. The action appears exceedingly laborious, taking him quite some time to accomplish. A simple shift of his body leads to a series of consequential outcomes. Feeling the pain emanating from his spine, rapidly spreading throughout his body, Wang Zhen's brow furrowed deeper. A bitter smile escaped his lips. Coughing, he lamented that after a mere day of gaming, he could no longer endure hardship. Though it appeared as a smile, it was laden with bitterness. It had been 14 hours since he last experienced the lifelong neuropathic pain resulting from spinal cord injury after paralysis. How wonderful it would be to possess a healthy body, Wang Zhen thought wistfully, as if he'd been granted a second chance at life, a new possibility of existence. He attempted once more to don the gaming headset, only to discover he could not enter. It seemed as though, just as the game panel indicated, he must wait for his character's state of fainting to conclude before he could log back in. He cursed the absurd reasoning of Grandpa Can Fly, who insisted that the speed of repeatedly consuming magical energy for training surpassed that of meditation and proper exercise. This misguided notion had exhausted 3 individuals to the point of collapse, forcing them offline. A hint of amusement flickered within Wang Zhen. How could he have agreed to such a clearly flawed proposal? He felt increasingly out of touch with himself, as if his intellect had diminished. Clatter! A tray fell to the ground. Wang's mother stood at the doorway, her eyes brimming with tears. Wang Zhen looked up, immediately struggling to rise from his bed. "Mom, what is wrong?" "No, I'm fine," she hurriedly replied, entering the room and urging him to lie back down. "I'm just so happy," she added, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. As she spoke, she recalled the smile that had involuntarily graced Wang Zhen's lips upon her arrival. How long had it been since she had seen him smile? Ever since that fateful day 3 years ago when he returned home, injured and forced into retirement. She had not witnessed her son's joy. A pang of sorrow welled within her heart. When Wang Zhen had returned, he bore not only a frail body, but also a box of honor certificates and a substantial sum of compensation from the state, sufficient for him to live comfortably without lifting a finger for the rest of his life. Among these accolades, a gleaming bronze and gold medal in the shape of a crossed pentagram stood out. Due to confidentiality issues, Wang's mother was unaware of the full circumstances, but she knew that these accolades were enough. She understood that her son had silently saved countless families and would forever be the pride of their family. Yet, Wang Zhen remained trapped in his despair. His family had served in the military for generations. His grandfather was a retired major general, his uncle a rear admiral, and his father a colonel. Even his mother had come from a medical military background. From a young age, Wang Zhen had been steeped in the ethos of the armed forces. Thus, he became a special forces soldier. However, after becoming incapacitated, he could not bear the thought of being utterly useless. Observing the graying hair of his parents, he felt he could not fulfill his filial duties. Instead, he found himself a burden, requiring their care. He could not endure this version of himself, feeling like a liability. Mother Wang observed everything with keen eyes. Her once confident and radiant child had gradually succumbed to despair day by day. Neighbors and relatives had offered their counsel, and she had tried every conceivable method. Yet each attempt only seemed to hasten his decline. On one occasion, she even discovered a fruit knife hidden beneath his pillow to prevent any harm. All sharp objects in their home were placed beyond Wang Zhen's reach. She was baffled as to how he had acquired it. This incident terrified her. compelling her to refrain from bringing anyone to enlighten him. She could only watch helplessly as Wang Jun became increasingly despondent. But now, Mother Wang was astonished to see her son smile. This was a promising sign. She glanced at the gaming headset on the bedside table and adjusted the pillow behind Wang Jun for added comfort. Casually, she inquired, "Have you made new friends in the game?" The corners of Wang Jun's mouth curled upward. "Something like that. I've discovered an excellent game. Mom, I realized that my martial arts training wasn't in vain. I can actually apply it in the game." He recounted his detailed encounter battling a red-skinned earthworm animatedly. Mother Wang watched her son's animated expressions, nodding occasionally, her eyes gradually moistening. She understood that rather than merely describing the game, Wang Jun was articulating the image of a robust self within it. Wang Jun looked up, his eyes filled with aspiration for the future. "Once this game is officially launched, I should be able to earn money from it, alleviating your burdens." "Silly child, raising you has never been a burden. Have you forgotten the prize money you brought home?" "Mom, please don't deceive me. The prize is certainly sufficient for my own living expenses, but it wouldn't buy such an advanced wheelchair." Wang Jun lifted his hand, and the wheelchair by the wall glided toward him. Its frame gleamed with a silver sheen, adorned with various high-tech functional modules, indicating its considerable value. Chapter 33. Update on Divine Power Value, Substantial Earnings. Changes induced by the power of faith. Mother Wang was speechless. "Mom, I've known all this for a while. You need to deceive me with tales of supermarket lottery giveaways." Wang Jun caressed the armrest of the wheelchair, his gaze remarkably serene. This wheelchair had once been a thorn embedded in his heart. Even without his family mentioning it, he had pretended to be oblivious. But now, he was finally ready to confront his innermost feelings and resolve to remove that thorn. Wang Jun clasped his mother's hands, his expression earnest and resolute. "I have faith in this game. It will surely help me earn enough for my first, second, and even 10th wheelchair. I will ensure we live well." All right. Your determination is enough to satisfy me." Mother Wang blinked, concealing her tears. Suddenly, a grumbling sound emanated from Wang Jun's stomach, causing him to lower his head in embarrassment. How utterly untimely. Mother Wang clapped her hands. That's why it felt like there was something we hadn't addressed. I noticed you hadn't logged off for a meal, so I thought to bring you something to eat. In a moment of distraction, I completely forgot. Turning around, my gaze fell upon the food scattered at the entrance. Wang Mama's face flushed with embarrassment. "Ahem, I will bring you another serving shortly." "It's all right." Wang Jun shifted his weight to maneuver toward the edge of the bed. Wang Mama hurried to assist him. Once seated in the wheelchair, Wang Jun looked up at her. "Let us go downstairs together, Mom." Wang Mama was taken aback, nodding repeatedly. Yes, going downstairs sounds wonderful. My son has finally expressed a willingness to venture out." Wang Mama pushed her son, carefully navigating around the remnants at the entrance, her steps imbued with eagerness. She could hardly contain her excitement to share this delightful news with her husband. In Eltia, Sweetwater Town, 3 players fell stiffly to the ground, the back of their heads striking the floor with a dull thud. Despite having been dead for centuries, Yiji felt a twinge of discomfort at the sound, as if the impact had affected him. If Yiji's conjecture were correct, upon logging in the next day, each of the 3 players would find a bump the size of a chestnut on the back of their heads. "I hope those who have learned the Holy Light spell possess sufficient magical energy," Yiji mused. Experiencing a depletion of magical energy is far from pleasant. Even though the player's connection to their bodies is merely a projection of consciousness, once the threshold of pain sensitivity is reached, the sensation of pain will cease. Still, the pain they can endure will be enough to leave them quite overwhelmed. The depletion of magical energy is not merely a matter of discomfort. Yiji instructed Edgar to move the 3 players' bodies into the church. He had deliberately arranged a defensive formation inside, laying down straw as a temporary resting place for the players. While the players' bodies lack consciousness, spending a night on the ground could lead to illness. If not handled properly, this could serve as a deterrent for them. Yiji maintained a vigilant mindset regarding all issues that could impact the initial phase of the game. Outside the church, Yiji retrieved the stone pillars that Edgar had recently cut. The area at the church entrance was where the flow of magical energy was most stable and abundant, making it ideal for his healing. Moreover, it facilitated the absorption of energy emanating from the realm of the gods and the moon goddess palace. Indeed, in Blue Star, This would be referred to as the sun and the moon. Seated alone outside the door, Yiji gazed at the starry sky, letting out a sigh reminiscent of a spirit. After all, a skeleton cannot truly sigh. Game design is a challenging endeavor. Just 3 players, and already Yiji felt a headache coming on. It was reminiscent of the early days of establishing the Watchers. However, players are considerably more troublesome. With the Watchers, one could simply persuade them. In the case of players, not only must the beta testers be coaxed, but also the feedback from the online cloud players must be diligently observed. Yiji extended his bony hand and made a swift motion before him. A magical scroll and a quill materialized from thin air. The next time the players logged in, he would have to devise a way to guide them towards constructing their homes. Yiji took note on the parchment. Keeping the players confined to the church was not a sustainable strategy. As the number of players increased, the capacity of this small town's church would become exceedingly limited, potentially leading to the removal of sacred statues. He paused mid-thought. Wait, with only 3 players building homes, how long would that take? They would either need formidable magic or sufficient numbers. Regrettably, the trio possessed neither at present. The construction plan would have to be postponed. Yiji marked this task as temporarily on hold. It was better to allow them the freedom to gather various resources for the time being. Perhaps in the future, he could encounter a dwarf craftsman or a player skilled in architecture. Glancing at his meager 23 divine power points, his daydreams were swiftly dashed. With his current divine power, he could barely summon 2 new players, let alone be selective. In the night sky, a silver arc sliced through the horizon. It was the chariot of the moon goddess. Though the moon goddess had long since fallen, each new day, the chariot continued to follow the rules she had established, soaring from the moon palace to the realm of the gods, welcoming a master who would never return. Day after day, it was the dawn of a new day. Yiji felt a surge of joy. Xiaoming must have successfully converted the power of belief into divine energy. He once again opened the system panel, and as expected, his divine power had subtly increased. Moreover, a new entry had appeared in the special item section. Name, Yiji Jimo Fizi Te Kalui. Divine power, 365. Followers, 3. Special items. Dimensional, net, spirit. Divine contract, reverse. Beneath the divine game control panel. Status, severely injured, weak, frostbitten, burned, poisoned. Mental collapse, summary, dying undead. Survival time, 8 days, 13 hours, 14 minutes. Yiji's gaze lingered on the term followers, which struck him as particularly jarring. With a decisive wave of his hand, the words instantly transformed into players 3. Yiji nodded in satisfaction. Now that feels right. He then turned his attention to the other information. His divine power had surged by an astonishing 342 points. The energy required to create bodies for the players and the game panel had been swiftly replenished before he could revel in his good fortune. His attention was immediately drawn to the newly acquired special item. Beneath the divine game control panel, wow, it had emerged so quickly. Although he was in the midst of planning, Yiji understood that by misleading players, he could generate a misguided belief power imbued with erroneous information, enticing the divine authority to undergo transformation, thereby acquiring gamified items. Yet, he never anticipated such swift progress. Merely a day had passed. A sudden, piercing scream echoed through the church. The emotion reflected the horror of a virtuous man being thrust into a royal palace, awakening in the cleansing chamber only to discover he had been made a eunuch. Yiji swung open the door, and a pale golden projectile rushed toward him. "You look, how have I changed?" Chapter 34. Xiaoming wears a skirt. Under the divine game control panel, Xiaoming anxiously paced in circles, allowing Yiji to clearly observe its current state. The once manageable glowing orb now appeared considerably larger. Its limbs, still inconspicuous upon its rotund form, had also elongated slightly. Most notably, a frill had unexpectedly manifested around its body, situated precisely between its hands and feet, resembling a skirt. Xiaoming, in a state of panic, tugged at the frill, attempting to tear it off, only to elicit cries of pain from itself. Yizi intervenit. Stop pulling. This should be considered part of your body. He was well aware of the source of this transformation, belief power. During the day, he had overheard 3 players refer to Xiaoming as the young goddess. Likely the reason behind this change. The orb was gradually morphing into the likeness of a goddess. After sharing his hypothesis with Xiaoming, Yiji couldn't resist a taunt. See, this is the belief power you so eagerly desired. In truth, most deities would not be affected by belief power so swiftly or so overtly. Yet, due to the orb's minimal divine energy, the majority of the transformed divine power stemmed from the belief power, resulting in its current state. Xiaoming trembled all over upon hearing this. What should I do? I don't want to change genders. Logically speaking, you merely accepted Oriel's memories. Inherently, divine power possesses no gender, so this is not a transformation. No, this is unacceptable. Xiaoming's fur bristled in agitation, its radiant tendrils standing erect like a porcupine. In any case, I refuse to become a goddess. As it spoke, its voice quivered. You promised me that as long as I served as the game's mascot, you wouldn't transform me into something resembling a goddess. You said all the settings were false, didn't you? Yiji gazed upon it with affectionate eyes. While I am delighted that you have finally acknowledged your identity as the game's mascot, you should know better than I that the influence of belief power is nearly impossible to alter. Xiaoming widened its eyes in disbelief. You promised me. Yiji spread his hands. But I am merely a specter, lacking the power to alter the effects of belief power. Simultaneously, I am a practitioner of dark magic. As is widely acknowledged, dark magic embodies a collection of all that is malevolent and despicable, naturally encompassing the betrayal of trust. Xiaoming swayed in midair, retreating as if profoundly affected. You did this on purpose. It has been deceived. Yiji observed as it traversed through a spectrum of emotions. Fear, anger, the realization of its own impotence leading to despondency, followed by renewed anger, then further despondency, ultimately culminating in despair. Yiji watched with great amusement. It is no wonder that practitioners of dark magic often derive their joy from the suffering of others, for it is indeed a source of genuine delight. After having witnessed enough, Yiji finally decided to release it. Ahem, it is well known that I am not like the typical dark magician. Hence I would never deceive you. With that, he activated the newly acquired, under the Divine game console. The familiar programming interface caused Yiji a headache, reminding him of the mental exertion spent on designing the official game website over the past few days. Fortunately, the knowledge gleaned from his recent online studies proved beneficial. Yiji successfully located the game icon settings. After a series of operations, Xiaoming was transformed back into its original orb form. With a bubble of snot still adorning its face, it gazed at its suddenly diminished size, nearly taken aback. I'm back. It twirled joyfully in the air, unable to contain its excitement. Indeed, some things are only truly appreciated when they are lost. Xiaoming, filled with questions, looked at the specter and asked, "How did you accomplish this?" Yiji's earlier words rang true. The influence of faith is not easily resolved. Otherwise, there would not be so many deities perishing in the wars of faith. Yiji offered a mysterious smile. It's a secret. More importantly, you should remember today's experience and diligently return to your work. Otherwise, should another issue arise, I cannot guarantee. Xiaoming's orb-like body quivered. Understood. It was merely a casual inquiry. I'm not concerned. To affirm its statement, it swiftly darted into the church, its retreating figure reminiscent of a hasty escape. Yiji glanced after it before returning to the stone platform, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. In truth, he was observing the floating game console above. The solution to Xiaoming's transformation was rather straightforward. The power of faith did not directly affect it, thus it could be resolved. It merely served as a mascot within the game. Players would enhance its image. But the greater influence of faith was rooted in the unwavering belief that Under the Divine is indeed a game, which led to the creation of the current game console. Regarding the appearance of the game icon, players could offer suggestions, but ultimately, the final decision rested upon Yiji's vision as the planner. Yiji continued to tinker with the console for a while longer, successfully rendering the interface more user-friendly and intuitive. Game development. Character design. Consumes 1 divine power, realistic game interface. Consumes 100 divine power, realistic game interface data name. Consumes 100 divine power, realistic game interface data race. Consumes 500 divine power, realistic game interface data level. Consumes 500 divine power, realistic game interface data experience points. Consumes 500 divine power, realistic game interface data value. Consumes 10,000,000 divine power, realistic game interface data skills. Consumes 500 divine power, Realistic Game Interface Data Inventory. Consumes 1,000 divine power. Realistic Game Interface Data Customization. No limit on divine power. As Yi scrutinized the array of functions, he was overwhelmed with trepidation. After finally amassing over 100 points of divine power, the number of features within my financial reach amounted to a mere 2 or 3. What a dismal situation. Ultimately, whether he possessed 1 point or 100 points of divine power, the sole feature that offered any semblance of freedom was merely a costume change for Xiao Ming. The subsequent row of realistic skills represented Yi Ji's own crafted adjectives. The current player interface was but an empty shell constructed based on divine characteristics. The data fluctuations were subtle alterations he had observed and discreetly modified. It was intended to create an illusion that it could detect player information. Initially, he had hoped that the effects of faith would eventually bring these features to fruition, but it appeared Yi Ji had overestimated the potential. The term side effects inherently implies that the benefits cannot surpass the detriments. All these features necessitated Yi Ji to manually unlock them through the expenditure of divine power. Particularly, those that pertain to monitoring the player's physical conditions began at a staggering 500 points. Although once unlocked, they provided a one-time service without requiring Yi Ji to invest divine power for each individual player. The lack of funds rendered him immobile. With a heavy sigh, Yi Ji lamented his situation. After much contemplation, he found no skills he deemed worthwhile. The most trivial of features was the realistic player name function, which merely transferred player registration information into the game, yet demanded a hefty 100 points of divine power. Chapter 35. Function Selection and Establishing Player Death Penalties. Moreover, why were the prices for realistic features so exorbitantly higher than others? Was this not a mere setting I devised offhand? This conundrum perplexed Yi Ji the most. Could the fervor of his followers truly be quantified? Yi Ji meticulously browsed through the console, eyeing several skills. One of them was the realistic game interface, which effectively secured the functions of the game interface with a buyout, although 100 points of divine power seemed exorbitant. As long as the game boasts over 100 players, purchasing the feature becomes far more economical than individually crafting panels. One essential item is the backpack, which surprisingly comes equipped with 5 slots. This portable space is indispensable for players. Upon glancing at the price of the backpack feature, Yi Ji instantly regained his composure. 1,000 divine power points. It was simply too exorbitant. In the early stages of the game, features are paramount, and one must exercise utmost caution in their initial selections. With 1,000 divine power points, one could typically unlock 2 features. To spend them solely on the backpack would be an unwise choice. The last feature that piqued his interest was the customization option. This would provide a broader operational space. Thus, the divine power points required could vary. Yi Ji yearned for the ability to display players' mana data on the game panel. This desire stemmed primarily from the unfortunate experience of 3 players who were disconnected due to depleting their mana. Players are not native inhabitants of Eltia. Expecting them to possess an intimate understanding of their internal mana reserves akin to true wizards is an unreasonable demand. With the data-driven mana system, this issue would be elegantly resolved. No longer would players need to worry about fainting from mana exhaustion due to an inability to gauge their physical condition. Yi Ji navigated through the customization options and successfully established the functionality to visualize mana. The cost was set at 500 mana points. Yi Ji sighed. Indeed, the last flicker of hope extinguished. He could afford no features whatsoever. After much contemplation, he finally recalled an important matter. Wasn't he initially focused on addressing the player's resurrection penalties? Rubbing his smooth skull, he realized he had entirely forgotten about this while dealing with Xiao Ming's earlier interruption. The incident with the red-skinned earthworms had jogged his memory. Although players had perished, Yi Ji could certainly craft new bodies for them. However, creating fresh human vessels necessitated the use of magical materials. Several components within the magic circle were particularly precious, and in his current predicament, acquiring them would be exceedingly challenging. Resource conservation was crucial. He could not predict when he would exhaust his supplies. Before he could find substitute materials, he must first address the resurrection penalty. Yi Ji began by checking if he could customize the game's resurrection points. The good news was that the control panel indeed possessed this feature. The bad news was that the amount of divine power points required was staggering, far beyond the modest means of Yi Ji. As for the penalty required for resurrection, he took out a quill and began documenting on the floating parchment. First, To resurrect a player by activating the magic circle to create a new body would require a full day. This should be considered a punishment for the players. Furthermore, he realized he had yet to set save points for the players. Yi Ji pressed his temples in distress. When he initially updated his divine power, he felt confident about recouping his losses swiftly. Yet, the true nature of expenditure became apparent only when he faced the dire consequences of his decisions. He decided to set the save point aside, knowing that upon resurrection, any unrecorded experience would be lost, indeed, a second form of punishment. Moreover, it was imperative to note that their game lacked currency. Death would incur a monetary penalty, serving as the final punishment. Yi Ji cast aside his quill and meticulously reviewed the player resurrection mechanism he had documented, ensuring there were no oversights. The penalties were comprehensive. Prior to death, unrecorded experience. At the moment of death, resurrection, and post-death, currency deduction, all accounted for. He planned to elevate the monetary penalty to a challenging level, undoubtedly instilling a sense of caution in players regarding reckless deaths. Yi Ji's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. With the introduction of currency, novice gear and quest items would also incur charges. Their initial resources were limited and could not be squandered by players at will. Only items for which they had to pay would be cherished. Yi Ji continued tinkering for an extended period, successfully designating a resurrection array as a save point using 100 points of divine power. Thus, upon a player's demise, the new body created from the array would utilize the data from their last save. Next came the creation of game currency. However, this endeavor required 500 points of divine power and could only yield 10,000 coins. To acquire more, one would need to expend divine power once again. The price left Yi Ji astounded. The system could have opted to simply siphon funds. Yet it granted him a plethora of tokens that could only hold meaning through human intervention. Yi Ji inwardly cursed the laws of the world until a sudden epiphany struck him. No, the value of game currency could not be equated with other functionalities. It simply cannot command such a price. Unlike other features, currency did not necessitate assessing a player's physical condition. In comparison, it resembled an item priced at 100 divine power points. It merely required a special identity definition for the items, followed by organization and calculation. The only complication was the need to fabricate currency from nothing. There had to be a means of reducing the cost. Yi Ji was resolute. If he could resolve the creation issue and allow divine power to merely append a special identity definition to the finished product, would not the price be drastically different? With this thought, Yi Ji immediately resumed his operations at the game console, laboring until dawn. At long last, he discovered a more economical method for producing game currency, utilizing alchemy to create currency while allowing divine power to handle the final anti-counterfeiting certification. Without hesitation, he set to work. Yi Ji rose and entered the chapel, moving to a corner where he began crafting alchemical equipment amidst a flurry of sparks. The commotion roused Xiao Ming, the statue, who had been dozing peacefully. Huh, is it dawn? Blinking his tiny bean-sized eyes, he gazed out at the sky, which was beginning to reveal the first light of day. Xiao Ming, under the dim light, harbored grave doubts that he had barely slumbered for 4 hours. The weight of fatigue pressed upon him as he soared towards the instigator, his voice firm. What are you doing? Are you not allowing anyone to sleep? Alchemy, Yi Ji replied nonchalantly. What else could I possibly be doing? You could perform alchemy. Xiao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. But can't you do it during the day? With a swift motion, Yi Ji cast aside the iron funnel he had been holding, his hollow, skull-like visage fixed intently upon it, the ethereal flame of his soul flickering with a chilling intensity. Do you possess the capability to assist me? As a grievously injured individual, I have not only been deprived of sleep, but have also been laboring for our future. Have I uttered a word of complaint? As he spoke, Yi Ji illuminated his system panel, prominently displaying the duration of his survival. Survival time, 8 days, 20 hours, 24 minutes, Chapter 36. Rune Furnace, Crafting Game Currency. The luminous orb felt a surge of guilt. Well, look at Edgar. He bears numerous injuries, yet remains undisturbed. Yi Ji gestured towards Edgar, who had fashioned a makeshift room from the meager bricks available in town. Despite the cacophony emanating from Yi Ji's side, Edgar remained utterly unperturbed. Yi Ji turned to confront Xiao Ming. As the only one among us without a single scratch, do you not feel a twinge of shame? When faced with adversity, one ought to introspect. Is your daytime work too effortless? thus leaving you restless at night? Xiao Ming stood frozen, contemplating. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Yiji asserted with unwavering conviction. I require no assistance from you. Return to your slumber. Ashamed, Xiao Ming bowed his head, his former pride dissipating into oblivion. I apologize for interrupting your work. He then obediently retreated into the palm of the statue. Yiji resumed his previous endeavor. Having lived for 7 centuries, he possessed a modicum of every magic, and alchemy was no exception. Yet, even the most skilled artisan is hindered by a lack of resources. Previously, during his encounter on the Gale Plains, 2 inexperienced monks had shattered his storage pouch. Consequently, his supply of magical materials was woefully inadequate, with the alchemical components being even scarcer. After sifting through the meager offerings, he could only concoct a hard disk that transformed soil into a form of copper. He named this creation Rune Furnace. The Rune Furnace featured 3 material inlets. Following the reaction chamber, the conversion matrix led to 3 distinct outlets. The alloy discs produced from these outlets varied in size and design, with values of 1, 10, and 100 respectively. The shell was complete, but the final step remained, activating the conversion matrix within the furnace. Yiji's palm radiated a golden-red glow, casting a blood-red hue upon his bones. With a mighty shout, he commanded seal. The entire furnace trembled violently, its color shifting from pure black to a brilliant brass. Suddenly, Yiji's body collapsed with a sharp crack, reducing him to a mere pile of bones. 3 seconds later, the bones reassembled. Leaning against the wall, Yiji straightened his head, sighing in resignation. Alas, it seems I have indeed overexerted myself. He summoned the system panel, observing the reduction of 2 days from his lifespan. Survival time: 6 days, 19 hours, 56 minutes. The already scant time had been diminished by nearly a quarter. Yiji glanced at the ordinary numbers with indifference before closing the panel, simultaneously calculating the magic he had just expended. The fireball spell used to save 3 players had only cost him 10 minutes, while crafting alchemical items had consumed 2 days. I must be more prudent with my magic usage, he mused. Gazing upon the stout, rune-etched furnace, Yiji activated the control panel. The currency function had successfully decreased to 100 divine power. His eyes brightened. Excellent. The 2 days were not wasted. It has transformed into 400 divine power. He promptly purchased the currency function and immediately commenced his experiments. 10 minutes later, Yiji held in his hand a freshly minted game currency. The front bore the denomination of 100, while the reverse displayed a stylized skull. The edges of the coin were adorned with serrated patterns, giving it an aesthetic reminiscent of currency used by nefarious factions. Yiji quipped, but who cares? As a designer, I find it pleasing. After all, due to his undead identity, the Watchers organization had already been relegated to the realm of wickedness. Simultaneously, Yiji's game panel materialized. New game currency, 100. Wait, the coin is truly named game currency? Yiji hastily accessed the permissions panel to rename it. Henceforth, it shall be known as Undead Coin, no magic coin. After all, it is a product of magical alchemy. Yiji secured the 100 denomination magic coin and, cradling the half-height rune furnace, traversed most of the cathedral. He knocked on the makeshift wooden door of Edgar's room. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a neatly dressed Edgar. It is not yet time for work. The sky outside is shrouded in a misty blue. It will be at least 2 hours before the realm of the gods fully rises. Yiji replied without a hint of guilt. Regardless, you have awakened, have you not? Moreover, dear Edgar, you must acclimate to the current time difference. Once more players arrive, they will not concern themselves with the hour and will incessantly knock on your door for 24 hours. Edgar, I suddenly feel that we should consider an alternative plan for the revival of the Watchers. I refuse, Yiji decisively stated. Are you certain you won't invite me in for a moment? Edgar stepped aside. The makeshift resting area was quite cramped, aside from the bed. There was barely enough space for a single footstep. With one person and a specter occupying the room, it already felt a bit congested. Yiji tossed the heavy runic furnace to Edgar and explained its functionality. Henceforth, you shall be the treasurer of the Watchers. This item is entrusted to you, and I trust you will safeguard it well. Edgar gazed down at the alchemical apparatus thrust into his hands. Although the materials were predominantly mundane, its intricate design attested to its exceptional nature. Evaluating it solely on craftsmanship, it certainly warranted careful preservation. However, my leader, I believe you are aware that just 4 days ago, I was appointed as the chief administrator responsible for assigning tasks to players and settling quests. Now you wish for me to manage the finances as well. The workload is rather overwhelming, don't you think? Ahaha, is that so? Yiji chuckled awkwardly. Then this shall remain with you. As among the three of us, your current prowess is the highest, making it safest in your care. This is a matter of 100 points of divine power. The three of them were in a state of weakness and disarray. Although Edgar had lost much of his power upon betraying the faith, he had managed to regain considerable strength over time. It would be imprudent to entrust such responsibility to Yiji, who had only the strength of a mid-level mage, or to Xiaoming, who possessed no combat capability whatsoever. Soon, the task would include a reward of magic coins, and keeping the item with you would facilitate task settlement, wouldn't it? Yiji quickly crafted reasons for Edgar, patting him on the shoulder with a sense of importance. Little Edgar, the organization places its trust in you. Once we have more personnel, I will promptly assign you an assistant. Edgar hesitated, but ultimately conceded. Very well, but the matter of assistance must be expedited. Of course, the moment a hapless soul wanders near Sweetwater Town, I will swiftly bring them back to assist you. Yiji, confident in his undead nature, spoke without a hint of hesitation. Yet, Edgar's expression shifted to one of wariness. What else do you intend to do? A paladin, educated in the virtues of righteous knights, had been pushed to the brink of paranoia, now harboring suspicion towards his superior, revealing a protest akin to that of a laborer. Yiji couldn't help but reflect. Had he perhaps gone too far in his actions? Chapter 37. Filming the promotional video for Game Version 1, Player Resource Crisis. Impossible. He is the most approachable leader. Yiji resolutely dismissed that possibility from his mind and regarded Edgar with a warm, friendly gaze. Rest assured, it is not a grave matter. I have merely come to share some good news with you. Last night, our plan achieved a monumental breakthrough. Yiji conveyed to the others the news that players could provide substantial divine power. As expected, Edgar displayed an expression of astonishment and disbelief, particularly upon learning that Yiji had successfully eliminated the adverse effects of the faith power afflicting Xiaoming through the game console. Edgar's gaze turned resolute. Lin, perhaps you are indeed correct. If divine power can free one from the side effects of faith power, it truly represents the optimal choice for realizing the ultimate goal of the Watchers organization. In that case, the increased workload is a burden I can bear. With a resigned closure of his eyes, Edgar urged, please continue. Truly, he is the most formidable and sagacious paladin of the Radiant Church since the age of divine fall. Yiji generously lavished praise, then shifted the topic. There is indeed another matter that requires your assistance. Edgar's expression was one of anticipated confirmation. Yiji raised a skeletal finger. Are you familiar with game trailers? I have been closely following the news on Blue Star Network and have a general understanding of the most critical public opinion surrounding Under the Divine. It is merely that there is insufficient internal material, leading to skepticism among netizens. If we could release a trailer for Under the Divine, such doubts would significantly diminish. After several days of uninterruptedly transmitting magical power to the blue light orb, Yiji had accumulated enough authority to upload a 10-minute video to the official website. The process of obtaining a function to upload videos proved to be quite arduous, revealing that his golden finger still had vast potential for development. Yiji meticulously explained to Edgar what a game trailer entailed. After listening, Edgar pondered for a moment. You wish to create a video featuring my likeness for your players to view? I have no objections. Surprised by his agreeable response, Yiji remarked, you are surprisingly accommodating. I recall you were quite resistant to recording items in the past. After all, once a video is released, the manner in which it is treated by others is beyond one's control. The current reputation of Under the Divine is rather poor. If the first trailer uploaded were to be discovered by detractors or competitors, it is conceivable that Edgar's image could end up in a parody video. This is precisely why Yiji sought Edgar's opinion. Indeed, he is a commendable superior. Edgar placed the rune furnace beside the bed and turned, his expression calm. From the 3 players you brought, it is evident that their behavior is peculiar, raising concerns. It is difficult to guarantee how they would treat the footage if it fell into their hands. However, do not forget that after meeting you, I have already experienced such treatment. Though he previously disliked being recorded, as a member of the Radiant Church, he cannot entirely evade social engagements, resulting in a few recordings remaining. These images, following his betrayal of the Radiant Church, have transformed into incriminating evidence against him. It's impossible to ascertain how many hands they have passed through or how many have distorted their essence. What choice does Edgar have but to accept this fate? Joining the Watchers means being prepared to be the target of everyone's ire. Yiji cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to shift the topic. Now that you've agreed, let's find an open space to commence filming. Can we still utilize the Dawn's Judgment? Dawn's Judgment is the signature skill that Edgar established at the tender age of 14, the very foundation of his title as a Dawn Knight. While the extent of its power shall be momentarily set aside, it undeniably serves as a means of impressing others. In those days, he managed to ascend to the rank of Knight Commander upon reaching adulthood, largely thanks to the admiration and support of the faithful. His popularity stemmed from the effects produced each time he wielded Dawn's Judgment. The skill was not only visually striking, but also boasted a significant area of effect. Accompanied by radiant light effects, it would undoubtedly serve as a major selling point in their promotional video. Edgar's expression grew complex. I currently possess less than 1/10 of my former power, so of course, I cannot perform it. Are you unaware of this? I cannot even utilize advanced skills at this moment. Yiji momentarily faltered, astonished. The last time I saw you, hadn't you already regained 30% of your strength? Some unforeseen events transpired in between. Oh, Yiji refrained from further inquiry, recognizing that under their current circumstances, any questions would be futile. The room fell into silence. Yizhi Sikit, 2 injured souls, each bearing wounds more grievous than the other. His own abilities were inferior to Edgar's, rendering him incapable of discerning the true extent of Edgar's injuries. In light of this, he realized that the responsibilities he had assigned to Edgar were indeed burdensome. A pang of guilt stirred within Yiji, though, as a being without a heart, the sensation lasted but a fleeting moment. Do not worry. Simply showcase your most extravagant skill that you can muster, and we shall set off. Wait, Edgar called out to him. What now? Let me be clear. I do not accept any retractions. Edgar shook his head. This is not a retraction. You just informed me that the purpose of the promotional video is to showcase the essence of Eltia, thereby attracting more, shall we say, players to become our allies. You intend to utilize this footage to seek out new players, correct? Yiji nodded. He still possessed 164 points of divine power, and indeed had intentions of recruiting new members. 3 players were insufficient. Relying solely on them would leave them stranded in Sweetwater Town indefinitely. Naturally, the sooner they could gather more players, the better. Yiji planned to release the promotional video alongside a new recruitment announcement for the upcoming round of game testing, hoping to attract a few more new players. Edgar understood Yiji's intentions, but felt compelled to offer a word of caution. The equipment we have prepared for the players is somewhat insufficient. Welcoming new players requires more than just the expenditure of divine power. Novice gear and quest tools also represent a considerable drain. As both the Minister of Internal Affairs and the Minister of Finance, Edgar must inform Yiji of their current financial situation. They are currently lacking in both tools and novice gear, with a particular deficiency in the latter. Initially, Edgar had only brought back 10 sets. Unfortunately, after being caught in the rain yesterday, the players exhausted 6 sets in one go. It remains uncertain whether further losses will occur. If they do not address this issue, the new players arriving in Eltia may find themselves wandering about in a state of undress. They must resolve this predicament swiftly. Yiji began to feel a headache brewing. Once again, one cannot resort to plundering the wealthy in Nari Town. Oh, right, your strength is insufficient for that. Previously, he had assumed that Edgar had ventured to Nari Town to pillage the granaries of a landowner. It now appears that the reality was quite different. The absence of militia patrols in the vicinity of Nari Town suggests that Edgar merely scavenged from abandoned farms, acquiring mismatched clothing and tools. No wonder the items were ill-fitting. Lacking sufficient strength, Edgar feigned ignorance towards Yiji's last remark and continued to elaborate. The lives of farmers are not much better than ours. The 10 sets of clothing were the utmost I could procure in exchange for the Radiant Sun coins. These coins, long accepted under the influence of the God of Light, are minted by the Blazing Church. Any further exchange would adversely impact their livelihoods. No amount of money would coax them into parting with more. Chapter 38, Under the Divine, Test Server, Version 11 Update Announcement. Those who manage to survive in Eltia are certainly not fools. It is understood without saying that Edgar's funds cannot be easily spent. Farmers need to hoard their radiant sun coins for at least a year before contemplating venturing to neighboring cities to expend them. Should the supplies provided to Edgar jeopardize their livelihoods for the next 6 months, the farmers would be most unwilling. Yiji stroked his jawbone, acknowledging the issue. Indeed, this is a problem. Even if the clothing for new players is resolved, the scarcity of resources will persist until their strength is restored. Thus, in addition to architects capable of constructing buildings and blacksmiths skilled in toolmaking, they also lack tailors who can sew novice garments. Beyond the players, Yiji needs to enlist some locals to undertake the crafting of game items and serve as guide for the players. Yiji decisively proclaimed, "Let us first film a promotional video. I will strive to find a swift solution to this issue." The filming of the promotional video proceeded rapidly. After all, the lens was essentially Yiji's eyes, and the skills and magic employed by Edgar were not merely special effects. To enhance the final product, Yiji even decided to involve the slumbering Xiaoming. The original plan for filming in the air was altered to seek out an unfortunate creature beyond the town. With a sense of urgency and the stark reality of combat, the visual impact becomes even more profound. By the time they finish filming, the morning dew has just evaporated. The 3 players remain in a deep slumber. Yiji approaches to assess their condition, discovering the severe aftereffects of their depleted magical energy, which has left them unconscious. It is estimated that they will not fully awaken until tomorrow. Thus, it appears that throughout the day, no players will visit Eltia. Xiaoming has successfully secured a day off. Edgar attempts to venture outside, hoping to procure a few unwanted garments from other farmers. Regardless of whether Yiji can locate a tailor, the immediate concerns must be addressed first. Yiji remains at the church, diligently attending to matters on the Blue Star Network. After a series of meticulous edits, a 10-minute video is skillfully condensed to 6 minutes. Yiji reviews it multiple times, ensuring its accuracy before setting it aside temporarily to prepare a game announcement. Announcement for the hot update of version 11 of the Under the Divine testing server. Key updates. 1. Currency system activation. 1. The Watcher will no longer provide complimentary starter meals or novice attire. Players must purchase these using the Watcher faction currency, the magic coin, which can be acquired through completing tasks and other means. 2. The trading function is now enabled. Players may purchase a variety of new items from Knight Edgar if needed. 2. Revive mechanism enhancement. 1. Upon death, players will lose a certain amount of magic coins. 2. Revive cooldown period. As the faction leader, Yiji is gravely injured. Each time he forges a new body to guide players back to Eltia, a cooldown period of 12 hours is required. 3. Introduction of a save point feature. Upon revival, players' bodily data will be based on the last save point, with an existing save point at Sweetwater Town's initial church. The game is challenging. Please cherish your character's life. 3. Enhancement of the creature compendium around Sweetwater Town. New entry, red-skinned earthworm. 4. Infrastructure activities are in full swing. Following the game update, house construction tasks will yield additional experience points and magic coin bonuses. Land purchase options are now available. Further details can be obtained from Knight Edgar. Let us craft our dream homes together and build a prosperous, vibrant Sweetwater Town. Additional content. 1. Optimize game art style. 2. Adjustments to the game physics engine. 3. Minor bug fixes. Yiji reviews the announcement, confirming its accuracy before setting it aside as well. Next, he prepares to update the official website. Official website update announcement for Under the Divine. Key updates. 1. The reservation channel for the Under the Divine test is once again open. On the registration information page, a new entry for player specialties has been added, providing outstanding players with more avenues for selection. Furthermore, a promotional video for the 10th version of Beneath the Deity has been introduced, along with a new forum discussion module for players to engage in deeper conversations. Additionally, a game compendium module has been launched, which will be updated periodically with background information and bestiary entries related to Beneath the Deity. The official website's layout has also been optimized. With these updates, Yiji clicked send, publishing 2 announcements along with the promotional video on the official website. As he gazed at the increasingly polished webpage, Yiji felt a growing sense of satisfaction. After all, it had merely been 682 years since he last wrote code. He thought picking it back up would be effortless. While speaking, Yiji casually changed the game icon to a sleeping photo of Xiaoming. The plump, spherical figure dominated the entire image. And despite the embellishments of its limbs and its gaping mouth, the colors were not as monotonous as Yi Ji had anticipated. It appeared just right. Indeed, this little creature was destined to be a mascot. Yi Ji reaffirmed his discerning eye. Look at how perfectly this being suited the game icon. Just as he was about to close the web page, a registration notification suddenly popped up in the background. Yi. Last time during the internal test, he had bravely posed as a shill, leaving the registration information posted for several days before finally attracting 3 players. How was it that this time, immediately after posting, someone had already registered? Not only that, ding, 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 a succession of registration notifications appeared. In no time, Yi Ji found himself with information for 6 new players. He clicked on one registration entry for a player named Tian Li Sanhua. In the comments section, he saw a line of text, recommended by Xiaoge. Seeking a backdoor. Xiaoge? Could it be that player who prefers not to showcase himself? Yi Ji's mouth fell open in astonishment. Had he actually recommended beneath the deity? Without hesitation, Yi Ji opened a search engine for this name, and indeed found a gaming blogger with the same moniker. Quite coincidentally, the individual had just released a new video an hour ago. Do virtual reality games truly have no future? No, the future is here. The title was exceedingly easy to decipher. The only virtual reality games generating discussion online were Divine Realm and Beneath the Deity, the latter riding on the coattails of the conversation. Yi Ji clicked on it without a second thought. Hello everyone, I am Renbu Xiaoji, and if I don't showcase myself, I might as well let the spring water idle. Recently, the topic of virtual reality games has been particularly heated in the gaming community. Coincidentally, those familiar with my channel should know that I, too, am an avid fan of virtual reality games. Everyone has been debating whether Divine Realm can truly be recognized as a virtual reality game, but I, Xiaoge, have secretly secured an internal testing slot for another game of the same genre. At this point, you should be able to guess the name of the new game. Indeed, it is Beneath the Deity. Due to the temporary inability to record gameplay, I am left to create visuals using promotional images and other material from the official game website. By the way, the official site for Under the Deity is truly abysmal. I could randomly type on my keyboard and produce a more aesthetically pleasing page. I suggest the game company hire me for a modest fee. I could find a university student to craft a better design. Yi Ji, is it really necessary to resort to personal attacks? What is wrong with the official site? Doesn't it possess all the essential functions? Perhaps it is merely a tad less visually appealing, slightly slower to load, and occasionally prone to errors. In any case, they're in the process of optimizing it. Chapter 39, Lin Xian's Game Review, a cross-century masterpiece. Yi Ji clicked to continue. This is a game review video. And to summarize the conclusion, it is a cross-century game that should have emerged centuries later. The greatest game. Even the title of Game God fails to encapsulate the essence of Under the Deity, nor can it express the profound impact it has on my soul. Thus, this is also a promotional video. Due to a lack of sufficient materials, the presenter will refrain from excessive arguments and defenses. I will merely share my personal experience of the first day of the beta test, a remarkable 14-hour gaming session. Virtual reality games have long been a pilgrimage for many gaming enthusiasts since their conceptual inception, embodying lofty and mature aspirations. Thus, when brainwave reading technology emerged, games touting virtual reality were met with considerable resistance from numerous players. However, I assure you, regardless of your expectations for virtual reality games, Under the Deity surpasses them all. At the beginning of the game, players awaken in a dilapidated church. Beneath the sound point is a massive magic circle, roughly the size of a small living room or bedroom, which initially obscured the presence of other players. The game excels in its attention to detail. The intricacies of the magic circle are so precise that I had to lie on the ground to observe them clearly. I cannot fathom how long the talented artists took to create such a stunning starting point. Hats off to the artists. Following this is the game's prologue. Although players awaken in a church, surprisingly, we belong to the anti-deity faction. Laughs? I have yet to fully grasp the specific background, so I shall set that aside for now to discuss the game's system and art style. When I pushed open the door to enter the church, I must admit, I felt a momentary chill. The game's art style is incredibly realistic. Even the top 3 online attempts at realistic art cannot compare to the authenticity of Under the Deity. It feels like stepping into another world. The advantages of such a realistic art style are evident, as it allows players to immerse themselves deeply in the experience. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. The more delectable a cake, the more conspicuous a speck of mouse droppings appears. In an environment of extreme realism, any hint of unreality can create a profound sense of dissonance. When humans encounter animals capable of human-like actions, they often find them endearing, such as a dog using a pillow or a Totoro eating with a spoon. However, when an object resembles a human too closely, it often evokes a sense of dread among people, as exemplified by certain dolls. This phenomenon is famously known as the uncanny valley effect. Upon encountering this, Old Shio experienced trepidation, particularly with one figure, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a knight from the medieval era. If they were to speak with a voice laden with electronic distortion or exhibit responses that diverge from typical human behavior, the resulting sensation would undoubtedly parallel the horror of witnessing a multitude of artificial beings roaming about. Ultimately, my apprehensions were entirely unwarranted. Among the three figures, one sphere remained mute, while the other two, though capable of speech, were reticent in their dialogue. Based solely on their displayed reactions, their intelligence was remarkably high, verging on the indistinguishable from reality. Moreover, their personality responses varied significantly. Our faction leader, Yiji, is a spectral being, essentially a skeleton, whose backstory positions him as a compatriot of the players. Thus, regardless of how I and the other two beta testers conducted ourselves, he perpetually wore a skeletal grin, reminiscent of a quintessential villain. Shivers, the other knight, Edgar, is a pure indigenous character, deeply intertwined with the players, thus frequently displaying a myriad of complex expressions towards us. It's a pity the game does not allow screenshots, otherwise, I would undoubtedly compile a grid of Edgar's frowning faces. His promotional image is also available. Behold, this very one. The video timely showcased the game's two promotional images. Following the introductory remarks, we received our quests and associated items, and upon exiting, we finally beheld the exterior of the church. The novice village lay nestled at the forest's edge, enveloped in greenery, while the village itself was rendered in muted grays. I previously mentioned that the church was abandoned, but in comparison to other structures in the town, it was astonishingly opulent. It even boasted a roof. The walls were not so fragile as to crumble at a mere touch. The streets of a novice village were riddled with potholes, littered with unprocessed refuse, resembling a desolate wasteland long forsaken. It is said that this town was obliterated by a tide of magic, and the sheer volume of discarded debris left behind attests to the terrifying power of that magical surge. Thumbs up, according to faction leader Old Yi. The magical tide is imminent, though the timing remains uncertain. How frightening. Subsequently, we spent the entirety of the day chopping trees to gather resources needed to withstand the impending tide. I find great pleasure in the notion that every action taken by players profoundly influences the main storyline of the game. This truly embodies the essence of narrative participation. Regrettably, such gameplay mechanics entail an overwhelming amount of effort and possess excessive unpredictability. Thus, most games shy away from them. The tool for tree chopping within the game is uniquely crafted from a plant known as broadleaf bramble, sharp enough to slice through iron. The exhilaration of felling trees in the game is unparalleled. The sound of the leaves and trunks grinding against one another is remarkably soothing. Old Shio, in reality, is a sedentary individual, having seldom engaged in voluntary physical activity, yet relying on sporadic bursts of regained stamina through experience points. He managed to chop trees for an entire day, gazing upon a row of freshly hewn tree stumps, coupled with a manually expanded vista. One cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of achievement. Why do I mention the broadleaf plant that can slice through iron as though it were mud? Because I shall soon employ it, smile. As evening descended, a torrential downpour ensued in the game, and the three of us encountered the first monstrous creature capable of gracing a biological disaster film. A colossal red earthworm. At that moment, I took a step back, twisting my body and charged towards it. Ahem, I may have digressed slightly. In any case, the three of us combined our efforts to cleave the gigantic earthworm, which required at least two individuals to embrace, into two segments. We wielded the broadleaf plant, as thick as our thumbs and half an arm's length. If only I could record the moment, I would surely download the video and preserve it on magnetic tape as a cherished keepsake. Astonishingly, the earthworm remained alive, splitting into two distinct entities. Had it not been for timely intervention, my character's first demise would have been at its hands. Shy Old Leaf's fireball spell was truly spectacular. It imbued me with a sensation akin to being on a major film set. Upon leveling up, I opted for the fireball spell as my initial skill, inviting new players to join me in our quest to incinerate earthworms. Chapter 40. A virtual reality game? A 100 degree of realism? How absurd. Thus, my day of gaming was nearing its conclusion, in my eagerness to experiment with the newly acquired magic. I was so exhausted I couldn't even discern the flavor of my dinner. What a pity. After all, it was my first grand feast in the game. After much effort to find a game boasting 100 realism, I lamented not being able to indulge in my culinary desires. Alas, what a shame. This day, from the opening narrative to the exploration of the novice village, the upgrading of tasks, battling creatures, and learning magic was extraordinarily fulfilling. Merely these experiences alone would overshadow the vast majority of games available on the market. Yet, this was not the end. Upon exiting the game, one enters the realm of under the divine. The ratio of game time to real time is 2:1, meaning 1 hour in reality equates to 2 hours in the game. The game company behind Under the Divine has developed technology for accelerated cognition. Exiting the game feels akin to awakening from slumber, leaving one invigorated. These two aspects alone transcend the gaming domain, representing another means, aside from telomere research, to extend human life. Sleep can be utilized, effectively doubling its value. Under the Divine offers us a new lease on life in a parallel world. Upon reading the final statement, the soul's fire within Yi flickered momentarily. That was close. It nearly allowed that fellow to grasp the truth. Thankfully, even Lin Xian, who uttered those words, did not take the metaphor literally. Otherwise, Yi would have to devise a means to rationally reset the other party's expectations and revoke their beta testing privileges. Glancing at the sky, Yi noted that the time in Eltia had yet to reach noon. This meant that on Blue Star, the players had been offline for less than 6 hours. The other party has already produced the evaluation video. Is this what happens when one rushes to create content immediately after going offline? Yi murmured. Such astonishing initiative from the undead. He opened the comment section. The comments were few, and it appeared that this individual was not faring particularly well. However, there were also many passers-by who, due to the recent events surrounding Divine Domain, inadvertently clicked on the video. Their attitudes were uniformly skeptical. Virtual reality gaming? A realism level of 100? What a farce. And accelerated cognitive technology, is that a term you coined, dear blogger? Have you applied for a patent? Finally, I have found a comment section under Beneath the Deity where I can unleash my vitriol. So, the blogger has spent over 10 hours chopping down trees in the game? What a nonsensical endeavor. Is this even enjoyable? The features that everyone from not showing oneself deemed groundbreaking were met with widespread disbelief. There is even more laughter over his day-long tree chopping than support for his claims. Among the comments were messages from his old followers. They initially thought that Show Brother was a refreshing presence in the gaming sphere, only to discover he had succumbed to promoting a trashy game, spreading rumors, and then unsubscribing. If he can blow this much hot air, Showdog has ultimately become a mere internet clown. Although a few scattered comments supported him, they were quickly drowned out by a tide of dissent. Not showing oneself may have anticipated the direction of public opinion. After pinning a comment with the official game link, he quietly fell silent. Yi felt a mix of emotions after reading through it. His intentions were noble, but the impact was likely to be minimal. In an age where even images do not guarantee truth, it was overly unrealistic for not showing oneself to rely on just 2 promotional images to advocate for the game. Had he waited a couple more hours, he might have seen the promotional images uploaded by Yi, which could have improved the situation. Furthermore, the other party inadvertently revealed that the flow of time differed between the 2 worlds. The reason Yi had refrained from including this feature on the official site was to avoid unnecessary complications. Now, thanks to not showing oneself's video, the matter of time flow was no longer a secret. Who knows what sort of trouble might arise from this? Yi felt a bit of his plans disrupted. Yet overall, he remained calm. The disparity in the flow of time was twofold, and its discovery was merely a matter of time. Now, it was simply a matter of hastening its exposure to the public. After some contemplation, Yiji decided to let the video develop naturally, without interference. The game had just opened its servers, and the player count was still manageable. Even if trouble were to arise, it was still too early. Nevertheless, with the video garnering thousands of views, he need not worry about the influx of new players. Yiji confidently closed his internet connection. Perhaps I can still enjoy the luxury of having too many players to choose from. What a dilemma, with matters online settled. All that remained was to patiently await the passage of time. Yiji rose and stretched, the sound of creaking bones echoing through the air. The side effects from a morning's rune-furnished training had mostly subsided. Finally, he could walk a few steps without feeling as if he would fall apart. It was time to leave the church and take a stroll outside. What to do in the afternoon? Ah, yes. Perhaps he could venture to the outskirts and see if he might stumble upon a few unfortunate souls lost in the great oak forest. It was high time to seek out the townsfolk of Sweetwater. Edgar was likely on the verge of a strike. Yiji left the statue of the sleeping Xiao Ming behind and closed the church door with a creak. In another realm, Lin Xian removed his gaming helmet. Disappointment evident in his eyes. He still could not enter the game. His account remained forcibly logged out. He anxiously examined the helmet in his hands, his unease unmistakable. It had only been 7 hours since he logged off, yet the game's phase reactions had already begun. The inability to log in left him feeling restless and agitated. After finally mastering magic, he longed to immerse himself in the game once more. He lamented in the empty room, expressing his frustrations aloud. Defeated, he placed the helmet on a nearby bookshelf and muttered to himself, "It seems I must conserve my magical energy. The consequences of depletion are far too daunting." Lin Xian turned on his computer, and a flood of red notifications, 99 unread messages, instantly appeared. Merely glancing at the snippets of the latest messages revealed a torrent of insults and personal attacks, a response to his most recent video. As expected, the anticipated backlash had arrived. He ignored the notifications, dismissing them with a flick of his mouse. However, in a moment of distraction, he inadvertently shifted the cursor to the left, not only failing to clear the unread messages, but also opening the back end of his Kuaishou account. The number of followers displayed at the top had just plummeted from 100,000 to 990,000. Lin Xian felt a pang in his heart. Although he had anticipated a loss of followers, witnessing such a stark decline was indeed excessive. Reaching the 10,000 mark had been an achievement just 4 months prior. Yet, after posting a video, he had lost that milestone in under 2 hours. The award for reaching 100,000 followers had yet to be delivered by Kuaishou, and now he wondered if it ever would be. His already fragile mood dipped further. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and reassured himself. It's merely an initial investment. Once the subsequent closed beta testing for Under the Divine opens, it will undoubtedly gain traction. The followers lost due to this video will return in droves, perhaps even multiplied. He would prove that he was not merely profiting from a failing venture, nor had he been lured into a pyramid scheme, laundering money through a low-quality game. Chapter 41. The Power of Promotional Videos. Lin Xian's fan group erupted. Yet, he sighed, Under the Divine, you must hold on until the extensive testing phase. He was not concerned about the game's popularity, as he had truly experienced its allure. However, he worried about the company's financial stability. Beneath the divine realm, there exists an abundance of commendable qualities. Yet, it is precisely due to its exceptional quality that Lin Xian finds himself increasingly anxious with every passing minute spent in the game, fearing the company's potential bankruptcy. Should the development falter midway due to financial constraints, Lin Xian's strategy would be rendered futile. Suddenly, the notification sound from QQ echoed, prompting Lin Xian to click on it. He discovered it was from his fan group, comprised of longtime friends whom he would never disregard. His cursor lingered beside the group name for a moment, noting that the number of members in parentheses had diminished by more than half since yesterday. A bitter smile escaped him. Despite having made an announcement in the group the previous day, half of his loyal followers had still departed. These were the steadfast supporters who had accompanied him from a mere 1,000 followers to 10,000, and ultimately to 100,000, yet they had now dispersed. This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he clicked, and a barrage of comments flooded the screen. Village head ergo. Is the show dog asleep? How can one sleep at your age without showcasing oneself? Field 3 flowers. Show brother, please emerge. Is a promotional video for the game authentic? I am so thrilled. Little brother's pond is full. Oh no, the show dog has truly found a treasure amidst the mess. I am Qin Shi Huang. Old show brother, show father. Could you at least respond? Unshowed oneself. What's the matter? Why do you seek me? Village head, ergo. Finally. Field 3 flowers, oh. Please stop flooding the group. Show brother, quickly check, video link. Can we truly experience those scenes in the divine realm? Village head, ergo. Urgently seeking answers. Lin Xian furrowed his brow and opened the link provided by Field 3 flowers. The sluggish loading speed of the web page and the video streaming software, seemingly lifted from another site, evoked a sense of counterfeit authentication. Without even needing to click further, Lin Xian could ascertain that the video indeed originated from the official website of the Divine Realm. The official site had actually been updated. Closing the video, Lin Xian gazed at the revitalized web page, feeling a disorienting sense of navigating a cyber labyrinth. Was this truly their game's official site? Had he mistaken it? It felt as though the previously neglected, half-finished web page had evolved into a project worthy of a university student's final assignment, potentially fetching 100 yuan on an online marketplace. Only through the registration information he had left on the official site could Lin Xian confirm its authenticity. The right sidebar prominently displayed 2 bold announcements. As he prepared to delve into them, he noticed his QQ notifications exploding with activity. Smacking his forehead in frustration, he exclaimed, "Oh no, the official site loaded too slowly, and I haven't responded to messages. My followers must be frantic." He quickly returned to QQ. Little brother's pond is full. Brother, where are you? If we don't hear back soon, our curiosity will consume us. I am the first emperor of Qin. The game was introduced to us by you. Should we perish, we shall drag you down with us. Evil, the unshowy one, ahem. Apologies for my tardiness. You are aware of the Potato Network servers beneath the Divine. The 3 flowers in the field. Ah, Brother Xiao, you have finally returned. The village head's second dog. You old rogue, unshowy, hasten to divulge all that you know. The unshowy one. If the style of the promotional video aligns with the promotional images, fret not. It reflects the authentic scenery we shall encounter in the game. The unshowy one. Have you viewed my new video? Trust me, and all shall be well. The unshowy one. Do not fear. The promotional video does not masquerade real landscapes. Lin Xian typed rapidly. Without needing to glance at the promotional material, he discerned the focal points of this group of cloud players. The desolate visage of the novice village indeed bore a narrative weight, exuding a certain post-apocalyptic essence. The vast, boundless great oak forest, when viewed from an elevated angle, was indeed breathtaking. Do not inquire how he knew, for he had climbed trees within the game. The great oak forest resembled a vibrant green sea. The closer one approached the center, the more ancient trees appeared, resembling towering pillars that reach for the heavens, obscuring the sun. The 3 flowers in the field. Why would we ever doubt that it is a depiction of the real world? The village head's second dog. Precisely. That scenery deserves accolades for its high-quality expenditure. I am the first emperor of Qin. What we seek to inquire about is the combat system. The combat system? Lin Xian felt bewildered. Did the Divine capture their battles with the red-skinned earthworms to create the promotional video? The unshowy one. Do not rush. I shall first check the video. Saying this, Lin Xian disregarded the penguin message notifications and clicked on the video. A series of ethereal, crystalline hums emerged as the background music, heralding the commencement of the promotional video. Even in the absence of lyrics, the unique cadence of the female voice conveyed a profound sorrow. Within it lay a sense of unwillingness, despair, yet faint glimmers of hope. Lin Xian succumbed to the enchantment. Closing his eyes, such beauty. This music undoubtedly stems from the hand of a master. Not only the lyrics, but also the vocal technique, both of exceptional caliber. Indeed, it was true. The opening music of the promotional video, selected by Yi Ji, was a lament from a kingdom that thrived over 500 years ago, a remnant of its downfall. It was a timeless classic, passed down through the verses of bards. Of course, it was beautiful. The performer was Claire, a member of the Watchers. The siren song served as their weapon of attack. Thus, other members of the Watchers carried, to varying degrees, recordings of Claire's voice. At this moment, it proved to be remarkably useful. Lin Xian continued to watch. As the screen illuminated, a breathtaking game scene unfolded before his eyes. Beyond the vast sea of trees, majestic snow-capped peaks rose and fell in the distance. A stream cascades downward, ultimately converging into a tumultuous river that rushes beyond the frame. The first rays of morning sunlight dance upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle that illuminates the distant gray and white edifices. Lin Xian's spirits soar even higher. It is Sweetwater Town. From an elevated vantage point, the view is even more breathtaking than from the tallest tree. The camera zooms in, gliding past the outskirts of Sweetwater Town, capturing the church and a series of other locales. Lin Xian is utterly enthralled. Suddenly, the mood shifts, and the music becomes exhilarating. The colors of the scene darken dramatically. The camera shifts to beyond Sweetwater Town, revealing a purplish mist, bubbling brown marshes, enormous caverns, and the ominous silhouettes of lurking monstrosities. Pairs of blood-red eyes fixate on the lens, and then, without warning, they charge from the distance. At this moment, the camera automatically transitions to the next scene. Chapter 42. Edgar's power emerges. Coach, I want to learn this. Time and again, monstrous creatures leap forth, accompanied by the unmistakable echoes of their roars, sending chills down Lin Xian's spine. Is this truly the essence of monstrosity? In comparison, the red-skinned earthworms they faced on the first day were mere beneficial insects. Clang! The resonant sound of metal slices through all other noises, and the background chanting abruptly ceases. A knight clad in silver armor stands not far from a marsh, his long sword reflecting a chilling glimmer in the sunlight. In the next moment, a rock-like beast concealed in the marsh lunges toward the camera. Its maw gapes wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, saliva dripping to the ground and corroding it into pitted holes. The silver knight shifts, appearing like a specter behind the creature. Circles of blue light radiate from his feet, intertwining with the brilliance of his sword to form a resplendent magical array. With a powerful thrust of his toes, the long sword pierces the sky, its brilliance intensifying, splitting into countless smaller blades that plunge toward the creature's rough, stone-like hide. The sword light, akin to a dragon, slices through the air with a whistling sound and dazzling blue radiance. The atmosphere seems to tear apart under the brilliance of the swords, leaving visible fissures in its wake. All of this transpires in the blink of an eye. In one moment, the knight stands prominently in the foreground. In the next, the beast's roar comes to an abrupt halt. Black blood splatters forth, and the creature's massive form is instantly reduced to a heap of fragments. The silver knight slowly sheathes his long sword, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion, as if all that transpired was merely a trifling task. Incredible, incredible, incredible. A volley of swords unleashed. Lin Xian's jaw drops in awe, his mouth agape in disbelief. Such dazzling magic, such impressive skill, and such revolting creatures. Every element is to his liking. The Silver Knight in the video. Who else could it be but part of their mission? Absolutely magnificent. Lin Xian trembled with excitement, unable to resist the urge to watch the video once more. Suddenly, the incessant beeping of the penguin notification seemed to tighten its grip on the moment, compelling him to halt his viewing. The alert notifications erupted like an air raid siren, betraying the urgency of the person trying to reach him. It was needless to say that it was undoubtedly his gaming friends. Reluctantly, Lin Xian cast a lingering glance at the video before submitting to the inevitable and opening the fan group. Village Chief Ergo. Shogo must have finished the video. Hurry, tell us if we players can achieve what was shown. I am Qin Shi Huang. Can we choose our profession in the game now? Is selecting the knight the most promising option? Tian Li Sanhua. Urgent, urgent, I'm the urgent king. As the group spiraled into madness, Lin Xian swallowed hard and typed with his still trembling hands. Rinbu Xiuji. Brothers, the promotional video is phenomenal. Tian Li Sanhua, dude. You look so pathetic. Village Chief, Ergo, damn it. We want to hear the diverse experiences of the beta players, yet one after another. They seem even less worldly than us. Rinbu Xiuji, a tall man in tears. You have no idea how challenging the game as operating system is. It feels just like fighting in the real world. Where have I seen teleportation and aerial acrobatics? Rinbu Xiuji, if I could do that, I wouldn't have been tormented like a dog by a mere earthworm during the day. Wipes nose. I am Qin Shi Huang. Were you chased by monsters? How does that differ from what was portrayed in the video? Renbushi Yuki, Ahim, artistic embellishment. By the way, can I fly? I am Qin Shi Huang. Enough of that. The monkey is utterly clueless. After howling in the group, he mentioned logging in and hasn't said a word since. Village Chief, Ergo. We inquired about the authenticity of the promotional video, yet none of them are reliable. I am Qin Shi Huang. Old Xiao. Didn't you have contact with the one in the video? What was your impression? Did he exude a strong aura of power? Renbu Xiaoji. Not really. Both of the ones I encountered were severely injured. Renbu Xiaoji. Had I not seen the promotional video, I could scarcely have imagined him to be so formidable. It can only be said that one should not judge a book by its cover. Tian Li Sanhua. I know this. Novices will carry power seals, making it easier to patch their combat strength later. Village Chief, ergo. We are the anti-divine faction. Who knows? They might turn against their own again and transform into the final boss. I am Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, as soon as I saw his thick brows and big eyes, I knew he was destined to be the antagonist. Tian Li Sanhua. Not to mention, his appearance as a villain is quite compelling, even if players anticipate a twist. The effect is still top-notch. Renbu Xiaoji. Be cautious. He is highly intelligent and could influence our mission outcomes. I am Qin Shi Huang. By the way, Old Xiao, you've learned magic in the game, right? Village Chief ergo. Yes. How does it feel? Is it as impressive as in the video? Renbu Xiaoji. After all, we're on new accounts. We still require time to develop. One does not showcase oneself. Yet, I have witnessed Old Yi wielding magic. His technique, also known as fireball, yields results that are entirely dissimilar. Lin Xian exuberantly praised the fireball that enveloped half a worm. The sense of oppression emanating from beside him was far more terrifying than watching Edgar battle in a video. Not only could it attack, but also took environmental damage into account. Transforming wetlands into arid land was simply extraordinary. After a considerable while, Lin Xian finally ceased, still brimming with enthusiasm. One does not showcase oneself. Trust me, the effect depicted in the promotional video must be genuine. I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Alas, this is precisely what I wish to hear. I am here for the internal testing quota. Tian Li Sanhua. Wow, how terrifying. What an expense. Village head ergo. Such a level of computational power. Even 100 servers would struggle to achieve it. Village head ergo. It is likely that the data center used for housing the servers occupies 3 or 4 floors of an office building. I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Not only that, it is estimated that 2 floors of specialized air conditioning and power systems must be configured to ensure the servers operate smoothly. I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Otherwise, with such a structure, the data center would host barbecues in no time. Tian Li Sanhua. Does that mean they need to purchase an entire building? Village head ergo, of course. If virtual reality games are not costly, they would not bear such a name. Lin Xian was left speechless. Only after hearing the comments from fellow gamers did he genuinely grasp the terrifying magnitude of the company behind the Divine game. The 99 yuan spent on the gaming helmet likely could not even cover the electricity required to maintain the game's operation. After a moment of silence, Lin Xian spoke, his voice inexplicably hoarse, filled with disbelief. This gaming company is practically engaging in charity. He became increasingly anxious that the Divine game would not survive until the next round of internal testing. Without a license, the game currently cannot incorporate paid items to generate revenue. If all else fails, the game company should consider multiplying the price of the helmets several times. This was the first time Lin Xian wanted to spend money on a gaming company, but found no avenue to do so. Chapter 43. The 4th player to obtain internal testing qualification, the chat records in the group continued. Tian Li Sanhua. By the way, who is Old Yi? The one who can cast fireball? Village head ergo. Our faction leader, Yi Ji, is the only one with a Chinese format name among us, as the setting designates him as one of our own. I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang. So, without even a gaming qualification, he is considered one of our own? Clearly, he is the leader of my faction and Old Xiao's. Shaoxing's fish pond is full. Screenshot of internal testing qualification for Divine game. Shaoxing's fish pond is full. I am also an internal testing player now. Tian Li Sanhua. Village head ergo. What the heck? Where did you acquire that internal testing quota? Aren't there only 3 players in this game? Shaoxing's fish pond is full. I simply wrote a 10,000-word essay in the comment section at the end of the application form. Shaoxing's fish pond is full. Just a short while after posting, the quota arrived. There is nothing I can do. My luck is just that good. I am the first emperor of Qin. You scoundrel. I wondered why you vanished halfway through the chat, only to be quietly profiting. Village head ergo. The planner is actually online. I shall reapply at once. Tian Li Sanhua. I feel that my application information is still lacking. I will revise it when I return. The chat is filled with banter and lively antics. The newly qualified participant's pond has filled up, elevating him to euphoria. Fellow water enthusiasts are eager to glean tips from him on how to attain the coveted qualification. Everyone submitted their application details. Why did only you succeed? Consequently, after receiving qualification, the participant became insufferably arrogant, boasting incessantly. Infuriated, the others swiftly changed their demeanor and muted him. Ironically, the fish pond, originally managed by him, lifted his own mute status and continued to gloat. Chaos erupted in the chat. Lin Xian found it utterly amusing, nearly splitting his sides with laughter. Suddenly, a user named Just Consider Me Blind interjected into the conversation. Just consider me blind. Huh, a bunch of water army amusing themselves quite merrily. Just consider me blind. With the scam money of 99 yuan, how much can each of you pocket? Just consider me blind to even indulge in such unscrupulous earnings. I truly misjudged you. One should not profit from gains. Just Consider Me Blind has exited the group chat. The group fell silent. Lin Xian's smile froze. This user, known as Blind, was also one of his longtime fans. With the extravagant bubble comments, he could not pretend not to notice. Furthermore, as if predetermined, several other exit messages soon followed. May there be no online scams has exited the group chat. The internet is not a lawless realm has exited the group chat. It took a while for the commotion to cease. Tian Li Sanhua. It's all right. Xiaogu, we believe in you. Village head ergo. If you truly sought to profit from scams, you should have joined last year when major bloggers were doing blind boxes. The newly qualified participants pond. A 4-year fan here, fear not. I am the first emperor of Qin. I trust that a company capable of producing the combat effects seen in the promotional video would not be in need of 99 yuan from scams. The newly qualified participants pond. Exactly, I just checked. There are only 12 applicants now. If they were truly a scam company, they would undoubtedly be at the bottom of the industry in terms of monthly performance. Lin Xian felt warmth in his heart, his eyes filled with emotion. One who does not showcase oneself. It's all right. Time will reveal the truth. The current situation is much better than I imagined. One who does not showcase oneself. It is getting late. Good night, everyone. I am the first emperor of Qin. All right, old Xiao, rest early. Soon, Lin Xian's avatar turned gray. Tian Li Sanhua. Alas, Xiaogu must have been hurt. It's only 10 o'clock, and he already says good night. Village head ergo. He is likely hiding under the covers, secretly shedding tiny pearls. The young man's fish pond is full. Alas, the delicate-hearted youth. Suddenly, Lin Xian activated his Penguin account and swiftly opened the promotional video that had never been closed beneath the divine presence. Wow. Oh, how splendid. Lin Xian gazed at the unedited black blood and fragments of monsters on the ground, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Each viewing revealed new elements in old AI's combat maneuvers, akin to a combat technique honed from childhood practice. The magical aspects of the promotional video were executed with remarkable finesse, and the martial arts segments adhered impeccably to the laws of reality. Even he, as a dedicated gaming blogger, could find no flaws whatsoever. It felt more like watching a combat tutorial. Lin Xian licked his lips, grinning with delight. The chatter in the group finally subsided. He clicked to replay the promotional video. He watched it repeatedly, so much so that he could hum along to the background music, utterly satisfied. This sensation was exhilarating. Glancing at the time, he realized a new day had dawned. How swiftly time passes. Lin Xian clicked his tongue in disbelief. He retrieved his gaming helmet once more, only to discover he still couldn't log in. Frustrated, he set the helmet back down. If he couldn't log in tonight, by the time he woke up the next day, 2 days would have elapsed in the game. He wondered if his game character would starve. Leaning back, he slumped against the chair's backrest, wriggling like a caterpillar. Ah, it felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling on him. Without the divine presence, he felt he might perish. He craved to play, to immerse himself in the game, in the realm of Eltia, on an afternoon free from player disturbances. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting an array of bizarre shadows. Edgar pressed onward, entangled in creeping vines. Finally, as the last vestige of the forest's shadow fell behind him, his vision cleared. In the distance, signs of human activity emerged. After a long journey, He had finally exited the great oak forest. Chapter 44. The refugees of the wasteland. The interior of the great oak forest was teeming with monsters, with the center being an absolute forbidden zone occupied by high-ranking creatures. However, the abundant magical resources and buried treasures from the ancient era lured countless adventurers and magicians, undeterred by the peril to their lives. Where there are people, there are city-states, thus giving rise to Nari Town and Dis City. Yet, not everyone can afford to wear appropriate attire or reside in the city, enjoying the protection of the city guards. A substantial portion of the lower-class populace cannot sustain the exorbitant taxes of the urban area and instead resides outside the city-state. They cultivate the land near the great oak forest, where taxes are low, striving to accumulate coins to secure a ticket for themselves and their relatives to seek refuge within the city when the tide of monsters arrives. The resilient grass blankets the hillside, swaying in the breeze like a perpetually shifting gray cloud. Only a few patches of ground are exposed, revealing fields where crops have just begun to sprout, or the humble wooden huts. It resembles a neat piece of fabric with several holes torn through it. Edgar adeptly traverses the slope, finding a rudimentary house made of thatch in a sheltered spot. Knock, knock, knock. His fingers rhythmically tap 3 times on the door. Yet within, there's an eerie silence. No response. Edgar's expression remains unchanged as he speaks in a low voice. Stop pretending. I know you are inside. But still, he is met with a profound silence. Taking a deep breath, Edgar infuses his tone with a hint of resignation and sincerity. This time, I bring more than just the sun coins. No sooner had he spoken than a soft click echoed. The tightly shut door creaked open. A gaunt old man, with eyes as sharp as a wolf's, peered out cautiously. He scanned the surroundings with vigilance, and upon confirming safety, visibly relaxed. The old man's name was Chiu Dao, a moniker that may not seem like a name at all, yet is a common naming style among the lower echelons of Eltia. In fact, his name is rather pleasant, at least far removed from the more mundane names like Shortstool or Blackfoot. Edgar had met him just a few days prior. Chiu Dao was a local strongman, having lived in this area for 5 years and earned considerable respect. From him, Edgar had purchased 10 garments made of resilient grass and a collection of practical farming tools for 20 sun coins. Resilient grass grows abundantly in the wind. Its flexibility and low moisture content render it easy to weave into clothing, making it the most common attire among the lower class. The currency of the Kingdom of Yon, to which Nari Town belongs, is called Sol. The price for garments made from resilient grass typically hovers around 15 Sol. 1 sun coin holds the value of 100 Sol. While it may appear that Edgar has been shortchanged, the truth is that Chiu Dao would prefer 100 Sol over 10 sun coins. Such valuable currency feels more like a hot potato when in hand. Due to his status, Edgar could not readily spend this money. Thus, their previous transaction was a mutually beneficial arrangement within acceptable price ranges. Now, Yiji wishes for him to seek out more novice gear for players. The first trading target that came to Edgar's mind was still Chiu Dao. The old man stepped aside, revealing a pitch-dark room. Come in. Edgar crossed the threshold, and the door promptly shut behind him. The windows and doors within the room were tightly sealed, rendering the space dim even during daylight. Chiu Dao fumbled to light an oil lamp, and the flickering yellow glow struggled to illuminate the meager surroundings. Indeed, the room could be described as bare to the walls. Aside from a table, a dilapidated bed, a 3-legged stool, and a few jars and bottles huddled in the corners, nothing else remained. Edgar surveyed the room, now laid bare after a few days of absence. The pretense of poverty appeared somewhat contrived. Chiu Dao snorted disdainfully. How could the esteemed knight truly comprehend the lives of us common folk? He shifted a square stone from the corner to prop under the 3-legged stool, rendering it slightly more stable than its original wobbly state. Chiu Dao then seated himself on the stool, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. Come, once a radiant knight of dawn, now the infamous fallen sword, Edgar Reno, who once propelled the radiant church to the pinnacle of glory during the era of divine fall. Will you seek to barter with the old man this time? Edgar lifted his gaze, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes before retreating into an abyss of tranquility. Impressive intelligence network. Edgar scrutinized Chiu Dao with greater intensity than during their initial encounter, silently astonished. Regardless of how one viewed it, the other was an utterly ordinary individual, untouched by any magical forces. Yet, In a mere 2 days, he had discerned Edgar's true identity. A hint of inquiry tinged Edgar's tone. Such information is not typically accessible to mere vagabonds of the wasteland. Who are you? Truly? Xiao Dao chuckled softly, his laughter raspy and tinged with a sense of weariness. Distinctly unmelodious. Ah, thus, the esteemed knight remains oblivious to the lives of us commoners. The old man has cohabited with monsters for 5 years. One must learn to be astute in other arenas. We lack magic, but we are adept at reading between the lines. With that said, his tone shifted, laced with caution and earnestness. The old man is aware of the Watcher's situation. We share a common plight, and I hope for mutual understanding. Life is challenging for us all. Today marks the final transaction. Please do not return thereafter. In the presence of formidable sorcerers, it is the ordinary folk who suffer the most. The arcane mysteries and future epics hold no relevance to them. They merely wish to live in peace. Edgar's gaze narrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. The other's demeanor exceeded his expectations, displaying a notably neutral stance towards the members of the Watcher. He had no ties to the commoners he spoke of. His astonishment was but a fleeting emotion, just as Xiao Dao refrained from inquiring about the purpose of the items for trade. Edgar, too, chose not to delve into the other's background. He retrieved a prepared list of items. I require a substantial quantity of resilient grass garments, along with agricultural and construction tools, whatever the quantity may be. Xiao Dao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the extensive list of tools, veins bulging on his forehead. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Though it was labeled as a trade, Edgar was anything but courteous. The items on the list, though basic tools, were exceedingly varied. Even in the most prosperous shop of Nari Town, one might struggle to procure them all at once. The more he scrutinized the list, the deeper his regrets sank. Had he known he would encounter such a formidable presence today, he ought to have sought refuge in town. No. Upon learning the true identity of his counterpart, he should have relocated under cover of night. As he continued to read, his unease grew. The list included an array of iron weaponry, brazenly referred to as agricultural tools. There was no semblance of disguise, making it difficult for him to feign ignorance. Chapter 45. Has there been a noticeable increase in the number of vagrants on the plains lately? At last, he snapped the suspiciously dubious list shut with a resounding clap. He closed his eyes, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. Clearly, his counterpart did not regard him as an outsider. These items unmistakably indicated that the Watcher stronghold was nearby and under construction. Having such a neighbor was far more perilous than the occasional low-level monsters that wandered out from the great oakwood forest. Opening his eyes, he gritted his teeth and declared, I possess a stone pickaxe and an iron hoe, but I lack an iron sword and all subsequent tools. His tone was imbued with a mixture of resignation and resolve, conveying that there was no room for negotiation. While the weaponry listed was trivial compared to the strength of the Watchers, it hardly qualified as weaponry. They were merely sharp pieces of iron. However, the church would not see it that way. If he were to engage in trade with Edgar for these items, it would be tantamount to boarding a pirate ship of the Watchers, an invitation to his own demise. No, even at the risk of inciting Edgar's ire, he could not acquiesce. Edgar's eyes reflected disappointment, yet he understood the circumstances surrounding his counterpart. The quantity of items he sought was considerable. It was impossible for Xiao Dao to produce them all alone. He would need to enlist the local farmers to prepare them collectively. This was precisely why he had approached this local authority. If the farmers possessed sufficient resources, they would not have found themselves wandering the plains. To have surplus clothing and tools for sale was a fortunate circumstance indeed. It was unreasonable to expect a comprehensive variety of items in the trade. After a moment of contemplation, Edgar decided to settle for less. What about the triangular scale? Other items can be disregarded, but the triangular scale is indispensable. The triangular scale was one of the essential supplies that Yi Ji had insisted he procure before departing. Presently, Sweetwater Town lacked surveying tools for construction. Relying solely on instinct would jeopardize the stability of any structures built. The triangular scale was utterly essential. Other non-urgent tools could be left to the player's discretion. Additionally, we require at least 6 sets of resilient grass garments. Xiao Dao took a deep breath with closed eyes, reminding himself to remain composed. The opponent is not to be trifled with. Even if the intelligence suggests that the sword of the fallen has sustained grievous injuries, its strength diminished to a mere fraction. It remains a being beyond his reckoning. Apologies, but before I could finish my sentence, I was abruptly interrupted by the resounding thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Bang! Edgar turned to the side, retrieving a bamboo basket from his storage space, its height reaching his thigh. It was brimming with vibrant red wild fruits, each the size of an infant's fist, just like the ones he had offered to players for lunch the previous day. As soon as he unveiled them, the sweet aroma permeated the entire room. Are these luscious fruits sufficient to exchange for all the supplies I mentioned? Edgar inquired. The sweet fruit tree is quite common in the great oakwood forest. Its flavor is a delightful blend of sweet and tangy, providing a substantial feeling of fullness. And it bears fruit throughout the year in abundant quantities, serving as a staple for many magical creatures within the forest. The creatures on the outskirts pose little challenge for Edgar. This basket of sweet fruits can be considered a resource with no investment. The gaze of the prisoner, Xiao Dao, was instantly captivated by the basket brimming with fruit, his eyes flickering with greed and delight. He promptly replied, "Indeed, that is more than enough. The trident and resilient grass garments, yes? I shall prepare them for you at once." With that, he dashed out the door, unperturbed by the possibility of Edgar tampering with the room. In his haste, he even snuffed out the wick of the oil lamp. Edgar thought to himself that with his strength, he could see his surroundings without the lamp. Yet, Xiao Dao's decisive action in extinguishing the wick was so instinctive and certain that it could not escape notice. He surveyed the empty room, nearly devoid of possessions. After a moment, he exhaled slowly, murmuring, "Leaf, you truly guessed correctly." Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated that Xiao Dao would no longer be inclined to accept the Crimson Sun coins. Thus, he had planned to barter with a life-preserving magical artifact. However, the basket filled with sweet fruits was a last-minute gift from Yi Ji, who insisted that food is undeniably a more solid currency than magical items. As he departed, he had been skeptical, but it now appeared that the outcome was surprisingly favorable, saving him from a lengthy debate. Contemplating this, confusion flickered in Edgar's eyes. It was currently summer. Although not yet the harvest season, food was certainly not as scarce as it would be in winter. Could there have been some unforeseen developments outside? The significance of the trident differs from that of earlier tools. Edgar clearly perceived that initially, the other party was reluctant to assist them. Yet, for the sake of a basket of sweet fruits, Xiao Dao swiftly altered his stance, underscoring the importance of sustenance. Although the sweet fruits are highly filling, their shelf life is limited. It is improbable that Xiao Dao could consume all these fruits alone. Thus, it suggests that other farmers share the same need. Are there truly so many farmers in the vicinity of the great oakwood forest? Edgar mused to himself. He arrived 2 days ago, and the farmers aimed to gather 10 pieces of resilient grass garments, spending the entire afternoon doing so. Now, he has requested an additional 6 pieces, and, surprisingly, Xiao Dao readily agreed. The disparity is indeed significant. After waiting for nearly half an hour, a faint creaking sound heralded Xiao Dao's entrance, akin to a thief. He entered carrying a bulging cloth bag that seemed to threaten to engulf him. As soon as the door closed, he hurled the bag to the ground, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. "There, everything is right here," he declared. Supporting himself with his hands on his waist, he plopped back onto a 3-legged stool, leaning against the table as he gasped for breath. "Oh dear, moving so much at once has truly exhausted my old bones." Edgar raised his hand to inspect the contents of the bag. The sweet fruits, previously flush with the edge of the basket, had now swelled into a mound. "Is this enough?" he inquired, observing that any further additions would risk spilling the basket's contents. Xiao Dao immediately sat upright, grinning to reveal a yellowing front tooth. "Enough, enough. Suddenly, I am no longer tired." Luckily, the 2 new refugees who arrived were tailors and brought with them plenty of resilient grass and garments. Any surplus can be considered a small token of goodwill from the farmers of Zabupo, all sent your way. Edgar stepped forward, meticulously examining the items within the bag, confirming every detail without error. The quantities of other listed items matched perfectly. The processed, resilient grass and garments occupied half the bag, enough to craft approximately 30 to 40 garments. Edgar found this gift to be immensely beneficial. He quickly retied the bag and deftly stored it in his personal space. Subsequently, he pushed a basket filled with sweet fruits towards Xiao Dao. Instantly, Xiao Dao's face brightened, and he eagerly pulled the basket into his embrace, busily counting the sweet fruits. During this interval, while Xiao Dao counted the fruits, Edgar casually remarked, "It seems there have been a considerable number of refugees appearing on the plains lately." The smile on Xiao Dao's face faltered momentarily before he regained his composure, continuing to count the fruits with an air of ease. Nothing particularly special, just that the number of refugees this time is several times greater than anything I've witnessed in the past 5 years. Huh. Soon there won't be a scrap of land left unclaimed by them. Chapter 46. The harsh taxes of Naili Town. Perhaps one day we might establish a Zabupo town, and I, Xiao Dao, could even become a mayor. Ha ha ha. With that, Xiao Dao returned to his task of counting the sweet fruits. Edgar furrowed his brows slightly. This barren land, referred to as Zabupo by the refugees, is the closest human settlement to the Great Oak Forest. The meaning is quite clear. Once one reaches here, they must stop and turn back. Beyond this point, one would truly be in the company of monsters. Typically, these are the desperate souls who cannot even afford to rent the cheapest peripheral land in Naili Town. Only then, in the wilderness not incorporated into Naili Town, would they choose to cultivate the land. It was also due to being ostracized by the nomads of the wasteland that they ended up in the most perilous part of this desolate expanse. The land of Jibu Pu was devoid of taxation and protection, although the town's militia was notoriously lazy and seldom patrolled. The difference between having a militia and lacking one was profound. Here, the wanderers could only rely on fate and their past experiences to evade the occasional monstrosities that strayed out of the dense forest. They also had to seize the opportunity to reclaim wasteland and cultivate crops. Life was arduous and fraught with trepidation. Generally, even if someone found themselves here, they would not exceed 20 individuals. Such a gathering of souls was akin to a banquet for the beasts of the wild, enticing them away from their woodland lairs. Reflecting on Yi Lin's admonition to remain vigilant about matters beyond the forest, Edgar initially intended to halt the conversation, but was compelled to inquire again. Why was the number of nomads increasing? He believed that it would be a considerable time before they could fully develop Sweetwater Town and venture outward. By then, perhaps the matter and its repercussions would have long since concluded. Yet, he was merely tasked with carrying out the duties at hand. After all, it was a simple matter with no detrimental consequences. A glimmer of insight briefly flashed in Xiao Dao's eyes before vanishing. He chuckled as he counted the sweet fruits, his tone laced with a hint of self-deprecation and resignation. What else could it be? The number of nomads was not dictated by me, nor by the nomads themselves. It depended entirely on what the mayor had accomplished. Who would willingly gamble their lives in the wilderness when they could reside in the town? He then began to mutter to himself about the recent absurdities in Naili Town. It all began with the mayor's young daughter's pet dog passing away. The mayor, in his newfound wisdom, sought to make the townsfolk aware of the significance of the lowly creatures around them, so they would not regret their absence once lost. He declared an additional tax on all livestock in the town. Cloaked in the guise of enlightenment, he proclaimed that while money could not replace affection, it could foster a greater appreciation for one another's importance. Oh, the pity! How could the townsfolk afford pets? The animals they possessed were cows, horses, and sheep, essential for transportation and labor. The farmers depended on them year-round for milk, plowing, and offspring to survive the winter. These beasts were the lifeblood of their families. Who would overlook that? Who would dare? It was evident that during transactions, the mayor had already collected a livestock tax. Now, he sought to impose an additional maintenance tax. Coupled with the regular feed expenses, it effectively forced people to the brink of destitution. Then, there was the mayor's sudden announcement of his 52nd birthday celebration, insisting that all townspeople attend to share in his joy. This was hardly a celebration. It was a demand for gifts. Townsfolk without money or those whose gifts lacked sincerity would find themselves subjected to increased residence taxes following the festivities. Those unable to bear the burden would be expelled from Naili Town after exhausting their finances. These are but two trivial matters arising from the recent actions of the mayor. A plethora of taxes has emerged, leading to an inevitable increase in the number of vagrants. Recently, he has mandated that all landowners must fully utilize the neglected plots of land they have contracted. They are urged to cultivate these fields promptly, striving to produce another harvest before winter descends. The sarcasm in Xiao Dao's smile is palpable, his tone laced with both mockery and melancholy. Huh, Has he forgotten that these wastelands were once cultivated with delicate magical herbs solely to curry favor with him? After a year of such mismanagement, the land, devoid of magical nodes, has yielded little, draining its nutrients instead. Without proper nurturing, how can anything grow? Yet, he feigns ignorance and demands that these barren lands be subjected to the same increased tax rate, now raised by 60%, as the fertile fields. Xiao Dao's tone grows increasingly frigid. Edgar listens intently to it all. Once Xiao Dao finishes speaking, he nods gently, his voice tinged with regret. I wish you all an expeditious passage through these tribulations. Since the inventory of sweet fruits is accurate and the transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. With that, he turns to depart. Xiao Dao's expression stiffens. Seeing that Edgar truly harbors no further intentions, his departure is clean and decisive. At last, he grows anxious. Xiao Dao hastily discards the basket he holds, leaping forward to obstruct Edgar's path. Wait, aren't you curious as to why? Urgency and hope infuse his voice. Edgar halts in response, his gaze calm and devoid of emotion. It seems that the flicker of compassion in his earlier words was merely a figment perceived by Xiao Dao. Earlier this spring, a section of the great oak forest collapsed, with numerous corpses of magical creatures flowing out along the Woland River, turning its waters black. This heralds the death of high-level magical beings, a portent of the impending magical tide. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this winter is poised to be particularly harsh. Is everything occurring in Naley town merely preparation for the magical tide? Among magical creatures, a strong hierarchical structure exists. A high-level magical beast typically rules over a specific region of the Great Oak Forest. Currently, with the death of such a creature, chaos is unlikely to ensue immediately. However, when winter brings food scarcity, these leaderless beasts will venture beyond the forest. Edgar crosses his arms, narrating the current state of Naley town as if recounting a tale. As the town closest to the Great Oak Forest in the Kingdom of Yon, its eventual engulfment by the forest seems inevitable. It has long existed in a state of semi-autonomy, having been abandoned. Alas, the mayor of Naley town, Abner, is a mediocre individual who knows only indulgence. He barely sustains his affluent lifestyle by relying on adventurers traversing the Great Oak Forest. He shows little concern for governance or the training of militia. Naley town lacks the strength to withstand the magical tide. Each time it approaches, they can only rely on the meager assistance sent from the royal city to scrape by. Correct? Edgar has only recently arrived in the Kingdom of Yon. Gratitude is owed to Yi Ji for her persistent reminders regarding the beleaguered town of Naley, which is plagued by corruption and beset by small-scale magical surges resulting from conflicts with monstrous entities, making it an ideal training ground for players. Xiao Dao let out a bitter laugh, his heart weighed down as if burdened by a heavy stone. Indeed, this year, the town mayor sought assistance from the royal city, as he had in years past, and the royal city duly dispatched 2 clerics from the Radiant Church. However, not long ago, they met with an unfortunate incident en route. Their remains are now being transported back to the royal city. The Kingdom of Yaoan would not easily relinquish a territory. Thus, Abel managed to leverage his connections to request aid from the royal city with relative ease. Yet, the Kingdom of Yaoan would not invest significant concern into such a town, which was fated for demise. With the support withdrawn, no new aid would be forthcoming. Chapter 47. Why is the script so entirely different from my expectations? Xiao Dao angrily struck the wall. Both clerics Glyza and Shilin were of magical mastery, more than capable of handling a small magical surge. Remarkably, the kingdom had only dispatched these 2 for assistance this year. With the deaths of the 2 masters, survival against the magical tide now relied on alternative means. Not only did the royal city refuse to send additional personnel, but it also pressured the mayor to hastily pay the promised assistance, a fee that ultimately flowed into the hands of ordinary citizens. They enjoyed none of the benefits, yet were burdened with exorbitant assistance costs, all while confronting the looming crisis of the magical surge. Xiao Dao's frustration mounted. It was outrageous that 2 esteemed magical masters could perish while traversing the frigid wind plains. His subsequent expletives were too vulgar to utter in Edgar's presence. Edgar fell silent for a moment. 2 clerics of the Radiant Church at the level of magical masters? The frigid wind plains? Such familiar terms. It dawned on him that the crisis in Nayli could also be seen as part of a greater scheme. Observing Qiu Dao's continued tirade against the so-called inadequacy of the magical masters, Edgar suddenly felt that the opposing party's channels of information might not be as extensive as he had presumed. Clearing his throat, Edgar contemplated that the singular solution for Nayli lay in preparing another reward for assistance, thus prompting the mayor to impose harsh taxes. With midsummer upon them, hope from the royal city was futile. By the time reinforcements arrived, the flowers of Nayli would have withered. The most prudent course would be to seek refuge from the nearby Ironstone city. Should Nayli's defenses falter, it would be towns like theirs that faced a similar plight. Therefore, if Nayli could offer sufficient rewards for assistance, Ironstone City would surely acquiesce. Qiu Dao gazed at him in admiration. Indeed, recently, the ties between Nayli and Ironstone City had indeed grown ever tighter. However, even with assistance from Ironstone City, it would merely provide a glimmer of hope. This winter was destined to be exceedingly harsh in the eyes of most townsfolk in Nayli. Assistance does not guarantee that others will fight to the death for the survival of Nari Town. Ironstone City also lies within the range of the magical tide and cannot afford to mobilize all its forces to aid Nari Town. As a peripheral town of the Kingdom of Joanne, Ironstone City possesses but a handful of mages. Optimistically estimating, after winter, Nari Town, with its population of 900, may see at most half of its inhabitants survive. And now, the mayor is in the process of selecting those who are destined to perish, expelling them prematurely. Within a magical tide lurk creatures capable of spreading infectious viruses. Ordinary individuals devoid of combat prowess become a burden amidst the chaos. Qiu Dao let out a long, drawn-out sigh. The number of those endowed with magical aptitude remains far too scant. Humanity is fated to be utterly vanquished in the face of the magical tide. Magic, after all, is merely a force wielded by a minuscule elite. Ordinary folk find themselves woefully powerless against the tide, compelled to migrate in an increasingly hostile Eltia environment. Merely scraping by, Edgar fell silent for a moment, an expression of deep emotion crossing his face. Let us attempt to head west, across the wasteland and the Woland River, to the neighboring duchy of Esral's city of Dis. His words bore an undeniable conviction. Although Dis City too would face the magical tide, its reputation as a renowned mercenary haven assures a formidable fighting force. If you can successfully reach it, you will surely survive this winter. A bitter smile curled at the corners of Qiu Dao's mouth as he shook his head. The creatures roaming the wasteland and the perils of the Woland River are beyond what we ordinary people can contend with. How will we know unless we try? Edgar retorted. He circumvented Qiu Dao and pushed open the creaking wooden door. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the ground in a warm glow. What I offer is merely a suggestion. Whether you choose to follow it is entirely up to you. With that, he stepped outside. Wait, my lord. Qiu Dao anxiously called out several times, but received no response. Edgar had already distanced himself. In a fit of anger, he struck the wooden door with his fist. Damn it. The already fragile door creaked ominously as if on the verge of collapse. Qiu Dao furrowed his brow, his heart heavy with confusion and bewilderment. Why had the plan gone awry? Why would he not take in the refugees? Qiu Dao racked his brain, unable to discern where things had gone wrong. If the individual truly was the Dawn Knight Edgar Reno, this reaction was entirely unexpected. The former glory of the Dawn Knight and the heavy shadow of the fallen sword formed two insurmountable chasms, rendering the name Edgar Reno a complex and ambiguous symbol among the populace. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is a treacherous scoundrel. For those devoutly faithful to the God of Light, he is an unforgivable traitor. Yet, Qiu Dao's perspective is different. In his childhood, he was fortunate enough to witness the final glimmer of the Dawn Knight before his fall from grace. It was an ordinary church baptism, during which he briefly interacted with the individual in question. At that time, the knight epitomized every ideal associated with chivalry: humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, justice, and strength. A veritable beacon destined to guide the faithful back to the divine light and the age of the gods. It was evident that he was poised to become a cornerstone of the Radiant Church. Although the reasons for his apostasy remained a mystery upon their reunion, the knight's demeanor had not altered. His gaze remained resolute and clear. He was still the Dawn Knight of yore. Yet, how could a paragon of justice turn a blind eye to the suffering of the people? No, something must be amiss. Xiao Dao shook his head in denial, grappling with the uncertainty of his inner turmoil. The knight exhibited no response to the calamities befalling Nari Town, his indifference suggesting a detachment, as if the plight did not concern him, though indeed it did not. Yet such apathy was unbecoming of a knight who upheld the 8 virtues. This was especially true considering the list of items he presented, which was replete with needs for assistance. Was he truly, as the rumor suggested, a complete apostate? Xiao Dao murmured incredulously, his tone laced with complex emotions. For years, he had struggled among the masses of refugees, deriding the so-called justice and benevolence espoused by the elite. The lives of the downtrodden were at stake, while a cadre of out-of-touch aristocrats dared to accuse them of cunning and deceit. In Eltia, compassion had become the most futile of virtues. Yet, for Edgar, who genuinely embodied the knightly path, he felt a modicum of respect. He could not emulate him, but he revered those who could. Alas, even Edgar had faltered. Encountering a once glorious human now fallen was akin to witnessing a tale with a tragic denouement. It left one with a profound sense of emptiness. Xiao Dao clasped his hands in prayer, closing his eyes. O Lord of insight and weaving, is there truly no path for humanity? Even the dawn night has strayed. Are we, as proclaimed by the gods, a race incapable of internal harmony, doomed to incessant conflict and self-destruction? Chapter 48. A new candidate at hand. Monsters, entities that emerge from the remnants of the divine after the gods' fall, exhibit a peculiar transformation. They typically manifest as beings of immense magical power, yet possess minimal intelligence. Once they establish a nest in a particular location, they swiftly alter the surrounding environment to suit their survival needs, thus enabling their rapid proliferation. Over 6 centuries following the gods' demise, they have gradually overtaken more than half of Altia's territory. Even dragons find themselves at a loss against these creatures, which are more resilient than cockroaches and adept at reproduction. A careless encounter could leave one severely wounded by their relentless assaults. The good news is that the monsters are not entirely without their flaws. For instance, their mobility is severely restricted. Generally, barring any exceptional circumstances, most monsters will not stray far from the confines of their lairs. An ordinary person, by merely avoiding the vicinity of monster dens, can effectively reduce the likelihood of encountering them to a mere one outside of the demon-slaying tide. However, it is unfortunate that if everyone were so prudent, the profession of adventurers would cease to exist. The steadily rising mortality rate in the Great Oak Forest is a testament to the presence of those reckless souls. Without them, there would be no statistical foundation to speak of. On average, a mercenary squad succumbs every week within the depths of the Great Oak Forest. In a peculiar sense, the periphery of the Great Oak Forest is more bustling than many small towns in human kingdoms. Perched upon a tree trunk that requires 4 individuals to encircle, Yiji let out a heavy sigh. Indeed, I had professed my intent to capture a few reckless youths to bring back. But is the speed of my discovery not rather alarming? Almost as soon as I departed from the confines of the magic circle in Sweetwater Town, I stumbled upon bloodstains and numerous footprints nearby. Following the tracks led me directly to a group of over a dozen individuals, all of whom were at least intermediate magic users. Lo and behold, they are situated not far beneath the tree. Yiji was filled with trepidation. When did the number of external magic users swell to such an extent? And why have they all flocked to the Great Oak Forest to meet their demise? He muttered to himself. Currently, Yiji could only muster the strength of an intermediate magic user himself. The thought of capturing them and bringing them back to Sweetwater Town was utterly unfathomable. Merely avoiding detection to preserve his own life would be a fortunate outcome. To evade any repercussions, he could only temporarily ascend the tree and observe the unfolding events below. Beneath the tree, alien, in tattered garments and smeared with blood, bore an expression of despair. She attempted once more to chant a spell, only to be met with waves of agony coursing through her body. With a cough, Alien expelled a mouthful of blood, her pallor deepening. The black-robed figures encircling her recoiled from the spray of blood, while the leader of the group disdainfully brushed off his robes. Give it up, Alien. Do you still believe you are that prodigious mage from here? You are now merely a pitiful wretch, having dabbled in forbidden divine magics, and turned into an ordinary person after suffering backlash. Conserve your strength, and savor the final moments of your life. A black-robed figure, arms crossed, observed Alien's plight with mockery. Look at her. She still refuses to accept her fate. In my opinion, the Lord's punishment of merely exiling her to the outskirts of the great oak forest is far too merciful. She should be delivered straight to the monster's lair, leaving her no glimmer of hope. Heretics deserve to be burned alive. Alas, she was once the Lord's adopted daughter, and there must have been some semblance of affection, but it is regrettable that she has turned out to be a thankless wretch. Alien lowered her head, showing no reaction to their taunts. She felt the shattered path of magical cultivation within her. Once a powerful source of magic, it now resembled a parched, empty well, yielding not a drop of power, instead radiating waves of pain. Only when the figure in the black robe became increasingly outrageous did Arian raise her head, revealing her mismatched eyes. Someone recoiled in distaste, muttering a curse about the heretical face of the apostate. Arian licked her chapped lips, cracked from prolonged thirst, and uttered her first words since her arrival. I did not. To ensure clarity, she reiterated, I have not practiced the magic of the foreign gods. Her voice was dry, as if laced with grains of sand. What? One of the figures in black exclaimed incredulously, the evidence is irrefutable, and even now, you refuse to confess? Another figure chimed in, indeed, we have witnessed you wielding the magic of the storm god. Are we to believe we all experienced a collective hallucination? The heretic was stubborn. Much like the fallen sword, the leader of the black-robed figures smiled in silence, waiting for the tirade of insults to subside before speaking. All right, we cannot linger in the great oak wood any longer. Now that the target is here, we should depart swiftly. Wait, Carl. Arian interjected oddly. What if she truly escapes? Indeed, I must remain here to witness the wretched heretic's end. No sooner had she spoken than a distant, ominous growl echoed, seemingly approaching their direction. The once fervent crowd fell silent, as if throttled by an unseen hand. Witnessing the heretic's demise was one thing, but facing the peril of death was an entirely different matter. Chapter 49. Foolishness Defined. From such a distance, the commotion caused by the magical beast was audible. It was evident that the creature was migrating its lair. If unexpected occurrences arose during its transition, a minor magical tide could easily form. Restlessness began to spread through the crowd. The few novices, fresh from their training, could only hope to navigate the fringes of the great oak wood with their magical apparatus. Confronting a beast, or even a magical tide, was beyond their capabilities. Carl smiled gently. I understand everyone's desire to eradicate heretics in the name of the Frost Moon Goddess, but this is certainly not a suitable place to linger. How about this? We shall leave a representative behind. This way, we can still keep an eye on Arian and relay news of her fate back to our ranks. Additionally, a single individual has a smaller target and is less likely to attract the attention of the beasts. The group found their way out of the dilemma, nodding in agreement. What a splendid idea. I concur. Yet, while they supported the notion, the question of who would remain lingered unspoken. Everyone understood the wisdom of not being the first to volunteer. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Carl cleared his throat, covering his mouth with a hand. I am the most proficient in the art of concealment among all present. For me, safely departing from the great oak forest poses no challenge. I shall remain. The others were eager to express their admiration for Carl. How could it be that, despite being the adopted son of the Lord, one is so high above while the other is so low? They seized the opportunity to cast aspersions upon the unfortunate Elian, as if such disparagement could shroud their own nefarious thoughts and portray themselves as paragons of virtue. Having spoken, they swiftly invoked their spells, fleeing with the speed of hares. Once the surroundings were deserted, Carl no longer felt the need to maintain his facade of gentleness. He approached Elian step by step, his shoes crafted from the hides of unknown beasts callously crushing her fingertips. A heart-stopping crack reverberated through the air, accompanied by Elian's agonized groans, which were as harsh as sandpaper against skin. A chilling smile curled upon Carl's lips as he looked down upon her, declaring, Elian, did you ever imagine that 3 years ago you would find your bones crushed beneath my feet? Elian's head snapped up, her eyes a tempest of astonishment and fury. God, was it you who schemed behind the scenes? The rumors circulating in the territory, the forbidden tomes regarding the god of storms in my chamber, those inexplicably appearing taboo spells, were all these your doing? What have I done to incur your wrath that you would seek to ensnare me thus? Carl chuckled lightly, his mirth devoid of warmth. Why should I reveal anything to you? Is it not far more entertaining to let you die with your doubts and frustrations? Elian's heart turned to ice. She had considered many possibilities, even suspecting her adoptive father, yet she had never thought to suspect him, despite their current rivalry. Had it not been for Carl 3 years ago, Elian would have long been cast aside like so many other orphan children, doomed to wander the wasteland due to her failure in the trials. She would never have had the chance to become a sorceress. Now, why had he gone to such lengths to confront her? Elian gritted her teeth, memories flashing through her mind. Was it because 3 years ago, she had bested him in the territorial competition, causing him to lose a vial of the potion that could cleanse one's magical affinity? Back then, there were many adopted sons of the Lord, and the resources available to each were scant. Thus, the rewards from the competition held immense significance. Particularly, the first prize, a potion of reconstruction, acquired by the Lord through unknown means, was of paramount importance. At that time, Carl had been the most skilled among the adopted sons, his talents unparalleled, practically ensuring his victory. Yet Elian had emerged as an unexpected contender, entering the finals after easily defeating a weak opponent. In a surprising turn of events, she had managed to vanquish a weary Carl, who had been exhausted from a grueling series of battles. The potion's cleansing effect, while beneficial, had not significantly enhanced her abilities. The pace of her cultivation remained utterly unchanged, leading her to briefly suspect it was a mere placebo. However, following the explosive events of the competition, her innate talent for physical combat began to manifest, guiding her towards the path of the magic swordsman that suited her remarkably well. Her strength gradually caught up to Carl's, placing them on equal footing for the time being. Each training session resulted in a nearly even tally of victories and defeats. Elia's eyes brimmed with disbelief and fury. Is this truly the reason you seek to bring about my demise? Despite their comparable strength, the Lord evidently favored Carl far more. She felt less like a cherished daughter and more akin to a mere enforcer. She could not fathom how he could be oblivious to her desire to escape the organization. Of course, Carl, with a cheerful demeanor, retorted, "Not at all." Elia's furious expression froze. What? Had she misjudged him? Amused by her comical reaction, Carl burst into genuine laughter. Did you really believe a casual figure I mentioned? Are you truly capable of concocting such an absurd justification for me? Ha ha ha, you really are a fool. He laughed heartily, yet his physical prowess remained undiminished. Each vigorous movement was accompanied by Elia's increasingly pained groans and the sharp sound of her fingers fracturing. Elia writhed in agony, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Carl wiped away the tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes, his voice reverting to its coldness. By the way, how could an imbecile like you be chosen as an heir by that old fool? Isn't it laughable? Elia, fighting through the excruciating pain, lifted her head in indignation. I had no knowledge of this matter. How could he possibly select me as his successor? Indeed, how could he? Carl replied with unwavering composure. Thus, my statement was also a deception. A flicker of astonishment crossed Elia's eyes. Carl chuckled softly. See, you believe it again, didn't you? Though you claim it is impossible. The foolishness in your gaze betrays you. If I were to say that killing you would grant me the position of heir, you would undoubtedly believe it as well. A wave of profound humiliation and rage surged within Elia. At that moment, she yearned more than ever to stand, to seize Carl by the collar and deliver a punch to his hypocritical face. Alas, even the slightest movement of her fingers proved arduous, and her lower body felt entirely numb. She was but a lamb to the slaughter, turning her head away. Elia wished to avoid his gaze and refused to respond to any further inquiries. Carl roughly turned her face toward him, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No, please continue our conversation. From the instant our plan commenced, I have been eagerly anticipating the despair etched upon your face. Since you're destined to perish, why not provide me with a bit more amusement? Elia remained silent, yet he continued to ramble on. Carl surveyed Elia, drenched in blood and resembling a malevolent spirit, and spoke slowly, word by word. Regarding cultivation, I am not your inferior. When it comes to means and abilities, you possess none. What, pray tell, does that old wretch see in you? Is it perhaps the way his gaze descends, landing upon her chest, which she arches defiantly, as she half collapses to the ground. Chapter 50, Betrayal. At this juncture, you are the true traitor in the eyes of all. Alien's eyes blazed with fury as she growled, "Get away." She would no longer believe a single word from him. Yet, the lascivious and contemptible glances could not help but ignite her wrath. For the first time, Alien loathed her own inability to articulate her anger. She could not even find the words to hurl curses at him. Instead, she feared that speaking would only lead to ridicule and mockery. Carl pretended not to hear, continuing to lower his gaze as he forcefully pried open her uninjured left hand. The deep imprints left by his nails were shocking to behold. As he opened it, blood flowed freely. Carl's laughter grew increasingly derisive. "Look at you, a worthless creature who can only harm herself in her fury. Those fools believe you can escape the great oak forest alone? I dare say even a passing mage would find you a burden." Alien gritted her teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. She exerted all her strength to move, yet it was futile. Despair washed over her like a tidal wave, and she shut her eyes tightly, harboring the worst of premonitions. However, Carl suddenly released her, stepping back with a mocking smile. "What, did you think I was interested in your body? I have no desire for a scar-ridden tomboy. Even a touch would be bothersome." He clapped his hands, as if he had just completed a tedious task. "Those fools are easy to deal with, but the old wretch is another matter entirely. I shall not allow you to perish by my hand. I merely intended to reassess your cultivation, but it seems that was entirely unnecessary." Carl scoffed. How could I worry about a fool holding back in apparent weakness? Since that is the case, he ought to eliminate his only piece of evidence. A magical beam of light coalesced in his hand. Alien's shattered right hand, along with her entire palm, was mercilessly sliced into fragments by a raging wind. Ugh! Alien bit her lip, stifling a moan that nearly escaped her. Her expression reflected a shock greater than when she discovered Carl was the mastermind behind it all. "Gale Scythe, an advanced wind magic. Have you truly pledged yourself to the god of storms?" She summoned every ounce of her strength to scream. "You are the true heretic." Alien had initially believed that Carl's actions were merely an attempt to frame her, tarnishing her faith in other deities. Little did she know, Carl's actions were far more ruthless than she could have imagined. Before everyone, the spell she cast was not an illusion or a disguise. It was simply that another had executed the spell. Alien's voice trembled with fury. "Is this backlash of magic upon me you're doing? Had it not been for this inexplicable magical rebound, she would not have fallen to such depths. She had prepared for years to escape. Even if the execution was hasty, her chances of success should not have been low." Carl regarded her with a glimmer of approval. Having guessed correctly about one aspect after much speculation, he lamented that he had realized it too late. Only the truth serves as the most exquisite trap. Otherwise, did you think that the old one could be easily deceived? It is only with the emergence of a true heretic that Alien's title as a heretic could be firmly established, severing all her avenues of retreat in one fell swoop. Then, to nullify her powers, extinguishing any last vestige of her potential resurgence. "You have betrayed the goddess of Frostmoon. Retribution shall inevitably find you." Alien roared. "Betrayal? You are the true traitor in the eyes of all." Kaz scoffed. "Even if I were to face retribution, you would never witness it. I shall be the first to witness your demise. Fear not. Within half a day, I shall depart from this wretched place." Can you guess why? His laughter echoed with mockery. Above them, Yiji listened to the increasingly jarring laughter below, stifling a yawn in boredom. He remarked coolly, "Another villain doomed by their own verbosity. Yet the incessant chatter is tiresome. I am growing weary of merely listening." Adjusting to a more comfortable position in the tree to avoid revealing his presence, he mused, "What a dull tale. Let it conclude swiftly, so I may descend sooner." It was indeed the fault of the overly cautious high mage named Carl. While he professed that Alien would never rise again, he remained rooted in place, eager to witness her demise. This left Yiji stranded in the tree, compelled to endure the entirety of this unbalanced narrative between protagonist and antagonist. Below, Carl's laughter did not last long. The sounds of monstrous collisions in the distance grew increasingly louder, and soon there were echoes of a second and third creature. His smile froze upon his lips as he swiftly turned to the source of the noise. Observing the quivering treetops, Carl's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it truly be a migration of monsters? Initially dismissive of others' cowardice at the slightest disturbance, he had scoffed at their fright. Now, It seemed that the very monsters were indeed approaching their location. Glaring begrudgingly at the barely breathing alien on the ground, he clenched his teeth. Very well. You shall not escape. To perish in the jaws of these beasts would be a fitting end for you. With a sudden turn, her figure swiftly vanished into the depths of the dense forest, while the commotion caused by the monstrous creatures in the distance grew ever louder. Yet, Arian's consciousness began to blur due to the loss of blood, and an endless sense of unwillingness filled her heart. Is this truly my final fate? She murmured in discontent. In an instant, her chaotic mind became clear. No, she refused to accept this. An unprecedented desire for survival surged within her, breaking through the shackles of her body like a torrent. Arian reopened her eyes, struggling to extend her left hand forward, grasping the ground with all her might. Her fingertips carved ghastly crimson streaks into the rough earth. Alas, her body remained immobile, with no change in position. Arian did not surrender. She blocked out the increasingly close cacophony and continued her attempts. Gradually, the range of motion in her left hand expanded, and more parts of her body became responsive. Arian extended her right hand, now devoid of a palm. With a forceful effort, a trickle of deep blue-crimson blood flowed incessantly from the wound at her wrist. I must survive, Arian screamed with every ounce of strength, her voice barely a whisper. She propped herself up with her right elbow, attempting to crawl forward. A strange voice emerged nearby. Oh, the artery is severed, and yet you still crawl? Chapter 51, Bloodline of the Dragon. Arian was not overwhelmed by despair as blood streamed from her eyes. Had she fallen for another trick? Was there truly no monster, just Carl's cruel jest? He must find her pitiful state utterly amusing. However, when Arian lifted her gaze, she was momentarily stunned. The speaker was cloaked entirely in a black robe. The same color draped over this figure felt entirely different from the one worn by Carl, and their stature was notably taller. Gazing at the sudden appearance of this enigmatic stranger, Arian demanded, "Who are you?" She sensed a formidable aura emanating from the figure, not from magical fluctuations, but an inner quality that spoke of centuries of existence. This was the aura of an ancient being, a powerful sorcerer. With this realization, Arian's eyes sharpened with vigilance. Meanwhile, the figure known as Yi remained silent, bending down to examine a trace of blood on the ground, his focus intense. The still-flowing blood exhibited a stark division between red and blue. Though the blue blood was scarce, it showed no signs of mingling, resembling a continuous thread. Yi had initially intended to ignore Arian, eavesdropping solely to identify a worthy laborer. However, upon halting his observations, one thought resonated within him. Arian's downfall was not without cause. Eltia had no room for a sorcerer who possessed great power, yet remained naively virtuous. Bringing such a person back yields more harm than good. Laborers can be found anywhere, but they cannot invite trouble for the Watchers. With Carl, the only threat to Yi having departed, it is time for him to leave as well. To his astonishment, Alian suddenly regained movement. Yi extended his magical tendrils into the azure blood, murmuring to himself. Paralysis, magical depletion, mental collapse, weakness, infection, excessive blood loss. Dizziness. How can you still move under such circumstances? Have you even survived your own torment? Yi clicked his tongue in intrigue. In Blue Star, even a wrist-cutting injury would be fatal. Yet Alian, having lost an entire hand, could still be deemed lively without any measures taken to staunch the bleeding. According to the standards of the continent of Eltia, a mage is not a cultivator. Such an injury should have rendered her unconscious and awaiting death. Yi sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. After approximately 10 seconds, Yi wiped the remnants of blood from his hand bones. An ethereal blue flames flickered in his eye sockets. Dragon bloodline? No wonder her physique is so exceptional. It appears she has just activated her latent bloodline talent. Yi stroked his chin. So, I say it's best not to incite rage in enemies. See, now there is a problem. Dragons are inherently temperamental creatures. In a fit of anger, she activated her bloodline. Rage of the ancestor? Alian's gaze momentarily faltered, then regained its resolve. What are you talking about? I do not understand. She looked at the exposed white bones of Yi's hand from within his sleeve, her eyes filled with suspicion. Who exactly are you? In the distance, ominous sounds echoed, heralding the approach of danger conjured by monsters. Yi slowly lowered his cloak, revealing a skull entirely composed of bones. His eye sockets contained no eyes. merely a pair of ethereal blue flames flickering within. Me? I am, as you call it, a betrayer of the divine, one who will face retribution. Alien's pupils constricted in shock, then widened in disbelief. An intelligent undead? You are Mephistopheles Karenyi. Huh, such a long name I can hardly remember myself. Only a few churches will keep in their thoughts. Yiji donned his cloak once more. It seems the forces behind you are somewhat troublesome. However, it matters not. After all, you encountered me, didn't you? As luck would have it, I am currently in need, particularly of a vocational mentor capable of teaching players the language of dragons. To discover a dragon's bloodline in such a remote town is indeed fortuitous. The trouble Alien brings is insignificant in comparison. Innocent and naive, yet brimming with power. How splendid. This embodies justice and obedience, coupled with formidable strength. Truly, she is well suited to serve in my game. Yiji's demeanor softened considerably as he regarded Alien. He waved his hand, causing a parchment scroll to materialize before her. This is not a secure place for our discourse. The small creature is approaching swiftly. If you wish to survive, simply affix your signature. A master-servant contract. Alien instantly recognized the purpose of the parchment. Her eyes filled with evident turmoil. Indeed, if there were no benefits to be gained, how could the dark sorcerer possibly come to her aid? Was she truly prepared to forsake the Frost Moon goddess and solidify her identity as a heretic? Yiji gazed towards the source of the distant sounds, aware that the fiend would arrive in approximately 2 minutes. I shall grant you but a minute to ponder. His tone remained calm, as if Alien's response held no bearing on him whatsoever. Alien's complexion had turned excessively pale from blood loss. She glanced at her immobilized body, her mangled right hand, and then looked up at the steadfast Yiji. Her eyes were a tumult of fear, hatred, and unwillingness. 50 seconds remained. Yiji calmly announced the time. From the dense forest behind, a thunderous crack echoed as trees splintered. 45 seconds. The roar of beasts grew closer, reverberating through the air and trembling Alien's heart. 30 seconds. Alien observed her blood turning an inexplicable shade of blue. Her mind raced through all the knowledge she had acquired, yet found no answers. Alien attempted negotiation. Is it my blood that compels you to save me? 25 seconds. Am I significant to you? 15 seconds. What exactly do you know about my secrets? Who am I truly? 10, 9, 8. I agree. Alien summoned every ounce of strength, pressing her bloodied and mangled hand upon the contract just before the countdown concluded. The magical contract would not lose its potency due to a damaged fingerprint. The moment Alien's hand lifted, the parchment erupted in a brilliant white light, which then transformed into 2 streams of luminescence, darting toward the wrists of both Alien and the undead. The contract is established. Yiji regarded the newly updated contract information on the system panel, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, do not move recklessly. With my current strength, I cannot guarantee your safety entirely. Having said that, he bent down and gently lifted Alien's tattered black robe, stained with dust and blood. Circles of magical runes suddenly illuminated beneath his feet, their brilliance dazzling, akin to a constellation converging. As the creature arrived, only a puddle of blood, tinged with an unusual hue, remained on the ground. The beast, drawn by the lingering warmth of the blood, abruptly halted in its frantic charge. Its colossal head bowed as it greedily sniffed the air for the residual scent. It then raised its head, surveying its surroundings, confusion and bewilderment reflected in its blood-red eyes. Although the aroma of prey was evident, why could it not discern the source? Ultimately, it could only let out an irritated growl and randomly choose a direction to continue its pursuit. Chapter 52. Return to Sweetwater Town, Alien's Origins. An abandoned town submerged by the forest. Despite several days of care, the traces of time, shrouded in vines and moss, remained stubbornly untouched. Before the grand banyan tree at the entrance of Sweetwater Town, white runes suddenly illuminated the ground. 2 figures descended from the heavens. With a thud, Aliena, already weakened from excessive blood loss, spewed another mouthful of crimson as she fell through the air. Gasp! After a couple of coughs, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The sound of Yeji's skeletal structure collapsing echoed through the air. After a considerable pause, Yeji reassembled his bones and stood upright. He opened the system panel to find that his survival time had indeed diminished by over a day once again. Survival time. 5 days, 13 hours, 28 minutes. With a resigned sigh, Yeji closed the panel and donned the wizardess robe that had fallen off due to the disassembly. Alas, he mused, he must refrain from employing high-level spells in the future. Otherwise, he might truly lose his life in the process. After nurturing his body for so long, his injuries seemed to worsen rather than heal. However, the efficacy of intermediate spells was only significant during performances. They were utterly incapable of activating the teleportation array. He, a disassembled undead, could not possibly carry a living person while evading the keen senses of a two-headed howler. Yeji reattached his loose arm and contemplated finding a new task, deciding that Edgar should undertake it next time. Given his current physical condition, it would be wiser for him to remain in the church and recuperate. Casting a glance at the church not far away, Yeji resignedly dragged the unconscious Eliana along, swaying as he moved. After all, she was of dragon lineage. A mere scrape should hardly be a grave concern. With this thought in mind, Yeji felt a greater sense of justification as he pulled Eliana along. Fortunately, yesterday, players had busily scurried through Sweetwater Town, inadvertently completing a street cleaning task that cleared the path from the town entrance to the church of debris and stones. Though overgrown with various weeds, at least there were no significant obstacles. By the time Yeji dragged Eliana to the church entrance, the wound on her severed right hand had already begun to scab. Truly remarkable for a dragon. Yeji gazed enviously at Eliana's injury. If only her regenerative abilities could be mass-produced, he could undoubtedly cultivate an elite force capable of sweeping across Eltia. With this thought, Yeji's eyes glimmered with excitement. It truly seemed possible. Forcing the fusion of foreign bloodlines carried immense side effects. However, what if one were to possess dragon blood from the very beginning? Ordinary humans could not, but players could. If he could create a human, why not a dragon? Yet, further experimentation would be required to ascertain its feasibility. The sky began to darken. Eliana stirred from her unconsciousness, her vision muddled and unclear, as if the entire world was gently swaying. Her throat felt as though it contained a piece of burning crimson coal, every swallow accompanied by a searing sensation. Water, water. She struggled to discern her surroundings. Seemingly within a church, the sensation beneath her felt akin to a stone bed. Yeji, seated not far away, quickly returned to reality upon hearing the sound. You have awakened? Observing Alien's frail demeanor and parched, cracked lips, he chided himself for nearly forgetting that excessive blood loss could also result in dehydration. It was likely that those individuals who brought her to the Great Oak Forest had not provided her with sustenance beforehand. Xiaoming, please fetch a glass of water for our guest. A luminous orb drifted down from above Alien, the tone tinged with reluctance. Very well. The water was consumed slowly. Although her stomach still felt as if it were being licked by flames, it was an improvement from the moment she had first regained consciousness. Alia managed to sit up, surveying her surroundings. Judging by the nearby decor, it was indeed an abandoned church. This was the prayer room of Sweetwater Town's church, the only chamber still somewhat intact. Originally intended for repair to serve as a changing room for players, it would now serve to nurse her back to health, given her arrival. Yeji approached, assessing Alien's condition, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The resilience of the dragon kin is truly commendable. Merely a few ordinary holy light spells have healed most of your external wounds. The remaining issues will require time and rest. However, this pertains only to external injuries. The internal afflictions you bear present a more intricate challenge. Alien glanced down at her bandaged right hand, then lifted her gaze, her tone laced with disbelief. Are you truly Ji Mofizi Tekaluinyi? Even now, she found it hard to accept. As for that name, let it be. My current identity is the Lord of Sweetwater Town. Oh, and I nearly forgot. Your adoptive father is a lord from some unknown place. Yeji amended. You may call me Chief. From this day forth, you are also a member of our Watchers organization. Watchers. Alien's spirit surged, her complexion noticeably less pallid than before. I'm aware of this. The Watchers, a gathering place for the fallen. Glancing at the stone bed, she had just previously overlooked the sun and moon emblem of the Watchers, her voice growing resolute. You are indeed the infamous butcher of flesh. Yizei Remarket. Who knows how he acquired so many peculiar titles? However, the fact that she could believe it was sufficient. Alien felt as though she were witnessing characters from a storybook stepping into reality, still partially immersed in a dreamlike state, fearing that upon fully awakening, she would find herself once more ensnared in the dense woods of the great oak forest, surrounded by malevolent creatures. Compared to that fate, it seemed that falling into the hands of a dark sorcerer was not so dire after all. Alien inquired with concern, "Why is your power so diminished?" She recalled plummeting from the teleportation array before losing consciousness. The fact that he could barely maintain even a short-distance teleportation array was entirely at odds with the image she had heard in her books. Shouldn't the other party be a formidable and malevolent dark sorcerer, capable of opposing all churches single-handedly? Or has that power vanished? Yizi kafud akardi. You will come to understand this later. To avoid having the simple-minded dragonborn girl expose the truth, Yiji hastily shifted the topic. "Since we have entered into a master-servant contract, I have several inquiries to make." Alia nodded immediately. She was not one to lack awareness of the situation. Her life was still in the hands of the other. Whatever Yiji asked, she would answer. For instance, regarding her adoptive father and the entity she had once served. Initially, Yiji was misled by the cloaked figure's incessant talk of territories and lords, thinking they hail from a small nation affiliated with the Berry Empire, similarly under the control of the Radiant Church and devoted to maintaining various intricate noble succession systems. However, this was not the case. Instead, they originated from the kingdom of Saren, separated from the great oakwood forest by several nations, a subordinate country of the Frostwind Empire. Their primary deities were the god of war and the god of winter. The so-called territories were merely a large mercenary organization. Chapter 53. The treatment was remarkably successful. You are now an ice dragon. Speaking of mercenaries, Yiji was well acquainted with them, a group of desperate souls who danced on the edge of danger. While others shunned the monster-infested wastelands, mercenaries often relied on them for survival. In times of financial strife, the Watchers had also engaged in this line of work. Apart from the peril, it was indeed a lucrative endeavor. The tradition of mercenary bands was to take in orphans and raise them from a young age, ensuring that they would grow into the most effective weapons in their hands. The Ironblood Mercenary Corps, of which Alien was a part, was somewhat unique in that they possessed a fixed base of operations. While other mercenary groups also had headquarters, they were prone to relocating due to interests or minor shifts in circumstances. The Ironblood Mercenary Corps seemed as if it were permanently anchored in the kingdom of Saren. Even as they expanded to the point where they could bypass the kingdom of Saren and align with the church, their base had never changed. Their leader, who was also Alien's adoptive father, still referred to himself as a lord and demanded that everyone address him as such. "Wow, your adoptive father has issues," Xiao Ming interjected emphatically, nearly spilling the cup of water balanced on his head due to his exaggerated gestures. Despite being from a background that appeared to disregard noble etiquette, he placed such importance on a hollow title of lord. One might think he hailed from the Berry Empire. Yiji removed the ceramic cup from Xiao Ming's head and set it aside. Sure, let others tell their stories without interruption. He did not perceive any problems with the Ironblood Mercenary Corps. In this world, those who survived without succumbing to madness induced by magical corruption bore their own peculiar afflictions. Listening to the esteemed mage named Carl, it was mentioned that their adoptive father is quite aged. It is hardly surprising that his mind may be somewhat unhinged. Yet, what significance does a mere obsession with playing household? There are far more extreme and deranged ideologies that Yi Ji has encountered. Alien bitterly responded to Xiao Ming. "We are merely the swords of the brigade. How can we delve into the Lord's thoughts?" Alien continued her narrative, recounting her knowledge of the Ironblood Mercenary Corps, her childhood experiences, and the unforeseen circumstances that led to her current predicament. She had merely traversed the Wolan's mountain range to undertake a distant mission. Upon her return, within a month's time, her situation had drastically changed, leaving her with no opportunity for response. The thought of her recent treatment filled Alien's eyes with rage. Her enscathed left hand clenched into a fist, each syllable as though she aimed to crush the name within her mouth. "Carl, I shall not let him escape my wrath." Yet, a trace of melancholy flickered across her face. "It occurs to me that I had long desired to reclaim my soul lantern and extricate myself from the mercenary corps. To think that I would ultimately achieve this through such a means, a unique magical plant, upon which the user's heart's blood is dripped and magical assistance is applied, can create a soul lantern. The soul lantern can record the target's existence and allow curses to be cast upon them. It serves as a method to control the undead. For the promise of a better life after leaving the mercenary corps, Alien dared not act recklessly until she retrieved her soul lantern. Who could have foreseen that due to a twist of fate, she was expelled from the mercenary corps as a heretic? The soul lantern was destroyed before everyone's eyes. In a paradoxical turn of events, she inadvertently fulfilled her initial desire. However, compared to the freedom she sought, it still fell short. She had merely stumbled into another den of wolves. Alien's voice gradually diminished. Yizi ponderit silently. The kingdom of Saren is not close to the great oak forest. And aside from him, no one has discerned her true lineage. It appears that the troubles Alien has brought to the Watchers remain within a controllable scope and will not erupt in the short term. Indeed, within the risk thresholds he had anticipated, Yiji clapped his hands, effectively punctuating this tale. All right, I can empathize with your desire for vengeance. The master-servant contract I propose has a duration of merely 50 years. As long as you assist me diligently during this period, I assure you, upon the completion of these 50 years, I shall release you. Alien paused. 50 years? She had thought she was signing a contract of servitude. Yiji's expression darkened. Your understanding of contract magic must be lacking. I would not be pleased to sign a bond of servitude. The painful lessons of the past constantly reminded him of how terrifying it is to raise a dragon with a destructive capacity greater than that of a husky, and a temperament even more unpredictable. For now, he merely required manpower. 50 years would suffice. Alien hesitated momentarily, murmuring, I do not study contract magic. Contract magic lies beyond the dominion of the Frost Moon Goddess. The magic of the outer gods is arduous to master and can easily recoil upon the caster. My innate magical talent is hardly remarkable. Only a fool would betray the Frost Moon Goddess, like Carl did, in pursuit of magic unbefitting her. Yiji was momentarily taken aback. Having spent too long in the company of only the members of the Watchers, he had momentarily forgotten this aspect. With a somber tone, he continued, the gods have been dead for over 600 years, and you still hold faith in them? Yet, such is the mindset of those outside. I cannot transform Alien's thoughts overnight. He pressed on, now that you have joined the Watchers, cast aside all past notions, including the belief that you cannot learn magic beyond the Frost Moon Goddess's authority. After all, when you were exiled, it was as if you were unshackled. Consider this as the dawn of a new life. Alien's eyes widened slightly. A new life? She had long awaited the utterance of that phrase. She was weary of the mercenary group's relentless tasks of assassinating nobles and hunting monsters. She dreamt of a tranquil existence, free from the cold reality of having daggers bound to her limbs, even in sleep. That sensation was too chilling, too abrasive. Little did she expect that the first person to utter such words would be none other than the infamous butcher of the undead, who held the top position on the mercenary bounty list. Alien wiped the dampness from the corners of her eyes. After a few seconds, she paused. Wait, did you say dragon blood? Indeed. Xiao Ming fluttered before Alien, his pale golden orb-like form seemingly radiating a sanctified aura. Are you not aware? You possess the bloodline of a dragon, which has recently awakened. The dragon bloodline is formidable. It is likely you will soon transform into a small dragon. As he spoke, Xiao Ming whirled excitedly in the air, as if he were the one directly connected to the bloodline. A dragon? Alien stuttered in disbelief. Although she was an orphan, she had lived nearly 20 years as a human. How could she suddenly become a dragon? She cast a pleading glance towards the skeletal figure beside her bed. Yiji nodded solemnly and earnestly. The power of the bloodline within you is faint. It likely originates from your grandfather's lineage. It is a rare ice dragon. Few ice dragons exist among giants, and they have long lifespans. Perhaps after the contract concludes, you may even find relatives in the Valley of Dragons. Alien stood in stunned silence, repeating, relatives? I have relatives? Chapter 54. Alien's role. Subsequently, Alien stood frozen like a statue. No matter how Yiji called out to her, she remained unresponsive. Xiao Ming circled Alien several times, his voice tinged with astonishment. You cannot process such a few words? Hey, snap out of it. Yet, Alien continued to show no reaction. Xiao Ming hovered in the air, half-heartedly grumbling. The intellect of the dragon truly left much to be desired. Yiji lifted it up, inadvertently stifling the unfinished words that lingered behind. Considering the dragon's age, it was still quite juvenile. It was entirely natural for it to struggle to comprehend such a deluge of information all at once. After all, she was a mercenary, and her remarkable healing abilities were evident. Hud, hud, hud. The sound resonated with the rhythm of Alien's heartbeat. She gazed at Yi Ji once more, opening her mouth several times, yet unsure of where to begin her inquiries. Ultimately, in a feeble voice, she posed a single question. After 50 years of service, do you truly intend to set me free so that I may seek my family? Yi Ji observed her ponder for quite some time, initially expecting something grand to emerge from her contemplation. He retrieved the master-servant contract, imprinting a copy and levitating it towards her. If you had diligently studied contract magic and understood the terms, you would not have posed such a query. With the contract in hand, Alien felt its significance wash over her. Tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry, she uttered two barely audible words. Thank you. In truth, she longed to ask whether she was truly of dragon lineage, and if she genuinely had family left in the world. The very desire she had yearned for had been so effortlessly placed within her grasp by Yi Ji. It felt utterly surreal. Only upon receiving the contract did the overwhelming emotions, triggered by the influx of information, crash over Alien like a tidal wave, causing her to weep profusely. She had entered into a master-servant contract, and there was no reason for Yi Ji to toy with her emotions. Moreover, she could sense the peculiarities manifesting within her. Could it be true that she had relatives still living? Listening to the muffled sobs beside him, Yi Ji felt an unfamiliar pang in his heart. Damn it. It reminded him of the days when he had parents. He softened his tone. It is exceedingly rare for dragons to have offspring. If you indeed have dragon kin, it would surely culminate in a joyous reunion. At that moment, Alien could no longer contain her emotions and clung to Yi Ji, bursting into tears. Leader, you are truly a good person. The sincerity in her call to him as leader was palpable. Yi Ji responded, No, you are the good person. Your entire family is filled with goodness. However, considering her recent emotional turbulence, he refrained from pushing her away. After all, no one relished the idea of clinging to a rigid skeleton. As a being who had lived for 7 centuries, he was hardly inclined to pursue newly sprouted grass. Yi Ji gently patted her back, whispering to the undead, Work diligently. Should your performance be commendable, I might conclude the contract ahead of schedule. His familiarity with such encouraging words ignited a spark of hope in Alien's eyes. Xiaoming quietly inched closer, but was promptly silenced by Yi Ji. Xiaoming thought. It merely worried that Alien might weep herself dry upon awakening. As Alien's tears subsided, the rusty iron door of the prayer room creaked sharply. Edgar stepped inside, pausing in silence for a moment. Am I intruding at an opportune time? Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Ji stood up, her voice brimming with surprise, as if she had encountered a savior. Edgar, you have finally returned. This little girl has quite a grip. If she hugs him any tighter, his ribs might just snap. How could he maintain his dignity as a leader if he were to fall apart at that moment? Edgar nodded at Yi Ji, casting his gaze towards the unfamiliar figure on the bed. His brow furrowed involuntarily. A dragon? Then he shook his head in denial. No, it was a dragon-blooded descendant. However, if the dragon lineage had already awakened, it hardly mattered whether she was a descendant or not. This made things even more complicated. How could a lost, dragon-blooded descendant appear in the great oak forest? Edgar's mind was filled with questions as he turned his gaze towards the instigator. Yi, why'd you brought back a dragon? Well, that's a long story, Yi Ji replied as she stood to introduce the two. This is Edgar. I trust one need not elaborate further. Alien wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded awkwardly. She was all too familiar with the title of the Fallen Sword. She had meticulously studied his achievements before his fall from grace, healing the common folk, driving away monsters, reclaiming lost lands. He was truly a paragon of chivalry, once an idol for all knights. Then Yi Ji's blue flames flickered in her eyes as she mischievously added, Edgar, this is my half-sister, Alien. Surprised are we? Despite having known Yi Ji for over a century, Edgar still found it difficult to grasp the strange jokes that occasionally slipped from her lips. Choosing to ignore them, he returned to his previous inquiry. You still haven't answered my earlier question. It's all just a coincidence. She herself is unaware of her true identity. Yi Ji scratched her jaw thoughtfully. In any case, she will be your assistant from now on. Did you not just lament about your overwhelming workload? You can share half of it with her. Once she fully awakens, she could even become a dragon language mentor for the players. How's that sound? Edgar scrutinized the injured girl before him, causing Alien to nervously clench her fingers, her entire body stiffening. "Why you? Hello, Lord Edgarino." Edgar offered a polite nod before turning to Yi, delivering his conclusion without hesitation. "Does she serve any other purpose?" Dragon language magic is a discipline that only advanced mages may attempt to study. Even if your assistants possess unique traits, given their current rate of progress, it would take them at least 3 years to reach the level of an advanced mage. Will she merely be doing menial tasks during this time? Yi once again defended the players. "Trust me, they will not take that long. Do not underestimate the potential of the diligent." However, it seems somewhat unwise. Yi rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. Even if a player were to ascend to the level of a senior mage within a year, Alien would still have to endure a year of menial tasks. During this period, her contributions would be highly interchangeable. When weighed against the potential risks posed to the Watchers by harboring the other party, the cost-effectiveness appears rather diminished. Alien's eyes widened in alarm as the warning bells rang in her mind. Just moments ago, Yi had informed her that exceptional performance could lead to an early termination of the contract. Yet, what if her performance were subpar? The thought of her dragonkin, whom she had yet to meet, loomed ominously. Alien dared not take any chances and promptly volunteered, proclaiming, "I can wield ice magic. I can also serve as an ice magic instructor." "Are you certain?" Edgar inquired, skepticism etched upon his face. Chapter 55. Preoccupied with her own troubles. Who has the capacity to shield others? Edgar failed to perceive any magical fluctuations emanating from this unfamiliar girl, suspecting instead that she was an ordinary person who had recently awakened to magic. It was then that Yi recalled what she had overlooked and explained, "I nearly forgot. She indeed studied the magic of the Frost Moon Goddess. However, she is currently afflicted by the demonic vine, rendering her unable to utilize it for the time being." Alien's complexion drained of color. Demonic Vina. I have encountered that name in tomes before. It is a parasitic creature capable of draining the host's magical energy, posing an extreme danger. No recorded host has ever survived its parasitism. I have a creature within me, a creature of such relentless menace. Alien's expression turned blank, as if the sky itself had collapsed upon her. Yi, feeling a headache coming on, lamented, "Ah, my fault. I had not yet had the chance to inform you. Your external injuries are manageable, but your internal wounds are significant, and addressing them will require time." Yi racked his mind, having not engaged with ordinary folk for centuries, recalling techniques for comforting others. In truth, the demonic vine is not as terrifying as you might believe. It is far less fearsome than creatures that can cause immediate death. The demonic vine only siphons the life force of ordinary individuals. You are a mage. As long as you possess magical energy within you, the demonic vine poses no threat. The name of the demonic vine is indeed alarming, which was why he had refrained from mentioning it initially. As he continued to offer reassurances, Alien's pallor only deepened. He could only reluctantly cease his attempts. Perhaps it would be best for you to process this on your own for now." He had underestimated the fears that ordinary individuals held towards magical creatures. This sensation was akin to harboring a malevolent spirit within one's body, one that could erupt at any moment and wreak havoc. Alien's recovery would take time. Any matters could be addressed later. Just then, Yi and Edgar had their own discussions to attend to. As they were leaving, Yi stopped Xiaoming. "You shall remain here to care for her. Why must it always be me?" The noble persona of the god of light expressed indignation. "Because you are the least occupied," Yi stated with unyielding firmness. After speaking, he closed the door to the prayer room. Xiaoming, the god of light, has issued a vehement protest. In a fit of rage, he expressed his displeasure and then returned to pour water for Arian. Outside the church, a gentle breeze rustled through the overgrown remnants of crumbling walls and earthen tiles. Edgar took out the procurement list. He had acquired the triangular ruler, while the other supplies consisted of basic tools, with an excess of clothing. "Are you certain that with just these, your helpers can construct the entirety of Sweetwater Town?" "Yizi intergisted. They are the helpers of the Watchers. You should refer to them as players." "No, wait, that wouldn't be appropriate either." Yi momentarily faltered. Perhaps it would be more fitting to designate them as returnees bearing the supreme mission of saving Eltia, though the title seems rather lengthy. He decided to set that matter aside for the time being. He meticulously reviewed the procurement list, nodding slightly. Quite satisfactory. The quantity and variety of supplies exceed my expectations, particularly the resilient cloth. Yiji closed the list and continued to inquire, have the rogues in the wasteland increased recently? Given the distance from Sweetwater Town to the edge of the Great Oak Forest, Edgar could make a round trip to Nari Town within a day. Edgar's eyes flickered before he nodded. Yes, there had been some developments outside. He then relayed everything he had heard from the prisoner regarding the situation. The quantity of supplies he had procured indeed far surpassed the typical trading assets of common wasteland vagrants, with a credibility rating of no less than 70%. Yiji stroked the procurement list in silence. After a pause, he looked at Edgar with a complex expression. Let's set aside the situation in Nari Town for now. Did you truly turn around and leave? Yiji recalled their first encounter. At that time, Edgar had undertaken an exceedingly difficult task for the church, leading no more than 10 guards to rescue a village on the brink of being overtaken by monsters. This impending doom was reported when the news reached the headquarters of the Radiant Church. It was evident that the task was a trap set by someone within the church who bore ill will towards Edgar, waiting for him to fail and then face repercussions. Yet, Edgar accepted the mission and set off that very day. In a wine cellar, he ultimately found the sole surviving child of that village. Fortunately, since the village was left with just one person, it still qualified as a failed mission, resulting in Edgar receiving a penalty. Under the whimsical hand of fate, when Edgar and Yiji finally met, both bore wounds, rendering them unable to harm one another. Thus, they became acquainted under such circumstances. How remarkable it was that such a kind-hearted individual could truly abandon those in peril. Yiji expressed skepticism, directly conveying her doubts through her gaze. Edgar cast a cold glance at Yiji. I presumed you possessed a deeper understanding of the Watcher situation. We simply cannot accommodate a large influx of refugees. Yiji felt a twinge of guilt and coughed awkwardly. Indeed, the current state of the Watchers was marked by a soaring reputation, juxtaposed with overwhelmingly negative statistics. Their sole source of sustenance was the red earthworms captured just yesterday, alongside the sweet fruit grove, located 2 kilometers away. The refugees lacked combat capability and were incapable of surviving independently in the Great Oak Forest. Moreover, the excessive human activity might lead to the monsters detecting the magical barriers and discovering Sweetwater Town. As for their living arrangements, all member players were still huddled within the church, leaving no space for additional inhabitants. They were unable to accept even those who came seeking refuge. As a leader, he felt woefully inadequate. Indeed, it seemed that players who were unencumbered by territory and capable of foraging for themselves were far more valuable. Edgar continued at this stage. We require assistance akin to the ice dragon you brought back. The value of these refugees is simply too low. Yiji retorted, the Watchers already have a poor reputation, and now we are to contend with additional dissenters. However, the supplies this time were abundant, and the resources available for trade from the refugees were limited. Consequently, our dealings with them would be confined to just these 2 transactions. On the whole, the impact was negligible. This minor incident might only shatter the hopes of a few young souls still harboring illusions about the Dawn Knights. Yiji glanced at the procurement list in her hand, contemplating the updates needed for the player taskbar for the following day. Perhaps she could propose additional benefits for the housing construction task. After deliberating for some time, Edgar decided to speak up. You mentioned that new helpers are on the way. How many should we expect? Yiji pondered. She currently possessed 164 points of divine power, seemingly an increase from the outset. However, crafting an initial body for a player required 10 points of divine power, while creating their unique game panel demanded another point. Upgrading to level 2 and bestowing basic magical blessings upon the player would require an additional 10 points. Chapter 56. The versatile players on the brink of arrival. There were also 3 veteran players. Yiji planned to bestow the second magical blessing upon them once they reached level 5, or perhaps unlock a second skill. This too required divine power. After careful calculation, she concluded that they should initially seek 6 new players. New players can reach level 2 within a day. I cannot skimp on the divine power needed for basic magical blessings. That amounts to a total of 126 points of divine power, leaving 38 points in reserve for emergencies. Otherwise, should something happen to Xiaoming, I would be unable to muster the divine power necessary. Speaking of players, Yiji finally had some good news to share. His hand instinctively rested on Edgar's shoulder, and he spoke earnestly. We are currently in the early stages of our entrepreneurial venture, or rather, the reconstruction of our organization, which understandably may cause some delays. However, I have discovered a versatile individual who specializes in architecture and is proficient in agriculture and textile production. Soon, we shall be liberated from our present circumstances. Edgar sidestepped to evade Yi Ji's hand, simultaneously rejecting the grand vision he had painted. He pointedly indicated that the words within were indeed genuine. Yi Ji was left in dismay, questioning the reliability of his own credibility. Was it truly so untrustworthy? Of course, it was all authentic. He had witnessed the registration details of the individual during the afternoon when he observed Arian's unfortunate ordeal. After considerable investigation, he had finally secured the qualification for the internal test. Edgar remained skeptical. The 3 players he had encountered, including Yi Ji, were all rather eccentric individuals. It was difficult for him to envision these people engaging in such meticulous handiwork as textile production. His gaze was laden with doubt, undermining Yi Ji's confidence. Although he had scrutinized the player's profile and all online traces, confirming a profound understanding of the 3 skills, and had even shared his non-internet-derived achievements. The online realm is rife with ambiguity. Who could discern the truth? Yi Ji cast aside this doubt. Regardless, even if he were to fabricate his credentials, it would not be too late to dismiss him later. While Yi Ji could only create 10 divine avatars, which meant the total number of players could not exceed 10. These avatars were reusable. If one player proved inadequate, he could simply delete the account and select another. With great power comes great freedom. After discussing the essential matters, the 2 returned to the prayer room. Arian had already succumbed to slumber. Xiao Ming stood a distance away from the bedside, anxiously asserting, "I have truly taken care of her. It wasn't me." Yi Ji placed the unfinished sweet fruit that Edgar had not traded on the bedside. "I am aware. Once she awakens, I shall feed this to her. She has been fasting for too long, and we must not overwhelm her with an excessive quantity at once. This is our sole sustenance for now." Yi Ji expressed disdain for Xiao Ming's overreaction. Did he truly resemble a superior who indiscriminately assigns blame? Arian had lost considerable blood and had not eaten for an extended period. It was only natural for her to faint amidst such emotional turmoil. In any case, she would require a significant duration to recover from her injuries, and discussions regarding her accommodation could take place any time. Yi Ji turned to leave, but halted, recalling something. When she awakens, please hand her the player communication manual I gave you." Xiao Ming glanced around, taking a couple of seconds to comprehend. "Me? Who else could it be?" Yi Ji replied, incredulously. "Do you think Edgar possesses that manual? In any case, it seems challenging for you to learn a few common phrases, rendering that book unnecessary." Edgar cast a scrutinizing gaze at the unconscious Elian upon the bed. "Not imprinting her mind?" Yi Ji replied calmly, "I have not yet descended to such folly. After all, she is a devotee of the divine. It remains uncertain whether her faith lies with the goddess of Frost Moon or the god of dragon warriors. Devotees are not easily bound by a mere master-servant contract. Players are Yi Ji's greatest assurance. Naturally, the fewer unstable factors, the better. The phrases in the player communication manual are sufficient to assist Elian in becoming a competent task handler. That is to say, she need only respond based on a few keywords. Furthermore, restricting her contact with players serves as a form of protection," Yi Ji added. "The foolish girl of the dragon race, if fallen into the hands of players, may be subjected to unpredictable manipulations. There are matters that players must not yet know." "What comes next?" Edgar inquired further. "Are you truly going to have her do some menial tasks?" As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the absence of Elian's right hand. Yi Ji shrugged helplessly. Perhaps the intention was to have her teach water and ice magic. She would eventually have the opportunity to recover her hand. Yet, this process would likely take some time. The regeneration of severed limb is a high-level magic. To draw a comparison, it is akin to the kind of magic that Yi Ji could bury immediately after casting. Thus, this is akin to making Elian a dragon language magic instructor, which also requires time. The power of dragon language magic is immense, representing an invaluable skill set. Currently, Shilong is trapped in the Dragon Valley, and she stands as our best option. This capability can somewhat mitigate the risks associated with her identity, as well as the time and energy required to nurture her. When calculated, the cost-effectiveness of rescuing her appears quite favorable. Edgar, maintaining an impassive demeanor, reminded, however, She harbors the demon-eating vine within her. You must be aware of how challenging it is to deal with such a creature. Elian learned this information from second-hand accounts within the church's hidden tomes. The members of the Watchers often chose desolate monster lairs as their hideouts to evade the church's pursuit. Having personally dealt with monsters, they certainly possess a deeper understanding of the demon-eating vine. Although it is not as insurmountable as Elian envisioned, certainly not a guaranteed death, it is no simple matter to resolve. At least, they have only succeeded in doing so once. Employing various precious potions. Where can they now procure those potions? As long as the demon-eating vine remains unresolved, Elian will be unable to wield magic, rendering her incapable of being a magic instructor. Leave this matter to me, Yiji asserted confidently, patting her chest. There are magical energy nodes near the church. As long as she remains in Sweetwater Town, she will not face life-threatening dangers. Although the magical energy nodes here are modest, caring for 2 patients is not overly difficult. It merely requires researching an improved potion. Grant me half a year, and I shall succeed. Edgar, taken aback, exclaimed, "You can improve the potion?" "With age comes a smattering of knowledge," I replied. "Do you believe I nearly ascended to divinity in the name of herbal remedies and the god of healing?" Edgar's eyes twitched slightly, sighing at the absurdity of his leader's claims. "Last time, you mentioned you were on the verge of godhood through the arts of smelting and forging. Is that so?" "Ha. Then I must have ascended with both titles in tow," Yiji readily acquiesced. Edgar shook his head, deciding not to squander any more time on this fanciful narrative. He returned to the task of inventorying the newly acquired tools. Naturally, Yiji did not delegate all responsibilities to Edgar. He still needed to handle player registrations and refine the game interface himself. After instructing Xiao Ming to take good care of Arian, he too went back to filtering new players and preparing the ritual for their physical forms. In Yiji's perspective, the type of players he required could not merely be those seeking leisure and an escape from stress. The continent of Eltia had nothing to do with that. What he needed were die-hard veterans, seasoned enthusiasts from traditional online gaming, colloquially known as cyber slaves, capable of gathering resources above and building armies below, with fully maximized technology points and a strong adaptability to magic. This represented the ultimate iteration of a fourth calamity player. Furthermore, based on the current circumstances, he needed to filter players suitable for farming and resource gathering first. As Yiji perused the newly emerged registration information, he felt a surge of astonishment. 56? The promotional video had such a profound impact. It had been less than a day since its release. In terms of blue star time, even less than half a day. To think so many players were willing to pay 99 yuan, having grown accustomed to the previous scenario where no one showed interest even after 3 days. He felt both flattered and bewildered. However, he quickly negated this thought. No, it must also be the effect of the player-made promotional videos. Regardless of how viewers perceive the videos, whether they genuinely believed in the game or merely wished to spend 99 yuan to verify its authenticity, it was clear that Lin Xian had helped him garner considerable attention, allowing for a more stringent selection of new players. The following day, Lin Xian awakened, sunlight streaming through the shattered stained glass, casting colors upon him. Gazing at the simultaneously strange yet familiar chapel, he sprang up from the ground, overwhelmed with joy. "At last I am online," a voice echoed beside him. "Ha, indeed. The early bird catches the worm." "Oh, I misspoke. Fortunately, I rose early." Turning to see, Lin Xian's happiness surged. "Grandpa Fei, see ye." Grandpa Fei came running over, beaming with delight. "What a coincidence, we logged in together." He turned and glanced around for a moment. "I wonder if the Glitch brother has logged on. If he has, our internal testing team will be complete." Just then, a feeble voice echoed beneath my feet. Lin Xian and Yi would fly, startled by the ghostly pallor of the Glitch. "Achoo! You too. Why are you sneezing?" Lin Xian bent down, intending to help the Glitch up, only to be met with a series of sneezes. Supported by the two, the Glitch staggered to his feet. "Cough, it must be because we got caught in the rain just before logging off. My constitution is weak. I've caught a cold." He coughed as he spoke. Lin Xian glanced at their resting place, noticing only a thin layer of straw above. Sleeping there for a night, or rather, a day and a night, indeed made one susceptible to illness. Lin Xian, sneezing, was taken aback. "Achoo! Is it really that realistic? Can characters suffer negative effects upon logging off?" You would fly, holding on to one player, suddenly realized something. Wait, we all got rained on. Why am I the only one who has caught a cold? The glitch continued to cough, as if he might cough out his very lungs. Did you forget the second-level cough spell you selected? Lin Xian covered his mouth and nose, his eyes sparkling. Right? Yi, before you logged off, didn't you cast several holy light spells on yourself? That must be the reason. You would Fly's eyes widened. Wait, can a healer even cure common ailments? Just wait, let me try. He experimentally cast a holy light spell on each of them. Successfully. His face turned as pale as the glitches had been initially. Lin Xian and the glitch noticed their complexions visibly improve, and they no longer sneezed or coughed. Now, the roles had reversed, with the two supporting you would Fly. Lin Xian touched his nose, then his chest, unable to believe it. Wow, the effect time is so quick. It's been less than 20 seconds. I went from a moderate cold to feeling completely fine. My real-world body has a weak immune system. I always catch a cold during seasonal changes. I know the process of getting sick and recovering all too well. This sensation is far more profound than witnessing Yi Would Fly's sprained leg being healed by a holy light spell. Is this the allure of virtual reality gaming? It's as if real magic exists in this world. Holy light spells are incredible. Lin Xian expressed his envy. Why is my fireball spell at a novice level while others have something akin to fluorescent lights? You Would Fly, weakly raising a hand, said, "Stop, don't boast. I feel utterly drained." The two players, still immersed in the residual euphoria of successful magical healing, quickly regained their composure and helped You Would Fly to rest on the straw. Unfortunately, Yi Henti even provided a bench for the players. Lin Xian looked at him with concern. "How are you feeling? Are you all right?" After resting for a short while, the pallor on Yi Would Fly's face gradually faded. He shook his head, remarking that the sensation was akin to completing a 1,000-meter run, pure exhaustion. He felt that his capacity to wield the holy light spell was now limited to just 2 uses. Luanma let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this game featured a pain protection mechanism, or else the side effects of excessive light magic usage would have been quite unbearable. After resting for a while, the old man felt rejuvenated and lively once more. Throughout this time, Yi and Edgar had not made an appearance, and the 3 players paid them no mind. Once the introductory plot had concluded, it was time for the players to take the initiative. As one of the 3 exclusive beta testers beneath the gods, they had agreed from the very first day to form a party. What to do for the rest of the day remained a significant question. Thus, they were not in a rush to venture out and accept quests. Instead, they convened for a small meeting at the resting point. Luanma was the first to speak. "Did you all see the announcement?" "Of course." The old man replied immediately. "You have no idea how thrilled I was when I saw the announcement. The currency system, the resurrection mechanism, the game events. My goodness. I almost went to sleep with the game helmet on." Lin Xian nodded in agreement, finding no exaggeration in the old man's description. He had nearly forgotten about it last night, but recalled it just before bed. After reading the announcement, he found himself unable to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts of how thrilling the game would be after its launch. Finally, the game had introduced the currency system beloved by capitalists. Lin Xian remarked, "I just took a glance at the quest interface, and indeed, there are plenty of new quests, including the newly released magic coins as rewards. The allocation of magic coins for the housing construction quests is astonishingly generous. Not to mention the experience points are the highest among all tasks." Chapter 58. Housing construction quests and new magic skill acquisition rules. Lin Xian swallowed hard, nearly brought to tears by the experience points indicated in the quest log. "I believe that if we want to level up quickly, this will essentially be the best route for an extended period." Luanma nodded in agreement. "I think so too. We can't keep logging in at the church every time." As the event begins, the game has also opened up land purchases. We could take advantage of this and build our houses during the event. Luanma had just taken a look at the quest log as well. Among the dazzling array of housing construction quests, the experience gained from different types of buildings varied considerably. From basic residential buildings to taverns, blacksmith shops, and markets, there was a plethora to choose from. The basic residential building was not like the Lord's residence or Edgar's cottage, which required selection for habitation. As long as the house was constructed within the designated area, they would receive the quest rewards. Simultaneously, the residential area fell within the purchasable land range. The land purchase rules merely stated that any previously existing buildings on the land would incur additional charges. However, after purchasing the land, it did not mention that one could not simultaneously receive quest rewards while building a house. The old man, jumped up in surprise. Is that so? Then we must act swiftly. What shall we do if we are delayed and the issue is resolved? Glitch grasped him tightly. Do not fret, for there is yet another matter at hand. Lin Xian continued his thoughts. Is there anyone among us skilled in construction? The three exchanged glances, and from their eyes, they discerned the truth. Indeed, none possessed such skills. Lin Xian sighed, cradling his head in his hands. I have constructed various edifices in numerous hardcore games, from tents to wooden cabins to futuristic designs. However, this game is exceedingly challenging. Even combat is brutally realistic. Constructing buildings will likely be no different. At least for now, I see no elements that guide us through tasks. Glitch pondered for a moment. Let us seek out Old Yi. He should possess a solution. The others concurred. They dusted themselves off and rose to find him. Yiji was situated not far from the church, in an open area. It appeared he was basking in the sun. Yet in reality, he was rectifying the official game code. Compared to the last encounter with the players, his only noticeable change was the replacement of the rigid stone bench behind him with a wooden one, crafted for supplies procured by Edgar just the day prior. Yiji had merely jotted down a note, which unexpectedly yielded a pleasant surprise. As they opened the door, Grandpa Fei exclaimed in awe, "Wow! Did Old Yi change his gear so swiftly?" Lin Xian, wide-eyed with terror, gasped, "Is the skeleton sunbathing? Is this a foreshadowing of a suicidal main quest?" From a short distance, Yiji retorted, "Though I lack ears, it does not imply I cannot hear. I'm neither a vampire nor a ghost. Why should I not bask in the sun? What prejudice exists in this other world?" Yiji adjusted himself, sitting upright in the lounge chair, the ethereal blue flames gazing in the direction of the three players. "You seek me? Old Yi, do you have any task guidance? Something akin to assisting us in constructing our dwelling." Lin Xian momentarily dismissed his earlier concerns and prioritized the pressing matter. Yiji raised his jaw, understanding fully. "Ah, dear compatriots, fret not. Each individual possesses their own expertise. In order to expedite the reconstruction of Sweetwater Town before the winter tide of magic arrives, a second wave of returnees is expected shortly. Among them is a skilled builder. You may commence with some material collection tasks." Grandpa Fei's expression fell in disappointment. "What? Material collection? Does that mean we shall be chopping trees?" Currently, Sweetwater Town's resources are remarkably primitive, with ample timber nearby. Thus, the only possible construction would be wooden houses. Therefore, wood collection carries a certain degree of supplementary reward. However, in comparison to the more substantial construction tasks that lie ahead, it seems to offer considerably less experience. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, why must it always revert to tree-chopping tasks? Yiji, exasperated, thought to himself, who was it that claimed tree felling was a means of stress relief in the video? It has scarcely been 2 days. Had he known, he would not have stayed up late to update so many new tasks. The urgent quest for new players is pressing. However, the creation of new players requires the integration of divine avatar characteristics. Thus, the construction progresses slowly. An idea sparked in Yiji's mind as he cleared his throat. Every task, regardless of its magnitude, holds significance. Every half a dozen intervals, Xiao Ming might have new rewards. Almost forgot to release the carrot for the dangling players. Half a dozen intervals? Wama pondered. Does it refer to our character reaching levels 5 or 10 to learn new magic? Yizi simidit sidentli. Tajithli agrin. Lin Xian shook his collar. I suddenly find the tree-cutting task quite appealing. I shall take my leave. Wama quickly followed suit. Me too. Wait, count me in. Yiji observed them run off, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, players remain so easily deceived. As for the time required to reach levels 5 and 10, it still depends on Yiji. After all, the experience needed for leveling up may not be uniform at every stage. After walking some distance, Lin Xian opened the game panel, startled. Goodness, why does it require 1,000 experience points to reach level 3? Are they robbing us? Seriously, Siyu Ye. You're not joking, are you? Yiji Fei followed suit and opened the game panel. After learning magic yesterday, the sensation was extraordinary. He had never looked at the game panel before. Upon opening it, he was indeed taken aback. Yiji Fei's jaw nearly dropped. It requires 100 experience to level up to 2, yet 1,000 to reach 3. Are they robbing us? Even though the first event of the game is currently active, offering extra experience at this rate of increase, how long will it take for them to reach level 5? He looked at the nearly empty progress bar, fell silent for a moment, and remarked, "Perhaps it's not entirely accurate to say so. From the fireball spell cast by Old Yi, it is evident that the skills the game imparts can evolve on their own, right?" Lin Xian, being a gaming influencer, was enlightened by Luan Ma's remarks. Indeed, the magical abilities imparted by the game constitute a new skill set. If leveling up were too effortless, it is likely that in a month or two, our skill count would overflow the skill bar. Yi Fei, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't that a good thing? After all, that would make one an all-round player." He could hardly imagine how enjoyable the game would be at that point. Lin Xian wore an expression suggesting youthful naivety. Walking while he spoke, browser games tend to clutter their operation panels with an abundance of skill buttons. Just observe their quality and longevity. Chapter 59. Learning to build wooden houses in the game. Luan Ma nodded in agreement. The craftsmanship under the divine realm requires considerable effort, ensuring that such elementary mistakes are not made. I suspect that in terms of skill design, there exists a complete and mature system. Perhaps in the end, it is not the abundance of skills that matters, but rather their quality over quantity. I feel quite bewildered. So, does that mean we need not upgrade? Who said we don't? Lin Xian retorted, asserting that quality does not imply merely possessing a single skill. One typically has at least 3 active skills and 1 passive skill. The first skill is essentially akin to a novice gift package, easily completed in a day, while subsequent progress tends to be slower, which is entirely normal. Luan Ma continued his thoughts, adding, "However, we must not dawdle. It is imperative to reach level 5 as swiftly as possible. Only then will we have ample time to cultivate our skills. Thus, we must hasten to undertake our tasks." Near the great banyan tree at the town's entrance, the players encountered Edgar, who was about to leave the town. It seemed that Edgar had anticipated the tasks they would accept, as he promptly distributed several broad bramble leaves into the arms of the trio. He briefed them on the approximate return time and instructed them to settle their tasks with Yi Ji before departing in haste. Once Edgar's figure had vanished completely into the dense forest, I felt compelled to retract my gaze. Edgar moved with such swiftness that they scarcely had the opportunity to utter a single response. The urgency of this game indeed evokes a sense of collective effort in the reconstruction of a city-state. This is what reflects the game's meticulous design, Luan Ma remarked. Even if the current player count is modest, the immersive experience and the urgency of rebuilding have remained unwavering. This is the essence of it. The broad bramble leaves are quite sharp, and their weight is not negligible. Luan Ma first cast the leaves onto the ground, beckoning the others to select 2. The remaining leaves could stay where they were, as it was just a few of them in the game at present, and they need not fear anyone taking them. Their current stamina could not compare to Edgar, who effortlessly carried a load. Speaking of Edgar, Lin Xian felt a sense of admiration. Without the promotional video, one would hardly perceive the prowess of the old man, not to mention the sword he carried. Though Edgar's sword was aesthetically pleasing, the exposed sheath and hilt alone were enough to showcase exquisite craftsmanship. Upon first seeing Edgar, Lin Xian had gazed repeatedly at the sword at his waist, though he had not given it much thought. After all, it is quite customary for a knight to bear a sword. However, a sword that glows like a lightsaber and can create duplicates is decidedly extraordinary. Lin Xian could not help but exclaim, "Is this what they call playing the pig to eat the tiger? Is he injured?" Luan Ma, while selecting the broad bramble leaves, noted the seriously injured title preceding his name. In such circumstances, one's abilities are typically significantly diminished. I sighed, weighing the leaves in my hand. It is rather amusing that both of our faction members are injured. Those unaware might think we are a refuge for the old, weak, and infirm. Lin Xian pondered the countdown he had observed when looking at Yi Ji, his voice tinged with hesitation. Indeed, has the countdown on old Ye's head diminished by several days compared to yesterday? Yi Fei abruptly lifted his head in astonishment. Has it truly lessened? When I first noticed, I thought I must have remembered incorrectly. The enigmatic character frowned slightly. Did an unexpected event occur in the game while we were absent? Lin Xian was exceedingly curious. The server continues to operate even when players are offline. TSK, the game company must be burning through money. Financial concerns aside, Yi Fei expressed with apprehension. The real issue is whether old Yi, in our absence, might inadvertently bring about his own demise. The faction leader is irreplaceable if a glitch caused him to disappear. The internal testing of the game would be prematurely concluded. Where would they find such an extraordinary game then? The enigmatic character paused momentarily in his actions. Lin Xian shook his head. That is unlikely. As long as old you remain still, the countdown will continue to rise. At worst, we can negotiate to ensure that someone is online daily to monitor him and prevent any reckless actions. I am a game blogger and have ample free time, he added. The enigmatic character quickly concurred. I can manage as well. Yifei gazed at the two of them, astonished. Am I the only one working the 996 grind? You're still on a 996 schedule? Lin Xian questioned skeptically. Your online hours certainly do not reflect that. Yifei's gaze darted about, betraying a hint of guilt. Ahem. I took leave these past few days. I still have some annual leave left, so I decided to take all the time off that I could. As he continued, he discarded the wide leaf he held, becoming increasingly animated. You've all seen how much this game consumes in resources. No one knows how long it can be enjoyed, so I must ensure I get my money's worth. Lin Xian fell momentarily silent, but then recalled the gifts the other had bestowed upon him, feeling reassured. It was likely that Yi Fei's job was one his father pressured him into, and his full attendance salary might not even match the pocket money he spent on tipping streamers. No wonder he appeared so carefree. The three players continued their casual conversation, not venturing toward the edge of Sweetwater Town, but instead opting to clear the nearby timber first. Due to the house-building activities, they were not overly concerned with the volume of the wood. Ultimately, they would convert the logs into planks for experience points that would not be insignificant. Chopping, transporting, segmenting, and stripping bark consumed the entirety of the morning. Phew! Yifei took a deep breath and then forcefully blew at the assembled logs before him, which shavings flew about. Observing a row of cylindrical logs revealing their orange-yellow inner layers, he paused to rest, leaning on the wide leaf while murmuring to himself, "This should suffice, right?" It must be said that using such unremarkable plants as tools is peculiar, yet the wide leaf proves truly effective. It vividly exemplifies the notion of having maximum attack power and versatility. Not only can it chop trees and combat foes, but also serves as a plane for wood processing. Even if it becomes damaged, there is no sorrow in its loss. Lin had just finished processing the timber on his side and walked over to inspect. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Next, let's leave them out to dry for a couple of days. Fresh wood cannot be immediately fashioned into a wooden house. Otherwise, it may warp due to excessive moisture. That is what I learned from a game I played previously, and it should be quite accurate. Grandpa Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead, expressing his astonishment. Who would have thought that one day I would learn hardcore construction from a game? It seems I have accumulated more seemingly useless knowledge, Lin teased. Not far away, Glitch was dragging a heap of wood back, bound together with vines, and had made some minor modifications that allowed him to roll the wood back effortlessly. Once the logs lost their pull, they tumbled forward for a while before colliding together. Glitch removed the vines tied on top. This is the last batch. Great. Well done. Lin called out, glancing at the sun above. Everyone, take a break. He tossed 3 sweet fruits to Glitch, who caught them steadily. Grandpa Fei also received a few, looking at the sweet fruit in his hand with a furrowed brow. Are we eating this again? I feel like I'm about to get a cavity. At the moment, this is the only food available, and it costs 1 magic coin each, Lin replied helplessly. Chapter 60. The two-headed howling wolf. Lin bit into half of a sweet fruit, finding its flavor acceptable. It seemed that Grandpa Fei was not particularly fond of sweets. If we want to improve our meals, we need to venture out for hunting, Lin suggested, chewing. Or perhaps we might encounter some traveling merchants, he added. Glitch shook his head in disapproval, stating, according to the backstory, the forest we are in is seldom visited by people. It could be quite a while before we see any traveling merchants. Lin shrugged. My fireball spell is practically non-existent, and Grandpa Fei is a healer. Only Glitch possesses combat prowess. However, Glitch's role is that of an assassin, and without a front line, hunting can wait. Disappointment flickered in Grandpa Fei's eyes. No. Lin patted Grandpa Fei's shoulder, his tone reassuring. Just bear with it a little longer. Grandpa Fei grimaced as he swallowed the sweet fruit. Fortunately, the feeling of fullness arrived quickly. 2 were enough to satiate him. He took a sip of water, attempting to wash away the cloying sweetness, yet his heart still felt unwilling. I'll ask old you later. I recall we had meat on the first night, he said. Yes. It was that red-skinned worm that almost devoured us, Glitch interjected. What? Grandpa Fei's pupils trembled. Lin nodded. When I went to exchange for food, Oldie mentioned that as well. The image of the red-skinned worm towering above him, its mouth full of sharp teeth, made Grandpa Faye's stomach churn. No, I need to take a moment. He covered his mouth and hurriedly ran to the nearby bushes to retch. Lin Xian gazed at his disheveled appearance and chuckled. Such a lack of resilience? Although he had initially feigned a composure that rivaled that of Yi Fei, it did not hinder his delight in witnessing another's misfortune. After all, consuming earthworms, particularly a gigantic mutated one, was no trivial matter. Even as mere game data, it evoked a sense of discomfort. Garbled, noticing his schadenfreude, explained, "Earthworms are not without merit. Having been processed, they are undoubtedly free of parasites. Moreover, due to their mucus content, they possess a hint of saltiness, making them a rare delicacy." Lin Xian's smile faltered. "Thank you, but please refrain from continuing. The mere thought makes me queasy." Just then, a terrified and trembling shout echoed from afar. "Oh my goodness!" Both men looked up to see a colossal creature, the size of a truck, slowly advancing towards the town's entrance. With each step it took, the ground quaked beneath it. The creature's form was grotesque, resembling a decayed zombie or a mass of human-like tumors fused together, its skin covered in festering blisters. Lin Xian's heart raced, and he swiftly rose to his feet, his tone laced with caution and astonishment. Where on earth did such a high-level monster come from? Compared to it, the red-skinned earthworms we battled 2 days ago seem almost adorable. We must approach. Garbled grasped a nearby broadleaf plant and leaned against the banyan tree at the town entrance. Lin Xian inhaled deeply. "We haven't even left the novice village, and already we've encountered monsters that defy belief." With that, he followed suit. The three of them hid behind the banyan tree, the creature's noxious stench enveloping them. Lin Xian covered his mouth and nose. "What now? This size seems insurmountable. Should we seek Old Yi?" Yi Fei whispered, "Let us observe for a moment." In the next instant, his pupils dilated in shock. "Wait, that's not a monster. It's old AI." As they drew closer, they discerned a figure dwarfed by the creature at its base. It was Edgar. The monster wasn't moving on its own. It was being carried by Edgar. Realizing they were in the presence of an ally, they emerged from their hiding spot. However, the creature Edgar bore was so immense that they found it impossible to approach him for a greeting. They could only nod in acknowledgement as they trailed behind him. Lin Xian covered his mouth and nose once more. "Is this the monster from the storyline?" Yi Fei nodded gravely. "Even in death, it possesses such formidable mental attacks. It must be something extraordinary. I refuse to believe that such a creature could be a normal part of the ecological chain. Are the monsters here excessively oversized?" Garble's expression reflected concern. "Let us not even mention the previous red-skinned earthworms. They were as plump as a decade-old tree. This time, the monster is an absolute anomaly, an overwhelming display of sheer size. Although I have never witnessed the creature in its living form, its festering sores and muscular limbs exude an aura of danger." Lin Xian mused. If every monster were like this, solitary players would likely find it impossible to leave the novice village. At least a trio would be necessary for safety. The elder, who could fly, trembled in fear. "Do you remember, in the initial narrative, we were supposed to survive the magical tide? If even one monster appears like this, how can we endure the tide?" However, that was not the case. Yiji strolled leisurely beside them, saying, "This is a two-headed howling wolf, one of the largest monsters residing at the outskirts of the great oak forest. Being a wolf king, it appears even larger. Ordinary monsters are not nearly as intimidating, as there are creatures smaller than rabbits. Yet, the peril posed by monsters is not necessarily correlated with their size. The demon-eating vines are so minuscule they are nearly invisible. Yet they remain a taboo spoken of in hushed tones among wasteland adventurers." The elder flinched in fright as a sudden apparition of the undead appeared beside him. "Old Yi, when did you arrive?" "You have approached the vicinity of the church," Yi Ji replied calmly. "Why do you gaze at him like that? It's as if you've seen a ghost." "He is undead, not a ghost," Lin Xian retorted. "A wolf?" he exclaimed, his mouth agape. "This mass of flesh is a wolf." He stepped back, discovering two wolf-like heads amidst the festering sores and grotesque growths. They protruded from either end of its body. The features of the heads appeared grotesquely contorted, and upon closer inspection, one could barely discern their true visage. Jagged teeth jutted outward, saliva and blood dripping from its maw. Lin Xian measured the creature, realizing that one of its heads was nearly as tall as himself. A shiver ran down his spine. Could it possibly have a pack? He wondered aloud. Chapter 61. Monsters and Chosen Ones. Indeed, it does. The remnants of the divine influence entire species, so it is only natural to have social creatures, Yi remarked, observing the still quivering veins of the two-headed howling wolf. Despite its grotesque appearance, it harbors the power of a chosen one, with formidable regenerative abilities, a high affinity for magic, and a plethora of unpredictable talents that have evolved over 6 centuries. The surviving monsters have assimilated the powers of multiple deities. Even a mere monster cub is not something an ordinary person can easily contend with. What is a chosen one? Lin Xian inquired. Yi replied. A rather tiresome amusement conceived by the gods. Each chosen one possesses the pinnacle talents of their race, alongside unique and potent abilities bestowed by the deities. The wise beings of Eltia can attain divinity through the cultivation of the world's principles, whereas the chosen ones are nearly equivalent to the reserve for new gods. Their sole requirement is to ensure they can breathe, and time will inevitably elevate them, allowing for a seamless ascension to demigod status. Wow, what an astonishing cheat! The elder exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is there truly a way to attain success without toil? The tone is rife with skepticism. He furrows his brow, gazing at the two-headed howling wolf before him, unable to bear the sight and turning his face away. The chosen beings resemble the undead. Can this be a legitimate deity? Clearly, it is an evil god. Yi smiles quietly, choosing not to respond. However, wait a moment. Suddenly recalling a prior revelation from Yi, he wonders, can every monster ascend to godhood? Yet, has not Althea seen no new deities born for 6 centuries? Yi had anticipated their inquiry. Before he could complete his thought, Yi interjected, clarifying that monsters merely possess the powers and talents akin to those of the chosen ones. But they are not, in essence, the chosen. As they are not recognized by the world's laws, their growth is ultimately capped at demigod status, merely a theoretical demigod. The chosen are fortunate individuals selected by deity. Conversely, monsters absorb remnants from multiple gods. The fate of polytheistic heretics is well known, requiring no elaboration from Yi. To achieve demigod status, they must rely heavily on luck. Once a monster reaches the demigod level, even 10 saint-level mages would find themselves outmatched. Unable to contain his curiosity, the player inquires, why is it that, with so many monsters, no exceptions exist for sudden ascension to godhood? Yi sighs. It is a lengthy tale. The 3 players await further elaboration, yet Yi remains silent. Lin Xian can no longer hold back. What comes next? Just how long is this story? The reasons will be shared at a later time. Yi decides, abruptly changing the subject and earning 3 resentful glances. He remains unfazed. To elucidate the origins of monsters necessitates recounting the divine wars over 600 years ago. To discuss the divine wars, one must delve into the earlier conflicts, the Faith Wars, which involved every intelligent race across Althea. To address the Faith Wars further compels one to trace back to the gods' attitudes toward the power of belief. Even 3 days and nights may not suffice to convey the foundational concepts. It is all too cumbersome. Thus, Yi simply gazes at the two-headed howling wolf, his thoughts drifting far away. Living for too long can indeed be a burden, making even storytelling a challenge. The limitations imposed upon monsters may well be the sole beneficial act undertaken before the fall of the gods. Consequently, no matter how the 3 players inquire, Yi refrains from discussing the origins of monsters, as such matters are beyond their current realm of understanding. The player expresses exasperation. How detestable it is to speak only part way. Yi pays no heed, proceeding to introduce the formidable two-headed howling wolf. The two-headed wolf king possesses 3 talents: corruption, phantasmal voice, and split control, categorizing it as a moderately powerful 3rd-tier monster. Even the combined efforts of 3 high-level mages would struggle to contend with such a dangerous creature. How could such a massive being only be 3rd tier? The player's mouth agape wonders how high the levels truly ascend. The level of a monster primarily depends on the amount of divine remnants absorbed by its ancestors and the variety of abilities it has acquired, with no upper limit. No upper limit. The 3 individuals inhaled sharply. Could it be that they might witness monsters capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, omnipotent beings? Ultimately, would there be invincible creatures? Yi discerned their thoughts instantly and added, no one knows the conditions of the earliest occupied monster lairs. Your speculations are indeed plausible. However, the more powerful the monster, the greater the restrictions imposed on its actions. Unless a once-in-a-millennium magical tide occurs to liberate them, ordinary individuals will never encounter them in their lifetimes. Of course, should you happen to cross paths with one, I suggest you lie down and await your demise. If you perish swiftly, you might at least preserve your remains. The three players. While this was the truth, did he have to articulate it so bluntly? Indeed, they were utterly incapable of even dealing with a mere red-skinned earthworm. Yet they possessed dignity. If only they could forego resurrection. They were furious. They pounded the table, feeling utterly helpless. "Old man will fly," he muttered, wiping his face in frustration. Fortunately, we did not recklessly venture deeper. The disparity in combat power in this game is far too vast. If such monsters emerge from the magical tide, I suggest we flee with the faction leader. Up ahead, Edgar found a clear space and set down the two-headed howling wolf. Thud! The massive corpse of the monster struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, the black blood seeping from the two-headed howling wolf emitted a hissing, corrosive sound upon contact with the earth. The soil began to transform gradually into a dark hue, spreading from the point of contact. He turned to observe Yi Ji approaching. "Is this monster sufficient?" Yi Ji circled the two-headed howling wolf and nodded in satisfaction. "Sufficient indeed. A recently ousted wolf king possesses far more recyclable materials than I anticipated." Yesterday, when Yi Ji returned with Alien, he had intentionally marked the residue of blood left on the ground. As expected, the two-headed howling wolf could not resist the allure of the dragonborn bloodline and was tainted by the scent of the blood. This successfully allowed Yi Ji to mark its location. Monsters without lairs are much easier to deal with than ordinary ones. Edgar took merely half a day to bring it back. Yi Ji gestured towards the grand doors of the nearby church, indicating the size difference between it and the two-headed howling wolf. Unfortunately, its size was too great. It would have to be cut to fit inside. To bring it inside? Lin Xian, approaching, was taken aback. "Old Yi, what do you intend to do with this creature in the church?" Chapter 62. Edgar's confusion. Old man will fly. Carefully sidestepped the blood oozing from the two-headed howling wolf. Even after its death, the corrosive nature remained potent. Wouldn't placing it in the church ruin the flooring? In truth, it was not just the flooring. Were it not for the fact that the entire Sweetwater town currently has only the church as a habitable structure, Yi Ji would have already dismantled the church. The source of the magical node lies beneath the statue within the church. It is only in proximity to the statue that there exists sufficient magical energy to activate the resurrection array of flesh and blood. His actions are a matter of necessity. To initiate the resurrection array, a robust foundation of magical energy is required, Yi Ji explained. The second group of compatriots, burdened with the mission to return to Ersha, is already on their way back. We must prepare a corporeal vessel for them. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Are our bodies made from magical beasts? The elder stepped back in fright, clutching himself. Could it be? Our bodies are so revolting? Yi Ji retorted. Youngster, do not be oblivious to the blessings you possess. He aspires to reclaim his human identity through such a body, yet he remains incapable. Turning back, he decided to incorporate the task of gathering the foundational materials into the resurrection penalty for players. Each player, upon resurrection, must provide an equivalent corpse of a magical beast. Moreover, let them supply the clothing required for their resurrection. Yi Ji noted this matter with fervor in his little notebook. Then, he began to shoo them away. The corpses of the two-headed howling wolves possess formidable corrosive properties. You cannot manage them, so for now, your assistance is not needed. Please take your leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the players, who had just been filled with questions, instantly stood up. The elder declared, "Why not say so earlier?" "We shall take our leave, old Yi." Lin Xian added, "Well, it's nothing serious. It turns out to be merely a side plot, not a hidden quest." Chaos responded, "I'm off to undertake a task." Before long, the three players had vanished without a trace. Yi Ji found it both amusing and exasperating. There is no need to be so utilitarian. They certainly possess boundless energy. Edgar's tone was complex as he gazed in the direction the three players had departed, his eyes filled with profound perplexity. "I saw them hauling back timber on the way. What is the matter? Is it that the players' progress is too slow?" Yi Ji inquired. Edgar shook his head. "On the contrary, the progress is far too swift. Upon first seeing it, Edgar was initially incredulous and then discreetly counted once more. A total of 90 trees. In a day and a half, the players had felled 90 trees. This timber could be transformed into wooden cabins, enough for 4 or 5 of them. If the task were left to the refugees outside, it would likely take 3 individuals half a month to complete. Even though the bodies the players utilized are divine avatars, akin to advanced chosen ones. No matter how exceptional their physique, time is still required for growth. Thus far, they remain ordinary individuals, albeit with slightly enhanced stamina due to their experience of the natural laws while chopping trees. However, the players astonishingly transformed theory into reality. Utilizing every ounce of their remaining stamina to the fullest, they worked incessantly, as if they had never known a moment's respite. Edgar found this incomprehensible. How could anyone, devoid of supervision or pressing deadlines, willingly engage in such laborious and monotonous toil? The very notion of idleness or rest seemed utterly alien to them, surpassing even the fervor of the most zealous devotees he had ever encountered. Contemplating this, Edgar voiced his perplexity. Yiji mused with a hint of nostalgia, ready to recount the tale beginning with the Black Slave simulator of the online game. The reason why the Liver Emperor held such a title lay in their astute management of time. For them, pausing before exhausting their stamina was an absolute travesty. As long as their hands could still rise and their hunger meter hadn't begun to deplete their health, they could continue to toil. This was not mere drudgery. It was essential time management for those aspiring to be among the elite players. To waste even a minute was a profound disrespect to this cohort of devoted players. What? Edgar was still bewildered. No matter. You simply need to understand that they are a group capable of incessantly creating miracles. A wistful look gleamed in Yiji's eyes. How else could they dare to be called the fourth catastrophe? He had noticed the players' trepidation when discussing high-level monsters. But could players truly be afraid? They would soon be able to boldly traverse the depths of the great oak forest with mere beginner accounts, even daring to provoke demigods. Once Yiji perfected the method of rapidly creating player bodies, Yiji ended his thoughts there. His mood lightened. You will naturally gain a deeper understanding of them when the second wave of players arrives. He gazed at the segmented remains of the two-headed howling wolf and raised his hand to cast the levitation spell. A decaying wolf's head floated beside him as he leisurely entered the church. First, the remains of the two-headed howling wolf must be disposed of, otherwise Sweetwater Town would reek for a week. Every time he transported monsters, the task was a hassle. He mused quietly about the need to find an opportunity to dismantle Oral's church, eyeing the entrance that could barely accommodate 3 individuals at once. Sweetwater Town had not seen visitors in decades. While the vegetation thrived, a gentle push sent the last wall of an abandoned house crashing to the ground. Lin was currently navigating through the game interface. Excellent. The task of clearing the ruins has been successfully completed. It seemed today's experience points were rising faster than yesterday's, yet the road to leveling up remained distant. The situation was not promising. He traced lines on the wood with a triangular ruler, deftly slicing with a wide blade at the appropriate spots, and the timber swiftly split in 2. The second wave of players was approaching. As the first batch, it would be rather embarrassing if we failed to maintain a lead over the newcomers. It would be ideal if we could complete the 2 tasks offering the second highest experience rewards before they arrived. The most rewarding task is to construct a wall around Sweetwater Town robust enough to withstand the tide of magic. However, this task is currently marked as gray, rendering it temporarily unavailable. It is anticipated that certain conditions must be met before it can be activated. The second most rewarding task involves establishing a dwelling for 2 sentient beings. Lin Xian, feeling overwhelmed, has just cleared a portion of land, along with a pile of lumber scattered nearby. The sole drawback of this game is that tasks cannot be repeated. To avoid being overshadowed by new players seeking to capitalize on the tasks, they must utilize this interval to exert themselves further. Yi Fei, nearly toppling over, pulled out a weed that reached up to his thigh. The root system constituted a substantial 3/4 of its overall length. Wiping the mud from his face only succeeded in smearing it further. Speaking of progress, we seem to be advancing swiftly, right? I briefly logged off earlier to glance at the official game announcements. The second batch of players won TB online for another 3 days, which translates to 6 days in-game. Ample time for us to construct 2 wooden cabins. To our surprise, both Chaos and Lin Xian shook their heads in unison. Not enough. Chapter 63. Yi Fei's new discovery. Lin Xian sighed and patted Yi Fei's shoulder. Take a closer look at the task description. Yi Fei opened the game panel and recited the task details aloud. Create a temporary lord's residence that satisfies Lord Yi Ji. The emphasis lies in the word satisfy. Lin Xian produced the reconstruction map of Sweetwater Town provided by Edgar. Observe, the two houses are not only designated to a specific area, but also stipulated with exact dimensions. To submit the task, we must fill the entire area. The magnitude of this undertaking is not comparable to merely building a small cabin for one person. Yi Fei gazed at the task area, which could accommodate at least a 5-room apartment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that the temporary residence is so demanding? Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Otherwise, how could constructing a single house yield 3,000 experience points? Furthermore, the task of building houses does not include the collection of raw materials. Upon completing these two tasks, each of them could at least level up twice. Chaos stroked his chin, deep in thought. It's not so much demanding. I specifically inquired about their exact needs to accomplish the task. Old Yi has sustained injuries and spends most of his time near the church. His house is primarily intended for future visits from lords. Old AI wishes to regain his strength, so he requires a sufficiently large training ground, and a simple wooden cabin will suffice for his dwelling, though a fence is necessary. Lin Xian smacked his palm in realization. We can directly inquire about their requirements? Why didn't I think of that? In previous games, requirements were explicitly stated in the taskbar, lacking the intelligence of divine understanding, which caused him to overlook this detail. Lin Xian looked at him with astonishment. Chaos, are you an experiential player? Sort of, he replied. The dialogue paused momentarily. Once, the thrill of battle was exhilarating, but now there was a desire to indulge in leisure. The elder, counting the timber returned, furrowed his brow and remarked, Indeed, despite the clarity of our needs, the deficit of wood remains substantial. A lord's residence adequate for receiving guests, along with fencing to surround the training grounds, requires a considerable amount of lumber. Moreover, freshly cut timber cannot be utilized immediately. Lin Xian sighed in resignation. Thus, we must exert ourselves further and accomplish as much as we can to avoid perpetually engaging in long-term tasks. We have been focusing on earning additional experience these past few days. We plan to tidy the task areas as a side endeavor in exchange for daily task rewards. Another busy afternoon passed. The two task areas near the church were thoroughly cleared. The accumulated weeds and debris formed a towering mound over 2 meters high. Edgar surveyed the 3 players' achievements with great satisfaction and generously distributed the task rewards, which included manifested magical gold coins. At noon, as the 3 players were eager to have their meal, the tasks they submitted were just enough to exchange for sweet fruits. Yi Ji did not flaunt the magical coins before them. Ji raised a brownish-yellow skull coin, worth 100, closing one eye towards the setting sun. From any angle, the coin reflected a broken chain pattern. Lin Xian approached, amused. Are you still looking at that? It's our entire fortune. Don't lose it. Magical coins are harder to acquire than experience. Some tasks require the completion of several before one magical coin is awarded. The tree-cutting task yields a ratio of 5 experience for 1 magical coin. After toiling all day, cutting trees, weeding, and collecting trash, they had finally amassed enough for 100 coins. As the only purchasable items in the game were food and clothing, they had no immediate use for the coins. Thus, they exchanged their change for a lighter denomination of 100 at Edgar S. Place, entrusted to one person for safekeeping. Ji carefully stored the coin, marveling at the game currency's anti-counterfeiting system. Lin Xian pondered. Indeed, could we truly devise counterfeit money that is untraceable? Oh no, this game is excessively free and far too intricate. He tossed a sweet fruit across the space. Let us discuss other matters later. For now, let us eat. Ji caught it steadily, gazing at the sweet fruit, sighing. Another meal? I'll have to eat again after logging off. Lin Xian chuckled. Why are you starting to disdain sweet fruits like the elder? He was quite pleased with this food that could satiate hunger in just a few bites. A veritable boon for those who dislike cooking. Lin Xian glanced around, puzzled. By the way, where is the elder? Has he hidden away to avoid meals? He felt that their current efficiency in tree cutting was too low and wanted to procure a chainsaw. Although the broadleaf plantain is quite versatile, it lacks specialization in any particular area. The ability to create a chainsaw could potentially multiply their task efficiency 4 or 5 times. However, Lin Xian expressed his disagreement. Their current technological development remains in its primitive stages, and the sudden endeavor to construct an industrial-era chainsaw within 6 days is, indeed, insufficient. This rush could hinder their original progress. Luan Ma contemplated for a moment and suggested that a hand-cranked chainsaw, devoid of an electric motor, could still outperform the broadleaf plantain in felling trees. The materials required are simple, and with a break during midday, they could accomplish this task. Lin Xian was taken aback. His mouth agape, a chainsaw without a motor? He had never considered such a possibility. However, if they could indeed bring this concept to fruition, the benefits would be substantial. Lin Xian immediately inquired about the location of Luan Ma's efforts, eager to lend a hand. I don't know, Luan Ma replied while nibbling on a sweet fruit. He mentioned he was unsure of the materials he needed and was just wandering about. He then shared the theoretical insights that Elder Fei had imparted to him recently. The hardness of the broadleaf plantain was assured, and Elder Fei intended to process it as a replaceable cutting blade for the chainsaw. Yet, they still required gears and chains, which would ideally be made from iron or alloys. Unfortunately, lacking the necessary resources, they could only search for alternative plant materials. Lin Xian sighed in frustration. So it's still in the theoretical phase? What letdown? Luan Ma shrugged. If we could find iron, or I would have a method for smelting iron, but alas, there are no ifs in this situation. Just then, a shout from a distance caught their attention. Look what I found. They looked up to see Elder Fei running towards them, his head adorned with a mass of vines, resembling a green-haired specter. Lin Xian nearly choked on a sweet fruit in shock. Hey, where did this apparition come from? Luan Ma assisted Elder Fei in untangling the deep green vines from his head, puzzled. Aren't these the vines I use to transport wood during the day? Can they really serve as a chainsaw chain? Chapter 64. Discovery of Iron Ore. Luan Ma was both confused and skeptical. He acknowledged the toughness of the vines, having utilized them as ropes and left them at the town entrance for further use. However, the functionality of a chain could not simply be substituted by a rope. Could it? Did you lose them? That's fortunate. Elder Fei exclaimed joyfully. Brother Luan Ma, do you recall where you found these vines? Lin Xian interjected, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. Wait, are you really considering using them to create a biological chainsaw? Huh, a biological chainsaw? Elder Fei took 2 seconds to grasp the meaning of that phrase before shaking his head decisively. A chain must be compatible with gears. There are no mechanical components sprouting from the ground. What I found is something else altogether. He buried himself in a pile of vines, searching eagerly. After a considerable while, drenched in sweat, he finally located his objective, the root system. A vine resilient enough to withstand the friction of dozens, if not hundreds of pounds, naturally boasts a robust root network. He had little inclination to tend to it, so he simply took a segment of the vine's root, still bearing a bit of soil. This small fragment, accompanying him as he traversed the muddy path at the town's entrance, was a treasure to him. What do you discern? He leaned closer to inspect the vine's root system, the very discovery he had made. If they could identify its uniqueness, they wouldn't have needed to wait until now. Tentatively, he ventured, is it greener than the average vine? Lin Xian approached and tested the soil's hardness. It was as firm as stone. No wonder it remained attached to the root. It seemed he had expended considerable effort in severing it. Incorrect, utterly mistaken. His expression filled with solemnity, he exclaimed, You have failed to see beyond the surface and grasp the essence. He held the root towards the setting sun, and it immediately reflected a faint metallic luster. The metallic sheen, the compact, hard soil, and the minuscule metallic particles within prompted a reaction. He sniffed appreciatively. This is the scent of iron ore. Iron ore. The two exclaimed in unison. He tore off a clump of soil attached to the root and inhaled deeply. It truly possesses a metallic aroma. After spending a day in the pristine embrace of nature, this scent is unmistakable. He smiled with satisfaction. Indeed. Did you not notice that the area where you found the vine is teeming with vegetation? He nodded affirmatively. Although the giant oak forest was quite lush, Sweetwater Town had long been abandoned, and only in recent years had the weeds begun to flourish. The disparity with a genuine natural forest was significant. The spot where he discovered this peculiar vine was densely populated with flora, almost leaving him with no place to step. He had assumed it was due to proximity to the river, ensuring an ample water supply. With unwavering conviction, he nodded vigorously. Precisely. The mineral content near iron ore deposits is higher, and, at times, it even stimulates plant growth. Lin Xian, as if encountering him for the first time, expressed his astonishment. Goodness, you can identify ore veins? What other surprises do you have in store for us? I researched a bit online last night, he replied, somewhat bashfully. His desire to construct a chainsaw had been a thought conceived the previous day, although he had crafted similar items before. It did not imply that he had no preparations to undertake the creation of a chainsaw. Naturally, the first step was to investigate how to locate iron ore and how to smelt iron. To his surprise, what he learned yesterday proved invaluable today. He pondered for a moment. He still remembered the location of the vine, near the river, albeit a distance from the town, and the vicinity might not be safe. His ability to reach it was solely due to the vine's extraordinary length. As he navigated, he surpassed the distance encountered when they first met the red-skinned earthworm. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and nothing untoward occurred. However, if one were to venture out to mine iron ore, the commotion would undoubtedly be considerable. The ensuing circumstances remain uncertain, and no one can guarantee the outcome. It is unclear whether they currently possess the strength to overcome even the least perilous of red-skinned earthworms. Moreover, the process of smelting iron requires a container capable of withstanding high temperatures, Lin Xian added. Oh, I thought we could commence mining immediately. Grandfather Fei's eyes reflected disappointment, causing his entire demeanor to slump. With such a pace, when would he ever be able to start crafting an electric saw and achieve efficient point accumulation? Lin Xian's gaze flickered. We cannot mine independently, but there are others. Are you referring to Old Yi and his group? Grandfather Fei suddenly realized. The glitch beside them nodded affirmatively. With a new resource available for extraction, it was imperative to inform the faction leader. As fate would have it, Yi Ji, accompanied by the luminous Xiao Ming, happened to stroll in their direction. What better opportunity could there be? Old Yi, the three players called out, rushing to surround the individual and enthusiastically reporting their discovery. Wait, what? Yi Ji was momentarily overwhelmed by the cacophony of the three players, struggling to distill the essential information from their chatter. Are you saying you have discovered an iron mine near Sweetwater Town? His voice was laced with incredulity. Given that the undead lack ears, he could not have misheard. Yet, how could an iron mine possibly exist near Sweetwater Town? It may currently be abandoned, but it had once been a bustling town. If there were truly an iron mine, it could not have gone unnoticed. The veins of the Eltia continent are rich with treasures, not to mention the nearby magical node. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yi Ji wasted no time. Where is its location? Take me to see. Simultaneously, he instructed Xiao Ming to return and summon Edgar. Should the distance prove too great, they would require a formidable ally. Upon receiving news of a potential iron mine, Edgar arrived promptly. The group set off along the Volland River, moving with great purpose. Within a kilometer radius of Sweetwater Town, there existed a magic array constructed by Yi Ji. The location pointed out by the glitch lay on the periphery of this array. After approximately 30 more steps, they would enter the hunting grounds of magical creatures. Additionally, this area was adjacent to the unpredictable banks of the Volland River. The fact that they had traversed this path without incident could only be attributed to the glitch's remarkable luck. The destination indicated by the glitch was teeming with lush vegetation, with vines intertwining to form a natural green wall. After a brief glance, Yi Ji turned his gaze towards the riverbank, stained with mud. He retrieved a black wand and immersed it into the damp shallows, where a fleeting golden glimmer danced along its shaft. After 5 seconds, he lifted it again, noticing that the base of the wand had thickened considerably. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the surface was coated with black granules. Edgar inquired, "What is this?" "Iron sand," replied Yi Ji, gazing at the vegetation on the bank, confirming that a vein of iron ore truly lay beneath. Chapter 65. A hidden quest emerges. Yi Ji's emotions were tumultuous. He still could not comprehend why a mine would exist right under the eyes of Sweetwater Town. However, the iron sand attracted by magnetism was irrefutable evidence. The iron reserves in this vein appeared to be quite substantial. "Wow, this is some extraordinary magic," exclaimed the elder, marveling at the black wand. "No, it is science," Yi Ji corrected, flicking his wrist to make the wand emit a soft golden glow that flickered and extinguished. The granules of iron sand cascaded down, returning to the riverbank. It's a minor spell that grants ordinary objects magnetic properties. Yi turned to him, but is merely intermediate magic, beyond your current learning. The elder's expression of delight froze. Does this otherworldly realm also adhere to the principles of science? Handcrafted magnets? Must one be a scientist to learn magic? Why not? Yi retorted. The distinction between magic and science is negligible. For instance, the combination of fire and wind magic can manipulate the water elements in the air, creating a heat wave. The release of water magic must adhere to the principles of fluid mechanics to yield varying effects. Since magic exists, it is inherently a form of science. Hearing the term fluid mechanics from what appeared to be a fantasy realm caused Lin Xian's lips to twitch. It felt rather too realistic. Luama paused momentarily, as if attending some specialized lecture. His educational experiences in mathematics and the sciences during childhood were far from pleasant, and the pressure rose significantly. Observing the three players with somber expressions, Edgar reassured them, "Do not be concerned. Ordinary mages do not delve into such topics. The magnetic spell from earlier is a unique magic developed by Yi himself, an understanding of magic that the outside mages lack." Yi earnestly countered, "However, you are different. As compatriots, you should be able to discern the validity of my statements. These are not merely my original theories, but the culmination of countless predecessors' lifelong endeavors brought from Blue Star." After all this, Yi's sole aim was clear: to rectify the player's understanding of magic. Magic is not omnipotent. Eltia is not a high magic world, or rather, below the level of deities. Magic is insufficient to address every dilemma. It resembles an alternative scientific product, serving merely as a tool akin to technological innovations. Therefore, do not continue to subtly provoke him. Is there a spell that can instantaneously establish the entirety of Sweetwater Town? Yi pondered bitterly. If such magic existed, why would he summon players from another world for assistance? Does this imply that the game meticulously replicates the laws of physics in reality? Lin Xian stood agape. In a world where magic and technology intertwine, how is the underlying code of the gaming company designed? Remarkable, indeed. Before the three players could fully grasp the situation, Yi shook the remaining iron sand from his wand and made his way toward the destination where the garbled vines were discovered. After some exploration, he indeed found a hollow area. He opened the interface and issued a task to clear the underbrush. The players promptly set aside their convoluted thoughts about the principles of magic and eagerly accepted the task to assist. Surprisingly, clearing the surface weeds proved unexpectedly easy. Soon, a massive stone slab was revealed beneath. United in purpose, they collectively lifted it. With a thud, the stone slab tilted, unveiling a small iron mine entrance wide enough for two to pass through simultaneously. The entrance had been eroded by time. The ladder at the entry was reduced to two half-rotting ropes, surrounded by rust that bore witness to its age. The mine pit resembled a ravenous black hole, with faint light slanting in, insufficient to penetrate to the bottom. Edgar reached down to probe the depths. The flow of magic felt normal. There should be no danger below. Yizi nodded in acknowledged. Very well, let us descend and explore. The three players followed closely behind. Due to the proximity to the river, the mine's walls were exceptionally slick, adorned with abundant moss. Their descent into the mine was a spectacle of clumsiness. Thud, thud, thud. Three dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground resonated. Just before their feet slipped away, Yi took a deliberate step forward, narrowly avoiding the misfortune of being crushed beneath them. Observing the three players piled atop one another, their eyes rolling back in exasperation, Yi shook his head in frustration. Pathetic. The current players were indeed too weak. Even the descent into a mine pit proved arduous. Their dedication to mastering magic was alarmingly lacking. Fortunately, the pit was not deep and the trio fell only halfway down. The injuries sustained were at most sprained ankles and superficial cuts. Painful, yet not severe. Yi prepared to turn and proceed, but suddenly recalled something, halting his steps. Wait, if their gameplay consists solely of menial labor, coupled with various minor injuries that cannot be dulled by the sensation of pain, how resilient must they be to endure and continue playing? This situation demanded a solution. Yi focused on the player among them with the most rapid progress in magical training, the garbled one, and a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He raised his wand and employed the levitation spell to separate the three of them. Subsequently, he glanced at the garbled text. I recall you practiced the wind control technique. Why did you not employ it just now? Me? Garbled text struggled to rise, wincing in pain, and exclaimed in astonishment, Can the wind control technique enable flight? He had merely attempted it once earlier that day. The wind control technique could only act upon the body, serving to accelerate one's movements. At best, it could render the body more agile, but the prospect of flight was still a vast chasm away. Of course, Yi Ji replied with certainty. The wind control technique can be regarded as the foundational incantation for all wind-related magic. Control signifies mastery. When you can fully harness the wind, why should flight be impossible? Garbled text fell silent, realizing the obvious truth: he could not fly. Moreover, who could have predicted that Lin Xian at the top would lose his grip, thus affecting both him and his grandfather below? The fall was brief, but the incantation's preliminary chant was prolonged. Even if he had the ability, he would have had no time to react. Lin Xian rose from the ground, somewhat bewildered. What did Old Yi mean by suddenly bringing this up? His grandfather, grimacing as he rubbed his backside, exclaimed, No way. Have we become so incompetent that even Old Yi cannot bear to watch us? At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Xian's mind. He nudged garbled text with his arm, stifling any words the latter wished to utter, and urgently urged, Quick, 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 continue along his train of thought. This is a hidden quest. The sudden shift in topic was undeniably a hidden quest, was it not? Garbled text, processing this revelation, felt a rush of exhilaration and promptly inquired, What must I do? Edgar halted a short distance ahead, casting a puzzled glance back at the unfolding situation. Yi Ji feigned deep contemplation for a moment. I just happen to possess a manual on the fundamentals of spellcasting. I accept, garbled text exclaimed, both startled and elated. Indeed, it was a hidden quest. It turned out that this game, apart from leveling up, held other treasures. Simultaneously, a task notification popped up on his game panel. Successfully accepted a time-limited quest. Complete the following tasks within 2 days to earn the following rewards. Fundamentals of spellcasting manual, etc. Task 1. Use the wind control technique 8 times. Task 2. Complete the wood collection task 10 times. Task 3. Reading through the lines. Garbled text was left speechless. The density of these tasks was truly beyond the capacity of an ordinary player. Utilizing the wind control technique would significantly deplete his stamina, and most of the other tasks demanded considerable physical effort. The sole advantage was that he could control the timing of his initiation. To achieve success, he would undoubtedly need to dedicate an entire day, meticulously utilizing the 2-day game time frame. The daunting challenge of the quest did not incite anger within garbled text. Rather, it heightened his anticipation for the ultimate rewards. The conditions for triggering the quest were stringent, referring to how Yi Ji spent most of his time in town online, recuperating, and completing it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. What hidden rewards could possibly match its level of difficulty? The player, known as Garbage Code, clicked to accept the quest, driven by a desire to complete it swiftly. Lord, what about me? Is there a quest for the Holy Light spell? Under the eager gaze of Garbage Code, Yi Ji felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Only those in need would dare to address the Lord so? Not at all. The Holy Light spell is merely a mundane healing incantation with little growth potential. Garbage Code wore a face of utter disappointment. Could it be that the light magic in this game lacks a promising future? At this moment, Edgar, who had been observing for quite some time, cleared his throat. The Holy Light spell is a fundamental incantation that every mage under the Radiant Church must learn. Although it lacks versatility, it is closely related to many advanced light spells. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Upon hearing this, the bewildered expressions transformed into 5 faces, one being a glowing orb. Xiaoming, unable to comprehend the player's speech due to not receiving Yi Ji's mental imprint, had been dozing on Yi Ji's shoulder. However, the mental imprint only facilitated mutual understanding. Their spoken words remained in their original language. Upon Edgar's statement, Xiaoming instantly awoke. No, I disagree. The orb turned a faint shade of red, its tone filled with indignation. How could light magic be bestowed upon an undead entity of unknown origin? They lack even the reverence for the god of light. Yi Ji swiftly pressed it back down. Your objections are invalid. When did this become a matter for you to voice? He patted Edgar's shoulder approvingly. Comrade Renault, you have indeed not let the organization down. If Edgar is willing to cooperate, the player's progress in mastering light spells will be entirely worry-free. He had thought that such a task aimed at eliciting player enthusiasm would be deemed bothersome by the other party. Nearby, the players huddled together, whispering. Garbage code? Really? Old Edgar is still a healer? Lin Xian. He can tank and deal damage. If he switches factions midway, old Edgar might be a tough opponent. Garbage code. I bet he'll be nerfed in the next version. The player's chatter was not quiet, and everyone present could hear them. Edgar fell into silence, suddenly regretting his earlier decision. Yiji awkwardly chuckled and deliberately used the common language of Eltia to shield Edgar from the players. Players tend to think outside the box and enjoy speaking bluntly. You can pretend you didn't hear them. I understand. Edgar reciprocated by blocking the players' communication, hoping they could indeed create miracles, as you suggested. For this, he could endure a bit of frivolity. This was far simpler than what the players would eventually have to face. Having traversed a considerable distance in the damp mine, Yiji forged ahead while the players followed closely behind. Lin Xian held up a flame on his finger for illumination, cautiously advancing. Despite Xiao Ming being a glowing orb larger than a fist, it was still quite the sight. However, the light it emitted was insufficient to illuminate even a meter around it. In contrast, Lin Xian's fireball technique, though lacking in form, radiated an astonishing brightness that could rival a 30-watt lamp. Moreover, without any desire to amplify its size or hurl it away, Lin Xian was able to maintain it for an extended period. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xian lamented the unexpected realization that his skill talent points were primarily in illumination. Don't lose heart, Xiao Gu. Based on my understanding of the game, the fireball technique will undoubtedly prove invaluable in combat mode. The future holds promise, he encouraged. As he soared above the waterlogged ground, Lin Xian managed a wry smile. Let us hope so. Right now, I'm the only one without a clear direction for my training. Among the two of us, only Yi Ji possesses the fireball technique, but he is currently occupied with a task from the Glitch faction. He cannot simultaneously instruct me. Yet, Lin Xian's eyes ignited with fierce determination. I have witnessed the evolution of the fireball technique. I shall not yield. Glitch surveyed the taskbar. My task reward is the fundamental spell cultivation manual. It appears there are no restrictions on its usage beyond the wind control technique. Perhaps it can be shared later. Really? Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a great brother! A flurry of chatter ensued, and Edgar, hearing the commotion, felt a complex emotion wash over him. You truly understand them. You've revitalized their spirits so swiftly. Players typically possess an energy level that can be quite daunting. Now, their enthusiasm is on the verge of materialization. To be honest, it exceeded my expectations, Yi Ji remarked calmly. He had initially intended to issue a task that was far less extreme. However, due to a glitch in the interface, he inadvertently selected multiple options, resulting in a considerable number of tasks being added. To his astonishment, Glitch and the other players accepted the tasks with such ease. Moreover, along the way, players were discussing how to rationally plan their time over the next 2 days, even enlisting the help of others to strategize. Their words brimmed with ambition. Yezi ponderit inyardly. It seems I must pay more attention to tasks in the future, diversifying them to better engage the player's enthusiasm. The air grew increasingly thick with the scent of rust as the narrow, winding mine tunnel neared its end. Yiji halted, maneuvering around an abandoned mine cart and mining equipment. So soon? He mused in surprise. Given the depth of the ore deposits near the Linfoam plain, this distance suggested they had only just reached the point where iron ore could be extracted. Yiji frowned as he examined the walls of the tunnel. He successfully discovered some fragments of ore tucked away in a corner. What is the matter? Edgar inquired. This is a vein that has hardly been mined, Yiji asserted confidently. Chapter 67. The monster hatching chamber. It is peculiar. Although Altia's technological level is not high, it has indeed entered the Iron Age. Extracting iron and silver ores poses no challenge. A grand vein of ore lay conspicuously at the doorstep of Sweetwater Town, rendering the notion of neglecting its extraction utterly implausible. Yiji picked up scattered fragments of iron ore from the ground and crushed them with force. The stones, unable to withstand the rigidity of his bones, shattered effortlessly. A pungent scent of rust permeated the air, and Yiji's heart sank gradually Not only had extraction not commenced, but the quality of the iron ore was astonishingly high. Sweetwater Town had languished in desolation for several decades, if not a century. Situated near a river, the mine's environment was damp, making the iron ore susceptible to oxidation and corrosion. Yet, despite this, the fragments of or already mined still held a commendable quality, their utility undeniable. One could only imagine the exceptional nature of this, or vein. Edgar's expression mirrored Yi Ji's concern. I shall inspect the mine entrance. With that, he strode purposefully past the players engaged in idle chatter, swiftly disappearing around the corner of the mine shaft. Observing their demeanor, Lin Xian adopted a serious countenance. Wasn't high-quality iron or a boon? He had initially perceived this as a mere exploration event in a novice village. Questions about the presence of iron or near an abandoned town seemed utterly unnecessary. Surely, one could not expect a novice village to be devoid of any resources. Xiaoming sat perched on Yi Ji's shoulder, sneering derisively. Ignorant undead of this foreign realm. Though he was unaware of the peculiar undead Yi Ji had encountered. His observations over the past few days confirmed their inherited deficiency in intelligence. Just as he intended to continue his taunts in the common tongue of Eltia, Yi Ji silenced him without mercy. Had he forgotten the lessons of the past 2 days? Yi Ji addressed the players, setting aside other factors. A higher quality of iron ore is undoubtedly preferable. At the center of Sweetwater Town lies a magical node where the flow of mana is gentle and its concentration elevated. Within its radiance, local natural resources flourish abundantly. It is also conducive to the emergence of magical ores or metals, such as starlight stones and dark iron. The ore vein before us undoubtedly meets the foundational criteria for the generation of magically imbued minerals. Even if Sweetwater Town's magical node lacks overwhelming power, the quality of this vein could seamlessly compensate for that. Should we succeed in extracting magical or with properties akin to dark iron, it would greatly benefit the current state of Sweetwater Town. Given that Sweetwater Town has been designated as the player's starting point and Yi Ji's recuperation site, the Winter Mana Tide presents a formidable challenge they must overcome. Yi Ji has already posted a task in the game interface to construct a wall to withstand a Mana Tide. However, upon its release, he immediately locked it in the first slot, preventing anyone from undertaking it. The reasoning was that they currently lacked the necessary conditions to accomplish this goal. Yi Ji merely intended to alert the players, ensuring that when the Mana Tide inevitably arrived, they would be psychologically prepared and not suffer unduly. However, the presence of dark iron would change everything. Dark iron possesses a formidable magical resistance, capable of absorbing and converting the energy from most magical attacks, while also exhibiting considerable physical hardness. It serves as an excellent material for the first line of defense against the impending tide of monsters. Seizing the opportunity before Edgar completes his investigation, Yi Ji patiently elucidated to the players. The trio's eyes sparkled with excitement. The principles of the Eltia or vein went in one ear and out the other. They only retain the final statement. So, if we extract dark iron, we can unlock the highly rewarding task of constructing a city wall, exclaimed I Can Fly, gripping Yi Ji's hand with enthusiasm. Well, if we truly manage to extract dark iron, Yi Ji hesitated, responding, I merely suggested its potential existence, not a certainty. Furthermore, the processes of smelting dark iron and fabricating the city walls present numerous challenges that must be addressed. However, he continued, disregarding the complexities of subsequent tasks, we can indeed achieve the goal of unlocking the task. Once we have that substantial dark iron mine established, it will serve as a more tangible warning to players about the forthcoming monster tide than the elusive locked tasks. That's splendid. I Can Fly rejoiced at this affirmation. Lin Xian gazed at him enviously. You've really struck gold. Haven to you? This mine was worth the search. A clump of soil extracted by vines had inadvertently led them to a hidden quest, alongside the prerequisite for the main storyline concerning wall construction. Yet, the player known as Garbled frowned, don't celebrate too soon. This mine likely won't be easy to extract from. All right, I Can Fly scratched his head. Old Yi, can we actually mine this, or? The 3 players looked at him with eager curiosity. Yi Ji smiled silently and turned his gaze towards the 3 players' rear. There, Edgar had returned, his expression graver than when he had departed. He confirmed that the wooden planks at the mine's entrance bore a ceiling formation. However, The mage who established the formation was of a low level, and with the passage of time, it had long since become ineffective. Edgar had spent considerable effort attempting to restore the formation's traces and decipher its purpose. Yiji pondered, "Indeed, it seals magical energy?" "Precisely," Edgar replied. "The caster initially intended to create a formation that would absorb magical energy." Yiji sighed. "What a pity," he failed. "I can fly," overhearing their conversation, was perplexed. "What does it mean to seal magical energy? Does that mean we cannot mine this, or?" Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings of the mine tunnel, unable to discern any abnormalities. "Why does it sound like this isn't mine, but rather something that must be isolated like a monster?" However, Edgar later stated that the formation had failed, and they had lingered in the tunnel for quite some time without incident. From this perspective, it seemed there were no issues. "Unfortunately, you guessed correctly," Yiji remarked suddenly. The three players responded with alarm, immediately adopting an exaggerated defensive posture, standing back to back. "Which fiend dares to hide? Reveal yourself at once," exclaimed the master of flight. Lin Xian cautiously held the flickering flame on his fingertip, wary of any lurking creature that might suddenly emerge and bite him. Was it true? Were there indeed monsters nearby? The glitchy figure stiffened. "I cannot ascertain, but for the moment, there is no movement in the vicinity." Yiji fell into a contemplative silence. The player's understanding of the monsters was woefully limited, leaving him to elucidate. "Currently, there are none, but that may change should you excavate a bit deeper." The array of monster species was vast, their abilities ever-changing. Thus, it was natural for some creatures to favor nesting within mineral veins, he speculated. No, monsters cannot traverse great distances, but that does not imply they shun movement. Restricting their nests to mineral veins confines them to a single location. Yiji swiftly refuted the conjecture, providing the correct explanation. Moreover, the magically infused ores can be utilized by these creatures, even serving as sustenance. The mineral veins function as incubators for the monsters. Chapter 68. The existence of the world-destroying prophecy, an incubator for monsters. The three players felt their taut nerves relax all at once. The master of flight wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. "What a fright. Merely unhatched monster offspring," he sighed. Relieved, Lin Xian patted his chest. "Old Yi, next time, please finish your thought in one breath." This heavy panting led us to believe something dire was at hand. Glitchy exhaled with relief. Unhatched monsters should possess low combat power, right? However, observing Yiji and Edgar's expressions, his tone grew increasingly uncertain. "Generally speaking, that is indeed the case," Yiji replied. "Before they successfully hatch, monsters are in one of their few vulnerable stages. Upon breaking free, they seamlessly acquire their first divine talent, embarking on a path of invincibility among their peers. Unlike true chosen ones, who must laboriously activate their abilities, monsters can entirely bypass this step due to their absolute absorption capacity of divine remnants. Moreover, with the passage of time, they may awaken their second and third talents. But this does not pertain to the present situation," Edgar interjected seamlessly. The master of flight gasped in astonishment. "Surely not. Are there monsters that can strike from within their eggs, using placentas?" Edgar's words almost left his lips, but were swallowed back as the master of flight interjected, leaving his expression exceedingly complex. Yiji nearly burst into laughter, sensing Edgar's earnest struggle to embrace the player community. Yet, the player's boundless eccentricities were not easily digestible for the ordinary inhabitants of Eltia. Clearing his throat, Yiji stated, "Allow me to clarify. As previously mentioned, monsters can consume magically infused ores, specifically referring to their sustenance before hatching. Therefore, the monster eggs possess the remarkable ability to absorb external energies, thereby accelerating their hatching process. However, apart from minerals, the primary sustenance for adult monsters comprises intelligent races. Humans, elves, and sirens all feature prominently in their diet. Even while still encased within their eggs, these monsters have already included humans in their culinary repertoire. Should they recklessly mine the ore, there exists the peril that someone might inadvertently fall into a monster's hatching nest. Losing an arm or a leg would be trivial. The true concern lies in the possibility that consuming such limbs could prompt the monster to hatch prematurely." Yiji spoke gravely. "I am uncertain about the exact timeline of Sweetwater Town's demise. After all, my last visit here was 4 centuries ago. However, based on the signs of desolation evident in the town, it has been no less than 50 years. This suggests that 50 years ago, this mineral vein was discovered, along with the hidden hatching nests of monsters. This timeline is likely not far removed from the town's downfall. After all, with monsters nesting at their doorstep, the townsfolk resorted to isolation as their only means of management, a method not befitting a thriving settlement. Yet, 50 years is ample time. Monsters with a hatching period extending beyond 50 years would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge to players, even if they have just emerged from their shells. Even Yi Ji himself harbored no absolute confidence in overcoming such a beast. Lin Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. Did this imply that the monsters within the mineral vein could surface at any moment? Certainly, after 50 years of incubation, even if they have not fully formed, they would not resemble mere egg whites and yolks. Their combat prowess would be formidable. Old man will assure you, he replied emphatically. Yi Ji wished to clarify that monster eggs differ significantly from chicken or bird eggs. However, such a simplistic understanding was indeed more convenient. Once they encountered a true monster egg, they would undoubtedly grasp the distinction. He mused quietly to himself, opting not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, once the players became aware of the formidable monster lurking nearby, their initial fear and anxiety dissipated swiftly, replaced by boundless excitement. A monster nurtured for over 50 years. Was this not the first great challenge for novices? Although they were presently ill-equipped to confront it, they were relentless in seeking specific information about the monster from Yi Ji. In preparation for battle, gathering more strategies could only be advantageous. These were matters Yi Ji intended to share with them anyway, and thus he proceeded to enlighten them. For instance, how do monster eggs consume flesh within their shells? One could refer to the two-headed howling wolf, which features corrosive pustules throughout its body. These pustules dissolve flesh into a nutrient-rich broth, allowing for absorption. Although monsters lack familial bonds, their instinct to protect their offspring remains intact. Before departing after laying their eggs, they ensure to provide a sufficiently protective and nourishing hatching chamber for their young. Yi Ji stroked his chin, pondering. The previous residents of Sweetwater Town likely hurried to seal the mine upon discovering traces of monsters, fearing that the incubation chamber would consume the entire vein. Could a mere town be incapable of handling such creatures? The thought sent a chill down Lang Ma's spine. He gained a clearer understanding of the power disparity between ordinary individuals and monsters as defined by the game. Would the martial arts experience he honed in reality still be effective against these beasts? The faint sense of superiority he cultivated from battling the red-skinned earthworm gradually dissipated. This game was far more hardcore than he had anticipated. Lin Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was there a profession capable of subduing monsters to serve as tools? In reality, many carnivorous animals include humans in their diet, yet that does not imply an absolute inability to coexist peacefully. Taming and training have always been the forte of beastmasters. Not at all, Yi Ji declared resolutely. Monsters can only be enemies. They are fundamentally different from ordinary animals and cannot be communicated with. They are a significant catalyst for the apocalypse prophecy. Indeed, this prophecy, serving as the prologue for players, was the truest among the many fabrications. The fall of the gods 6 centuries ago altered countless facets of existence. Only species devoid of wisdom could absorb the remnants of the divine and transform into monsters. Moreover, the diet of these creatures consisted entirely of intelligent races, without exception. Unlike other species, monsters experience a decline in intelligence over time, ultimately leading to brain death. They can only extend their lives by consuming intelligent beings to siphon their wisdom. This is an irreconcilable contradiction at its core. Hence, the notion of monster tamers is absurd. Lang Ma realized, to weigh wisdom against power and longevity. It is no wonder that you do not categorize them within the ecological chain. This method of growth and survival is less akin to biology and more reminiscent of mechanical life forms with extreme parameters set. Why? How could such peculiar beings exist? Who knows? Yezi shuruk indifferently. In any case, they have emerged. Perhaps it is related to the early demise of the goddess of wisdom. Chapter 69. The reward for discovering the vein, the abilities and talents of monsters originate from the gifts of divine remnants. The goddess Elona, who presided over knowledge and wisdom, perished before the divine war. As it was the god's hand that caused her demise, Elona left nothing behind, thus failing to endow monsters with corresponding abilities. However, this remains mere conjecture, as no factual evidence supports it. Elona died before the Divine War? Edgar exclaimed, taken aback. How do you know this? Oh, did I not mention it to you? Yi Ji replied. I was present when Elona passed. He searched his mind, but found no recollection of having shared this information with anyone else. Given the daily reputation of the Watchers in Eltia, no one would dare approach him to discuss the principles of monster formation. Having lived for 7 centuries, he has certainly experienced a great deal. It is only natural for him to forget some details. Yi Ji effortlessly set aside his own forgotten queries and retorted, the conspiracy to assassinate the God of wisdom is indeed disreputable, and the deities would certainly not allow the truth to circulate. Do you truly believe, like those crazed zealots of the Revelation Church, that he is still alive? Edgar fell silent for a moment, slowly shaking his head. No, it is simply that divine deaths existed even before the Divine War. The disparity with the education he received is quite vast. Even though the gods have perished for 6 centuries, the public perception of divine immortality remains unchanged. There were indeed divine deaths prior to the Divine War, specifically one of the 13 ancient gods. If this were revealed, it would undoubtedly be deemed heretical by the ancient god church, resulting in a continent-wide manhunt in Eltia. What? The Watchers have long been wanted by both the new gods and the ancient god church? Then it's of no concern. Edgar exhaled a heavy breath, gazing earnestly at him. I am now quite curious as to why you were present at the scene. Since joining the Watchers, Yi Ji has continually had his worldviews challenged. The key is that no matter how outrageous the opinion, the other party always finds a way to present evidence or reasoning that persuades him. The silenced Xiao Ming jumped twice on Yi Ji's shoulder, signaling its desire to know as well. Yi Ji cast a glance at it, staring into the void, and sighed. Alas, it is a long story. The players huddled nearby, whispering, Grandpa can fly. Here we go again. I bet old Yi will find an excuse to gloss over this. Lin Xian. Every time he speaks, he only says half. He will eventually be trapped. Garbled code. Is attracting hatred a characteristic of the undead? Yi Ji. Some things cannot be spoken of openly. Do you understand? Since the players have already exposed the situation, he decided to forego seeking excuses altogether and directly skipped the previous topic. Ahem. Yi Ji looked at the players, his tone serious. Although the monsters in the mine cannot be dealt with at the moment, it is far better to address them now than to discover the issue after they hatch. The Watchers will remember your contributions. As soon as he finished speaking, a message simultaneously popped up on the game panels of the 3 players. Would you like to receive the gratitude of Watcher leader Yi Ji? The players' eyes lit up. Only a fool would choose otherwise. Accept. Congratulations, you have received the reward. First exploration right of the monster nest in the mine. Second assistance from leader Yi Ji can be exchanged for 1 mid-level or lower spell effect. Lin Xian excitedly grabbed the person next to him. It's the exploration right for the dungeon. We struck gold. This is the first major dungeon in the game, and it is related to the main storyline. If used wisely, this could be the key reward that sets them apart from other players. The purpose of the second reward remains unclear for now. However, it allows the faction leaders to intervene, which is quite advantageous. Wouldn't you agree? The character Yi finds himself rolling his eyes as his attire constricts him uncomfortably. Acknowledging the situation, he chuckles nervously. I understand, but Brother Xiao, if I incur a penalty for resurrection, it will no longer be profitable. Lin Xian awkwardly releases Ye's sleeve, offering an apologetic laugh. I'm sorry, I got a bit too carried away. Given the presence of nearby monsters, it is indeed unsafe. After resolving the player's exploration reward issue, Yi led them out of the mine, sealing the entrance once more. Until the monster hatchery is dealt with, it is best to prevent novice players from stumbling in. Seeing that there were no further developments in the storyline, the 3 players quickly departed to complete their tasks, leaving behind one character, a sphere, and a specter, who lingered by the banks of the Woolland River. Xiao Ming's silence was finally lifted. After holding back for so long, he felt he might burst. Truly, what a foolish undead. They were so easily placated, with a mere token of goodwill. They surrendered the mining rights of the entire vein to Yi. They had discovered the vein themselves. I suggest you adjust your mindset influenced by Oral's memories sooner rather than later. In a sense, they are your followers. Your future appearance will, to a degree, be determined by them. Xiao Ming remained silent, nearly causing Yi to forget to confront him, possessing only fragments of the light god's memories. Xiao Ming exhibited traits akin to an extreme supporter of ancient deities. He adhered to a doctrine of magical chastity, believing that only the followers of a particular deity could learn corresponding magic. He harbored a rigid desire for control over his followers, viewing players as his subordinates. If he couldn't change this mindset, you would have to contemplate diminishing his intelligence to prevent future complications. From the monotony of Xiao Ming's remarks, he sensed a hint of danger. The sphere shivered slightly, yet its tone remained defiant. Who says I've been influenced? How could a god ever be wrong? While it was acceptable for him to run errands, the notion of controlling his thoughts was utterly intolerable. With hands on its almost non-existent hips, Xiao Ming presented an air of absolute resistance. When he first established the unidirectional contract, he never entertained the thought of controlling the other party. Even though he now resided within a heretical organization, he was never one of them. One day, he would find a way to escape and regain his freedom. Gods do not err. He chuckled, looking down at him. I suggest you maintain that stance. It appeared that when faced with an opponent so foolish, even anger could become endearing. If all the beings of the divine faction were as Navi, it would indeed be a fortunate circumstance. Yi nonchalantly tossed him onto the stone slab at the mine's entrance. After all, he was a deity of light, and his passive purifying attribute was just perfect for enchanting the ceiling array. It is undoubtedly prudent to add an extra layer of assurance to the magic circle. Edgar gazed at the diminishing silhouettes of players in the distance, his tone tinged with nostalgia. However, there is truth in that statement. Your assistants are indeed easy to manage. Had the indigenous people of Eltia been in charge, the mine would have changed hands several times before the territory owner even arrived. Most citizens of Eltia possess no concept of communal land. Whoever can seize it claims it as their own. Players, as expected, hail from a world of impeccable order. Chapter 70. The divine power value updates again. It seems you hold a rather favorable impression of the players, Yi Ji remarked with a smile. Typically, Edgar would not frequently comment on matters unrelated to him. The principle that territorial resources belong to the faction is a nearly universal game setting. Moreover, given that this is the game's nascent period, the players would likely be reluctant to manage a mine themselves. Yi Ji stretched lazily. Let us return. There is much to attend to. To their astonishment, a monster incubation chamber existed near Sweetwater Town. It appears the number of creatures in the great oakwood forest exceeds their previous estimations. Their prior inspection of Sweetwater Town was insufficiently thorough, resulting in such a significant oversight. Upon return, they must meticulously examine every corner once more. As Xiao Ming completed the enchantment of the magic circle, Yi Ji swiftly lifted it and tossed it onto his shoulder. He cast one last glance at the mine. It seems the external understanding of the great oakwood forest is somewhat outdated. Even the density of the outer monster nests has contracted to a 1-kilometer radius. It is likely that the next wave of monsters will herald the expansion of the great oakwood forest. Players continued to revel into the early hours, gradually logging off for meals. The unattended moonlight carriage transformed at midnight into a silver arc, slicing through the sky. Simultaneously, Yi Ji's system template updated. Name, Yi Ji, divine power value, 170, players 3. Yi Ji, who had been languidly basking in the moonlight, abruptly became alert. What is happening? Why has the divine power value only increased by 6 points? Yi Ji had initially intended to wait until the following day for the divine power value to accumulate, allowing him to rectify the talents of the second batch of players and allocate some for healing as well. However, this mere 6 points left him with no operational latitude. On the first day, it had surged by over 300 points. The disparity is staggering. Determined to uncover the truth, Yi Ji roused the slumbering Xiao Ming at the statue. I need to inquire about the anomaly in the divine power value. Xiao Ming, having been deep in slumber, awoke to the sight of a skull with glowing blue eyes hovering above, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. Be silent. Yi Ji adeptly silenced him, gesturing towards the divine power value displayed on the system panel to explain. Xiao Ming averted his gaze, feeling a sense of regret over having provoked this undead entity in the first place. Upon witnessing the surge of 6 points in divine power, Xiao Ming swiftly grasped the situation. So that was the matter at hand. Relieved to understand the reason, he casually remarked, "Of course, is due to the insufficient fervor of those 3 undead followers. The faith power provided by extreme zealots is, without a doubt, far superior in conversion to divine power compared to that of ordinary devotees." Such trivialities hardly warrant alarm. Naturally, such thoughts remained confined to his mind. Yiji rephrased Xiao Ming's explanation, conveying that the player's affection for the game amounted to precisely 6 points of divine power. The 300-plus points acquired on the first day were merely a fixed income from new believers, a one-time benefit. Had it not been for Yiji facilitating the player's advancement to magic apprentices on the first day, no extraordinary events would have led to the enhancement of faith. A player could only yield 1 point of divine power per day. Yiji felt a headache coming on. Is divine power truly so difficult to amass? At this pace, how long would it take for him to recover and nurture a gaming deity? Indeed, the power of faith was already the swiftest route to cultivating divine strength. Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Were it not for the tedium of cultivation, all ancient gods would not have lowered themselves to establish earthly churches alongside the new gods. Pursuing the path of faith power, Yiji could hardly fathom that just days prior, he had lamented the meager purchasing power of a single point of divine power. Now, he found himself fretting over 1 or 2 points. The boomerang returned with such swiftness. Confirming that there were no alternative methods beyond brainwashing to enhance faith and increase divine power acquisition speed, Yiji cast it back into the cradle of the statue's palm. "Very well, you may continue your slumber," Xiao Ming grumbled, turning over and sulkily shutting his eyes. In his vexation, he soon drifted into sleep. Yiji returned to his chamber, reopening the game panel, troubled. The path of faith enhancement was not to be traversed. Otherwise, he would truly become a malevolent dragon. There was no distinction between preaching in the game and the ancient god and new god churches. The player's current admiration for the divine was just right. Yet the pace was excruciatingly slow, necessitating efforts solely from the 100 points of divine power generated by new followers. Contemplating this, Yiji felt a pang of discontent. No wonder every church was fervently enthusiastic about proselytizing. A new believer contributes more divine power than a seasoned follower who has been involved for over 3 months. It was an extraordinarily lucrative endeavor. The success of this endeavor had resulted in the populace of Eltia, devoid of concrete faith, being scarcer than endangered magical creatures. Yiji retrieved a parchment and quill from his storage space, commencing the documentation of his forthcoming plans. The deceleration in the collection of divine power would inevitably impact his subsequent strategies, albeit to a limited extent. What truly instilled a sense of urgency within him was the unhatched creature discovered at dusk. The best course of action to address it, before it fully takes shape, eliminate both the monsters and the hatching nests. Thus, he must swiftly recover from his injuries and expedite the gathering of divine power. The number of players is also constrained by the characteristics of the divine avatars, currently limited to a maximum of 10. This implies that he ought to cultivate indigenous followers. As Yiji paused his pen, his mood sank further. This dilemma proved to be more troublesome than locating 10 players for Blue Star. First and foremost is the issue of sustenance. The Sweetwater Forest beyond the town is not an infinite resource. Summer is manageable, yet once winter arrives, Sweetwater Town will face a dire shortage of food sources. Most monsters are hardly edible. One cannot feasibly subsist on red-skinned earthworms throughout the winter, can they? Once winter has passed, the red-skinned earthworms of the great oakwood forest will likely be extinct. The second issue pertains to faith. It would be relatively simple to find locals willing to come to Sweetwater Town, as there is a plethora of wandering refugees outside. However, persuading them to convert their beliefs is a task more arduous than slaying them. Yiji had spent some time mingling with the refugees. Those who manage to survive in the wasteland are often adept at negotiating their principles. In their struggle for survival, they would likely be willing to cooperate with conversion efforts. Yet, the psychological defenses built during their time wandering the wasteland, coupled with the indoctrination of growing up within the church, would render progress exceedingly challenging. For the refugees, faith has become one of the driving forces for their existence. Yiji propped his head on his hand and sighed in frustration. Paradoxically, the adventurers who inadvertently wandered into the great oakwood forest might be easier to manage. Although Yiji was reluctant to admit it, The stark contrast between a comfortable life and the audacious willingness to explore areas teeming with monsters bestows adventurers with a more liberated mindset, inherently leading to deeper contemplation. Chapter 71. Player Experience Diary. The disturbances in the Great Oakwood Forest were well known among the nearby city-states. Only a fool would choose this moment to explore the Great Oakwood Forest. Should any unforeseen events arise, such as an early tide of monsters, their lives would be forfeit. The quill's tip left ink blots on the parchment as Yi exhaled. He could only venture out more frequently, hoping for a stroke of luck. Perhaps the current state of the Great Oakwood Forest is conducive to erasing all traces? Wasn't that how Alien was brought in? Yi jotted down his plans on the parchment, simultaneously outlining the player's task system to prevent the second batch of players from becoming overly engrossed in the experience points of tree-cutting activities. Once a simple lounge was constructed, it would be prudent to assign some players to till the land, aiming to cultivate a batch of short-season crops before winter's arrival. Moreover, today's hidden task yielded promising results. Edgar and Xiao Ming must also seize the opportunity to issue tasks. Tasks requiring dialogue to accept inherently offer a greater sense of involvement compared to those merely listed in the taskbar. The players are fervently eager to explore Eltia, and Yi cannot confine them to Sweetwater Town indefinitely, for such restrictions would inevitably lead to player attrition. However, the formidable monsters that inhabit the realm remain beyond their current capabilities. Pondering thoughtfully, Yi stroked his chin, contemplating whether to venture outside and capture a few red-skinned earthworms to satiate the player's desire for combat. Regardless of their chances of victory, these creatures could serve as a proverbial carrot to entice the players. He meticulously noted down these considerations. Gazing at the lengthy list of precautions and tasks pending completion, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The roles of planner and faction leader are truly burdensome, as one must balance the immediate needs of Sweetwater Town, guiding the players in its reconstruction, while also accounting for their engagement and enjoyment. Toiling away, how could one sustain a sense of pleasure? Having completed his reflections, Yi stepped outside, approaching the blood and flesh resurrection array. He allocated 66 points of divine power to commence the creation of bodies for the 6 impending new players. The magical energy and transformation foundation provided by the 2-headed Howling Wolf King were more than sufficient for crafting these 6-player bodies. Soon, the array began to emanate a soft white glow. Within a day, 6 remarkably gifted chosen ones would be successfully materialized. The night stretched on, with many decisions awaiting the dawn for implementation. Yi opted to bask in the moonlight while recuperating, simultaneously perusing the Blue Star Network. Thanks to Lin Xian's promotional video, the attention towards the official website of Under the Gods had surged dramatically. Although the view counts remained in the dozens or hundreds, insufficient to cover even the cost of web hosting on other game sites, it was more than adequate for Under the Gods. Regardless of how many players expressed interest, Yi could only accommodate 10 slots. Yi promptly checked the website's backend. Excellent. The number of registrants remained steady at 20, unchanged since his last review. Foolishness. Why had the registration count stagnated? It had only been a mere several hours since Lin Xian released the promotional video. Had the promotional effect dissipated so swiftly? Upon further investigation, he discovered that it was not merely the promotional effect that had waned. The entire video had vanished. Yi stared at the back-end feedback. Target video suspected of fraud, locked on the 21st day of the month at the specified time. A wave of contemplation washed over him. He had anticipated various obstacles for Lin Xian's promotional video, yet he had not expected such swift adversity. It was almost catastrophic. In less than a day, the video had been banned. To be candid, Lin Xian, as an experienced gaming blogger, had skillfully edited the video, painting a vivid picture of Eltia's environment using just 2 promotional images from the official site. It was evident that considerable effort had gone into it. The ban was indeed a lamentable outcome. Yi shook his head, sighing, young one, setbacks are but a part of growth. This matter was beyond his control, and he resolutely cast it from his mind. Subsequently, Yi intended to enhance the official website with new illustrations, particularly featuring the intriguing 2-headed Howling Wolf, which serves as excellent material for the Monster Compendium. Additionally, he aimed to enrich the background information of Eltia and the biological records to facilitate new players' understanding. Little did he realize, during his moment of procrastination, that 3 players had already synchronized this content to the 4 module. Version 11 of the test server conceals hidden updates. The developers have surprisingly wowed everyone. Such swift action, Yizei Marvidit. Did they not take a moment to eat before logging off? After spending 12 hours immersed in the game, he had gone 6 hours without sustenance in reality. It was evident that Yi Ji's understanding of avid gamers was still lacking. What was a meal compared to sharing gaming experiences and crafting guides? The title of the post left him astounded, setting aside how players defined his identity, which lingered between human and anthropomorphic. It was rather inappropriate for a 700-year-old undead to be called father. If one were to calculate it, he could indeed be considered the ancestor of these players. Ahem, merely jesting. Yi Ji continued reading. Such a cheeky title could only have been penned by the illustrious author known as the One Who Flies. Before playing Under the Gods, the author never anticipated that a single version update could encompass so much content. From personal experience, the game offers immense freedom. Every action taken by players significantly impacts the main storyline and even the gameplay modules. Indeed, you heard correctly. Players can trigger gameplay updates. Version 11, in addition to the currency and event updates outlined in the announcements, has introduced narrative exploration gameplay and dungeon previews. Next, I will elucidate these aspects from my perspective. Though old Yi is a faction leader and appears amicable, he is remarkably shrewd. He is not easily deceived, unlike old AI. There is absolutely no fluff in the tasks. However, it is evident that after the game update, our activity range has expanded significantly, making the experience increasingly lifelike, to the point where it does not invoke the uncanny valley effect. This setting is crucial. I shall elaborate later. Then, during midday game time, a return from leave brought forth the first monster encountered by the author in the game, known as the two-headed howling wolf. Wow, it was utterly grotesque, far uglier than the stone monster that disappeared in the promotional clip. The author feels that the name-corrupted two-headed wolf is more fitting. Thankfully, the official website lacks its image. Trust me, you would not wish to behold it. Attached is a hand-drawn illustration of the two-headed howling wolf. Due to length constraints, the post by the One Who Flies was segmented. Below are some responses from netizens. Garble, abstract sketch, soy sauce leader. The drawing skills leave much to be desired. Banana Yuganana. Is this post role-playing? So many people are playing fools here. Chapter 72. The birth of the first featured post on the forum. Although only players who register for the closed beta can post on the official forum, not every registrant harbors faith or anticipation in experiencing the divine game. Many merely gather to observe. Clearly, Banana Yugubunana is one such individual, having paid the nominal fee of 99 yuan with the intention of debunking the hype. Such a stubborn and naive youth cannot be swayed by mere words. Hence, Yi Hui Fei chose to ignore him, only responding in a brief moment to friends in his fan circle. Village head ergo, grandson, your drawing skills may be lacking, but showcasing them to pollute our eyes is indeed a grave issue. Yi Hui Fei, get lost. Cloud players without beta access are unworthy of understanding my artistic prowess. Village head ergo, so you enjoy striking at the heart, do you? Yi Ji continued to scroll, eventually stumbling upon a few comments of substance. Impoverished monk. Wait, can tasks in the game be negotiated? And each evaluation standard varies? Do you think you're strolling through market? Busted beauty. You're quite ignorant. Aren't you? A promotional video claimed this game achieves complete realism, with every tree uniquely rendered, hence the differing rewards. Gala Gala, exactly. They even assert the game's intelligence rivals that of real humans. It's merely a joke to listen to. Busted beauty. However, on a serious note, the original poster ought to hone his drawing skills. Had he not mentioned wolves, I would have thought it was some grotesque meatball. Gala Gala. Indeed, it resembles a product of horror films or zombie flicks, utterly devoid of any enchanting fantasy essence. It was evident that among the 20 paying players, only a handful of true believers existed, comprising a few beta testers and their friends. Yi Ji remained calm, understanding that all things take time. No amount of words could rival the compelling nature of actual gameplay. With the arrival of the second batch of players, the forum's tide would likely shift. Nonetheless, although Yi Hui Fei's artistic abilities were lacking, he had indeed captured the essence of the two-headed howling wolf, showcasing a certain innate talent akin to a soulful artist. Continuing to read further, Yi Hui Fei selectively disregarded the critiques of his art and continued to write. The crux of matter is that through the two-headed howling wolf and subsequent events, the original poster managed to uncover a series of monster settings. Over 600 years ago, the gods of Eltia, for reasons unknown, collectively annihilated the goddess of wisdom, Elona, and instigated the War of the Gods, ultimately leading to their own demise. The scene was exceedingly gruesome, with the corpses of the gods strewn across the continent, subsequently consumed by ordinary animals that evolved into formidable monsters. In the backstory, the power of these monsters far surpasses that of other species, having claimed more than half of Elthia's territory over the course of 6 centuries. The various tribes, once striving to reclaim their lost territories, have now retreated to the shadows, merely clinging to existence, competing only for longevity. Yiji's countenance darkened upon reading this, who informed him that the corpses of the gods littered the entire continent. It was as though blood rained from the heavens while the ground was transformed into a buffet of divine remains. He could assure anyone that the gods would not have allowed such a catastrophic misrepresentation in their final moments. The current scale of the churches could be reduced by at least tenfold. Yet, the gods met their demise so spectacularly that the churches managed to endure for 6 centuries, suppressing the anti-divine organizations with ease. Perhaps the explosive backdrop of this tale had drawn in at least half of the anticipated players. Firstly, a user unable to contain themselves exclaimed, "How is this different from what I heard from Old Yi?" Another chimed in, "Cough, artistic embellishment, artistic embellishment." A third user remarked, "Are all the gods beneath the divine truly so foolish? Do they wish for death by living too long?" Yet another added, "I agree. This is the first time I've witnessed a war where not a single victor emerged, let alone a divine war. Given this background story, it's evident that this is a subpar game." Another user declared, "My fish pond is full." Someone else guessed, "The background story is good, but you will say it's just the imagination of the elders." A user named Ergo from the village interjected, "Wait a moment, just for the sake of argument. Didn't you claim you didn't believe in the existence of the game? Why are you here reserving on the official site?" A user known for his disdain for women commented, "It took them 600 years to occupy half the territory. These monsters sound rather pathetic." "Indeed," another user replied, "with such a pace, they've made the tribes too fearful to fight. Had they cooperated at any point, the monsters would have posed no threat." Upon seeing the last 2 comments, the user known as Elder Will Fly continued, "Please don't rush. It's merely a background story. There will surely be opportunities to fill in the gaps. I've heard that the wise races of Elthia are abundant, and for the monsters to seize half the territory is already quite impressive. Each individual monster poses a catastrophic threat. If one were to conquer 80 of the continent, we wouldn't even need to play. The combat prowess of the monsters is without question. The focus lies on their flaws. Firstly, they cannot move freely. The strength of a monster is heavily bound to its lair, which explains their slow expansion. Secondly, their existence is intertwined with their intellect. To become a monster, one must relinquish their mind, relying solely on consuming other sentient beings to sustain life. If they are unfortunate enough to be born far from the survival zones of intelligent races, their death rate is exceedingly swift. However, the casual players remained unconvinced, each fixating on peculiar points. The user known for his disdain for women exclaimed, "Goodness, monsters are mindless. They have decayed bodies, lack brains, yet feast on sentient beings and still claim they aren't zombies." Another user interjected. Ergo corrected, "Actually, they're zombies." Elder Will Fly retorted in exasperation, "Can you all not focus on the main point? You are the very ones who question the monsters. Yet now you disregard their slow expansion." Yiji gazed upon the screen, feeling an unexpected surge of joy. The nonsensical questions posed by the player were far more entertaining than those from the myriad of online users. Following this was a discussion delving into the evening's iron or monsters and speculations regarding the activation of hidden quests. Yiji had already overheard 3 players congregating to murmur about these topics within the game. Noticing a lack of new information, he chose not to delve further. Instead, he pinned the post and, assuming the role of administrator, crafted a new announcement. Congratulations to the beta player for their post, quietly stunning, becoming the first featured post since the establishment of this forum. A hearty celebration is in order. Let the flowers rain down. Furthermore, the official forum's review function has been activated. Following scrutiny, high-quality featured posts will be selected for inclusion in the game's compendium module, and players will be acknowledged in the contribution section. We extend our gratitude to all players for their participation and support. After verifying the content's accuracy, Yiji clicked send and pinned the announcement. Had it not been for seeking recognition, he might have forgotten the utility of players in this context. Balancing the responsibilities of game planning and the development of Sweetwater Town left him little time to manage the official website. However, players could certainly step in. There were always a segment of players eager to share their insights and craft game strategies. Their contributions could enhance the information sections, aiding new players in comprehending the world of Eltia better. With multiple players involved, the task of oversight became more efficient than if Yiji were to manage it alone. For instance, though sometimes overly artistic in his interpretations of the divine battles, possessed a commendable understanding of the monsters. He could even infer information that Yiji had not explicitly mentioned, making him an ideal candidate for inclusion in the compendium module. Yiji no longer needed to spend time concocting daily communication topics with players. He merely had to act as a final reviewer. As this thought crossed his mind, Yiji's expression softened considerably while perusing the posts. Veteran players were the true deities of hardcore gaming. They contributed both within and beyond the game. Yiji extracted the relevant insights from and compiled them into the compendium module, duly crediting him. He then swiftly created a new page on the official website to establish a player contribution section. After several days of modifying the site, Yiji had significantly improved his coding speed. Using a basic template, he made slight adjustments to the layout, effortlessly replacing the bold text in the upper right corner with Hall of Fame, completing the task in under 30 minutes. With its name included, Yiji returned to the compendium module, integrating the background of the divine battles in Eltia along with various minor details that had overlooked. Satisfied with the revitalized page, he nodded in approval. There should be no further issues. Time to wrap up. Upon completing all tasks, Yiji discovered a multitude of red notifications in the back-end messages. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to investigate, only to find the recent announcements. Soy sauce leader, front row. I am Qin Shi Huang. Wow, the planner is actually online. Could I perhaps obtain an internal test slot? Gala. You have time to peruse the forum, yet you should surely improve your official website speed. Buddhist monk. After much effort, the official website has transitioned from a narrative style to a pastoral aesthetic, which is somewhat bearable, yet the internet speed remains disheartening. Gala. I can play games at 240 frames per second, yet upon entering your website, I am greeted by an incessant loading animation. Yiji glanced at the time. It was indeed 4 p.m. in Blue Star. He found it incomprehensible. Do these individuals not study or work during the day? Moreover, their website permits only 20 individuals to comment, does it not? The active user ratio seems excessively high. Are these virtual reality game enthusiasts merely stubbornly skeptical, their bodies betraying their true engagement? Or is the 3-minute relogin time too steep a sunk cost to withdraw? Concerning the website's speed, Yiji felt utterly powerless. Their official site did not follow conventional registration protocols. Instead, it was a dubious URL obtained mysteriously after Yiji infused it with magic directed towards a blue orb. The entire experience relies on the arcane energy he provided. After all, this is the internet of another world, and connectivity issues are to be expected. Once inside, however, the experience was seamless. Alternatively, akin to Yiji, those accessing the internet from Eltia face no latency whatsoever. Noticing several comments criticizing the website's network performance, Yiji chose to feign ignorance and remain silent. Eventually, someone discovered his newly posted content. Tianli Sanhua. I believe I have spotted updates in the encyclopedia module, including a new Hall of Fame page. Village head ergo. I have noticed it too. There is a massive Hall of Fame icon on the homepage. What a swift update. You will fly, haha. Did you not notice that I am the only name within? I am the first player to enter the Hall of Fame beneath our deity. While others scramble for internal test slots, I have left my mark in the game for all subsequent players to witness. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. Soy sauce leader. Oh no, it seems he has truly deceived us. Banana Yuganana, fantasizing about a Hall of Fame in a game. What is there to be proud of? Village head ergo. I can test this. Why should a lucky player with a mere post attain the Hall of Fame? Gala, exactly. Planner, grant me an internal test slot, and I assure you I will compose 2 articles on that very day. Ye will fly. unleash your scorn. The fury of my rivals merely accentuates my prowess as I recline in comfort. As expected, Yi Wolfly's cheeky remark was met with instantaneous backlash from the other cloud players. Offending everyone and yet hoping to escape? Is being an internal test player truly that remarkable? Apologies, the internal testers are indeed remarkable. With just 3 waves, they seem ready to soar into the heavens. I cannot help but feel exasperated. Ugh. Gah. Surely, dear monk, you need not be so dramatic. It's not worth losing your composure over. I was never angered by your lofty claims. Have you not perused the compendium? It has been updated with the information on the 2-headed howler wolf, complete with illustrations. Indeed, that data was provided by none other than me. Adjusting my sunglasses. Lo and behold, this creature is grotesque. How hideous. My eyes. The sketches drawn by our esteemed artist are surprisingly not abstract. Is this creature's method of attack some form of psychological assault? No, but it evidently possesses a passive ability that inflicts a blinding mental assault. Does this game indeed incorporate elements of counters? Did you not once doubt the existence of this game? I merely wish to observe how many souls you could deceive. 1. Similar to what Yi Ji envisioned. The players who can accept the appearance of the 2-headed howler wolf are still few. However, once they are psychologically prepared and encounter other monsters, their opinions are likely to shift. Observing the fervent comments criticizing the game's artistry from the reservation players, Yi Ji couldn't help but reflect on the naivete of youth. Indeed, those who remain oblivious to the truth are the most fortunate. It brought back memories of his early days after traversing to Eltia. As dawn broke at 8 o'clock the following morning, 3 players logged in punctually. Refreshed from a night's sleep, they were filled with determination to aid in the reconstruction of Sweetwater Town. Upon exiting the church, they engaged in amiable exchanges with Yi Ji. Good morning, old Yi. Morning. Did you not sleep at all last night? The undead do not require slumber. Is it truly fine for a skeleton to bask in the sun daily? I am not a vampire, Yi Ji replied nonchalantly, observing how the players' excitement seemed to enhance their intellect as they eagerly rushed off to Edgar for their next endeavor. Chapter 74. The arrival of the second batch of players. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later marked the arrival of the second batch of internal testers. In the realm of Eltia, a week had transpired. During this week, the players had availed themselves of Yi Ji's assistance twice, enabling them to gather ample timber. They hastened to conclude their efforts on the final day, tallying the rewards for the Lord's residence and Edgar's cottage, successfully elevating their level to 4. They stood just 1 step away from receiving the second blessing and unlocking their second skill. Under their diligent labor, Sweetwater Town underwent significant transformation. Despite Yi Ji's attempts to venture beyond the town in search of players, he had met with no success. Players are keenly observant, vigilantly preventing any actions they deem self-destructive, which could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, his recuperation efforts have proven quite effective. He has now surpassed the threshold of surviving for 20 days, boasting the physical prowess to wield 2 high-level magical spells simultaneously. A commendable achievement indeed. He acknowledges his own assessment. Aside from still feeling rather unwell, there is little to criticize. During this time, Edgar ventured out to replenish the town's deficient tools and facilities. Subsequently, he found himself perpetually pursued by energetic players, tasked with the role of an all-purpose tool, his workload rivaling that of a secret agent. Single-handedly, he matched the output of 3 players, affirming that he had not misjudged his choice in companions. The self-proclaimed Lord of Sweetwater Town, the necromancer Yi, sincerely praised him. Xiao Ming had little to contribute to the conversation, as the growth rate of divine power was limited. Yi diligently managed the player's progress towards level 5. With no players seeking to learn skills from him, he risked becoming a mere mascot, lounging on the statue, eating and sleeping. Even when you bestowed upon him 200 magical coins, enabling him to issue quests, he promptly pooled the entire amount into a single task, requesting players to build him a nest. The quest vanished in an instant, and Xiao Ming successfully acquired a hand-woven resilient grass nest, while the players reaped a substantial reward of 200 magical coins. This unfortunate incident dealt a blow to the already fragile currency system of Sweetwater Town, resulting in Yi stripping him of the right to issue quests. Indeed, the deities of the divine faction cannot be trusted. Yi mused. He should not have expected a flower deity, who nearly squandered his own life force, to possess any acuity regarding the value of money. The most transformed individual, without a doubt, was Arian. Thanks to her formidable regenerative abilities inherited from her dragon lineage, her external injuries healed by the fourth day. By the seventh day, she had finally mastered the essential terminology Yi had marked as crucial to remember. Seizing the opportunity with the second wave of players about to log in, Yi publicized the arrival of this new member through a version 12 update. Currently, the Watchers held no specific positions. They were simply assigned wherever needed. Thus, she was temporarily appointed as Edgar's assistant. After receiving the enthusiastic response from cloud players and beta testers, who noted the enhanced computational power of the game, no further significant upheavals occurred. On a dewy morning, Lin Xian intentionally set his alarm, logging in an hour and a half earlier than usual. Upon opening his eyes, he was met once again with the familiar shattered glass dome of the church. Grandpa Fei just happened to enter from outside, waving at him. "Xiaoge, you're here so early today. When did you arrive?" Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape. He had thought waking up at 6:30 was early. Little did he know there were others of greater skill. Grandpa Fei tilted his head in thought. "I believe it was about an hour ago. Not just me. The garbled one also arrived around that time. At 6 o'clock, one must rise by 5, correct? Impressive. Even if logging into the game and sleeping bears similarities, 4 or 5 o'clock marks Lin Xian's absolute sleeping hours. Awakening him at such an hour would be more unbearable than a death sentence." Yi Fei placed the resilient grass in his hands down. "Alas, I only have 2 days left of my vacation, so I must seize the moment to indulge. Moreover, today heralds the arrival of new players, a momentous occasion indeed. If I do not arrive early, I fear I may miss out on receiving quests." Lin Xian pondered this as well. Currently, there is only one quest from Edgar, and coordinating with 3 players is manageable. However, should the number of players reach double digits, the possibility of failing to acquire quest items becomes quite real. His early login was partly motivated by this concern. By the way, did the announcement not mention the addition of a new player? We could also obtain quests from her. Have you encountered her yet? Not yet. I heard that it is still too early. She is resting and will likely only open up once the new players arrive. Yi Fei was quite familiar with such gaming conventions. He placed the resilient grass on the wooden cabinet in the corner. Each day, he needed to log in and out of the magic circle set up by Yi Ji in the church to ensure the well-being of his game character. The 3 players had tended to the magic circle, even crafting a wooden cabinet for storing personal items, and laid down 2 layers of resilient grass. Although they would not actually sleep in a magic circle, it was quite beneficial to log in without the repercussions of a stiff neck. As Yi Fei tidied up, he remarked, "While the new players have yet to arrive, I shall venture outside the town to chop some wood." I took on a task to boil water and purchase some resilient grass, preparing to craft a pillow. Having only a mattress is rather lacking in comfort. He rubbed his slightly stiff neck and inquired, "By the way, do you have any plans?" Lin Xian, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated. "I might also take on a woodcutting task. I shall aim to reach level 5 first. After such a lengthy period, the woodcutting task remains the most cost-effective option. However, I still want to observe the new players once they log in, hoping to find a few teammates. 3-person teams are still too scarce in this game." "I share your sentiment." Yi Fei concurred. "Within our team, are you certain you wish to pursue the path of a ranged mage? While Wan Ma is an assassin, my talents clearly lean towards healing. Our team is currently in dire need of a front line, although the initial skills are limited to 3. Yi Ji had subtly informed them that the Holy Light spell could branch into 2 professions, one as a healer and the other as a warrior. Ultimately, the choice is not solely up to the player, but rather determined by their talents. Yi Fei found that healing once sufficed, yet his attempts to utilize the Holy Light spell offensively had never succeeded. Each time, he inadvertently healed the unknown creatures he caught, increasing the difficulty of combat for his side. Left with no alternative, he chose to devote himself to the path of healing. After all, what he truly desired was to experience magic. Any form of magic would suffice. Besides, reaching level 5 would allow him to choose anew. At that moment, the game panels of the 2 players emitted a notification sound, signaling an update to the taskbar. Chapter 75. There are monsters in the church. Oh, a new task has appeared. Alfly opened the game panel and read aloud the newly generated task title, displayed in green. Time-limited task. Newcomer guidance? It seemed we were to assist the newcomers. Lin Xian also noticed it, nodding as he read along. This game truly shows concern for new players. Not only does it provide preemptive narrative hints, but it also offers guided tasks. Perhaps they feared that the two of us would be overwhelmed? Yet, the guidance provided under the divine presence is indeed flawed. Alfly speculated while observing the taskbar. After all, it cannot directly set up a beginner's guidance camera on the screen like handheld games. The high degree of freedom comes with its own set of challenges. Many gameplay mechanics necessitate players to explore on their own. Alfly scratched his head. Sound a bit troublesome. Should we take it on? Of course. We are meant to assist the new teammates, Lin Xian remarked with conviction. The guidance task lasts only one day, allowing them to join us in our quests. It is a perfect opportunity for us to assess them. This game is undeniably hardcore. If possible, Lin Xian hoped that the new teammates would have ample time upon logging in and possess a certain resilience. Ideally, they should have a specialized skill, as it would undoubtedly come in handy later. Glancing at the time, he noted that there was less than an hour remaining until the new players would log in. Feeling a sense of urgency, Lin Xian made an agreement with Alfly to meet at the church before hurriedly seeking Edgar to collect the task items. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m. Blue Star Huagua time, amidst the anxious anticipation, the server opening time finally arrived. Yubai felt his mind whirl, and the world before him plunged into darkness. Suddenly, he detected an unpleasant odor, reminiscent of earthy soil yet tinged with a metallic scent akin to blood. Struggling to open his eyelids, he experienced an uncanny sensation of his body not belonging to him. However, as he opened his eyes, that feeling dissipated at an astonishing speed. Yubai stared blankly at the dome of the church, taking a considerable time to find his voice. What the hell? I really logged into the game? The light, the ceiling, the texture. Yubai felt the hard ground beneath him, his body moving mechanically like rusted parts. The old show Chung did not deceive me. Under the divine presence, a virtual reality game has indeed been created. He struck it rich. Ah, monsters! A scream rang out. Yubai turned to see two giants, estimated to be 3 meters tall, clutching each other in terror, their gaze fixed upon him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, so realistic. Their expressions, movements, and even the texture of their clothing look incredibly lifelike. The divine presence is truly remarkable. Just as Yubai was about to approach and test the game's tactile system, the two giants suddenly sprang up. Hurry, hurry, the monsters are about to attack. Behold my preemptive strike. The exuberant dialogue, brimming with player enthusiasm, finally jolted Yubai into realization. They were not who he thought. He hastily covered his head and retreated, exclaiming, wait, I'm a player. You may be players, but I am the faction leader. Don't presume that I haven't perused the official guidelines. Players only exist within the human faction. I have yet to mention that you are excessively tall and not human. I am wronged. Bah, you a 1.2 meter goblin. Dare to lie? A flash of insight struck Yubai as he surveyed his surroundings, noticing several giants lying unconscious nearby. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his own hands, rough as tree bark and an excessively disproportionate frame. It finally dawned on him where the discrepancy lay. Not that others were too tall, but rather that he was too short. Yubai's expression cracked. It was over. He seemed to be no longer human. He shouted in desperation. This is unjust. I don't know what is happening. Wait. You should check the game panel. I have it. The two pursuing players paused. According to posts shared by 3 veteran players on the forum, it was indeed mentioned that players from allied factions would be displayed on the game panel. One player intercepted the other, stating, wait, the monsters in this game seem somewhat dim-witted. Perhaps we truly made a mistake. Really? Can this thing be a player? Let me try summoning the game panel. It should manifest with just a thought, right? He succeeded, gazing through the translucent game panel. He saw the name hovering above Yubai's head. Little Fish S Pond is full. The expressions of the 2 novice players suddenly turned awkward. They assisted Yubai to his feet, their faces betraying a hint of guilt. My apologies, mate. I've never encountered someone like you in reality, and instinctively reacted. Yubai waved his hand dismissively. It's fine now that we clarified things. He was immensely curious about his appearance, and puzzled by the initial inclination to attack, given that it was stated that the player faction comprised humans. Just then, a voice laced with shock and terror resonated from behind. Oh my, are there monsters in the church? Yubai turned to see a short-haired boy with blue eyes, wide-eyed and emanating a glow from his fingertips. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he instantly deduced the boy's identity. Fei Z, I've missed you so much. Feeling the bump on his head inflicted by the two players fade away, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Is this the light of healing? How considerate of you to aid my wounds right upon arrival. Fei Zi gazed at the once downtrodden goblin, now radiating vitality, and silently vowed that should he ever use the light against monsters again, he would be a fool. He distanced himself from you by disdain. Wait, who are you? Monsters can talk now? I am the pond. The pond. He opened the game panel in disbelief, gazing at the figure above him. How did you end up like this? In the prayer room behind the church, Yi Ji led Alian out. The sounds emanating from within indicated that the players had already logged in. It was time for him to step into the opening storyline. After all, it was Alian's first encounter with the players, so Yi Ji reiterated his advice. No matter what scenes you witness, do not pay them any mind. If you encounter something incomprehensible, simply pretend you do not see it. Alian nodded anxiously, her heart racing, although she couldn't fathom why one would choose to feign ignorance. Especially when they were not blind, she resolved to trust his words. After all, he was a renowned necromancer. Following his instructions was undoubtedly the right course of action. After a few days of recuperation, she had begun to access fragmented memories of her ice dragon heritage. Even her draconic lineage was apparent. So she had every reason to heed his advice. Yet, she could not help but dwell on pessimistic thoughts, fearing she might ruin everything and lose her opportunity of returning after 50 years. I cannot wield magic right now. Is it truly feasible? She had heard that each member of the Watchers was once a legendary figure of great renown. Presently, she was merely an ordinary person, previously an average intermediate mage with no remarkable talents. Would they genuinely be willing to accommodate her plans? Chapter 76. Could a player have been reincarnated as a dwarf? Alian glanced at her imperfect right hand, her eyes filled with deep unease. Although the blood of dragons was powerful, she was merely a mixed-blood descendant. It was uncertain how long it would take her to truly harness the might of a dragon. In contrast, her flawed right hand held more significance. A woman who had lost her right hand had little to expect from the Iron-Blood mercenary corps, often relegated to the desolate plains or the streets of seduction. Yi Ji found himself momentarily at a loss for words as he guided her to the front of the church. They belonged to a unique category of talent within the Watchers. In any case, you won't comprehend their language. Just assign them tasks using the fixed phrases I provided. Alian obediently nodded. Yi Ji chuckled as he noticed her expression remained tense. Relax, they are not monsters. I still hope that you will successfully become one of our new recruits. Players tend to climb the ranks with ease, and should they detect her anxious demeanor, Alian would certainly find herself in a troublesome situation. As a dedicated worker who had toiled for 50 years, Yi Ji felt it necessary to consider her feelings. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, if you're truly nervous, perhaps think about the wizard who brought you to the Great Oak Forest. If you cannot even manage a simple encounter with players, wouldn't you end up resembling the fool he described? Arian's gaze suddenly sharpened, each word as if she intended to shatter the name into fragments. Carl. Every time her right hand ached from the lingering effects, it would transport her back to that day in the forest. She recalled Carl's condescending stance and disdainful tone. One day, she would surely exact her revenge. Yi Ji nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This is the spirit. Let us proceed. Creaking, the rusted doors of the cathedral slowly swung open, revealing an assortment of peculiar players within. Some attempted to climb the walls. Others were trying to scrape materials from the magical runes on the ground, while a few had even stripped down to their bare skin. Xiao Ming concealed himself atop a statue, pretending to be part of the sculpture. Yizi exclaimed, Adian. Oh, goddess of Frost Moon. Her eyes might as well be blinded. Yi Ji could almost feel the scorching gaze of Arian burning into his back. He sensed that his face was about to be utterly shamed. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ji summoned the interface. Before the naked player, several warning pop-ups appeared instantaneously. Warning, due to your unusual behavior, value decreased by 1. Warning, due to your unusual behavior, value decreased by 1. Warning, due to your unusual behavior, value decreased by 1. The naked player stared in astonishment at the unclosable game panel. What on earth is value? Does this game truly have a punitive element? Lin Xian, unable to contain himself, shouted urgently, put your clothes back on. If your value hits 0, you'll be banned. What? The naked player, witnessing his value plummeting towards 70, hastily donned his clothing, grumbling as he dressed. What kind of rule is this? ISNT undressing meant to give players freedom? Those scheming developers are enforcing ridiculous regulations. Yiji mused. If only he could manifest the light of sanctity in the real world, that player would be his first test subject. Nearby, another player, intrigued, approached Yiji. Wow, he can even get angry. The game's micro-expressions are astonishing. If players act lewdly, will they retaliate against us? Pondered another player. Let me try. The player attempting to climb the wall stealthily circled behind Yiji and Arian, suddenly shouting, "Aha! Surprise attack!" Arian swiftly turned, her pupils constricting. Her body instinctively wanted to retreat. Yet, recalling Yiji's advice over the past few days, she resolved not to show any fear when he faced the players. If Yiji remained still, then she too must stand her ground. Arian closed her eyes, forcefully suppressing her instinctual reaction. Bang! The player collided with an invisible barrier, gliding downwards like an animated effect. Yiji let out a cold snort internally. Little did they know, he had created a protective barrier the moment the first batch of players entered, specifically to prevent such antics from disrupting the narrative. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian and his companions were so obedient that they only became useful in the second batch of players. The other players fell into a sudden silence, followed by a surge of intense discussions. Wow, an air wall. I knew magic existed in this world. Of course, this is a game, not reality. It's easy to blur the lines. Incredible. Coach, I want to learn this. Players, whose attention had been scattered in various directions, all converged before Yiji. Pressing their faces against the air wall, their features contorted in curiosity as they gazed at a solitary figure and a specter within. Yiji, accompanied by the pale-faced Alien, recited his pre-prepared opening speech once more. Welcome, returnees. As you can see, my mission has failed. The conflict between the deities and Eltia remains irreconcilable. 600 years ago, the gods launched the final divine war, resulting in their annihilation. Eltia, as prophesied, is on a path to ultimate destruction. Yiji delivered his lines with haste. After introducing the seemingly lifeless Xiao Ming from the statue, he emphasized the arrival of the newcomer, Alien, and then intended to make his exit. The ensuing events would be handled by veteran players who had accepted the novice guide task. He had more pressing matters to attend to, such as the fact that the threat level posed by a mere value was still too minimal. He was not keen on being forced to witness the new player's backsides every time he initiated the opening plot. He needed to devise a more effective strategy, one that could instill caution in the players without resetting their values to zero. However, just as he prepared to leave under the pretext of urgency, a voice called out to him. Wait, leader, I have a friend, no, a fellow returnee, whose body seems to be in distress. With that, he revealed a small fish tank behind him. Yiji's heart skipped a beat. A dwarf? Could it be that a player had reincarnated as a dwarf? This feature was not included in his resurrection array. A dwarf? Did that mean he was not a monster? The voice exaggeratedly patted its chest. You scared me. I thought I would have to sacrifice my kin for the greater good. The fish tank growled in irritation. Shut up. Don't think I didn't hear you discussing the rewards for the first kill of a monster. However, seeing that the faction leader had no visible signs of resistance, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his race was not an issue. For players who enjoyed stirring up trouble, having a second faction to choose from was undoubtedly exhilarating. However, the fish tank merely wished to be a casual player, hoping to flirt with some girls without any interest in advancing the main storyline. If the second faction were to oppose the first, he wouldn't even get to meet the female players from the Watcher faction. He had nowhere to vent his frustrations. The situation with the fish tank was indeed rare, prompting Yiji to alter his plans and stay behind to investigate the cause. The remaining novice players could not be left unattended. 3 seasoned players convened and decided that the task of guiding to the fish pond would be entrusted to Master Fei. The other players allowed Lin Xian and the enigmatic Lanma to venture out and familiarize themselves with the nuances of Sweetwater Town. A cacophony of curious players left, rendering the church unusually tranquil. Yiji summoned the detailed data of Little Shung's fish pond is full and drew a sample of his blood. After multiple verifications, it was confirmed that the individual indeed possessed dwarven lineage, rather than being an aberrantly developed human. Where had the error occurred? Yiji approached the resurrection array, and with a flick of his black wand, the magic circle erupted in a sudden brilliance of white light. You may lie down now. Oh, all right. Noticing Yiji's suddenly serious tone, the fish pond became apprehensive. Without uttering a word, It obediently reclined at the center of the array and peacefully closed its eyes. Master Fei stood anxiously beside. Leader, is there still hope for the fish pond? Yi Ji replied. Please refrain from embellishing the situation. He is not a doctor, nor is the dwarven player terminally ill. However, it struck him that an inexplicable alteration of race might indeed yield unforeseen repercussions. Yi Ji solemnly stated, let's observe first. He tapped the ground with his wand, causing the white light in the magic circle to flicker, illuminating the intricate runes and totems inscribed upon it. The runes for monster disintegration posed no issues, likewise for material transformation and reorganization. The rune for life infusion was also sound. Thus, the dilemma resided within Yi Ji's gaze. Fixated upon the runes of the second ring, where a moment of clarity washed over him. So, it was indeed a malfunction during the qualification optimization phase, influenced by those 10 points of divine power. In Eltia, magical beings and intelligent species abound. Yet, the majority of these races did not arise through natural evolution, but were instead creations of deities. Dwarves are among them, crafted by Hearn, the god of fire and forging, one of the 13 ancient gods. Notably, the fireball spell that players can initially learn originates from Hearn. Under Hearn's dominion, dwarves inherently possess exceptional affinity for fire and extraordinary skills in metallurgy. They are the unequivocal favored race of Hearn. Their appearance bears striking resemblance to dwarves of the fantasy species in Blue Star. Hence, Yi Ji translated their racial name as dwarves. If one were to interpret it accurately, the true name of the dwarves should be servants of fire. The answer became clear. Humans formed the foundation upon which Hearn created the dwarves. For reasons unknown, the player named Fish Pond exhibited a remarkable alignment with dwarven consciousness projection. Since it was a matter of optimizing qualifications, the process naturally steered towards the optimal choice, resulting in the direct creation of a dwarf. The singular question that remained was, why could the god of light, Oriel, accomplish what was inherently within the purview of the fire god, Hearn? Yi Ji's expression was intricate as he observed the approaching Xiao Ming. The divine battle that transpired 6 centuries ago appeared to be even more intense than he had anticipated. The core creation ability could traverse another ancient deity's divinity, which was tantamount to the demise of that deity, an act of the adversary. He had long suspected that this old wretch, Oriel, enjoyed maintaining a pretense. When it came to ruthlessness behind the scenes, he was undoubtedly more decisive than any other deity. Perhaps this was the underlying reason. Yi Ji disregarded a multitude of esoteric principles surrounding the magical formations and conveyed the essence to the two players. Your body is perfectly fine. You may rise. Grandpa Fei suddenly realized. Oh, does this mean that the fish pond has indeed drawn a hidden race? He slapped the shoulder of the fish pond emphatically, his tone tinged with envy and jealousy. Well done, you rascal. Why have I not encountered such fortune? How would I know? The fish pond winced as he rubbed his painfully smacked shoulder. After all, it was a symbol of his fortuitous nature, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. There was no denying that the protagonist was inherently exceptional. Chief, how often does someone find themselves in my situation? Yi Ji shook his head. Very rarely. The dwarven creation ability merely passed through Xiaoming once, and its fate thereafter was unknown. Presently, he possessed only the authorities of life revival and life purification. The serendipity and the fish pond's affinity for the dwarven race were both indispensable. Among these, luck accounted for approximately 98%. After all, the authority imbued within divine power is akin to the touch of a gold medal. The elements that wish to linger and bequeath themselves to the next touch depend entirely on the stability of the metal's gilding. Without the necessary conditions, any degree of affinity would be in vain. Upon hearing this, the fish pond became even more delighted, his nostrils nearly lifting to the heavens. Huh, did you see? I am undoubtedly a race of rare caliber. You humans should hastily bow down. He placed his hands on his hips, attempting to adopt a condescending gaze. However, upon standing, he realized he remained the shortest among them, needing to tilt his head at over a 45-degree angle to see anyone. Grandpa Fei looked down in bewilderment. Short dwarf, has your vision gone awry? What ist? The fish pond wiped his face, abandoning pretense. Chief, is there any way for dwarves to grow taller? Special races may have their merits, but being short is quite a drawback. How am I to court the ladies? No, Yi replied coldly. Ah, the fish pond lamented, elongating his tone in disappointment. Ah, what do you mean? After all, being a creation of an ancient deity, the racial characteristics are not easily altered. Yi, while contemplating coldly, led the two players away from the magical formation's confines. Before departing, he set up a large barrier to prevent players from causing any disturbances. Nevertheless, as the first player of a special race, it was essential to provide some reassurance. Yi gazed at the dwarf, who was less than 1.20 meters tall, with a kindly expression. Eltia is filled with wonders. Just because it is not possible now does not imply it will always be so. Height is merely a matter, and there remains hope for resolution. Moreover, even at this moment, your innate talent is sufficient to compensate for the shortcomings brought about by your appearance. Overall, perhaps the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? As she spoke, Yi discreetly activated the panel, rectifying the data of the fish pond. The drawback of a manually modified facade is that it cannot anticipate unforeseen circumstances like those of the fish pond. Adjustments can only be made in secret after the fact. No sooner had she finished speaking than a semi-transparent notification box popped up before the fish pond. Ding! Your character information has been updated. The fish pond hurriedly opened the game panel. Name: The fish pond of Little Life is full. Race: Dwarf. Level: 1 novice. Experience points: 0-100. Value: 100. Talent: Forging inept. Rage not upgradable. Skills: none. Inventory: empty. Goodness: 2 talents. The fish pond exclaimed. What? Your character possesses talent? I Can Fly widened his eyes in astonishment. Show me. The fish pond, not one to conceal, made the game panel visible to all. Perfect timing. Come help me see what these 2 talents can do. Chapter 78. Gains come with losses. The stupefied fish pond, in fact, he was pondering that by clicking on the 2 talents, he could obtain detailed information about them. The first talent, Forging, needs no extensive explanation. As its name suggests, it provides a bonus to the character's forging capabilities. The initial level of forging is inept, followed by beginner, intermediate, advanced expert, master, and legendary forging abilities. By utilizing this talent frequently, one can enhance its level. The rage talent, however, is not upgradable. Its effect is to elevate one's strength attribute by 25 during a state of anger. Wow, such luxurious attributes. Still, it's about upgrading skills. I Can Fly's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and his gaze towards the fish pond shifted from envy to danger. Indeed, a lucky one shall not have an easy demise. Do not be deceived by the second talent's inability to upgrade. When the character's level increases, their physique will also experience an enhancement. With an increase in attributes, that additional 25 in strength translates into greater gains, does it not? If one adeptly utilizes this talent, the efficiency of accumulating experience while grinding can significantly improve. The fish pond gazed at the game panel, grinning foolishly. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. A wave of secret delight surged within him. Indeed, the thrill of a hidden race lies in basking in the envious glances of the less fortunate. However, there are too many inconsistencies in this game. I noticed that before the update, the race was still human, and post-update it changed. There is indeed an issue here. Upon hearing the fish pond's complaint, Yi's heart sank. Their luck had run out. They had truly noticed this problem. The next moment, I Can Fly pondered. Perhaps the hidden races are too rare and the planners haven't adjusted the data properly. Errors in documentation are quite common. That makes sense. The fish pond spirits soared even higher. Dramatically sweeping back his hair, he thought, what can I say? My race is simply too exceptional. Yi let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the player managed to rectify the situation themselves. Once the divine power was sufficient, his first action would undoubtedly be to materialize the game panel. As the number of players increased, he would be unable to tail all of them simultaneously, assisting in correcting the flaws of their game panels. Yutang gleefully regarded his racial talents. Aside from being a tad short, he possessed both life skills and combat skills. Truly a remarkable tool for aiding others. Hey, what expression is that? Yifei covered his mouth, stifling tears of laughter. Nothing. He almost forgot that this fellow was a notorious womanizer. How could he possibly dispel that fleeting jealousy? Observing Yifei's face contorted in disgust, Yutang suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Had he just heard something about external defects? Yi also caught on. Are you unaware of your own appearance? Indeed, there were no mirrors in the church. It was quite normal for new players to be oblivious to their looks. Out of humanitarian concern, Yi compassionately pried a shard of glass from the already damaged stained glass window. The glass, reflecting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight, floated gently down to land before Yutang. You might need this. Wow, telekinesis. Can I learn this, coach? Yi Fei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the levitating glass shard. Look at my name. I was born to be a pilot. What was this nonsense? Where was the logic? If Yi had a human form, his mouth would undoubtedly be twitching incessantly. He succinctly hinted, "You'll understand soon enough. Is there a second chance to learn skills?" Yi Fei's eyes gleamed, already answering himself. "Indeed, I adore you the most, my lord." Yi replied, "Let us discuss your uniform address later." As Yutang reached out to catch the glass shard, a skeletal hand beat him to it. There was no rush to discuss the matter of mirrors. That could wait until Yi had departed. He had only one thing left to convey. "Welcome to our realm. Before your arrival, I had already heard of your name." Yutang glanced around, pointing at himself. "Me? Yi nodded affirmatively. It is said that you possess considerable expertise in construction, invention, and agriculture. Now, endowed with the talents of the dwarven race, you are truly versatile. You are precisely the talent that the Watchers require. With approximately 1 autumn and half a summer remaining before the tide of magic arrives, we need a wall. Perhaps you are the key to it all." Yutang's eyes widened in astonishment, nervously fidgeting. He had long known from Lin Xian's fan group that there was a main quest regarding wall construction that had yet to be unlocked. Could it be that he was also a crucial part of it? Was he the protagonist, the destined one? "I guarantee I will complete the task." Iutang et galim et siten li, his voice ringing out. This peculiar narrative suggests that only he is capable of undertaking the task, doesn't he? Ha ha ha, who else could it be? "Fear not, my leader. I shall strive to enhance my talent level, and it shall not disappoint you." Yi nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, the organization places great trust in you." The formidable walls of the city of Chintian could not possibly be constructed by a novice player unacquainted with magical forging. However, this does not prevent him from using this task to inspire ambition. He genuinely wishes to see how far a player endowed with dwarven talent can progress. To avoid any potential anomalies that might arise thereafter, Yi departed the church before the two players could respond. Having resolved matters here, he intended to assess the circumstances of other players. The fish pond, filled with envy, exclaimed, "A racial advantage that also grants task bonuses? The rewards for repairing the walls are substantial." It was almost a blatant indication that there would surely be a spot in the coveted fishing pool. Now, that is truly tangible. The fish pond, with legs crossed and brimming with self-satisfaction, was about to voice his thoughts when he was suddenly pricked by the shards of glass in his hand. How could he have forgotten to examine his own appearance? From the expression of the fish pond and the tone of Yi, he had already prepared for the worst. Yet, upon peering through the reflective glass and discerning the grotesque humanoid figure within, he was utterly dumbfounded. What is this creature? How could he see a humanoid goblin in reality? No, even goblins are more aesthetically pleasing than him. At the very least, goblins do not possess a face that resembles a horrific dismemberment. With dead fish eyes, a hooked nose, sagging and furrowed skin, along with sparse yellow hair, the fish pond seemed to be moving in slow motion as he touched the top of his head. No wonder his head had felt so chilly since entering the game. It turns out he was bald. Ha ha ha. Crack. The shard of glass was immediately snapped by the fish pond. Chapter 79. Character fraud. Please do not misunderstand the appearance of the dwarven race because of the fish pond. Yi, having lived for 700 years, had never encountered a dwarf more unattractive than the fish pond. Generally, dwarves may be prone to obesity and have ruddy complexions, but otherwise, they are not vastly different from humans. As for the fish pond's condition, Yi classified it as a consequence of insufficient divine power. After all, he had allocated all his points to talent, inevitably sacrificing other abilities. Returning to the present, the fish pond gazed vacantly, murmuring softly. It is no wonder I was initially mistaken for a monster. Observing the fish pond on the verge of despair, the fish pond's companion suppressed his schadenfreude and offered consolation. "It's all right. It's just that your appearance is, well, somewhat unpleasing to the eye. But our living and combat talents are both fully developed." He echoed the fish pond's earlier words in a bid to reassure him. "And we have even secured a main quest with exceptional prospects." Finally, unable to maintain his composure, the fish pond's eyes reflected despair. "But the girls won't want to team up with a goblin. Moreover, it is predicated upon the assumption that all players possess aesthetically pleasing features. The individual resembled a marionette, devoid of spirit. "I can fly," he insisted, yet was impervious to any counsel. After a while, an epiphany struck him, and with resolute determination, he lifted his head. "No. I shall inquire with the developers if I may delete my account and start anew. What are these hidden races and their innate talents? In comparison to my shortcomings, they are of no consequence." Is it merely due to appearance? He was momentarily taken aback. If it were he would certainly be indifferent to such superficial concerns. However, each person harbors their own aspirations, and he would not impose a standard upon others. It was simply a lament for the loss of a potentially extraordinary racial companion. Upon reflection, he recognized a blind spot. It seemed no one had ever asked the developers about account deletion. Perhaps one could indeed give a try. After all, the player count had yet to reach double digits. There were two possibilities for account deletion. One could either recreate their character or lose their beta testing eligibility altogether. This could serve as a test for the other players. Should it prove feasible, future newcomers might leverage this method to attain characters with superior attributes. Very well. I shall endeavor to find out. He decisively opened the game panel, preparing to log off. Just then, he recalled something. "By the way, when did you become such a versatile talent? You can even farm? I thought only San Juan in our group enjoyed that." The gesture of Fish Pond suddenly became stiff. "Farm? Indeed, just now. Oldie mentioned construction, invention, and farming. He counted off on his fingers but fell silent by the end. Glancing up, he caught Fish Pond's terrified gaze. "You falsified your application information?" "Shoo, quiet," Fish Pond whispered, frequently glancing around nervously. If other players overheard, it would be disastrous. Following suit, he bent down to huddle closer. Signaling discreetly, the statue of Xiao Ming cast a glance downward. What folly were these mysterious undead engaging in now? But how did you manage that? Upon reaching the corner, he could no longer restrain his curiosity. As a veteran who had filled out numerous beta testing surveys, he had witnessed an abundance of mindless boasting about application details. However, the scrutiny beneath divine oversight was exceptionally stringent. He had never encountered a case that went unnoticed. Particularly in their group, I Am Qin Shi Huang had to rewrite his application a staggering 13 times just to succeed. Yet this fellow not only spun a web of skills, but had also successfully deceived the officials. Cough, cough. Fish Pond cleared his throat sheepishly. "You know, when guiding others, one requires a persona. I have a fair understanding of the specialized terminology across various fields. A mere surface-level knowledge, barely sufficient to impress outsiders. Only suitable for posturing," he remarked with disdain. "The gaming officials cannot possibly be swayed by the eloquence of a mere application essay. Can they? Certainly not. My title as an online deity has not been bestowed upon me without merit. Speaking of my advantages, I stand tall with confidence. To maintain this persona, my social media accounts are meticulously curated, showcasing everything from academic traces to tangible achievements. Furthermore, my profile is devoid of any fabricated images, making it the ideal choice for my fellow sisters seeking genuine online relationships. No fabricated images? Then from where do your accomplishments derive? I am astounded. Academic traces can be feigned, yet can one truly invest effort into inventing tangible results? A sudden thought crossed his mind, narrowing his eyes. Is it the materials you requested from our group to assist in attracting partners? Fish Pond offered no response, instead diverting the conversation by touching the dusty wall. This wall is quite imposing. I chuckled. Who is responsible for its construction? ISN T at Ergo. Who specializes in civil engineering? Cultivation? San Juan. I gathered the information from Ergo. Invention? You. Me? I am utterly bewildered. When did I ever become an inventor? Hee. Artistic embellishment. Artistic embellishment. Fish Pond smiled ingratiatingly. Did you not once have a passion for crafting machinery by hand? Through my words, cannot you be deemed an inventor? I took a deep breath, realizing just how deceptive the online world can be. Even gaming companies can be fooled by such fragmented personas. No wonder your internal testing quota arrived so swiftly. It seems to be a compilation of the best attributes from various sources. I shall relay this to Ergo and San Juan upon my return. Previously, one would rely on the persona of someone from their group to attract partners. Now, they have amalgamated them. Fish Pond muttered nervously. Why not utilize a persona crafted through genuine skill? I shot him a sidelong glance while crossing my arms. Indeed, the gaming company has also utilized it, directly incorporating the capabilities of the synthetic beings you created into the game. Are you still planning to persuade the developers to delete your account? If they discover this, not only will creating a new account be impossible, but you may also find yourself blacklisted. Fishpond begrudgingly fell silent. Well, perhaps this character has some commendable attributes after all. Meanwhile, Alien accompanied other players to seek out Edgar. She felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Prior to her arrival, she had mentally prepared herself for disdain and condescension. Although she could not comprehend the language spoken by the group, known as players, she could easily fill in the gaps. A waist bearing a magical beast is a potential hazard. What can an ordinary person lacking a right hand accomplish? Not even suitable for labor. The Watchers do not accept individuals from the Divine Church. Each possible remark pierced her heart like a dagger. Yet, Alien was acutely aware of the burning gazes fixed upon her. The discussions behind her had not ceased since she laid eyes upon them. Yet, she inexplicably sensed that no one behind her shared the thoughts she had anticipated. Arian had encountered countless individuals and was acutely attuned to the emotions of others. The presence behind her bore no mockery, disdain, nor any semblance of animosity or hatred. In fact, even compassion seemed scarce. It was as though her fate was intrinsically tied to this state, indistinguishable from that of others. This did not imply that they were indifferent to her. Rather, the emotions they projected were of a different nature, one that she found utterly incomprehensible. Chapter 80. The emotional dilemmas of the camp leader unbeknownst to her. Rain began to fall from the heavens. Arian shivered slightly, shaking her head to dispel the clutter of thoughts swirling within. Although the gaze from behind her was not unwelcome, it nonetheless instilled a sense of discomfort. From the very first moment she witnessed the players' uninhibited behavior, she felt a disconnect with them. Yet, for the sake of her promising future, she steeled herself to endure this discomfort. Pretending to be oblivious, she whispered repetitively the exhortations of Iji to bolster her resolve. When faced with the incomprehensible, it was best to feign ignorance. She tightened her facial expression, striving to appear unperturbed and coldly indifferent. The dark sorcerer of the undead had once declared that one must never show weakness in front of the players. Behind her, Lin Xian propped up a garment made of red-dyed tough grass with a stick, shouting like a tour guide to the group. Don't scatter. Let us first locate the task items to enhance our efficiency. However, his words fell on deaf ears. The players were resolute in their opinions, with some even displaying indifference towards leveling up through quests. Upon noticing the rain, their attention was immediately diverted. Wow, the rain effects are so realistic. I can almost hear the sound of funding being consumed. Before long, various players discreetly slipped away from the group for myriad reasons. The chaotic whispers of the crowd rendered it impossible for the moderator to retain those who genuinely wished to depart. They claimed to have consulted the Forum's guides and asserted that they knew the location of Edgar's house, thus requiring no guidance from seasoned players. The moderator could only shrug in resignation, relieved that he had yet to finalize the objectives for the novice guidance tasks. The remaining players were equally restless, dawdling in their departure. Their curiosity had merely shifted focus from scenic architecture to the figure of Arian leading the way. A player with red hair curiously scrutinized the back of Arian's head. She is surprisingly glamorous and aloof. I had expected the assistant role to belong to a sweet and innocent girl. Isn't the innocent type, the little Ming from the church? That statue looks quite ominous. And she is also a nurturing type, chimed in another player clad in a blue robe, which was fashioned from the last remnants of fabric, resulting in short sleeves. However, given that it was summer, the chill was hardly a concern. The red-haired player stroked his chin thoughtfully. True, although little Ming is still just a ball, she is, after all, a goddess. Have you noticed the conspicuous scarcity of female entities within our ranks? Among the 9 players, all are male, with the sole female presence being the one leading the way ahead. The player in the blue coat pondered deeply. It is rumored that the intelligence and authority in this game are exceptionally high. Could there be an issue with our faction leader? That seems plausible. The red-haired player suddenly realized. He had witnessed the leader's intelligence within the church, capable of responding to players' anomalies, coupled with the authority to terminate the game upon death. The ability to influence perception is entirely understandable. The gaze of the red player fell upon the vanished right hand of Arian. Though Arian attempted to conceal it, She was also harboring a stubborn defiance, refusing to don attire that would adequately cover her arm. Thus, it was inevitable that players would discover it while traversing, especially in a realm where curiosity reigned supreme. So, is our faction leader physically impaired? That seems rather unsettling. The player in the blue coat nodded with certainty. It must be so. In a world imbued with magic, such injuries are mere trifles, surely left unhealed for a reason. The two players exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes the surprise of kindred spirits meeting after a long separation. The red-haired player exclaimed with joy, "We are nothing short of geniuses." The glitch in the background felt utterly perplexed. Is that truly the case? Why does it feel as though something is amiss? Just then, Yi Ji, who had fortuitously approached, pondered the coincidence of arriving just in time to overhear rumors of himself as the protagonist. The glitch was the first to notice Yi Ji behind him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Leader, a lord. Feel free to call me whatever you wish. I am indifferent to titles," Yi Ji replied amiably. He then turned to face the two players discussing him. The players shivered in unison. "Greetings, leader." For reasons unknown, they felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. "No matter, I am merely observing." Yi Ji nodded at the two and continued past them. His gaze subtly brushed over the red-haired player. If memory serves, that individual was the one who had been running about naked in the church moments ago, rather exuberant indeed. Yi Ji's expression took on a profound significance. He walked alongside Arian, positioning himself at the forefront. Arian immediately straightened her back. "Master." Yi Ji stumbled slightly. He had always initiated conversation, never expecting her to address him in such a manner. "There is no need to overly concern yourself with the matter of contracts. The Watchers do not enslave. You are akin to the others. Simply refer to me as leader." "Very well, a leader." Arian obediently amended her address. An awkward silence ensued. Suddenly, Arian sensed that the few hundred meters ahead felt interminably long. "Just turn the corner, and do not be nervous." "Oh, all right." Understanding Yi Ji's intent, Arian's face flushed with embarrassment. She was immensely grateful that the commotion created by the players behind them diluted the earlier awkwardness. Arian found herself at a loss, her heart racing uncontrollably. Beside her stood a demigod-level sorcerer, who, astonishingly, seemed to take notice of her. She desperately needed to divert her attention. The players were the leaders discussing behind us. Their conversation appeared to be quite fervent. Only after speaking did she realize the impropriety of her words and hastily corrected herself. "I merely mentioned it casually, without any intent to pry into the secrets of the Watchers." Internally, Arian bit her handkerchief, feeling a wave of anxiety. Her mind always faltered at crucial moments. It was evident that the other party was wary of her, unwilling to reveal the unique language of communication among the Watchers. What on earth was she doing? Yet, Yi Ji did not dwell on the matter, casually remarking, "Well, they think I have a penchant for extraordinary beings or women with contrasting traits." The players, noticing his previous indifference, assumed he could not comprehend their words, thus felt emboldened to discuss even more freely. Their conversation had devolved to the point of debating whether he preferred Xiao Ming or Arian. In light of this, the Lord of the Undead felt compelled to clarify a misconception. Firstly, although Xiao Ming possessed no gender, its memories belonged to the deity Aurelius Lucian, who is male. Secondly, magic is not omnipotent. Arian's hand remained unhealed purely because the current Watchers lacked the appropriate elixir. Having lived for 7 centuries, Yi Ji's experiences could fill a guidebook on romantic encounters in Eltia. Such rumors were merely trifles. However, if possible, he hoped the players would weave a more reasonable connection for him. Arian's pupils dilated in shock. How dare anyone openly discuss him behind the back of the Butcher of the Undead? Was this truly the atmosphere within the Watchers organization? Arian was profoundly astonished. Chapter 81. I wish to file a complaint about discrimination. My lord, I know you took me in because, no. Arian stumbled over her words, attempting to explain, only to become increasingly muddled. Yi Ji shook his head. It's fine. Just consider a story to listen to. No need to take it seriously. The players were notoriously energetic. Although Yi Ji had deliberately established a linguistic barrier between the two parties, he could not discount the possibility of them concocting some peculiar means of communication to gossip with Arian, to preempt any more absurd rumors from arising in the future. It would be best to address the matter openly, allowing the parties involved to mentally prepare themselves. A story? Arian nodded blankly. Your players truly possess an audacious character. Their chaotic manner of handling affairs is bewildering, even more so than the monsters. Is it to imply they are unruly? Yiji smiled and clarified. I will attempt to balance and restrain some of their more reckless behaviors, striving to align their personalities, closer to what you recognize in humanity. Yiji's tone was not entirely certain. The characteristics of the players bore both advantages and disadvantages, and he did not intend to impose excessive restrictions. However, the Watchers organization cannot be solely composed of players. At the very least, they must ensure that newcomers are not frightened away by the seasoned players. Aliana felt a shiver run down her spine. What did it mean to be a human in her understanding? Hence, it seemed players indeed had issues. Was it a manifestation of forbidden magic? She dared not inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Regarding the mission at Edgar's residence, the 3 veteran players exceeded expectations significantly. They constructed a pair of guard posts side by side, leaving the center space for him to recuperate and train. Consequently, the location for players to collect mission items was shifted from the church to Edgar's front yard. The middle of the room was separated by a barrier cabinet, and Yiji personally set up a magical formation for it. All items were placed in the rear half of the room, preventing players from accessing them, thus averting any potential theft by troublesome players. Upon reaching the destination, players flocked eagerly to select mission items. Aliana, recalling her responsibilities, naturally diverted her focus. The red-haired player cheerfully approached the line. However, upon receiving his assigned item, his expression fell instantly. An abandoned stone pickaxe, a damaged bamboo basket that required compensation. Were the mission items truly so shabby? Aliana, shedding her previous timidity before Yiji, rapped the wooden table impatiently, signaling him to either accept the items or depart swiftly, lest he waste the time of other players. Lin Xian and Guoma had long since accepted their missions, standing with arms crossed, observing the distressed newcomers. Lin Xian could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. I had warned them not to fall behind. They brought this upon themselves. Currently, there were only a few mission items available, and once a player used one, it would not refresh its durability. In the days when new players were absent, the 3 of them had already depleted the good items. The first batch of novice players fared relatively well, managing to secure mission items that were barely usable. Those who ran through the rain, failing to follow Lin Xian promptly, will be fortunate to acquire anything usable at all. Guoma shrugged. We have already offered our advice. If they choose to ignore it, there is nothing we can do. Those 2 uncooperative players likely would not become their long-term teammates. The candidates for completing the newcomer guidance mission must be selected from the 3 compliant players. Guoma frowned as he observed the hesitant red-haired player at the front. Aliana had already knocked on the table for the 2nd time to warn him. Was it possible that the newcomers were intentionally making things difficult for the red-haired player? The task he selected involved collecting stone materials, which required a pickaxe and a container for transporting the stones. Guoma distinctly recalled that there were better stone pickaxes in the warehouse, yet none were presented. The basket was a bamboo one. Using it to carry stones was laughable. Is there? Lin Xian asked, puzzled, turning his head. He noticed the red-haired player, under the weight of disapproving gazes, completing his selection of mission items, while another player behind him was also assigned a stone collection task. In the presence of all, Alian produced several superior items. The 2nd player joyfully selected one of the better tools and hastily made off with it. The red-haired player widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wait, can I exchange my item?" This phrase, common among players, was readily understood by Alian. Thus, she graciously consented, of course. Subsequently, she reclaimed the item she had just unveiled. The red-haired player protested, "So I cannot choose the item I just saw?" Alian met his gaze with an impassive expression. Lin Xian, having witnessed the entire scene, fell silent before finally stating, "You are right. Xian does not favor him. It is indeed a blatant act of favoritism." The newcomers seemed to display emotions far more vividly than the 2 veterans, excluding the mascot, Xiao Ming. "I refuse to accept this." The red-haired player stormed towards the barrier, shouting, "I want to file a complaint about your bias." "No need to go that far, really?" Blue Robe interjected, restraining his arm. "We cannot compete with them." "I do not care. I demand fairness." The red-haired player continued to push forward, insisting, "I want a new item." Yiji sat quietly at a wooden table not far behind Alian, observing the farcical display. Is this the result of your training with her? He mused. Just a lesson learned. Despite the raucous atmosphere within the room, Edgar remained composed, sipping his water. His supply of tea had long been depleted, leaving the current watcher destitute. He could only settle for plain water. Expressing one's stance appropriately could facilitate smoother interactions, a conclusion he had drawn after over a week of dealings with players. Otherwise, his sword would have been pilfered countless times by the players. Edgar merely aimed to reassure them that they need not fear the player's ire. He did not anticipate Alien's swift application of this insight, as she promptly conveyed her own stance. In my observation, this ice dragon did not inherit the brutal temperament of a true dragon. Had that player previously provoked her? Perhaps. Yiji found it difficult to ascertain whether it was inappropriate for the followers of the Frost Moon Goddess to be caught unprepared, or if Alien had sensed the discussions of the red-haired player. Before encountering the players, Alien had been quite apprehensive. How quickly had that respect and fear dissipated? It can only be said that these mischievous players possess a unique talent for evoking astonishment. An idea sparked in Yiji's mind. Perhaps this minor episode presented an excellent opportunity to observe the interaction between the natives and the players. With this thought, he became utterly still. Meanwhile, the red-haired player was unable to breach the magical barrier set by Yiji and was left with no choice but to relent. Alien, on the other hand, had reclaimed some higher-quality quest items, subtly hinting at a desire to depart. The blue-robe player exclaimed in shock, "Wait, I have not yet accepted the quest." He displayed no hesitation between sacrificing a friend and a meager ally, forcefully shoving the red-haired player aside, firmly grasping the only remaining item on the table. His gaze exuded unwavering determination. "Sister, I have no connection with this guy, nor do I have any preferences. I believe that shortened pickaxe from earlier is quite suitable for me." The red-haired player wore an expression of incredulity. What a treacherous traitor, selling out a teammate. Chapter 82. The favorability system. The blue-coated player took a step back, distancing himself. "I am not involved. You should keep your distance." Although Alien could not comprehend their words, their actions spoke volumes. She glanced at the two players, who had indeed produced the quest item they had just retrieved, specifically the shortened pickaxe that the blue-coated player had his eyes on. While its quality did not compare to that of the first player, it was certainly superior to that of the red-haired player. The blue-coated player joyfully accepted it. "All right, sister. Rest assured, I am always on the same side as you." Naturally, those with crucial roles were far more significant than temporary allies. "Isn't this astonishing?" Lin Xian exclaimed, his mouth agape. "The favorability system has been implemented?" Garble lowered his arms, his expression serious. "It is likely in the testing phase and has yet to be announced." The two seasoned players exchanged glances before swiftly rushing to Alien's side. "Dear Alien, is there anything we can assist you with? We are the returning ones, burdened with a formidable mission to Eltia. Have you had breakfast?" Their solicitous demeanor left Alien momentarily speechless. Alien thought. The Dawn Knight mentioned that it would facilitate smoother progress in our tasks. Is this what he meant? "And me, beautiful lady, I too carry the weight of unparalleled glory and mission." Before she could process this, the red-haired player joined the fray, grinning broadly as if nothing had transpired. Babbling incomprehensible words, Alien wore a blank expression. Based on her limited vocabulary and their expressions, it was evident that these individuals wished to assist her. But why? Especially the red-haired one, to whom she had just shown disdain. Indeed, the Watchers were a peculiar organization. Meanwhile, the two observers remained in the background. Edgar cautiously set down his cup, mindful that it was one of the last remnants of the Watchers and should not be damaged. "Your players seem to have poor memories?" "They aren't accustomed to being calculative. Rather, this player is simply overly carefree." Yiji sighed. It must be said that the casually written settings, when recited shamelessly by the players, truly evoke a sense of dread. Observing the players before him, their eyes brimming with eagerness, Yiji pondered. Perhaps the next wave should indeed comprise individuals with more temper emotions. One could only wonder what hardships the players had endured in other games, showing such faint reactions to differential treatment. Upon realizing the existence of a favorability system, the previous unpleasantness was swiftly forgotten, and one was filled with exuberance in anticipation of earning favor points. This sight caused Yiji's conscience to ache. Wait a moment, a favorability system. Yiji slapped the table and rose joyfully. Indeed, Why not simply align with the player's expectations and create a favorability system? It is well known that favorability systems in online games are exceedingly unbalanced. One might max out their favorability, but all that can be done is to offer a few handmade gifts during holidays, a trifling return compared to the player's efforts in gathering gifts. Moreover, each could be assigned a favorability value. This currency, in contrast to the necessity of tangible magic coins, yields far greater profit. It could also be utilized to balance other attributes within the game. Perfect. Edgar glanced over in surprise. Who has been unfortunate enough to catch your attention? Oh, nothing. Your assistant seems to be in trouble. Aren't you going to help her? Up ahead. Arian was at a loss for how to react and ultimately decided to bury her head in the sand. The leader had said that when faced with the incomprehensible, one should act as though they neither hear nor see. Edgar did not even furrow his brow. If she cannot handle such a trivial matter, her capabilities are indeed questionable. I suggest you reconsider her approach. Very well, the task is yours. Guiding newcomers is your forte. Yi Ji merely mentioned it in passing, his thoughts not diverging much from Edgar's. What he sought was an ally, not a hindrance. If Arian could not manage the players, her lineage of the Ice Dragon would not be deemed particularly valuable. After all, the Watcher already possessed a pure-blood giant dragon. Yi Ji turned to walk away. The situation among the players appeared relatively stable. He had other matters to attend to and would not continue following along. The more he contemplated the favorability issue, the more ingenious it seemed. Relying solely on values to address players' affinity for nudity was not a viable solution, for it obscured the true purpose of the values. Xiaoming's lack of understanding regarding currency value could also be elegantly resolved. Each individual expresses their favor at different stages, akin to distinct forms of currency. Setting the favorability to be limitless would allow for unrestricted expenditure, sufficient to activate this true glutton of a Watcher. Among the players, Arian's rigid responses left them rather disappointed. The first to abandon hope was the character known as Garble. It seems the favorability system is still incomplete and lacks dedicated quests. Lin Xian turned to leave. Let us disperse, with two veteran players echoing the sentiment. Even the novice players found it uninteresting and broke off to pursue their own quests. After some deliberation, Garble chose a new player to guide, specifically a red-haired one. Lin Xian opted for a player in a blue coat. They parted ways at the entrance, each leading their respective novice players to undertake their tasks. Garble took the hedgehog to clear out the remaining dilapidated houses in Sweetwater Town. The hedgehog was the red-haired player, whose full name was Spiky Hedgehog. In recent days, the timber surrounding the town, regardless of size, has been entirely felled by 3 seasoned players. To seek stone materials, one must venture farther afield. Considering the time spent traversing back and forth, this task can hardly be deemed cost-effective for newcomers. Conversely, demolishing the abandoned houses in town to extract stone has emerged as a commendable undertaking. Glitch, having reached level 4, possesses a slightly superior constitution compared to the novices. Nevertheless, in order to assist the newcomers, he accepted the same task as Hedgehog. Along the way, Glitch elucidated the nuances of the game while instructing him on how to dismantle the houses, ensuring the integrity of the stone was maximally preserved. Hedgehog listened intently, his mind racing with the complexities of this hardcore game. Are we truly demolishing houses? How could you engage in such an endeavor, Glitch? I found a guide online. Glitch replied, his focus unwavering as he continued to strike the wall. Soon, fragments of stone flew about. With a vigorous push, an 80-centimeter long, rectangular stone block tumbled to the ground. Ah, this piece is well preserved, Glitch remarked. Just 2 days prior, they had meticulously researched the various aspects necessary for house construction. Once familiarized, these tasks proved quite manageable. Incredible. This is actually feasible? Hedgehog exclaimed, eyes wide as he gazed at the stone block. What sort of technique is this, where each strike merely dislodges the adhesive from the wall? He rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, let me give it a try. Chapter 83. Team Invitation. Yi Ji's rapid progression. Despite Hedgehog's exuberant personality, he surprisingly exhibited high efficiency in his tasks, keeping pace with Glitch and nearly matching the least adept of the 3 seasoned players. Glitch observed with increasing satisfaction, particularly after learning through conversation that Hedgehog was a combat player, inspiring him to consider inviting him to join their ranks. Thus, during the midday break, Glitch broached the subject directly. Join us? Are you 3 seasoned players planning to establish a guild? Hedgehog nearly choked on the water in his mouth, coughing. Why choose me? Could it be that his intriguing spirit had captivated the attention of the veteran players on the very first day? Glitch handed him a sweet fruit, not concealing his intentions. We have fully explored Sweetwater Town and plan to form a small team for external expeditions. Currently, we are in need of a frontline tank. He added, the guild feature has yet to be implemented within the game, so there is no rush. For now, we are collaborating on a voluntary, temporary basis. If you choose to join us, we will provide more detailed strategies beyond the novice guidance tasks. At this juncture, Glitch paused, then supplemented, including the selection of first-level magical skills and the application of training techniques. Skill strategies. Hedgehog's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, I accept. That was quick. Glitch was taken aback. Aren't you going to ponder a moment? He had yet to finish stating his conditions. No need. You are seasoned players of the first tier. Surely, associating with you will ensure a fruitful journey. Hedgehog grinned widely. Given the assistance you provide in swiftly advancing through the preliminary stages, I am certainly inclined to join. Moreover, from the morning spent with the enigmatic character, it is apparent that their personality aligns well with his own. Additionally, he is acquainted with another veteran streamer. Following their lead, he harbors no concerns. Ultimately, this would alleviate the need for excessive discourse, and the enigmatic character nods, reiterating the point. We intend to secure a position in the foremost tier of progress. Thus, the expectations for members' online duration are quite substantial, accompanied by mandatory tasks. Are you amenable to this? Absolutely. After all, this is a virtual reality game, and I eagerly anticipate logging in daily. The hedgehog readily agrees. It is only at this moment that he realizes something is amiss. What shall we name our guild, or rather, our team? The enigmatic character pauses, contemplating. We have yet to select a name. Previously, with just 3 players, there seemed little necessity for one. They had allowed this matter to slip their minds. Once we log off, I will invite you into the group, and we can discuss it then. Sounds splendid. Naming is my forte, the hedgehog exclaims with uncontained excitement. The enigmatic character struggles to swallow the sweet fruit, casting another glance at the hedgehog. Perhaps he mutters softly to himself. What did you say? The hedgehog inquires, not having heard clearly. Oh, nothing. The enigmatic character brushes off the moment, rising from his seat. Have you finished eating and resting? We aim to elevate you to level 2 today. The hedgehog's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. Absolutely. He quickly scrambles to keep up. Though some pain sensations are dulled, he can still feel the aches throughout his body. But what does it matter? After all, it is merely the body of a game character. As long as he cannot perish, he shall exert himself to the utmost. Yi climbs to the top of the church, finding a spot to conceal himself. As the tallest structure in the quaint town, the church's summit offers a panoramic view. He holds a quill, diligently documenting the forthcoming game framework and the development of the affinity system. Occasionally, he gazes down at the bustling players below, remotely monitoring their equipment to adjust the data on their game panels. Fortunately, he is not an actual intermediate mage. While the complexities of mental strain are considerable, they do not impede his ability to discern the individuals within the town's confines. This multitasking is merely cumbersome, not impossible. However, continuing in this manner is not a sustainable approach. Yi wearily sets down his quill. The task of actualizing the game panel data must be prioritized. He activates the control panel, observing the features that boast power values in the thousands. He finally comprehends the allure that such divine power holds for the deities. Thankfully, matters are on the right track. With no troublesome newcomers among the new players, everything proceeds smoothly. Just then, a youthful voice of indignation resonates from below. Yi looks down to see Xiao Ming, with hands so diminutive they are nearly invisible, struggling to grasp the edge of the church's eaves. The entire orb was covered in a layer of dust against the wall, its radiance considerably dimmed. Having hung there for an extended period, it appeared to be on the verge of falling, swaying precariously in the air. Yi grasped its ethereal threads of light with a benevolent heart, lifting it up. What brings you here, and in such a state? Yi mused, scrutinizing the pale golden sphere that floated before him. Xiao Ming's surface began to flush, indignantly retorting. Floating is not the same as flying. All my divine power is in your possession. To float unaided at a height of 3 meters is quite remarkable. Yet, to reach the church's rooftop, I must still climb. Shaking its head, it continued, No, that is not why I came to find you. Can you manage your undead kin? The dark creatures are cunning. I nearly lost track of the conversation. Two of the undead have been persistently hounding me, and I cannot shake them off. It infuriates me. Oh, I shall not be bestowing any more magical coins upon you. You may as well give up, Yi Ji replied coldly, realizing its thoughts had been laid bare. Xiao Ming's form dimmed further. This time, I promise not to squander the magical coins. Did you not suggest I undertake more tasks? Without the skeletal copper coins you create, the undead simply won to engage. After experiencing the considerate services of players, it found itself unable to forget. Having waited so long for new players, Xiao Ming had already devised a plan. First, it intended to refurbish the statue, replacing the wretched goddess with the most handsome and valiant avatar of the radiant god. Oral Lushian, it also sought to renovate the entire church. Not merely refurbish, but to reconstruct. It aimed to expel all the undead, transforming the church into its own solitary palace. The more Xiao Ming contemplated, the more exhilarated it became, its tiny eyes gleaming like miniature flashlights, nearly betraying its thoughts upon its face. Yi Ji gazed at it, speechless. I will not approve any tasks concerning alterations to the church's layout. Do not forget that any tasks must pass through my hands first. The rewards can be whatever the other party wishes, but the tasks themselves will be strictly monitored. Yi Ji was preparing to issue a further warning. He cautioned Xiao Ming not to incessantly refer to players as the undead. While this race may excel in deceit, it was unwise to expose their key secrets so openly. If Xiao Ming did not amend its ways, it would likely remain confined to the Sweetwater Town Church for its entire life, devoid of external encounters. But just then, the sky darkened ominously, the recently rain-soaked heavens once again shrouded by heavy clouds. A buzzing, resonant tremor echoed in Yi Ji's mind. The magical fluctuations in the air grew chaotic and tumultuous, like an unseen storm converging entirely upon Yi Ji's direction. The power within him began to surge. The esteemed high sorcerer, mage, archmage, and mentor, Yi Ji, knelt with one hand pressed against the ground, his feather quill inadvertently slipping from his grasp. Damn it! He uttered a curse with great difficulty, struggling to suppress the surging power within him. His countenance bore no trace of joy, only a grimace. It was the divine resurrection ritual, and it arrived at his most vulnerable moment. Chapter 84. Yi Ji shattered into fragments in the sky. Dark clouds churned at the edges, forming bizarre whirlpools and distorted patterns. The conspicuous changes immediately captured the attention of the players. Why is it raining again? Oh, today's thunderclouds are quite peculiar, moving about like a heavenly tribulation. With a resounding crash, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, striking the ground not far from them. The immense column of light illuminated the entirety of Sweetwater Town. The players fell silent for a moment, standing in awe. Could it truly be a heavenly tribulation? Goodness, what a spectacular effect. It seems to have struck near the church. Let's go take a look. Are you not afraid of being caught in the lightning? Death is but a minor inconvenience. After all, I haven't accumulated enough magic coins yet. Perhaps I might get a free resurrection opportunity. That's a valid point. The players discarded their belongings and raced towards the church. Meanwhile, at the center of the church, the radiant light was not the heavenly tribulation the players imagined. It was not even lightning. However, the tremendous energy impact sent Xiao Ming soaring several meters into the air, nearly causing him to plummet from the church's rooftop. The pale golden sphere rolled several times on the roof before clumsily regaining its footing. Gazing upward with disbelief, it murmured to itself, "The power of the sea god Circinus? How could he manifest here?" Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. It anxiously flew toward the epicenter of the descending white light, its voice unconsciously tinged with concern. "Undead, are you all right?" Yi Ji's skeletal frame creaked under the unbearable strain, reminiscent of a decrepit fan on the verge of collapse. He labored to part his jaw. "Do I seem okay?" Alas, he could not finish his sentence. The rampant force within him surged once more, compelling him to focus all his energy on resisting it, only to succumb further. His injuries had not healed, and in terms of power, he was no match for the divine energy emanating from the white light. The divine force rampaged through Yi Ji's body, as if intent on tearing apart and reconstituting every inch of his bones. No, it was not merely a semblance. It was indeed dismembering his bones. The sounds of his skeletal structure cracking echoed painfully. each bone twisted and pulled by invisible hands, ultimately unable to withstand strain, crumbling into fragments. His skull was also riddled with fissures, and the soul fire within his eye sockets dimmed as it struggled in despair. Undead, Xiaoming cried out in anguish, "Don't die. If you perish, I shall accompany you in death." It frantically twisted and turned, attempting to gather Yi Ji's shattered bones, striving to return them to their original state, even creating afterimages in its haste. Yet, how could broken bones ever be fully restored? Each time it managed to piece them together, more bones crumbled into fragments, overwhelming its efforts. Tears, as pale as gold, dripped onto Yi Ji's remains. Xiaoming wept for itself, a mere juvenile deity, unwilling to embrace death. It spoke as though addressing Yi Ji, yet simultaneously sought to reassure itself. "Oh, spirit, are you not capable of conjuring the undead? Surely there exists a way for you to revive yourself?" When the players arrived, what they beheld was akin to a localized hailstorm, with skeletal remains cascading from the church's roof. Against the backdrop of an inky black sky, the scene was eerily surreal. The hedgehog cried out in terror, "It's over. The faction leader has perished." "What a calamity!" the old man exclaimed, unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Lin Xian caught two bones in midair, only to discover they were fragments of fingers. "Do not despair. Old Yi is a spirit and should be able to reassemble." Yet as he spoke, the bones in his grasp shattered into 4 pieces. Lin Xian mused, perhaps. Moments later, cracks began to appear anew upon the bones. He decided it best to remain silent. The old man leaned in, lamenting, "This is utterly shattered. It's nearly reduced to dust." Amidst the chaotic turmoil and uncertainty, a resonant hum pierced the air, clear and distinct. Then, Lin Xian witnessed a scene that had lingered in his memory for many years, one that he could never forget. A radiant beam of white sword light emerged, cleaving through the sky and soaring towards the clouds. The light first diminished to a fine line in Lin Xian's vision, before gradually expanding at a deliberate pace, slicing through the tumultuous black clouds. As it nearly spanned the entirety of the darkened sky, the patterns within the sword light shimmered and erupted with a thunderous explosion. From the grand sword light burst forth countless smaller beams, akin to shooting stars, which swiftly tore through the clouds. The heavens regained their azure hue, sunlight cascading once more upon the earth. Edgar, stepping upon the first rays of light, appeared before all. He stored his broken sword in a spatial pocket and gazed up at Lin Xian from afar. His eyes, devoid of sorrow or joy, coupled with the radiant pillar above, resembled those of a compassionate deity. In Lin Xian's mind, 2 words resonated, dawn. He looked down to see the fragments of finger bones in his hand, which had ceased their fracturing. All of this transpired within the span of mere seconds, leaving the players in a state of shock, rendered motionless in disbelief. Edgar could not help but furrow his brow. "What are you dawdling for? He still has a chance. Quickly collect his bones." His words shattered the solemn atmosphere that had just enveloped them. Realizing his outburst, he murmured to himself, "Right? You mentioned the need to assign tasks to the players before they would take action." With practiced ease, he opened his panel. An urgent task notification, bright red and impossible to ignore, appeared before everyone's eyes, awakening the players from their stupor. Yes. Save old Yi. Rescue my internal testing quota. Who is a sack? I found half a head. I do. Coming right away." The hedgehog attempted to climb onto the church, calling out behind him. Someone lent a hand. There might still be old Ye's bones on the roof. Ouch. What was that? The hedgehog clutched his head, staring at the bones that had fallen upon him, only to look up and lock eyes with Xiaoming, who was perched on the eaves. The game icon, the mascot goddess? Xiaoming, unable to comprehend the player's language, busily transported Yi Ji's bones, dropping them all onto the hedgehog. In a flurry, the hedgehog tried to catch them below. "Hey, slow down, dear lady. I can barely keep up." Chapter 85. The Awakening of the Sea God Selkanus. Most of the remaining bones were cracked, as if they might splinter further at any moment. The hedgehog could only do his best to catch them midair to avoid further injury. However, Xiaoming's speed was relentless. He found himself on the verge of tumbling from the wall. Yet, having Xiaoming assist was beneficial, significantly accelerating the collection of Yi Ji's fragments. "There's still one more," the elder declared, clutching a bone from a part he could not identify, racing towards the church entrance. There! The ground was strewn with white bones, as if it were a makeshift market. Garble counted the bones on the ground. 321, 322, 501, 633. It seems we have gathered them all. Even if some are still missing, it can't be by much. Lin Xian frowned in disbelief. Is it truly possible for the bones of a human body to cover such a vast area? The hedgehog scratched his head. Can someone please tell me what on earth happened? He had just been listening to Garble's explanation about the camp leader's powers, comparable to that of the game, when suddenly, the camp leader exploded. What kind of plot twist is this? Did no one have any idea? The players exchanged glances, questioning if they would still be standing there in confusion if they knew the answer. The fish pond expressed doubt, given the state of his remains. Are you certain he is still alive? As for the matters of the continent of Eltia, let us not concern ourselves, the elder waved dismissively. No matter the reason, it's certainly better than the camp leader blowing up and the game shutting down on the spot. He turned to Edgar, whose expression was grave, feeling a knot tighten in his stomach. Say, old Ed, you don't think Oldie is really gone, do you? Edgar suddenly regained his focus, shaking his head. Such a minor injury cannot possibly prove fatal. It will merely exacerbate Yi Ji's predicament slightly. What weighs on his mind is the deeper implications revealed by this divine descent ritual. The players collectively exclaimed. You call this a minor injury? Edgar then crouched down, declaring, leave the rest to me. Once I have reassembled the body, Yi can resolve the remaining issues on her own. He sifted through a heap of bones, occasionally extracting a piece. Before long, he had successfully pieced together 2 fingers. Grandfather Fei's mouth fell agape. The proficiency is almost heart-wrenching. Lin Xian, his forehead lined with frustration, remarked, does he have to make jokes at a time like this? Mimicking Edgar's posture, he bent down and gestured amidst the bones. I studied human anatomy a bit before. I should be of assistance. I'll help too. Langma followed suit and squatted down. The human skeleton had been etched in his mind since he entered the military academy. Then, I shall join in as well. Grandfather Fei seized 2 bones, attempting to find differences, treating it as a casual puzzle. The seasoned players promptly expressed their intentions to assist. Naturally, the new players were not to be outdone, all rushing forward to lend a hand. When Yi Ji's body was finally reassembled, Edgar distributed the magical gold coins as a reward for the task. Yet, none of them departed. It was evident that this was a hidden storyline. Only a fool would leave. Thus, when Yi Ji awoke from the chaos, still not fully aware of her own physical condition, she was met with a circle of fuzzy heads above her. Yi Ji, the players were even more excited than she was. It's alive. The flames in her eye sockets ignited. She truly lives. Another player leaned in, flashing a peace sign. Hey, old Yi, how many fingers do I have here? You're awake now. You're a girl. Lin Xian urged the players to step back. Shh, quiet down. Don't shatter old Yi. As the only renowned gaming blogger beneath the divine, his words carried weight. The other players nodded in agreement, retreating and slowing their breaths, as if Yi Ji were fragile porcelain. Struggling to sit up from the bed, Yi Ji surveyed her surroundings. It was the resting place for players when they logged off. The ground was covered with the resilient fabric they had purchased for 10 magical gold coins. A bit hard, she assessed. In addition to the players, Xiao Ming, Edgar, and Elian were also present. Your injuries are quite severe. It's best not to stray too far from the magical power node. I had them bring you here, Edgar said, handing her a small vial of gemstone blue potion, no larger than 2 thumbs. This final vial of Death's Whisper should restore your ability to speak. Xiao Ming hesitated to approach, fearing the clash of divine and undead traits might worsen her condition. His voice brimmed with concern. How do you feel now? Please don't die. Yi Ji poured the magical potion over her head, the potion's effects provoking a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough. It seems I won't die just yet. His voice carried a tone of frailty and hoarseness. Moreover, who adjusted my hand bones, as they are reversed? Behind the wall, the elder, who eavesdropped, was startled. Impossible. I have compared it several times. Haha, what is happening? Being caught unable to distinguish left from right? The fish pond scoffed mercilessly. After laughing, he turned to meet every gaze in the room. Suddenly, he became the center of attention despite his diminutive stature. The fish pond made a gesture as if zipping his lips. I shall say no more. Edgar turned to inquire. Shall we let them leave first? His reason for waiting until Yi Ji awoke to ask was to allow Yi Ji to make his own decision. The other players grew anxious. How could crucial plot developments avoid the players? A myriad of arms reached out from behind, covering the mouths of the elder and the fish pond. Lin Xian swiftly assured. Rest assured, the two of them are under our control. We will not make a sound. As they spoke, they unanimously retreated to the wall corner, as if stepping out of certain range would convince Yi Ji of their non-existence. Yi Ji's previously dismal mood unexpectedly brightened slightly. The absurd players truly lived up to their reputation. Let them stay. Someone must understand what transpired. The effects of the demon were gradually absorbed by Yi Ji, and his speech became increasingly fluent. Xiao Ming darted to the forefront of Yi Ji, his tone urgent. Indeed, what exactly happened just now? Why did the sea god Circinus's divine power fall upon you? It possesses the memories of the god of light, and cannot be mistaken. That is undoubtedly the sea god's divine power. Could it be that Yi Ji is the chosen one of the sea god? No, wait. Xiao Ming immediately shook his head in denial. If the other party were chosen one of another deity, it would have recognized at the moment of contact. It could not possibly include him within the realm of the god of light's inheritors. Yi Ji adjusted his reversed hands and chuckled softly. Narrow-mindedness. Do you think the use of divine power is limited to bestowing blessings on chosen ones? The use of divine power? Xiao Ming echoed, suddenly stiffening. It didn't even have time to ponder how Yi Ji had discerned its thoughts, staring up in shock. The resurrection ritual of the deity. Sarah has to rely on your body to revive. Correct guess, no reward. Confirming that there was not a single drop of potion left in the bottle. Yi Ji set it aside, a hint of regret in his eyes. Now, their reserves of magic potions were critically low as well. Truly, the weak are constantly startled. Every step leads to a dead end. Xiao Ming could not accept this at all. Its fur bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could this be? You possess no divine rank of the sea god, nor are you a willing sacrificial offering. How could he revive within you? Why does the sea god show signs of resurrection while the god of light does not? What is your relationship with Circinus? Chapter 86. The Fate of the Siren Claire. A member of the Watchers, why should I answer your question? Yizei retorted. If the activation of the sacrifice requires voluntary consent, wouldn't that be quite a blow to the god's dignity? Xiao Ming hesitated mid-air, realizing that it lacked the standing to negotiate at all. It had been outmaneuvered by Yi Ji. Setting aside the irritable Xiao Ming, Yi Ji skillfully imposed silence and restricted its movements. Such was the tyranny of a one-sided contract. Even in his weakened state, unable to stand, Yi Ji could still exert control over Xiao Ming with ease. Through his probing, he discovered that the memories possessed by the entity were indeed woefully scant, likely even less than the legacy memories received at the birth of the gods. No wonder its intellect resembled that of a 4- or 5-year-old child. Having confirmed its identity, Yi Ji decided to temporarily disregard it. His immediate concern was to conclude the monologue that the players could not comprehend, offering them substantial narrative content to enhance their motivation for leveling up and completing quests. These matters were not to be divulged to Aliyin just yet, so Yi Ji gently suggested that she take her leave. Aliyin surveyed the unmoving crowd, her expression awkward, yet she understood Yi Ji's caution. As a half-freed individual bound by a 50-year servitude contract, it was indeed unwise for her to be privy to such profound knowledge. For the sake of both parties involved, without uttering a word, she quietly closed the door as she departed. At that moment, Yi Ji turned his gaze toward Edgar. Edgar sighed and began his introduction. The sea god Celcanus, one of the earliest deities to ascend to godhood, is among the 13 ancient gods and the husband of the water goddess Eileen Alvis. Despite being a new god, he is a staunch representative of the ancient pantheon, and coupled with the authority willingly shared by his consort, he embodies the essence of the ancient gods even more so than she. He is also referred to as the Lord of Tides and the King of the Seas, revered as the creator deity of the Siren clan. His birth year remains unknown, but he perished in the divine war 6 centuries ago, and his divine form has since vanished. Only the trident, once his weapon, remains, venerated by the Sirens through the ages. Utilizing a divine artifact to channel divine power is far more efficient than relying on a shattered divine essence, making it easier to absorb faith. Considering the passage of time, the Sirens must have amassed sufficient divine power to conduct a resurrection ceremony for their deity. Yi Ji continued, creating a new god from nothing is the most extravagant use of divine power, with the highest probability of failure. The optimal choice is to seek a vessel with high compatibility for the resurrected deity. Unfortunately, I am that chosen vessel, or rather, I have achieved a compatibility of 100 with all gods. Any deity, ancient or new, wishing to revive may occupy this body. However, having not yet fully lived, I am understandably reluctant to relinquish my body to another. Hence, the struggle for control over my form with a white light just now. The resurrection ceremony is indeed exceedingly domineering. Though the success rate is remarkable, regardless of the outcome, the chosen vessel for the deity is doomed to perish. The only solution lies in forcefully expelling this power from the outset, preventing it from altering and assimilating with the body. Ah, an exceptional furnace. The hedgehog exclaimed. A perfect compatibility rate. Doesn't that denote a furnace physique? No, it should be termed a possession physique. The fishpond retorted, striking his knee. Yiji remarked, "Thank you, well said," but refrained from further commentary next time. He resolutely disregarded the players' voices and continued his explanation. Several similar divine resurrection rituals had transpired before, this being the fifth and the most catastrophic one, Edgar added. In the previous most calamitous instance, Yiji had shattered into over 300 pieces. Yiji nodded, generously praising, "By the way, it is largely thanks to the illustrious Dawn Knight's intervention. Had Edgar not acted, I would likely have continued to fracture." Although Yiji had survived thus far, it was unlikely he would perish in such a distant resurrection ritual. Yet, once the number of shattered bones reached 4 digits, this body would be rendered utterly useless, compelling Yiji to seek possession of beings even lower than the undead. Upon reflection, only slimes remained. "I cannot bear your praise," Edgar replied with a serious expression, then questioned him. "Even if the development of the deep-sea cult is unforeseen, you cannot be without resistance. What transpired amidst the white light? Had it not been for Yiji's rapid collapse, he would not have intervened." "Ahem, let us discuss this matter later." Yiji coughed discreetly, covering his mouth. "I recall you mentioning that Claire's absence was due to her returning to the merfolk to prevent the divine ceremony. The merfolk are staunch supporters of Selkanus, coinciding with the revival ceremony of the sea god. It is highly probable they initiated the resurrection ritual." Edgar nodded with difficulty. "The timing of the divine ceremony she informed me about indeed falls within these days. Claire returned to her kin with the intent to halt the ceremony. Now that the ritual is proceeding smoothly, she has not sent any warnings or alerts. Claire is likely in grave danger." "Not necessarily," Yiji quickly countered. "There may be complications on Claire's end, but she is surely still alive." The descent of the white light was swift, leaving Yiji with no time to evade. However, the subsequent power was feeble, clearly indicating the ritual had reached its climax when an unexpected incident occurred. Since Edgar confirmed Claire's whereabouts, Yiji is willing to believe that the final anomaly was indeed Claire's intervention. "During the period from your unconsciousness to your awakening, I received no distress signals from Claire," Edgar stated. Yiji replied, "Perhaps she is trapped somewhere, her movements constrained?" He raised his hand and gently patted Edgar's shoulder. "Young man, do not be so obstinate. Think positively. Perhaps she is simply waiting for us to find her." Edgar silently drew the silver-white longsword that had recently succumbed to overwhelming pressure, now snapped in two. The blade had long lost its former luster, the edges uneven, and the gemstones embedded in the hilt were nowhere to be found. He then lifted his gaze to Yiji, whose very movement was a struggle. With pure bewilderment, he inquired, "Only relying on us?" Yiji remained silent. Chapter 87. Players divided into several paths. It was heart-wrenching. The black sorcerers capable of silencing a child's cries, the knights renowned for single-handedly purging high-risk magic nests, were now rendered powerless. Given their current physical state, it was uncertain whether they could even evade the church's surveillance and reach the misty sea, let alone rescue anyone. After a prolonged silence, Yiji, under the curious stares of the players, forcibly redirected the conversation. "Having dreams is never a mistake. Claire is in trouble, and we cannot simply stand by. Once the defenses of Sweetwater Town are fortified enough to withstand the winter's magical tide, we shall immediately set forth to the misty sea to find her." Little did he anticipate that within merely half a month, the roles of rescue would be reversed. The divine power bestowed by the resurrection ceremony was peculiarly abundant. Concerning such a significant matter of divine revival, Yiji felt compelled to personally visit the Sea Witch. However, prior to that, he needed ample time to heal sufficiently to leave Sweetwater Town. He could only hope that Claire was indeed alive and had successfully concealed herself, waiting for their rescue. Yizi Sikit Despondenti. The destructive force of the sea god's power was overwhelming. He required rest and recuperation. Then, he turned his attention to the players loitering at the door. Grandpa Can Fly was squatting in the corner, eager to continue hearing the tale of the new character, Claire. With a puzzled expression, he urged, "What's the matter? Please go on. Who exactly is Claire? What is the divine sacrifice ceremony? Where is the misty sea? Is it a newly developed map? Do clarify." Lin Xian stood up, bracing against the wall, shaking his numb legs. Let us go, let us go. If he says he needs to rest, it must be the conclusion of the plot. Is it? Grandpa Can Fly questioned skeptically. As he turned around, he coincidentally encountered Edgar rising to usher them out, echoing Yiji's previous reasoning. The players, of course, were reluctant. What if there were hidden plot lines yet to unfold? However, how could mere players, not even aspiring magicians, stand against Edgar? They were all half forced out of the church. Only Lin Xian had anticipated this, leading Grandpa Can Fly and the glitch to depart voluntarily, preserving the dignity of the seasoned players. Bang! The church doors were shut firmly from within. The 9 players stood bewildered in the evening breeze. Fish Pond pushed against the door with all his might, but it remained steadfast. Wait. So we're not even allowed back into the church? Grandpa Can Fly stroked his chin thoughtfully. Does this mean we must find our own place to log off before old Yi recovers? The hedgehog attempted to assist in pushing the door, yet there was still no response. The grand door seemed as if it had been sealed shut, immovable in the slightest. This was unexpected. Had they not mentioned that the faction leader was gravely injured? Why, then, the sudden territorial dispute? Unsure, Lin Xian speculated that perhaps old Yi was indeed gravely wounded. However, the save point was situated inside, and it could not remain locked indefinitely. Perhaps it would be accessible again shortly. As it became evident that entry was impossible, the players' enthusiasm began to wane. Let us disperse. Off to complete our quests. I refuse to believe I cannot enter today. I'll climb through the window. Each player entertained their own thoughts, and without much hesitation, they set off to pursue their individual endeavors. Lin Xian held no particular fixation on entering the church. He led the other seasoned players to a dilapidated house nearby, one that still bore a semblance of safety. Besides the 3 veteran players, a newcomer, a hedgehog, had joined them. The hedgehog waved confidently high. Lin Xian turned to the garbled character. Why did you bring him along? I wanted him to join our team. So I brought him to show you, the garbled character explained. Old Master Can Fly, he exclaimed, enthusiastically patting the hedgehog on the shoulder. Great. Finally, we have a newcomer. Are you also a combat player? What is your specialization? A warrior, which perfectly addresses our need for a frontline presence, the garbled character introduced. However, as the game had just launched, it was premature to discuss specializations. The battle system was yet to be thoroughly explored, and everything remained subject to change. The hedgehog nodded vigorously. I have no specific demands regarding the battle system. I just want to be on the front lines. I've played healer, assassin, and warrior in other games, and I excelled in all, focusing on not being hindered by version changes. Impressive. We need a powerhouse like you, Old Master remarked, giving a thumbs up. Speaking of newcomers, Lin Xian recalled an old acquaintance among the 9 players. By the way, where's Fizi? Didn't he mention wanting to join our team before going online? Him, Old Master said, grimacing slightly. That lad has unlocked a special race, and his temperament has changed dramatically. He has gone off to pursue his own quests. He thinks leveling up with us is too slow and intends to go solo, even claiming he'll surpass us to become the first tier. Old Master then recounted the morning's events in detail, including the advantages and disadvantages of dwarves, as well as the incident where he flaunted his friend's information. Upon hearing the conclusion, the hedgehog burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the all-round male deity, even deceiving the game developers. If he were around a century ago, he'd make an excellent spy. The garbled character frowned in contemplation. Such a ruse cannot last long, can it? With so few players in the game, it would be quite simple to discern any anomalies with Yutong. The game itself is aware of the parameters. It's likely that a specialized and challenging task will arise. If Yutong fails to deliver one tea that expose him, Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Such matters were for him to resolve. Perhaps a confession might yield a more favorable outcome. During the game's beta registration, players often embellish their skills, a tacit understanding among them. However, the game is exceedingly hardcore. Lin Xian harbors grave doubts about whether the gaming company genuinely considers the skills players submit during registration. If that were the case, it could lead to serious repercussions, leaving it to the company to determine how to address the situation. He has known Yu Tang for 2 or 3 years, though they have never met in person. Nonetheless, Yu Tang possesses a commendable character and decent gaming skills, albeit with an excessive fixation on assisting female players. It seems he has been disheartened by the superficial attributes of his character, resorting to skill to compensate for his appearance. Given the peculiarities of the dwarf race, he might indeed have a chance to surpass expectations. Lin Xian's gaze reflected envy. To be born with 2 inherent talents that are both versatile and progressive, what extraordinary luck must that be? Why has he never encountered such fortune? What does physical unattractiveness matter? It is merely a distinctive trait. Perhaps within the dwarf race, Yu Tang is considered quite handsome. The hedgehog nodded in agreement. Indeed, having an innate favorability towards the dwarf faction is simply delightful. Besides having a character that could potentially be deleted at any moment, that already qualifies as an extraordinarily fortunate start. Garble cleared his throat. While some are exerting effort, we must not relax. Let us first analyze the recently updated storyline. Relying on blindly completing tasks to become a top-tier player is akin to hoping for luck like Yu Tang's. Most games involve creating a version, saving it, and then updating it. The content for the next version is likely already prepared, with relevant clues concealed within the fragments of dialogue. Since they intend to venture forth to explore new frontiers, they must familiarize themselves with the impending version's content and prepare accordingly. Chapter 88. Predictions for the new map. The houses, abandoned for decades, have long since succumbed to erosion. Portions of the stone walls have crumbled, revealing damp interiors, with moss and vines thriving in the crevices and mold appearing in some areas. For players sat on rough stone slabs, forming a circle in the corner. Lin Xian spoke first. As a gaming blogger, he had already developed a systematic approach to the narrative's focus. Firstly, there were enhanced background settings concerning deities, with the gods of Eltia divided into camps, broadly categorized into ancient and new gods. While there is a rift between the camps, it is not insurmountable. For instance, the sea god and water god are married, even capable of sharing authority. Yi Fei clicked his tongue. Is this what they call property sharing? The gods seem to be quite enamored with one another. I shall add a point. Garble continued from where he left off, suggesting that the distinction between ancient and new gods likely pertains to the timeline of their ascension. Lin Xian noted, the ancient gods are easy to understand. It is the new gods that are perplexing. The hedgehog suddenly sat up straight. What if we reach max level and become gods? Goodness, would that mean veteran players at the divine level? Well, the new players then. Yi Fei spoke dismissively, yet his legs betrayed him, shaking with anticipation. His tone was filled with excitement. In the end, will we truly be able to create worlds in this game? The character named Chaos shook his head in disapproval. That's too far-fetched. I find it doubtful. Lin Xian nodded. If players could all become deities, there would conservatively be tens of thousands of gods within the game. During guild wars, they would undoubtedly obliterate the world. And let us not forget, we are part of the anti-god faction, he added. The characters Grandpa can fly and Hedgehog suddenly deflated. Sigh, how disheartening. Even in a game, I can't fully realize my dreams. Lin Xian lamented, feeling a heavy sense of disappointment. To dream of becoming a deity while still unable to leave the town gate seems far too ambitious. The truth about the god faction is of little importance. Lin Xian traced a few lines on the dust-covered wall, sketching 2 symbols resembling the ancient and new god factions. He then connected both to a circle below. Taking out a magic coin, he pressed it firmly onto the circle, resulting in the imprint of a skull. The crux is that, since there are factions, there must be irreconcilable conflicts. Yet, concerning the matter of Old Yi, they are remarkably unanimous. Hedgehog pondered. I believe it's simply an issue of Old Yi's constitution. Lin Xian replied. That doesn't hold water. Don't most deities embody the principle of universal love? Why is there not a single god expressing dissent? Grandpa Can Fly remarked. It's quite simple. If they truly loved humanity, we wouldn't be in the opposing faction. Besides, who says gods cannot be fearful of death? Hedgehog grimaced at the notion of a god afraid of death. A deity that is both valuable and cowardly. Could the gods in this game be malevolent? Grandpa Can Fly shot him a sidelong glance. You're only just realizing this? The sea god's ability to resurrect old Yi from afar indicates that his constitution is exceptionally suited for possession, an exceedingly rare trait. This is hardly a good omen. After expressing his thoughts, Hedgehog began to revel in schadenfreude. I can hardly wait for the day when a player with such a constitution arrives. It will be utterly hilarious. Perhaps each resurrection will merely lead to another demise, or they might find themselves revived, only to discover that other gods are utilizing their former body, resulting in a comical scenario of them battling themselves, likely to lose. The two engaged in a lively discussion about the myriad possibilities this constitution could entail, deeming it akin to an insider's trait, an invaluable weapon for slaughtering teams. Lin Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. He sensed that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. It wasn't merely the gods' unanimous stance. A constitution capable of accommodating all gods for possession inherently raises suspicion. From his vast gaming experience, he surmised that this setup could very well foreshadow the final battle. Through permissions, Yi Ji observed the players discussing the situation from a distance, smiling. Regrettably, players will never possess such a constitution, for the so-called possession trait simply does not exist. It took Yi Ji several centuries to unravel this truth, focusing on the essence of the soul and self-awareness. The players arrived in Eltia as mere fragments of spiritual projections, devoid of complete souls. The gods certainly would not take possession of lifeless chairs. Lin Xian remained troubled by Yi Ji's constitution and the attitudes of the deities. However, this time, even the garbled text did not stand by his side. It seemed merely a construct formed by luck, perhaps to enhance the background narrative. The garbled text comfortingly patted his shoulder. Such matters could be deliberated upon when we encounter divine-level power. Indeed, Lin Xian sighed, realizing he had been overthinking. Even if there were issues, they would not affect their current actions. He revitalized himself and began discussing the more immediate storyline. Additionally, there was an update on a new map, the Misty Sea, which likely belonged to the realm once ruled by the sea god Circinus. Furthermore, a member of their faction, Claire, was still there. Judging by the name, she should be a female. The garbled text stated uncertainly. A female? The one who can fly repeated. Suddenly recalling something, he excitedly patted his thigh. I remember now. I always felt I had heard that name somewhere. The background music of the promotional video featured a singer named Claire. The hedgehog couldn't help but clench his fists. It seems indeed true. I specifically checked the final production team. He was lured into the game by that promotional video. There are only a few names in the production team. He could recite them by heart. He had searched for the name Claire online, but unfortunately, all the results were for unrelated individuals sharing the same name. He lamented over it for quite some time. A singer with such a beautiful voice, yet so obscure that not even a trace could be found. It turns out the foreshadowing began back then. The hedgehog became increasingly excited. The one who can fly almost wanted to applaud the production team. Meticulous, truly meticulous. The hedgehog rested his chin on his hand, grinning foolishly. I wonder if the Claire in the game sings just like in the promotional video. Does she sing? The garbled text raised an eyebrow. Are you hoping for something like that fish pond, trying to a girl? How could that be? The hedgehog exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This is merely an appreciation of beauty. A killer never speaks of emotions. The trio shared a chorus of hushing sounds. Oh. Before the hedgehog could become indignant, Lin Xian redirected the conversation. The next map will likely lead us to the Misty Sea to rescue Claire. Can you all swim? Chapter 89. The fact that humanity has survived until now is nothing short of a miracle. Garbled text. I can swim. Hedgehog. Does dog paddling count? The one who can fly. Why not try believing in the omnipotent power of magic? Lin Xian's expression darkened. We might end up drowning in the water due to exhaustion. He reconfirmed with everyone. Neither I nor the one who can fly can swim. The hedgehog cannot gauge depths, and the garbled text is the only one in our team capable of fighting underwater, correct? The garbled text added once more, just to clarify, I have never tried fighting underwater. No waities. In the game, dying a few more times will indeed grant experience. Lin Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. Initially, the character's skills were commendable, the only missing element being experience. At present, he possessed the greatest potential for combat. It mattered not if others were unskilled. They could commence preparations for the next version right away, with the arrival of new players and an update on the sea goddess information. I suspect that the number of skills and spells we can choose upon leveling up will also increase. Lin Xian declared with unwavering confidence. The character known as Garble nodded in agreement. If indeed new skills are available, it would be prudent for us to learn a skill related to water. The magical abilities under the divine realm adhere to the laws of nature. For instance, Lin Xian's fireball spell is extinguished upon contact with water, while Garble's wind manipulation consumes more stamina against the wind. Conversely, my holy light spell, which allows me to fly, has yet to reveal any adverse effects. It can be utilized both day and night. However, Lin Xian sighed in despair. My fireball spell, already feeble, would likely become utterly useless underwater. The character who flies stroked his chin and mused. Could the fireball spell be a version trap? Quite possibly. The hedgehog analyzed earnestly. It is likely that the developers failed to maintain skill balance and inadvertently rendered it ineffective. Yet the developers are reluctant to abandon this skill. Hence they deliberately showcase the ultimate effect of the fireball spell, merely to tantalize us with promises. Additionally, they might be tricking a few fools into testing the skill. By the way, Brother Xiao, when I refer to fools, I do not mean you. He had specifically watched Lin Xian's promotional video and consistently followed the experiences of 3 veteran players on the official forum. When it comes to understanding beginner skills, he is certainly no less informed than other new players. Lin Xian's face darkened. Thank you, but you could have omitted that last remark. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of doubt. His choice of the fireball spell was not solely based on the tale of Yi Zhihua burning earthworms. He had also considered its functionality. Fire is the origin of civilization, serving as both an offensive and a practical skill. However, after practicing for so many days, his fireball spell could only serve as a light bulb and a lighter. If he had indeed selected a version trap skill, where would that leave his reputation as a gaming influencer? Lin Xian resolved silently that he must practice the skill one more time before logging off today to swiftly enhance his proficiency. In addition to skill selection, players who cannot swim should learn to swim. The character who flies looked embarrassed. Learning to swim in order to play a game is truly unprecedented. Isn't there a river near the town? Why don't we seize a moment to learn swimming there? The hedgehog inquired. To his surprise, the 3 veteran players responded in unison. Absolutely not. Their tone was firm and serious. The hedgehog looked bewildered. Why? Alas, young brother, you are still too naive. The character who flies lamented, covering his face. Do you remember my last post about the mineral creature? Although we secured 3 opportunities for Yi to assist us by discovering the iron or vein, we easily acquired a substantial amount of wood for our construction tasks. However, Yi Fei has never abandoned his ambition to create a chainsaw. Even if they find it unnecessary now, there will always be new players who will require it. They can sell their homemade tools. The mines have been sealed, but iron sand can still be sifted from the river, which can be smelted into iron sheets. Yet, the creatures in the river are aggressively attacking, devouring anything they deem a little friend. Approaching the riverbank invites their wrath. To avoid the humiliation of being devoured by fish, they must painfully steer clear of the riverbank, even drinking water from Edgar's supply. The hedgehog widened its eyes in shock. Is this even possible? Didn't you go to the iron mine once? Only old you ventured into the water then. Perhaps the fish in Ertia do not fancy gnawing on bones? Yi Fei speculated. The hedgehog sat down despondently, scratching its head. No, is our initial combat strength really this dismal? Who can we defeat now? The 3 shook their heads in unison. Yiji constantly hinted that Ertia is a low magic world, where magic and sorcerers are not omnipotent. However, from their experience, it is the absence of magic and sorcerers that proves most detrimental. The hedgehog plucked a leaf from the ground, holding it in its mouth, exhaling an imaginary puff of smoke. With our current strength, how can we hope to rescue anyone? From the earlier storyline, the Sirens are undoubtedly a magical race. Their innate abilities are likely not inferior to those of dwarves. If they wish to rescue someone, they must possess the strength to contend with an entire tribe. At the very least, they should be capable of retreating unscathed from an elite squad of the enemy. As things stand, merely surviving an encounter with starfish in the sea would be considered a success. The hedgehog gazed wistfully into the distance. I have come to realize that the true danger lies not in fireball spells, but in the very existence of the human race. Indeed, Yefi no dit impaticali. The survival of humanity after the Divine War is nothing short of a miracle. Why is it that even the small creatures found abundantly in the forest surpass humans in strength? Lin Xian chimed in. Exactly. We implore the developers to promptly bolster the human race. This grotesque disparity in combat strength is unacceptable. The hedgehog protested. In the shadows, Yi Ji listened, chuckling as he shook his head. They still know too little. The plight of humanity is not as dire as the players claim. It is merely due to the peculiar circumstances of the great oak forest that ordinary people should not have set foot there. Humanity has managed to survive until now, even emerging as the greatest victor of the age of divine fall, claiming the largest territory in Ertia outside of the demon creatures. Of course, they possess their own advantages and unique qualities. It simply requires time for these to manifest. Can we return to our senses now? Edgar's voice suddenly pierced the air. Yi Ji snapped back to attention, shifting his gaze from the administrator panel to Edgar, who sat not far away. He smiled apologetically. Sorry for the wait. The players are his greatest asset. Having just revealed information about the sea god Circinus, it is imperative for him to promptly heed the players' feedback. As expected, although new players remain preoccupied with tasks, eavesdropping in the church, the 3 veteran players have not disappointed him and are already preparing for their journey to the Misty Sea. Perhaps they could become the first scouts to venture into that enigmatic expanse? Edgar sighed. He and his companion had already engaged in extensive discussions regarding the players' abilities and roles, making further discourse unnecessary. Thus, he chose to bypass this stage. With no outsiders present, he decided to inquire about the events that transpired amidst the white light. It was merely a resurrection ritual of a new deity. There was no way one could experience such a catastrophic defeat. Chapter 90. A 10,000 divine power experience card. Yi Ji feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders. Am I not still alive? How can this be deemed a failure? Unfortunately, he could not fool Edgar. Under the weight of Edgar's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Ji's facade crumbled after 2 seconds. Very well, it was indeed a bit extreme. Yi Ji extended his palm, observing the myriad cracks adorning it, as if a gentle touch would shatter it anew. The reasons for this were twofold. Firstly, he was genuinely weak at present, and secondly, he needed to consult Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming trembled slightly, suddenly raising his head. You wish to inquire of me? Of course. The first task upon being sacrificed as a vessel for divinity was to undergo a transformation and assimilation of divine power, enabling the body to fully resonate with the resurrected deity. After all, not every body could accommodate a divine possession. Yi Ji paused, fixing an intense gaze upon Xiao Ming. But why is it that this time the divine power was absorbed directly by me? After much contemplation, he concluded that this occurrence could not possibly be orchestrated by Circinus. The sole variable was the contract he had signed with the god of light prior to the resurrection ritual. Absorbed? Edgar and Xiao Ming echoed in unison. Edgar's eyes instantly transformed to a golden hue as he re-examined his physical condition. But your body remains unchanged. Xiao Ming looked down at his own claws, incredulously rubbing his eyes. No, I possess it. There is so much. Yi Ji opened his interface. Name, Yi Ji, Jimo Fizi Te Kaluanyi. Race, undead, level 159 demigod. Skills, divine awareness, shape-shifting, multiplicity, 91,000. Authority, life resurrection, life purification, divine power, 18,991. Players, 9 special items. Divine contract, reverse. Status, severely injured, weakened, frostbitten, burned, poisoned, mental collapse. Summary, near death, undead, survival time. Aside from a multitude of question marks that could not be detected and the inexplicably capped multiplicity at 1,000, the updated divine power has directly surpassed 4 digits, breaking through the threshold of 5 digits. After being accustomed to single and double digits for so long, Yi Ji felt a twinge of astonishment. He explained, "It is unsafe to harbor divine power within myself, so I employed a method to transfer it to Xiao Ming. It is most suitable to place divine power within the divine vessel. After all, at this moment, Xiao Ming serves as a living storage space for me." With no fear of betrayal, Yi Ji raised his hand to wipe away non-existent sweat, relieved that he had reacted in time. He nearly fell victim to this little creature. Xiao Ming, gazing at the immobilized divine power within, drooled with excitement. Divine power. All this divine power. With this much divine power, I can live until the next epoch. As it reveled in its fortune, it was suddenly seized by Edgar, who began to examine it thoroughly. Didn't you say that the contract with the divine vessel was one-sided? Why does it still affect you? I am uncertain, which is why I need you, a former follower of the God of Light, to investigate, replied Yi. What are you doing? Xiao Ming cried in terror, clutching itself. This is an affront. I'm being kidnapped. Unfortunately, lacking any combat ability, it had no means to resist, and even its own essence was stripped away for study. Edgar's gaze fixed upon a golden thread, and he spoke in a hushed tone. I found it, with a mere thought. Yi caused the thread to detach from the essence, catching it deftly. Seizing the opportunity while the two were distracted, Xiao Ming struggled free from Edgar's grasp. The pale, golden dodecahedral crystal fell to the ground, instantly transforming into a spherical plush creature. Xiao Ming curled up in the corner, biting a handkerchief and weeping. I'm not clean anymore. Fortunately, with the object found, Yi and Edgar paid it no further mind. Edgar, his face taut, inquired, have you discerned anything? Yi stared at the golden thread in silence for a long while, a look of realization crossing his face. Hey, so that is it. He had initially thought Xiao Ming was merely jesting when it suggested he become the God of Light. Little did he know, it had indeed once sabotaged the resurrection ceremony of Aurelius Lucian by procuring a strand of hair from the core medium, the God of Light, Aurelius Lucian, and disguising its own aura as his. While the disguise prevented the core medium from absorbing the divine power transmitted to it, it also ensured that Aurelius could not receive the divine power, thereby hindering the true resurrection. The misfortune lay in the fact that this ability of disguise had been transferred to Yi through the one-sided contract, successfully deceiving even Ser's divine power. Originally believing it to assist its master in resurrection, it suddenly found itself in the embrace of the God of Light. The divine power swiftly turned against it, willingly surrendering. After explaining the circumstances, Yi sealed Aurelius's hair within a vial. Divine hair is difficult to handle. We can only keep it for now. You shall safeguard it. Very well. Come find me when it can be destroyed. The slender glass vial was swiftly stored in Edgar's storage space. Destroy? Xiao Ming abruptly turned his head, incredulously exclaiming. Why? What a splendid source of divine power this is. Since other deities can be resurrected through Yi, wouldn't a few more attempts grant us the freedom of divine power? I object. Xiao Ming protested loudly. Yi replied calmly. Your objections are futile. My life is at stake. If this happens again, I shall truly become a slime. 2 more attempts could lead me to my demise. After Edgar thoroughly examined Xiao Ming 3 times, confirming everything was in order, Yi finally felt at ease. Should he be deceived once more, he would surely administer 2 blows upon himself. Casting aside the culprit Xiao Ming, he turned his attention to healing. The divine power, which had once been in the 5-digit range, plummeted visibly. Divine power 18991, divine power 16329, divine power 7211, divine power 988. It cascaded down into the 3-digit realm. Xiao Ming knelt, extending his hands, weeping inconsolably. My divine power! Yi's body erupted with a burst of white light accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. After a while, the white light faded. Yi attempted to rise and move his body, the cracking sounds continuing unabated. Excellent. The sensation of imminent fragmentation had vanished. The mental sea in his mind had also repaired itself considerably, resembling the state he was in before undergoing the resurrection ceremony. His lifespan had returned by over 20 days. Gazing at the panel, Yi sighed, alas, my 10,000 divine power experience card has expired. Xiao Ming lay on the ground, seemingly soulless, lost in despair over his 10,000 divine power. Chapter 91. The first batch of residents of Sweetwater Town. Edgar was well aware of the severity of the injuries Yi sustained. This was not merely a matter of wounds receding. Edgar's expression softened considerably. No wonder he had the confidence to mention the Misty Sea in front of your players. I had thought too much. Divine power is not as miraculous as it seems. Mainly, the undead are resilient and inherently difficult to kill. Yi tilted his head in contemplation. If only he were to acquire another 10,000 divine power, he would no longer require magic nodes for healing, enabling him to restore his status as a mage. Such is the unreasonable nature of the undead. Regrettably, he currently possessed only a small fraction of that divine power. Having walked the precipice of death, he had scarcely earned over 900 divine power. What an unprofitable venture. Yi sighed and shook his head in dismay. Moreover, The need for divine power extended beyond merely addressing his injuries. Faced with a multitude of unresolved issues, Yiji felt a wave of overwhelm. He sat down again, speaking earnestly. Initially, I intended to gradually acclimate the players to Eltia through the magic tide, but plans are often subject to change. We must venture into the misty sea. Thus it is time for them to engage with the outside world. Edgar's fingers rhythmically tapped against the ground. They are currently unable to leave the great oak forest. How can they possibly connect with the outside world? While the outside remains inaccessible, this abandoned town serves as a conduit to understand the external circumstances. Yiji had initially chosen Sweetwater Town with such considerations in mind. The civilization of Eltia has remained unchanged for centuries. The remnants of civilization in Sweetwater Town provide enough insight for the players to grasp the essence of the outside world. My divine power is insufficient for healing, but I can certainly expedite their cultivation. Coupled with their diligent training, I am confident that I can nurture them into formidable beings in a short span of time. However, Yiji's voice wavered slightly as he acknowledged that two pressing issues must be addressed. Before venturing into the misty sea, Sweetwater Town must attain self-sufficiency, capable of operating independently in their absence, thereby establishing itself as a genuine novice village. To achieve this, the challenges of safety and sustainable food sources must be resolved. The current magical barrier is sufficient to last until winter. Thus, they need to secure a stable food supply. After a moment of contemplation, Edgar spoke. Based on my observations this morning, Alien is adequately equipped to handle the current players. I can venture to Nari Town tomorrow, hoping to gather some crops suitable for the current planting season. He still possesses a considerable amount of Qiyong coins. With adequate incentives, it is always possible to entice wandering merchants. This aligns with Yi Ji's intentions. Ideally, they would harvest short-term crops before winter to bridge the gap left by sweet fruit. The advantages of gathering information are evident. Were it not for the knowledge that the mayor of Nari Town mandated the populace to cultivate an additional season of grain in preparation for the winter magical tide, Yiji's confidence would not be so robust. Now that the information is disseminated, it is likely that numerous merchants will flock to seize the last opportunity in Nari Town. There's a wide variety of crops to choose from. Edgar nodded in understanding. Is there anything else you require me to bring? Additionally, seek out 10 more willing refugees to come to Sweetwater Town. In order to get Sweetwater Town operational, Yiji disregarded the gradual approach. However, any incoming refugees must personally relinquish all trinkets associated with the church and the deities, and sign a contract stipulating that should they harbor thoughts of conversion, they will be immediately expelled from Sweetwater Town. What? Conversion is not permitted? Xiaoming suddenly sat up in protest, questioning how they would provide me with divine power. Are the players not enough to furnish you with divine energy? Yiji retorted, admonishing the child to refrain from interrupting an adult's discourse. Without further ado, I almost forgot. You can fly, so kindly go and summon Alien for me, and remember to use the back entrance. Just as Xiaoming was about to refuse, he met Yiji's penetrating gaze. His body instinctively recoiled, and he reluctantly ascended. He understood now that being grounded was a constant threat. One day, he vowed to find a solution to the one-sided contract and reclaim his freedom. The troublemaker has departed, yet the dialogue between the two continues. Edgar, with arms crossed and chin resting upon them, deliberates the feasibility of their plans before ultimately shaking his head. The conditions are excessively stringent. I may not be able to find 10 individuals. However many we can find, we shall. Yiji is not at all surprised by his response. Persuading the faithful to renounce their beliefs is far more challenging than leading them to abstain from addiction. Nevertheless, with a larger pool, suitable candidates are bound to surface. The recent influx of refugees differs from Aryan, and they are likely to become the inaugural residents of Sweetwater Town. Thus, foundational requirements must remain uncompromised. Yiji asserts with gravity, the image of the first residents will significantly impact Sweetwater Town's reputation. Edgar nods calmly, inquiring, is there anything else to address? For now, that will suffice. Yiji contemplates momentarily before replying. Simultaneously training players, accommodating refugees, and cultivating farmland is already the limit of their capabilities. Should we assign another task? I fear that greed may lead to disastrous outcomes. Noticing Yiji's struggle to recall, Edgar prompts, what about the divine essence of the God of Light? You intentionally dismissed it. Were you not hoping to discuss its fate with me, little Ming? Yezis tonevavers. He gazes ahead at the isolated statue, revealing only its head, and a thoughtful expression crosses his face. Due to the unilateral contract and its divine status, Yiji has largely refrained from evading it. It possesses knowledge of the player's origins, understanding a significant portion. However, in terms of allegiance, is indeed an adversary. Yiji is convinced that should there be a means to dissolve the unilateral contract, it would betray him faster than anyone else. It is quite a conundrum to manage. For the time being, keeping it close is prudent. Its inherited memories of Oral are scant, presenting an opportunity for transformation. Perhaps it could become the most crucial piece in our strategy against him once Oral is resurrected. Observing Yiji's earnest demeanor, Edgar fixates on him for several seconds. Silence envelopes the space for a prolonged moment. Edgar is the first to avert his gaze. Very well, you're most aware of your own circumstances. If you're unafraid of unforeseen events, then by all means keep it. However, should we encounter another mishap, I shall not assist you in seeking a greater source of magical power. His tone carries a hint of exasperation. Yiji feels warmth within, smiling as he assures. Rest assured, today was merely an accident. Its value far outweighs the risks. At that moment, a commotion erupts from behind the church. The door swings open. Everyone rush in. Oh dear, why can they go through, but we cannot? The players remain as exuberant as ever. After a few moments, Arian appears before them, her hands clasped nervously. Leader, good day. Good day, Yiji responds politely, arriving just in time as we conclude our discussion. Arian glances around hesitantly. Lord Ming mentioned you were looking for me? Yes. I kindly ask you to escort Edgar back. He may struggle to manage the curious players approaching him alone, Yiji instructs. Chapter 92. The limit of recruitable players increased to 1,000. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone was rendered speechless. Arian's body tensed further as she stammered, Me? Am I the one? She had come to escort a formidable knight? Even Xiaoming struggled to comprehend the situation. Are you out of your mind? Arian is just an ordinary person without magic. I am fully aware, Yiji replied, turning to the stunned individual. You utilized the Dawn's judgment just now, did you not? When the radiant light descended, Yiji had not immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. He had witnessed the sword light distinctly, although it successfully interrupted the divine power supply. It was a force beyond Edgar's current capabilities. From the moment he awoke, Yiji had sensed something amiss. He managed to conceal any signs of abnormality, relying solely on sheer willpower. Edgar appeared bewildered, shaking his head. No, that strike was a skill I newly comprehended after departing from the Radiant Church. It currently lacks a name. Its consumption isn't as great as Dawn's judgment. A brief rest will suffice. However, you just forcibly erected a barrier. And now even maintaining your consciousness is exceedingly arduous, Yiji interjected. Do not underestimate the insight of necromantic dark magic. The other party is human. Healing wounds is not as straightforward for them. Arian, please take him down to rest, Yiji commanded, leaving no room for dissent. Yes, Arian, accustomed to following orders, moved more swiftly than her thoughts could process. Still reeling from the news of the Dawn Knight's severe injuries, she gestured for assistance. Edgar sighed silently. Nothing escapes your keen eyes, but my injuries are truly... Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed backward. Fortunately, Yiji and Arian managed to catch him, averting a disastrous encounter with the ground. Xiaoming screamed loudly. Something has really gone wrong. Arian looked helplessly at Yiji. Leader, I must trouble you to take him back. Yiji seeked in resignation. He had not anticipated that, mere moments after his words, the other party would indeed lose consciousness. What sort of cursed tongue was this? If he awakens partway, please inform him that I shall compensate him with a new sword. Arian nodded vigorously in agreement. Having grown up amidst a cutthroat mercenary group, she harbored no notions of propriety regarding gender interactions. She bent down and lifted Edgar effortlessly on her back. Offering Yiji an apologetic smile, she said, I'm sorry, but the height of Lord Dawn is not suitable for carrying. Yiji remained silent for a moment before reluctantly responding. It is quite understandable. In just a few days, the formidable physical prowess of the dragon lineage had begun to reveal itself. One could only hope that when Edgar awoke, he would comprehend that he had been carried before the players and would be forgiving. Yiji accompanied Arian and Edgar to the back entrance. After watching them depart, he closed the church door and lingered inside for a while longer. Let the players believe that the narrative within the church is not yet concluded, thereby diminishing their encounters with Edgar's moments of embarrassment. This is the final act he can offer to the other party. Xiaoming settled once again upon Yi Ji's shoulder, murmuring softly. It was only towards the end that he expressed concern for the other's well-being. Are you truly friends? Huh. Do you even know what friendship means? Yi Ji glanced at him in surprise, while also tidying the area where players would log out. Xiaoming puffed out his chest, speaking with an air of self-satisfaction. Of course I do. The memories I inherited tell me that Aurelius Lucian's friends are scattered throughout the realm of the gods. Oh, you mean those friends who ultimately turned upon each other? Not at all, Xiaoming exclaimed, exasperated. For his counterpart consistently countered him with references to the war of the gods. Alas, he lacked that portion of memory and could not retort. I believe there must have been compelling reasons for the war 600 years ago. It is not merely about the struggle for divine power. Creatures of the dark do not utter a single truth. He would not be swayed. Don't think for a moment that he is unaware. There are many secrets his counterpart keeps from him. For instance, why is it that absorbing divine power, which is ostensibly a good thing, causes the undead to shatter into hundreds of pieces, as if subjected to immense harm? Xiaoming, convinced of his own brilliance, decided that since direct inquiries yielded no answers, he would feign ignorance, certain that he would eventually uncover the undead's hidden truths, imagining the moment when he would triumphantly subjugate the undead as his divine servant. Xiaoming's anger dissipated. Hey, have you been rendered foolish by the scolding? Yi Ji regarded the gleeful orb with curiosity. Never mind, it was of no consequence. Yi Ji set it aside and opened the system panel to address one final matter. Uname, yezi, me pistopeles kalenye, sikis, divine avarenes, metamorphosis. Multiple incarnations, 91,000. Although his divine power had plummeted to 988, the maximum limit of multiple incarnations had increased 100-fold without any alteration. Could it be that the limit of divine power dictates the number of divine incarnations? Yi Ji pondered internally. In his case, it would determine the upper limit of players. Hence, to accommodate 10,000 players, would he not need to amass 100,000 divine power points? The most significant gain from the entire resurrection ritual of the deities was this sudden increase in the player limit. Yi Ji closed the system panel, refraining from immediately issuing a new player recruitment announcement. The new players had yet to acclimate to Sweetwater Town. If several times more newcomers were to arrive, he would truly be overwhelmed. Let us wait until the end of the day to assess the effects of the new players, he mused aloud. As night fell, the stars twinkled faintly. Yi Ji lingered in the church for a little longer, not taking up too much time. Once the players grew weary and voluntarily logged off, Sweetwater Town descended into a profound silence. Edgar lay in a state of unconsciousness, and the task of transporting the player who was to be kicked offline fell upon Yi Ji and Elian. Bang! This cannot be. A player manual must be drafted. Such reckless behavior of collapsing in the wilderness must incur a penalty. After unceremoniously discarding the last oblivious player at a safe offline location protected by a magical array, Yi Ji gritted his teeth in frustration. He had no desire to undertake this laborious search for players again. As a fragile undead being, he lacked the strength to carry players. Yi Ji expressed his sincere bewilderment. In what game had they cultivated this habit of refusing to log off until their stamina was entirely depleted? Next time, he would certainly not hesitate to disregard the players' physical forms. Perhaps a night spent in the biting cold would instill some sense of caution in them. Yi Ji opened the system panel. Divine power, 1600. Today, his divine power conveniently reached a round number. Yi Ji swiftly allocated 1,000 divine power to activate the backpack function of the player's game panel. The longer he delayed, the more players there would be, and this function would inevitably be perceived as anomalous. Simultaneously, it would liberate a significant portion of Yi Ji's time, freeing him from the incessant need to shadow the 9 players. Chapter 93. New activities, unveiling the truth behind the fall of Sweetwater Town with the remaining divine power. Yi Ji intended to reserve it for future use. Calculating the time, the first batch of 3 veteran players was nearing level 5. He needed to utilize this divine power to refine the upcoming training plan for the players. After making the necessary allocations, Yi Ji closed the control panel and opened the official website to draft a new announcement. Announcement for version update 1.21 of the Divine Realm test server. Key updates. 1. New information added regarding the Eltia world segment, the Misty Sea. Detailed content can be found in the illustrated data section. 2. New member of the Watchers, the Siren Claire. Specific information awaits exploration. 3. The exploratory activity, the truth of ruin, is about to commence. Once a strong defensive town standing at the edge of the great oak forest, it has been swept into the abyss of destruction by the magical tide in a matter of days. The town's defenses were as solid as rock, and its military forces were formidable, yet they were utterly powerless against the sudden magical onslaught, with only an ancient church surviving. What secrets lie within? Completing tasks related to exploring Sweetwater Town will unlock further information regarding the magical tide. 4. New game features. 1. Backpack now includes spatial attributes. What to do when you have too many items and nowhere to put them. Naturally, opt for magical storage space. 2. New affection system. Specific gameplay awaits exploration. Additional content. 1. Optimization of game art style. 2. Adjustments to the game physics engine. 3. Textual corrections within the game. Note: infrastructure activities are in full swing. We look forward to the achievements of all returning builders. As it happens, perhaps due to a lack of engagement, players swiftly flocked in upon hearing the news. GLGL remarked, Didn't the 12th version just update this morning? How is it possible to have 2 updates in a single day? YT Ing exclaimed, Wow, instant response. The rumors of the Jianghu are indeed true. GL is online for a full 24 hours. DC to CWI added, Cloud players wouldn't understand this. A significant event has transpired in the game today. New content is quite commonplace. ZH Ing SHQNSH inquired. What? Version updates can be controlled by the storyline? G Ing YUL Ing ZH exclaimed, Wait, isn't the novice village located in the forest? Why has the new map shifted to the seaside? YHUFI stated, It's a long story. Let's wait for WNM or Shi G's post tonight. I, for one, haven't quite grasped it. Lee FI, also known as YHUFI, had just typed this on his computer when his Penguin account chimed. He immediately abandoned the intrigued Cloud players amidst a chorus of complaints, closing the official website. He swiftly logged into his Penguin account and entered the Zhu Ing DYN group chat. This group comprised 3 veteran players, aptly named for the opportunity to be among the first to experience virtual reality gaming for just 99 yuan, a true stroke of luck. DC to CW, I joined the group chat. CWI, greetings, esteemed players. Venem, welcome. EUFA, welcome, welcome. Newcomer, share your photo. Our NB11J, no fooling around. Since we aim to form a team, shall we consider this group our team chat? Our NB11J. If anyone has objections, feel free to speak up. CWI, sounds good. Convenient for intelligence exchange. YHUFI, I have a suggestion. Should our team be called Juing DYN? Might it be a tad glitch? CWI, what? Do you look down upon luck? This marvelous vehicle can transport one to the 2nd dimension and conquer colossal serpents. WNM, I have no objections. Our NB11J. If there are new name suggestions, please feel free to propose them. I struggle with naming. YHUFI, then never mind. I think Juing DYN is quite fine. WNM, CWI, our NB11J, ahem, let us not digress. Let us analyze the update announcement for version 12. 1. This was in fact Lin Xian's purpose for gathering everyone online. Originally, game characters needed to wait 4 hours before logging in, and he intended to acquire a swimming card. Although swimming was not possible within the game, learning it in reality would certainly be applicable in the game. Moreover, it would serve as a means to exercise, preventing physical decline from prolonged inactivity in bed. However, the speed of the game development team's updates once again surpassed Lin Xian's expectations. The plan to obtain a swimming card would have to be postponed. Our NB11J. The new information has already been discussed among us in the game. I 1T elaborate further. Our NB11J. The focus lies on the newly added activities and features. YHUFI. Indeed, the portable space has finally arrived. Hedgehog, I noticed in the introduction that the backpack contains 5 compartments, allowing for the storage of 5 distinct items. Could we possibly utilize it for transporting timber and stones? Garble, theoretically feasible, yet the precise capacity will only be determined through empirical testing post-launch. Grandpa can fly. The most economical option remains the new players. They can no longer relish the joyous experience of hauling several hundred pounds of wood back to the town. Garble. Moreover, there's a favorability system. We were discussing it this morning, and to our surprise, It was implemented by the afternoon. Grandpa can fly. I heard the hedgehog was blacklisted by the newly arrived lady. Hedgehog, this is an injustice. I am so honest and sincere. It must be a misunderstanding. Had I known about the favorability system, I would not have been so brazen in front of her. Now, it seems my connection tasks will be fraught with difficulties. My fate is indeed unfortunate. Unshowy person, let us set aside the backpack and favorability system for now. What are your thoughts on the newly launched activities? Garble, exploration-type activities, without an emphasis on rewards. Seem specifically targeted at veteran players, designed to expand the game's worldview. Grandpa can fly. Are we not precisely the ones being referred to? Hedgehog, oh, are you not continuing with your tasks to level up? Grandpa can fly. Indeed, I believe Shiogon and Garble will reach level 5 by tonight. I shall be there by tomorrow as well, and thereafter, we will certainly venture forth beyond the town. Grandpa can fly. We're not here merely to toil like beasts of burden in the game. Hedgehog, I thought that to be the essence of this game, selling 1's labor before taking to the battlefield. Unshowy person, you might be exhibiting a hint of masochism. Garble, likewise. Garble, returning to the topic, since we have newcomers in our group, allow me to elucidate some of our previous findings in Sweetwater Town. 3 seasoned players have roamed the game for nearly 10 extra days, naturally attempting to explore the remnants left in town, or rather, the refuse. Food, of course, has long since spoiled and decayed, becoming nourishment for weeds. Beyond this, some houses in the town still harbor stone artifacts. Cleaning the moss and filth from them can directly transform them into players' assets. However, no pottery or wooden items are left intact. They have all deteriorated beyond recognition. Strangely, however, items bearing written records are exceedingly rare. Only on the stone pillars within the central church can one observe peculiar characters that have been smeared. Grandpa can fly. I am aware of this. It's anti-religion. It must be the work of old ye. Garble, not only the church. Regardless of how antiquated the worldview is, a town must have a few wealthy individuals capable of literacy and possessing a collection of books. Garble, yet we have found none. Unshowy person. I suspect that the key to the activity tasks is intrinsically linked to these missing books. Chapter 94. Comparisons that lead to demise. Written language can convey vast quantities of information. In ancient times, there were officials specifically tasked with documenting the emperor's every word and deed. The arrival of the magical tide is a significant event, undoubtedly warranting the meticulous documentation and observation by dedicated individuals. The task at hand can be approached from this angle. Could it possibly be related to the magical creatures within the riverbank's mineral veins? Queried the elder, who could soar. The likelihood is quite slim. The tunnels remain intact and do not exhibit signs of violent disruption, replied the enigma. Indeed, if the magical beings originated from the mineral veins, it would be impossible for them to leave offspring behind as ticking time bombs, remarked the unassuming one. Very well, it is decided. Our first course of action upon logging and later shall be to investigate the missing tomes in Sweetwater Town, declared the hedgehog. Not so fast. It is we excluding you, retorted the enigma. Exactly. The 3 of us are nearing our second transformation, while you have yet to master even your initial skill. It would be best for you to focus on completing your tasks, the elder added. Rest assured, any clues we uncover shall be communicated to you. There is no need for concern about falling behind, assured the unassuming one. Ah, please no, exclaimed the hedgehog. Exploring Sweetwater Town certainly sounded far more intriguing than laborious tasks. Alas, the pursuit of advancement remained paramount. As night fell, the enigma logged in, ushering in yet another day in Eltia. Although the official announcement boasted an array of updates, the in-game reality seemed largely unchanged. At most, the once sparsely populated Sweetwater Town, which had only 3 players, now echoed with a few more voices. A sound emanated from the lower right corner of the enigma screen. Oh, what the? Someone logged in even earlier than I did? No way, no one can outrun me. With that, the fish pond, whose legs were half the length of an ordinary person, dashed towards the church with a swift motion. The enigma paused, taken aback by the enthusiasm of the new player, who was already eager to undertake tasks. The elder groaned as he lifted himself from the ground. The game has even conjured the illusion of waking from sleep. I believe I just witnessed a rat larger than a suckling pig scurry past me. Ah, that would be your friend who rolled a dwarf lineage. He hurried off to tackle some tasks, replied the enigma. Ah, the fish pond, the elder mused, realization dawning upon him. That explains it. No wonder he's as large as a rat. A scream pierced the air from behind the two. Ouch, that hurts. The enigma turned to see the hedgehog contorting his neck in distress. Help, I think my neck is broken. He writhed on the ground, attempting to sit up, but each effort sent him into further agony, compelling him to remain flat. Let me take a look. The enigma leaned down and diagnosed the issue as a stiff neck. Stay still. I can remedy this. The hedgehog tilted his head, casting a peculiar look of gratitude. Oh, all right. A more anguished cry erupted from him, as if his head were on the verge of detaching. The enigma, unfazed, gently manipulated the hedgehog's head, ensuring all was well before releasing his hold. There you go. Take a look. His side seems to truly be painless now. The hedgehog marveled, gingerly touching his neck and twisting from side to side with newfound ease. He then nimbly climbed down. A sense of relief washed over his face, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. He had almost believed that his inaugural experience of sleeping in a communal dormitory would lead to his downfall. The notion of players logging out in such a manner was already ludicrous enough. To think he might become the first player to perish because of it would surely invite derision on the forums for months to come. I forgot to mention this to you yesterday in my haste to log out, he remarked with an awkward chuckle. Sleeping on the ground can easily lead to a stiff neck. It would be wise to procure some durable fabric from old AI to fashion a pillow, so you won't suffer any ill effects upon your return. The pain of a stiff neck is exquisitely subtle, perfectly situated beneath the threshold of sensations that the game can suppress. Aside from that singular point of unbearable discomfort when realigning the bones, players are meant to genuinely experience the rest. They had endured such tribulations several times before discovering the remedy. Is there truly a technique to sleeping? The hedgehog lamented, his face contorted in distress. The Watcher faction is quite lacking. They don't even allocate housing among members? That's not quite the case. He replied with a hint of sarcasm. There are indeed houses available. It's just that players are deemed unworthy. However, soon we shall no longer be among those players. The hedgehog widened his eyes in astonishment. What do you mean? Have you gathered enough funds to purchase land? Indeed, he proclaimed, lifting his chin with pride, hands firmly on his hips. He had initially intended to place his hands in his pockets, but alas, the novice attire provided by the game was so rudimentary that pockets were non-existent, forcing him to relinquish that notion. We may not be able to afford an expansive plot, but we can certainly acquire a modest dwelling solely for the purpose of logging out. That's the residential task we three have undertaken. Once the house is constructed, we will have sufficient magical coins to claim the territory. He patted his shoulder reassuringly. You are one of us when the time comes. We shall prepare a bed for you that won't lead to a stiff neck. The hedgehog's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, overwhelmed by the disparity. The wooden house being built by the 3 seasoned players was one he had passed by while undertaking tasks with Glitch. It was a spacious abode with an attic. Not only could it accommodate 4 individuals comfortably, but even 9 could sleep without concern for dividing common areas like living rooms and kitchens. He could scarcely manage to save enough magical coins for daily purchases of sweet fruits. Meanwhile, the older players who had logged in just a few days before him were already achieving financial independence, poised to purchase homes within the game. His pace of leveling up paled in comparison. He was even falling behind in terms of living standards. How did you manage this? The hedgehog inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, land within the game is not inexpensive. Considering the limited residential space in Sweetwater Town and the uncertain prospects for expansion, Yiji had imposed significant restrictions on land acquisition and the area each individual could purchase, rendering the prices as appealing as the prospect of homeownership itself. Naturally, we pooled our resources, he replied matter-of-factly. Each of us, after accounting for sustenance and expenditures, can save approximately 50 magical coins daily. Once we complete our current tasks, we shall have just enough to meet the minimum requirement for land purchase. The hedgehog counted on his fingers. But wait, it still feels insufficient to reach 1,500. Especially yesterday, when Old Yi was injured, we spent nearly half a day without completing any tasks. Master Fei suddenly smiled mysteriously. Of course, it was due to the presence of a wealth-bringing spirit. He leaned closer to Hedgehog's ear and whispered a few words. Hedgehog couldn't help but take a deep breath. 200 magic gold coins for making a bird's nest? Is there a quicker way to extort money? Although Xiao Ming's bed was in the palm of the statue, elevated at a considerable height, he was a man who nearly climbed to the church roof and had seen the appearance of that bed. It was nothing more than a clumsy imitation of elementary school craftsmanship. It looked intricate and beautiful, yet the technical skill was virtually non-existent. Who could be such a fool with money to spare? Chapter 95. The characteristics of backpack space, such an incredible opportunity? Hedgehog closed his gaping mouth, realizing the unfairness of it all. This task had never been mentioned by 3 veteran players on the forum. Master Fei chuckled softly. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Bragging about such attention-seeking matters is simply asking for trouble. Moreover, the goddess had only issued this task once, and no matter how hard one searched afterward, there was no second task to be found. It would just elude us. Master Fei crossed his arms and squinted. I seriously suspect that this is something the goddess failed to adjust. After we discovered it, it was sent back for reconstruction. Hedgehog pondered, stroking his chin. It turns out that having low intelligence could still trigger the phenomenon of fools with money. What a revelation. Master Fei proudly hummed a tune. He was the first to discover this task, and his sense of accomplishment was overflowing. Suddenly, a stone bench fell from the sky, crashing down near Master Fei's feet. What the heck? Where did that stone come from? Master Fei patted his chest, still shaken as he gazed at the stone by his feet. Had it not been for his sharp eyes, his foot would have been smashed into a pancake. Hedgehog's eyes sparkled. Impressive reaction, Fei. Once you reach level 4, your reflexes will be on par with mine now. Master Fei shrugged indifferently. He glanced at the intact roof above, murmuring in confusion. This game is truly strange. Isn't it? Stones actually spawn in the sky. At that moment, Garbled covered his mouth, awkwardly interjecting, "That seems to be my fault." His tone revealed a hint of guilt. While Master Fei and Hedgehog were engrossed in conversation, Garbled had decided to experiment with a new backpack feature added to the game. The operation was as simple as calling up the game panel. With thoughts of storing items in mind, he successfully manipulated the backpack by simply summoning it, which was quite straightforward. Garbled was trying to see how much a backpack slot could hold and what would happen when it was full. To his surprise, the stone bench that couldn't fit would actually fall from the sky. That was a near disaster. The backpack also comes with a level of danger? A flash of inspiration struck Hedgehog. In that case, when we battle monsters and run out of weapons, can't we directly shove stones or tree stumps into the backpack for a meteor strike? The Hedgehog cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Indeed, directly distinguishing friend from foe, everyone plunges into mutual destruction. Whether the creature can crush us remains uncertain. It will undoubtedly slay several fragile human allies at random." Error shook his head. "Is not as simple as you presume. You shall discover this for yourselves. Perhaps it is due to the unique nature of the game. The backpack feature here diverges significantly from that in typical games. A single slot can accommodate 99 different items, with categories meticulously delineated. For instance, stone benches, pebbles, and boulders are classified as stone items and can coexist within one slot. Error gathered a plethora of oddly shaped stones and boulders, which, when combined with the stone bench, led to the peculiar emergence of the flying stone bench. Isn't this a good thing? The Hedgehog inquired with confusion. Initially, he feared that the backpack lacked growth attributes, with merely 5 slots proving inadequate. However, when calculated by quantity rather than volume, the operational space becomes considerably expansive. Stones are stones, and stone houses are also stones. They each occupy only 1 unit. No, I've yet to finish my explanation. Error continued. The weight of the items stored in the backpack directly affects the character. In other words, placing a stone bench in a backpack means that while the character does not have to carry it, they must still bear the corresponding weight. What? Such a cumbersome feature? The Hedgehog, skeptical, attempted to place the previously damaged stone bench into the backpack. No sooner had he succeeded than he felt a force pulling him downward from his shoulder, as if his entire being had doubled in weight. Walking became considerably laborious. With a tinge of disappointment, the Hedgehog retrieved the stone bench. "Thus, we cannot carry our entire belongings. We must have a resting point." He lamented, "Alas, we must traverse the world burdened with a heap of miscellaneous items." The weight limit of the backpack is undoubtedly a significant detriment to exploration players. As is well known, in exploration games, one can carry 999 weeds, 999 wildflowers, or even 999 animal droppings, all aimed at establishing a homestead wherever they tread, leaving no trace behind. However, this is predicated upon the absence of weight penalties in the backpack. We are not primarily exploration players, so it does not impact us greatly. 5 slots for weapons and gear are more than sufficient, he replied with a chuckle. However, new players will surely experience the toil of being mere pack mules. Haha. Error shook his head in exasperation. Such laughter was rather irksome. Do not forget, we are not alone here. A hand encircled the neck of the hedgehog from behind, the tone menacing. Are veteran players truly impressive? Who would have thought that mere days into the closed beta, a traitor among the players would emerge, indifferent to their comrades? Another new player lamented. Together, they subdued the hedgehog. Today, we shall purge our ranks. The hedgehog's eyes widened in alarm. He had reveled in schadenfreude a tad too much. He extended his hand forward, seeking assistance. Calm down. I merely intended to speak. Cough, cough. Glitch, save me. The hedgehog crossed its arms, observing the lesson finally learned by the character Flying Grandpa. The smile would not fade. It merely shifted from one face to another. Do not forget, I too am a novice player. You must accept the righteous retribution we new players dispense. Glitch averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Flying Grandpa stared in shock at the two who had lost the affection of their teammate. Fists alone could not contend with multiple hands. Before long, he found himself overpowered and pinned to the ground by the two new players. Glitch shook his head, disinterested in such playful skirmishes, and turned to depart. I shall attend to my tasks. Once I have had my fill of play, do not forget we have new activities to pursue. I'm coming too. The hedgehog shouted, hastily following suit. Only Flying Grandpa remained, lamenting the loss of the veteran player's prestige, subdued by two newcomers who had yet to learn any skills, nearly attracting the attention of other inexperienced players. After an entire day spent searching the dilapidated buildings of the town, the 3 veteran players had found not a single shred of useful information. The town remained unchanged, as though the event had not commenced, and no texts or informative tomes had been discovered. However, Glitch, benefiting from the additional experience gained through exploring Sweetwater Town, advanced to level 5 ahead of schedule and was now eligible to select a second spell. As dusk fell, the sunset blazed in crimson hues. Lin Xian and others accompanied Glitch to unlock the second skill, curious to observe how it differed from the first. Their timing was impeccable, for a new player had just unlocked the fireball spell and merrily dashed out to test the new magic, vacating a spot for the trio. Lin Xian gazed compassionately at the departing figure of that player, another soul embarking on a path of no return. Despite Lin having updated the forum regarding the drawbacks of the fireball spell, it could not deter players with stubborn resolve, drawn by the grand promises of the veteran player Old Yi, eager to become a human lighter. Chapter 96, Learning Advanced Skills. The familiar statue, the familiar location, and the familiar golden light. A brand new game window appeared before Glitch. Please select the advanced skill you wish to learn. Fireball, Holy Light, Water, Arrow, Wind Control, Wind Blade. Launch a blade of wind that inflicts wind attribute damage on enemies and may slow them down. Wind's Evasion. Become invisible in the wind for a short time, increasing attack speed and dealing additional wind attribute damage upon attack, with a chance to stun the enemy. Enhance existing wind control skill to level 1 node. Advanced skills relate to career tendencies beyond level 10. Please choose wisely. Unlike the initial skill window, this advanced skill selection presented a plethora of options. Fireball, Holy Light. After learning wind control, could one truly select other major skills? Surprise flickered in Glitch's eyes. The note indicated that career tendencies emerged after level 10. If one were to simultaneously master several formidable skills, how chaotic would the categorization of professions become? Moreover, a new skill has emerged, known as the Water Arrow. It is akin to the Fireball spell, with the distinction that while Fireball launches a fiery projectile, Water Arrow unleashes a stream of water. The subsequent classification of minor skills under the wind control technique is arguably the true progression of abilities, with their functions duly noted. The character named Garbage exhibits a strong inclination towards the wind stealth. He has resolved to pursue the path of an assassin, as the stealth and attack speed enhancement provided by Wind Stealth aligns perfectly with his preferences. However, he found himself captivated by the third option that enhances the original wind control technique, glancing at it several times. Recently, he has been practicing wind control, successfully extending its duration from 6 seconds to 82 seconds, while also increasing its speed slightly. This should be regarded as an enhancement of the skill. Is there a distinction between the system's enhancement of a primary skill and one's own practice enhancement abilities? Garbage pondered silently. The skill description does not indicate a level. To what extent can these so-called primary skills be augmented? It remains unclear. Xiao Ming, unable to contain his impatience, urged him, "Have you made your choice? Why does this undead being linger there? Hurry up, it wants to return to sleep." "Oh, right away," Garbage responded, as though awakening from a dream. Although he could not comprehend Xiao Ming's words, he sensed the dissatisfaction reflected in his tone. The abundance of information regarding advanced skills consumed time unexpectedly. Garbage's hand glided past one option, decisively halting at wind stealth. He can cultivate wind control himself. There is no need to further enhance it, as that would be a waste of an opportunity to learn a new skill. Even though he is quite curious about the extent of enhancement that a primary skill might yield, it is not worth satisfying his curiosity during the initial exploration phase. Though Water Arrow is appealing and fits the upcoming version, it could be reserved for the hedgehog to learn. The interplay of wind and water means that the influence on his wind-based skills underwater is far less significant than that of Lin Xian's fire skills. Decision made. The panel window transformed into a shimmering golden light, merging into his being. The familiar memories of cultivation unfolded in his mind like a slideshow. New players marveled, yet he, having experienced it once before, was not as astonished. However, this time the memories lingered longer than those of wind control, suggesting a higher difficulty level in learning. Upon reopening his eyes, a flash of azure light flickered in Garbage's gaze. Xiao Ming yawned and climbed onto the deity's hand. "Work's done. I hope no one else disturbs its slumber." Initially, he thought the task at hand was merely a trivial endeavor. However, he soon realized that players sought him out incessantly, disregarding day and night. The exhaustion was overwhelming. Lin Xian and others gathered around. "Garbage, how's the new skill?" inquired Lin Xian. The time spent selecting skills was excessively long, akin to an incessant scratching of a cat's paw within their minds, leaving them in a state of great agitation. Remarkably, it was a skill that allowed for both offense and retreat. After conveying the details of the skill and the entire interface for advanced skills to the trio, their expressions transformed into one of enlightenment. Indeed, there were new skills. Great. I shall check if my initial skills have changed. If so, I will select the Water Arrow. One exclaimed. Another chimed in. I shall also switch to Water Arrow. My fireball spell is simply inadequate. After some deliberation, the first player assured them, claiming that with the acquisition of a second wind-based skill, his understanding of wind magic had significantly deepened, resulting in a combat power that had undoubtedly doubled compared to the outset. He even demonstrated live. "Wow, invisibility!" The hedgehog gasped, staring at the footprints on the ground. And not just that. Lin Xian watched in awe as the first player, with a mere 2-second displacement, traversed several meters. The synergy of these two skills allowed for instantaneous movement. The duration of the invisibility effect was limited to 3 seconds, and the movement range was constrained. However, when combined with the speed of wind control, the displacement range was vastly expanded. The operational possibilities were immense. Compared to the previous extensive periods spent merely traveling with wind control, this represented a qualitative transformation. Such a conspicuous advancement successfully ignited the determination of others to undertake quests. An hour later, Lin Xian had amassed sufficient experience to exchange for Water Arrow. Originally, with the progress of the first player, it would have taken until the next day to reach level 5. Yet, this individual, through sheer perseverance, had achieved it overnight. Xiao Ming, who had nearly fallen asleep, was abruptly roused, his face filled with resentment as he begrudgingly allocated 20 points of divine power. Once the skill was selected, the first player had no time to further comprehend the details, collapsing to the ground with a thud, forcibly logged out. Even in logout, a satisfied smile lingered on his character's face. Xiao Ming lamented, "If the divine power he manages in the future can only be used to serve these undead, he would rather not have it." He wished to avoid the overly energetic undead causing a ruckus beneath his statue, disturbing his rest. Thus, Xiao Ming undertook the task to the very end, dragging the weighty form of the first player back to the designated logout area. 3 days passed once more. Yiji calculated the consumption of divine power over these days. After the 3 veteran players broke through to level 5, their daily contribution of divine power increased to 3 points. The new players had also all reached level 2, earning 2 points of divine power each day. However, to expedite their learning of spells, The initial skills each cost 10 points of divine power, while advanced skills required 20 points. Ultimately, the divine power balance did not increase, but rather diminished, settling at 525. Of course, there were benefits to be had. Despite the numerous interruptions caused by players along the way, Sweetwater Town had begun to find its footing. New wooden houses were erected, and the remaining refuse in the town was cleared away. Some players have expressed dissatisfaction with the overly comfortable beginner phase, shifting their focus beyond Sweetwater Town. Chapter 97. The Experience Composition Beyond Level 5. It is not that new players wish to court danger. Rather, no one has perished without knowing whether the pain threshold has been reached before death. The penalties for dying in under the divine are severe. Prior to the arrival of the first player to consume pork, no one dared to engage the external creatures. They could not even defeat a mere earthworm. Engaging monsters of vastly different levels in a head-on confrontation is not deemed challenging, but rather a quest for suffering. The turning point lay in the revelation from 3 seasoned players who ascended to level 5, unveiling a new paradigm for experience accumulation. Beyond level 5, quest experience and sporadic supplementary experience encountered during exploration will be distinctly separated. To level up, players must simultaneously fill 2 experience bars. Quest experience is earned through diligent effort, yet the source of supplementary experience remains vaguely defined. Through empirical testing conducted by the trio of veteran players, it has been discovered that supplementary experience correlates with the player's focus. Engaging thoughtfully in quests enhances the likelihood of uncovering additional experience. Furthermore, prolonged engagement in the same quest leads to a significant decrease in the supplementary experience gained. Thus, to efficiently acquire supplementary experience, players must frequently switch tasks, exploring both Sweetwater Town and the surrounding forest. Although new players have yet to reach level 5, supplementary experience is calculated separately, allowing them to prepare in advance. Consequently, a plethora of diverse quests have emerged for players to undertake, leaving Arian overwhelmed while tallying the task rewards. Although she possesses a basic understanding of arithmetic, her skills are merely adequate among mercenaries. Tasking her with the role of accountant is indeed a formidable challenge. As the instigator, Yi Ji can only mutter an apology. If Arian were not to handle this task, she would inevitably become the center of attention among the players. Such is the way of life. The demise of a friend does not hinder the path of a companion. With only 9 players present, Yi Ji hopes Arian can endure the pressure ahead. Upon discovering the existence of a favorability system, players have moderated their behavior somewhat. Yet not entirely. Players with a chaotic neutral alignment still exhibit differing attitudes towards the indigenous people of Eltia, shaped by their interactions. The intricacies of these experiences can only be fully appreciated by those involved. Yi Ji summoned a new system window, which detailed the player's supplementary experience data. Renbu Xiuji, 193. 190, Yi Hui Fei, 163, Xiao Shan Yu Tang Man Lu, 48, Dai Ci De Ci Wei, 39. This represents the progress they have achieved through their own efforts. Although the magical talents of the divine avatars are commendable, human disparities remain evident. Among the trio of seasoned players, despite Lin Xian's fireball spell being unimpressive, his magical aptitude is the finest among them. Although the aptitude for coding may be lacking, the capacity for comprehension is astonishing. After Lin Xian elucidated the techniques for acquiring additional experience points, diligence has nearly bridged the gap between them. Ironically, the one incessantly boasting about the new spell, the elder who can fly, is progressing the slowest. The new players in the second tier generally garner around 30 to 39 additional experience points. Except for my little fish pond is full. The fish pond, owing to the dwarven racial traits, cultivates at a pace slightly quicker than that of human players. Coupled with his active engagement in quests, he leads the new players in additional experience points by considerable margin. Yizi nodded in satisfaction. The effects of the revised experience system are manifesting swiftly. On the first day, new players' additional experience points were merely in single digits. Upon recognizing the significance of these points, they surged within 3 days. Yi Ji could not permit players to rely solely on divine power to learn magic. The divine avatar was inherently a tremendous advantage and should be exploited effectively. The previous emphasis on quests was to ensure the players established Sweetwater Town. However, with external threats looming, mere survival in the town would suffice. All available time should be devoted to training. While experience points may not enhance players' mastery of spells, they certainly deepen their understanding. Calculating, once they accumulate 1,000 additional experience points, it coincides perfectly with the player's transition to novice mages, allowing for a timely job change. Having grasped the progress of 9 players, Yi particularly scrutinized the lowest-ranked players. Their additional experience points were a mere handful. A strategy must be devised to invigorate their motivation. Pondering, Yi contemplated increasing the daily meal allowance. If they are reluctant to train, they should engage in manual labor. Under the divine authority, during the pioneering phase, the existence of purely leisurely players is unacceptable. Observing the levels of these 2 players, it seemed they earned just enough magical coins daily to purchase sweet fruits, only to meander aimlessly around the town. This severely hindered the reconstruction speed of Sweetwater Town. Yi calculated the quantity of sweet fruits in the warehouse, deeming the feasibility quite high. With Edgar away from the town and no set return date, replenishing the sweet fruit stockpile was impossible. This presented a perfect opportunity to raise prices, unflinchingly raising the price of sweet fruits to 3 magical coins. Yi then organized the task list. Although the variety of quests available to players had increased, the most cost-effective tasks for gathering wood and stone remained in high demand, resulting in several small hills piled up in the clearing. While stone is manageable and can be stored longer without issue, the processing time for wood is limited. If left too long, it may become damp and rot. Currently, the supply of wood in Sweetwater Town is sufficient, allowing for a temporary pause on this task. The newly confirmed task list is as follows. Main quest: The Walls Against the Tide of Darkness. Event tasks. 1. Infrastructure 2. Exploration. Logging. For every tree felled, a reward of 3 experience points and 1 magical coin will be granted. Trees must exceed 8 meters in height, and species are not restricted. Street cleaning. For each barrel of trash collected, a reward of 2 experience points and a 40 chance of dropping 1 magical coin will be provided. Collecting stone. For each unit of stone collected, a reward of 2 experience points and a 40 chance of dropping 1 magical coin will be awarded. Calculated as follows. Collecting wild fruits. For each unit of wild fruit collected, a reward of 1 experience point and a 20 chance of dropping 1 magical coin will be given. Calculated as follows. The experience gained from logging has been set to 40, while the magical coin yield remains unchanged. This should alleviate the player's enthusiasm for running about with wide-leaf plants. Once confirmed, Yi decisively submitted the update. Subsequently, he accessed the official game website and changed the recruitment of beta testers to a long-term initiative, allowing for continuous sign-ups. Even for veteran players, collecting 1,000 additional experience points to reach level 10 still requires a significant amount of time. The over 500 divine power points he possessed were perfectly suited for recruiting new players. However, previously, the limitation on the number of divine avatars had hindered mass recruitment. The current issue is that the number of players in Sweetwater Town is too few to accommodate many individuals, coupled with the fact that his game has become rather unpopular on Blue Star. Yi gazed at the recruitment numbers on the official website, which barely exceeded 40, and felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The promotional video showcasing the players' achievements was deleted, completely severing the game's marketing channels. A new strategy must be devised to enhance the visibility of the divine realm beneath. Previously, he had capitalized on the popularity of Divine Domain to attract the initial 3 players. However, now that Divine Domain itself has lost its allure, there is no longer any opportunity to ride its coattails. Observing the forum responses, it is evident that there are numerous players interested in virtual reality games. They simply lack faith in the divine realm beneath. Yi pondered deeply, contemplating countermeasures. Perhaps it would be wise to approach this from a different angle, proving that all promotional content regarding the game is indeed truthful. The most effective method to validate the authenticity of the game as content is, of course, to allow players to witness it firsthand. This leads to the idea of game streaming. Chapter 98. A reunion with the red-skinned earthworm. As the notion of game streaming took root, Yi swiftly dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Even managing to upload a couple of videos to Blue Star would be a considerable achievement. How could he possibly stream for players? The progress of infusing magical energy into the blue light orb relies entirely on chance. Aside from the day he participated in the sea god S revival ceremony. Yiji has consistently infused magical energy whenever possible. However, the accumulated magical energy still suffices only for uploading 2 videos of approximately 10 minutes each, or around 500 high-resolution images. Streaming? That seems a distant dream. Yiji attempted various methods, but could not find a way to upgrade the network privileges on Blue Star. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon this idea. Seeking a team. Is anyone interested in taking on a lumbering task? 1 to chop, 1 to carry. And the rewards shall be shared. A player is holding a sign at the church entrance to gather participants. The early morning marks a peak time for players logging in, and typically, they have yet to accept any quests, making it the perfect opportunity to recruit. Almost immediately, a player stepping out pauses. Oh, has the lumbering task been diminished to mere triviality, yet there are still those willing to engage? Don't mention it. During the first 2 days after the server opened, there was little enthusiasm for quests. Who could have anticipated such a swift decline? It is a topic that brings forth tears. Now, in pursuit of additional experience points, he must grit his teeth and persevere. The character known as Master will fly strides back with renewed enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazes at the recruiting player. Are you seeking to partake in the lumbering task? The player, taken aback, replies, yes. Even seasoned players require lumbering tasks. Splendid. Master will fly's eyes glisten with unshed tears as he fervently grasps the other's hand. He has searched for 3 days, 3 long days, without finding a single player willing to undertake the lumbering task. The other player, startled, steps back. Dude, no need to be so intense, just speak plainly. Fear not, within the confines of the Watchers, combat among us is forbidden. We are civilized individuals. Master will fly replies with a mysterious smile. He gestures into the void and retrieves a green saw from his backpack. Friend, interested in purchasing an item? Oh, in his quest for swift advancement, Master will fly has long desired to craft an electric saw. However, the resource situation in Sweetwater Town is dire. With a severe lack of materials, he has been compelled to continuously lower his expectations. Ultimately, he only requires the ability to enhance the broadleaf plant, doubling the lumbering efficiency. But when he finally fashioned an otherworldly saw, boasting a 350 efficiency increase with broadleaf plants, the lumbering task had already been significantly nerfed. There are simply no new players accepting the lumbering task, rendering his manual saw obsolete. At last, today he has found a willing participant. The player who accepted the lumbering task furrows his brow, casting a disdainful glance at the saw in Master will fly's hands. Isn't this merely a few broad leaves tied together with some resilient grass and vines? And it costs 3 magic coins. That is enough to buy sweet fruit. How exorbitant. No. Master will fly solemnly shakes his head. One could say that the price of a single sweet fruit would suffice to purchase my lazy no. 1 manual saw. Consider this. If you team up to complete the task, you could at best enhance your efficiency by 150. By saving the cost of a sweet fruit to purchase my item, you could elevate your task efficiency to 350. It's merely a game character. Experiencing hunger has no real consequence. We even possess resurrection skills, so why fear going hungry? The other player finds himself somewhat bewildered. What you say does seem to carry some weight. Of course it does. My lazy number 1 is undeniably worth every coin. Master will fly asserts with unwavering conviction. If you skip dinner and log off, you can have breakfast the next day without even feeling hunger. The saw is as good as free. Indeed it is. The player, now intrigued, shakes Master will fly's hand vigorously and declares with enthusiasm, I shall purchase your saw. Splendid. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, a swift transaction was consummated, and the delivery was executed on the spot. Both parties displayed satisfied smiles as they departed in opposite directions. Remarkably, did he not realize that completing 3 logging tasks was requisite to afford the item he now possessed? The spectators murmured as they distanced themselves. Alas, he had encountered a fool. After successfully selling his surplus improved saw, he hastily fled the church, fearful of a change of heart from the buyer. He dashed out of the town and into the forest, where the environment remained untouched by player interference, given the considerable distance from the town. Towering unnamed tree species grew wildly, their canopies intertwining to form an impenetrable green dome. Twisting vines and trunks created a natural labyrinth of vegetation. As he stepped upon the fallen leaves and twigs, they emitted a soft crunch. Turning a corner, He successfully spotted Lin Xian and his companions, who had arrived earlier, concealed behind a patch of grass. "Shogo, I've arrived," he whispered, intentionally lowering his voice. Lin Xian shifted to the right, creating space for him. "Why did you arrive so late?" he asked, having already been waiting here for some time with the others, Chaos Code and Hedgehog. Hedgehog chuckled softly. "You said yesterday you'd be the first to rise, yet it appears that mere words do not equate to action." "I have my reasons," he retorted indignantly. "I sold that manual saw." He then recounted his encounter with the unsuspecting buyer. Lin Xian listened with a tone of astonishment. "You truly have remarkable luck. Ever since old AI departed, the price of sweet fruits in town has skyrocketed. Although the shop stock is currently minimal, all players are hoarding magic coins. Under such circumstances, even you managed to sell a few discarded broadleaves for 3 magic coins. Could your fortune be any better?" He chuckled with satisfaction. "Not only that, but I also intend to seek his feedback tonight." He genuinely aspired to engage in the business of reselling. Accumulating more magic coins would always be advantageous. Despite his lazy man number 1 only fetching 3 magic coins, if customer feedback was positive, he could continue selling to new players. With a growing clientele, wouldn't he amass a considerable fortune? Chaos Code, while sensing a hint of fantasy in his aspirations, nonetheless encouraged him. "As long as you are happy. Thank you for your support. But enough about me. How are things on your end?" As the conversation turned to serious matters, their expressions grew solemn. Lin Xian remarked, "The situation in the swamp is dire. We must act today." Not far from the grass where they were hiding lay a small swamp, teeming with mud. Occasionally, one could observe bulging mounds and segments of crimson bodies rolling within. There resided 8 red-skinned earthworms, or rather, they had once been a single entity 2 days prior. Chapter 99. A renewed battle against the red-skinned earthworms, the encirclement. 3 days have elapsed since the announcement regarding the exploration of Sweetwater Town. Yet no one has unearthed any written tomes within the abandoned houses. The clues that Lin Xian and his companions have managed to gather merely indicate the alarming speed at which the tide of magic has surged. The once thriving Sweetwater Town fell swiftly, devoid of any means of resistance. Those who fled did not even have the opportunity to carry away their precious jewels. Although the living necessities lie in considerable disarray, they are diverse and show no signs of having been collected. With no progress in their endeavors, Lin Xian decided against stubborn persistence. A few seasoned players secured the valuable items they had discovered, shifting their focus from the interior of Sweetwater Town to the outskirts. Having learned 2 spells, they felt compelled to put them to use. However, they remained vigilant, purposely lingering at the edge of the novice village to seek out the elusive red-skinned earthworm. After all, encountering a genuine magical creature could lead to their downfall, which would be a serious embarrassment for experienced players. Fortune favored their diligence. They indeed managed to spot one. Following several days of rain, puddles had formed abundantly. The player known as Wanma recalled Yi Ji's mention of the red-skinned earthworm's habits and prepared a substantial amount of wild fruit as bait. They successfully located it within one of the puddles. Fortunately, Lin Xian and Wanma were nearby, and upon hearing the commotion, they arrived just in time to intercept the creature before it could escape their cleverly laid trap. Alas, despite having learned the spell, their practical combat experience was nearly non-existent. Their attempts at battle yielded results even less effective than their first encounter in the rain. They launched 3 assaults in total, yet only succeeded in increasing the creature's numbers without achieving any substantial results. Lin Xian, with a grave expression, noted, "The fruit trees around us have been nearly felled. If we cannot resolve this by today, they will depart at dusk due to food depletion." Their ability to engage the red-skinned earthworm for 2 days was purely a testament to the adequacy of their provisions. The earthworm, devoid of intellect, foraged purely by instinct. The 4 players would log in at intervals to feed the wild fruit into the swamp, thereby keeping the creatures tethered to the vicinity. "Goodness, so soon!" exclaimed Yi Fei in astonishment, his mouth agape. "Didn't Tiwi just say yesterday that we could draw this out for another 2 days?" The hedgehog cast a glance filled with melancholy. With more mouths to feed, the rate of food consumption naturally increased, leaving one to ponder who had disregarded orders the previous day. All right, my fault." Yi Fei clasped his hands in contrition above his head. "I was wrong. If I use the holy light spell against the red-skinned earthworm today, I shall be a dog." Who would have anticipated that what was presented as a balanced offensive and defensive skill in the description of the light magic would, in Yi Fei's hands, serve merely a healing function? Initially, he had harbored hopes of transitioning into a warrior midway through, inspired by the grandiose descriptions of the skill. Alas, the truth was too harsh to bear. Undeterred by this reality, Yi Fei seized every opportunity to experiment with the offensive capabilities of the light magic. Yesterday, a split red earthworm was severed vertically into two halves, motionless and lifeless. Miraculously, it was revived by the radiant spell of the adept known as Grandpa Can Fly. Additionally, due to its vertical dissection, its length surpassed that of other earthworms by a factor of 2. After a day's nurturing, it has developed even better than those that had split earlier. The sound of garbled coughing echoed softly. In a certain sense, the radiant spell cast by Flying Boy has progressed the fastest among us. Indeed, even a 2-meter-long worm can be revived, the hedgehog scoffed. Lin Xian glanced once more in the direction of the swamp and spoke solemnly. All right, I just tossed a basket of freshly picked wild fruits in there. They won't last long. Is everyone ready? All weapons are in my possession. Accounted for without exception, came the calm voice of Garbled. Subsequently, he drew out several broad thorn leaves carved into the shape of long blades, their tips sharp and thin as gossamer. He distributed them one by one to the others. The hedgehog raised his hand in assurance. I'm brimming with energy. I estimate I can use my skills 3 times without any issue. I'm also prepared. The moment that red worm raises its rear, I'll know what skill it's about to unleash. Grandpa Can Fly boasted confidently. He was undoubtedly the most unfortunate of the 4. Despite possessing skills, he often had to rely on physical strength and combat techniques. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, fixated on the undulating swamp ahead. All right, based on my observations, the red earthworm surfaces to breathe after foraging. Time is of the essence. Everyone must concentrate. He began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, let's go. With the command given, the 4 players sprang forth from the grass. They charged directly at the cluster of red earthworms that had just emerged from the water surface. This sudden turn of events caught the 8 red earthworms off guard. Their massive bodies, momentarily stunned, were swiftly drawn to the fruity aroma emanating from the players. A basket of wild fruits, roughly the size of a human head, was far too meager to satiate 8 worms. They began writhing and burrowing into the swamp. The 4 players did not falter in their speed, deftly rolling at the edge of the swamp, narrowly avoiding the 8 gaping maws that erupted from the mud. After exchanging blows 3 times, each attack from the red earthworms was strikingly identical. If they couldn't evade this time, it would be quite the embarrassment. Utilizing the momentum from his roll, the hedgehog leapt into the air, his broad thorn leaf blade slicing through the air in a graceful green arc. He shouted, "Behold my aerial slash." This exaggerated display instantly captivated the attention of all 8 red earthworms. Like dazed sunflowers, they simultaneously turned to face the hedgehog. Seizing the opportunity, Garbled knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and began to chant an incantation. Wind's Veil Conceal. The incantation possesses a considerable wind-up. To deploy it effectively in the heat of battle with minimal cost, one must coordinate seamlessly with allies. Any disruption not only renders the spell ineffective, but also risks backlash. As the incantation concludes, the distorted figure vanishes without a trace. 2 seconds later, a small red-skinned worm, over 1 meter in length, suddenly raises its head and emits a silent wail of despair. Numerous lacerations swiftly appear on its body, which then burst open vertically. The halves of its body collapse into the swamp, motionless. Then comes the second one. After dispatching the 2 worms, the disheveled figure emerges at the edge of the swamp. Coated in mud. Old Shio, it's your turn. No problem. Fireball. A fireball the size of a pea is flicked from Lin Xian's fingertip. Trailing flames. It lands on a red-skinned worm that is attempting to burrow into the mire. In an instant, a black hole, 5 or 6 times deeper and wider than the original size, is seared into the worm's flesh, accompanied by a faint aroma of cooked meat. At that moment, the Poisier face swiftly delivers the finishing blow. With a flick of his wrist, he yanks forcefully, accompanied by a dull, tearing sound. The red-skinned worm is cleaved in 2, blood and mud mingling and splattering in all directions. Through their impeccable teamwork, one player executes the ambush while the other 3 take turns engaging. With pulls and yanks, they systematically exhaust the red-skinned worms, which outnumber them 2 to 1. In the end, Only the 4 of them remain. Chapter 100. First Battle Kill Notification. Yet they dare not relax. The true challenge posed by the red-skinned worms lies not in their aggression or defense, but in their formidable vitality. They had previously succumbed here 3 times. The 4 proceed cautiously, dragging what appear to be lifeless behemoths from the swamp, then continuing to deliver finishing blows to their bodies. Fireball, water arrow, universal physics. They exhaust all their skills, and even after the worms are shredded into pieces, they do not cease their assault. Outside the church, in an open area, Yi, seemingly sunbathing among the corpses, is actually observing the fortunes of the team through remote access. Upon witnessing the worms being finely minced and the 4 players still relentless in their assault, he turns his face away, unable to bear the sight. Compared to the crimson remains of the worms, the 4 players, rolling in the mud and grinning wickedly with their knives in hand, resemble monsters more than anything else. If they continue to chop, it will turn into meat paste, Yi muses. It seems the previous 3 defeats have thoroughly worn down the 4 players. Nevertheless, caution is prudent. The red-skinned worms are notoriously resilient. It was only moments ago that the last of the 8 finally breathed its last. With that in mind, it is time for him to take action. Yi taps the control panel twice. The meticulously prepared information promptly materialized before the 4 players in the form of a pop-up. Ding! Congratulations to the players Runbu, Xiuji, Yi Fei, and the Thorny Hedgehog for becoming the first to slay the red-skinned earthworm. Each player is awarded 100 experience points and 20 magic coins. The inaugural battle video will be included in the encyclopedia entry for the ordinary red-skinned earthworm. A server-wide announcement is about to be released. Do you wish to remain anonymous? No. Yi Fei declared without hesitation. They had toiled for so long. Was it not for this very moment? How could they boast if they remained anonymous? The others echoed the same decision. After all, they were the only ones with the leisure to confront the red-skinned earthworms. Anonymity made no difference. Furthermore, a server-wide announcement was undeniably cool. Once the choices were made, whether players were engaged in quests or simply idling, a crisp ding resonated in their ears. They swiftly opened their game panels to find that the long unchanging blank space in the lower right corner now bore an announcement. Goodness, this game has a server-wide announcement feature. One wondered why there was a designated empty area on the panel. Now the purpose was clear. What is this? Just a trifling reward for the kill. I wouldn't even glance at it. Unless you stop grinding your teeth while speaking, I might believe you, another retorted. I've been wondering why we haven't seen anyone lately. No way, I must keep grinding. What are ordinary earthworms to me? I shall be the one to slay the first monster. The information on the red-skinned earthworm was set to update again. Would the new content be a strategy guide? If they were looking for strategies, they should consult those seasoned players. They surely knew the creature's weaknesses. That makes sense. Let us seek them out. Alas, in order to prevent a crowd from frightening away the red-skinned earthworms, the quartet of the Lucky Encounter Squad had concealed their location in the marshes very well. Even if other players knew to search outside the town, it would take them some time to arrive. This fortuitously granted the 4 ample opportunity to tally their rewards. Yi Fei gazed excitedly at the rewards displayed on the game panel. 10 extra experience points. Haha, today's task is more than halfway complete. He had known there were additional rewards, not explicitly stated. Only 10 points? I thought we'd at least each get 20. The hedgehog expressed disappointment. Do you think extra experience points are as common as cabbages? Luan Ma laughed. Lin Xian nodded. Luan Ma is right. Although we spent 3 days on this. Those 10 experience points are far easier to acquire than completing quests. It is well known that regardless of a character's level, the extra experience from quests rarely exceeds a few points. However, the strength they gained from battling was decidedly tangible. Once they could slay twice as many red-skinned earthworms in a single day, the extra experience from defeating monsters would surpass that from quests. The future was indeed promising. Lin Xian shook off the mud clinging to his pant legs. Now his trousers could serve as excellent weights for training. They had certainly become rather useless, whether it was the clothing or the broad jute leaves purchased from Old Yi. Indeed, during quests, one would require an ample supply of broad jute leaves. Yet to acquire them for modification, one must pay a magical gold coin for each leaf. Such unprocessed items, freshly plucked from the trees, could still be sold for profit. Truly, a shrewd merchant. Once they identified the original tree species of the broad jute leaves, they would undoubtedly drive the market price down significantly. The character known as Chaos furrowed his brow. The broad jute leaves are fine, but when I sought out Old Yi for resilient cloth this morning, his tone was off. I sense that the fabric stock in the warehouse is dwindling. Perhaps prices will rise tomorrow. What? We must hurry and stockpile more fabric, exclaimed the character known as Grandpa Fei, abruptly lifting his dark face. It was summer in the game, and he wouldn't mind wandering about in mere shorts. However, such attire would incur penalties and diminish Arian's favor, a cost too steep to bear. The hedgehog cast a sidelong glance at him. Are you attempting to take advantage of Old Yi? Never mind then. Grandpa Fei quickly retreated from his earlier enthusiasm. Perhaps to emphasize the significance of the faction leader, Old Yi employed a higher standard than others. He seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read minds, being privy even to the popular memes and codes discussed among players. So far, no one had successfully exploited him. Moreover, Yi sometimes displayed a rather wicked sense of humor. He certainly did not wish to log in one day, only to be greeted by a skeleton with eyes aflame with blue fire. The last encounter with a fishing pond had left him so frightened that he had avoided it for 2 days. He was unsure what actions had led to a decline in the faction leader's favor. We still have some clothes for now. Instead of worrying about that, why don't you come and lend me a hand? Lin Xian said, raising his broad jute knife and beckoning to the idle Grandpa Fei. The other 3 gathered in response. Help! What are you doing, Xiaoge? Asked Grandpa Fei. Searching for loot. Lin Xian replied matter-of-factly. He utilized the broad jute leaves as tools, meticulously rummaging through the corpse of a red-skinned earthworm. Meanwhile, he explained to the others, although the red-skinned earthworm is a minor creature, it has garnered a server-wide announcement. Typically, creatures with first kill rewards drop in-game items. If you all assist, we can certainly expedite the process. Chapter 101. Can monsters really drop items? Drop items? Chaos displayed a skeptical expression. Surely, this game did not offer rewards that materialized out of thin air. Aside from the game interface, the environments felt strikingly realistic. Quest items and marketplace goods did not appear spontaneously. Rather, one needed to retrieve them from the warehouse. The magical gold coins awarded were merely numbers to obtain tangible currency. One had to seek out exchanges. Lin Xian, engrossed in his labor, kept his head down. Who knows? Searching might yield some benefit. That is a good point, Xiaoge. I will join you. The elder gently brushed off the mud from his arms and began rummaging through the pile of earthworm corpses. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the jumbled thoughts and the hedgehog exchanged helpless glances and similarly picked up their broadleaf knives. After all, they would need to clean up shortly, so it made little difference to stir about among the remains. The red-skinned earthworm, a rather oversized beneficial creature, significantly enriches the soil and promotes plant growth, subsisting mainly on wild fruits, soil, and decayed leaves. After examining 3 red-skinned earthworm carcasses, the jumbled thoughts gained a deeper understanding of the last statement. Despite possessing a mouth large enough to swallow a person whole, it could only feast on wild fruits and decayed leaves, all due to its inefficient digestive system. Within the remains, jumbled thoughts discovered fallen fruits that had been fed to them yesterday, or perhaps even the day before, yet remained undigested. Redesquine de Artorms favor cool, damp imbairements. And these fallen fruits appeared far fresher than those left outdoors. Additionally, there were various twigs, grass roots, and even unidentified rotting flesh. The latter bore no signs of being corroded by gastric juices, rendering them entirely indigestible. Unable to contain himself, jumbled thoughts paused. It felt as though they were sifting through a garbage heap. The elder remarked in agreement, questioning how they had overlooked these items during their earlier scuffle. How could they survive with half their stomachs filled with undigestible matter? Lin Xian, bemused, noted that it seemed they were inadvertently assisting the earthworms by dividing them into several pieces, effectively expelling the unprocessable refuse from their bellies. What lay before them, now, were remnants consumed within the last couple of days. Suddenly, a flash of white light caught Lin Xian's peripheral vision, prompting him to turn and plunge the broadleaf knife into the digestive mass. With a flick of his wrist, the blade struck something solid, clearing away the debris atop it. His eyes widened in surprise. Look at this. It was a square black iron hammer, its handle adorned with metallic rings, its overall design both rugged and aesthetically pleasing. Atop the hammer, a gemstone, indistinguishable in color from the iron, reflected the earlier glimmer of light. The elder approached, gesturing to indicate its size. Nearly 1 meter. This mindless creature consumes everything, doesn't it? 1 meter. After being divided into 8 pieces, it nearly rivals the length of a small red-skinned earthworm. Wiping off the gastric fluid from the handle, Jumbled Thoughts noticed an intricate carving of a crossed hammer and battle axe, resembling some sort of emblem. The wooden handle was of exceptional quality. Despite its prolonged stay in the stomach, the intricate grain remained unaffected. The hedgehog gasped in awe, muttering, "So defeating monsters can indeed yield items? Surely, the red-skinned earthworm couldn't have mindlessly swallowed an unconsumable hammer? This hammer's quality is unmistakably that of a reward item." Lin Xian also found the situation rather intriguing. After meticulously clearing away the various remnants, he gingerly lifted the hammer, only to be taken aback by its considerable weight. How heavy it is! The character, known as Glitch, estimated it to weigh around 40 pounds. It was astonishing that such a hefty object could be carried within the belly of this red-skinned earthworm. The dumbbells at the gym only weigh between 10 to 20 pounds. This hammer must weigh as much as 2 hefty dumbbells combined. Moreover, while dumbbells distribute their weight evenly, the hammer's mass is predominantly concentrated at one end. Feeling adventurous, the character known as Grandpa, Fei, attempted to swing the hammer to gauge its feel, but the inertia caused him to stumble forward, nearly falling flat on his face. He quickly released his grip, causing the hammer to strike the ground with enough force to create a square-shaped indentation, its handle tilting precariously. Grandpa Fei, still rattled, touched his face in disbelief. Was this tool truly meant for humans? Using it as a weapon seemed counterproductive, to say the least. The hedgehog nodded in agreement, stating that even wielding it with 2 hands was quite a challenge. Glitch attempted to stow the hammer in his backpack, then glanced at the game panel, which displayed no information regarding the hammer. Typically, items placed in the backpack would appear on the game interface, allowing players to deduce their functions, an exceedingly rudimentary identification method. Lin Xian speculated that the system might be lagging. Ever since the influx of players, updates to the game panel had occasionally been slow. Grandpa Fei suddenly had a thought. Could it be that such an item requires identification? Should we inquire further? That made sense. The hedgehog wholeheartedly concurred, declaring that what they had acquired must indeed be a high-tier item. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and found no fault in their reasoning. When confronted with unfamiliar new mechanics, asking questions was certainly warranted. Although Yi Ji often spoke in half-truths, he had never outright refused their inquiries. However, it was not yet the time to rush off. The 4 players continued to rummage through the remains of the earthworm and eventually discovered a pair of gloves and a belt, both displaying the same black color and hammer axe emblem, clearly part of the same set. After confirming the absence of any new items, the 4 players reluctantly made their way back. Without knowledge of the red-skinned earthworm's whereabouts or the movements of other players, they felt a sense of unease. After dispatching yet another player who mistook him for a wishing lamp, Yi Ji rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Why had they returned yet? Considering the distance between Sweetwater Town and the swamp, even dragging the earthworm's carcass should have brought them back by now. Yet here he was, enduring the incessant interruptions from other players. Where had the protagonist gone? Just as Yi Ji was about to utilize his administrative privileges to track the fortunes of the small squad, he caught sight of 4 figures emerging from a cloud of dust in the distance. Oh no, monsters have entered the village. A player shouted. Yi Ji sighed in relief. Oh, they're back. However, why were the 4 players heading in his direction? Old Yi, also known as Grandpa Fei, shouted from afar, "I miss you all so much." Yi Ji inhaled sharply, raising a hand to signal for a halt. "Speak plainly, do not repulse me, especially after your recent skirmish with the crimson-skinned earthworm. Your form cloaked in darkness, dripping with an unknown liquid, exuding an eerie odor." The player, garbled, retrieved a trio of hammers from his backpack. "We seek your expertise in identifying these items, leader. Do you recognize their nature?" Just as Yi Ji posed his inquiry, a nearby player, not having wandered far, approached with wide eyes. "Wow, what a magnificent hammer. This game truly invests in item design." Recently, he had been inundated with various items bearing a wear of 70 to 80%. Suddenly, a pristine item graced his sight, as if the very aesthetic of the game had transformed. "And these gloves, they even bear scales," he exclaimed. Chapter 102, Master Blacksmith. "I can fly. Wait until you experience their heft, and you shall cease your exuberance." Not merely the hammer, but the belt and gloves they had recently acquired were indeed several times heavier than ordinary items. The player's eyes sparkled. Is there such a boon? I can fly continued. Unlike the clever player, Yiji immediately noticed the symbols etched upon the three items. The crossed hammer and axe signified the forge hammer. Forge hammer? Garbled echoed. What is that? It pertains to the Church of Hearn, the ancient deity of flames and forging, a subject I believe I have broached with you. Lin Xian, Garbled, and Hedgehog exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting mutual confusion. The god of flame? The god of forging? Were these entities? I Can Fly smacked his forehead, excitement emanating from him. I know. It is the ancient deity responsible for creating the dwarves. Indeed, the obsidian steel warhammer, thunder leather, and lava-woven belt constituted their standard gear. Yiji picked up the gloves, clearly smaller than those suited for an adult. They were crafted from the scaled armor of thunder beasts, protective items that only master blacksmiths with ample resources would possess. You must have encountered a member of the Forge Hammer of mid-tier or above, and notably, he is a dwarf. Both the warhammer and gloves are tailored for dwarven use. The 40-pound warhammer feels somewhat cumbersome for humans, yet it unleashes its full potential among dwarves. The wear on all three items was minimal, far from the point of being discarded. It was astonishing that merely a brief absence led to such newfound commotion among the four players. Though dwarves are inherently skilled in forging, cultivating a master blacksmith remains a formidable challenge. Yiji could hardly contain his eagerness. Where did you find these items? To construct a wall capable of withstanding the tide of magic, one requires a sufficiently skilled blacksmith. This discovery is akin to a pillow being delivered just as one succumbs to slumber. To encounter a blacksmith of such caliber, akin to a walking arsenal, in a great oak forest, if we could persuade him to be our sentinel, we need not venture forth to seek other blacksmiths. What? Found? Isn't this a drop item from killing monsters? The one who can fly scratched his head. These items were found on the red-skinned earthworm. Yiji immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Those mindless, soft-bodied creatures, intent on their own demise, would indeed engage in such behavior. Quickly, let us hasten our pursuit. Yiji promptly made a decision. Just yesterday, the red-skinned earthworm had engaged in combat with players. The time those items spent in its stomach likely did not exceed a day, and its forging range must be nearby. If they hurried, they might still save that unfortunate dwarf. It wasn't that Yiji was pessimistic. Even weapons and personal belongings had been consumed by the not-so-monster-like red-skinned earthworm. His forging master, who dared to traverse the great oak forest, probably lacked significant combat prowess. Yiji rose to adjust his wizard's robe. His exposed skeletal hand moved, and a wand, twisted and slender like a black vine, appeared in his grasp. He took half a step forward, but then hesitated. No, the situation outside was too complicated. It would suffice for the garbled character to follow. The familiar time-limited quest notification appeared, and without hesitation, the garbled character accepted it. Excellent. A task that could mobilize the faction leader must be extraordinary. Moreover, he could take a stroll outside the town under the protection of others. He had no reason to decline. What? Is this entering a special storyline? The hedgehog was taken aback, watching the duo of a person and a wraith depart. The one who can fly shouted in disbelief. Why was I, standing closest, not called out? Is my favorability not high enough? Perhaps it was due to the wind magic chosen by the garbled character. It was quite effective for both travel and escape, Lin Xian speculated. In truth, if they wanted, they could still follow. However, the outcomes would differ vastly depending on whether it was for the quest or purely personal intent. Since someone from their team was following, they could wait for the garbled character to return in the evening and share what transpired. The one who can fly, disappointed, withdrew his gaze. I was about to inquire of old Yi regarding the principles of light magic's attack. He always felt that his skills were inferior imitations. While other players grasped the full capabilities of their skills immediately upon learning them, why did he still have to figure out on his own? The hedgehog widened his eyes. You wish to ask a wraith how to attack with light magic? Is this even sensible? What can I do? Old AI was nowhere to be found. He was utterly unreachable. Is there a third mage in the game? The one who can fly lamented as he lay in the spot where Yiji had just basked in the sun. To be fair, this chair is rather comfortable. He quietly reflected. The hedgehog remarked, Isn't the mascot a deity of light? You mention a goddess? It can't even speak human language. Let us not make things difficult for the child. As for Eltia, who is not mentioned, she is even more formidable. Not only is there a language barrier, The more time spent in her company, the easier it becomes to be enchanted by her charm, akin to the plight of contemporary laborers. New players have all fallen under her spell. Even the esteemed elder has a goodwill rating of 7 with her. It is best to admire the beauty from a distance rather than seek her out. Lin Xian pondered thoughtfully. Old AI's disappearance for 3 consecutive days is rather suspicious. Could it be that he is aware of being paraded around town, leading to his social demise? The hedgehog remarked. The elder leaned his elbow on his knee, adopting a contemplative demeanor, his tone grave. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, he entrusted all his responsibilities to them. I suspect that the initial conjecture has indeed come to fruition. The hedgehog, now looking perplexed, inquired. What conjecture? Old AI has always belonged to the divine faction. When he next appears, it will be transformed into a formidable presence. The elder spoke with fervor and conviction, prompting applause from the hedgehog and the nearby players. A brilliant deduction. Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head. If old AI were to overhear your disparaging remarks, I wonder how he would retaliate. A promotional video. A divine resurrection ceremony. These suffice to illuminate the disparity in strength between the players and Edgar. It is truly a matter of one decisive strike against a mere child. Beware, lest your careless words lead to dire consequences. With the mud almost dried upon him, Lin Xian shifted uncomfortably, shedding a cascade of muddy fragments. Setting other matters aside, there remains a heap of red-skinned earthworm carcasses in the swamp that require our attention. Let us hasten to conclude this task and cleanse ourselves. The elder signaled with a gesture. This task is simple. Leave it to me. Chapter 103. The sensing ability among dwarves. He inhaled deeply and shouted towards the distance. Someone come help gather the corpses. The red-skinned earthworm carcasses can be split 2 ways. After a few breaths, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching their direction. Red-skinned earthworms? They're the creatures mentioned in the announcement. The 4 diligent workers finally emerged. Can we loot the corpses? Count me in. The elder flashed a bright smile. His chin slightly raised. All right, all set. The hedgehog raised his thumb in admiration. You are indeed the shrewdest. The red-skinned earthworms are large, and after being torn apart by the 4 of them, their utility barely reaches half. The elder only allocated 2 shares. It seems he's relying on the fact that the other players have never encountered red-skinned earthworms, exploiting their curiosity to earn a laborious reward. Ahem. Achieving the goal is what matters. Lin Xian averted his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. His mention of processing the red-skinned earthworm corpses was initially motivated by the consideration of the hot summer, which could lead to rapid decomposition and subsequent consequences. He had planned to dig a hole to bury them. However, who would willingly undertake additional labor if the task could be expedited? The 3 of them enlisted 2 new players to assist. The colossal earthworm carcasses were swiftly transported back to Sweetwater Town, unaware of the red-skinned earthworm's significance. The 2 new players cheerfully took their share of the monster carcasses to experiment. Meanwhile, the ever-curious Greed for Life remained behind. He was the player in the blue coat who conversed with the hedgehog on the very first day. Upon seeing a pile of suspiciously shaped, mushy deep red meat on the ground, his expression of gluttony was indescribable. Shouldn't this substance belong in a landfill? Due to the player's clumsy handling of the red-skinned earthworms, the meat was smeared with a considerable amount of grass and dirt from the path. The elder, who could fly, raised an eyebrow in defiance. Despite its unappealing appearance, the taste was surprisingly delightful. He extracted a particularly intact piece of flesh. Behold, this is the meat from the abdomen. It is undoubtedly tender. Do us a favor and join us for dinner tonight. The glutton shook his head vigorously. No way. I have no interest in consuming monster meat. He was merely an onlooker. Unfortunately, the corpse of the red-skinned earthworm was too fragmented for him to reconstruct a complete image of it. The hedgehog's expression was not much better than that of the glutton. Can this truly be eaten? He had never tried it. He hoped no one was deceiving him. The 2 seasoned players nodded firmly, especially the elder, who seemed to possess no recollection of the grim experience of rummaging through the earthworm's innards for items. Carefully, he placed a piece of meat into a wooden barrel. Do not harbor prejudice against it due to its species. It has a savory flavor. Although he had forgotten whether the red-skinned earthworm was palatable, he distinctly remembered the taste of salt in a game where the daily diet consisted solely of sweet fruits. The rarity of food with other flavors was remarkable. It led him to indulge in heavy oil and salt for all his meals after logging off. Furthermore, It only consumed wild fruits. The premium ingredients had been designed with our health in mind from the very beginning, ensuring they were completely organic and free from contaminants. The glutton appeared hesitant. I recall it also ate decaying leaves, the kind that fermented into a foul odor. The elder placed a hand on his chest, feeling wounded. He merely wished to improve his diet. There was no need to state the facts. It was already challenging enough to convince himself to consume the flesh of an unknown creature. Lin rummaged through the pile of putrid remains, barely finding a few connective tissues to salvage. There was too much rotten meat. Should we perhaps use it as bait? Since we brought it back, we ought to think of a way to repurpose it. The elder was the first to agree. Sure, fishing sounds delightful. Using earthworms as bait to catch fish is quite reasonable. He was eager to enhance his meals. The hedgehog hesitated. Are you certain we could defeat the fish monsters in the game? Previously, when they went to the shore to gather iron sand, they had witnessed the ferocity of the fish schools, especially a certain fish with a red back and black spots, which had bitten through the iron rod they had brought, causing a loss of 20 magic gold coins. It had chased them through the river like a dog, nearly reaching the shore. What are you afraid of? The glutton, who had never been there, stoked a fire of enthusiasm from the sidelines. Fish possess a critical weakness. Their combat prowess diminishes by 80 when on land. With that being the case, you still can't defeat them? The hedgehog pushed him toward the exit. The theoretical experts will soon be humbled after a brief stroll by the riverbank. They have set their belongings down and are preparing to bathe, leaving no time for further quarrels. At this moment, the elder glanced around, sensing that something was amiss. Have you seen the fish pond? It is uncertain what the others are engaged in reality, as they remain perpetually online. Before arriving at the marshlands, he had caught sight of one of them on the way. Y&T, that fellow emerged. They had triggered a server-wide announcement. Is it not worth a visit? The hedgehog shrugged, expressing uncertainty, claiming to have seen him not long ago. Meanwhile, the fish pond had ventured beyond the safety of Sweetwater Town. Initially, the fish pond sought out the four of them, but had been unable to locate them. By the time they reconvened, the Lucky Strike squad had already set out to find Yi. He decisively abandoned that thought. Recently, the fish pond felt that the matter of providing false registration information had come to the attention of the game officials, perhaps even being synchronized within the game itself. The camp leader's attitude towards him was peculiar, always observing him from the shadows. Even upon logging in, he was met with the eerie gaze of the blue-tinged undead, which was unsettling. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he avoided crossing paths with Yi, fearful of triggering any hostile missions. However, trouble found him regardless. Upon learning of the dwarf artisan's whereabouts, Yi did not immediately depart the town with the glitch. Instead, using the location provided through administrative privileges, he found a fish pond and assigned him a quest to accompany them. New doors outside? The fish pond gasped in surprise. Goodness. The veteran players were advancing the storyline while he was distracted. Yi explained, dwarves are a social species. Among their kind, there may be a sense of connection. The significance of the forthcoming actions is profound. Do you wish to join us? In truth, dwarves typically possess little in the way of sensing abilities. However, divine chosen ones might. The player bodies created through divine abilities and characteristics should fall under this category. A synthetic chosen one is still a chosen one, after all. The fish pond nodded vigorously, eager. Of course, I shall go. With the veteran players stirring such a significant affair, how could he not strive for a position among the elite players? He promptly accepted the quest, although he could surmise the outcome of the decision. Hearing it confirmed brought a sigh of relief from Yi. With the addition of the fish pond, their route forward will be far more precise and orderly. Let's hasten our departure. The red-skinned earthworm was quite large, making it straightforward to trace their movements. Yi led 2 players into the marsh, marked 6 routes on the ground, and turned to the fish pond. Which path do you think we should take? Is it my turn? The fish pond exclaimed in astonishment, still unaware of what the dwarf's sense truly entailed. The fish pond surveyed all 6 directions and pointed to the second path on the left. Is there something beneath it? Chapter 104. The difference between Buyer's Showcase and Seller's Showcase. Yi inquired of the fish pond about the specific location. The wand was cautiously inserted into the ground, swaying slightly, and soon encountered a solid patch of soil. Found it. Yi pressed down forcefully with the wand, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web, revealing a hollow tunnel. He explained, the surface of the red-skinned earthworm is covered with a special slime that solidifies the surrounding soil, forming a tunnel for their passage. However, This solidification ability is limited. After a day, it will naturally degrade, and the tunnel is unstable. Once the hardest core soil is shattered, it will collapse on its own. Watching it collapse right at Yiji's feet, Lama nodded thoughtfully. So, to catch new red-skinned earthworms, can we start from their paths? As long as we locate an earthworm tunnel, we can follow it to find a red-skinned earthworm that left no more than a day ago. This is certainly much easier than waiting for them to emerge from the soil for air. I've learned something. Following along indeed leads to new discoveries. The fish pond quietly moved closer. Brother Lanma, what old Yi is holding is a wand, right? Otherwise, is it a cane? Lanma turned to look, replying curiously. No. I mean, do wizards in this world not cherish their wands? The fish pond, having observed the entire process, was profoundly shocked. He had always thought that wands were essential tools akin to glasses or smartphones. Not to mention putting them on display, they shouldn't be used for such high-wear tasks, right? The other party directly used the wand like a hoe. Lanma was momentarily at a loss for words. He was unsure as well. It seemed too little. Alien's identity directly limited her from using magic. Edgar usually took great care of his sword, yet just a few days ago, he had split it in half with one strike. As for Yiji, it goes without saying. That black wand of unknown material was truly versatile. Not only could it be used for showy displays in combat, but could also serve as a magnet, a hoe, capable of doing anything. Perhaps an Eltia's worldview. It is commonplace for wizards to change their tools, hence they need not concern themselves with wear and tear. Lanma could only speculate thus. Yiji lifted his head from the tunnel. Enough chatter, my dear compatriots. I require your assistance. There are matters of greater importance than gossip at hand. A poor dwarf is still awaiting their rescue. Oh, here it comes. Indeed, only when game-related keywords were involved did the player's spirits ignite. As the tunnel collapsed, the effect of the slime rapidly decomposed upon contact with the external air. The soil suddenly became exceptionally loose. The three searched for quite some time within before finally locating the item sensed by the fish pond. A flame-shaped emblem, measuring approximately the size of an adult's half palm, prominently features a pair of crossed hammers and battle axes, adorned on its reverse side with a fiery red gemstone. It is a lava energy mineral, which explains your ability to sense it. Yiji carefully stored the emblem away. This item is consumable by dwarves, and you seem to be hungry. The fish pond patted the mud off his head and chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? I suppose I am somewhat peckish. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the glitch. Can dwarves truly consume stones? It is an energy mineral, Yiji corrected. In fact, some energy minerals can also be ingested by humans, replenishing magical power. However, they are quite costly, he silently added in his mind. The emphasis is not on the properties of the energy mineral, but rather on the fact that the fish pond genuinely possesses the ability to sense dwarves, albeit merely detecting an emblem that one carries. Yiji propped himself against the ground and effortlessly leaped out of the collapsed tunnel. The appearance of this emblem within the passage indicates that the red-skinned earthworm consumed a personal item of the dwarf while his injuries had yet to heal, causing it to leak from the wound at his tail immediately after ingestion. This further suggests that the other party is not far away. We are on the right path. Let's proceed. The imagery described by Yiji made the fish pond shudder with disgust, as if afflicted by goosebumps. The vitality of the red-skinned earthworm seems excessively robust. Leaking while consuming. What kind of zombie exists in this world? I felt the same way 3 days ago, the glitch remarked, pulling him back to the surface. And the two hastened to catch up with Yiji, who had already set off. Within the game's parameters, only a 1-kilometer radius surrounding Sweetwater Town is designated as a safe zone. However, there are no boundary markers or physical delineations to clearly indicate the limits, which, in reality, is unnecessary. The moment one steps beyond the protective aura of the magic circle, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. Though the environment remains unchanged, the air becomes inexplicably oppressive, as if something unseen is lurking and watching their movements. The daylight dims by 2 degrees. The two players instinctively quieted down, carefully moderating their footsteps. Surrounding them are dense, wild grasses that seem capable of consuming everything, growing wildly to heights surpassing that of an adult's head. Only when passing closely by can one glimpse the traces of what appear to be roadways, hinting at a rapidly decaying civilization. The fish pond lowered his voice in wonder. This place resembles a primordial forest. The trees and thickets around them seemed magnified several times over, rendering humanity exceptionally diminutive within their midst, perfectly aligning with his imagined visage of a primal forest. The same sentiment had been expressed by Fei Zi on the first day he received his testing qualification. The glitch responded. Had it not been for the intervention of 3 veteran players, the trees surrounding Sweetwater Town would not differ greatly in height from those outside. With that, the glitch forcefully severed the thorns and vines obstructing their path. Outside, there are merely a few more weeds. I seriously suspect that the level of abandonment in Sweetwater Town should be quite comparable to that of the outside. The players were spared the task of establishing a settlement on their very first day, a rare act of mercy from the game developers. Yi Ji, pressed for time, would not allow them to linger on the path for too long. As the thorns ahead grew denser, he raised his staff high, unleashing a blazing fire that carved a path through the undergrowth. The intertwining roots of verdant and obsidian plants drooped languidly on either side of the newly formed route. "Let's proceed," Yi Ji declared, leading the way. "Incredible. Fire magic is truly formidable," exclaimed Yu Tang, his eyes aglow. "You deceived me about the fireball spell being subpar." Guoma could only chuckle in silence. It was evident that the disparity between buyer and seller showcases was stark. An idea struck him. "Wait, did you learn the fireball spell?" Yu Tang inquired. "Naturally. I only discovered it when selecting skills. Dwarves suffer a 50 effectiveness reduction when learning magic outside of fire. Originally, I merely chose the fireball spell out of necessity, but it seems fire magic holds great promise." Guoma sighed, reluctant to dampen the other's excitement. "Let us move swiftly. Otherwise, old Yi will have vanished from sight." Chapter 105. A goblin nest resides nearby. In reality, the red-skinned earthworm could only traverse a limited distance in a day. While Guoma fretted about encountering monsters like the 2-headed howler wolf, they had already traversed the thicket and emerged into a more open glade. Setting aside the potential dangers lurking in the shadows, the terrain was perfectly suited for a temporary respite. The ground was scattered with various footprints and drag marks. The trio split up to explore. Yi Ji emerged from the thicket behind an oak tree, dragging out a peculiar backpack. Crafted from oak and adorned with brown leather and several copper studs. The design of the knotted straps immediately led Yi Ji to conclude that it belonged to the dwarf who had passed this way. The backpack had been violently torn open, nearly emptied of its contents, leaving behind only a few glimmering gold coins, pure gold, indeed. The currency system of Eltia was convoluted and diverse. Yet gold remained a universally accepted hard currency among most races. Yi Ji glanced at the coins before turning away. Their value, derived solely from scarcity, paled in comparison to the worth of the ability or discovered by Yu Tang. The 2 players regrouped after searching other areas. Yu Tang spread his hands and reported. "The surroundings are littered with dead branches, weeds, and the bones of unknown creatures, but I found a sharpened bone." Guoma produced a bone nearly the length of an adult's arm. One end had been fashioned into a point, resembling a weapon. Yi Ji gazed down at the 4-clawed footprints imprinted in the ground. Given the surrounding traces, it was evident that goblins had recently frequented this place. "So, the dwarf we are searching for was captured by goblins?" Guoma responded. Yu Tang clicked his tongue in disapproval. The game developers really need to do their research. Aren't goblins creatures from Japanese fantasy? Such a jarring inconsistency in the setting. Yi Ji felt a line of dark frustration emerge on his forehead. He had gone to great lengths to ensure a localized translation for the players, yet there were still errors. The magical races of the continent of Eltia were plentiful, many of which corresponded with the fantastical species of Blue Star. There would undoubtedly be many surprises in store for them. Ignoring the grumbling from the fishing pond, Yi Ji began to enlighten them. Goblins are diminutive, frail beings with green skin, and they are among the few intelligent creatures capable of coexisting with monsters. Their intelligence may not be particularly high, yet surpasses that of monsters, justifying their classification as sentient beings. Their way of life resembles that of a tribe. Thus, there should be a goblin nest in the vicinity. The good news is that goblins do not consume humans. The bad news is that they offer sacrifices to the monsters. Unlike most races that regard monsters with disdain, goblins firmly believe that monsters infused with divine remnants are the emissaries of the divine, akin to celestial beasts roaming the earth. By offering tributes to the monsters, they hope to secure a better existence. Perhaps goblins are simply not very palatable. The monsters tacitly accept their survival rules. As long as the goblin tribe regularly presents offerings to the monsters that rule their territory, they are permitted to inhabit the area. The mobility of the goblins conveniently compensates for the monsters' inability to stray too far from their lairs. After elucidating everything, Yi concluded, monsters are exceptionally selective about their diet, consuming only living beings, so he should remain alive until the next sacrificial event. It's just that their treatment is far from favorable. Goblins lack the patience to care for their sacrifices. At most, they toss a bit of food daily to ensure their survival. Upon hearing this, the character known as Garbage Code inquired, so, the three of us must rescue the mission target from a goblin horde that likely exceeds 3 figures? That seems rather daunting. The fishing pond spoke earnestly. The greatest drawback of the game's hyperrealism is that numerical superiority becomes exceedingly significant. Even a few hundred goblins, despite their small stature, could easily bury them alive. Shall we retreat? The fishing pond suggested, reasoning that it was merely a foreign dwarf. If they couldn't save him, then they need not bother. Garbage Code turned to Yi for confirmation. While he remained silent, his thoughts echoed those of the fishing pond. There was no need to fight a battle destined for failure. It wouldn't matter if the 2 players perished, but they must not risk the life of their faction leader and cause the server to implode. No, this is not solely about rescuing the dwarf. Yi's tone grew serious. The goblin tribe is alarmingly close to Sweetwater Town. Their existence poses a threat that we must comprehend. Goblins are akin to humanoid locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. If one day a goblin were to disrupt the terrain and inadvertently damage the core of the magical array, it could expose the existence of Sweetwater Town. Currently, the players would stand no chance of survival in the Great Oak Woods. Reflecting on this, he recognized it as a grave oversight on his part. Had he known that a goblin nest lay nearby, he would undoubtedly have refrained from selecting this location for the player's novice village. They must ascertain the position of this goblin lair with utmost urgency. Listening to Yi's grave tone, the 2 players fell silent. Yi turned his gaze towards the fish pond. Upon arriving here, have you sensed anything peculiar? The fish pond tilted its head and closed its eyes to concentrate, then vigorously shook its head. I feel nothing. Yi sighed. It would be challenging to locate the goblin nest without any leads from the fish pond. Recent rainfall and the multitude of creatures that had passed through the area rendered scent tracking magic exceedingly difficult. Yi could only follow the chaotic footprints leading outward. However, he had not ventured far before the tracks were obscured by encroaching weeds. Ahead lay no clear path. It seemed that any direction would lead to nowhere. After numerous failed attempts to forge a route, Yi felt a sense of despondency. Let us leave, gather our belongings, and return to Sweetwater Town, he conceded. It appeared that today's expedition would yield no results. Hooray! The fish pond exclaimed, leaping with joy. After spinning in circles like a headless fly, it had been awaiting this very statement. The jumbled remnants of what they had found, including bones and their backpacks, would have to suffice as their spoils from this venture. The 2 players trailed behind Yi, watching in astonishment as he conjured a colossal fireball, incinerating the thorny forest ahead. The moisture-laden branches crackled violently in the blaze, causing a bead of sweat to form on the forehead of the jumbled remnants. He could almost hear the ominous footsteps of the lurking monsters drawing near. Boss, how do we return now? If we cannot wait for the flames to subside, it is likely that the creatures will discover our location. Naturally, we shall take a different route. Yi replied with remarkable composure. This fire will continue to blaze until the thorns are thoroughly consumed. Follow me. In his haste to depart, Yi had carved a fiery path through the underbrush. If only monsters were to appear nearby, it would not be a significant concern. However, with the presence of goblins, this man-made trail posed an undeniable risk that must be addressed. The best course of action would be to create the illusion that a sorcerer had engaged in battle in the vicinity. After utilizing wind blades to trim the thicket surrounding the thorny area, Yi led the 2 players away in the opposite direction of Sweetwater Town. Chapter 106. The spider silk trap. Not long after the trio departed, a resounding crash echoed from behind. The jumbled remnants looked back, noting that the fire had not diminished. Instead, it appeared to be spreading outward. The towering flames were clearly visible amid the branches. The fish pond, still shaken, patted its chest. Goodness, setting the mountain ablaze. We might end up imprisoned. This fire will eventually extinguish, won't it? The jumbled remnants asked, lacking conviction, as he observed several large shadows converging towards the thorny area. He could not shake the feeling that the situation was far more complex than Yi had suggested. What if the fire spreads to Sweetwater Town? What if the monsters discover Sweetwater Town because of this blaze? Absolutely, Yiji asserted with certainty. The vitality of the great oakwood forest is not as fragile as you might imagine. He deftly circumvented the thicket ahead, seizing a vine hanging from a branch to slide down a small hillside. He then added, "This is no ordinary woodland. After coexisting with the monsters for 6 centuries, it has become a hallmark and integral part of their lair. A single fire cannot alter much." No sooner had his words left his lips than a fine, filamentous rain began to descend from the heavens. Yiji brushed off the leaves clinging to him, rising to his feet while lifting his chin. "Look, a solution has arrived." Following the descending fish pond, he opened his mouth in astonishment. Is there artificial rainfall in another world? He stepped to the right, attempting to glimpse the anomalous clouds responsible for the rain through the gaps in the treetops. His foot landed on a brittle branch, producing a slightly sticky creaking sound. The fish pond quickly sidestepped a couple of paces, lowering his gaze to inspect his shoe sole. "Oh no, I stepped in dog droppings." Yiji's foot froze mid-lift. What was that sound? He suddenly turned back, shouting, "Get out of the way." In response to the sudden shout, the jumbled code rolled instinctively to the side. The fish pond stumbled, ensnared by the swiftly appearing white threads around his ankles. In a dizzying spin, he found himself hanging upside down, struggling to bend over. He reached for the threads around his calves. What on earth is this? His hand became stuck once more. The jumbled code retrieved a broad-leaved knife from his game backpack and, channeling wind magic, slashed at the threads in the air. A bony hand forcefully pressed him down from above. "Don't move. These threads cannot be severed with a broad-leaved knife." Yiji produced his wand, tapping it against the surrounding ground. Whoosh! Swish! Strands of white silk sprang from the fallen leaves, hanging from the nearby branches in abundance. Before long, the area was densely adorned with them, swaying in the breeze like several white willow trees. Yiji explained, "These are the threads of a first-level monster, the silk spider. Its entire essence lies within its silk, which is not only highly adhesive but also difficult to cut. Ordinary flames are ineffective against it. We must have accidentally wandered into a silk spider's hunting trap. Fortunately, it typically sets traps all around, so its main body is likely not nearby." The jumbled code realized, so we should use water to deal with it? After all, Yiji only mentioned that flames are ineffective against the silk. Clever, Yiji praised. The silk spider's silk is impervious to fire, yet it rapidly loses its stickiness when exposed to water. Moreover, if we wash the silk with water dozens of times, it can be transformed into textile material. This fatal flaw makes it exceedingly challenging for the silk spider to successfully prey on intelligent beings. Consequently, the lifespan of a typical silk spider is quite brief, and their numbers are scarce. To encounter a silk spider is indeed a stroke of luck for them. Recently, the stock of tough grass in the warehouse has dwindled to a mere handful, rendering it impossible to craft novice gear for the players. However, with the acquisition of silken threads from the spider, their journey has not been in vain. The fish pond, suspended from the tree, swayed precariously, its eyes beginning to spin in disorientation. "Enough explanations. Can you rescue me first?" "Oh, right, I almost forgot about you," Yiji lamented, pressing his forehead in exasperation. A stream of water shot forth, not only bringing down the fish pond from the branch, but also causing the surrounding silken threads to fall to the ground. Of course, Yiji was not devoid of compassion. To prevent the fish pond from hitting the ground headfirst, he skillfully used a gust of wind to swing it to the highest point on the threads before finally rescuing it. The fish pond scrambled to its feet, quickly disentangling itself from the threads that ensnared its legs. Ugh, how unfortunate. The character named Chaos adeptly gathered the silken threads, admonishing, "Don't discard them. Didn't you hear old Yi say they can be used for clothing? These are valuable items." Pleased with Chaos's perceptiveness, Yiji suddenly pricked up his ears, sensing a rustling sound approaching their direction. "Not good. The silken spider is returning. Quickly, gather your belongings and prepare to leave." The two players hastened their movements, swiftly collecting the scattered threads. The pile of threads accumulated to the point of nearly burying all 3 of them. Yiji frowned at the threads, sensing something amiss. However, time was of the essence. The distant flames in the thorny thicket had not yet extinguished, and the monsters were not far off. He could not afford to confront the silken spider at this moment. Dismissing the troubling thoughts regarding the threads, he urged the players to depart without delay. Upon their breathless return to Sweetwater Town, Yiji finally recalled the source of his unease. the sheer quantity of threads. The amount of silk within a single silken spider trap was more than sufficient to entomb 3 individuals. It was indeed twice the usual amount found in an ordinary trap. This was the yield of a pregnant silken spider. No wonder countless silken spiders were producing traps at such a rapid pace. Pregnant silken spiders, in need of abundant nourishment, would constrict their hunting grounds. There must be a nest woven by the silken spiders nearby. Yiji's eyes gleamed with excitement. The silk within the silken spider's nest would far exceed that found in a single trap. The potential for profit was immense. Chaos turned back in confusion, asking, "What about the quantity of silk?" "Nothing significant." Aware of the curious gazes directed at him, Yiji hastily concluded the task. Although this rescue mission did not yield the intended target, it should not be in vain. I have already informed you of the usefulness of the silken threads. The threads you possess will not be reclaimed. Consider them compensation. Furthermore, Yiji allocated some experience points and magic coins to both players. Subsequently, he departed with purpose, intent on refining the ideas swirling in his mind. If successful, a new batch of players would soon arrive. Having settled the task rewards, the 2 players swiftly cast Yiji aside. Regardless of Yiji's antics, as long as the task completion was not delayed, all was well. The duo continued their journey towards the town entrance, engaging in a discussion about the handling of spider silk. Almost colliding with Lin Xian, who was roasting meat at the town's edge, they paused abruptly. "Stop. Move any further, and you'll catch fire." Lin Xian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Didn't you go to rescue someone?" Turning to spot the fish pond, his astonishment grew. "Fish pond? How did you end up with?" Chapter 107. Are we about to engage in a faction war? Observing the 2 individuals whose appearance was scarcely better than that of beggars, Lin Xian's mind was awash with questions. He glanced behind, confirming the absence of others. "Where's Old Yi? Has the task been completed? Did you find the dwarves mentioned in the quest?" Surely, Fish Pond could not be the dwarf referenced in the task. Upon seeing Lin Xian and the others, relaxed slightly. "The rescue was a failure. When we arrived, we only found a backpack." The person had long vanished. Moved forward to assist, carefully placing the spider silk down. Upon handling it, he found its weight far exceeded his expectations. "Where did you procure this?" "Mass of black threads. It's so sticky. You might not believe it, but it was white at the beginning," Fish Pond lamented. Washing the spider silk with water did little to eradicate its lingering stickiness, resulting in a messy collection of unidentified substances they had picked up along the way. Now, it resembled a gigantic ball of yarn that had rolled through a sewer. This heap of spider silk, which could not fit into their game backpacks, significantly complicated their return journey, inciting Fish Pond's ire. He plopped down on the ground, only to leap back up in pain a moment later. "I'm exhausted. It hurts." He clutched his rear, grimacing. "Next time there's some ridiculous special task, I swear I won't take it." The entire ordeal felt like a relentless obstacle course through the primordial forest, and the return trip had taken an unnecessarily long route, utterly exhausting him. As began unloading the spider silk from his game backpack, he explained that Old Yi had specifically sought him out due to his racial advantages to accompany him in search of the dwarves. "What? Another racial advantage?" Hedgehog flipped over the earthworm's skewers on the fire, casting an envious glance. "Why, Haven Tea, I encountered such good fortune." A cold snicker from Fish Pond responded. "If I could trade places with you, I'd deal let you know first. Because of these short legs, I've walked at least a third more distance than others. Unless you've experienced it, you can never fathom the anguish in my heart." As began unloading, Fish Pond took out the spider silk from his own backpack. The white spider silk spread across the ground like a blanket. "There, this is the original color of the spider silk." Glanced at the black mass by his feet and then at the white spider silk pile ahead, his expression one of indescribable incredulity. Impressive. The state of the 2 strands of spider silk has already indicated the experiences of the 2 individuals along their journey. They returned just in time to encounter Lin Xian preparing dinner. After a long day at the fish pond, they were both exhausted and famished, so they decided to stay and share a meal. "Consider yourself fortunate today, as you have coincidentally arrived during our culinary upgrade," exclaimed Yi Fei, tossing over a skewer of red meat. Fish Pond inhaled deeply, the fragrant aroma wafting into his nostrils, causing his salivary glands to react involuntarily. "Where did you procure this meat?" "Apart from the school of piranhas in the water, I have never encountered anything larger than a caterpillar in this game." "Did you not notice today, as announcement? Red-skinned earthworms? Is this actually worm meat?" Fishpond's hand trembled while holding the skewer. It was a dilemma. Eating it felt impossible, but discarding it was equally challenging. What's the matter? Do you also harbor psychological reservations? Hedgehog remarked, casually devouring the entire skewer in one swift motion and continuing with a muffled voice. Don't always wait for his materials to assess. The taste is quite similar to chicken, albeit with a hint of earthy flavor. Then perhaps I shall pass, Fishpond replied after a moment of hesitation, returning the skewer to the fire. TCH, another discerning individual. I don't want it, Yifei declared, consuming the skewer himself. Fishpond turned to observe the village entrance, noticing the absence of other players. Where are the others? Have they all logged off? Pretty much. There are still two who are too afraid to eat worm meat, finding its aroma too enticing, and they are deliberately keeping their distance, Hedgehog explained. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures. Even when tempted, they are unable to overcome their mental barriers. Fishpond chuckled awkwardly. Your capacity for acceptance is truly remarkable. As a modern individual with no scarcity of food, he had little interest in expanding his culinary repertoire. Yet the four players who had stumbled upon this situation were deeply immersed in the experience, as if they were truly surviving in a wilderness of another world. Lin Xian handed Fishpond a sweet fruit. Let us discuss your experiences with the tasks. Glitch swallowed the piece of roasted meat and nodded, sure. The exchange of questions and answers undoubtedly lacked the thoroughness of their own narrative. He primarily elaborated on the excessively dense forest environment outside the safe zone and the fleeting glimpses of jungle creatures, although he had consistently guided them away from monsters. The pervasive sense of danger was unmistakable. Had they ventured out on their own, they would have faced far greater peril. The most likely scenario would have been returning empty-handed. If they returned at all, he then emphasized the movements of the dwarves and the existence of goblin nests. According to Old Yi, the goblin nests were located quite close to Sweetwater Town, making it highly probable for them to encounter them upon venturing out. Hedgehog immediately perked up. A new hostile faction. Are we finally going to engage in faction warfare? What are you thinking? With only 9 players, what kind of battle can we have? A brawl at the village entrance? Yifei shot him a sidelong glance. Hedgehog wilted again. TCH, how dull. Lin Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. While an outright war is impossible, we could attempt to capture a goblin to test the waters. Although the information provided by Yiji indicates that goblins are social creatures, it is improbable that they would always forage in groups. Setting traps at the outskirts of the safe zone might allow us to capture a solitary goblin for research. I concur. Acquiring intelligence before the clash of forces is crucial. Hedgehog was the first to respond. Having vanquished the red-skinned earthworm, his muscles were eager for combat, yearning for the thrill of battle. The group animatedly discussed the details of their ambush plan. Listening to the entire conversation with growing astonishment, Fishpond's jaw dropped wider. Are you all devils? Yiji had stressed that the presence of goblins might compromise the safety zone. Rather than evading danger, these 4 were preparing to provoke goblins. They even had a plan for torturing captives. The more he listened, the more the process felt like a descent into torment. Fishpond couldn't help but question himself. Is this the gap between him and the first-tier players? However, he felt detached from his plan. Wait, let us not rush into discussions about goblins. First, we must address the spider silk. Spider silk? Lin Xian repeated with confusion. Is the pile of white threads we brought back. Chaos explained briefly, summarizing the unexpected encounter and the function of the silk in just a few sentences. Weaving? I can fly. Clenched his fists in excitement. This is a valuable resource. Sweetwater Town has a significant shortage of fabric, and many players are repeatedly wearing their 2 sets of novice gear. Currently, the resilient grass fabric is also trending towards scarcity. If they could weave the spider silk in a cloth and sell it to other players, it would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. Chapter 108, The Silk Trade. Fishpond nodded affirmatively. Moreover, I inquired with Old Yi, and the marketplace accepts fabric, as long as we can weave the spider silk in a cloth. We need not worry about sales channels. Hedgehog pondered for a moment, still harboring doubts. But you mentioned that we must weave the spider silk in a cloth. Do we possess such delicate skills? I can fly. Reflected on this and calmed down. Indeed, we do not even know how to weave silk, let alone spider silk. Look online for tutorials. Fishpond pressed the sweet fruit against the ground, offering suggestions. With the internet being so advanced, finding a weaving tutorial is a simple task. What difference is there between silkworm silk and spider silk? Given the current cost-effectiveness of tasks, even if we immersed ourselves in the game all day, we would only earn a few dozen magic coins. Once the spider silk fabric is ready, it will undoubtedly yield tenfold profits. Old Shio, you're a gaming blogger. You must recognize the value in this. All eyes turned to Lin Xian. Lin Xian contemplated for a moment. Indeed, magic coins are among the most critical items in the game, aside from experience points. Despite the current marketplace only offering various highware items, simple fabrics, and food, this is ultimately a magical world. Who knows when magical items might become available in the marketplace? Saving money will ultimately pose no issue. At long last, Lin Xian has spoken. How do you wish to proceed? Although the benefits of spider silk are considerable, it undoubtedly demands both manpower and energy. As a solitary player, I am neither capable nor inclined to partake in such a venture. Without reservation, Fishpond laid bare his thoughts. You may present your offer. I shall sell you all the spider silk I possess. What say you? Lin Xian exchanged glances with the others. This is indeed a substantial business. He cannot decide unilaterally. Please grant us a moment. The four players rose simultaneously, gathering aside to deliberate the feasibility. The meat roasting over the fire sizzled, its aroma wafting through the air. After the last batch of worm meat began to show signs of burning, they finally returned. Fishpond casually discarded the leftover fruit cores. What do you think? 500 magic gold coins to buy out all your spider silk. Without a moment's hesitation, Fishpond rejected the offer. No way, that is far too low. His brows furrowed, and he continued. The game backpack holds 5 slots, each capable of containing 999 of the same item. I can fill my slots and still have surplus. I possess at least 5,000 strands of spider silk. Old Yi did mention that the thread spider is a level 1 magical creature, and its innate abilities are fully invested in spider silk. Such commodities are not inexpensive. You wish to acquire it for less than 1 magic gold coin each? At the very least, 2,000 magic gold coins. I take a deep breath. 2,000 is quite the audacious thought. A player dedicating a day to the game would require 40 days to earn 2,000 magic gold coins. You expect to amass such a sum through a single special quest? Lin Xian's expression grew serious. 1,000, it cannot be more. You also stated it is a conjecture. The true value of the thread spider silk remains uncertain. We must consider the potential losses during weaving and other risks. Should we refrain from purchasing, relying on the thread spider silk in your possession, you could still engage in business. However, it is unlikely you will find another buyer for your silk. Currently, within the game, only their team can muster a 4-digit sum of magic gold coins. A silence enveloped the scene for a brief moment. Fishpond raised his eyes, gazing sincerely at him. Old Shio, I'm a decade-long fan of yours. Attempting to leverage emotional ties is futile. Lin Xian expressionlessly turned his head away. To be candid, having observed for several days, the character appearance accompanying Fishpond still left a significant impression. 1,000 magic gold coins is the utmost price. We cannot stake all our treasures on spider silk. Lin Xian spoke earnestly and sincerely. Should the thread spider suddenly proliferate in a few days, we might find ourselves losing everything. This statement successfully caused Fishpond to swallow the words he had prepared to articulate. Very well, but I demand the transaction today. I furrow my brow. Is there no option for installments? They are preparing to acquire the coveted piece of land first, which is adorned with houses they have specifically constructed. The longer the delay, the greater the risk of it being purchased by other players. The Fishpond gazes at him as if he were a fool. If he wishes to procrastinate, I, the grandfather, have no qualms about extending the delay further and simply taking my share. Hey, how did I not realize before that you have such a penchant for trouble? Grandfather will roll up his sleeves, feigning to strike. Should it be rumored that I am bullying the short, this is invoking family rules. All right, let us cease this commotion. Lin Xian intervenes to stop the exuberant grandfather. The division of profits is certainly not feasible. A complete buyout is the most prudent approach. After consulting with the others, Lin Xian readily agrees. Very well. Let's conclude the deal today. The total amount of magic gold coins held by the 4 of them exceeds 2,200. After the transaction, they are merely 200 gold coins short of acquiring the land. It is but a matter of waiting another day. After all, they did not secure the land at the earliest opportunity, believing that other players would not be able to catch up to their progress in a timely manner, thus preventing any interception. Waiting an additional day is inconsequential. The fish pond rejoices, declaring it splendid. They forego their meal and proceed directly to Yiji for notarization, completing the transaction of magic gold coins. The weight of magic gold coins is considerable. Most players find them cumbersome, opting instead to exchange only a few for tangible copper coins to play with. Monitoring the balance's increase relies solely on the numerical display on the game panel. However, players are unable to conduct transfers through the game panel. Therefore, to engage in virtual magic gold coin transactions, assistance must be sought. Initially, Edgar was responsible for matters related to magic gold coins. With his departure, the task fell to Yiji. After each of the 5 players succinctly explained the reason for the transfer, Yiji was taken aback. Originally, he planned to establish a channel for purchasing spider silk from the marketplace the following day, aiding players in liquidating their silk. He intended to devise a method to manage the spider silk thereafter. Little did he expect that players were already attempting to weave it themselves. Naturally, he wholeheartedly supports such perceptive and swift players. Magic gold coin transactions, you say? I shall promptly assist you. After adjusting several players' data on the panel with his permissions, he symbolically issued a transfer record. The transaction was thereby deemed complete. After delivering a series of formal remarks, Yiji thoughtfully provided an oral guide detailing the processing of spider silk, hoping the players would avoid unnecessary detours. However, just as he finished his praise, the players revealed their true nature. Grandfather will fly, rubbing his hands together and approaching with a sly grin. Esteemed leader, I seek your assistance with a small favor. Chapter 109. The Fish Pond Conquers Inner Demons. This formulaic prefix is a reward trigger prompt set by Yiji. When the players first discovered the iron or vein, he had promised to assist them 3 times. Each attainable outcome is a spell of intermediate level or below. Yiji originally intended to enrich the variety of task rewards, while also providing a glimpse of intermediate magic to players who could not become intermediate mages in the short term. However, the current activities available to players are exceedingly limited. The 2 opportunities he had to engage were solely to assist in chopping wood for a task, which greatly diminished his stature as the leader of this faction. Fortunately, once the limited uses of his magical abilities were exhausted, he would no longer be compelled to sell himself short. Yiji resignedly departed from his beloved reclining chair. Do you wish for me to assist you in chopping wood again? No, no, no. How can I always be the one performing such menial tasks? Before Yiji could exhale a sigh of relief, the eager one interjected, We have discovered a vast expanse of stone mountains to the southeast. Could you help us blast them open and transport the materials back? Ideally, we would prefer them in square blocks for task completion. Furthermore, if they could be directly moved to the task settlement location, that would be splendid. Yiji's expression darkened with each word. How about I skip the intermediate steps and simply grant you the task rewards instead? The eager one beamed with delight. Is that possible? Of course not. Yizi igronit, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He had perhaps been too generous with his smiles, allowing them to become increasingly demanding. If it were not for the transaction involving spider silk for weaving, he would have certainly kicked this daydreaming fellow away. Yiji surmised that the eager one's urgency in completing tasks was likely related to the 1,000 magic coins spent on spider silk earlier. The only other significant expenditure would involve purchasing land. Sighing, he resolved to assist them. Blasting the stone mountain and transporting the materials required 2 spells. He could only assist with 1/2 of the task. All right then, we shall handle the transportation. The eager one replied without hesitation, and do not forget, we need square stone blocks. Yiji remarked, I feel increasingly like a disposable laborer. After expending the last remnants of his magical energy for the day, he finally met the eager one's demands. Leaning on his staff, Yiji returned to the leader's dwelling. Even the undead would lose vitality due to magical depletion. He decided not to linger at the church tonight to absorb any more magic. As Yiji opened the door, he once again marveled at the player's extravagant renovation skills. The wooden cabin's foundation barely qualified as acceptable. It was evident that the cabin was merely a temporary structure. Yet they insisted on constructing a fully designed single-story villa. Why would the undead require a kitchen or a bathroom? This must be the land they truly wished to purchase. Yiji muttered to himself. It was as if they were building a house tailored to the desires of the 3 players. Perhaps after moving out of Sweetwater Town, He could attempt to resell this house to them. Wait, just as Yi was about to close the door and rest, the persistent figure trailing behind finally spoke up. Leader, I have more to say. Yi looked down, his eyes widening in surprise. You haven't left? He initially believed that once the transaction of magic coins concluded, the fishing pond would depart. Why was the other party still following him? The fishing pond closed his eyes and took a deep breath, adopting an expression of fearless resignation. He suddenly bent deeply in a bow. I apologize, leader. I deceived the organization. In truth, I am incapable of any inventions or agricultural endeavors. If there is to be punishment, please deliver it all at once. Do not continue to terrify me with various pranks. When one reaches a certain level of exhaustion, their thoughts may empty, leading to a profound enlightenment. As he clutched the thread of hope on his way back, the fishing pond pondered deeply. He realized that today's task was indeed unavoidable. Could he, the dwarf, be the only one who could locate them? No. The disparity in treatment must stem from the initial misrepresentation during registration. Thus, the game assigned him this seemingly enticing yet arduous task. The planner's heart was ruthless. He undoubtedly possessed a keen understanding of psychology, knowing that he would surely fall into the trap. If this matter was not resolved thoroughly, he would remain in a state of anxiety for an indeterminate duration. Regardless of whether the final consequence was a cancellation of his account or another severe punishment, it would be wise to resolve it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he might not even enjoy the game anymore. The fishing pond's thoughts were written all over his face, prompting Yi to hesitate in his words. Should he remain silent any longer, the fishing pond might take action against his lineage. In truth, I had no intention of punishing you. No, you do. The fishing pond turned away, lost in his own thoughts. Come on, do not show me any pity simply because I am a delicate flower. I currently possess over 1,000 magic coins. Feel free to deduct as you please. Yi's forehead broke into a line of dark sweat. What absurd notions had he conjured? Did the other party engage in trade with the Lucky Encounter team solely to pay him a fine? If he refrained from payment, would he not be disrespecting the other party? Yi swallowed the explanation that lingered on his lips and stated solemnly, Indeed, young sir. The fishing pond is filled with comrades. The organization is quite disappointed in you. Considering this is your first offense, I shall be lenient with the fine, imposing only 300 magic coins. This will help recalibrate the current market. Is it truly so inexpensive? The fishing pond looked up in astonishment and joy. After this, will you cease to harass me? Yi's expression darkened. Once more, I have never targeted anyone. Upon unexpectedly discovering the fishing pond as fraudulent registration, he had indeed felt anger, yet it was directed at himself. Ultimately, all of this was a result of his lax scrutiny as an auditor. As for the fishing pond, he merely frightened him upon his arrival. How had this been misconstrued as continual harassment? The updates to each player's game panel depended on Yi's manual entries. Was it not entirely normal for him to observe the other party from the background? Yi wished to explain, but the fishing pond was no longer willing to listen. He spread his arms wide and dashed away, his voice echoing far and wide. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. Yi hit, concluding that the parties involved seemed indifferent to the truth. Upon entering the bedroom, he observed the sparse furnishings, a bed crafted from soul wood to nurture the spirit, and a workbench utilized for clandestine surveillance of player activities and potion brewing, cluttered with several unfinished concoctions from recent days. Due to the hazardous nature of forbidden magic that could easily disrupt storage spaces, most of Yi's collection was hidden away elsewhere, rendering the room particularly bare. After synchronizing the data on goblins and silk spiders to the official website, he scheduled the release for midnight. He also uploaded a video he had edited on the way, showcasing the player's first kill of the red-skinned earthworm. The necessity for more manpower was evident. Having completed his tasks, Yi gazed at the night sky, letting out a deep sigh. The current number of members in the Watchers was insufficient to sustain operations beneath the Divine. Chapter 110. Can we cope? Then, let us increase the workload. Unfortunately, that group of rascals seemed oblivious to the situation. Rather than assisting their leader, they would likely end up like Claire, waiting for him to rescue them. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he proceeded to record the day's journal. The feasibility of the plan to scavenge corpses in the vicinity of Sweetwater Town, particularly for the unfortunate souls who wandered into the Great Oak Forest, had significantly diminished and required reevaluation. Furthermore, the sample size for scavenging was alarmingly small. It was unrealistic to expect every individual to be as easily deceivable as Arian. In the realm of humanity, the number of high-gifted Dragonborn was still too scarce. Merely picking up a zealot would be more than enough to burden Yi. The most effective method to enhance the indigenous labor force of the Watchers was to have Edgar return with a few cards. Edgar was headed to Nari Town, where he would encounter far more individuals than in the Great Oak Forest. The likelihood of finding suitable assistance was considerably higher. As Yi pondered this, a white grass bird, fashioned from resilient grass, flew in through the window. After perching on his hand, its luster rapidly faded, and it tilted over. A message from Edgar? Yi retrieved the note from the grass bird and unfolded it for reading. It stated that Edgar had found 2 vagrants who met Yi's criteria, shallow in their faith towards the divine, possessing magical talents, yet willing to accept the unprayerful life in Sweetwater Town. He would bring them back upon his return. Such swift progress? Yi was elated. Despite having sustained injuries during the sea goddess resurrection ritual and having rested for 2 days before setting off, Edgar had managed to deliver good news after just 1 day. Perhaps when Edgar returned, the population of the local residents in Sweetwater Town would witness a remarkable leap from single digits to double digits. The more Yi contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, even shaking off the fatigue from excessive magical exertion. He decided to venture out once more to seek Arian. Unfortunately, Arian had not yet retired for the night. Yi returned home only to find herself at a loss, but soon discovered her in the task settlement warehouse. At the entrance of the warehouse, a bonfire flickered, illuminating a vast array of timber, stones, and a yawning Alien seated at the door. Upon noticing Yi's approach, Alien instantly awakened. "May the Frost Moon Goddess bless you." "Good day, sir," she greeted, her head lowered in frustration. Revealing her allegiance to the Frost Moon Goddess before the leader of the Watchers was akin to courting disaster. Fortunately, Yi seemed unperturbed by her faith. Belief is not something easily altered overnight. Besides, Alien was merely a carefree temporary worker dragon. "Good evening, Alien. Still awake at this late hour?" Yi inquired. Alien pursed her lips, her expression troubled. Yi quickly grasped the implication. It was related to the players. Alien nodded reluctantly, her tone laced with grievance. "For gentlemen are outside gathering stones. They appear intent on working through the night. With players still engaged in their tasks, Alien, who was responsible for task settlements, could not leave prematurely. In fact, due to the players' erratic schedules, she had to rise before the first player logged in and could only rest after the last one logged out. It had been 3 days without a proper night's sleep. If this continued for 50 years, Alien genuinely doubted her ability to endure." Yi found himself a loss for words. He didn't need to access permissions to know that those 4 stubborn players were indeed the lucky encounter squad. They truly intended to spend the entire night exchanging the stones Yi had gathered for task rewards. They seemed to disregard their in-game bodies as mere objects. Observing Alien's frustrated yet fearful demeanor, Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Overlooking Alien's working hours was indeed his oversight. Players in Blue Star had other commitments and could not adhere to a conventional schedule. Previously, with only 3 players, this issue had not surfaced. After a moment of contemplation, Yi said, "I apologize for my oversight. Starting tomorrow, I shall rearrange your working hours. It would take time to notify all players, so for tonight, Alien would have to endure another late shift." As he contemplated the questions he was about to pose, Yi felt a slight pang of conscience. He then spoke without hesitation. "Aside from your working hours, do you have any other needs?" Alien's eyes widened slightly, and she shook her head vigorously. "Of course not. I merely guard the warehouse and inventory resources. Your assigned tasks are already quite manageable." Or rather, it was difficult for her to remain at ease while watching a group of mages toil away. "Are you certain?" Yi pressed again. "Can you handle the current number of players?" "Absolutely," Alien affirmed. Alien added without hesitation. Although their personalities were somewhat unique, they were generally quite easy to get along with. After the cold demeanor on the first day, the players, as Edgar had taught her, became significantly more cooperative. Despite her lengthy working hours, the overall workload was not particularly heavy. Players typically found it cumbersome and would only come to settle rewards after accumulating several tasks, resulting in a job that was mostly idle with only brief periods of busyness. If Alien were to complain further, it would be quite ungracious. Regardless of the current number of players, even if it were to increase 3- or 4-fold, it would still fall within my capacity to manage. After saying this, Alien quietly added, if you truly wish to reset my working hours. Good. That's the very statement I was waiting for, Yiji said, comfortingly patting her shoulder. Although the number was not quite 3 or 4 times greater, new players were expected to gradually return, and it would be prudent for her to prepare for that. Alien paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback. New players? Of course, the Watchers were not a small organization. The membership was certainly not limited to just a few. Yiji smiled gently at her, though it was uncertain whether Alien could perceive the warmth in the undead smile. Leave this to me. You should return and get a good night's sleep. Under Yiji's firm insistence, Alien handed over her notebook that recorded the players' task completions and turned to leave in a daze. It was only after she had walked a considerable distance that she realized the Watchers were most active several hundred years ago, where there's still a significant number of members now. However, that was not the main concern. The crux of the matter was that she had merely spoken casually and did not genuinely wish to face a plethora of players. Distributing task items and settling tasks for the players was certainly easy. The challenge lay in dealing with a group of players who incessantly clustered around her during their idle moments, engaging in inexplicable antics. And now, such individuals would continuously increase? No, she truly could not manage it. Alien lamented silently, striking her head in the darkness, mourning her impending chaotic life. Chapter 111. Has it been labeled a fraudulent game under the gods? The warehouse was left with only Yiji. He stretched lazily, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. As long as the working hours were adjusted, Alien would be fine. With player slots available, Alien had the capacity, and even Edgar could find at least 2 newcomers. If new players weren't supplemented now, when would they be? A silver light streaked across the horizon. Yiji glanced at the newly credited 21 points of divine power and set aside the system panel, focusing intently on adjusting the latest internal testing player registration criteria. To address the lurking dangers of monsters within the iron mines, the nearby goblin nests, and the exploration of the Misty Sea, a significant number of players is imperative to devise a solution. Thus, Yiji has broadened the selection criteria for this occasion. He seeks players from various backgrounds, those who engage in daily life, those who thrive in combat, and explorers alike. Yiji is not a tyrant, however. Considering the workload of Alien, he plans to recruit only 41 players before Edgar's return to complement the existing few. Moreover, the recruitment will occur in batches, facilitating the physical manifestation of the game interface midway through. Yiji murmured to himself, realizing that constantly monitoring the status of 50 players would be quite taxing. With the update announcement, the new round of enrollment criteria was also released on the official game website. Under the Divine Test Server version 1.24 hot update announcement. Key updates. 1. The number of internal test players increased to 50. Players will be selected for the internal test at irregular intervals. All returning players are encouraged to apply. 2. The first battle with the red-skinned earthworm expansion is now live, and a video will be added to the data encyclopedia section. 3. Intelligent optimization. Alien's unique behaviors have been enriched, adding special characteristics for after-hours activities. Additional content. 1. New species of monsters and ordinary creatures added. 2. Air wall optimization. 3. Game physics engine adjustments. 4. Minor bug fixes. 5. Current number of applicants. 42. Despite the passage of time, the number of applicants remains pitifully low. Yiji sat at the entrance of the wooden warehouse, his mood as bleak as the night breeze. Not to mention selecting players. Even if he summoned all the pre-registered players online, he still wouldn't reach 50 participants. The popularity of Under the Divine remains disappointingly low. Pondering over the enrollment figures, Yiji found himself in a quandary. The current official website is no eyesore. So why are players not flocking in? After much effort, the official website had improved considerably, even managing to attract 3 players from the once lackluster Xiaowin site. It seemed illogical that such an exquisite web page could not yield far greater results. After a long day of contemplation, Yiji suddenly discovered that those who had created promotional videos for Under the Divine had been banned. The reason was posted by Lin on another platform, spreading false information. They were banned for 7 days and prohibited from re-uploading the initial promotional video for Under the Divine. Curiously, the reason was somehow related to the game itself. Realizing something was amiss, Yiji sat up straight and continued to delve into the fragments of comments. It came to light that Under the Divine had been mischaracterized as a fraudulent web game, landing on the news feed of a certain platform. Lin's promotional video became a scapegoat. Once reported, the platform checked the official site and discovered that Yiji's purported game company was non-existent. The video was promptly taken down. Currently, there exists a profound skepticism regarding the authenticity beneath the divine, rendering it unlikely for newcomers to register. Yiji let out a sigh, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. The news outlet that released the report belongs to the Aishin Corporation, presumably capitalizing on the recent fervor surrounding the divine realm to issue a warning, thereby successfully stifling the lifeblood of the divine domain. The more Yiji contemplated, the more his head throbbed. He slapped his palm against the warehouse door. Was he truly required to establish a gaming company? Being away from Blue Star, how could he navigate the relevant procedures? Yet, without removing the fraudulent game label from the divine domain, how could he attract new players? Surely, no fool would willingly part with their money to purchase a gaming helmet for what they knew to be a scam. The gaming helmets connected to Eltia were embedded with miniature magical arrays, necessitating costly customizations. Such expenses were utterly unavoidable. Yiji paced back and forth before the warehouse door, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. Despite the vast distance between worlds, many matters remained beyond his reach. At that moment, 4 players clung to the warehouse wall, approaching the door in a peculiar half-squatting stance. Last batch. Everyone hold on. Eliana, we're here to turn in our quests, right? Oldie? Lin Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, suddenly noticing that the individuals outside were of an unusual height. Instinctively, he glanced back into the warehouse. No need to look. Eliana is resting. I will settle your quests, Yiji replied, regarding the players before him with a complex expression. Despite their cheerful demeanor, they were secretly struggling. Their accounts even barred from basic sustenance. Alas, it's not easy for anyone, he remarked, patting their shoulders with significance. With a mere glance, he assessed the quantity of materials within the players' inventories. After transferring the appropriate quest rewards to their game panels, he offered a final piece of advice. Get some rest. If you push yourselves any further, you may end up sleeping the entire day tomorrow. With that, he gracefully slipped into the embrace of the night. He needed to resolve the online issues swiftly and devise a strategy to increase the number of new player registrations. Hud. After depositing all the stones from his backpack into the warehouse, the figure known as Yifei approached, rubbing his shoulders. What's the matter, Xiaoge? Do we have problems with completing our tasks? No, Yiji replied. Old Yi is merely reminding us that our bodies are nearing overload. We might not be able to log in tomorrow. Oh, Old Yi has changed his tune? I thought he only basked in the sun. Yiji twisted his neck, feeling a sense of relief after shedding the burden. Not too bad. It feels lighter than usual, don't you think, Hedgehog? The hedgehog nodded confidently. Absolutely. I feel nothing at all. Yet, suddenly, he tilted his head back and collapsed. Thud! The sound of his head hitting the ground was painful to hear. Yifei found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to lower his hand or leave it raised. It seemed they had reached the threshold of pain sensitivity. The garbled text lifted the hedgehog's arm, assisting him to rise. We should log off early. It would be unfortunate if we fell asleep outside. While catching a chill is a minor issue, the areas beyond the logging off point lack protective measures, and being pranked by other players would be quite embarrassing. Lin Xian supported the hedgehog's other arm, helping him to stand. It seems reasonable, this time. I could take a bit longer to log off and address matters concerning my Quaidu account. Is it still impossible to apply for recovery? The elder frowned. Quaidu has deemed that Under Divine Authority is a fraudulent online game. There is little I can do. Lin Xian's gaze reflected helplessness. However, it's only a 7-day ban. I still need to edit the new video. One can only say that I placed my bets incorrectly. He indeed could not sustain himself solely on a game for a lifetime. Chapter 112. Handling the cobwebs upon reaching the stage of registering a gaming company. Yiji began to feel the cumbersome nature of the process. Not only was a practically unusable business plan required, but there were also various documents needed. Regrettably, he possessed none of these. After being suspected of online fraud by the staff for the second time, Yiji sighed as he deleted his newly created account. Since I can connect to the Blue Star network, wouldn't it be splendid to possess an extraordinary hacking skill? Instead, I can merely conjure a multitude of accounts with my magical powers. Even he began to suspect he was engaging in online fraud. Yiji temporarily closed the panel connecting to the Blue Star network gazing blankly at the now clear sky. For the time being, he would attempt to register a shell company abroad and obtain a set of legitimate documents. After all, it is impossible for the game under divine authority to undergo public testing, thus no need for a license or similar requirements. Damn, the more I speak, the more it resembles a fraudulent game. Driven nearly mad by customer service, Yiji halted his thoughts and stepped outside for some fresh air. Most of Sweetwater Town remained in ruins, with only a few areas radiating signs of reconstruction. Occasionally, he spotted players crawling in peculiar postures, their entire possessions seemingly strapped to their bodies. Is the security in Sweetwater Town truly this poor? Yiji couldn't help but wonder. Although there was indeed no position akin to a law enforcement officer, with merely 9 players present, was there truly a need to be wary of outsiders at this time? Yiji continued his walk. Near the riverbank, he found a lucky encounter squad engaged in handling cobwebs. They had erected several rows of wooden frames, laden with white silk. The silk fluttered in the wind, carrying a hint of tranquility and beauty. After observing them for a while, Yiji's inner restlessness gradually subsided. The elder peeked out from amidst the silk, surprised to see him. Oldie, he tossed the silk into a wooden barrel, wiped his hands, and jogged over. Chief, do you have any new tasks? Nothing of the sort. I'm merely observing. You all continue, Yiji replied, admiringly following the elder as he toured the setup. The players diligently adhered to the methods he provided, meticulously clearing away the webs dozens of times. In less than a day, they had managed to remove over 1,000 strands of silk. This stood out as the sole piece of good news amidst a plethora of unfavorable tidings. Approaching the group, the other 3 players were seated together. The hedgehog and the glitch continued to cleanse the strands in the bucket, while Lin Xian was preoccupied with a bundle of sun-dried silk, meticulously organizing it. Upon noticing Yiji, the 3 players promptly ceased their activities. Yi Huifei spoke first. Oldie mentioned he merely stepped out for a stroll and instructed us not to mind him. The hedgehog tilted its head in astonishment, gazing at Yiji. Has Oldie also adopted a new mode of behavior? Yiji replied, he is still present. Does he truly not care about what is being said? Just as Yiji had disregarded the players' incongruous titles, they soon treated him as if he were non-existent. Returning to their tasks, cleaning the silk was indeed a laborious endeavor. Before long, it was Glitch's turn to fetch water. Given that the fish in the river would consume anything, they did not spare the water buckets either. Each time they fetched water, they had to prepare 2 buckets, one dilapidated bucket to attract the fish's attention, and another to swiftly haul up once filled. Truth be told, it was quite the exhausting task. Yet, the players took turns with unflagging enthusiasm, marking this phase as the least tedious part of the entire silk cleaning process. Among them, Lin Xian was exempt from the water-fetching duty. He struggled with a piece of wood while battling a bundle of silk that became increasingly tangled. After observing for quite some time, Yiji could no longer contain himself as Lin Xian nearly tied a knot that would stump even the 6th brother. Are you testing the silk's resilience? Lin Xian looked up, bewildered. No, I intend to organize the silk into a coil for easier weaving later on. I consulted an online acquaintance, a compatriot who hasn't yet returned to Eltia, who advised me to do it this way. Lin Xian's fan group truly consisted of talented individuals. He had merely posed a casual inquiry the previous night, and it turned out that Tian Li Sanhua genuinely understood the intricacies of weaving. The tool he held was fashioned under her guidance. However, the gap between theory and practical results was indeed considerable. Originally, Sanhua had asserted that the silk's resilience would eliminate the need for creating thread, stating that simply organizing the strands would suffice for weaving. If all went smoothly, a piece of cloth could be completed in less than a day. Yet, Lin Xian had stumbled at the very first step. Yiji was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Unfortunately, he too was a master of theory, with no knowledge of weaving. He could only redirect the conversation. Can weaving truly be that swift? He recalled seeing various ancient weaving tutorials online, each of which suggested that it took months to create a single garment. It was that compatriot who said so, Lin Xian reflected, carefully recalling his chat with Sanhua. She remarked on the remarkable resilience of spider silk, noting its considerable diameter, and suggested the creation of a spinning wheel, which could be swiftly crafted using a net weaving technique. Grandpa Fei, raising his hand to contribute, mentioned that they had recently discovered a stone spinning wheel in town, which could be repaired for use. The modern textile machine shares a striking similarity with the spinning wheel. Entrusting him with the task of improvement, they could have a rudimentary yet fully functional textile machine in just 2 days. Just then, the character garbled returned with water, seamlessly picking up where Grandpa Fei left off. I would then employ magic to weave fabric, thereby enhancing efficiency by 20%. Hedgehog clapped his hands, declaring his role in the initial cleaning of the spider silk and serving as an atmosphere coordinator midway through the process. Yi Zhizi gazed affectionately at them, exclaiming, "Excellent. Indeed, we must not abandon the plan for the fourth catastrophe." Observing these 4 delightful players, who had formulated a clearly defined and highly feasible plan in just one night, rekindled Yi Zhi's spirit after it had momentarily waned. However, despite all this discourse, the players remained perplexed by Yi Zhi's peculiar behavior. Grandpa Fei leaned closer to Hedgehog's ear, whispering, "Something's amiss. Eltia has begun to delve into philosophy." Hedgehog nodded vigorously in agreement. "I've never witnessed a player offering consolation before. In typical games, isn't it the players who initiate such gestures to trigger dialogues?" Just as the two were speculating about Yi Zhi's thoughts, Garbled directly inquired, "Leader, have you encountered some trouble?" Yi Zhi paused for a moment, retrieving a lounge chair from his storage space and sitting beside the 4 players. "There isn't much to fret about. I merely wish to glean your perspectives on the future." Chapter 113. An unconventional survey. Grandpa Fei gasped. "Something isn't right. Eltia has started discussing philosophy." Hedgehog remarked, "What a bizarre scene it is, conversing about the future with the deceased, the undead." Lin Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Asking players questions certainly seemed more complex than it appeared on the surface. Future perspectives, wasn't that akin to a survey? He immediately recalled the recent uproar online. Although he could not fathom why such a conscientious cross-century virtual reality game would be mistakenly perceived as a scam, it had undeniably affected the game's reputation. Several familiar faces had vanished from the forums lately. In this context, issuing a survey seemed quite reasonable. Lin Xian felt a sense of curiosity. This was the first time he had encountered a survey initiated in such a manner. For this reason, he pondered for quite some time before speaking up. "Some of our compatriots may not grasp the significance of the mission to save Eltia, but for now, the Watchers are performing admirably. I believe there is no need for change. Undoubtedly, more compatriots will join us in the future. Time will prove everything." Yi Zhi sighed softly and murmured, "But what we lack most right now is time." "What?" Lin Xian did not catch that last part. The elder, with a flick of his wrist, exclaimed, "Ah, so is a player's survey." He turned to Lao Yi. "Are you unable to sell your beta testing qualifications?" He had just observed the pitiful number of registrations on the official website yesterday. If the game permitted repeated registrations, he alone could cover the registration fees for all current players. Luan Ma sighed. "This is not the responsibility of the game planners. How would I know about the beta qualifications?" "Oh, it's all quite similar. There must be those covertly following the game's developments, especially given Lao Ye's status as a faction leader." The hedgehog stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The news has been circulating for over a day, and only now does the game company take action. Their reflexes are rather slow, aren't they?" Yi Zhi remained silent. "Stop the complaints. The game company you speak of is essentially one individual, who even has to juggle multiple roles. Can you expect swift action?" Though they grumbled, the players were genuinely invested in the development of the first virtual reality game they could experience. If public opinion were to lead to the company's downfall, what would they play then? The hedgehog leaned back against a wooden post, hands clasped behind his head. "The main issue is that beneath the divinity, there is no promotional channel of their own. A single marketing account's news can stir such great chaos." The elder shook off the dew from the spider silk and gestured for the hedgehog to move. With a flick of his hand, a strand of silk was left hanging from a wooden beam over 2 meters high. After completing his task, he brushed the droplets from his hands. Ultimately, the company is simply too small. If they were willing to sell shares to Weixin, they could unleash a barrage of advertisements across the internet and hire a legion of bots. Will they still need to worry about public opinion or a lack of players? Luan Ma pondered briefly before speaking. "I believe we should ascertain the reasons behind Kuaido's prohibition on promoting the game. As a major platform, it cannot be entirely influenced by Weixin. What other reasons could there be? It surely cannot be an issue with the game's documentation," the elder remarked. Yi Zhi added. Lin Xian contemplated for a moment. Given that the first beta version has turned out quite well, a little promotion should suffice to counter any minor backlash. The hedgehog, astonished, exclaimed, "Old Xiao, Are you planning to leverage your connections for promotion? Wasn't your account just banned? Are you still going to defy the odds? There are myriad ways to promote a game. It is not necessary to mention the game's name to attract players. Having immersed himself in the online world for several years, Lin Xian had developed a clear understanding of the gullibility and rebellious nature of netizens. In summary, it is akin to knowing there is muck upon the mountain, yet still choosing to climb it. You say this game is excrement, and I am to heed your words? I shall determine its worth after experiencing it myself. After a while, he remarked, indeed, it is excrement. With a dazed smile, once, Lin Xian accepted a commercial order for a game advertisement, but a miscommunication occurred, and the game developers withheld the promotional payment. Yet, the video had already been created, so he had no choice but to cut out the promotional lines and release it to earn a little pocket money. However, the netizens responded with a wave of rebellion. Upon perceiving the promotional elements, the original game was unearthed, leading to a remarkable word-of-mouth phenomenon in the comment section. Consequently, the promotional efforts were exceeded beyond expectations, prompting the gaming company to generously supplement the remaining payments. Although the platform restricted him from promoting Under the Divine, the netizens took it upon themselves to advocate in the comments, beyond the reach of any censorship. Yi Ji was profoundly moved by this. Were it not for his current status, he would have affectionately addressed them as little brothers. Lin Xian patted his chest and assured Yi Ji, rest assured, leave the task of rallying more compatriots to us. We must not allow public opinion to alter our development strategy. Indeed, you can count on me. The enthusiastic elder chimed in, cautioning against implementing automatic pathfinding or combat systems like other games. Other players also expressed their sentiments. While the game was undeniably hardcore, they had grown accustomed to it over time. The prospect of Under the Divine suddenly inundating them with pop-up ads would be the true betrayal. Yi Ji felt a swell of gratitude within. Such visionaries were precisely what the Guardians needed. He vowed that his initial intention had merely been to take a leisurely stroll and clear his mind. With no pressing demands at hand, he decided to take his leave. He casually hung the freshly spun silk that Lin Xian had prepared on a nearby wooden pole, then bent down to navigate around it as he departed, quickening his pace. The player's words inspired a fresh perspective in Yi Ji. Perhaps he had overcomplicated the situation. If proving that Under the Divine was not a scam could only be achieved from the upper echelons, then perhaps a more hands-off approach was warranted. The truth of the game must not be unveiled to the Blue Star government prematurely. The influence of official intervention would be as significant as that of the players themselves, who said that a subpar game could not deceive players out of their money. It seemed he had forgotten what the player community was like after over 600 years of abstaining from online gaming. As Yi Ji journeyed back to his residence, he gazed skyward and sighed deeply. Under the Divine, as a genuine virtual reality game, should not be overly concerned about its player demographic. He need not strive for universal approval. It sufficed that those affluent players, weary of monotonous, skin-deep games, were willing to pay a registration fee. He aspired to create a truly lucrative program. As Yi Ji walked further away, the elder withdrew his gaze and remarked, Xiaogu, you are indeed persistent. Aren't you concerned about your account being permanently banned? I can always use a secondary account. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, shrugging. The extent of his impact remained uncertain. Left to fate, his account had been managed with moderate success, and his connections within the gaming community were limited. This endeavor was merely a final expression of his passion for virtual reality gaming. If it bore no fruit, he would revert to his previous pursuits, dedicating half of his time offline to explore other games. Chapter 114. The game breaks through. The hedgehog interjected, expressing that there is no need for haste. The fewer players there are, the greater the disparity that will emerge between us and the newcomers. The players in the first tier require not only skill, but also a significant amount of time invested in the game, as time is the most elusive resource to reclaim. It can be asserted that the later new players arrive, the more advantageous it is for us seasoned players. However, the other three players sighed and shook their heads. You are being naive, one remarked. It's normal for a newcomer to be slow to react, another added. As the hedgehog became increasingly bewildered, Lin Xian quietly suggested, is it not possible that those in dire need of more players include us as well? The game store within this game is hardly different from the outside world, merely providing basic sustenance, tools that do not refresh in durability, and dwindling supplies of resilient fabric. All the timber and stones must be gathered and crafted by the players themselves. If we do not enlist new players to assist with the labor, How long will it take for us to advance to an industrial stage? For instance, if the number of players were to multiply tenfold, we could outsource the task of processing spider silk and enlist other teams to engage goblins in combat. The hedgehog promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, new players are necessary. I will call my brother to secure a spot in the beta test as soon as I log off. That progress won't be so exaggerated, came the reluctant reply from the other. His comment reminded Lin Xian of something, prompting him to look up. By the way, have we made any progress with the traps we set in the swamp? Have we uncovered any goblin leads? Yiji had mentioned that the goblin lair was not far and likely operates outside the safety zone of Sweetwater Town. They had specifically crafted traps for capturing beasts, not necessarily to catch a live goblin, but to injure one and reveal its whereabouts. The other shook his head. I checked the traps at noon, and there were no signs of disturbance. Strange, the hedgehog murmured softly. Could it be that the bait in the traps is insufficient to attract the goblins? It might also be too soon to see any results, the other replied. He retrieved the clean spider silk into the freshly filled bucket and continued. Our primary objective remains to resolve the issue with the spider silk. The goblin matter can wait. If the silk we purchase for 1,000 magic coins is delayed too long and competitors emerge, we will incur significant losses. In the following 2 days, Yiji spent his days observing player activities and monitoring their game panels. At night, he diligently coded for his recruitment plan, scarcely encountering any notable incidents. The only minor issue that arose was player complaints regarding work hours, as occasionally players would encounter situations where they wished to submit quests, only to find that Arian was resting. They even took to the forums to voice their grievances, demanding the abolition of the work-hour system. However, the discussions in the threads began to veer off topic. The bewildering discussion evolved into an explanation that this system was designed to prevent addiction. Players from Huahua, significantly influenced by the anti-addiction measures, readily accepted this rationale. As he busily attended to his tasks, he took a moment to check the forum and was astonished to discover that players had resolved the issue through their own imaginations. Consequently, Yi was profoundly shocked and discreetly incorporated this reasoning into the next update. A reasonable excuse found for free should not go to waste. After another night passed, Yi, fueled by the spirit of his 700-year existence, tirelessly delved into the desired programming and finally unraveled it. Just as he prepared to devise a suitable justification to introduce the money-making game into the official website, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the registration numbers. Number of registrations, 455? Oh, 45 and a half, with 3 additional players registering over the past couple of days. Wait a moment, 3 digits? He blinked again, but the numbers remained unchanged. Had the website malfunctioned again? He skillfully accessed the website logs, finding no errors whatsoever. However, since 2 days prior, the active user count on the official site had begun to surge. Yesterday, at 9 o'clock in the evening, the view count for the official site had astonishingly exceeded 1,000 in just 1 hour. The number of registrations had surged by 130. Threads on the forum had commenced to proliferate. Though he was unsure of what had transpired, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The emergence of such threads, often met with disdain, was a hallmark of a popular game. He casually clicked on a post from a newly registered player. Is there an official group here? The current blogger has become increasingly abstract. There are even games disguised as such. Haha. It's amusing to see you all pretending to post. I've taken the time to catch up on all the promotional videos, and to my surprise, the initial tone wasn't even comedic. Although the script isn't as good as the latest, the quality is commendable. I'll consider the 99 yuan as a tip for the production team. By the way, hurry up with the updates. I want to see more stories of the 4-person group struggling to get by. Below were numerous replies echoing similar sentiments. He read through them in confusion, finally spotting a familiar name after several days. Gala Gala. Our little site has truly become famous. I'm going to fly. What are your thoughts, dear participant? I'm going to fly. Please refrain from disturbing the deceased. For any matters, kindly burn paper and light candles. Poor monk can't resist female charm. Haha, that's so lame. Don't worry, life passes swiftly. Hedgehog, damn it, give me back my grand and mighty image. Beneath the comments from I'm going to fly and Hedgehog, there were yet more remarks of ridicule and check-ins. It seemed the issues stemmed from the luck striking squad. Wasn't he the account of not showing off from a popular short video platform? What connection did it have with the site? He was utterly perplexed, brimming with questions. He conducted a thorough search on the site using the frequently mentioned keywords from posts. Little did he know the revelations that awaited him. Upon glancing at the trending section, I was astonished to discover a video titled Under the Divine with over 700,000 views. The thumbnail featured a clay figure, covered in mud, suspended mid-air as if mimicking the majestic spread of a rock's wings. Instantly recognizing the character by their broom-like hair, Yi was perplexed. How could a platform like this update a video related to Under the Divine? Had there been no warnings from the iSheen company, nor reports from vigilant netizens leading to investigations into the game's company? Upon clicking, I realized it was the original video of the player's first encounter with the red-skinned earthworm, which Yi had uploaded just days prior. However, the barrage of comments in the discussion section were far more vibrant than the official forum. Amidst a plethora of abstract jokes and humorous performances, Yi gleaned the general sentiment. The video's quality was indistinguishable from reality. Viewers seemed to interpret its content as a live-action portrayal of game characters. The antics of the Lucky Strike squad were so abstract that the video transcended its original boundaries. Chapter 115. The Power of Dramatic Netizens in an effort to showcase the strength of the red-skinned earthworm and enhance the player's sense of achievement. Yi meticulously edited 4 days of the Lucky Strike squad battling the earthworm into the footage. Yet, the reality of combat starkly contrasted with the cinematic portrayals common in gaming. 3 of the players had never undergone systematic combat training, resulting in excessive and clumsy movements that appeared more comical than heroic. The scenes resembled a bizarre street brawl rather than a well-choreographed fight. Among the highlights, the character He Can Fly provided memorable moments, stepping into a mud pit, adjusting his trousers before a gaping maw, and injuring his hand while wielding a weapon, all contributing to a sense of absurdity. The dialogues exchanged by the 4 players, infused with nonsensical elements, transformed a bloody and violent scenario into a comedic short film. For instance, before the brawl commenced, they shouted a countdown. Throughout the frenetic fighting, one player would leisurely chant incomprehensible spells. After sustaining various injuries, players with bloodied heads or twisted arms would proclaim, "A mere scratch, pay me no mind." In cases of severe injury, someone would shout for a healer, only for He Can Fly to find his healing spells depleted or accidentally cast upon the red-skinned earthworm. After exhausting their spells, the players resorted to brawling with a massive creature, leading to an abundance of iconic moments. The barrage of comments and discussions erupted in laughter. Some netizens, oblivious to the game's genre, even assumed the role of commentators. The mage is about to act. He is charging his spell. 3 teammates rush in. 3 teammates fall. 3 teammates rise again. And 3 are now being chased by the monster. What the mage? The mage is still charging. The healer has been tripped by a trap from the last round. Darn it. The restart of the level, surprisingly, does not refresh the terrain. I must voice my complaint. Alas, the worm monster has begun to shift its target towards the mage who is charging up. Quick, save him. The mage is almost ready to unleash his power. The assassin has entered the fray. The assassin has gone invisible. It's a teleportation. The assassin is a master of manipulation. We are saved. But alas, the weapon has been devoured. The mage has finally completed his charge. The flames have been unleashed, but they have extinguished. The first victory against the worm monster. A cause for celebration. The second mage is now charging up. The assassin has drawn a backup weapon, and once again, the assassin strikes, skillfully widening the wounds caused by the fire mage. The worm monster has been cleaved in 2. How impressive. However, the creature's projectiles have struck the fire mage. He is gravely injured. The second mage continues to charge. The healer is taking action. His charging speed is astonishing. Will the fire mage recover? The second mage is in the midst of his charge. Something is amiss. The healer's attack has struck the worm monster, and the wound on the red-skinned worm is healing, allowing it to rise again. This time, 2 of them. The water mage has completed his charge and begins to launch. Water balls? Water projectiles? Water droplets? In any case, a commendable achievement against the 2 worm monsters. As the last 4 players finally vanquish the red-skinned worm, the barrage of comments is a spectacle in itself. Various members of the Red-Skinned Worm Protection Association express their vehement disapproval. And we are the champions. Yi watches, unable to contain his laughter. Among the commentary are numerous dramatic performers alongside a plethora of trolls engaging in their theatrics. When players gain an advantage, they cheer. When they falter, they question, as if watching a live broadcast. Yi then browses through the comment section, which is a veritable paradise for drama enthusiasts. Tears well up as they have transformed the terrain from puddles into marshland. They have finally cleared the level. Pure bystanders, it's evident this is a staged match. Mages, traitorous healers, and invisible assassins. What a lineup. Clearly, they have taken a shortcut through planning. Wing-ha! The invisible assassin, indeed, is the most concealed among the four. Feigning seriousness. Although there are varying levels of skill among the four players, netizens perceive this as a comedic short. When it comes time to take credit, even the glitches are brought forth to be kicked aside. Pure bystanders, the assassin did his best, nearly unable to carry the load. Every time damage mitigation was necessary, he activated his skill to vanish beautifully, only to emerge once his teammates had nearly perished to claim the spoils. That's the non-stick assassin for you. Angry, is it not through our mage's dual powers of water and fire that we achieved crucial control? Doghead indeed combined. They nearly allowed the worm monster to enjoy a warm wash. Far better than a healer who merely increases the enemy's numbers. Smiling eyes, truly, auxiliary players are not human. A single mistake lingers for ages. Setting aside skill errors, are we not the healers performing frontline duties? Proudly turning away, exactly. We are always the ones charging to the front. Everyone's basic attacks are on par, right? Had it not been for this caretaker, I would have conquered the worm monster when there was only one. Who is speaking of our caretaker? The caretaker's efforts have been commendable. Love you. The comments above have descended into utter absurdity. The discussions below have veered increasingly off topic, transforming from victorious game acknowledgements to a fierce fan circle battle. Subsequently, the four members of the Fortune Squad have been assigned a black history spanning 2 decades, including but not limited to dubious urine test results, claims of lacking cheats, and so forth. Yiji harbors serious doubts. The virality of this video, besides its inherent humor, is significantly attributed to the lively comment section. After laughter subsides, Yiji must contemplate strategies for response. The newly registered participants on the official site can nearly be confirmed as visitors drawn in by this video. In their belief that no game exists under divine auspices, they perceive the registration fee as merely a channel for tipping and urging updates. Absurd, yet indeed something netizens are capable of. As Yiji ponders ways to enhance the notoriety of the divine realm, the issue resolves itself. Given the video's popularity, this fervor is likely to endure for another week. Furthermore, the conversion rate to willing registrants far exceeds that of previous promotional videos. After all, players previously needed to believe that Under the Divine could be a virtual reality game. This time, netizens perceive it as mere performance. Having paid the registration fee, they seek only a form of gratuity. These individuals are not financially constrained. They seek only their own amusement. After a while, Yiji sighed. What a delightful surprise. The enjoyment derived by netizens, the strategies acquired by other players, and the influx of new players for Yiji. All, while only the four involved face social demise. What might their psyche be upon realizing they have become a meme? Chapter 116. Official site update. Minigame? Contemplating the four involved, Yiji returned to the official forum. The comments of the elder who can fly and hedgehog were surrounded as if they were points of interest. However, after their brief exchanges, they vanished without further replies, seemingly succumbing to life's overwhelming pressures. Yiji noticed their online status and saw they were still lurking silently. Thus, he selected the elder who can fly and initiated a private chat. Hello, are you there? A classic awkward chat opener. Although the purpose was not explicit, should he be unresponsive, Yiji could continue to seek out Hedgehog. Indeed, the elder who can fly, who was online, promptly replied. What the heck? Where did this chat window come from? When did the forum enable private messaging? Who are you? What do you want with me? The forum, of course, does not currently have a private messaging feature. This function remains in a temporary experimental phase, as there are too few players registered for the beta test, and Yiji has not rushed to implement updates. Currently, he is the only one able to contact other players through the backend. The option for initiating private chats is absent from the interface. I serve as the operations manager and forum administrator under the Divine, he stated. Recently, several videos showcasing your first kills of the red-skinned earthworms have been mistakenly circulated on other platforms, and I seek to understand the situation. So it is the operations lady. No worries then, replied the player. Your company certainly has a slow reaction time. The videos have been trending for over a day now, and only now do you respond. I am male, came the reply. A brief silence ensued. Ah, my apologies, brother. Please continue, the player said, dismissing the earlier misunderstanding. Yiji frowned. Is this gender discrimination? He suppressed his urge to comment and continued typing. Although I have previously secured the rights to my likeness in the video. The external video does not fall under this category, he clarified. The video's widespread circulation could potentially affect you, and if necessary, we can assist in retrieving the video rights. You're saying you took too long to respond? I have already faced the consequences of the situation, the player retorted. Now everyone knows I struck my teammate with a holy light spell. Yiji felt a vain throb on his forehead. I truly apologize for that. Our editor has undergone profound reflection, he replied. We will certainly avoid such incidents in the future and showcase the player's prowess more accurately. That is not necessary. Actually, the final edit made me look quite impressive, the player responded, leaving Yiji astonished. Are these players truly this understanding? Am I overreacting? So, if we wish to retain the related videos for promotional purposes, feel free. The video with the highest views on the platform was submitted by us. Surprised, aren't you? The player, with his loose tongue, inadvertently divulged a wealth of information. It turned out that Lin Xian had truly leveraged his online connections to help promote the game. As a gaming streamer for 4 to 5 years, most of his connections had shifted to the entertainment sector. After submitting the video to a familiar blogger, he had others share it, resulting in a rapid surge in popularity. It was swift and efficient. Yiji took a deep breath. These players are even more resourceful than I had imagined. Their thoughtfulness transcends mere description. They are akin to a comforting garment, perfectly attuned to my needs. With a sense of pride, the player boasted, Operations Brother, when you plan to recruit new players. The game is in dire need of manpower. Considering the capabilities of the team, their contributions were indeed significant. Yiji hesitated for a moment before casually sending a pie chart over. Shurji, the selection plan for new players is already underway. I believe good news will arrive shortly. Grandpa Fei, great. Are there any other questions? Any internal rewards? Indeed, as inquiries reached their conclusion, they inevitably circled back to the primal desire for rewards. Shurji, research rewards can be collected from Alien in the game. Grandpa Fei, there really are rewards. Brother, my affection for you is like. Yiji did not read the rest. After confirming that the 4 players had no objections to the promotional video, Yiji gazed at the program in his hands. Initially intended to address the public relations crisis, and fell into deep contemplation. The problem had been resolved. Was there still a necessity for this program? Should he hold on to it for future opportunities? After a moment's reflection, Yiji dismissed the notion. Even though the popularity of the red-skinned earthworm video was high, it was uncertain how long it would take for another similar video to emerge. Beneath the divine, a more stable source of players was still required. One that could provide more consistency than mere donations. He still needed to devise a way to earn enough money in Blue Star to address the price of the gaming helmets. Thus, the program was launched alongside the announcement of the New Days version update on the official website. Subsequently, Yiji commenced the selection process for new players. With the promotional video still generating buzz, even though a 3-minute wait was required to access the official site, numerous active netizens remained present. Refreshing the newly updated game announcement yielded several new comments. Front row. Boring. Another fix. Are there no new activities? I seriously doubt that the exploration event exists. I have yet to see any player trigger it. Finally caught a live actor. Can I get a beta tester frame? I want to join you. To prevent rhythmically disruptive cloud players, Yiji made distinctions in the avatars of internal testers and reservation players, despite the game currently hosting only 9 players. However, among the overly imaginative netizens, this became a method for distinguishing actor accounts. Only accounts marked as beta testers could act and boast. The captured beta testers felt utterly helpless. This game is indeed real. If you fill out the registration information in detail, there's a genuine chance of being selected for the beta testing qualification. Forget it. No matter how much you say, they won't listen. They will only think we are acting. Another veteran reservation player chimed in helplessly. He was one who absolutely believed in the existence of the divine below, yet he had never managed to secure a beta testing qualification. The forum environment had been entirely disrupted by this group of newly arrived jesters. Even veteran players who consistently provided strategy materials had temporarily withdrawn to avoid social embarrassment. Sigh. Game planners should really manage the forum. At this rate, we might lose everything. Perhaps his inner prayers had finally borne fruit. A comment has emerged. Can you finish reading the announcement? This time, there is new content. The official website has just updated with a new minigame. Chapter 117 presents a game of such high difficulty. Is it truly meant for players? With the announcement update, Yiji has prominently placed this minigame on the homepage. Consequently, as time passed, many curious individuals began to notice it. Lingyu was among them. She blinked in surprise. The official game site can host games too? Is this a nested doll concept? Initially, she had merely stumbled upon a video at the station, finding it amusing, and followed the link in the comments to the official site. To her astonishment, the official site also had a forum, where each post seemed to play out as if real. The strategies were utterly chaotic. In addition to serious game tactics, there were guides on weaving, house construction, and overcoming language barriers. One might mistakenly believe they had entered a knowledge zone. Following the video's promotion, even self-proclaimed experts began to appear. Each claimed to be a master in their field, sharing a plethora of skills, from screwing bolts to building rockets. Regardless of their feasibility, Lingyu found it all quite delightful. It felt as if everyone was blissfully ignorant, collaboratively creating a game. Unintentionally, she spent over an hour scrolling and stumbled upon the announcement of the latest version update. What a peculiar name. Curious, Lingyu read the game title aloud, then shifted her gaze from the computer to the clock hanging on the wall. It was already midnight. Since the official site could be accessed on her phone, she decided to indulge in this pre-sleep minigame. Although the nested doll game was likely not one of high quality, the essence lay beyond the game's content. After experiencing the game, the forum would surely be filled with more theatrical posts. Engaging in the game would also enhance her immersion when reading the posts. With this thought, Lingyu decisively shut down her computer and lay back on her bed. The game as progress bar was virtually non-existent, and she was swiftly brought to the main page. The internet speed here was surprisingly fast. Could it be that the official site did not utilize the same server? Lingyu murmured. Skipping the obligatory cautionary options that every game requires, a new dialog box popped up. Lingyu read it aloud. Completing all levels would yield a luxurious prize. Current completion count, 0. Challenge count, 32. A game with a competitive leaderboard. I like it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She was precisely the type of player who thrived on the thrill of victory or achieving a high rank. She was particularly fond of leaderboards. Seizing the opportunity that few were currently playing this game, she thought, I shall attempt to secure the first place. Lingyu's determination ignited, and she promptly clicked to start the game. The background transformed into a vast continent, adorned with 15 small figures of varying sizes. The character designs were exquisite, with bright and vibrant colors, creating a visually pleasing experience. The artistic style appeared rather juvenile. As a seasoned player who had engaged with nearly 100 games, Lingyu swiftly grasped the essence of the game, godly something. Wasn't it merely a resurgence of the match 3 genre that had briefly flourished years ago, only to be swiftly discarded? It seemed straightforward. The initial tutorial was exceedingly simplistic. Lingyu completed it in less than 10 seconds. Then, she watched in astonishment as the previously barren continent became crowded with figures, layering upon one another until the entire background was filled in mere seconds. She attempted to count the characters, her eyes blurring from the sheer number. Could it be? The difficulty escalated so abruptly? Lingyu mused. Although she was not intimidated by such a mindless match 3 game, the absurdity of the visuals struck her as amusing, akin to being thrust into solving Sudoku after merely mastering 10 Arabic numerals. Final level. Countdown. 10 minutes begin. What? There are only 2 levels? Before she could voice her thoughts, the countdown began, prompting Lingyu to spring into action. As match 3 games were not particularly popular on this blue planet, and given that it was her inaugural attempt, she found herself struggling to recognize the character sprites. Naturally, her first attempt ended in failure. Lingyu concluded. Her reflexes and eyesight were insufficient. She was almost there, just one more try. On her second attempt, she successfully reduced the characters to a small cluster in the center. The remaining figures appeared to number no more than 20. Her eyes fixated on the screen as her fingers danced across it, and after maneuvering one character into the slot, 6 out of 7 slots suddenly emptied. A wave of joy surged within Lingyu as she theatrically lamented, "The difficulty is far too low. How absurd." She believed she was guaranteed to clear the level after swiftly inserting 4 different characters into the slots. The once barren continent, now partially obscured by the vanishing characters, revealed glimpses of three-dimensional corners like the pages of a book. Only then did Lingwei realize the truth. Instead of nearing completion, all the characters were, in fact, heaped in the center. Moreover, the variety of characters had suddenly multiplied, and the areas now visible contained no combinations that could be eliminated. The game had reached an impasse. Lingwei, unwilling to use power-ups, had no choice but to restart. She hoped that others would progress slowly, giving her an additional 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Lingwei felt as though her eyes were about to pop out. She still hadn't found a breakthrough character. "Let's try again," she muttered, initially sluggish but then determined. "A poor start. I'll restart." After an hour and a half, Lingwei had forgotten her ambition of claiming the top spot. If she could merely clear the level, that would be victory enough. Just as she began to find her rhythm and felt increasingly optimistic, a new prompt appeared on the screen. "Elimination progress has reached 50. Please keep going, dear." "What? Only 50? Lingwei's heart momentarily halted. The continent had only about 20 of its area occupied by characters, and yet, she was informed that half remained? Not to mention that there are less than 3 minutes remaining. Is this game truly so challenging? Lingwei is determined not to be deterred today. She gazes at the paused game interface and the 3 item slots beneath it. With a resolute heart, she closes her eyes and makes the decision to purchase. She had always looked down upon those who employed items in what she deemed a mindless casual game. However, this time is different. Having invested so much time into this game, if she fails to clear it today, she knows she won't be able to sleep a wink. Items are merely $1. Purchased. If she fails again, she'll come back for more. Let us go. She didn't perform well just now. 2 more items this time. She is certain to succeed. Damn it. Each item can only be bought once. Does the game company even make a profit? Today, I refuse to be thwarted. Many players, like Lingwei, have been ensnared, and most have already given up, lamenting on the forums. Who on earth invented this absurdity? Is this difficulty meant for mere mortals? As per the title, I've been playing for 2 hours, and my highest score is only 51. I seriously suspect that the game designers are deliberately preventing us from claiming the grand prize. Why, after using all 3 items, is my progress merely at 51? Is there anyone out there with a higher score than mine? I'm determined to conquer this game. See you all tomorrow, and await my good news. With such high difficulty, the final grand prize must be extraordinary. For the sake of this allure, I must try as well. I shall join you. Chapter 118. The Phenomenon of the Game. No, heed my advice, this game is addictive. I have reached a point where the sight of the little characters makes me want to vomit. Now, my mind is filled with images of a water goddess adorned with pearls. Although it is a concept borrowed from Yi, all the textures are his original creations. The blue orbs are images Yi was permitted to upload, which originally required him to conjure them from his mental sea. Commonly referred to as drawing with one's mind. There is no need for rigorous artistic skill. It relies entirely on imagination, and the production speed is incredibly swift. As for the little characters, Yi deliberated for quite some time before finalizing them, all inspired by the deities of Eltia. After all, this game is related to the divine, and while it aids in attracting new players, Yi hopes that they will also gain insight into the appearance of the gods. Although their utility may not be apparent now, it is always wise to have a backup plan. While there are complaints about the game's difficulty on the forums, there are also voices of skepticism. Surely, there can't be someone who find a Match 3 game challenging? Indeed, I remember that Match 3 games were deemed obsolete precisely because they were too simple. If you're so capable, why not give it a try yourself? Currently, the number of players who have cleared the game remains at 0. The so-called kings of rhetoric. Still 0? Are you acting, or are you genuinely inept? Let me break this impasse. The more doubts arise, the greater the influx of individuals eager to engage in the game. Eventually, wagers began to surface beneath the posts, with players betting on who would be the first to complete the game. Yi shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the naivety of the players, who said that Match 3 games lacked difficulty. After obtaining the blue orb that connected him to Blue Star, Yi attempted to search for his parents from before his transmigration online. To his surprise, he discovered that the Blue Star he contacted was merely a parallel world to his original one. The familial address etched in his memory and the vague names of his parents yielded no results. The bad news was that he remained a solitary figure. The good news, however, lay in the unique informational disparities between the two worlds. This blue star was situated 60 years ahead of Yi's original timeline. Furthermore, its technological advancements were remarkably swift. Even before the advent of mini-program games, hardware companies had already addressed the issue of insufficient memory in phones and computers. The loading times of various major titles were not significantly different from those of mini-program games. The advantages of mini-program games, being lightweight, simplistic, and memory efficient, were thus rendered moot, hindering their development. This presented a blue ocean that Yi Ji could exploit. If he could create a successful minigame, he could bind the internal testing slots beneath the Divine to game rewards. Would he still worry about a lack of new players? This game, once a sensation in his original world and dubbed an unceasing cash cow, was Yi Ji's initial foray. Even amidst a chorus of player complaints in the original world, it remained wildly popular, perfectly aligning with the players Yi Ji sought. Once they experienced the allure of the Divine realm, relinquishing their attachment to the original game would become far easier, devoid of psychological burdens. Come on, let me witness whether the literary copyist from another world holds any promise. Yi Ji murmured as he observed the registration numbers on the official website. He was certainly not deranged enough to transform the Divine game into a version solely reliant on luck, with an infinitesimal completion difficulty. While preserving the high difficulty allure of the original genre, the Divine game could indeed be completed. The truth proved that players were, in fact, masochists. The initial batch of internet users drawn in by the videos, who arrived merely to watch the spectacle, left with laughter and curses after their trial of the Divine game. They then complained to their friends, who, intrigued, tried it themselves, leading to more curses and, ultimately, the Divine game's meteoric rise. The in-app purchase game posed no barriers, making it even easier to disseminate than the Divine realm. Various discussions proliferated across platforms. Real-time recording of the highest progress in the Divine game. 75. I haven't slept for a day, and I still discover items I've never purchased. Incredible. Why can't this game resolve issues through monetary expenditure? I refuse to accept limitations on item usage. Indeed, it is a casual game. So far, I have only shattered 2 mobile screens and 1 keyboard. Tip: do remember to pay the registration fee for that virtual reality game. Otherwise, the total number of times to purchase items is capped at 98. Do not ask me how I know. The number of people drawn in is ever increasing, even attracting the attention of official personnel. Fortunately, although Yi Ji has not succeeded in legitimizing her fictitious game company, acquiring in-app purchase qualifications for a mini-program game that does not require a license is not a challenge. All regulations are duly observed. Aside from the website appearing somewhat peculiar, there are no issues at all. After yet another round of waiting for 3 minutes, upon entering the official website of Under the Divine, no discrepancies were found. The officials were convinced that this was merely a blogger creating a facade to simulate the existence of an actual game, and they left completely at ease. In the late hours of the following night, at Ling Yue's home, congratulations on clearing the game. Ling Yue gazed at the fireworks effect bursting forth on her phone screen, nearly moved to tears. Finally, aside from meals and restroom breaks, she had dedicated all her time to this game throughout the day. The greater the investment of time, the more reluctant she felt to abandon it. At long last, a gratifying outcome. Ling Yue, with pronounced dark circles under her eyes, glanced at the time, 11:59 p.m. Haha. So it turns out that playing from midnight to 11:59 p.m. was no mere joke. After a couple of dry chuckles, she could no longer contain herself and flung her phone onto the bed. This wretched game. If I touch it again, I'll be a fool. The phone inadvertently touched a certain spot, and the game interface automatically transitioned. A melodious female voice resonated. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the province to clear the game. Rewards have been issued. Please check. I was the first to clear it. Ling Yue quickly concealed her anger, picked up her phone, and opened the provincial leaderboard. To her astonishment, it was indeed true. There was her solitary name on the leaderboard. As previously mentioned, Ling Yue is utterly defenseless against such achievements involving rankings and victories, especially in a scenario where she dominates the entire leaderboard. She immediately took a screenshot and posted it to her social media, grinning widely. Hee, how splendidly amusing. I shall play again next time. Laughing heartily, she even began to ponder whether to create a new account to monopolize the entire leaderboard. Fortunately, at the last moment, she recalled the system notification regarding the clearing rewards. Chapter 119. The layers of clearing rewards. What might the clearing reward be? Ling Yue rubbed her hands together in anticipation. As the first player in the province to clear the game, could she also be the first in the nation? Would that mean she is the very first to discover the grand prize's contents? With excitement bubbling within her, Lingyue clicked to open the golden reward box in her inventory. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the title of the Divine Conqueror and a substantial discount coupon for the game helmet. A coupon? What kind of grand prize is that? Lingyue nearly choked in disbelief. So the ultimate reward is merely an opportunity for players to spend money? Unbelievable. Lingyue took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain calm. Anger would only harm her health. She gritted her teeth in self-reassurance. Setting aside the coupon, possessing a rare title is quite commendable. Displaying it would serve as proof of her triumph over this inhumane minigame, which is its greatest significance. She had not anticipated much from the rewards of completed games. Merely desiring rarity, Lingyue continued to navigate the game interface. Let me see where this title can be displayed. Oh, the forum? That is splendid. She felt a surge of excitement within her. Currently, the forum hosted only 2 titles, one for pre-registered players and one for beta testers. Once her title, the Divine Conqueror, is displayed, she would shine as the brightest star in the forum. This would be perfect for her to indulge in the latest gossip. Hooray! I can finally become a part of the forum's performers. Lingyue closed the game, rubbing her hands together in anticipation of showcasing her prowess on the forum. However, to her dismay, she discovered that she lacked the qualifications to post. Why? Confused, Lingyue found the reason in the small print at the bottom right corner. Only players who had pre-registered for the Divine Conqueror could register for a forum account. This meant she had to pre-register for the game to wear the title on the forum. And to do that, she must pay for a game helmet. Lingyue glared at the discount coupon in her hand, her teeth grinding in frustration. So it's a vicious cycle. She was all too familiar with such money-making schemes. Only a fool would fall for it. Lingyue cursed aloud. Then, almost instinctively, she attempted to close the page. But at the last moment, her gaze fell upon the game icon for the Divine Conqueror on the homepage, and she froze. Lingyue glanced out at the pitch-black sky and then at the clock on the wall. No matter how she tried, her finger could not press down. After a lengthy pause, Lingyue reluctantly turned her face away. No, after spending an entire day and night conquering this game, being the first player in the province to complete it, she couldn't leave without any proof. She could take a screenshot to share on her social media. Yet, her friends would likely be oblivious to what the Divine Conqueror even is. Once they realized it was a match 3 game, they might even mock her. Only those in the forum would comprehend the essence of this game. With her eyes closed and determination in her heart, Lingyue clicked into the pre-registration page for the beta test of the Divine Conqueror. Consider a payment for a forum account, she mumbled softly. After filling in her basic information, she clicked submit. The coupon obtained from conquering the Divine Conqueror could convert her expenditure in the minigame into a registration fee. Even though Lingyue had devised a plan, she would not purchase game items until she achieved an 80 completion rate within the remaining 3 minutes. Nevertheless, she still spent 92 yuan on the game. With just an additional 7 yuan, it was quite a reasonable expense. Lingyue breathed a sigh of relief and decisively submitted her information. When she reopened the forum, she discovered that all the trending posts had been overtaken by discussions about the challenging game. Players were lamenting the excessive difficulty, expressing their frustration. Lingyue glanced at the number of replies, her eyes widening in astonishment. The game was that popular? However, this was fortuitous for her. The more popular the game, the more significant her completion time became. With a gleeful chuckle, she rapidly posted, "Who else is the first player to conquer this divine game?" accompanied by a screenshot of her achievement. Within 2 minutes, players in distress began to lament in the comments. Some with a maximum progress of 99 expressed their regret, insisting it was merely a stroke of bad luck. The more they voiced their grievances, the greater the sense of accomplishment Lingyue felt. The 7 yuan spent was indeed worth it. She couldn't help but exclaim in delight. 2 days later, in the realm of Eltia, more players began to complete the game and purchase the game helmets. The number of players who had pre-ordered under the Divine continued to rise steadily. Seizing the moment, Yiji commenced issuing internal testing qualifications to the suitable players filtered from the past 2 days. The game helmets were custom-made in collaboration with a welding modification company, with dozens already crafted and stored in a warehouse. However, to ensure their existence remained unobtrusive, they required a circuitous route through the gray market. Simply put, it would take at least 3.5 days to deliver this item, which had a transportation cost twice that of its production cost, to the new players. Yiji specifically announced this news on the game panel's bulletin board and at the Sweetwater Town Church. As the rain increased and the leaves turned yellow, the sweltering summer was quietly drawing to a close, with crises looming both inside and outside the town. Before autumn arrived, we must muster the courage to venture out in search of sustenance, and even confront the wandering goblins. The task panel and the exchange items overseen by Eltia would be updated regularly, so please remain vigilant. Keep pushing forward, comrades. Following the conclusion of the rallying speech, the urgency for the second batch of players finally emerged. They must learn a second skill before the new players arrived. Indeed, I shall showcase my prowess. Eltia stood outside the task acceptance point, bewildered as she watched a group of players, energized as if fueled by adrenaline, shouting incomprehensible slogans while dashing around Sweetwater Town. Although they typically exerted themselves diligently, awakening only to toil until exhaustion, it seemed they were increasingly awake lately. Their appearances before her had dwindled significantly. Truly, they were a peculiar bunch, Eltia murmured to herself. Yiji suddenly appeared from behind, smiling. What's the matter? Can't keep up? Eltia quickly replied, of course not. How could I be outdone by a mere handful of players on mission? If just a few can't handle it, that would be a grave underestimation of my capabilities. Eltia was merely curious. The leader, what are they doing? I stated, I have mentioned that new companions are soon to arrive. They're surely preparing to welcome them. After all, preparing to impress the new players is indeed a form of preparation, is it not? A pure desire for victory often serves as a greater incentive than ordinary rewards. Yiji gazed contentedly at the exuberant players. From now on, I shall entrust them to you. In 7 days, new companions will gradually arrive in Sweetwater Town. I will do my utmost to control their influx, but more importantly, I need you to plan accordingly. Chapter 120. The arrival of the third batch of players. 50 players will undoubtedly be far more challenging to manage than the current ones. Yiji intended to stagger their arrivals, bringing in a new batch every 2 days to facilitate their integration into Sweetwater Town. Eltia felt a shiver run down her spine and nodded with difficulty, understood. After these days of recuperation, her ice dragon bloodline had become quite apparent. Even without the ability to wield magic, her physical form was evolving towards something beyond human, becoming exceptionally formidable. In a direct confrontation, those players, who were merely magic apprentices at best, would pose no challenge to her. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt unnerved each time she faced the players. It felt as though their gazes were not directed at her as a person, but rather as if she were an inanimate object. The thought of the impending arrival of several times more players made her heart tremble with unease. She had only encountered such a gaze once before, in the eyes of a limping old mercenary. Eltia had met him only once, and during that encounter, he nearly dragged the entire Iron Blood mercenary corps to their demise. The memory of his frenzied demeanor before death still haunted her, evoking a fear that made her wish to flee. It was a gaze that disregarded others as human and showed no concern for one's own survival. Hopefully, my intuition is mistaken, Eltia murmured to herself. Although the actions of these watchers were peculiar, they had not yet descended into chaos or madness. As another batch of players arrived, Eltia cast aside her distractions and immersed herself in her work. While awaiting the next influx of new players, Sweetwater Town underwent a remarkable transformation. Lumber and stones piled up in the warehouse to the point of overflow. Yiji had to designate an area shielded by formation inaccessible to players to store the resources of the territory. Looking out from the church, the landscape was barren. There were no dilapidated shanties, no tangled forests, just a few wooden houses standing out amidst the emptiness. The players had forcefully cleared the town from its neglected jungle, creating a vast open space. Yiji's scope for action had suddenly expanded significantly. Unexpectedly, some players have discovered a few newly mutated healing potions, a special reserve of materials. The luck-bringing squad has made significant strides in their weaving endeavors, although the fabric they produce has considerable gaps that let the wind through. The only garments they can craft are simple tunics and skirts. After all, sewing the ends of the fabric together and cinching the waist is far simpler than creating trousers that require 2 separate legs. After so many days, the novice attire has long since run out. Regardless of the squad's lack of skill, other players have no choice but to accept these garments, as everyone is wearing the same attire and no one can mock another. Furthermore, due to Edgar's prolonged absence, the reserve of sweet fruits in the warehouse is rapidly dwindling. Reluctantly, Yiji had to venture out to replenish the sweet fruit supply. However, this cannot continue indefinitely. The number of sweet fruit trees nearby is limited, and if he strays too far from the players, the game interface that is not fully realized will come to a complete halt. Should he fail to find alternative food sources, the new players might experience the harshness of hunger before they can appreciate the natural beauty of Eltia. Yiji gazed at the financial report of the sweet water town, letting out a heavy sigh. Why hasn't Edgar returned yet? Since the last message, Edgar has not communicated anything further, leading Yiji to worry about his safety. But that shouldn't be the case. To ensure he could understand the players, Yiji had given Edgar a mental imprint. Through this imprint, he sensed that Edgar was perfectly fine, with no signals of distress or physical harm. He must have deliberately delayed his return. Yiji rubbed his temples, thinking that issues seemed to arise everywhere. He stood up, retrieved his wizard's robe, brushed off the dust, and donned it. First, he needed to address the situation with the new players. The church remained unchanged. While it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it is equipped with a complete magical node protection mechanism. Unless an unforeseen event occurs, Yiji does not intend to alter it. 10 players rose from the ground, feeling their own or each other's bodies, exclaiming in astonishment. Wow, so many foreigners. Help, I've been kidnapped. Where am I? Is this still Hua country? Ouch. This hurts. This isn't a dream. A row of new players faced off against the veterans. The seasoned players turned their heads away, unable to bear the scene, quietly lamenting to one another. Were we like them when we first entered the game? Acting like monkeys suddenly gaining intelligence, their intellect still within the realm of wild animals. Beside them, an older player, who had embarrassingly run around naked in front of the new female players and failed to improve his standing with them, added, "You are indeed even more memorable than they are." The hedgehog lamented, covering its face. Don't even mention it. Had I known the cost of shedding my pants would be so great, I would never have done it. The elder, wearing a professional facade, responded with a hollow smile. Who could disagree? Although his favorability had not diminished, it remained stagnant. Only now did he realize it took a full 10 days to regain even a fraction of it, while shedding pants caused a rapid drain of points. Regaining them was a matter of days. How utterly unreasonable. With a stoic expression, Yiji cast a silent spell on everyone present. Welcome, returnees. As you can see, I have failed in my mission. The conflict between the deities and Eltia remains irreconcilable. 6 centuries ago, the gods initiated the final divine war, resulting in their total annihilation. As foretold, Eltia is on the path to utter destruction. Yiji had recited this familiar opening 3 times already. In the following days, he would have to repeat it every 2 days. Such a waste of time, an endeavor that embarrassed him, became increasingly awkward with repetition. Perhaps he ought to find someone specifically tasked with delivering the opening narrative? As he pondered this, Yiji reached the conclusion of his monologue. The first step we must take is to rebuild Sweetwater Town, establishing our initial stronghold as we return to Elthia. Let us engage in any activity. We share a common goal and philosophy, fighting for the thousands of compatriots behind us. Every moment is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any delays. Before the next tide of darkness strikes, we require ample weapons, food, and a sturdy wall. Upon finishing, Yiji's gaze swept over the 10 new players. None bore the unique traits of special races like the fish pond. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Yet, it was a matter of chance. One could hope for the best, but could not demand it. After introducing Alien and Xiao Ming as per tradition, he left the space to the players and gracefully exited the church. Chapter 121. The first female player Ling Yu stood in a daze, gazing at the dilapidated church of European design before her. Alongside other new players, she had just absorbed the peculiar discourse of the skeletal figure. As the black-robed skeleton departed, the church buzzed with activity once more. "Mom, I saw a skeleton speaking." "Bah, clearly you weren't listening. That was a wraith." "My goodness, it can actually summon the game interface. Is this truly a game?" One bold individual clicked the exit button. In the blink of an eye, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Glitch sighed, rubbing his temples. Another one who refuses to heed warnings. On the very first day online, he had earned a sizable bump on the back of his head, which would itch terribly once it healed. His gaze wandered among the new players. The welcoming quest promised decent rewards and the potential to enhance team strength. Glitch harbored considerable expectations for the newcomers. However, the selection required careful consideration. A female player? Gazing at the incongruous figure of a player with flowing white hair beside her, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ling Yue's eyes. With a dazed expression, she raised her hand to touch her own face. It felt warm, so familiar, as if it were real flesh. Until this moment, her mind had yet to grasp the situation. She had merely watched a video online, yet here she was signed up for a new virtual reality game, and even selected for the internal testing phase. Before donning the rather cheap-looking gaming headset, she had thought it all a prank. As the crowd began to disperse, Ling Yue found herself pondering the three philosophical questions of humanity. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The game offered no beginner's guide, leaving her utterly lost. Just as she prepared to follow the crowd out of the church, the glitching player approached her. Hi, are you here for the welcome task? He asked, his smile friendly, though not overly eager. Ling Yue was taken aback. She recognized him. He was one of the characters from the Four Fools Battle, the Earthworm monster video. The footage was indeed real. A task window popped up before her. A task invitation has been sent to you. Reading the newly revealed task in the pop-up window, joy welled up in Ling Yue's eyes. She had been at a loss for what to do. Encountering a familiar face, albeit only from a video, was fortuitous. At least she could tell from the footage that he did not appear to be a villain. Let us do it. Ling Yue nodded decisively. Clicking to accept the task, both parties completed their selections. The glitching player led her outside. You can call me Glitch. There will surely be many players at the task point, so I'll take you to explore other areas first. All right, I'm a famine mage in the mid lane, Ling Yue recited, her face flushing with embarrassment. Had she known she would need to announce her character name upon entering the game, she would have chosen something more presentable. How could she possibly show her face with such a name? Internally, she screamed in despair. Glitch, however, seemed unfazed, chuckling heartily. How about I call you Famine Mage instead? Ling Yue sighed in relief. At least it was better than being called Famine or Mage. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they became acquainted in the game. Glitch guided Famine Mage around the significant structures of Sweetwater Town. They visited popular spots for players, such as the Task Item Collection Point, the Task Completion Warehouse, and the Church for Skill Learning and Logging Out. There is only one task point, and it will be crowded. Even if we go early, we'll have to wait in line. Let us head to the riverbank instead. Do we really have to queue for task items? Is it truly that realistic? Famine Mage exclaimed in surprise. You'll understand after playing a few more days. Aside from the game panel we can summon at any time, this game is virtually indistinguishable from reality. Glitch smiled as he led the way. How could it be called a virtual reality game if it doesn't resemble the real world? Do you require a virtual reality game to attract customers through minigames? Zhu Lu whispered in astonishment. It is indeed peculiar for a gaming company to possess the funds for virtual reality development, yet lack a budget for marketing. The garbled message sped away too quickly, leaving Zhu Lu no time to contemplate other matters as he hastened to follow suit. At the riverbank, the strands of spider silk displayed by the Zhao Dayun team fluttered in the breeze. The silk appeared abundant, yet surprisingly, it expanded once cleaned. After doubling in size, the drying area was rapidly transforming into a labyrinth. With his jaw agape in astonishment, Zhu Lu stepped into the web of silk. Did you all do this? During the task, the flower demon had employed other players to bury wooden stakes, but they lost interest due to the lack of experience rewards, completing it only once or twice at most. In terms of task completion, it was indeed the four of them who bore the majority of the workload. Ultimately, they successfully located the master spider silk cleaner, Yi Fei, and the hedgehog. Garbled was astonished. You returned even faster than I did? Aren't you supposed to be guiding the newcomers? The hedgehog raised his head from the silk. Isn't it that guy from the fish pond? He single-handedly took on several new players. If we didn't come back, we wouldn't have secured any newcomers. It wasn't that they couldn't compete. Thanks to the viral video of the first battle featuring the red-skinned earthworm, Zhao Dayun's team held a distinct advantage. However, this was an advantage he would rather not possess. After all, they had already achieved the freedom of task experience points. The welcome task rewards could be forfeited. Yi Fei sighed deeply. He desires progress too fervently. Turning, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unfamiliar silhouette, and he almost misidentified it. Goodness, a female player? He exclaimed incredulously. Where did you find her? The fish pond had snatched 3 players from them, yet they had not discovered the one standing beside Garbled. It's the church. She was positioned too far to the side, so I didn't notice her at first, Garbled explained. It was only after the crowd dispersed that he saw Zhu Lu stepping out, looking bewildered. The hedgehog gazed up at Zhu Lu's back, marveling. Still with the white hair. Brother, your character model is quite impressive. Most players had character models with brown or chestnut hair. Aside from the hedgehog's red locks, Julu's white hair was the most striking. No woman dislikes being complimented on her appearance, even within a game. Julu's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Thank you. Garble found a chair for Julu. You rest here for a moment while I share some important tips. You must have been drawn in by the mini-games, so I presume you haven't reviewed the official website's data and the forum guides. After half an hour, I will take you to accept the quest. That group of eager players, starved for labor for several days, will not grant Julu any special treatment just because she's a female player. They're likely scrambling for recruits at the task point right now. Indeed, feel free to ask us anything you don't understand. The hedgehog declared, thumping his chest. Julu smiled awkwardly, hesitant to speak. She had indeed perused the forum guides, but she assumed the forum discussions were merely performances. Who knew that virtual reality games truly existed? Chapter 122, Goblin Captives. After settling the newcomers, Liamod deftly scooped up strands of spider silk from the bucket and let them flow through 3 wooden basins of varying clarity. Juelio, curious, inquired, "What are you doing?" "We are cleaning the spider silk to use it for clothing." Liamod explained the various applications of the silk to Juelio. Juelio's mouth fell agape. Players have to purchase their novice gear from you? Shouldn't novice equipment be inexhaustible, unbreakable white artifacts? Incredible. You can weave fabric as well? Indeed. That small batch over there. The hedgehog gestured with a nod. The white vests and skirts danced in the breeze on the wooden poles. Juelio took a deep breath. This is what you wear? If she recalled correctly, most players in the game were male, right? The image of white vests and skirts sent shivers down her spine, evoking a discordant blend of medieval Europe and a village square. She rubbed her arms. Can you sell this? Of course, we're the only shop in the game. If they don't buy, they want to even have clothes to wear. Yifei replied matter-of-factly. If it weren't for wanting to leave a good impression on you, you would have seen them wearing it today, the hedgehog added. Juelio felt increasingly dazed, unable to fathom the situation. Mom, save me. What kind of game is this? Seizing the opportunity, Lima spoke up. Mainly, we lack the patterns for other clothing. If someone could create long-sleeve pants. Most players wouldn't be so fixated on the vest and skirt combination, it would look more normal. Lima decisively chose Juelio to guide the newcomers, having her own considerations. They had searched for other players, yet Sweetwater Town was too vibrant, and none could sew. He had to place his hopes on this new female player. Sewing clothes? Juelio's eyes lit up with realization, yet she replied helplessly, but I can't either. The skill of making clothes is far too niche in modern times. She could manage sewing a pocket, but creating garments requires familiarity with various patterns and cutting techniques, something beyond the capabilities of a non-fashion professional. The 3 veteran players displayed disappointment in their eyes. Alas, hope shattered once more. However, my sewing skills should surpass yours. Perhaps we could consider hiring a temporary worker? Juelio suggested. The finished vests and skirts had seemed so large that they could let the wind through. Juelio deemed her sewing skills modest. But at least she could extend the lifespan of the clothing 2 to 3-fold. She would want players to start running around naked because a thread came loose. The thought was too vivid for Juelio to bear. That sounds splendid. Yifei exclaimed, delighted, just what we need, as we are short-handed. Due to the need to balance other tasks, it had taken them 10 days to wash the spider silk, and they still hadn't finished. This contraption appears simple, yet the process is exceedingly cumbersome, just when we require manpower. The character, garbled, hesitated, but the only remuneration we can offer is magic gold. Are you certain? Julu nodded resolutely. I am indeed certain. The 3 of them had just enlightened him about the significance of experience points and magic coins. Unlike others, she perceived that the operational potential within magic gold far exceeded that of experience points. Even when a player ascends to level 5, collaborating to combat a non-magic creature like a red-skinned earthworm demands considerable effort. However, magic gold is distinct. If the game shop were to stock some magical potions or enchanted equipment, would she not be able to surpass others with the magic gold? The disparity in stamina between female and male players is substantial. Pursuing an economic strategy is undoubtedly the most suitable path for her advancement. Upon hearing her ambitious declarations, Garbled's mouth twitched. As long as you are content. He always felt that the game would not be so benevolent as to allow the use of magic gold for cheats. Who knows how long it would take to acquire divine gear through monetary means. In any case, the lucky team had just welcomed a temporary worker. After a lengthy discussion, Garbled still guided Zhu Lu through the task process, fulfilling the quest requirements. After a long day, Zhu Lu was utterly exhausted. She could only lie beneath the grand banyan tree at the town's entrance with 3 other players from the lucky team, excluding Lin Xian, to have a meal. While gasping for breath, Zhu Lu complained, "It's merely a game quest. Must it be so realistic? This game is incredibly inhumane. You are simply not fatigued enough yet. Once you surpass the pain threshold, your body will feel nothing," Garbled reassured her. "Really?" Zhu Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. "It will indeed induce a sluggishness, causing your movements to be slower," assured Grandpa Fei. "Oh, that's manageable as long as there's a solution. I nearly believed I would have to toil like a laborer in the game." Zhu Lu rallied her spirits, rolled up her sleeves, and declared, "For the next task, I will gather stone materials and strive to surpass the pain threshold sooner." Just as they returned to town, passing by Yiji, he comprehended the reasoning. Yet the execution was excessively brutal. It is no wonder that player efficiency has surged recently. He hoped they would attain the strength to combat magical creatures before exhausting their bodies. Yiji sighed. He wondered if the players remembered that resurrection and body exchange required self-submitted materials from magical creatures for body reconstruction. Silently shaking his head, he avoided the players beneath the banyan tree, checking each player's status as he made his way back. On this outing from the town, he still had not encountered any unfortunate souls like Ilian who had been discarded nearby, nor had he met Edgar on his return, and the goblin nest remained undiscovered. One could say he returned empty-handed. Yiji gazed at the solitary cloud in the sky, resigned to wait a little longer. A goblin nest harbors no fewer than 100 goblins, with some nests containing thousands. Failing to secure a strategic position before launching an attack will only render their situation increasingly precarious. The optimal scenario would be to await Edgar's return while ensuring that all 41 new players reach level 5, after which they could tackle the goblin nest. However, the delay required for this is excessively prolonged. Not all players are fervent levelers, and only a handful can match the playtime of those engaged in fishing or luck-based teams. Overall, this perspective appears rather impractical. A myriad of thoughts entwined within Yiji's mind, ultimately culminating in a prolonged sigh. First, they must ascertain the precise location of the goblin nest. At that moment, a chorus of astonished exclamations arose from behind. "What on earth is this green-skinned fish pond?" Green-skinned? The mention of this keyword caused Yiji to halt in his tracks. Turning around, he noticed a familiar creature, struggling in Lin Xian's grasp as they returned to town. A goblin. Beneath the banyan tree, 5 players formed a circle, observing the tightly bound creature on the ground as if it were a gorilla in a zoo. The goblin, accustomed to navigating the jungle, exuded a peculiar odor. Its scant attire barely concealed its modesty, appearing in a state of disarray. Its broad face, paired with a sunken nose and bulging amber eyes, lent it a particularly menacing aspect. Chapter 123. Soul Search. Are we the true villains? The captured goblin, clearly indignant about its predicament, continued to struggle defiantly before the 5 players, baring its teeth and spitting out incomprehensible syllables. After a brief examination, one player remarked, "Hedgehog, it seems to be cursing quite profusely." Another concurred, "Jielu, I agree, and its grotesque appearance is almost a form of mental assault." A third chimed in, "Grandpa can fly. At least it's somewhat better. One day I'll take you to see the fishing pond, and you'll understand what it means to see the minor dwarfed by the major." Glitch turned to inquire, "Old Shio, where did you capture this? Is this really a goblin?" "Most likely," Lin Xian replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a clean sleeve. "After bringing the newcomers, I checked on the traps we set. Luckily, I arrived early. This little rascal nearly escaped. Thankfully, I had a bundle of spider silk with me. The untreated silk is incredibly adhesive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to secure the goblin caught in the trap." He motioned for the others to step back. "Stay at a distance. This creature may be small, but its strength is remarkable. It landed a punch on me during my return, nearly disconnecting me. Is its combat power truly that high?" Grandpa Can Fly exclaimed in astonishment. Hedgehog propped his chin on his hand, pondering, "We've captured the goblin. But what should we do next?" Glitch contemplated for a moment. "We cannot decipher its speech. We must consult Old Yi." "No need," came Yiji's voice from behind. He stood before the bound goblin, astonished. It turns out to be a great goblin, In comparison to ordinary goblins, the Great Goblin is a rare ancestral variant. Possessing greater strength and heightened intellect, he is akin to a minor chief among goblins. After wandering outside for several days, he saw nothing of note. Could it be that players, upon making their move, could capture such a prime specimen? Is there truly such a vast disparity in fortune? Yi Ji recalled the initial fantasies that Xiao Ming held regarding the player community, particularly the divine blessings bestowed upon 3 players. Was that power genuinely so impactful? The term big goblin, he pondered, refers to an adult goblin? No, a big goblin is a reversionary variant within the goblin species, typically serving as a bodyguard or soldier in larger tribes and assuming leadership roles in smaller ones. After conveying this essential information, Lin Xian's expression turned grave. The capture of the big goblin, without any visible reaction, indicated that the presence nearby was evidently not from a mere small settlement. Is it truly so? The elder player mused. How many goblins would typically inhabit such a large settlement? Goblins are a prolific race, making their population difficult to quantify. However, it is estimated that those capable of combat would number no less than 500. 500! The 5 players gasped in astonishment. According to Lin Xian, the combat prowess of a single big goblin would be akin to facing off against a minor karami for the current players. Can we interrogate the big goblin we captured? The elder player hastily inquired. Indeed, if we ascertain their location, we could execute a surprise attack. The hedgehog flexed his wrist. After a brief moment of contemplation, the glitch nodded in agreement. In a scenario where they were outnumbered, guerrilla warfare was their only viable strategy. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Asserting the urgency of their actions, we must act swiftly. The area where we set our traps is not far from the town, and they may easily detect our presence. The Lost One gazed bewilderedly at the seasoned player who had proposed the strategy. As if awakening from a stupor, he echoed, "Yes, yes." Yi Ji offered a faint smile. "You are overly simplistic in your thinking. Goblin captives are of little value. Although big goblins possess a higher intellect than ordinary goblins, this is primarily reflected in combat, with their linguistic capabilities being severely limited. Despite the incessant mumbling of syllables from his mouth, most of it lacks concrete meaning. It is unrealistic to expect to extract the precise location of the goblin nest from him. The information we have is too scant. The goblins are undoubtedly more familiar with the jungle than the players. In the end, it remains uncertain who will conduct guerrilla tactics and who will be ensnared. What about the small fragments of understandable content? Can they be translated?" Yi Ji turned to the Lost One, his tone unruffled. "Goblins are an uncivilized race, closely linked to procreation and reproduction. Are you certain you wish for me to translate the vulgarities he utters after his capture?" The Lost One immediately understood, mimicking a zipper gesture with his mouth. On the ground, the big goblin writhed in a frenzy, cursing and attempting to extend his neck to bite. Glitch promptly sealed his mouth with spider silk, leaving only his crimson eyes visible. Huh. Observing the spider silk drenched in goblin saliva, the hedgehog quickly wrapped it around twice, feeling a pang of sorrow. Such waste of precious silk. Lin Xian expressed his disappointment. After all the effort to capture a living creature, does it serve no purpose at all? Have we been toiling in vain these past few days? Not necessarily. Yezei kantarit. Common goblins are expendable. Capturing them is indeed futile, but the great goblin is different. Even a modicum of intelligence is still intelligence. No matter how small the brain, it possesses the ability to comprehend and retain some crucial information. While interrogation may not be feasible, there are far more effective means at our disposal in Eltia. Yi Ji glanced at the system panel displaying his survival duration, which had reached 49 days, an encouraging figure that emboldened more audacious actions. Please wait a moment. After a while, the great goblin, exhausted from struggles, began to lower its eyelids, its weariness diminishing. This was the moment. Yi Ji quickly crouched, his white bony hand encircling half of its head. A flash of white light erupted from the point of contact. The fierce gaze of the great goblin grew increasingly vacant, its struggles waning until it lay still. With a crisp crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Yi Ji released the unconscious great goblin and stood, straightening the sleeves that had served as a broom on the ground. I just extracted some useful information from its memories. Although I could not ascertain the location of the goblin nest, the information remained significant for us. He glanced at the panel, noting the 44 days of survival, then looked up in astonishment. What are you doing behind that tree? Lin Xian, peering out with just his eyes, swallowed hard. Leader, can you really search souls? I just heard the sound of bones being crushed. Grandpa can fly, he added. The 5 players shivered simultaneously. Goodness. Though we were already aware of our leader's somewhat torturous profession, this one-time magic is utterly shocking to our worldview, referring to the Great Goblin as a disposable item. Soul-searching, silencing. It was clear that these acts were typical of a villain. Had they truly received a villain script? Chapter 124. The next Goblin Sacrifice Time. New reward, item contribution points. From the players' rich and unabashed expressions, Yi Ji discerned their thoughts. He possessed a variety of magical abilities, and he genuinely felt apologetic. But what was with the excitement in your eyes? To prevent the players from conjuring overly embellished inner narratives, Yi Ji elaborated carefully. Soul-searching is a profound and advanced magic that I am currently unable to perform, and in present-day Eltia, there are no more than a handful of mages capable of such feats. You need not worry about this magic being used against you. The players' minds were blank, acting solely on the projection of their consciousness. To extract something would indeed be a miracle. Did they truly believe that reading memories was an easy task? Even a goblin cannot retrieve a lifetime of memories in mere minutes. Should the spellcaster act recklessly, they risk descending into madness due to the chaos of fragmented recollections. What Yi Ji could accomplish was merely skimming the surface of the Great Goblin's consciousness to extract some information. The other party was inherently cautious regarding sensitive details about the Goblin Lair, making it impossible for him to acquire anything substantial. After hearing Yi Ji's explanation, the 5 players exhaled in relief and emerged from their hiding place behind the trees. You should have mentioned that earlier. You nearly gave us a fright. The hedgehog exclaimed, patting his chest with excitement. What information have we gleaned? First, the combat strength within the Goblin Lair ranges between 600 and 700. This includes several dozen great goblins, 9 elite goblins, and 1 goblin shaman. The great and elite goblins are manageable, as their enhanced combat abilities pose no significant challenge to the players. The crux of the matter lies with the goblin shaman. As a spellcaster among goblins, his potential impact on the battlefield is exceedingly high, capable of easily turning the tide of battle. Yi Ji was unable to uncover the deity they worshipped from the Great Goblin's memories, thus remaining ignorant of the shaman's training methods. This entity undoubtedly represents a considerable threat. Pausing for a moment, Yi Ji continued, secondly, the dwarf craftsman we sought a few days ago is likely still alive. However, we have less than half a month before the goblins next summon their monstrous priest. If we wish to rescue him, we must act swiftly. The 5 players gasped in astonishment. The hedgehog, brimming with excitement, declared, are we finally going to engage in a faction war? I've long awaited this opportunity. Time is of the essence. The confounded furrowed her brow in concern, maintaining a semblance of rationality. With our current forces, even guerrilla tactics would be insufficient. More than 600 robust goblins await us. Even if we begin immediately, we would need to eliminate over 30 each day. Such a prospect seemed utterly impractical. The Resolute glanced around nervously, wringing her hands. So soon? I've only just started playing, and now we're expected to fight these peculiar green-skinned creatures. Who is this dwarf craftsman you speak of? Given the high difficulty of this task, perhaps we should reconsider our rescue mission. The thought of their faction war being recorded, and the potential for ridicule from foreign players due to poor performance, made the Resolute feel increasingly anxious. Yi Ji pondered for a moment. Of course, that is an option. A swift resolution is merely one of our choices. However, with the impending winter magic tide, we urgently require a craftsman capable of erecting walls. The dwarven clan is notoriously proud and stubborn. If we rescue him, he will undoubtedly assist us with this task. It is a matter of interconnected circumstances. The sooner we resolve the goblin issue, the better it will be for Sweetwater Town. The players found themselves in deep contemplation. This matter should have been orchestrated by Yi Ji. However, it just so happened that these few players had made some new progress. He merely sought to indulge their curiosity for a moment. Thus, not long after, Yi Ji began to usher them along. Having uncovered such vital intelligence, a reward was undoubtedly in order for them. As his words reverberated, a melodious chime resonated in the players' ears. The team responsible for setting the trap, known as the Lucky Encounter Squad, would naturally receive the most substantial rewards. Without delving into the specifics of magical gold, experience points, and sweet fruit rewards, Yiji endeavored to underscore the significance of discovering the Goblin Chief. He tirelessly modified the player's game panels, introducing a new currency system, contribution points. Chime. Congratulations to player Renbu Xiaoji for earning 10 contribution points. Chime. Congratulations to player. Earned 8 contribution points. Chime. Congratulations to player Yihui Fei for earning 8 contribution points. Chime. Congratulations to player DIC to C Wei for earning 8 contribution points. As the discoverer, Lin Xian would, of course, receive a more generous reward. Yiji had yet to determine the precise function of contribution points, opting to set it aside for the time being. The value of currency relies on its rarity, and the players would surely speculate on the utility of contribution points. Indeed, the 4 players who received contribution points were all taken aback with joy, readily accepting this sudden introduction of new currency. Wow, contribution points have appeared. We're in for a windfall. Oh, what exactly is this for? Who cares? For now, we're the only ones who have it, and given the stringent acquisition criteria, it must be quite valuable. The 4 excitedly debated the purpose of the new currency, while Yiji did not forget to offer a consolation prize to Zhu Lu. Although the latter was a complete outsider, it would be cruel to leave him merely staring blankly at the unfolding scene. He decided to award him a magical gold coin, as a token of appreciation for his earlier assistance in subduing the Goblin Chief. Attempting to lift the goblin from the ground nearly resulted in Yiji's arm dislocating. He had no choice but to abandon the effort. This Goblin Chief is beyond your capability to manage. Could someone help me carry him to the Lord's mansion? There are plenty of rooms there. We can simply find a place to confine him and see if we can extract any new leads. What? This goblin isn't dead? The hedgehog exclaimed, lifting his head from a pile of rewards in astonishment. I distinctly heard the sound of his skull shattering. That was merely a side effect of invading the sea of consciousness. For goblins, it is not a fatal injury, Yiji explained. In fact, most magical creatures are far more resilient than humans. The player named Lan Ma closed the game panel and effortlessly hoisted the Goblin Chief onto his back. I'll take care of this. I need to head to the quest point anyway. Although the rewards for special tasks are plentiful, who would ever complain about having too much money? Setting aside the interruption caused by the Goblin Chief, the welcome event concluded splendidly. 8 new players successfully advanced to level 2, marking an exceptionally efficient achievement. Yiji was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. Indeed, as the number of reservations increases, the challenge of locating the desired players significantly diminishes. This new batch of players he has recruited are all dedicated individuals with an array of skill points. They are precisely the talents Sweetwater Town currently requires. Perhaps resolving the Goblin Nest task before the ritual is not entirely out of the question. Casting a glance at the still unconscious Great Goblin within the room, Yiji opened the official forum. As anticipated, under Yiji's intentional hints, the majority of both internal testers and cloud players became aware of his intention to address the Goblin Nest issue. Chapter 125. The aspirations of main combat players due to the surge in forum activity. There has been a noticeable increase in the number of players reserving spots to discuss the Goblin disposal issue. To Yiji's surprise, a significant proportion of both internal testers and cloud players identified themselves as main combatants. Once again, the strategies compiled by the Luxtruck squad were shared in the forum. Significant update on species around Sweetwater Town. The true appearance of goblins. Attached image. Thanks to the esteemed artist The Handsome Under the Gods for the sketch. Without further ado, do you recall the spider sill trap mentioned by the original poster a few days ago? Hard work pays off, and today it has finally arrived. In substantial quantities. After artistically embellishing the account of capturing the Great Goblin, The Handsome Under the Gods continued writing. In summary, we currently estimate the opposing faction S forces at 1, with a preliminary resolution time frame of 15 to 20 days. If we ignore this, the likelihood of the goblins extensively searching the jungle for a lost member is extremely low. We have more time to prepare for an offensive. However, we risk losing a dwarven craftsman, which may impact subsequent wall construction tasks and the tide of magic storyline. If we decide to assault the Goblin Nest, our presence will undoubtedly be revealed. If we fail, we may lose the base in Sweetwater Town. The fate of the novice village remains uncertain. If we succeed, we will at least gain 1 dwarf, and are highly likely to acquire resources from a medium-sized goblin nest. Although the original poster is unsure if the materials stored by the goblins will be of any use to us. Firstly, I want to traverse every post with the achievements of my deity's 10th victory. The artistry of the handsome under the gods remains as abstract as ever. Do they even open the skull? Does this not constitute the mistreatment of prisoners? What? Is it not removing the brain entirely? What? Is this not the forum for the game of the deity? Regardless of the website, the comment sections are always filled with individuals who do not engage with the content, or those who misinterpret the key points. As more internal testers appeared, serious responses began to proliferate. Greedy for life. Did I really defeat 600 goblins? Is that for real? National stinky tofu champion. If there were one more player, I would definitely support it. Time is tight, and our combat power is completely mismatched. Should we just charge in? Stealing your offerings. Is this it? In the realm of divine beings, I slay no fewer than 600 goblins each day. Once the public beta is released, prepare to meet your demise. A voice chimes in. I can hardly discern whether the previous comment is genuine or merely a performance. Another adds, do not investigate further. This is indeed a true player, and their casual actions represent the pinnacle of acting. A character exclaims, I am utterly moved. New players are still engaged in memes, and the imposters they attract genuinely believe in the existence of the game. Stealing your offerings? A sentiment that Yi Ji is quite familiar with. The skills described are more extravagant than a fish pond. Of course, nothing substantial can be uncovered. Yet, even without securing a spot in the closed beta, he remains undeterred by the game's existence, fervently igniting discussions under every post as an imposter. If one were to choose a player among the cloud dwellers who firmly believes in the existence of Under the Divine, the contender may well rival the veteran players who have witnessed the official website's optimization to date. Regardless, having already paid the registration fee, Yi Ji decides to let it be. The other party spends an alarming amount of time browsing the forum, effectively giving the posts a boost in visibility. One voice remarks, though Brother Offering has become accustomed to impersonation, I must inquire, are the game's monsters truly so formidable? Another replies, for more details, please refer to the video of the first kill of the red-skinned earthworm. Smile. A leader of bystanders comments, doesn't that render it exceedingly unfriendly to casual players? Another chimes in, you could also choose to hone your skills in the novice village until reaching maximum level before venturing out to slay monsters with a sly grin. A voice interjects, the game's balance in combat power is somewhat skewed, yet compared to the red-skinned earthworm's extraordinary recovery, goblins are considerably easier to handle. The newly acquired spider silk is even their nemesis. Another adds, the only drawback is that unprocessed spider silk is now scarce, completely insufficient. One more voice suggests, then why not venture out to seek spider silk? If you manage to find it once, why fear not finding it again? Reflecting on the situation, one player asserts, after careful consideration, I still believe this battle must be fought. Did you not say that in the novice village, there is nothing available, and even the wear and tear of quest items must be shared? Another declares, once we secure this task, we shall surely rise from poverty to prosperity. A participant insists, the key point is new. I am utterly tired of the situation where a dozen individuals crowd around a single quest. Another adds, indeed, the more I interact with Miss Alien, the faster her fondness diminishes. It is crucial to seek new opportunities. A solo player questions, isn't that a touch greedy? Considering we have less than 20 days? The same voice responds, can one truly call themselves a player without ambition? Trust me, our chances are quite favorable. Though the player count is merely in the double digits, rest assured, you shall not truly perish. Considering the time required for resurrection for those yet to enter the game, even if you were to exchange lives 1 for 1, we could easily deal with 400 to 500 goblins. Should a few valiant warriors manage to exchange lives 2 for 1 or 3 for 1, we might even exceed our task requirements. One final thought is posed. Is it possible that resurrection not only requires time, but also consumes a certain amount of revival materials? The notion of self-presentation is intricately tied to the need for monster corpses. Yet regrettably, we find ourselves unable to contend with these creatures. The sentiment of survival is palpable. Your weakness surpasses my wildest imagination. However, I assure you, I have a contingency plan. In the realm of contemporary warfare, the number of combatants is seldom the decisive factor. Rather, it is technology that reigns supreme. If the game truly possesses the high degree of freedom you profess, then crafting a few handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles for long-range combat should suffice for your endeavors. The dialogue may seem grim, but it is indicative of a deeper contemplation. The notion of time is fleeting. A mere fortnight is hardly adequate. One might jest that it is not as simple as merely constructing firearms. Blueprints are readily available online, and complex machinery is not even a prerequisite. Yet, I have observed no signs of industrialization within this game. Upon closing the forum post, Yiji could not help but reflect. Initially, he had anticipated a gaming community comprised primarily of casual players, only to discover an undercurrent of formidable combat enthusiasts. Despite the seemingly pessimistic tone of the discussions, the very act of dialogue suggests a willingness to engage. The discussions led by underscore the player's inherent greed, presenting strategies of varying efficacy. Regardless of the challenges in executing the optimal strategy, it remains the player's favored choice. Chapter 1:26. The next objective, the Goblin Lair. Yiji's initial intention was to adopt a more aggressive approach. Given that the majority of players shared his perspective, it became evident that the next target for the Watchers would be the Goblin Lair. Originally, he had planned to wait for Edgar's return, anticipating a fully prepared force to address the goblin situation. Yet unforeseen complications arose. With a heavy sigh, Yiji acknowledged the unpredictability of plans. Setting Edgar's matters aside, he contemplated the possibility of locating and vanquishing the goblins prior to the commencement of the ritual, should the players cooperate. Although Yiji considered himself among the friendliest, it did not imply a complete lack of combat capability. The finer details, however, required further contemplation. Thus, that night, Yiji rapped upon Elian's door. The following day, Grandpa and Fly logged in at the designated time. Following numerous trials conducted by the luck-stricken squad, it was determined that as long as the pain threshold had not been activated for over 3 hours, they would be ready for action. With merely a single cast of holy light and a restful slumber of 8 hours, they could regain their optimal state. The elder would gracefully rise from the bed, traversing past the other 3 sleeping figures, clicking his tongue in mild annoyance. It seemed that today, he was the first to log in. After acquiring the land, the team had shifted their log-out point from the church to a wooden cabin they had constructed, in an effort to conserve space and facilitate the inclusion of future members. The log-out point was designed in the style of bunk beds commonly found in school dormitories. However, the hedgehog remarked that upon log-out, game characters would cease to breathe, rendering the space more reminiscent of a hospital morgue. In any case, having a private area allowed them to avoid the discomfort of logging in only to find their faces uncomfortably close to someone else's smelly feet. Upon exiting, the elder made a beeline for the church, waving towards the sunlit patch of ground beside it. "Good morning, Old Yi," he called out. "Huh, Old Yi?" The spirit that usually basked in the sun was conspicuously absent today. Moreover, even a lounge chair had been removed, suggesting a departure that was anything but temporary. Had something peculiar occurred? This thought flitted through the elder's mind, but he quickly shook it off and pushed open the church doors. Never mind. Finding someone was of utmost importance. Prior to logging in, after several hours of fervent discussion, the forum veterans had reached a consensus. Attack. What could possibly go wrong? Fortune favors the bold, and assaulting the Goblin Lair presented an excellent opportunity for expansion. If they lost, they would merely witness the downfall of the novice village, something they had never experienced before. A win or a loss would still be a victory, thus constituting a double win. Both seasoned players, weary from monotonous grinding, and newcomers, entirely unacquainted with the combat system beneath the Divine, rallied behind this decision. Ultimately, a staggering 60% of players chose to partake in this endeavor. They had agreed to convene within the church. Those on the brink of leveling up could also take advantage of the opportunity to do so within the sanctuary. Upon entering, several players had already logged in, encircling the statue with laughter reminiscent of mischievous adults. "It seems the goddess has grown a bit," one teased. "I wager she will evolve into a golden-haired winged little girl. Isn't it more like just put on weight?" Another quipped, "By the way, I don't think I've ever seen her eat. Have you? What do you know? Beautiful girls don't need to eat or use the restroom." Only Xiao Ming remained vigilant, pressing against the statue and emitting a series of terrified shrieks. Unknown undead, stay away from me." Had it not been for the fear of the creature climbing the statue, several players would have continued to approach, disrupting its little abode. It would surely hide away. Far from them, with no other recourse, Xiao Ming could only summon the panels sent by Yiji, fiercely diminishing the favorability rating of the 3 players in front of him. Ding! The avatar of the benevolent deity, Xiao Ming, has reduced your favorability by 1. Ding. As the radiant avatar of the deity, Xiao Ming, manifested an affinity value of 1, the players eagerly engaged in fervent interaction, pressing the panel in frenzy. The camaraderie amongst the trio was rapidly plummeting towards negative figures. One player, filled with trepidation, inquired whether their actions might yield adverse consequences. Fear not, another reassured. For the strategies shared in the forums suggest that as long as someone dances before the goddess, she will invariably find an excuse to diminish our affection points. Indeed, chimed in a third, she is notoriously myopic. A simple gift will significantly bolster our standing. They relished the rare opportunity to amuse the goddess beneath her statue, considering it a worthwhile endeavor. However, a player known as I Can Fly lamented, had I known the goddess's strategies would lead to such folly, I would have abstained from writing them. He harbored a reasonable suspicion that his own affection points were being adversely affected by the antics of these players. Should this continue, the goddess might be irreparably tarnished by their mischief. He cleared his throat audibly. At that moment, the 3 players turned in unison. "Ah, there you are," exclaimed one, eyes sparkling with excitement. Seizing the opportunity while their attention wavered, Xiao Ming swiftly took flight. The initiative had been proposed by I Can Fly, and the discovery of this fortunate circumstance had been made by the fortunate encounter team. Naturally, the organization of all interested combatants fell to them. I Can Fly nodded towards a trio. "You have all completed your first advancement, correct? Rest assured, we are among the second wave of players. Not only have we completed our first advancement, but we are on the cusp of our second." One player assured confidently, glancing around. "Are the others not yet here? Managing a larger group can be cumbersome. The 4 of us will suffice," I Can Fly replied. He proceeded to inquire about the players' skills. 2 wielded fireball spells while the other commanded a water arrow, eliciting a grimace from I Can Fly. Some truths can only be accepted through personal experience, and he forced himself to remain composed. "Our combined skills are ill-suited for delving into the goblin lair's depths," he declared. "We face 2 choices: serve as logistics in the town or investigate rare resources. Which do you prefer?" "Certainly the latter. We have exhausted logistics in our recent endeavors," asserted the confident player. The others nodded in agreement. "Very well, the motion passes unanimously. Let's discuss the rare resources we seek." The 4 players gathered in a circle, meticulously crafting their forthcoming strategy. Primarily, I Can Fly conveyed the outcomes of the discussions held offline by the fortunate encounter team. Although the cloud player, 1,000 years of grinding, often proposed outlandish ideas, they were not devoid of merit. In the face of the dual disadvantages of time and manpower, the players' advantages were limited to 2 aspects: intellect and the resurrection mechanism. As the issue of resurrection materials was temporarily insurmountable, the second option had to be put on hold. Crafting firearms by hand was simply impractical. Among all players, the most skilled artisan, who went by the name of Grandpa Can Fly, had never encountered such technology. It was impossible to resolve the entire process from blueprints to materials and components within a mere few weeks. Furthermore, producing a viable firearm from a plethora of substandard parts was an unrealistic expectation. However, constructing earth bombs was entirely feasible. According to the information provided by Old Yi, the goblins were still at a tribal civilization level. Although the explosive power of earth bombs was modest, they could be exceedingly effective against a civilization that was completely oblivious to them. Not only could they directly reduce the goblin population, but they could also weaken them significantly. The key was that once the materials were gathered, the crafting process was straightforward, and there was ample time to accomplish this within a few weeks. Grandpa Can Fly produced a recipe he had jotted down with a charcoal pencil while on the road and continued, "I have several formulas for earth bombs. The readily available mixture of plant ash and charcoal is common, so I want to elaborate on that. What we primarily lack is the classic combination of sulfur and black powder, or a folk version of saltpeter." The 3 players listened with their mouths agape. "Oh," Grandpa Can Fly said with a hint of exasperation, "why do you all look so completely uninformed? We've discussed these matters on the forum, haven't we?" Greedy Life shrugged. "I have no idea. We heard there would be fighting, so we came. Who cares about the specifics? Just charge into battle and spam skills." "Unlike you lot, I don't spend all day on the forum," another player interjected. Grandpa Can Fly was rendered speechless. "As long as there's one intelligent person in our team, that's sufficient." He continued, "Given that the forest we are in has been abandoned for centuries, the chances of finding either saltpeter or sulfur deposits are reasonably high. If we find even one, I can produce the materials. The more we find, the stronger our combat capabilities will become. Greedy Life remarked, you can make bombs too? I used to enjoy disassembling firecrackers as a child. The principles are likely quite simple. The challenge lies primarily in the proportion of materials. A bomb is merely a balance of oxidizers and regulators, and we need to determine the most effective point of power. Even if casualties occur during the process, we're not in the real world. If someone dies, they die. That's quite the conundrum. It doesn't seem any more lawful than making guns, Greedy Life added. Having spoken extensively, Grandpa Can Fly was about to call out names when he suddenly realized he didn't know the others' names. Right? I know Greedy Life, but what about you two? I didn't remember your names from the forum. The truth was, both names were rather obscure, and he struggled to pronounce them. Oh, that's easy. Just call me Pineapple, said the player who had a fondness for transforming into a dual-tailed lowly. He is called Olda, but if you really can't remember, just refer to him as Dragon Proud Sky. Very well. The elder nodded in understanding. I have located some potential sites for saltpeter and sulfur mines online. Shall we set off now? Greed frowned. There are no suspicious locations. Are we to conduct a blanket search? We have scarcely ventured beyond our safety zone. How can we know of any dubious sites? The elder retorted. If we had such information, I wouldn't require assistance. Upon reflection, this was indeed a valid point. After some contemplation, Pineapple suggested, why don't we consult Old Yi? The players haven't ventured out, but he must have some knowledge of the vicinity. Excellent idea. Greed immediately concurred. The elder sighed helplessly. That was precisely my thought. However, Old Yi has vanished. Vanished? Greed's head shot up. Hasn't he always been lying outside the church? He occasionally strolls nearby, but only during noon or dusk, Long Outyin added. The three players, undeterred, insisted on going out to see for themselves. The place where the undead had once lain was now utterly vacant. They searched in the areas mentioned on the forum where Yi Ji often frequented, even climbing to the top of the church and inquiring with other players, yet they remained empty-handed. Greed hissed in frustration. This is truly bizarre. Glass remarked. Old Yi usually leaves town, but he never disappears for more than half an hour. The time since the elder discovered Yi Ji's absence has far exceeded that. Long Outyin contemplated for a moment. Old Yi's disappearance is not a calamity. We can inquire with others. Any of them would likely have similar insights. Although Edgar had also been missing for several days, and Xiaoming had just suffered at the hands of 3 players, there was still one remaining. Miss Arian. The synchronized sound of 4 voices startled Arian, causing her to nearly smash the freshly crafted wooden stool leg. She turned to see the 4 heads protruding from behind the cabinet, instinctively pulling up her interface. Half of her attention was on the affection modification button as she warily asked, what do you intend to do? Despite the language barrier, after spending so much time together, they had developed a suitable means of communication. It is like this. Under the chaotic gestures of the players, Arian finally believed that the 4 were not there to cause trouble or flirt, and her vigilance eased slightly. She gently set the stool down. There were too many small items needed for the quest. She couldn't afford to damage it. Arian tilted her head in thought. Are you looking for strange stones? White or green, and seeking my guidance on the way? She conveyed the meaning of her sentence through gestures to the 4 players. They nodded vigorously, eagerly watching her. Arian and they locked eyes for 3 seconds before she could no longer maintain her gaze. Slowly but resolutely shaking her head, she formed a large, I do not know gesture with her hands across her chest. Indeed, the one who flies is visibly disappointed. The pineapple, undeterred, offers words of comfort. Perhaps the game's setting is still in an era prior to the invention of explosives, and they have yet to recognize the significance of chemical mines. Even when observed, they are disregarded. Let us inquire about potential locations of or veins. They gestured animatedly, indicating their ignorance of the mine's whereabouts, yet suggested revealing some underground caverns or areas with deep rock layers for investigation. Eliana continued to shake her head. The 4 players stepped back, uncertain about the caves, yet asked if there were any vast maple or oak forests nearby. When Greed paused in his gesturing, he queried, isn't there a connection between this and your veins? The internet suggests so. We shall see for ourselves, replied the one who flies. After all, there's no harm in believing a rumor with some relevance. However, while the players remained undeterred, Eliana was nearing her breaking point. Stop, she exclaimed, rubbing her throbbing temples. The 4 players were flailing about like a flock of ducks, their chatter incessant. Despite her inner resolve to remind herself that she could not provoke the members of the Watchers organization. Her patience was wearing thin. I truly do not know. Chapter 128. The One Who Flies Hitting a Wall. Time-limited quest. Once the introduction was made, the subsequent dialogue flowed more easily. I am uncertain how the leader has introduced me. I am merely a pawn cast into the Great Oak Forest. I have no knowledge of any yellow or white stones. Eliana was unfamiliar even with the path leading out of the Great Oak Forest, her familiarity with the surroundings likely less than that of the players. What useful information can I provide? Or perhaps it is the Watchers organization that aims to establish a foothold in the Great Oak Forest that is truly the anomaly. She crossed her arms over her chest, her expression icy. The One Who Flies finally grasped the implication of her gesture. Did it mean she knew nothing? Are we encountering cultural differences in the game? Greed was taken aback. 2 minutes later, with a resounding bang, the door to the quest point was forcefully shut. Moments later, Eliana suddenly realized her actions. After using force to expel the 4 players, she reopened the door to the quest point. The 4, having been left in the dust, squatted nearby and sighed deeply in the direction of the quest point. Alas, from the onset of our search for sulfur and nitrate mines, Greed lamented, are we truly to resort to the most rudimentary method, exploring the outside bit by bit? The pineapple replied, by the time we craft the bombs, the grass on the graves of our hostages will be taller than us. Long Eltia added, or we could gamble on luck, if someone is fortunate enough. Stepping outside might yield a treasure. The One Who Flies remarked, for a moment, I cannot tell if you were complimenting one another on your fortune. After a brief period of sighing, they regrouped. What if they were truly fortunate and managed to discover the desired, or in a single attempt? They intended to commence their search along the riverbank. Firstly, according to the experts from Chengdu, the streams or rivers within the forest may harbor nitrate within the surrounding rocks. Due to the erosive and leaching effects of water, nitrate can be extracted from the stones. Moreover, there exists an iron or vein nearby. The experts also indicated that sulfur often coexists with other mineral deposits. The riverbank perfectly embodies both characteristics. After a morning of meticulous searching, they arrived at a shared conclusion. The Chengdu experts were unreliable. I can fly, he lamented, collapsing onto the riverbank. At last, I have returned. Allow me a moment to rest. Although the town was merely a few hundred meters away, he could no longer endure it. He was overwhelmed both mentally and physically. The other 3 players collapsed beside him, utterly exhausted. The external threats were overwhelming, and the 4 players' appearances were disheveled. Their clothes were tattered and coated in dust. Their hair, once lustrous, bore patches that had been pecked bare. To avoid encountering traps like those spun by cunning spiders, they deliberately chose a riverbank with sparse vegetation. Yet even so, the perils of the giant oak forest surpassed their imagination. The presence of piranhas in the river was already absurd enough. Once they ventured beyond the safe zone, the piranhas would even pursue them onto the land. Not to mention, there were colorful birds that flapped their wings to attack, poisonous toads disguised as mossy stones, and serpents as plump as caterpillars. Each step they took was fraught with trepidation, their spirits waning under the constant threat of bizarre creatures springing forth from the shadows. As for their physical state, they could only rely on I can fly for healing. Now, however, he had exhausted all his reserves. I believe none of us possesses any good fortune, I can fly remarked. I agree, Greed said. Pineapple chimed in. I heard that a previous discovery of an iron ore pit was made. Shall we try our luck there? If other minerals are mixed in with the iron ore, we would strike it rich. No, the other 3 exclaimed in unison. I can fly was incited by this suggestion to perform a sit-up. Lying on the sand, he weakly stated, many have attempted to open it before. The post is on the forum and has even been pinned. Greed added, it has been sealed. Not only is it impossible to open, but lingering in the vicinity for too long will also devalue your worth. Dragon Eltia interjected. Even I know those 2 have set the lowest record, barely scoring above the failing line of 60. If we rely on natural recovery, we will need to wait 3 to 4 years. The penalties are too severe. In conclusion, after a bustling morning, setting aside the negative impact on their minds and bodies from the exploration experience, their progress in searching for rare materials was nearly non-existent. They lingered by the riverbank for quite some time, allowing their fatigue to wane before they assisted each other in returning to town. The 3 players, having formed a temporary alliance, had their own matters to attend to and disembarked at the church. Yi Hui Fei, the last to depart, returned alone to the headquarters of the Luck Strike Squad. He intended to change his attire. At the entrance, he fortuitously encountered Hedgehog and Lin Xian, who were returning from a meal. Upon observing Yihue Fei's state, Hedgehog nearly spat out the sweet fruit he was savoring. Did you venture into the battleground? Close enough. There was peril and survival. Yihue Fei forced a weary smile, casually snatching a sweet fruit from Hedgehog's grasp and devouring half of it. The exquisite flavor nearly brought him to tears. It was simply divine, despite its overwhelming sweetness, for Yiji, who had spent the morning relying on player skills for sustenance. The natural essence was a significant boon. Hedgehog and Lin Xian exchanged glances of bemusement. Hedgehog silently popped the last sweet fruit into his mouth. If memory serves, your last message to us indicated you were exploring along the riverbank. When the fish in the water start to see you as prey and can chase you on the land, you too will find yourself parched. The journey was rife with hardships, best left unspoken. The trio conversed as they made their way back. Enough about me. How fares your side? Hedgehog took a bite of the sweet fruit. Garble is still scouting the goblin nest location. Likely won't return until nightfall. Old Shio and I have managed to produce some plant ash, and we're hastily crafting charcoal, just awaiting your return. Yihue Fei sighed with a wry smile. It seems we have a wait ahead. No worries. Once I sort out my affairs, I'll join you in the hunt, Lin Xian reassured him. As they chatted, a notification popped up in front of the trio simultaneously. Ding! Limited time quest, 010. Faction leader Yiji appears to be encountering some trouble outside the safe zone and requires 10 returnees to assist at a designated location. The specific coordinates are as follows. Chapter 129, Ambiguous Quest Guidance. Locate the surrounding topographical map. Note, this quest is a transport mission, but the situation in the Great Oak Forest is complex and poses certain dangers. Please exercise caution in accepting. Please arrive at the designated location within 2 hours. Failure to do so will result in automatic forfeiture. The three were swift to accept the task, having barely read half the details. By the time they finished reviewing the information, the quota of 10 participants had already been filled. Yihue Fei's spirits plummeted as he clutched his forehead in frustration. Alas, I was too hasty. His stamina bar was already nearly depleted. Accepting another transport mission might very well lead to his disconnection mid-task. Hedgehog, upon opening the door, turned back and said, "What does it matter? If we could accept the quest, it means we meet the requisite standards." Lin Xian's thoughts aligned closely. You've been out and about for the entire morning. The extra experience gained must be significant, and a little more exploration will naturally restore your stamina. He entered and rummaged through his locker to find a tattered old sweater, which he donned. Since he was about to venture beyond the safety zone, he could not afford to ruin a decent outfit meant for public display. Emerging from the garment, Lin Xian raised his chin with a hint of eagerness. Let us hasten, for there might be new developments in the narrative. As members of the first-tier Luck Striking Squad, they could not afford to miss such an opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, Yihue Fei found merit in this reasoning. Thus, he decided against changing his attire, opting instead to wear the dilapidated vagabond outfit, which was nearing 67 wear and tear, and joined the others as they departed. Just as they were about to exit the town, they came to a simultaneous halt. A small earthen slope, located 700 meters southeast of Sweetwater Town, was adorned with 6-petal white, flowering vines, leading westward toward the riverbank. While reciting the directional cues from the quest log, the voice of the hedgehog grew progressively quieter. He paused, pondering. The question arises, just how southeast is southeast? Is it 70 degrees or merely 30? Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings. The number of players who had traversed this area was overwhelming. Otherwise, they could have easily traced the town's footprints. Unfortunately, last night, they had orchestrated a goblin extermination plan on the forum, resulting in a throng of players emerging from the safety zone at Chopwood. Otherwise, Yiji's path of departure from the safety zone would have been remarkably discernible. 2 minutes later, more players arrived, similarly gazing blankly at the dense thicket ahead. Noticing their matching white sweaters and aprons, it was evident that they too were participants in a time-limited quest. The hedgehog volunteered, "I shall inquire." Yet, the outcome was predictably fruitless. They had never encountered the small slope adorned with white flowers. Upon his return, the hedgehog shook his head. Yihue Fei sighed. If only the Codebreaker were back. The Codebreaker was tasked with scouting the terrain and might have already located the slope with the white flowering vines. Perhaps his call had been heard. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the rustling grass. Just as Zhu Lu, who had returned to the town, was about to relax, she turned and saw several players loitering at the town's entrance, her expression instantly turning to one of shock. Thud! The melon in her hand fell to the ground. Unable to bear the sight, she covered her eyes. Oh my, what have I just seen? Although the game had only been launched for a mere 10 days, the players' labor was manifestly evident in their physiques. The lumberjacks boasted well-defined arm muscles, while those who were always running errands exhibited bulging leg muscles. A group of burly men clad in skirts was nothing short of a mental torment. Regardless of the complexities involved in crafting trousers, it was imperative that they be made without delay, Zhu Lu resolutely thought to herself. Her exclamation caught the attention of the hedgehog, who casually greeted her. Hey, Zhu Lu, have you also taken on a time-limited quest? How could I? With my newly acquired physique, I cannot possibly compete with you all, Zhu Lu replied, picking up a brown fruit the size of a watermelon from the ground and giving it a shake. I stumbled upon a grand tree outside, adorned with an abundance of these peculiar gourds, and I was poised to bring them back for your admiration. A wave of nostalgia washed over me, reminiscent of the morning, and I instinctively took a step back. Wait, is there some bizarre creature lurking within? How absurd! Zhu Lu rolled her eyes. Surely this game, isn't so unreasonable. I noticed numerous smashed ripe gourds on the ground, their flesh a delightful orange-white, entirely unproblematic. With a weary smile, Yi Huifei remarked, You'll understand once you've distanced yourself. The creatures within this game are not only illogical, but have evolved to provoke one's mindset in the most cunning ways. Zhu Lu shot him a disapproving glance. I despise riddlers. She tossed the gourd in her hand to him. Here, weren't you planning to create a bomb? This gourd's shell seems quite promising. Could it possibly be utilized? Initially, Yi Huifei dismissed it. However, upon grasping the gourd, he sensed something unusual. Wow, it's remarkably sturdy. He pressed his ear against the gourd and tapped it gently. The sound was dull. This hardness rivals that of a coconut shell. Indeed, and it's quite thin, resembling a layer of tin foil, Zhu Lu replied. I've dubbed it the coconut gourd. Yi Huifei's eyes sparkled with delight. Perfect. This could serve as the outer shell for an earth bomb. A bomb requires a sufficiently robust shell to facilitate combustion and reaction, ensuring maximum lethality upon rupture. How many more of these are on that tree? He inquired eagerly. Zhu Lu conjured another coconut gourd from thin air. I've collected around 30 or 40, but it's still bearing fruit. A few more days should yield a good harvest. After a moment's thought, she added, though the tree is rather tall. That's no concern. I've been climbing trees since I was 3. Yi Huifei waved dismissively, caressing the coconut gourd with affection. First, place the items in the communal storage at the church. I'll return to retrieve them later. Absolutely. Zhu Lu agreed readily. After a bustling morning, she finally achieved a fruitful outcome. The sensation of engaging in a virtual reality game was quite delightful. She stowed one extra gourd in her backpack, joyfully maneuvering around the glaring, short-skirted men. Don't inquire why she didn't pack them all away. How could she showcase her treasures if they were hidden? After taking a few steps, Zhu Lu suddenly halted and turned back, puzzled. Why haven't you all set off yet? Isn't this a time-limited quest? How should I put it? Is it embarrassing to get lost in a game? Just as Zhu Lu returned from the east, Lin Xian decided to share the quest information with her. Perhaps she would know the precise location. Unfortunately, the eastern expanse was too vast, and Zhu Lu had not encountered any slopes adorned with white, flowering vines. However, she possessed another piece of information. In the morning, a rather short player approached me, claiming to have discovered a topographical map of the vicinity surrounding Sweetwater Town. You might want to seek him out. Although Sweetwater Town has lain desolate for decades, the alterations in its terrain occur at a glacial pace. With a map in hand, one could significantly expedite the search by examining the nearby slopes within a radius of 700 meters. He gestured to a spot on his chest, contemplating, and then subtly adjusted his position downwards. Perhaps he stood at this height? The fish pond. The 3 of us exclaimed in unison. How remarkable it was that the fish pond had unearthed such a valuable asset, yet had not thought to share on the forum, instead opting to flaunt it before the ladies. Chapter 130. The magma of the forest. The trio exchanged glances and resolutely abandoned their futile, aimless wandering. They set off towards the southeastern riverbank. Most of Sweetwater Town had been designated for specific purposes by Yi, with only the southeastern riverbank remaining undefined. Players established silk drying points and processed gunpowder materials in that vicinity. The fish pond had also been incorporated into the campaign against the goblins, making its active location all too evident. With great determination, the group advanced. Indeed, they soon encountered the fish pond, which was guarding a pile of firewood. After some intimidation and persuasion, they procured the topographical map of Sweetwater Town for 50 magic gold coins. On the return journey, I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. 50 for a map? Such a shrewd merchant. Hedgehog lamented. It's all our fault for showing our eagerness at the outset. That fellow figured us out. Then, with a light explosion, the fish pond learned of their inability to locate the mission site and their urgent need for a map. Regardless, the objective had been achieved, and Lin Xian remained unfazed. He opened the map despite the countless warnings from the seller to venture far away before unveiling it, lest it be withheld. His brow furrowed involuntarily. What was this? Had the fish pond sold us counterfeit goods? With their years of acquaintance and the meager number of players beneath the deity, if counterfeit goods were in play, they would swiftly administer a beating. Yet, that was not the case. Wasn't it rather fortunate? Why the sudden stammering? Hedgehog leaned closer to the map. Let me have a look. His expression turned enigmatic. The unusual reactions of the two piqued my curiosity. Upon examining the contents of the map, my expression transformed into one reminiscent of a subway elder. Are these wavy lines the map? Wavy lines for mountains, wavy lines for water, wavy lines for houses. It resembled a child's crude doodles. Lin Xian remarked upon careful inspection. If we consider this long wavy line on the right as the nearby Wooland River, this relatively open area corresponds to the former Sweetwater Town, aligning with the surrounding terrain. He stroked his chin in contemplation. The issue at hand arises from the assumption that this is a topographical map. When the fish pond discovered it, how did they ascertain it was indeed a map? The elder let out a soft exclamation. Likely having once fancied himself a geography enthusiast or perhaps a student of the subject, possessing a modicum of knowledge. Accompanying the sisters certainly had its advantages. A sudden epiphany struck the hedgehog. He smacked his thigh. Why does this map seem so familiar? Isn't this the parchment I unearthed while rummaging through the refuse a few days ago? I had dismissed it as mere scrap paper due to its inky blackness and tossed it aside. Yet, the fish pond salvaged it and uncovered its true purpose. Indeed, it was a serendipitous twist of fate. Lin Xian gazed at the map, reflecting on the necessity of embarking on exploration quests. The team, known as the Struck Luck Squad, had been stagnating in their mission to explore Sweetwater Town for 5 or 6 days, yielding no useful information. They were on the verge of abandoning their efforts when the fish pond demonstrated through tangible action that their approach to seeking was flawed. With the topographical map in hand, the route to the quest location became abundantly clear. Within a 700-meter radius of Sweetwater Town lay a hillside with only one accessible area along the riverbank to the west. Utilizing the map, they successfully gathered other players who had accepted time-limited quests. With each contributing 5 magical gold coins as a guiding fee, they regained some vitality. Upon leaving the safe zone, a palpable sense of danger hung in the air. Fortunately, the path they traversed had already been cleared by Yi Ji the previous night. Once the traces of players dwindled, they no longer required the map to follow Yi Ji's trail. Along the way, they encountered few sudden threats or traps set by magical creatures. Upon reaching their destination, Yi Ji, clad in a black wizard's robe, stood out vividly amidst the lush green jungle. He half sat up from his recliner. You all arrived sooner than I anticipated. Yi Ji had set the task time limit to 2 hours, wary of players who might get lost. Observing the 10 players who had come together, he felt a sense of reassurance. In less than a month, players with leadership qualities had begun to emerge. The hedgehog exclaimed, "Old Yi, do you truly carry your chair wherever you go? Otherwise, should I have stood here waiting for you?" Well, that wouldn't be ideal. The hedgehog scratched his head, unsure how to respond. In other games, weren't the tasks designed for players of boundless stamina akin to super science? He had never considered whether players needed to rest when they were absent. Lin Xian surveyed the dense jungle, unable to discern specific locations. His gaze ultimately landing on the emerald green pond behind Yi Ji. To call it a pond was an overstatement. Its water quality was poor enough to resemble a puddle formed from last night's rain. Are you seeking our assistance to catch fish to take back? Otherwise, Lin Xian would struggle to find anything requiring their transportation. Yi Ji leisurely rose from his recliner, retracting the chair into the space before responding. There is no need for that. I do not indulge in fishing. For the undead, fish are inedible, and their vigorous struggles could easily cause one's bones to dislocate. I abandoned this pastime centuries ago. Yi Ji surveyed the area, confirming that the 10 players had expended minimal energy on their journey, sufficient to endure the impending burdensome tasks. He nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Remember to keep silent. The creatures lurking nearby, attracted by sound, far exceed your expectations. Upon finishing his statement, a crisp sound echoed as the scenery behind him resembled a curtain showcasing a picturesque landscape, suddenly collapsing as if its support had been withdrawn. The emerald pond behind them expanded dramatically, filling their line of sight. The once crystal-clear water transformed into a murky crimson, bubbling ominously. Most striking were the elongated, red-black figures arranged around the pond's edge, resembling sun-dried meat. The shortest measured 1 meter, while the longest had a diameter of 1 meter. They bore an uncanny resemblance to both serpents and loaches. Goodness, it's a magma transformation. Red-skinned earthworms, exclaimed the players. No, adjust your perspective. The defensive scales are evidently superior to those of red-skinned earthworms. The players buzzed with excitement, but remembered Yi Ji's admonition, consciously lowering their voices. Nonetheless, to Yi Ji, their whispers were still quite apparent. He sighed in exasperation. Hurry, we must act swiftly. After lifting the seal, creatures will soon arrive. Chapter 131. The Volatile and Explosive Violent Serpent. Returning with a bounty, we need to evacuate the contents before that cluster of rooted snail monstrosities approaches. Yi Ji urged. An important factor contributing to the uncontrollable expansion of monsters is that after the demise of a nest master, other creatures can easily move toward the unclaimed lair, reclaiming it for nesting. Yi Ji relied on the residual pressure from the violent serpent to momentarily confuse them. The 10 players sprang into action. Although they marveled at the bizarre and flawless fusion of the magma pool and jungle, their hands worked swiftly, stuffing the corpses of the violent serpents into their bags regardless of size. The serpents on the ground visibly diminished in number. A hedgehog approached a 1 meter diameter violent serpent. But when he attempted to collect it, nothing happened. Why can't I store it? He opened his game panel in puzzlement. My bag isn't full. Just then, Lin Xian arrived nearby, and, with the tone of an experienced player, replied, the game bag operates on different principles. You can't solely rely on the written rules. A previous player attempted to hoard and faced the same issue. The game bag stores items based on type and quantity, not by spatial capacity. Players have long sought to exploit the mechanics of the game. A single fruit seed occupies 1 grid space, while a whole fruit similarly occupies its own individual grid. A branch laden with multiple fruits can be contained within just 1 grid space. One player, in particular, purchased a piece of tough fabric and wrapped an assortment of miscellaneous items, subsequently tossing them into their backpack, which also only occupied a single grid. The items stored within the grid were designated as a package. However, unlike the previous limit of 999 for storage and retrieval, only 1 package could be stored per grid. Just as the player was eager to share this remarkable discovery on the forum, they realized that such packages were subject to limitations. If the package were too large, it could not be accepted, regardless of the player's carrying capacity. The specific rules regarding the use of the game backpack could only be discovered through gradual experimentation. Lin Xian grasped the dark bone spike atop the serpent's head and tugged it towards the shore. Fortunately, he had 2 broadleaf knives at his disposal. How about we cut it in half and give it another try? He suggested. That makes sense. The hedgehog exclaimed in realization. Each of them seized a bone spike from the serpent's forehead and exerted their strength together. They staggered back several steps, yet still, the serpent's tail remained elusive. The hedgehog wiped the sweat from his brow. Could it be the Serpent King? No wonder it couldn't be contained earlier. Lin Xian withdrew the broadleaf knife. Let's keep it this length, otherwise, you won't be able to move it later. He spun the blade around, prying it down into the gap of the scales. The modified ultra-thin blade easily penetrated between the scales. Lin Xian exerted force. Crack! The broad-leafed knife splintered. Lin Xian, the hedgehog, wait my friend, it's still a long, slender creature. The broad-leafed knife can split a red-skinned earthworm in 2. Lin Xian silently raised his middle finger, and a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips. Let me scorch it first. Perhaps that will make it easier to cut. The hedgehog nodded. There was little else they could do. The flame danced from Lin Xian's fingertips, casting a flickering red glow upon the serpent's dark scales. Yi Ji, who had been observing another player transporting stones from shore, silently nodded in approval, marveling at how players seemed to defy the constraints of weight. However, a flicker of fire caught his peripheral vision, and alarm bells rang in his mind. "Stay away from it," Yi Ji shouted. Just as Lin Xian turned his head, the flame made contact with the scales, and a blinding light erupted from the point of contact. Boom! Just before the crimson light engulfed Lin Xian's vision entirely, a bony hand pressed against the explosion site, extinguishing the flames. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. Lin Xian and the hedgehog remained in a state of wide-eyed astonishment, staring at the suddenly teleported Yi Ji. "Li Yi Ji withdrew his hand, revealing the scales beneath, which appeared somewhat dulled but bore no scratches. Only the ivory bones displayed a dark imprint. Yi Ji rubbed his knuckles, brushing away the black ash from his bones. "I neglected to introduce this earlier. It is a level 2 magical creature, the Violent Serpent, a being endowed with innate fire magic. Do not toy with fire in its presence, not even in regard to its lifeless form." He raised his hand, dispelling the barrier that separated the two players from the Violent Serpent. "Should transportation prove difficult, feel free to seek my assistance." Several blades of wind, tinged with green, sliced through the air. The serpent's body was evenly divided into meat blocks, each measuring 1 meter in length and width. Lin Xian suddenly regained his senses. "Oh, splendid." He forcefully closed his jaw and dragged the remaining half of the serpent's carcass ashore, waving cheerfully at Yi Ji. "Leader, there's more." Yi Ji shook his head. "What a reckless soul. Almost met your end without a hint of reaction." More blades of wind flew forth, and the two players gleefully embraced the neatly cut pieces of the Violent Serpent, distributing the weight among themselves. By the time they had packed the serpent's body, the nearby items were nearly cleared away. Yi Ji intercepted several players who were eager to experiment with transporting lava back to town, gesturing grandly. "Prepare for the return journey." The players moved swiftly. It was only after Yi Ji and his companions had departed a considerable distance that they heard the sounds of a large creature shifting behind them. Due to the considerable burdens the players carried, the return trip took much longer than the journey there, exceeding 2 hours. Of course, a portion of this delay was also due to Yi Ji's decision to forge a new path rather than retrace their steps. Ultimately, they succeeded in finding a route, though it was fraught with bizarre plants and traps set by magical creatures. The elusive silk spider, which had spent its gestation period somewhere unknown, seemed to weave webs everywhere. Yi Ji encountered 3 traps made of silk spider silk along the way, all of which were eagerly claimed by the players, nearly overloading their bags. By the time the 10 players returned to Sweetwater Town, they were nearly crawling back, laden with an array of peculiar species. Although the sensory overload from exceeding their thresholds did not register for the players, their bodies undeniably bore the weight of several times their capacity. Alien, having received Yi Ji's orders, had been waiting by the grand banyan tree at the town's entrance. Yi Ji instructed the players to halt in a nearby clearing, raising his voice to shout, "Do not crowd. Line up orderly before Alien to claim your rewards." A sigh of relief echoed through the crowd. Finally arrived. What an exhilarating journey. "Hurry, let us settle up. I want to surf the forums." Alien, clutching a balance scale, approached with trepidation. Along the way, she had already received updates through the notification panel regarding her task, primarily focused on weighing the players' spoils. However, Alien's gaze subtly scanned the peculiar plants the players held: shatsi, kava root, black feather jade, and a multitude of unfamiliar local specialties from the Great Oak Forest. Do all these items weigh the same? You only need to weigh the corpses of the violent snakes. The miscellaneous items pertain to the player's personal gains. Yi Ji discerned Alien's confusion and elucidated that, after all, it was a temporary quest, and it was essential to provide players with some distinct advantages over ordinary tasks. This way, their enthusiasm for future special assignments would be significantly heightened. Chapter 132. Players have begun conducting business that reaches him. Regardless, these are merely items commonly found in the Great Oakwood Forest. Whether in the hands of players or Yi Ji, their utility remains unchanged, devoid of distinction. Yi Ji continued in the common tongue of Eltia. Once the violent snakes are dealt with, you may then manage the items the players intend to sell to the marketplace. Alien nodded in comprehension. Although Yi Ji often uttered peculiar-sounding words, she had grown to grasp the general meaning. She recounted how Yi Ji had specially sought her out the previous night, mentioning he would be leaving for a while. Was he going to hunt the violent snakes? However, the body of the violent snake was highly toxic, and handling it could lead to injury. What was the purpose of the Watchers capturing the violent snakes? With this question lingering in her mind, Alien awaited the first player to present their yield. 1, 2, 3. Watching the pile of violent snakes nearly reach the player's waist, Alien silently glanced at the scale in her hands. Is a large spatial storage device an essential tool for every member of the Watchers? They had actually transported so many violent snakes all this way. No, it is not they, it is he. One person alone has brought this many violent snakes. 10 individuals could have likely stolen all the offspring of a single violent snake. Yi Ji turned in confusion, his eyes questioning. Are we not starting yet? Alien gritted her teeth. Immediately, she approached the mound of snakes with a scale that was clearly too small, even if the measuring tool was inadequate. Mercenaries had their own methods for settling entrusted items. The counting proceeded at an impressive speed. Yi Ji calculated the reward at 1 magic gold coin per kilogram of violent snake. On average, each player's reward amounted to around 200. For independent players, this was akin to a windfall. Some players, upon completing their settlements, dashed towards the church, eager to log off and boast in the forum. Others rushed to Yi Ji's side, brandishing peculiar plants they had plucked from the roadside, chattering incessantly. Chief, can you help me identify this? Old Yi, is this fruit edible? Is it tasty? Can it be cultivated in bulk? I also caught a bug. The noise made Yi Ji's head spin. Did they truly consider him an encyclopedia? It was time to assert his authority as the leader of the faction. Identification fee, 20 magic gold coins. All chatter abruptly ceased. Forget it. I'll just research it myself. The previously enthusiastic players instantly changed their demeanor, leaving without a backward glance. Yi Ji mused. Truly, their reaction was as expected. Having resolved all matters, Yi Ji stretched his arms, relieved that the task was nearing completion. The players were utterly exhausted, having toiled from the previous night until now. Their strength severely depleted. The ferocious serpents were no trifling foes, particularly a well-developed horde. It had cost him a full 25 days of his life to vanquish the serpent swarm. With these serpents, they should have ample challenge. Yi Ji murmured softly to himself, his fingers brushing against a nearby serpent carcass. A surge of vibrant fire elements emanated from beneath his hand. Such dynamic energy was perfectly suited to serve as a foundational basis for crafting bodies for the players. Coupled with the portion of serpents he had brought back, there was enough material to create 200 corporeal forms. A further expedition would yield sufficient resources to initiate a special event, alleviating some of the penalties of death. Given the players' enthusiastic engagement in the goblin hunt, it was only fitting that he, as the planner, should reciprocate their fervor and galvanize the remaining few. Yi Ji promptly inscribed a teleportation array connecting to the church, transferring the serpent carcasses entirely. After all, the magic core recently extracted from the Serpent King was a resource not to be squandered. He casually picked up the now translucent hexagonal crystal at the center of the array. With a firm grip, it crumbled to dust. Magic cores, while less versatile than ordinary magical ores, were only useful for crafting temporary arrays. Shaking off the powder lodged in his bones, he turned to depart, only to encounter 3 grinning faces that radiated an unsettling mirth. Hey, old Yi. The voice of Grandpa Can Fly sent an involuntary chill down Yi Ji's spine. Let's get to the point, he retorted, observing the intricate patterns spread across the ground, the eyes of Hedgehog gleaming with excitement. Old Yi, you could perform arrays too. Can we learn this? The ability to teleport items instantaneously was far superior to any in-game inventory. You will learn in due time, Yi Ji replied. It was not that he wished to hoard knowledge. With the player's novice skills, mastering the basic elemental magics of water, fire, earth, and wind was already a lofty aspiration. Advanced magic was not something one could simply grasp with a mere 10 or 20 points of divine power. Aside from earth magic, which could not be imparted for certain reasons, the player's skills were already quite robust, even augmented by a light magic spell brought by a newcomer. Yi Ji's gaze swept over Lin Xian, Grandpa Can Fly, and Hedgehog. Do you have something you wish to have appraised? Of course not. The appraisal fee consumes most of a day's worth of funds. Only a fool would do that. Grandpa Can Fly waved dismissively. We can wait for the official update and cross-reference it later. Then what do you seek from me? Upon hearing this, the three players exchanged furtive glances. Grandpa Can Fly, looking as if he were plotting a heist, leaned closer and whispered, "Could we find a more secluded spot to discuss?" At that moment, several other players lingered nearby. After a moment of contemplation, Yi acquiesced. Yi followed three players to the riverbank, the very location where the Lux squad cleansed the spider silk. Layer upon layer of silk resembled a natural curtain, partitioning the space into countless sections. Yi took out a lounge chair and reclined comfortably. "Speak, what brings you here?" "We wish to purchase the spider silk you possess. Could you perhaps offer it at a discount?" Lin Xian stated candidly. "Is that all?" "Indeed, just that." The player known as Grandpa Can Fly nodded eagerly, rubbing his hands in anticipation. "Old Gino, my most esteemed leader." I took a glance at the mission point. "The spider silk you brought back hasn't even been listed in the marketplace yet. Can you offer a discount on such goods?" Yi found the situation amusing. Business had indeed come knocking at his door. On his way back, he had collected the remaining silk as players could not exceed their weight limit. He hadn't anticipated anyone would be observing his actions. "You summoned me over for a mere bit of silk? Such a trivial matter. If we were to discuss, let's talk about something substantial. I have another opportunity for a silk trade. Are you interested?" Chapter 133. Investing in technology, establishing a weaving factory, another business opportunity? Lin Xian's spine involuntarily straightened, his demeanor becoming solemn. "What sort of business? Your current supply of spider silk is far too unstable. What will you do when your silk runs out if I do not venture out?" Grandpa Can Fly scratched his face. "We could just wait until we have more. Or we can seek it ourselves," the player known as Hedgehog interjected. Yi slowly shook his head. "The efficiency is far too low. Intermittent operations will inevitably lead to complications each time preparations are made. You cannot simply seek the silk. The silk spiders do not remain in place waiting for you. The quantity of silk spiders is scarce. The only reason those nearby are lingering is due to pregnancy. Once they have completed their breeding cycle, they will swiftly depart. Where will you find them?" Grandpa Can Fly was rendered speechless. The truth of the matter was indeed troublesome. Just gathering the manpower needed for the entire silk production chain was no simple task. Other games could manage such operations because they did not possess the same level of freedom beneath the gods. Engaging in processing and reselling within this game was akin to running a company in reality. Hedgehog retorted, "Once the silk spiders lay their eggs, won't there be little silk spiders capable of spinning silk? By the time they mature enough to produce silk of the same quality as their mother, the vicinity will likely have transformed into their nesting ground." Yi's tone was cold and unyielding. "When the egg-laying silk spiders depart, I will obliterate the entire spider nest." The three players exchanged glances. Lin Xian contemplated deeply. "So, can you assist us in resolving this issue? I can provide you with a continuous supply of spider silk, on the condition that I acquire your silk industry," Yi stated straightforwardly. To be frank, he had had his eye on the Lux Squad's weaving business for quite some time. Although their products are currently quite dismal, they possess significant potential for development. If we can capture that ambitious female spider, it could evolve into one of the distinctive industries of Sweetwater Town, even without today's occurrence. Once I have completed my current tasks, I would proactively seek them out. Lin Xian fell silent for a moment, his tone composed. "Do you wish for us to work for you?" "It is not mere employment. Rather, it is a technical partnership," Yi clarified. "I will provide you with the venue, spider silk, finished fabrics, sales channels for clothing, and address any other issues. My focus will solely be on pivotal decisions affecting the silk factory, while you may exercise your creativity in all other matters." The three players exchanged glances. Wasn't this merely assisting them with trivialities? It seemed rather advantageous. The garments crafted from spider silk could not be listed in the marketplace, and negotiations with other players over pricing were exceedingly tedious. Although the potential profits were greater, the time and effort involved rendered it impractical. The fact that they could purchase spider silk from Yi was solely due to other players demanding exorbitant prices, each quote more outrageous than the last, completely disregarding the labor costs and silk wastage. This was infuriating. With Yi's assistance in securing a source of spider silk, the likelihood of price inflation by players would be alleviated. Lin Xian felt a stir of interest. "What about the division of profits? An 80-20 split? What are you imagining?" Yi responded, exasperated, gazing at their daydreaming faces. "I provide the materials, venue, and sales channels. Naturally, I deserve a larger share. The highest value in the fabric lies in the raw materials. The craftsmanship is inconsequential. The profits he referred to were those from sales. While they could fabricate the costs associated with silk wastage, he would cover any shortfalls. This was already a considerable concession. The three faces immediately fell, their voices drawn out in dismay. "Oh, don't be hasty. I am not finished." Yiji wrapped his fingers on the armrest of the chaise, the sound of wood against bone resonating dully. "I can also provide you with manpower. I am aware of your preparations to assault the goblin lair. To appease the monsters they worship, their lairs often contain numerous captives of intelligent races. Once rescued, they will certainly require a respite in Sweetwater Town, which would conveniently allow them to work at your weaving factory, alleviating the pressure of labor on your establishment." Though this was merely a tantalizing prospect, it successfully piqued Lin Xian's interest. "You can arrange for us to have employees?" He had not considered this possibility. Players typically complained more than they contributed. Finding a few reliable players to assist was exceedingly challenging. Generally, they would engage for a couple of days, but once the novelty wore off, they would depart. Only the 4 members of the Lucky Strike team had remained steadfast. Efficiency had consistently lagged. If they could delegate all tasks to them, wouldn't they simply be able to idle and reap the rewards? Yiji nodded firmly, skillfully weaving his vision. Opportunities will arise in the future. As soon as the words fell, 3 pairs of hands reached out, grasping Yiji's hands and shaking them vigorously. A pleasant cooperation. It's settled then. A promise is a promise. Yiji felt a dark line form on his forehead, yet he insisted on articulating the final condition. "However, you must also ensure that there are technological innovations at regular intervals. After all, you are investing your skills." The 3 players readily agreed, exclaiming, "Absolutely no problem. ISNT, that's simple. Just find some design sketches online and play the role of a courier." Yiji feigned ignorance of the last remark, continuing with the procedure. "In that case, let us sign the contract." He retrieved a blank piece of parchment from his storage space, hastily inscribing a few words before inviting the players to sign. This parchment was not even specially treated contract paper, merely ordinary writing paper. As the players were mere projections of consciousness, signing a true contract held no repercussions for them. It was merely a formality. The responsibility of monitoring the players' adherence to the agreement was entrusted to Yiji, who held all the players' accounts. The players did not use quill pens, opting instead to impress their handprints. Simultaneously, their game panels displayed the related cooperation announcement. After reviewing the details, Lin Xian marveled at the game's processing speed. The more one explored, the more gameplay options emerged. Just after their conversation, the system promptly generated a meticulously detailed cooperation contract. As if it had anticipated this day, the hedgehog eagerly closed the game panel and turned to Yiji. "Chief, can you now provide us with the threads in your possession?" "Do not rush. I will assist you in resolving the venue issue," Yiji replied, rising to tidy the lounge chair and leisurely stepping out of the web formation. The entire web drying area had been purchased by the Lux squad, who had acquired a barrier formation to prevent other players from interfering. However, the players had limited magic gold coins, and the barrier's duration was short-lived. It was soon to be dispelled. Now that this place had become Yiji's domain, he naturally paid closer attention. He began to draw the formation on the ground, with the 3 players following closely behind. Gazing at the soaring blue pillar of light, the players tilted their heads back in awe. Was this the sensation of aligning with a powerful ally? The hedgehog's mouth hung open in astonishment. Chapter 134 Chief. Do you not think that our organization is in need of an arms factory? Yiji clapped his hands together. This barrier can not only keep outsiders at bay, but also shield against wind and rain, preventing the threads from being blown away. It should suffice for your needs. I will also find someone to construct a warehouse specifically for storing the silk threads. Please hand over the finished garments you have prepared. I will take them to the task point for sale shortly. With every word he spoke, the drool at the corner of his mouth grew longer as he fervently nodded. All right. This is the treatment one deserves while engaging in gameplay. If only other matters could be entrusted to management, allowing them to focus solely on the most critical steps. With this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind. Esteemed leader, do you not feel that our organization is in dire need of an armory? An armory? With the crude weapons players are currently wielding, how dare one even contemplate such a notion? The idea was dismissed by Yiji without a moment's consideration, as it seemed implausible. This is not a wishing well. Nay, I possess a comprehensive business proposal. With that, I fished out the explosives blueprint I had crafted for Tansheng and the others earlier that morning from my game backpack. Although it resembled a jumble of cryptic symbols, it was sufficient for me to expound eloquently on the subject of gunpowder to the attentive audience. As the adage goes, 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. Provided we gather these components, we can create a pivotal item that could alter the course of battle, gunpowder. This substance, when harnessed correctly, can range from producing mere decorative fireworks to, at its most potent, determining the ultimate outcome of warfare without regard in numbers. Particularly in a jungle setting, gunpowder's inherent incendiary properties yield far greater damage than on open plains. In essence, its might is unparalleled. I fervently illustrated the formidable power of gunpowder, likening it to an invincible talisman capable of withstanding any assault. After a brief intermission to quench my thirst and clear my throat, I continued to assert my point. Do you not wish to rescue a diminutive craftsman? With this, nothing shall remain a mere dream. Understanding dawned upon my audience, and applause erupted. 2 players clapped enthusiastically, while a third, the hedgehog, discreetly gave me a thumbs up. Well played. My friend, you've truly mastered the art of proposal. Beneath the divine realm, indeed, talent abounds. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. His expression a complex amalgam of admiration as he uttered a single word. Impressive. This fellow, not a mechanic but rather a salesman, it seemed. As the excitement among the 3 players escalated, Yiji abruptly interjected, halting the fervor. Hold on, let us not delve into the potency of gunpowder or various explosives. Such fanciful notions, while enticing, are a rarity when the dream is drawn in the palm of one's hand. The summary was clear. You possess neither the raw materials nor the outcomes, yet you wish for me to invest? The materials will materialize, and samples will be forthcoming. It merely requires a touch more time. My voice wavered, revealing a hint of unease. Yiji remained silent, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Initially brimming with confidence, I now felt a wave of trepidation wash over me. Had I miscalculated? It was not a matter of hesitation. Yiji was simply contemplating. Having observed the players for over half a month, he was well acquainted with their capabilities. He recognized that I indeed possessed valuable knowledge. Not only gunpowder, but a diverse array of explosive devices. After all, it was I who crafted the ubiquitous broad-leafed logging knives currently wielded by players engaged in lumber tasks. In addition, there are 3-wheeled wooden carts and retractable ladders to be delivered. Perhaps if we provide him with the shell of a munitions factory, he might actually manage to concoct modern weaponry. However, the resources at my disposal are rather scant. If Yiji were to agree so readily, word would spread across the forums, attracting a multitude of players hoping to strike it lucky and boast him. It is imperative to establish a threshold for collaboration. After a moment of contemplation, Yiji spoke. The silk factory has succeeded due to your previous efforts, and I am aware of the general locations of the raw materials. Your circumstances differ. Before you lose heart, allow me to clarify. I have recognized your contributions to the organization, and the contribution points you possess attest to your endeavors. Therefore, I have decided to offer you an opportunity. I will grant you a loan of 3,000 magical gold coins. If you can produce gunpowder within 5 days, I shall invest in your munitions factory. A loan? The reaction from the hedgehog was even more pronounced than that of the flying master. He quickly pulled back a step, exclaiming, "No way, Feezy. Shouldn't we reconsider this?" Yiji maintained his composure with a smile. "Consider this my initial investment in the munitions factory. As long as you can deliver the finished gunpowder, the 3,000 magical gold coins need not be repaid. The decision rests with you." His tone suggested that he was entirely unconcerned about the flying master's choice. The flying master was deeply conflicted. This was an external debt of 3,000 magical gold coins. Reflecting on the day's earlier explorations, doubts crept into his mind. Could they truly achieve this in 5 days? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and his furrowed brow relaxed. "Leader, who says I lack the raw materials for explosives? Did we not nearly demonstrate the power of explosives today?" Yiji's smile faltered. "Are you referring to the violent serpent?" Yes. The flying master looked at him with anticipation. The scales of the violent serpent are prone to explosive reactions when exposed to fire, making them an excellent choice for gunpowder ingredients. It dawned on him. Given the existence of superpowers in the game, they could indeed utilize readily available materials. As long as you can capture enough violent serpents, I can craft an ample supply of weapons. Grenades will no longer be a mere dream. Our collaboration can mirror that of the Silk Factory. You provide the materials, and I will supply the technology. Yi trembled slightly. He truly dared to dream. Level 2 magical beasts are not as ubiquitous as Level 1 magical beast byproducts, easily caught at will. The explosive power of the violent serpent's remains was hardly sufficient to inflict harm. It was impractical to use them against the tough-skinned, numerous goblins. Utilizing them to create explosives rather than crafting bodies for players would be a gross waste. Impossible. Yi firmly rejected the notion. I have my own uses for the violent serpent's remains. Propose an alternative plan. The Flying Master, disappointed, asked, "Can't we spare even one of those many violent serpents?" "Absolutely not." Yeji gazed at him expressionlessly, her skull-like visage unwavering. Subsequently, she turned to depart. "If you do not intend to accept my proposal, I shall take my leave." The one called Yi Fei felt a surge of urgency. Resolutely, he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth in agreement. "Very well, I shall wager. Is it merely 5 days? With sufficient funds, one can persuade even the most obstinate." Armed with 3,000 magic gold coins, he engaged all available players. Surely, it is inconceivable to achieve nothing in 5 days. Chapter 135. Treasures abound by the magma pool. Yeji's smile blossomed. "In that case, let us finalize the contract." She was eager to observe the extent of the player's potential. With 2 contracts in hand, Yeji departed. Yi Fei, burdened by a debt of 3,000 and a 4-digit balance on his game panel, collapsed to the ground. "Ah, this is exceedingly difficult. I reckon I shall need to reside in the game for the next 3 days." "Fear not. We are already accustomed to living in the game." Lin Xian comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "The completion of the armory benefits us all. It is impossible for you to shoulder this burden alone." The hedgehog contemplated the departing figure of the undead. Why does old Yi require so many venomous snakes? Who knows? Perhaps the game is about to undergo significant changes. Yefi remarquait Josuali. Regardless, his focus would undoubtedly shift towards the research of explosives. He ran his fingers through his hair. While the funds were secured, the challenge lay in deceiving the players into risking their lives. The great oak forest beyond the safe zone was perilously treacherous. Had it not been for the morning's team exploration, even the highest prices would not entice players to assist. After all, the penalty for death far outweighed the rewards of magic gold coins. The hedgehog proposed, "How about I rally some support on the forum after I log off tonight? A new batch of players will be online tomorrow, and these recent arrivals should still be curious about the maps beyond the safe zone." Exploring the terrain outside the safe zone was fraught with danger. Today's adventurers were all from the first 3 batches of seasoned players. It would be an excellent opportunity for the newcomers to witness the world's perils. The more the hedgehog pondered, the more promising the idea appeared. Mimicking Lin Xian, he attempted to place a hand on Yi Fei's shoulder. "Rest assured, ow. How heavy!" Unbeknownst to him, a miscalculated movement had lowered his pain threshold. As his senses returned, he immediately perceived the oppressive weight on his back. He hastily emptied his gaming backpack. A cacophony of black stones tumbled onto the ground. Only then did he realize that he had unwittingly collected a myriad of stones during his outdoor excursions. Rubbing his arm, the hedgehog grimaced. "I wonder why something fell off. The issue lies here." Lin Xian picked up an oval stone about the size of a palm and examined it. "What is this?" "Seems like something I picked up from the banks of the venomous snake magma pool." The hedgehog replied uncertainly. At that moment, he found the stones incongruous amidst the lush jungle, sensing their potential value. Thus, he gathered a multitude and brought them back. However, due to the excessive quantity, the space in his return vessel was considerably diminished. A magma pool? A surge of excitement coursed through him as he rose on one hand, seizing a black stone to sniff it for a moment. Subsequently, he held it up to the sunlight. His expression transformed from skepticism to delight. This was obsidian, and of exceptionally pure quality. The hedgehog gazed at the assorted black stones scattered on the ground, questioning whether they were the highly sought-after gems trending online. Lin Xian mimicked his mentor's actions, lifting a stone for examination. At first glance, it appeared as a solid black stone. Yet, when illuminated by sunlight, subtle hints of brown, gray, or green hues emerged. Lin Xian expressed admiration. "It is indeed beautiful. I recall it being called Apache tears. But what purpose do we have for such overpriced gems?" The hedgehog retorted. "They have yet to resolve their basic necessities. How could they possibly engage in gemstone speculation?" His mentor shook his head meaningfully. "No. Obsidian is also known as volcanic tears. Its primary component is silicon dioxide, formed from the rapid cooling of magma that flows from volcanic lava." He deliberately emphasized the word volcano. Lin Xian quickly grasped the implication, his eyes widening. Is it conceivable that within the layer of magical creatures, one could obtain legitimate chemical substances? The magma terrain in the jungle was already strikingly out of place. Yet, it turns out that it truly yields volcanic byproducts. His mentor's mind momentarily short-circuited. Why does the notion of a magical creature's lair respecting science feel both absurd and sensible? The crux is not its rationality. His mentor struck the stone against the ground, producing a resonant sound, his tone brimming with excitement. "If we can find obsidian there, we are surely able to extract sulfur. With sulfur, we could manufacture gunpowder, right? Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, little hedgehog, my debts will soon be cast aside." He enthusiastically patted the hedgehog's back several times, nearly leaping with joy. Observing his exuberance, Lin Xian couldn't help but dampen the mood. Have you forgotten what Oldie said? After the demise of magical creatures, new ones will swiftly seize territory. If we leave and attempt to return, the circumstances will undoubtedly have changed significantly. There is a high probability that our efforts will be in vain. The hedgehog nodded in agreement. Yes, that location is far too distant from the safe zone. Returning could prove exceedingly difficult. Noticing his mentor wavering, he wrapped an arm around his mentor's neck and earnestly advised, "Listen to me, Feezy. There are countless methods to extract sulfur. Let us not hang ourselves on a single tree. What if there are safer veins nearby? If all else fails, we could excavate the iron or along the shore and search for coexisting ores, which would be a far superior approach. Although there are indeed monsters within the iron mine, they have yet to be born. Moreover, the presence of old leaf nearby serves as a safeguard for them. The feasibility of this plan far exceeds that of returning to the magma pool." However, Yi Fei's expression faltered as he gazed down at the obsidian stone in his hand, its purity remarkably high. If sulfur exists nearby, its quality must also be commendable. The bombs crafted from it would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. Lin Xian and Hedgehog exchanged a glance, silently shaking their heads. Such meticulous scrutiny would only drain their energy. They merely required bombs capable of dealing with goblins. Functionality was all that mattered. Just as they were about to continue their persuasion, Yi Fei lamented, "Moreover, there must be other valuable items there, such as this obsidian. This stone has been utilized since the prehistoric civilization of Blue Star. Its edges are sharp, making it excellent for crafting both weapons and tools. It can even be fashioned into surgical blades, sharper than modern high-quality steel scalpels. Oh, and when polished, it can serve as a mirror." With both hands firmly gripping Yi Fei's shoulders, Hedgehog spoke resolutely. "Enough. I believe a return trip would be a splendid idea. It would be prudent to assess the situation." Lin Xian added, "Indeed." Yi Fei responded, "Must we only change our minds when he is on the verge of giving up?" In any case, the three ultimately decided to make another trip to the magma area, but only after waiting until tomorrow. Evening was fast approaching, and since they had already struggled to navigate the great oak forest during the day, it was imperative to avoid nighttime excursions. At that time, visibility would be poor, and lighting a torch would make them easy targets for ambushes. Chapter 136, Version 1. 3 Update Announcement. They did not waste the remaining time. Lin Xian and Hedgehog wandered about, seeking out other players engaged in time-limited quests to see if they had brought back any treasures from the magma area. If possible, they would find a way to purchase some of those items. Meanwhile, Yi Fei inspected the newly constructed kiln. High-temperature calcination is the simplest method of ore purification, requiring extremely high temperatures. A pile of soil equivalent to that used for burning charcoal does not constitute a proper mine. In the morning, the luck striking team contacted 2 players who claimed to possess experience for this task. Yi Fei seized the opportunity to check on their progress while also discussing sulfur extraction techniques and improving the earthen structure. The atmosphere among the players remained relatively relaxed, but due to the activities of sourcing explosive materials and surveying the surrounding terrain, the overall pace had subtly accelerated. Late at night, Most players had exhausted their stamina and logged off at their respective points. Yi arrived at the entrance of the Flesh Resurrection Array. The repaired wooden door now bore several additional holes. He shook his head, choosing to ignore them, and stepped inside. The more players were discouraged from approaching a location, the more they yearned to explore it. Yi had been contemplating the feasibility of installing a window nearby or relocating the magic array. Initially, the intention behind erecting a wall around the array was to prevent players from inadvertently colliding with the transparent barrier while wandering through the church, thus avoiding unnecessary harm. However, after the wall was constructed, the frequency of players loitering nearby increased significantly. Until a new magical node could be located, the array would have to remain as it was. Yi reassured himself. Large magical nodes would eventually be found, and new resurrection arrays would also emerge. There was no need to dwell on this matter. As he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of the array transformed into a pool of blood. Within the sanguine depths, a segment of a violent serpent's body was faintly visible. Everything within the blood pool was sinking at a slow, yet discernible pace, vanishing before his eyes. It seemed that within a couple of hours, all the violent serpents would dissolve into the transformation substrate. Yi gazed thoughtfully at the array. The dissolution rate appeared to be somewhat slower compared to the time of the two-headed Howlwolf. Was there an issue with the array? Unfortunately, as the array was currently operational, he could not pause to inspect it. He could only note the concern for later. Next, he checked the reserves of the transformation substrate. The conversion rate exceeded his previous expectations, and combined with the leftover substrate from the two-headed Howlwolf, it would suffice for the player's indulgence. Yi brushed his hand over the array, which was gradually revealing the earthen ground beneath. It seemed the array would need to operate under excessive load for an extended period. With a tinge of sympathy, his hands moved without hesitation. The latest announcement was dispatched to the official game website. Gods Beneath Test Server Version 13 Update Announcement. Key updates. 1. Infrastructure activities have concluded. Thanks to the collective efforts of all returnees, Sweetwater Town has resolved its basic housing issues. All construction tasks have reverted to normal, with no additional rewards. 2. The Industrial Star event has commenced. After ensuring basic sustenance, the next step is development. The strength of a single returnee is limited, while ideas abound. Time and energy are scarce, so why not seek assistance from the leader? Leader Yi is diligently constructing the industrial zone of Sweetwater Town and generously aids exceptional returnees. Current investments include Weaving Factory 1, Owner, Chance Encounter Team, Guarantor, Unremarkable Individual, Pre-Investment Arms Factory 1, Owner, I Can Fly, Guarantor, I Can Fly. 3. Main Storyline Update, Dark Threats in the Jungle. The active goblins in the vicinity pose a severe threat to the safety and stability of Sweetwater Town. With the assistance of returnees, such as Unremarkable Individual, we successfully captured a large goblin. Attached are images that reveal a series of intelligence regarding the goblin lair. It is known that in a little over half a month, they will conduct a barbaric live sacrifice ritual. The justice-driven Watchers organization will not allow such atrocities to transpire. After careful contemplation, Leader Yi resolved to take the initiative. Prior to the forthcoming sacrificial rituals, he aimed to demolish the goblin lair and rescue the captives. Consequently, Sweetwater Town would enter a state of emergency preparedness, benefiting from the following special enhancements. 1. In industrial activities, only ideas related to warfare would receive Leader Yi's endorsement. 2. Modifications to the resurrection mechanism. During this period, the penalty for resurrection materials upon player death would be abolished, and the penalty in magical coins would be halved, allowing for resurrection to be retained. Additionally, the current fervor on the official website is unprecedented, with a substantial number of active players. Once the announcement was released, a plethora of players whose names Yi could scarcely recall flooded the front row. Goodness, such grotesque, yet strikingly authentic monsters. The rendering is exceptional. Just moments ago, I was reading a post from an internal tester asking how to craft a stone pickaxe. How has the announcement transitioned us into the industrial age? Astonishingly, both named factories are staffed by members of the Lucky Strike Squad. I understand the rationale, but why do goblins appear so hideous? The main storyline update suggests the imminent release of a new video, which is exhilarating. Since the first kill video of the red-skinned earthworm, there has been a significant lapse in video updates on the official website. New species images are only occasionally uploaded to the data compendium. The theatrical online users are on the verge of being transformed into divine players. This announcement regarding the main quest update has successfully reminded them of their original purpose for visiting the official site of Under the Divine. They're eagerly gearing up, awaiting the release of new videos to masquerade as genuine players. In contrast to the casual observers, internal testers swiftly grasp the crux of the announcement. Greedily, the resurrection material penalty has been lifted and the magical coin penalty reduced. This is a game changer. Spiky Hedgehog, tears of joy. I can finally embrace the freedom of death. Gagaga. Ahem, young one, doesn't your notion of freedom carry a hint of ambiguity? Self-promoter. I was pondering how to attract more players. Now, our clandestine operations have seamlessly integrated into the main storyline. Starvation Flow Midlaner. I told you, accumulating magical coins is worthwhile. Let us see who can stop me from charging to the front lines. Fish Pond. I want to take on 10 at once. The reduction of death penalties has emboldened players to venture beyond safe zones. Internal testers have already devised various reckless strategies in the comment section, leaving casual players in awe. Is this the hallmark of seasoned artists? They nearly believed it. Yet without the internal tester tag, no one paid heed to the casual players seeking to blend in. Frustrated, the casual players reopened the registration page to refine their previously submitted information. They remain unconvinced, despite being an experienced player for a decade. I have yet to successfully apply for a position as a forum actor. Chapter 137. The players who begin to ride the wave. The bloodstains and the remains of the ferocious serpent at the center of the resurrection array were swiftly absorbed, leaving the ground resembling a pristine marble surface, albeit tinged with a faint metallic scent. Some players, brimming with energy, logged in forcefully upon reading the announcement, embarking on their reckless journeys. However, they were soon deterred by the chilling gaze of the night outside Sweetwater Town, realizing that spending their precious magic gold frivolously would lead to unnecessary demise. It was wiser to await the dawn for their next battle. A generous recruitment offer was made for individuals to investigate the conditions at Serpent Lava, with a mandate to return with no less than 3 pounds of local items as proof. Players who had accepted time-sensitive quests the day prior were given priority. Early in the morning, the player known as I Can Fly was already online, initiating his recruitment campaign. Aware of the potential for inevitable death, he added that the task would reimburse any magic gold penalties incurred upon death. After all, he possessed a surplus of magic gold and could afford to be reckless. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Before long, players began to flock to the news. Is the task location far from the town? Very far. Wow, what an exhilarating task. I want to sign up. While many expressed a desire to learn 1 or 2 skills and venture out, they hesitated. Fearing the death penalty that had yet to be experienced by anyone, they remained ensconced within the safety zone. Yet, they all displayed a keen interest in danger. Even newcomers, who had recently logged in with only a few magic coins to their name, eagerly responded. Fortunately, I Can Fly maintained a standard. He rejected all novices who had just acquired their first skill and focused solely on recruiting seasoned players. Before the inexperienced could become disheartened, the newly logged-in Hedgehog began shouting to gather participants. The Bugabird Workshop is hiring. No level or number limits, and the rewards are plentiful. Come sign up. The Bugabird was a name bestowed by the Lucky Encounter Squad for the Weaving Factory. The Hedgehog had initially desired a more ominous name, Heartless Factory, but it was unanimously rejected, leaving him no choice but to adopt this innocuous title. After the official announcement was made, the Lucky Encounter Squad convened in their group chat. They realized that the more players prepared for battle, the more they could not afford to halt their weaving business. As players perished in increasing numbers, the wear and tear on clothing escalated, creating a vast profit margin. Thus, they invested significantly in recruitment, hoping to attract as many participants as possible. However, players found little enthusiasm for such recruitment ads, which bore a striking resemblance to real-world job postings. Tasks that cannot leave the safety zone are uninteresting. I can play a game, not to be a beast of burden. The Hedgehog cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, 1 bolt of fabric costs 100 magic coins. With an average time of 3 hours, it guarantees the fastest route for all of you to accumulate your initial fortune in seeking death. No sooner had the last word escaped his lips than a crowd surrounded him. I just love staying in town. Haha, actually, I'm a furry control enthusiast. players gathered at the entrance of the church, coming and going, quickly discovering their preferred pursuits. Those with a thirst for adventure ventured outdoors to explore the terrain, while others focused on accumulating magical coins, assisting in the smelting of charcoal for fabric. They were so engrossed in their activities that no one paid heed to the newly marked novice guidance tasks highlighted in various colors atop the quest bar. In the past 2 days on the continent of Eltia and 1 day in Blue Star, a new wave of players had just logged in. 10 bewildered players rose from the ground, surveying the church. Oh no, I've truly entered the game. Wow, there's a heap of bones beneath that black robe. Yiji, Xiao Ming, and Alian appeared punctually at the new player spawn point. Gazing at the empty church, Yiji silently sighed. Not a soul in sight. Perhaps next time, the welcome rewards should be increased. Previously, Yiji considered the welcome event a rare social gathering within the game, where meeting newcomers was part of the reward. Now, it seemed necessary to provide a little more incentive. Once again, faced with the usual awe of new players, Yiji recited the familiar lines that had become second nature. He then entrusted the newcomers to Alian. Considering the absence of veteran players for guidance, Yiji added a temporary note. If they wished to earn experience points, they could accompany Alian to the quest points. However, given the peculiar situation in Sweetwater Town, Alian's working hours would be halved again for pre-battle preparations. If they sought profit, they could follow Xiao Ming, who would lead them to the Bugenbird workshop. After delivering this information, Yiji informed Xiao Ming of its assigned tasks. Why must I play the guide? Xiao Ming protested angrily. As the divine essence of the god of light, Aurelius Lucian, it considered itself the most esteemed being beneath the divine. How could it stoop to such menial tasks? Given the current lack of organization, if you want to do it, should I? Yiji countered. Xiao Ming simmered in silent indignation, turning away with a huff. Observing this, Yiji softened his tone. All of this is for the sake of earning divine power. Once Edgar returns with the newcomers, you won't have to do this anymore. I truly have matters to attend to, or would you prefer to handle Sweetwater Town tasks for me? The light on Xiao Ming flickered. Yizi Pidisidon. You could take this opportunity to foster relationships with your followers. Isn't that a win-win situation? Reluctantly, Xiao Ming turned back. Are they truly my followers? It had once entertained the notion of converting this undead group into its own devotees, harnessing their power to escape Yiji's grasp. However, these undead truly tested the limits of divine patience. With a language barrier in place, nearly all players in its presence held a negative affinity score. Can a divine being's followers also provoke the deity's ire? Of course. Yiji asserted firmly. You can clearly see the daily influx of divine power. Can't you? They are undoubtedly your devoted followers. He gave Xiao Ming a gentle push on the rear, urging him in a universal tone. Hurry along. Xiao Ming delighted in this blend of encouragement and reprimand, and his imagination ran wild, invigorating his spirit. He strode forth with a sense of bravado. After addressing the concerns of the new players, Yiji was also ready to embark on his journey. He headed in the direction where players had departed the most. Upon reaching the edge of the safe zone, he observed that the nearby underbrush had been thoroughly ravaged by players, resembling a wide thoroughfare. As if to ensure the goblins were aware of human activity in proximity, Yiji donned his hood, releasing a deep breath in the shadows. To be an exemplary game planner is no simple task. Players delighted in their reckless ventures beyond the safety of the zone, despite the intellectual shortcomings of ordinary goblins. They had goblin priests to balance their wits. Such brazen actions increased the likelihood of Sweetwater Town's location being revealed far more than discovering the goblin nest. A competent game planner must not dampen the player's enthusiasm. After all, warnings seldom prove effective. How many players possess perfect counter-surveillance awareness? They would neither find joy in their pursuits nor achieve the necessary concealment. Ultimately, the outcome remained the same, requiring his intervention to rectify matters. It would be more efficient to eliminate this redundant step. Yiji flexed his wrists, confirming the comfort of his armor for the day's endeavors. Let the work commence. Chapter 138. Discovery of wild potatoes. The players were too boisterous to remain unnoticed. Just recently, a two-headed howling wolf had caused quite the ruckus with its frenzied dash. Yiji could barely attribute these disturbances to the creature's rampage. In the end, he captured 10 destructive, stone-maned boars nearby, confining their range to the vicinity of a safe zone. He disguised their presence as a result of the jungle's turmoil, cleverly masking the player's activity traces. The stone main boars, large and powerful, exuded an unbearable stench and were not on the goblin's menu. Utilizing them for concealment proved most convenient. It mattered not if they were not entirely obscured. The outskirts of the great oak forest lacked human settlements, but could harbor adventurous intruders. Yiji allocated 10 points of divine power to integrate each stone main boar into the game system. When players scanned them, the game interface would designate the boars as non-attackable ally units. Craving pork? Certainly, it would be automatically unlocked upon the completion of the main quest. Go forth and strive. Young one, once he had accomplished everything, Yiji returned to Sweetwater Town. It was still before noon. After routinely addressing the pending data on the player's game panels, he received delightful news. A player had discovered a plant resembling potatoes on a sparsely wooded hillside in the northern part of Sweetwater Town. However, its leaves are a deep shade of purple, while underground, it remains an oval tuber of pristine white. The players who discovered it swore that when cooked, it tastes just like a potato. Before Yiji even reached home, he hastily diverted to the quest location to assist in the identification. It was confirmed that this plant is indeed non-toxic, provides a strong sense of satiety, and is even more nutritious than ordinary potatoes. Most importantly, it reproduces asexually through tubers, possesses remarkable vitality, and is easily propagated, making it an excellent staple food. Yiji was both astonished and delighted. When he first traversed this world, he witnessed the underdeveloped civilization of Eltia and the persistent famine among the lower classes. He had contemplated emulating the predecessors of travelers, armed with a trio of corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes to alleviate hunger, to enlighten the modern mindset and transform the circumstances, to usher in an industrial revolution leading to an era of magical technology. Yet, he had not found the prototype of the agricultural trifecta that could yield over 10,000 grains per acre. The appearances resembled, but the taste and composition did not align. Those with similar components failed to achieve affordability and large yield. To his surprise, the players had only just arrived and effortlessly discovered it. "What is your name?" The player who found the potato stood tall and declared with vigor, "Greetings, Chief. My name is Village Head Ergo. Yezi similifalterit." In terms of audacity, he felt his own 700-year-old visage could not compete with that of a player. "Hello, Village Head Ergo. Could you take me to the place where you discovered the potato?" "No problem. There are plenty of wild potatoes in that spot. The entire hillside is covered with them, almost more than the invasive species. This must be due to the area being untraversed for years, allowing the potatoes to flourish wildly. The yield should not pose any issues." Upon leaving the safe zone, Yiji discovered that this player, Village Head Ergo, had only just logged on today. Without having learned a single skill, he dared to venture beyond the safety of his zone. Truly, a quintessential player behavior. After enveloping the bold player in a protective barrier, Yiji allowed him to continue leading the way. Upon reaching the destination, even though Yiji was mentally prepared, he was still awestruck by the sprawling purple ocean covering the hillside. There's almost no underbrush or trees in sight, merely a multitude of unruly, fluffy leaves. In Yiji's eyes, these were divine power points. With food in abundance, he could recruit more players and more natives. He had been waiting for Edgar to return with seeds, and little did he know that the finest seeds were right beside him. Yiji immediately issued a task for the players to excavate and transport all the potatoes from the hillside. With such a bounty, he could not rest easy until it was safely in his possession. Having appropriated the player's discovery, Yiji rewarded Village Head Ergo handsomely. Watching the game panel as his experience points soared to the next level and his magic coins transformed from 0 to 3 digits, Ergo's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Wow. Thank you, Chief." Before logging on, 2 fellows in the group mentioned how difficult it was to level up in this game. "Where's the difficulty?" Yiji continued to guide him. Should one wish to learn spells, they could seek Xiao Ming at the church. Furthermore, your discovery has significantly alleviated the food pressure in Sweetwater Town, and thus deserves a more substantial reward. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a new reward popped up on Ergo's game panel. Contribution points. Erguvas elatet. Although the reward was merely a single point, acquiring it would enable the establishment of a factory within the game. "Chief, the idea to search for potatoes was actually my girlfriend's as well. She's also a closed beta player, though she belongs to the final batch. Could this reward be given to her?" Yiji's expression darkened. "Of course not. If you wish to exploit the system, There is no need to resort to such flimsy excuses. Do I appear easily deceived? Once the rewards were distributed, Yiji sought Ergo's opinion, and the latter expressed a desire to remain outside. Thus, he removed the protective barrier from Ergo and returned alone. The hillside indeed bore an abundance of potatoes. However, within a group of players adept at challenging their own limits, a quarter of the task was completed in mere hours. Yiji estimated that the players had unearthed at least 5 tons of potatoes. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Alian found herself perplexed while calculating the rewards. Storage space was another pressing issue, as food could neither be exposed to the sun nor subjected to rain. The second backup warehouse had to be activated temporarily to house the potatoes. The tale of a novice player discovering potatoes on the first day and ascending 3 levels from the rewards spread like wildfire among all players. In addition to those tasked with potato digging, another group approached Yiji, offering 20 gold coins to identify the peculiar plants they had discovered. Unfortunately, they turned out to be nothing more than ordinary wildflowers and grasses. While they possessed some utility, it was minimal and not worth the effort. As the influx of visitors increased, Yiji could no longer tolerate it. He bluntly stated that with the discovery of 20 tons of potatoes, Sweetwater Town was not in need of additional food, and they should not waste their time on this endeavor. Was it not possible to discover super rare magical plants? Such rare magical flora either thrived atop snow-capped mountains or in the heart of molten lava with harsh growth conditions, or they were inherently toxic, or they possessed the ability to move on their own. Yiji gazed at the 2 persistent players with a contemplative expression. Though the great oak forest was seldom trodden by human feet, it was not entirely devoid of visitors. One's ability to seize opportunities depended on their own strength. While I also accept ordinary magical materials, the rewards will undoubtedly pale in comparison. And no, Ergo at the village entrance 1T provide contribution points. Do you understand? Chapter 139. The first player to meet their demise. Ji-Lu rested his chin in thought. Potatoes serve merely as a staple food. Could they truly be more precious than potions? Surely, such crops do not exist outside? Yiji nodded slightly. As long as you understand. In the course of regular exchanges, Yiji had consistently provided players with clues about the outside world, both to prevent them from becoming isolated in the great oak forest and to dispel the notion that their game was akin to primitive farming. Upon departure, players could maintain a semblance of normalcy due to their acquired knowledge. However, Juelio clapped his hands, his tone brimming with excitement. Staple foods are precious. Does this not imply that the outside world resembles the Middle Ages, still grappling with the issue of food scarcity? This is undoubtedly a fortuitous twist of fate. The accompanying players tilted their heads in confusion, questioning the relevance of his enthusiasm. Yet, it bore significant implications. Juelio eagerly elaborated, food is fundamental, with sustenance. We possess leverage to recruit personnel. Given that the food crisis remains unresolved, it stands to reason that the external technological advancements and productivity are likely quite primitive. Any knowledge we transport from the internet will be highly sought after in this realm. Wherever we venture, we shall be warmly welcomed. With high technology and popular support, world domination shall be far from a challenge. It feels akin to a first-person adventure novel, enhanced by an invincible golden finger from a previous life. Juelio, freshly invigorated after relocating some potatoes, expressed this sentiment. His perspective was swiftly embraced by the other players. Why bother seeking magical plants? Aligning with a luck-driven technological expedition is the way forward. As a true time traveler, I must prepare to leave the great oak forest. The genuine time traveler, Yiji, interjected, wait a moment. What are you all discussing? We must first eradicate the goblin nest. Seizing the opportunity before their departure, Yiji urgently accessed the control panel to amend the announcement. Attention! Only players who perish during the main storyline missions will benefit from the special resurrection mechanism during the event. Deaths occurring while aimlessly provoking formidable creatures far from the great oak forest are not covered by special protection. He observed the 4 green dots moving southward on the panel for a moment before they gradually reversed direction. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, this revelation came early. There are always players with insatiable appetites, eager to feast excessively. Yiji's impression of Juelio was limited to 2 labels. The first female player, and one with weaving skills surpassing those of the luck-driven expedition. Little did he know that beneath her seemingly fragile exterior lay such wild ambitions. Uncontainable, Giulio's enthusiasm was infectious. Yiji turned slowly to depart, his voice barely a whisper. If being a time traveler were truly so easy. He recalled the overly naive period shortly after his own arrival, when he entertained grand ideas of changing the world. For the subsequent centuries, he had not sought out any wild potatoes. Upon his arrival in Eltia, the scientific development stage mirrored that of the medieval era on Blue Star. Over 680 years had elapsed, with civilization making little progress, and in some respects, even regressing. In this stagnant world, the absence of transformative technologies or progressive ideologies could not replicate the effects experienced in the Blue Star realm. The church in this world indeed had divine backing. Until dusk, Yiji had yet to hear the announcement of a player's demise. How peculiar. Could it be that I have underestimated the player's capabilities? Yiji pondered aloud. It is not that Yiji wished ill upon the players. Rather, the infamous reputation of the great oak forest, known for its perilous nature, hardly made it a suitable haven for travelers. Even at the outskirts, where the nearby monsters posed little threat, it seemed implausible that the players had not encountered any creatures throughout the day. Nevertheless, the absence of fatalities was undoubtedly a good sign. My initial concerns were indeed unwarranted. Before Yiji could finish his thoughts, the sharp sound of a system notification abruptly interrupted him. Warning, warning, a player has died. He swiftly opened his interface to locate the fallen player. A circular map filled with green dots appeared before him, revealing a distant green that flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. 2 green dots stood nearby, seemingly unfazed by the event, moving back and forth for some time before heading back. It appeared they had not encountered any monsters. Yiji mumbled, promptly switching to the perspective of the 2 players. The duo was none other than familiar faces, Hedgehog and Lin Xian. One had bound the deceased player's hands, while the other held onto the player's feet, securing the lifeless form to a sturdy branch. They carried him back as if transporting a pig destined for slaughter during the new year. The player lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, was also known to Yiji. It was none other than Ergo, the student who had recently discovered potatoes at the village entrance. How on earth did the 3 of them come together? Yiji wondered. The first player to perish was indeed unique. If the cause of death turned out to be another ridiculous mishap unrelated to their skirmish with the goblin nest, he would have to expose it as a cautionary tale. Yiji activated the audio of the surveillance feed, allowing the voices of the 2 players to resonate clearly. Hedgehog, trailing behind, occasionally glanced back. Are we really going to bring his corpse back? It feels a bit unsafe, he remarked. Don't worry. Several players have traversed this path. It will be fine. Lin Xian reassured him, weighing the burden on his shoulder. The player's remains could be exchanged for resurrection materials, a benefit that could only be obtained during this special time, an opportunity too valuable to squander. Once the faction battles commenced, finding such an intact corpse would prove challenging. Hedgehog contemplated this and found the reasoning sound. Indeed, it was unlikely that another fool would poison himself. As they made their way back, their conversation unraveled the mystery behind Ergo's demise. The rewards from discovering the potatoes earlier that morning had been far too bountiful, leaving players unable to resist the temptation. However, the occurrence of such serendipity was already extraordinary, and the prospect of it happening again was nearly impossible. Lacking the appropriate plants, Ergo devised a plan. He decided to emulate Shinnong, the legendary figure known for tasting a myriad of herbs, and attempt to discern the properties of unfamiliar plants by mouth. Focusing on the thrill of unboxing mystery boxes, one wonders if a remarkable plant could be discovered. To his astonishment, he indeed found one. He stumbled upon an herb with exceptional healing properties. Consuming one for himself, he saved 3 others. Upon hearing this, Yiji found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing with the disparity of fortune between individuals. Is luck truly so unevenly distributed? Due to the lack of a save point before his demise, Ergo from the village left behind 3 herbs, now safeguarded by Lin Xian. Yiji discreetly peered into the player's inventory, recognizing the so-called herb as a type of healing potion. Although of a low tier, it remained a potion nonetheless. Each day, Yiji would venture out, scouring the area for treasures, yet he encountered not a single potion. Meanwhile, Ergo had found a whole nest. No, in fact, he had discovered 2. His demise was attributed to consuming 2 types of healing potions that counteracted each other. resulting in a chaotic surge of magical energy and physical exhaustion leading to his untimely end. Chapter 140. A gathering of players, the classic elements of adventure stories. Yiji gazed on with envy. Why was he devoid of such luck? If only he could find something valuable each time he ventured out. Would he still fret over resources? Had the goddess of fortune been cursing him for 600 years? He casually jotted down the player's manner of death on a piece of paper. The characteristics of potions proved to be far more complex and perilous compared to herbal remedies. The combination of 2 gentle and harmless healing potions bore a significant risk of death. The method of Shinong tasting 100 herbs was utterly impractical in Eltia. Yiji decided to include this warning in the updates for today. Should such a death occur again, he would be compelled to revoke the resurrection compensation mechanism for those players. Exploring the wilderness was exceedingly draining. Players logged off earlier than usual. Before the sun had set, those who had ventured out began to return in droves. Some headed straight to the church to log off, while seasoned players would first visit Eltia to purchase 2 sweet fruits for dinner. Otherwise, upon awakening the next day, they would suffer from sluggishness and muscle weakness. The store's updates were quickly noticed by returning players. Why is there an additional staple food? I saw a post on the forum claiming that a player had discovered potatoes. It turns out it wasn't a hoax after all. Alas, the forum is rife with misleading posts. Regardless, finally being able to exchange something other than worm meat for new ingredients was exhilarating. I want one too. Constructing a 2-layered fire pit with 6 pieces of wood, I tossed in the potato and covered it with leaves and dry grass. Once the wood burned to a vibrant red and then blackened, extinguishing, the aroma of the potato became incredibly rich. It could then be retrieved and devoured. Peeling away the charred skin revealed a golden, soft, and enticing interior. The only seasoning available in the shop was coarse salt. Even so, for players who had subsisted on sweet fruits for the past 10 to 20 days, it was deemed a delectable treat. At long last, the game has embarked upon the development of culinary arts. The flavors, however, seem rather subdued. Tomorrow, I shall venture out to see if I can procure some chili peppers and yellow beans, as well as Sichuan peppercorns. For the people of Sichuan and Chongqing, the absence of Sichuan peppercorns is simply intolerable. Players gathered around the campfire engaged in lively conversation. The assembly grew larger, ultimately evolving into a grand gathering of players. They shared tales of their day-as discoveries, experiences, gaming strategies, and even the tribulations of real life. Some players were already discussing strategies for subjugating goblins after conquering their lair. Yiji, let us abstain from the champagne for now. Though the only food available was potatoes, the players were in high spirits. Those who were particularly animated seemed as if they were inebriated. Eventually, even Eltia, who was responsible for selling potatoes, was drawn into the fray and handed a roasted potato to enjoy. Yiji observed from the sidelines, harboring doubts about whether they could communicate effectively given the language barrier. Soon enough, a sharp-eyed player turned their attention to him. Leader, come join us for some potatoes. No, the undead do not require sustenance. What about the goddess of light? Xiaoming has no mouth. Politely declining the player's invitation, Yiji departed from the bustling gathering. Long after he had left, he found himself reminiscing about the flickering flames behind him. This is indeed the essence of an adventure game. Courage, challenge, wisdom, and camaraderie. It is the quintessential configuration of an adventure narrative. Perhaps, he thought, he had discerned the focal point for the next promotional video. After a day of exertion, even the most spirited of players soon tire physically. The campfire gathering concluded early, as players logged off one by one. The town grew suddenly quiet. In the meantime, due to the encroaching darkness, 2 players who lingered outside the safe zone fell victim to monster traps and met their demise. Fortunately, their magical coins were sufficient, sparing them the burden of incurring double debts in the game. 12 hours later, in Blue Star time, they would emerge once more, full of life. Yiji reclined outside the church, beginning to examine the day's spoils. Despite mobilizing a majority of seasoned players, the location of the goblin lair remained elusive. However, one player successfully captured a common goblin as a hostage. This goblin was tossed into accompany the previously captured larger goblin. Since goblins primarily subsist on meat, and given the scarcity of meat in Sweetwater Town, the earlier larger goblin had stubbornly refused to consume the sweet fruits Yiji had prepared and had grown emaciated as a result. The fate of this new goblin would likely be similar. Yi remained non-committal regarding the situation. For now, he would provide for it. After all, goblins are not incapable of eating sweet fruits, and if it were to starve, that would be a different matter. For the time being, its existence served no immediate purpose. Nurturing them stemmed solely from a sense of humanitarianism towards sentient species. Once Yi devises a more effective means of utilizing goblins, he will then address their aversion to food. Beyond this, Urgu discovered several potions, all of which were identified as healing elixirs. Players with minor injuries could seek assistance from those skilled in holy light spells, while those with severe wounds faced dire fates, as no one was inclined to purchase such potions. Consequently, they were sold to the system by Lin Xiandai. Yi utilized several boxes that could extend the shelf life of the potions to package them, subsequently raising the price by 50 and listing them in the game marketplace to diversify the product offerings. As the player base expanded, it was inevitable that there would be some gullible individuals willing to make a purchase. The gunpowder production techniques in the vicinity of Yi Fei were promising. He dispatched someone to assess the state of the Blaze Serpent lava pool and discovered that no other creatures had claimed it. The lava remained as it was. Thus, he proceeded to scavenge the area and successfully found pale yellow solid sulfur of astonishing purity, eliminating the need for high-temperature refining processes. Once the charcoal was fully processed, he would be able to create finished gunpowder. Yi, as is customary, encouraged him and refined the plans for the arms factory, allowing him to return. It is worth mentioning that just after Yi Fei departed, Lin Xiandai arrived, seeking further clarification on the matter. His concern was that the lava pool was not a genuine volcano, and the sulfur available was woefully insufficient for a single faction battle. He hoped Yi could provide additional sources of sulfur. With a light chuckle, Yi remarked, "You wish to secure the weapons for everyone even before the factory is established? And you expect to obtain such valuable information from merely 20 magic gold coins?" Lin Xiandai touched his nose, unperturbed, asserting it was all for the sake of the Watcher's swift rise and ample firepower, all in the name of the organization. It was not that Yi was unwilling to offer guidance. With a larger stockpile of gunpowder, their attempts to encircle the goblins and rescue captives would be significantly easier. However, he lamented that his last visit to the Great Oak Forest had occurred centuries prior, and his stay had been brief, leaving him unaware of the local vein distributions. He expressed his inability to assist, but promised to keep an eye out in the future. Chapter 141. A bountiful harvest of divine power in the northwest of the Great Oak Forest lies an expansive mountain range that stretches for miles. It is rumored to be the sacred ground of the snow god Warlen's Winterian, hence the name Warlen's Mountains. The elongated range prevents the forest's northward expansion, with melting snow forming the Wuland River that flows directly to the ocean. Yi vaguely recalled that 6 centuries ago, the Warlands Mountains were not so heavily blanketed in snow, and within the peaks lay a sizable dormant volcano. Thus, the sulfur content in the Great Oak Forest should be considerable. He provided players with the locations of several underground caves he had discovered during his explorations, suggesting they might yield fruitful finds. The players, thrilled with the approximate locations, departed with plans to set out the following day. As Yi recorded this in his log, he gazed into the inky night and marveled at the efficiency of the players. The youth brimmed with motivation, taking action without delay. Such an ancient being, having faced the grave multiple times, struggles to keep pace with the younger ones. In the stillness of Sweetwater Town, all services have ceased. Except for 2 players on rotating shifts guarding the carbon kiln, most of the town has descended into profound silence. The silvery arc of light in the sky gracefully traverses the midnight hour. Xiaoming emerges from a church window, hesitantly approaching Yi. "Are you still awake?" The specter inquires. Yi looks up in surprise. "Isn't this the hour for rest?" To be precise, aside from the mornings when players are most active, this is typically a time when the divine being slumbers. What prompts such an unexpected visit today? Has it undergone a transformation? Yi scrutinizes Xiaoming's ethereal form, noting the absence of any divine adornments. "Did you come to see me for something?" Xiaoming stammers for a considerable time, leaving Yi speechless. As he prepares to retract his reclining chair into his storage space and depart, he remarks, "I should be heading back. It looks like rain is on the horizon, and I still have matters to attend to at home. Wait, I need to replenish my divine power." Provoked by Yi, Xiaoming finally articulates the words he had been holding back. Yi pauses, taken aback. Is that all? He had expected something more substantial. Was it necessary to appear so remorseful? It is a fundamental truth that divine entities require divine power to sustain their consciousness and actions. With all the divine power currently in Yiji's possession, it is entirely reasonable for Xiao Ming to seek his assistance. Yiji casually accesses the system panel. How much do you need? 100 units of divine power. Xiao Ming replies, shamefully concealing his face within his strands of light, daring not to meet Yiji's gaze. The memories he inherited are tied to the god of light, burdening him with the weight of divinity. The necessity to humbly request divine power from another is a matter that deeply undermines his pride. He had delayed until the last possible moment, reluctantly emerging to ask. Cursed one-way contract. Xiao Ming mentally curses, resentful of his initial decision. Had he known, he would have perished in the realm of the gods rather than face this humiliation. Yiji glances curiously at the bowed Xiao Ming, sensing an overwhelming feeling of indignation emanating from him. Surely, he cannot still be grappling with his status? A thought suddenly strikes Yiji. Wait, if you require 100 units of divine power each month, what would you do if you had not encountered me? Xiao Ming's head sinks even lower. Yiji can only respond with exasperation. Moments ago, he had entertained the notion that Xiao Ming might resist, fearing a potential backlash. Such a being, nearly self-destructive, could hardly accomplish anything more than a fall in the realm of the gods. Yiji clicks through the system panel, revealing the divine power status. Divine power, 2,414. Recently, he has been too preoccupied to monitor the fluctuations in his divine power. Unbeknownst to him, it has surpassed 4 digits. The substantial contribution should primarily be attributed to the new player on their first day. Within this context, accumulating 100 divine power points is quite effortless. After a moment of contemplation, Yiji decided to allocate the authority to utilize 200 divine power points to him. Take this and return to me next month. Xiao Ming, taken aback, marveled at the divine energy he now felt surging within him. All of this is for me? Yes, given your commendable attitude of late. Consider it a reward. The surplus can serve as your pocket money. Xiao Ming remained in a state of disbelief for several seconds, resembling a statue, before he finally accepted that Yiji was indeed serious. Oh, the undead, you are a good person. It had been ages since he had received any divine energy. From the moment he gained consciousness, he had only experienced expenditure, never income. He never anticipated that his first earnings would come after entering into a humiliating one-sided contract. Suddenly, a pang of conscience struck Xiao Ming, and with tears welling in his eyes, he confessed, actually, I reported slightly more divine energy than I should have. Yiji smiled, indicating forgiveness. Of course, 100 divine power points cannot be evenly divided by 30. It would be foolish not to notice that. After adding a few classic phrases about leadership recognizing potential and promising a raise for honesty, Xiao Ming left, overwhelmed with gratitude. Soon, Yiji found himself alone once more. He gazed at the 2,000 divine power points displayed on his panel, murmuring to himself, I hope the expenditure of these divine points proves beneficial. The gifts of fate had been priced from the outset. The additional divine energy Yiji had granted was not truly a reward. As a deity, his divine characteristics and powers were quite limited. 200 points were merely sufficient to sustain his own functions. He found it nearly impossible to spend them. The most probable application would be towards the sole player who had a connection with him, such as the first trio of players to receive the deity's blessings. Yiji harbored serious doubts about whether the luck-driven team could capture a formidable goblin, attributing their success to the blessings of the deity. Simultaneously, the unique rewards Xiao Ming possessed would aid in mending the relationship between him and the players. Yiji, holding administrative privileges, had access to all data within the game's backend. Among these, the most striking detail was Xiao Ming's overwhelmingly negative affinity score with the players. His average favorability rating was nearing the triple negative digits. This situation was untenable. However, the solution was straightforward. Once Xiao Ming possessed sufficient advantages, the players would inevitably seek to enhance their favorability. They would be far more persuasive than any professional salesperson. Manipulating a recently emerged deity was a simple endeavor. Yet, this remained merely Yiji's conjecture. He decided to test the waters with the 200 divine power points. The true nature of the situation would depend on the future interactions between Xiao Ming and the players. Regardless, The consciousness of a newly formed deity was inherently unique, and it would be ideal to cultivate a connection. Yi mused, at the very least, regarding the resurrection of Aurelia. A deity with self-awareness can play an immensely significant role. Xiao Ming's actions serendipitously allowed Yi to discover his considerable divine power. He could now access the game console and indulge in some extravagant spending. Game development. Character appearance design. Consumes 1 divine power. Realization of game panel. Consumes 50 divine power. Realization of game panel data name. Consumes 50 divine power. Realization of game panel data race. Consumes 100 divine power. Realization of game panel data level. Consumes 100 divine power. Realization of game panel data experience points. Consumes 100 divine power. Realization of game panel data value. Consumes 10,000,000 divine power. Chapter 142. Update on game console functions. Healing initiated realization of game panel data skills. Consumes 100 divine power. Realization of game panel data customization. Unlimited divine power. After this considerable time, due to players' faith in the existence of a game panel, the prices for the related data have notably decreased. Some have been halved, while others have dropped by as much as 400 divine power. Indeed, early purchases yield early enjoyment, while late purchases come with discounts. Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Within the entire price list, only the value remained unchanged. It seems that the difficulty of its realization is too great, and players lack clarity on the meaning of value. Yi now found himself quite affluent. Deciding to seize the moment, he promptly realized all game panel data, except for value. The options available on the panel were suddenly reduced by more than half. Game development. Realization of game panel data value. Consumes 10,000,000 divine power. Realization of game panel data customization. Unlimited divine power. Other functional customizations. Unlimited divine power. With a long sigh of relief, Yi felt more at ease than using divine power for healing. At last, he had liberated himself from the burdensome life of monitoring his energy divided into countless parts. He no longer had to keep a vigilant eye on everyone, nor did he need to manage multiple windows to simultaneously modify the panel data of several players. The daily calculations of each player's experience points had nearly driven him to madness. Before he could fully exhale, the panel underwent another transformation. Game development. Realization of game panel data values. Consuming 10,000,000 divine power. Game panel data advancement identification technique. 100,000 divine power. Game panel data advancement health. 30,000 divine power. Game panel data advancement constitution. 30,000 divine power. Game panel data advancement attack power. 30,000 divine power. Game panel data advancement defense. 30,000 divine power. Game panel data advancement magic power. 10,000 divine power. Game panel data advancement elemental affinity. Water element affinity. 20,000 divine power. Fire element affinity. 20,000 divine power. Earth element affinity. 20,000 divine power. Wind element affinity. 20,000 divine power. Custom. Unlimited divine power. Crack. Yi failed to control his strength, causing the armrest of the recliner to splinter. Yet, he paid no heed to it, his teeth grinding audibly. What on earth are those rascals thinking? Such data reminiscent of online games. It goes without saying that it is undoubtedly based on the player's imagination, options derived from the backlash of faith power. Each option consumes an exorbitant amount of divine power. Yi almost failed to recognize the number 0. Reassured that the custom options of the console still existed, he could delete these functions at any time. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the backlash of faith power could not surpass his administrative privileges. Only then did Yi have the energy to examine the newly available purchase options. Health, Constitution, Attack, Defense, Elemental Affinity, and other abilities were all tailored for the players themselves. The player's physical condition was dissected into multiple data points for easy observation. It was entirely reasonable for players to desire and believe they could achieve this through the game panel. As for the identification technique, could have been deduced from the visible game panel. In the real world, it was impossible to place a label above everyone's head. Thus, Yi had to employ this method to help players distinguish each other's identities. If someone wished to see another, he manually inputted it in the background. Consequently, players imagine the existence of this identification function. EG6, not to mention this, he almost forgot about this feature. After a flurry of activity, he spent 50 divine power to activate the display function, leaving his divine power at 664. It seems substantial, yet he could not afford any of the newly emerged functions. He could either save money or exert effort with the players, utilizing the side effects of faith power to reduce the prices of these functions. Thus, even though the newly introduced functions were incredibly enticing and could aid players in efficient training and selecting suitable primary attack directions, all Yi Ji could do was cast a longing glance at them, indulging his eyes. He also customized some other functions. Due to the lack of concrete evidence, the divine power required for each function was not significantly lower than that of the preceding entries, ultimately leading to abandonment. Just as Yi Ji was about to close the window and head home for some rest, a thought flashed through his mind. During the last resurrection ceremony of the sea god, it seemed I managed to transcend to a grand mage using divine power. The chaos of that moment was still vivid in his memory, particularly the sensation of power surging within him. Although the divine power consumed during that time undoubtedly exceeded 10,000, the ability to break through 4 or 5 major levels in succession clearly demonstrated the efficacy of divine power. Could 1,000 points of divine power perhaps yield some effect? After pondering for a moment, Yi Ji made a resolute decision. If it were merely to heal minor fractures, he was reluctant to squander divine power on himself. However, if the results were significant, that would be a different matter. And indeed, this was such a case. Yi Ji swiftly returned to the chief's residence, securing the doors and windows. Once seated cross-legged on his bed, he took a deep breath and mentally activated the system template. In the next instant, 1,000 points of divine power vanished from the system panel, and a brilliant golden light erupted within the room. By the riverbank, 2 players guarding the carbon kiln engaged in idle conversation. Do you think the mud bricks we made are reliable? I feel like there's a crack on the surface. What do you see at this hour? It's probably just your imagination. Regardless, he hadn't noticed any cracks on the carbon kiln. Maybe? Oh, look behind you. It seems there's light in the town. The speaking player rubbed his eyes in disbelief, gazing towards the direction behind him. Beams of golden light pierced through the cracks of the door, shooting into the sky. The other player, pushing a piece of wood into the kiln, craned his neck. I see it. It seems to be coming from a church. Wait, it's gone? In the blink of an eye, darkness engulfed the town once more. Could we have been mistaken? Is the game acting up? Unable to derive any conclusions from their conversation, the 2 players shrugged it off. This wasn't a horror game. After all, what was there to fear? Little Ming, who had just dozed off, was abruptly awakened by an inexplicable premonition. Gazing at the starry sky beyond the high window, he yawned. It's not dawn yet, so I'll just continue sleeping. Suddenly, his movement felt as though it had been paused, and he slowly inclined his head at a fraction of the usual speed. Once he realized what had occurred, a piercing scream escaped his lips. No, my divine power. How could it have shrunk from 4 digits to 3 overnight? Blood and Flesh Butcher, what have you done? Chapter 143. The Return of the Glitch After 2 Days of Adventure. Inside the chief's residence, the brilliant light appeared and vanished abruptly, and 2 clusters of eerie blue flames reignited in Yi Ji's eyes. He rose to feel the surging magical energy within him. It had been a long time since he experienced such a sensation. No, it hadn't been long at all. Shaking off the unpleasant memories of the sea god resurrection ceremony, Yi Ji attempted to unleash a fireball spell. A fireball, the size of a ping-pong ball, hovered in the palm of his hand, radiating a searing glow. Its temperature was comparable to the fireball spell he had previously employed to rescue a player, yet its agility and control had significantly improved. The previous fireball spell had been a product of Yi Ji's desperate attempt to showcase his prowess, exceeding the capabilities of his severely injured body and resulting in a considerable loss of control. Now, without straining himself to the limit, he found it effortless to unleash a fireball of the same size. Yi Ji contemplated his newfound strength, estimating it to be at the mid-level of advanced sorcerers. The distinction between intermediate and advanced sorcerers marked a pivotal threshold, wherein both the potency of spells and the endurance of magical energy experienced a substantial enhancement. At the very least, he would not encounter the scenario faced by players who, after an hour of combat, spent 10 minutes casting spells and 50 minutes engaging in physical brawls. This could be regarded as the level at which magic truly began to exert its influence in battle. Yiji accessed the system panel to review the newly updated information. Name: Yiji Jitimofizi Tekaluyi. Race: Undead. Level: 34, Advanced Sorcerer, 159, Demigod. Skills: Divine Awareness. Metamorphosis: Multiple Incarnations, 291000. Authority: Life Resurrection, Life Purification, Divine Power, 664. Players: 29. Special Items: Divine Contract Reverse. Status: Severely Injured, Weakened. Frostbite, Burned, Poisoned, Mental Collapse. Summary: Severely Injured Undead. The result from the system panel matched his own sensations. He was indeed at the level of an advanced sorcerer. Furthermore, none of the status indicators were missing, though the colors of the negative effects had dulled somewhat, subtly denoting a reduction in his injuries. Notably, the mental collapse status displayed a repair progress icon marked as 2. Yiji sighed with exasperation, pondering why he had chosen to heal the most challenging ailment. He resolved to remember his designated treatment priorities the next time he employed divine power for healing. Ultimately, his assessment had shifted from a dying undead to a severely injured one. The survival time indicator had vanished, signifying his escape from the phase of sacrificing life for magical potency. Yiji felt a wave of relief wash over him. Continuously witnessing the fluctuating survival duration had been a source of annoyance, regardless of his attempts to remain indifferent. As he moved, the bones in his body felt considerably more robust, prompting him to stretch languidly. At last, he could afford a rest. Although his injuries were improving, he was unexpectedly overcome by a familiar and irresistible fatigue, and his consciousness swiftly descended into a deep slumber. Yiji slept for several hours, during which players engaged in light-hearted speculation about the absence of a certain undead. Is Oldie not around again? With the weather being dreary today, has he decided against basking in the sun? That makes sense. However, due to Yiji solely providing consulting and appraisal services, the prices for each service are astonishingly high. The community was merely surprised by his disappearance before shifting their focus elsewhere. The fully immersive game interface received unanimous praise from players. After considerable feedback, the developers finally rectified the delay in the game interface's settlement information. The newly updated game interface is now much more user-friendly. Player engagement has consequently seen a modest increase. The peculiar flora and fauna that returned this time are more numerous. With the variety expanded, they have managed to create some delightful little trinkets. Notably, the missing character, with whom they had been concerned for 2 days, has finally returned. Upon receiving the news, Lin Xian and Hedgehog logged in temporarily to meet him at the town's entrance. Hedgehog yawned, feeling quite drowsy. What on earth could the missing brother have brought back that required 2 people to assist? He had logged off less than 2 hours ago, and his character's fatigue level had not yet dissipated. This kind of minor discomfort, which does not reach the threshold of pain, is the most unpleasant experience for players. I'm not sure. Our conversation was quite brief, and he only instructed us to fetch him, Lin Xian replied. Having been away for 2 days, it is only natural he returned with a considerable load. Seeing his urgency suggests the items are of great importance, so let us hasten our pace. The area of Sweetwater Town is rather limited. The two soon passed the large banyan tree at the town entrance and, near the eastern security perimeter, discovered the disheveled figure of the missing brother. "Oh, missing brother, where have you been?" Hedgehog exclaimed in disbelief, rushing over to help him up. The missing brother was clad only in a grass skirt that barely covered his lower half. His previous attire had vanished without a trace. His exposed skin bore various shaped wounds, smeared with blood, dirt, and leaves, a testament to the harrowing battle he must have endured. The only intact eye, deeply sunken, revealed signs of prolonged sleep deprivation. His voice was hoarse and faint. "Quick, to the church." All right. We'll get you there immediately." Hedgehog and Lin Xian each supported one side of the missing brother's body, inadvertently stumbling under the weight. "What on earth did you pack in your backpack? It's as heavy as a stone bore outside the safe zone." Observing the missing brother's labored breathing, Hedgehog ceased to waste words and began to jog back. The two carried him, leaving fleeting shadows on the town's 2 intact streets. "Make way," Hedgehog shouted while running. "This is a matter of life and death." Startled, nearby players jumped back. Someone's dead. This is a new player who just joined yesterday. The blood is red. Isn't that one of the members from the Lucky Strike team? Did they also suffer casualties? There are so few revival materials obtainable from corpses. Is there really need to rush? In a frantic rush, they finally managed to bring the garbled entity to the church, just before it succumbed to the void. This place was not only the sanctuary of their origins, but also their save point. To prevent hyperactive players from wreaking havoc on the magic circle, Yiji had decreed that, aside from resurrected or novice players, no one else was permitted to enter the circle. To save their progress, one merely needed to lie down for 23 minutes in a space resembling a row of large lockers at the entrance. However, the case with the garbled entity was rather unique. Lin Xian supported the unconscious figure of the garbled entity, while the hedgehog pried a wooden board from the compartment. Together, they hoisted the entity up, and with a firm push, the board seamlessly rejoined the wall. The hedgehog clapped his hands together. There, that should suffice, right? It feels almost like sending someone into an incinerator. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, yes. The garbled entity should manage to hold on until the save is complete before meeting its demise. It's also a convenient way for the magic circle to convert its remains into resurrection materials. The hedgehog's lips twitched slightly, that S rather morbidly humorous. Chapter 144. A topographical map covering a 10-kilometer radius. No wonder, after the compartment was prepared, Oldie took the extra step of creating a dedicated save point for severely injured players. Was the intention, at that moment, to allow players to save their progress while conveniently incinerating their remains? Truly befitting of a necromancer. Such thoughts flickered briefly as the hedgehog rubbed his sore arms and wrists. Muttering under his breath, he had initially thought he was helping the garbled entity move loot, but in reality, he was just moving the entity itself. One exhausting task. His fatigue level of 11 had surprisingly dissipated, leaving the hedgehog feeling more invigorated than when he first logged in. Lin Xian was similarly massaging his hands, chuckling at the situation. The garbled entity had survived 2 days outside. It was quite remarkable indeed. Lin Xian couldn't fathom where the entity had logged off during those 2 nights. The garbled entity was, without a doubt, the most frequent player he had encountered. Lin Xian reflected, in hindsight, I should have anticipated this when he urged us to log in. That was my oversight. The hedgehog grumbled. He played solo for 2 days behind our backs. Once he logs off, I'll have to interrogate him thoroughly in the group chat. Just then, the recently closed locker automatically opened, revealing the wooden board they had just removed. It revealed 5 packages wrapped in cloth. One package, unable to fit, tumbled down. The hedgehog's attention was captured. He approached and picked up one of the packages, weighing it in his hands. It was quite heavy. What is this? Lin Xian speculated. After a player dies, their belongings automatically drop. This must be the garbled entity's items. The hedgehog was astonished. Even after incineration, the remnants can be returned? How sophisticated? Is this the power of magic? It has transcended mechanization to achieve automated save functionality. Lin Xian retrieved a wide-mouthed cloth bag from his backpack, preparing to stow the nearly disintegrating package inside. Let's first tidy up his belongings and address them once he revives. Very well. The hedgehog approached to assist, reinstating the wooden planks. Initially, they carried the jumbled remnants into the church, and now they were bearing his spoils out. Just outside the church, they caught sight of the fish pond, and an involuntary gasp escaped their lips. Had chaos been dismembered by Lao Xiao? Lin Xian's expression darkened. To think, if this were reality, it would indeed seem quite plausible. If such fortunate events transpired, I would be the first to seek you out, he retorted. The 5 parcels were placed in Chaos's personal storage area. At last, it was accomplished. The hedgehog, relieved of his burdens, reclined upon the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Lin Xian reopened his eyes and beckoned him. Do not log off just yet. Chaos messaged me moments ago, instructing us to search his parcel for an item meant for us. For us? The hedgehog, intrigued, sat up. Had their companion ventured forth bearing gifts? The 2 unfurled the 5 parcels, and the contents immediately scattered across the ground. The items obtained by players during their explorations were largely similar. After all, they were merely a collection of unrecognizable plants, minerals, and the hedgehog had even captured a clump of black, wet mud. The hedgehog sighed. Chaos had certainly traversed a considerable distance, gathering an assortment of various items. Much of what lay within was unfamiliar to him from other players. It seemed he had indeed journeyed quite far. After rummaging for a while, Lin Xian's gaze settled upon a dull, square piece of fabric. A surge of joy welled within him. He had found it. He pulled out the fabric, giving a shake before spreading it open. It was covered in dense charcoal sketches. The hedgehog leaned in closer. What is this? It appears to be a topographical map of the vicinity near Sweetwater Town. Lin Xian indicated, gesturing towards the scale in the lower right corner, estimating the actual distances. The farthest point from us is at least 10 kilometers away. Had he traversed such a distance alone? The hedgehog could hardly believe it. Goodness, sending chaos to explore the surrounding terrain. He had silently traveled for 2 days, even producing a topographical map. What defines efficiency? This is true efficiency. The two pondered over the map for quite some time. Since Chaos had utilized modern cartographic methods, anyone with a basic understanding of middle school physics could comprehend it. They quickly identified several sweet fruit orchards, 7 resource points he deemed valuable, several large underground caverns, and a monster's lair, along with 3 locations bearing goblin traces. The hedgehog grew increasingly astonished, taking a deep breath. Support points, strategic locations, hazardous areas. Was this the volume of work achievable in merely 2 days? He expressed his sincere amazement. Is this not superior to the merchant's map sold to us at the fish pond? It differs. While the fish pond's map has viewing restrictions, it is nonetheless a map provided by the game. Though limited in scope, its details are sufficiently rich. Regarding the merits and demerits of maps, Lin Xian must vindicate the wave terrain map. After all, merely relying on the naked eye, one could easily overlook several subterranean caverns, and there are discrepancies in the elevation of certain terrains. However, the fact that a single person like Guanma could achieve this level of detail is commendable. The emphasis does not lie solely on the terrain. Lin Xian caressed the map in his hands, enchanted by it. Their functions are distinct. The wave terrain map aids in locating mineral veins, while this particular map assists in discovering resources. Most importantly, it marks 3 locations frequented by goblins. Yiji had previously informed them that goblins are social creatures, typically residing far apart from one another. These traces undoubtedly belong to the goblins they seek. By encircling the 3 locations, they can ascertain the approximate vicinity of the goblin lair. No longer will they flounder about like headless chickens. The progress of the main quest has significantly accelerated. As he elaborated, the hedgehog became equally exhilarated. Such a monumental discovery. Should we inform Old Yi? Certainly. Such a map ought to be sold to Old Yi to maximize profit. Lin Xian brushed off the clutter on him, declaring, "Let us go." The hedgehog quickly fell and stepped behind him. Thus, just as Yi awoke from his slumber, he received this splendid news. Yi, is there really such good fortune? The ability to mark the locations of monster lairs indicates that one has entered the predator's domain and survived. Even if it's merely a level 1 monster, it's enough to astonish Yi. Among his players, there exists such talent. Such an accomplishment certainly warrants a substantial reward. Yi promptly awarded the map creator, Guoma, a generous 15 contribution points, marking the highest contribution points earned by a player thus far. The usual rewards were also exceptionally generous, even resulting in a dedicated server-wide announcement. Although Guoma could no longer see it, active players in the forum would relay the news to him. Due to this announcement, players exploring the locations of goblin lairs adjusted their search areas according to the terrain map uploaded to the official website. Indeed, in the afternoon, they managed to capture a common goblin. Similarly, he, along with the previous 2 captured goblins, enjoyed a sumptuous feast. Chapter 145. Successful Gunpowder Experiment. Under the setting sun, the waters of the Wuland River shimmered. Grandpa Fei stood at the riverbank, gazing into the water, where schools of fish occasionally flickered. "It's almost time, Brother Xiao. Watch for my signal. When I count to 1, move immediately." From a distance of 5 meters, Lin Xian assumed a javelin-throwing stance and gestured to him. "All right." Grandpa Fei glanced at Lin Xian, then at Yi and Ailian, who were observing from further away. Taking a deep breath, he began a loud countdown. 5, 4, 1, fire. After a shout, he covered his ears and swiftly bent down, distancing himself from the shore. A gray arc traversed the sky before plummeting directly into the water. Splash! 2 seconds later, a deep rumble emanated from beneath the surface, sending ripples cascading outward. A flat, black fish gradually surfaced, revealing its white belly. Hooray! A successful catch. Grandpa Fei, brimming with excitement, seized a nearby wooden barrel and tossed it into the water. The black fish, with its prominent sharp teeth, easily embedded itself into the barrel, which he then pulled up along with the fish. The fish measured less than half a meter in length, appearing to possess little flesh. Yet, Grandpa Fei grinned from ear to ear, proudly lifting their spoils. "Look, old Yi, this is the power of gunpowder." This proclamation jolted Eileen back to reality. She patted her cheeks, which were flushed from holding her breath, her tone a mix of astonishment and disbelief. What sort of magic is this? That small, round object. How could it produce such a thunderous sound upon being thrown into the water? And to think it could even kill a sharp-toothed piranha. These carnivorous fish, which inhabit the river, can sever a man's arm with a single bite. They are incredibly swift and can briefly venture onto land. Who would not flee upon encountering one? One extraordinary method of attack. Yezi generosly pides, impressive. However, he was not oblivious to the underlying details. The amount of explosive previously tested by players was double that of the demonstration presented to him. Was it truly appropriate to showcase a mere fish-catching quantity before him? Such a lack of seriousness towards the investors? Yet, considering that their concocted gunpowder could indeed slay a piranha, he chose to overlook their frugality with the explosive material this time. With the successful sample test, Grandpa Fei's loan of 3,000 magic gold coins would naturally be entirely offset. They could now begin discussing the finer points of the armory's operations. Currently, the armory could produce only two types of weapons, one being the Obsidian series melee weapons, and the other, homemade bombs with a wider attack range. The Obsidian weapons were self-explanatory, crafted from the obsidian found near magma pools. In the absence of obsidian, ordinary stones, wood, or broadleaf could suffice. The bombs, however, posed a challenge. Yiji intended to utilize the explosives crafted by Grandpa Fei in the forthcoming battle against the goblins. This demanded a substantial quantity of bombs. In 15 days, how many finished weapons like the one we just saw can you produce? Yiji inquired. It's not merely a matter of time. Grandpa Fei hesitated, scratching his head. If the raw materials were abundant, I could produce as much of this homemade explosive as needed. Simply mixing and preparing it in proportion. I've been toiling away for so long. Firstly, the charcoal isn't ready and still requires grinding. Secondly, there are some issues with the choice of materials for the explosive shell. With the omnipotent internet at our disposal, these problems could be resolved effortlessly. The only real issue lies in my attempts to follow the internet experts' advice to locate nitrate and sulfur mines, which have yet to yield success. In his possession were merely a few sulfur crystals discovered near the molten serpent lava pool, a task long since completed. They had only returned to the lava pool once. Upon their second visit, a tortoise-shaped creature emerged, transforming the molten pool into a water basin and claiming the lives of 5 task-assigned players, resulting in significant casualties. How many casualties? Yiji inquired. Alfly moved aside a box containing explosives. Just 12, nothing more. The remaining gunpowder had been fashioned into a firecracker, the very sample used for demonstration earlier. The 12 explosives, meticulously packed within coconut shells, lay neatly arranged in a wooden crate. This botanical material was the most suitable container for gunpowder we had discovered, possessing high durability and low flammability, thus maximizing the energy released during the explosive reaction. The explosive force was nearly 45 times that of the earlier experimental sample. Alfly tenderly caressed the fruits of his labor from the past 2 days. However, the weight and size were somewhat cumbersome, limiting them to close to medium-range battles. The size of the coconut shells was almost equivalent to that of a football. They were almost impossible to utilize for long-range attacks, and reducing their size was not an option. The coarse, refined gunpowder materials could not effectively breach the coconut shells without a substantial increase in quantity. Although the power was sufficient, Yiji was dissatisfied with the number of explosives. These few bombs are hardly adequate against 500 or 600 goblins. Is this all we have? If we cannot locate additional sources of saltpeter or sulfur, then this is all we possess. Yiji gently tapped the edge of the crate with his fingers, pondering for a moment. Continue expanding production reserves for materials other than saltpeter and sulfur. As for these two, I will devise a plan. Saltpeter and sulfur were not rare commodities. The great oakwood forest was vast and abundant. Logically, they should not be difficult to find. Alfly affirmed, as the faction leader, your word is final. After thorough inspection, the 12 explosives were all accepted by Yiji, even though Alfly would only receive 20% of the total. The final price was enough to make Lin Xian drool with anticipation. The profit from this single transaction exceeded the total revenue generated by the Bugbird Workshop over several days. What a clever lad, Lin Xian exclaimed, playfully punching him on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with wild suggestion. I come to help you test the explosive effects, and you don't even share a little profit? The corners of Isle Fly's mouth struggled to suppress a smile. Hey, let us keep it low-key. He had never anticipated that his first earnings in the game would come from weaponry. Why don't I approach old you while the factory is still new and see if I can get you a stake? Upon mentioning the idea of investment, Lin Xian's enthusiasm waned. Let us not. I'm not versed in weapon technology. Managing the Bugbird Workshop is already enough to keep me occupied. He was here to play a game, not to run a company. Even Master Fei, due to limited energy, withdrew from the budding bird, choosing to focus on his research into gunpowder. Why would he subject himself to unnecessary hardships? Lin Xian's ambitions remained steadfastly aligned with the front lines. Once he earns his first pot of gold, it seems he too may abandon budding bird. It is inconceivable that he would divert his attention to logistics in wartime at this juncture. Let us negotiate a different reward. Master Fei gestured towards the black fish hanging from a wooden barrel. How about this? My little brother will treat you to fish tonight. Let us also invite Hedgehog and Garbled. Speaking of which, the capture of this fish owes much to your foresight in deliberately delaying the explosion of the bomb by 2 seconds. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Could that possibly have been intentional? Who would mistakenly miscount by 2 seconds? Chapter 146. Arian's extraordinary strength. The two walked further into the dusk, their shadows stretching long across the ground. Are you sure this fish is sufficient for 4 people? Let us add some potatoes. We can't just eat fish. All right. Do we have any seasonings? Is salt acceptable? I am willing to invest a substantial sum of 10 magic gold coins. We must prioritize the search for seasonings. As the sun set and rose anew, a fresh wave of novice players remained in a state of shock, much like chicks being herded by seasoned players to undertake various tasks. After a night of diligent searching, Yiji finally discovered a coal mine nearly 15 kilometers from Sweetwater Town. The coal mine itself was of little consequence. What mattered was the accompanying mineral, pyrite, also known as fool's gold. This, or primarily composed of iron disulfide, is capable of yielding sulfur. While the pyrite found in the coal mine may not suffice for a long-term sulfur production line, it would be more than adequate for the impending conflict with goblins. Despite the distance, Yiji's injuries had begun to mend, and he was now able to bear weight comfortably. The task of transporting materials could be easily managed by him, while the subsequent smelting process would be entrusted to the players. Through high-temperature calcination, the sulfur could release sulfur gas, which, upon cooling, would solidify into sulfur. Though the principle is straightforward, the impurities in pyrite are numerous. To extract a sufficient quantity of sulfur, it must be thoroughly ground to increase the area exposed to heat. Master Fei, parched from his explanations, took a sip of water to soothe his throat. Did you all understand? The players, conscripted for labor, sat around 3 stone mills, the only ones still operational in Sweetwater Town. Hedgehog yawned. After all that, you simply want us to grind the stones into powder? Indeed, a teachable child, Master Fei retorted. Teach you a lesson. Hedgehog shot back. Is this how you act on your first day as factory manager? Indeed, leaders often possess a penchant for verbose discourse, a sentiment echoed by nearby players. Can we get started quickly? Once we finish this task, I need to find Arian for additional assignments. Another player interjected. Master Fei was left speechless. Is it truly the case that you grant yourself no dignity? He directly used the last player as a cautionary example. Why the haste? It merely occupies a bit of time. Look at the neighboring Buglebird Workshop. Can they offer reward akin to mine? Newcomers should not be overly critical. After all, it is the hedgehog from Buglebird Workshop. If this continues, I shall cease to assist. Ahem, my apologies, I nearly overlooked you. The engrossed master will return to his senses and awkwardly cough for 2 days. Subsequently, he forcefully shifted the topic. Moreover, the esteemed Alien has also come to lend her support. Regardless of when this concludes, you and she shall depart together. Suddenly hearing her name, Alien sharply lifted her head. Observing the 3 gazes directed towards her, she stiffly nodded in acknowledgement. The sensation of being discussed in a language one cannot comprehend, yet knowing they speak of oneself, is truly disconcerting. All right. The master clapped his hands decisively. The idle chatter ends here. I leave this to you. The final quality of your powder will be subject to alien scrutiny. Do not entertain thoughts of slacking off. With that, he turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he anxiously glanced back. You all know how to use the stone mills, right? Enough with the nonsense. Even a fool can manage. The crowd replied in unison. With the loquacious master dispatched, the players collectively began to figure out how to operate the 3 stone mills. At the base of the mill was a circular stone platform, hollowed out to accommodate a stone rod as an axis. Above it rested a cylindrical grinder, resembling a tire. One side of the grinder was suspended on the central stone rod, while the other extended outward with a handle. The operation was quite straightforward. Players first crushed the ore into smaller pieces and placed it on the stone platform. They then pushed the handle like a donkey, causing the grinder to rotate upon the stone mill. It was rather foolish, though. One player, while pushing a stone mill forward, mused aloud. I thought being a beast of burden was just a metaphor. I never imagined they would actually make us do the work of beasts. The hedgehog smashed the ore in his hand with a hammer, gradually piling it onto the stone mill. He then remarked, he mentioned the time constraint and heavy tasks, stating that crafting a stone crusher would take too long, so we must substitute for now. Once this critical period passes, these stone mills will be retired. Another player expressed astonishment. Does that mean we are the last batch of beasts of burden? The hedgehog responded, that makes sense. The audacious master has indeed tricked us into performing this labor. He even claimed he had never done such work before, asserting it would yield additional experience points. The hedgehog rolled up his non-existent sleeves. No, I must find him and clarify that the task rewards must be increased by 10. A crunching sound, reminiscent of bones being crushed, echoed from behind. Several players turned simultaneously. They beheld Eltia holding a handful of crushed stone. With a firm squeeze, the stones were reduced to powder. She placed the powder onto the stone mill and whispered, "Is this how it is done?" The request for assistance from the factory of Flying Uncle was initiated by Eltia herself. Her curiosity was piqued by how a mere magic apprentice could create items possessing the potency comparable to advanced magical scrolls. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing particularly extraordinary. It was simply a matter of grinding stones into powder. A few players gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, Diamond Barbie, mighty lady." Observing Eltia shatter stones with her bare hands made their own stone hammers and grinders feel inadequate. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same thought. 3, 2, 1. Everyone surged forth like arrows, encircling Eltia. Hey, Eltia, with your brute strength, why merely spectate? When Yiji arrived at midday to check in, he found half the players fawning over Eltia, serving her tea and water, while the other half begrudgingly operated 2 other stone grinders, grumbling about the short rotation time. Eltia sat beside one of the grinders, effortlessly crushing, or as if it were tofu. Yiji took a step back to confirm the inscription on the nearby wooden sign, affirming that he had indeed designated the correct address for the factory of Flying Uncle. Upon noticing Yiji, Eltia, startled, shook the dust from her hands and stood up. "Sir, just call me Leader Yi," he replied, finally feeling a sense of familiarity as he stepped back inside. 6 players turned their curious gazes towards him. Yiji took the initiative, stating, "I'm looking for Flying Uncle. That fellow has logged off to gather information. I'll go fetch him right away." The hedgehog player promptly set down his cup, eagerly volunteering to summon him, departing swiftly. The other players tacitly retreated, their eyes flitting between the sky, the ground, and the stones, changing their stances 100 times in a minute. Yiji felt a sense of numbness wash over him. He had merely come for a routine visit. Why did they always assume his appearances heralded some extraordinary event? Was it really so improbable to encounter them during his interactions with the players? Chapter 147. Oh no. The fish pond has been seized by goblins. Regardless, upon exiting, the players would inevitably follow to eavesdrop. Thus, Yiji decided to remain in place and engage Eltia in conversation. How long could they linger, merely grasping half of the one-sided banter? He glanced at the cup beside him and the fan made of leaves. "It seems you've gone along quite well with them." Eltia shyly wiped her hands on her attire. "I merely assisted them in breaking the stones." She had declined several times, yet the players remained insistent. In truth, she felt neither hot nor thirsty. Yiji picked up a fragment of stone from the platform, shaking his head with a smile. "This is hardly a trivial matter. The most renowned attributes of dragons, aside from their dragon language magic, are their formidable physiques and unparalleled physical strength. As a dragon descendant, Eltia has inherited these remarkable traits. Even in its juvenile stage, The dragon possesses strength far superior to that of a human. The crushed or has nearly completed 80% of the ore pulverization process. The player is essentially exploiting her labor. You should transfer the portion you have completed into another container, and I shall grant you a raise. The remuneration for the player's labor will be overseen by me. Alien belongs to Yi Ji's domain. He did not summon her assistance for the sake of free labor. Alien's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be permissible? It was she who had proactively requested to observe the creation of gunpowder, a magical implement accessible even to ordinary individuals. It was already quite rare for that slender, tall member of the Watchers to allow her to observe. How could she dare to demand compensation? In Eltia, knowledge itself is the most precious and scarce reward. Therefore, her previous assistance was given with a mindset of compensation. Willingly and intentionally, Yi Ji chuckled lightly, remarking, "You were so stringent when assessing the player's task results. How is it that you cannot see the bigger picture now?" This caused Alien to shrink back slightly. How could this be the same, when the task is part of her duty, serving the Watchers who are renowned across the continent? She naturally cannot afford any mistakes. However, she has her own internal balance. Yi Ji, as a member of the Watchers, acknowledges that Alien has managed to exchange a modicum of labor for invaluable alchemical knowledge, and she is already quite content. Even with the language barrier, their occasional assistance in correcting her actions significantly enhances her efficiency, providing her with immense benefit. In truth, it was merely a matter of force application. Pyrite, due to its unique molecular structure, is a cube, and crushing it requires a certain technique. The player who offered help had merely consulted information upon discovering pyrite in the game. Although he failed to impress the player and ended up with a rather useless tag, Alien benefited from it, even if the efficiency increase was negligible. Nevertheless, he succeeded in impressing her. Observing the gleam in Alien's eyes, Yi Ji felt a pang of reluctance to reveal the truth. He turned his head away, changing the subject. "Regardless, you're a member of the Watchers and a part of the territory. Contributions should indeed be rewarded. Let this day pass, but you're not to assist them any further tomorrow, or they must compensate you for your efforts." Alien's expression turned blank, akin to a malfunctioning machine. But she is merely a temporary member, bearing her own grievances and seeking her kin. Can she truly be considered part of the Watchers? Of course. Yizi graspet herschuldet, instilink confidenge. Perhaps for a dragon, 50 years is merely a fleeting slumber, but for many ordinary humans, it equates to a lifetime. A lifetime devoted to the Watchers. How could that not make us a part of it? The leader, Alien, was momentarily touched, her eyes shimmering with emotion. She had been raised in the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, a realm where the law of the jungle prevailed. Even as a child, one was not deprived of the right to grow stronger. Each month, lives were lost, or individuals were cast aside for failing to meet the rigorous standards. Once, she had felt a fleeting sense of belonging there, nearly paying with her life for that sentiment. Thus, upon joining the Watchers, Alien adjusted her perspective. She regarded herself as a slave, albeit one capable of free movement. Similar to her time in the Mercenary Corps, she placed herself at the lowest rung, focusing on fulfilling her duties without forming bonds, resolutely rejecting the overtures of players. Yi Ji's words drew her back to the awakening of the Ice Dragon bloodline. As a mage with modest talents, burdened by the ailments of a mercenary, 50 years indeed encapsulated her existence. Furthermore, Alien's humanity was now irrevocably intertwined with the Watchers. As her thoughts revolved, she inhaled, suppressing the urge to cry. Ultimately, a singular thought emerged. "But, leader, you claim to be human. Yet you have lived for 6 centuries in the annals of history. Many of your members are renowned figures from centuries past. Even those you refer to as players possess extraordinary talents, akin to powerful mages." "Enough," Yi Ji interjected hastily, sensing that his words of encouragement were falling on deaf ears. "These circumstances are temporary. Once the Watchers find their footing and the operations of Sweetwater Town are in full swing, we will welcome ordinary people. To those devoid of magical aptitude, you, Alien, will belong to the Watchers until their final breaths." Yi Ji assured her with unwavering conviction. Ordinary people. At this, the tears that had filled Alien's eyes were abruptly stifled. Her voice quivered with emotion, and her gaze reverted to that initial, incredulous look, as if she were staring at a madman. Do you truly intend to establish a nation ruled by the Watchers, right within the depths of the great oak forest? Though she restrained the latter half of her sentence, her eyes conveyed a sense of folly. Yi Ji, brimming with well-rehearsed rebuttals, was compelled to swallow his words. This is precisely why I despise dealing with dragons, he mused. Such beings, with fleeting memories and volatile emotions, are the stuff of a leader's nightmares. Moreover, nearby players were whispering amongst themselves, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. What were they discussing? It was unclear, but it seemed they were mentioning Alien's departure. Who will be next? Aaron? Were they treating this like a roll call in English class? Yi Ji fell silent, troubled by the incessant demands of both sides. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. A player paused, resting on his knees, panting heavily. "Oh, there you are. Hurry, it's urgent." The urgency in his voice suggested that the matter was indeed serious. With a swift application of a healing spell, Yi Ji finally regained his breath. "Are you looking for me?" The other player nodded vigorously, grasping Yi Ji's hand, eager to flee. "Old Yi, come with us quickly. The fish pond has been taken by goblins." Chapter 148. The goblins have gained intelligence. Oh no, the fish pond has been seized by goblins. For players who had spent several days engaged in quests surrounding the main storyline, the word goblin was a trigger. Just as the words left his lips, a player in the corner sprang to his feet. Goblins? Where are the goblins? Who has taken my master? Had the plot's prelude concluded? No. It seemed a player had triggered it. The commotion startled Alien, who glanced at the messenger attempting to articulate his thoughts. Then at the excited players whose eyes gleamed with fervor. She wisely retreated, realizing that ordinary concerns were unwarranted. The Watchers were no ordinary organization. The messenger continued, pulling Yi Ji along while explaining. "Here's what happened. Earlier, we ventured out to hunt goblins, but lost our way and stumbled into a bamboo grove. We intended to see if there were any bamboo shoots to gather for a feast, while the lad from the fish pond was looking for a place to relieve himself. Players often encountered unexpected changes in their objectives midway through quests. Regardless, while exploring the outdoors, experience points steadily increased. Before Yi Ji could respond, the accompanying player began to critique. Get to the point. Why are you narrating like Pangu creating the world? Your comprehension in language class must have scored a 0. Hey, don't interrupt. This is all relevant. The messenger rolled his eyes. Who exactly is delivering the message here? The crucial part is when a lad returned from the restroom. We happened to find our way back. However, halfway through, we discovered not the boy, but a goblin. Yi Ji felt a jolt of alarm. Could goblins truly be engaging in such deception? Had their intelligence evolved? He promptly halted and pressed the frantic messenger down. Wait, what is your name? Oh, I'm called Lauda, but you can call me Long Aotion. The messenger replied. Yi Ji, what kind of naming convention is that? He decided to adapt. All right, Lauda, are you certain that the fish pond disappeared near the bamboo grove? Lauda pondered for a moment. Not entirely sure, but the fish pond was the last thing we lost sight of. Do you remember the route to the bamboo grove? Maiba? I think I do, but in truth, he did not remember. On the way back, they discovered a missing player and an added goblin. A team reminiscent of protagonists from a horror film. Several players, in the face of imminent peril, scatter in disarray, while Olda himself remains perplexed about his own return. Onlookers express their disdain in unison. Such uncertainty renders one utterly uninformed. What purpose does your message serve? Olda, indignant, pushes away the players encroaching upon him. Bystanders ought to maintain their distance. Do you dare to challenge me? For I could have Oldie expel you all? One retort deserves another. What use are you, mere strategists? Yi Ji slowly shook his head. Not even knowing the location of the missing fish pond, rushing in blindly would only lead to ambush. The notion of goblins abducting players sounds exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that the players' recent fervent explorations have finally aroused the vigilance of the goblin priests? Are they commencing preparations for a counteroffensive? The abduction of a player is a trivial matter. At worst, one could resort to self-destruction to return. The crux lies in their intent for capturing players. Yi Ji was determined to meticulously extract the details. Is the conveniently located fish pond far from your position? The bamboo grove is not extensive, cluttered with fallen leaves, offering a clear view. In terms of straight-line distance, it is not significant. After all, the trees in the game possess unknown structures. Many varieties of leaves exhibit translucency. Even if they form a canopy, lush grass can still thrive beneath. The bamboo and birch, recognizable to them, flourish in an environment akin to their understanding. Not far at all, Yiji murmured. If the players who vanished while attending to nature's call remain only unidirectionally disconnected, the goblins that captured one must have seen the others as well. Why then? Did they seize only a single individual? Perhaps the ambushing goblins were insufficient in number? This hypothesis was immediately dismissed by Yiji. Impossible. Goblins derive their combat prowess primarily from strength. If they were few in number, the captured player would undoubtedly have caused a ruckus, alerting the others. Yet, capturing just one person risks exposure and consequently narrows down the goblin lair's location. Given the typically simplistic nature of goblins, who act impulsively upon sighting individuals, such targeted decision-making seems implausible. Could it be that they intend to infiltrate the players to ascertain the precise location of Sweetwater Town? Yiji suddenly lifted his head, urgency lacing his tone. Where's the goblin that infiltrated? Olda, shamefaced, lowered his gaze, admitting, I hastily returned to convey the message and forgot about it. And were the players accompanying you? Yiji pressed. A goblin capable of mingling with the players must possess a considerable level. Perhaps it wields tracking devices bestowed by the goblin priest. The player who delivered the news he had observed was devoid of any items, or perhaps he simply fled swiftly. The other players, however, are uncertain. If Sweetwater Town is exposed, they were compelled to transition from an initial offensive strategy to a state of forced defense, potentially enduring a one-sided beating. Reality, unlike games, does not present scenarios where one can triumph against 10 adversaries of equal rank, with lower levels and fewer numbers. They were destined to be the ones receiving blows. The most prudent approach was to preemptively prevent such a situation from arising. After elucidating the circumstances to the players, Yiji, with a tinge of relief, inquired, Your companions who ventured out have yet to return, correct? A voice echoed from behind. Are you speaking of us? A dozen pairs of eyes turned in unison. 3 weary players, accompanied by a goblin bound like a worm on the ground, materialized before them. The serious expressions on their faces startled Pai, causing him to awkwardly release the rope tethering the goblin. What's going on? Why does everyone look as if we have no business being here? However, there was a legitimate reason for their presence. The arrival of Olda indicated that the opportunity to relay information had been seized by the opposing side. Yet, they still possessed their spoils. Olda, look, we have captured another goblin. Surely, that warrants a reward? Observing the 3 pairs of eager eyes, the onlookers scoffed. The foolish humans remained oblivious that every gift from fate bore a hidden price. Olda delivered a sharp elbow to the side. You're truly incorrigible. Be quiet. How could they continue in the game after revealing they had brought back a bomb? Just as he relished the misfortune of others and prepared to play the villain, Yiji raised a hand to halt him. Wait, this goblin is merely a common low-tier creature. It carries no tracking devices and lacks the intelligence or ability to inform others. Chapter 149, A False Alarm. Mistaken identity. The dazed goblin was placed on the ground, revealing only its head. Its vacant expression seemed to ponder why the sky above was reduced to a small circular patch. After a thorough examination, the players began to voice their opinions. It looks so foolish. You were deceived by this creature all along. Initially, one might think the goblin had a high intelligence, but it appears your intelligence is merely lacking. The 4 players who had been duped, knowing they had no ground to stand on, could only cast furious glances at those making sarcastic remarks. Yiji observed for a moment and remarked, its reactions are indeed unusual. After being captured, it displayed no signs of distress. The rope binding the creature was merely strips of tough grass cloth scavenged from its body, far less sturdy than spider silk. The goblin did not struggle or hurl insults. It behaved with an unusual civility for its kind. Yiji loosened half of the ropes restraining it. Still, there was no reaction from the goblin. Suddenly, a moment of clarity struck Yiji, and he comprehended the situation. He has been poisoned by the green weasel. Olja inquired, what is a green weasel? It is a common mustelid found on the outskirts of the great oak forest, capable of ejecting a potent green venom from its rear, which is not only highly toxic but also paralyzing. The paralysis effect resembles that of this goblin. If you are affected, you may find yourselves in a far worse predicament, given the human constitution is not on par with that of a goblin. While Yiji elucidated, he simultaneously dismissed previous conjectures. Having been paralyzed by the green weasel's venom, It was implausible for him to undertake the role of an undercover agent. He inquired again. Are you certain he approached voluntarily? Pineapple had initially believed so, but upon this question, he suddenly discerned a gap in his memory. Alarmed, he realized it might not be the case. As a dwarf, Yutang moved exceedingly slowly. However, he was envious of the rapidly increasing experience points gained from exploration. Thus, he had spent money to recruit other players to expedite his progress. By the time Yutang returned from his business, they fortuitously found their way back. Pineapple, frustrated by Yutang's sluggish pace, simply hoisted him up and carried him away. After recounting this, Eltia immediately sided with skepticism. Come now, if you cannot even distinguish between a dwarf and a goblin, you might as well let me take over. Pineapple cried out in protest. Is it my fault for being tall? He was wearing Yutang's trousers. Who could tell the difference? From his vantage point, he could only see Yutang's head. After carrying him for some time without resistance, had he not noticed the goblin was unclothed, he might have continued for a while longer. Yiji pointed out, puzzled, but goblins have green skin. Pineapple turned to explain, Yutang specifically sought a plant dye to color himself green, claiming it would enhance his survival odds. Whether it truly increased his chances or not remained uncertain, but he had, at least, managed to mislead his companions. Players engaged in sulfur mine quests, having overheard the entire affair, stroked their chins and concluded, so Yutang wasn't captured by a goblin after all. He was merely left behind by you all. Eltia cast him a sidelong glance, with his trousers now on a goblin. How could he not have been captured? There was no dispute regarding Yutang's capture. Yiji had checked Yutang's location using the administrator account. He could neither find him nor any record of his demise. It could only be that he had entered a particular hidden location, perhaps a goblin lair. At most, the speculation that goblins attempted to use an undercover agent to locate the player's stronghold was dismissed. Well, that is rather fortunate, one player remarked, patting his chest in relief. What a false alarm. I thought the enemy was at our doorstep. Yiji concluded. Thus, Yutang was indeed captured. However, it was a group of injured goblins who apprehended him, which is why you four managed to escape unscathed. In an ironic twist of fate, Pineapple returned with a goblin gradually losing its mobility due to poisoning, leading to a series of misunderstandings. Though a misunderstanding occurred, numerous valuable clues emerged. For instance, we have identified an additional goblin-infested location and are aware that they are currently facing a food shortage. Yiji proceeded to rebind the goblins on the ground. He selected a random player to assist in escorting them to join the other captured goblins. He then continued to explain to the rest. The green venomous weasel is remarkably swift, and its venom is tenacious. The goblins must be inflicting their hunting targets with considerable harm, indicating a significant food scarcity. I will instruct others to keep a vigilant lookout for areas where animals are active nearby, as we might uncover traces of the goblins. If we cannot locate their lair, luring them out and taking them down one by one would also be a prudent strategy. The players nodded in agreement, with no dissent. The matter concluded, and it was time to settle rewards. Due to the substantial number of captured goblins, Yiji reduced the rewards for Pineapple and the others, gently suggesting that they refrain from capturing them alive next time. Ordinary goblins hold little value as captives. It suffices to leave a few for new players to recognize their appearance. At this moment, the hedgehog, who had been offline, finally arrived. From a distance, he waved to Yiji. Chief, I've summoned Yi Fei for you. Yi Fei trotted over. Chief, did you call for me? Yiji's original intention was to hand over the remaining sulfur he had found near the magma pool. Although he could not confront the level 3 tortoise-shaped monster, he could certainly retrieve items in its vicinity. Simultaneously, he aimed to inquire about the progress of gunpowder production and ascertain what materials were still lacking. However, with the emergence of the fish pond matter, he felt compelled to inform all players and adjust the task direction. Thus, he merely handed over the items, exchanged a few words, and prepared to depart. Yi Fei was overjoyed to receive the sulfur and paid no mind to the players gathering around. He grabbed a few players engaged in the sulfur mining task and headed back. The purity of the sulfur near the magma pool was astonishing. Any delay in turning it into gunpowder would be a personal loss. He left behind a few teammates from the fish pond, along with the curious hedgehog. Upholding the last vestiges of camaraderie, Pineapple inquired about the fate of the fish pond. Would it, too, be taken by the goblins alongside the previously mentioned dwarven craftsman? Theoretically, yes. Yiji paused before continuing. Yet I still recommend that he return swiftly by any means necessary. The goblin lair is short on food, and the treatment of captives is rather grim. Grim treatment? Pineapple's eyes widened in disbelief. Do they eat people? There are numerous instances of cannibalism. What is so surprising about goblins consuming dwarves? Yizei ripiet jaswali. The longevity of the goblin lair suggests it possesses unique attributes. He did not expect a single captive to decipher the routes in and out. It is far more sensible to return quickly to provide labor. Pineapple sighed in response. To avoid being gruesomely dismembered by the goblins, he must log off shortly to alert his companion. From these fragmented utterances, the hedgehog gleaned the essential points and suddenly realized the truth. Could it be that the fish pond had genuinely infiltrated the goblin den? I had presumed he was merely boasting on the forum. Yiji paused, casting a puzzled glance at him. Infiltrated? Chapter 150. The fish pond's disastrous day. The fish pond felt that his luck today was decidedly askew. First, he was compelled to hire several players at a price exceeding the market rate by 10. As a result, none of the four were dependable. Their collective sense of direction was inferior to his own. He had barely ventured out before losing his way. Next, while attempting to relieve himself, he was ambushed and had his trousers pilfered by an unseen creature. Ultimately, he found himself face to face with a horde of goblins. As he contemplated this, the fish pond ground his teeth in frustration. Which foul wretch was disseminating misleading strategies on the forum? The rewards from the divine goddess were hardly a stroke of luck. When he returned, he would undoubtedly track down the poster and exact his revenge to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Did they comprehend the extent of his sacrifices to erase the negative goodwill of 500 with Xiaoming? What luck! Misfortune would be a more fitting description. He had unwittingly transformed a multiplayer game into a solitary experience. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, the fish pond redirected his gaze to his surroundings. He found himself in a cramped square space, no larger than 3 square meters. There was no door, only a small window shaped like a square, just wide enough for him to pass through. The sparse interior contained only a few broken jars emitting a peculiar odor, haphazardly stacked in one corner. The fish pond climbed atop the jars to peer through the window, only to meet the gaze of a patrolling goblin. The goblin extended its arm, brandishing a wooden club, and chattered at him in an incomprehensible tongue. The fish pond's gaze lingered on the creature's well-developed biceps for a moment, before he quietly retreated. Alas, leaning against the wall, he sighed heavily. What sins had he committed to find himself in this predicament? After inadvertently stumbling into the goblin patrol, he had foolishly followed them back to this very room. Based on his observations, he suspected the goblins mistook him for one of their own. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why they had neither bound him nor restricted his freedom of movement. The good news was that he was, for the time being, safe. The bad news was that this safety was but temporary. Smile. The fish pond possessed no understanding of the goblin language or culture, although he had unwittingly infiltrated their ranks. It was only a matter of time before he would be discovered. Despite his attempts to minimize his errors by avoiding venturing out, who could say whether there were unavoidable circumstances that required him to leave? What then? To perish in this place? No, dying here would be far too humiliating. The fish pond suddenly felt a surge of agitation. He ventured forth in pursuit of additional experience points. How could he, due to the pressing nature of human necessities, not only see all his hard-earned experience points vanish, but also be left to languish for an entire day on the forum, awaiting revival? His current status is rather unique. There remains a possibility of departing this realm alive. Moreover, this presents an excellent opportunity to unveil the whereabouts of the goblin lair. Upon logging back in, he still found no means of self-rescue. He must temporarily log out and consult the strategists on the forum. His post had fermented for some time, garnering a substantial number of comments. Shocked as a randomly transformed dwarf, I am mistaken for a goblin by the minions in the game, was the title of his post. He recounted the harrowing tale of being half-kidnapped by goblins in vivid detail. Initially, he had hoped that the omniscient netizens would offer some advice. Instead, the casual players made light of the situation, while the beta testers were deeply skeptical. Both sides assumed he was merely boasting. Now, his main quest was stalled at locating the goblin lair, with Fish Pond claiming he was already inside. Who would be foolish enough to believe that? Upon logging out, he noticed a few more skeptical voices in the comments section, offering no useful information whatsoever. He was thoroughly enraged. Why, on ordinary days, did they possess such clever ideas? Yet at this critical juncture, none proved helpful. Thus, he pounded the keyboard, typing furiously. Banana, you silly thing. Huh. This extra S-tail is severely disconnected from reality. Professionalism is in grave doubt. Fish pond. This netizen is still immersed in the role-playing. Is this not the forum for that godforsaken game? Starving Flow mid-laner. We beta testers have truly fallen. A genuine actor has emerged among us. Fish pond. Starving Flow's sister. Do you not believe in my integrity? Heartbroken. The other party was online and almost instantaneously replied. Starving Flow mid-laner. Of course not. Smiling, I do not believe. Starving Flow mid-laner. If it were true, the route into the goblin lair could be succinctly outlined. Who would be fooled? Fish pond. I am wronged. I too wish I could remember the route, but at that moment, I genuinely stumbled in without a clue. Fish pond knew very well why the beta testers were skeptical. It was precisely because he could not articulate the path that led him into the goblin lair. However, no matter how he tried to recall, he could not conjure a single route from his memory. It seemed he had merely walked forward, with the surroundings shifting from jungle to stone ruins. Fish pond himself found it quite perplexing. Brothers, stop lurking. I am indeed trapped inside and cannot escape. My life is at stake, in dire urgency. A handsome lad. Please come up with a solution. Hedgehog Tada, your savior has arrived. Hedgehog, to all the lurking brothers, come forth. It has been confirmed, this fellow has truly dug his own grave. Even his location is unknown. After all, Fish pond had a way with words, and his tale of being mistaken for a goblin was quite amusing. As soon as this comment appeared, instantly, a multitude of spectators emerged to observe the unfolding events. The player known as Desperate Solo exclaimed, I can't believe it. This is truly happening. The hedgehog responded, it's 100% genuine. His teammates can attest to it. Fish pond chimed in, wow. Those four lads finally brought back news of my disappearance. He had been offline for nearly 2 hours, anxiously indulging in a takeout meal. Yet, the anticipated players were still absent from the thread. He had assumed they were still lost within the game. Greedy Life remarked, something's off. Goblins aren't supposed to look as unattractive as Fish pond. To which Fish pond retorted, mind your words. Millennial Grind mused, are there really more extras than before? Is this becoming the main storyline? In Sweetwater Town, as he observed the mounting posts and the details shared by Fish pond, Yiji was compelled to acknowledge an undeniable reality. Had Fish pond truly infiltrated the goblin nest? A glimmer of disbelief flickered in his eyes. It must be said, there were advantages to being less than aesthetically pleasing. At the very least, Yiji had never encountered anyone elsewhere who could not distinguish between dwarves and goblins. Yet, there were also benefits. The disparity between the abilities of ordinary goblins and those of captives was monumental. Perhaps this fortuitous coincidence could genuinely alter the stagnant progress of goblin nest exploration. Upon this realization, Yiji swiftly opened the half-finished private chat window he had created earlier. Selecting the recipient, my dear Fish pond is full. Just before sending the message, he hesitated, pondering the appropriate manner of contact. Official website operations? Why would staff concern themselves with in-game affairs? As the faction leader, why would Yiji resort to the forum? While lost in thought, his gaze fortuitously landed on a particular section of Fish pond's post, sparking inspiration. Eureka! Chapter 151. Dual Operations of Reality in Game. Advancing the plot, he clapped his hands, rapidly creating a new management account with permissions that excluded forum administrators. He changed his avatar to the promotional image of Little Ming, designating it as the Divine Lady. Done. Yiji nodded in satisfaction. A mascot as a comedic character is a perfectly normal occurrence, truly a splendid setup. He then began to compose his first message. Loyal homecoming. I hear you're facing difficulties? After finally concluding 2 hours of solitary gameplay, Fish pond was deeply engaged in fervent discussions with the forum's military strategists. He sought their counsel on escaping, while they urged him to eliminate the leader and unify the goblin army. Others insisted he should emerge to guide them, shouting for assistance. Proclaiming that the goblins were at work within, they even strongly requested that the officials include the segments in promotional materials. Fish pond found himself utterly speechless. Even with the authenticity of his post verified, the ludicrous ideas of these players were increasingly unreliable, just as he was engaged in a verbal battle with the crowd. In the midst of a plethora of memes and critiques from theoretical experts, I sought to unearth valuable information. I noticed a new red bubble in the upper right corner of the website, a place that once lit up with a red dot when I had previously obtained beta testing qualifications. Curiosity piqued, I clicked on it, revealing a private chat box. I exclaimed, wow, the official site truly has a private chat function. That rascal Feezy wasn't joking. I then noticed something peculiar. Wait, what is up with your avatar? My astonishment escalated. Heavens. We've broken the fourth wall. I was hooked. Yiji quickly provided an explanation. The goddess remarked, what are you talking about, Ritterni? I don't comprehend. She continued, I heard you went missing. Relying on the blessings bestowed by the divine, I barely managed to reach you. My rose withered. I was taken aback. You can even express emotions? So that golden shimmering skill is utilized in this manner. Initially, I found it odd that, despite my limited rapport with Xiaoming, my demeanor had shifted so dramatically. Suddenly, a revelation struck me. Given the game's high difficulty level under the divine realm, which also entailed hardcore knowledge, how could they manage without the forum to connect with a guiding hand? They would certainly suffer immensely. This must be the officials' method of easing their challenges. It was my first encounter with a gameplay mechanism that advances the narrative in both the game and reality. A sense of novelty sparkled in my eyes, and the thrill of this shared experience was exhilarating. I continued typing, I understand now. So, can you locate my position and summon others to me? The goddess replied, not at the moment. My power is currently feeble, and maintaining this communication channel is quite arduous. To thwart the player's whimsical ideas, Yiji decisively sealed this avenue. However, she gently encouraged, nonetheless, if you encounter other difficulties, feel free to inform me. Perhaps I can offer some suggestions. Her primary objective in privately messaging me was to help me establish a foothold in the goblin's lair, thereby expanding my range of activities to gather intelligence. I'm used, so it's merely a customer service representative? Yes, she responded. Never mind, I indeed have two pressing challenges. I conveyed. I needed to choose a reliable ally between the comedic players and the mascot that slumbers daily by the statue. I felt both options were equally dubious. Yet, since I was here, I might as well utilize the guiding hand without hesitation. I continued. Firstly, I am entirely unfamiliar with the goblins and oblivious to their food distribution. My character hasn't eaten for half a day. I added, moreover, I possess plant dye, which will fade in just 2 days. I urgently require someone to rescue me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so impatiently engaging in a battle of wits with the comedic players. Time was of the essence. His game character was on the brink of starvation, or perhaps facing exposure and a merciless demise at the hands of a mob. Yiji halted his actions, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The predicament was indeed considerable. The goblin, having returned to its lair with a fish pond, must have mistaken him for a player and brought back the goblin afflicted by the venom of the green weasel. Hence, as long as the fish pond remained silent and still, the goblin would continue to perceive him as an injured party, harboring no doubts about his identity. However, being an injured party was one matter, while the allocation of merits was another. The goblins revered strength above all else. In times of food scarcity, the fish pond that returned empty-handed would likely receive no sustenance whatsoever. Yiji attempted to communicate through typing. Goddess, you may search your surroundings. Hoarding food is an instinct of all beings, and there may be surprises within the room. Fish pond. I've already looked. In such a minuscule space. Besides a few broken jars, there isn't even a mouse. Goddess, perhaps there is food within the jars? Fish pond. Then I might as well perish peacefully. In truth, matters of pride and the manner of death were not of utmost importance. Although the opening of the pottery was too narrow, and the sound of sloshing water made it impossible to extract anything without using fingers, he was oblivious to what lay inside. Yet, from the diagonal distance, he could already detect a foul odor emanating from within. Fish Pond instinctively sensed that the contents were undesirable. Regardless, he was certainly not going to consume anything. Yiji felt a wave of frustration. What time to be picky about food? Yet he understood, for players, this was merely a game, and they were not inclined to lower their standards. Resolving to bypass this stage, he turned to impart knowledge about goblin habits to Fish Pond. It was utterly implausible to expect the other to master the art of goblin disguise within a single day. However, Fish Pond was required to portray a foolish goblin, rendered dull-witted by the effects of poison, with an intellect slightly inferior to that of an ordinary goblin. This made the role far more manageable. Yiji taught him a few common phrases used by goblins, along with insights into the everyday life of an ordinary goblin. After assessing that Fish Pond could respond adequately, he informed him that he could venture out, assuming the guise of a foolish goblin, to seek food independently. Fish Pond, is this really sufficient? I'll log in and give it a try. Yiji hastily called out to him. Goddess, wait, Ritterni. I also require your assistance, tears streaming. In addition to aiding Fish Pond in navigating his crisis, he needed to glean further information about the goblin lair from him. Fish Pond, but I truly have no idea how I got in here, banging the table. Goddess, no matter, I will inquire, and you shall respond. The fact that Fish Pond had entered the goblin lair with his eyes wide open indicated that he possessed vital clues to break the stalemate, even if he had yet to realize it. Chapter 152. The ruins of the citizens of the void in stark contrast to the player's haphazard inquiries. Yiji posed questions that were remarkably targeted. He swiftly obtained the desired clues. Through the vigilant observations of the fish pond, he discerned that the goblin lair was situated within a vast pit characterized by sparse trees. Its form resembled a circular, abandoned relic akin to the ancient Roman Colosseum. However, unlike the expansive arena at the center of the Colosseum, this place was a convoluted structure of multi-layered buildings, each adorned with numerous small chambers reminiscent of pigeon coops. The goblins resided within these enclosures. The fish pond found itself positioned in what could be described as the outer ring of the lair. The fish pond remarked, "The goblins on the outermost circle are on patrol. They will notice me the moment I make an appearance. Their defenses are exceedingly tight." He continued, "Surrounding me are ordinary goblins. I surmise that the higher-tier goblins and captives are within the inner circle." The goddess responded, "Yes. I will convey this information to the chief at once." The fish pond sighed, "What a pity. If only I could ascertain the route into the goblin lair. You could all witness it yourselves." The goddess reassured, "No need. This information is already of great significance." Yiji, maintaining a stoic expression, typed out a wavy line. He had successfully garnered the clues he needed. The goblin lair lay exposed on the ground, and the fish pond had not sensed any abrupt changes in the surrounding environment upon entry. The concealment methods employed by this goblin lair appeared quite similar to those of Sweetwater Town. It neither involved spatial distortion nor autonomous movement. Instead, it generated illusions. Although it remained uncertain whether the illusions affected the intruders or the environment itself, having a direction made everything far more manageable. It turned out that the goblin species, adept in illusionary magic, posed a far more intricate challenge than those focused solely on combat. Yiji's thoughts shifted. However, this was advantageous for the players, who currently lacked combat prowess. If a goblin priest were to unleash a widespread spell, it could decimate a significant portion of the players, causing Yiji considerable concern. Yet, illusions waged a war of attrition. As players of the Fourth Calamity, they were least intimidated by such tactics. Provided the war of attrition continued for a day, Yiji would be granted an inexhaustible supply of reinforcements. Ahem. Although, in the end, resources might dwindle, necessitating the players to engage in battle unadorned. The goddess stated, "While we have gained insight into the location of the goblin lair, our reinforcements cannot arrive immediately." She added, "Please be sure to prioritize your safety. We will do our utmost to rescue you." The fish pond replied, "No problem. I have nothing to occupy my time during this recent break. I will log in and gather more intelligence for you." He continued, "So am I not significantly more formidable than those veteran players?" He tossed a rose into the air and caught it again, raising an eyebrow. Yiji's mental faculties halted mid-thought, his expression complex. No, did this fellow truly just flirt? Let us acquiesce to the desires of another. He deleted the words he had painstakingly typed, only to re-enter them anew. The goddess exclaimed, "Oh, with starry eyes, you are truly the most remarkable Ritterni I have ever encountered. I am in awe." The fish pond responded, "Hee, it's just a trivial matter. Goddess, your words, now that you speak like a human, are far more coherent than those of the forum's foolish denizens." The fish pond continued, "I previously thought your murmurs were mere insults, but it turns out they are warm-hearted and adorned with roses." Yiji remarked, "No, he can attest that Xiao Ming indeed employs universal language to hurl insults daily." With no further information to glean, Yiji decisively severed the conversation. The goddess sent a final message, clicked to send, closed the dialog box, and went offline in one fluid motion. The The fish pawn's subsequent reactions were lost to Yi, who had more pressing matters at hand. Yi produced a replica of a garbled map, sprawling it across the entire tabletop. He meticulously sketched the vegetation distribution from his memory. The circular stone ruins, resembling a pigeon coop, featured minuscule rooms. From the descriptions, it was apparent that this was a structure favored by Kalar, the sky god, who delighted in arranging his followers like figurines as it brought him joy. To please him, his devotees constructed edifices that aligned with his preferences, one of which was the pigeon coop. Kalar favored terrestrial excursions. Thus, his followers chose spacious settlements to accommodate his grand avian form. Even if the ruins lay in desolation, they remained within the expansive realm of the great oak forest. The remnants of the once divine subjects still lingered. For instance, as the fish pond noted, the trees surrounding the ruins were sparse. Yet this was insufficient. Yi scrutinized the augmented map, falling into contemplation. Beyond merely resisting the encroachment of weeds and trees, they needed to prepare a landing site for Kalar, an optimal vantage point from which to admire the pigeon coop. Yi circled several locations on the map. The first possibility suggested that a cliff might be concealed by illusion, unnoticed by the fish pond. The second possibility indicated proximity to a riverbank. Kalar's true form was that of an amphibious bird, capable of perching upon cliffs or surveying the vast pit from the water. If a cliff served as an anchor point, only two suspicious areas remained on the map. Conversely, if the riverbank was the reference, the nearby Volland River flowed directly to the ocean, multiplying the potential points of interest. However, these were not insurmountable obstacles. Yi erased several of the circled areas on the map, subsequently marking a more confined range. Given the unique terrain, it was utterly impossible to conceal all traces with illusions. After all, falsehoods are ultimately ephemeral, a flaw inherent in deception. Yi asserted with conviction. The trees are indeed sparse. The sunlight penetrates the deceptive thicket, casting its rays upon the vegetation beyond the boundaries of the illusionary magical circle. The manifestations are bound to exhibit discrepancies. This place is not it. This one is not suitable either. And here's well. Coupled with the previously discovered traces of goblin activity, the suspicion in this area has risen considerably. After spending over half an hour, Yi completed the final version of the map. The number of suspicious locations has been narrowed down to 5. Yi set aside the quill, feeling somewhat more at ease. With the approximate locations confirmed, the next step is to have players test the type of illusion. There are only a few categories of illusion magic, deceiving the eyes, the ears, the nose, and the mind. Each type has its corresponding method of detection. Coincidentally, Yi is proficient in all of them. Given the current conditions of the Watcher, the most effective detection method is through potions. Yi sifted through his storage space, nodding to himself. Although the remaining potions are few, concocting the main ingredients for the 4 types of illusion detection potions poses no issue. There are, however, some shortages in auxiliary materials. Nonetheless, this is inconsequential. Auxiliary potions are generally quite common, with many alternatives available. A stroll through the great oak forest should suffice to gather what he needs. Chapter 153. Departure to investigate the final suspicious locations. The progress of events has exceeded Yi's expectations. Just before heading out, he casually hung up a list of auxiliary materials he believed might be nearby for purchase in the shop. To his astonishment, before he had even left Sweetwater Town, all the orders were claimed. Just as he was about to accelerate his pace with wind control, Yi silently dispelled his magical energy and turned back. The player who accepted these orders was none other than the same individual. Gazing at the player waiting at the quest point, Yi was astonished. "It's you again?" The village's ergo waved enthusiastically. "Good afternoon, Chief. What a coincidence. I just returned and saw the shop updated its purchase list. I happen to have everything on it." He rummaged through his game bag and produced a homemade bundle. Upon opening it, he selected 5 or 6 herbs. "Here, these are all freshly dug up today." Yi examined the items and fell into silence. Ergo tilted his head, observing his expression. "What's wrong? Are the characteristics not as described in the purchase list?" "No, they match perfectly." Yi simply found himself at a loss for words. What incredible luck does this person possess? First, he discovered potatoes, then 2 types of healing potions. Although his good fortune seemed to run dry afterward, as he ended up posting on the forum for a day due to accidentally consuming a potion. Yet, how is it that so soon after his revival, He has uncovered so many ingredients for dispelling illusions. Even though not all auxiliary materials are of high-grade potions, the majority are herbs. This luck is undeniably extraordinary. Yiji regarded Ergo with a curious gaze, feeling an intense urge to seize him for study. Fortunately, he ultimately managed to restrain himself. "Did you dig all of these today?" "Of course." Ergo replied with a firm nod. Observing the peculiar shapes of the items, I sensed that they were certainly extraordinary. However, he scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. "But the items you have listed are somewhat varied. Some of them I found several days ago, and with the rising temperatures, they are on the verge of drying out. Do you also accept dried plants?" "Dried plants." Yiji chuckled at this description. It was indeed peculiar for someone entirely ignorant of potions and herbs to have such a profound connection with plants. He nodded with a smile. "Yes, we do." "That's splendid." Ergo exclaimed joyfully, retrieving another bundle from his game backpack. Inside were the herbs he had described, now dried. After sifting through them, he successfully gathered all the necessary supplementary materials. Furthermore, Yiji discovered several common additives for potion making among the contents. He acquired those as well and informed Ergo that if he made any further discoveries, he could present them to him first. Yiji would grant him 3 opportunities for free identification. For someone with such remarkable luck, special treatment was warranted. Ergo eagerly agreed, carrying his lighter bundle with delight as he departed. Yiji then removed the recently posted acquisition list, returning to the crafting of potions. The 4 potions for dispelling illusions were all low level, making them quite simple to concoct. Before dawn on the second day, Yiji had prepared 10 portions of each, totaling 40 illusion-disrupting potions. He handed these, along with the latest map impressions, to the original cartographer, Lin Ma. Luan Ma promptly assembled a search team of 3 and set off immediately. The 5 suspicious locations were far apart, making inspections time-consuming. By the end of the day, Luan Ma and his team had only checked 3 locations, none of which yielded results. As dusk descended, the trio navigated through the dense forest, the ground carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves that crunched softly beneath their feet. Zhu Lu listened intently to the strange cries emanating from afar, her expression grave. "Are we truly going to continue forward?" Luan Ma cleared away the obstructing thorns and turned to give her an affirmative look. "The main quest is time-sensitive. We cannot afford to linger on initial tasks." Zhan Sheng tossed his cup into his game backpack, wiping his mouth. "Oh, that feels good. Don't worry, Zhu Lu. The reward for locating the goblin nest is greater than if we were to suffer a complete defeat. If you return now and come back tomorrow, the danger may not necessarily lessen, but we would lose a day. Time is money on the battlefield. It cannot be squandered." Zhu Lu sighed. "I know. I was merely asking." She compared the map in her hands, pulling Zhan Sheng back onto the correct path. "After all, this is our first night outside the safe zone. Did none of you have any unusual reactions?" "What kind of reaction?" "Fear." Zhan Sheng changed direction. With hands clasped behind her head, she strolled leisurely. "You girls are so prone to sentimentality. This is merely a game. Our deaths bear little consequence, so why fear? The logic is sound. Yet, accepting the possibility of perishing in such a vivid game remains a formidable challenge." Zhu Lu shrugged, conceding her sensitivity. She was only just beginning to comprehend the situation. Initially, the chaotic code attracted attention, summoning not only her as a healer of light, but also a fire-type player named Tan Sheng from the depths, presumably to serve as a source of illumination at night. They were destined to traverse the dark roads that evening. Having journeyed a short distance further, the sky darkened completely. In the forest, the night was so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of them. They were reliant on Tan Sheng for light as they pressed onward. At this moment, their location was perilously close to the 4th suspicious site marked on the map. Zhu Lu's eyelids fluttered, a nagging sense of foreboding gnawing at her. She uneasily inquired of the chaotic code ahead. "Brother Code, what did it feel like to die once?" "Hey," mentioning that is bad luck, Tan Sheng interjected, unable to restrain himself. Zhu Lu rolled her eyes. "So, you're not completely fearless, are you?" "I'm not afraid. I'm just indignant on Brother Code's behalf." Tan Sheng defended himself, hands on his hips. Everyone knows Brother Code met a gruesome fate, tortured for 2 days before he succumbed. Bringing this up is akin to rubbing salt in his wounds. The chaotic Code's face darkened. Who is spreading such outrageous rumors? His death had become increasingly exaggerated. Soon, he would be likened to Jesus, enduring 7 days of torment before being reborn. After failing to clarify, he ultimately responded to Zhu Lu's inquiry. Dying in the game is akin to getting a shot. The most significant aspect is the psychological pressure before death. In truth, it's even more mundane than triggering our pain threshold. The chaotic code reflected on his experience. You all know that the longer the pain threshold is triggered, the stronger the sensation of viewing oneself from a third-person perspective becomes, right? Receiving a fatal blow evokes that sensation. Tan Sheng's expression relaxed. It seems the game has done rather well in this regard. Observing his fluctuating demeanor, Zhu Lu shot him a teasing glance. How amusing. The chaotic code utilized the flickering light from Tan Sheng's flame to inspect the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, he gestured for the others to halt. All right, this position suffices. As per usual, we shall proceed separately. Chapter 154. Discovering the target, the stone relics in the Great Pit. He added, Tan Sheng, keep the flame small. Extinguish it when not testing for visual deception and illusions. The vegetation near the goblin nest is sparse. Who knows how many illusions are crafted from the foliage ahead? They cannot conceal our movements. The two exchanged hand signals, signaling silence as they parted ways. They have conducted this illusion check several times, displaying remarkable proficiency. The crisp chime of bells resonates, vibrating through the air at an exceptionally low frequency. A fragrant aroma permeates the surroundings. The enigmatic figure applies a potion to his eyes, surveying the area. His gaze reveals no alterations. Distantly, the sound of flowing water echoes. I have scrutinized my senses, and, as of now, I have not detected anything unusual. I am in agreement. Greed also responds, indicating that only one test remains, though the outcome appears uncertain. He opens a vial of potion, grimacing as he consumes its contents. The potion's effect is disappointingly brief. Even old Yi has failed to procure a quality brew for us. It is bitter beyond measure, and my pain threshold remains unaffected by it. After finishing, he waits a mere 2 seconds before reopening his eyes to observe his surroundings. There is no discernible change. The enigmatic figure sighs. I detect nothing here either. Perhaps we should advance further, as we may not yet have entered the illusion's range. The other two nod in agreement. As nearly a minute of magical incantation concludes, the fire at Greed's fingertips rekindles. The trio deliberately chooses to traverse through densely vegetated areas, minimizing the fire's illuminating impact. The leaves beneath their feet gradually diminish, and the sound of their footsteps softens. The surroundings grow eerily silent, a silence that unsettles Greed. His gaze sweeps the ground, alert for any hidden dangers. After a few steps, an inexplicable feeling washes over him, prompting him to halt. The humanoid torch comes to a standstill, and the other two turn back. What is it? Asks the enigmatic figure. Greed furrows his brow, unable to articulate the source of his unease. The flowing water shoots him a disdainful glance. When one is frightened, everything seems strange. If you are timid, just admit it. Having reassured herself after their conversation, why does the other party now appear anxious? The enigmatic figure scans the vicinity, confirming that there is no immediate danger. Thus, he suggests, since it feels odd, let us pause and investigate. We may uncover something significant. The flowing water crosses her arms. Contemplating. That is acceptable. I shall log off to rest anyway. No need. I shall go alone, Greed insists. His nose continues to twitch as he inhales deeply. Upon stopping, the peculiar scent intensifies. He now has a direction. Greed ventures behind a low thicket, stripped of many leaves, parting it to reveal a footprint larger than that of an adult. Indeed, he eagerly beckons the others. Come quickly, I have discovered a goblin's footprint. The footprint. The enigmatic figure swiftly approaches, pressing through the opposite thicket. Upon closer inspection, her expression shifts from delight to confusion. Where? Huh? Can you not see it? Greed realizes. He dives into the thicket, covering his nose as he pats the unmistakable indentation in the ground. Can you not see this obvious depression? Ugh, it is unbearable. This fellow certainly has foot odor, as the scent of his footprint is overwhelming. Greedily, I shook off the imprint left on the ground. Let me give it a try. Zhu Lu followed suit, placing her hand where Greed had just stood. She then shook her head, still feeling nothing. Chaos pondered the potion Greed had consumed earlier, promptly retrieving 2 vials from his backpack, one for Zhu Lu and the other for himself. 2 seconds later, he glanced back at the spot. his expression transforming into one of astonishment. There truly were footprints. Is it real? Zhu Lu, no longer hesitating, gulped down the bitter potion in one swift motion. She curiously re-examined the footprints on the ground. What sort of technique is this? No, it must be an illusion. The sensation is utterly nauseating. What a wretched smell. As she spoke, her expression became indescribable, retreating clumsily. Greed cast a sympathetic glance at her. I told you it stinks. If it were merely an ordinary foul odor, would he have reacted so? Chaos, gripping the now empty vial tightly, realized it seems we have found our target. Half an hour later, rustling sounds emerged from the grass. A goblin nearby immediately turned alert, picking up a wooden stick from the ground, scrambling to his feet, and hunching as he approached the source of the noise. A vibrant green grasshopper leapt from the thicket. The goblin paused momentarily, then his expression morphed into a vicious glare as he uttered a series of grotesque syllables. He then returned to his spot to doze off with the stick in hand. Behind the thicket, Chaos and the others held their breath, cautiously retreating step by step. Once at a safe distance, Zhu Lu slowed her pace and exhaled. So, this is the goblin lair? It's somewhat different from what I had envisioned. Truly remarkable. Greed clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with excitement. I have never encountered such a naturally formed pit while traveling to tourist attractions. Through the crevice, the outside world appeared as though one had traversed a dimensional portal. Behind them lay dense forest, while in front was the vast pit. The circular stone structures, though marred by numerous gaps and adorned with moss, still exuded a unique beauty when juxtaposed with the pit. Under the flickering torchlight, it appeared almost dreamlike. If only the multitude of green-skinned goblins, which mar the aesthetic, were absent. Chaos recorded their latest discovery in the mission log. Illusion type, cognitive deception, lair location, destination 4. Moments ago, he had found a broken stick nearby, showing signs of goblin craftsmanship, sufficient evidence for task submission. After completing everything, Chaos looked up at the others. Our mission has been exceeded. What do you all plan to do next? Greed rubbed his hands eagerly. The exploration task is complete, but we still have the main storyline to pursue. We are among the first players to discover the goblin lair, not counting the fish pond. Now we can get a head start and commence the main quest. He retrieved a coconut melon from his backpack, though it was adorned with a fuse. I have procured a coconut melon explosive package from Lao Yi. Wow. Zhu Lu quietly covered her mouth and stepped back, questioning if they were adequately prepared. Was she the only one casually accepting such a task? Opportunities are only bestowed upon the well-prepared. To ascend to the ranks of elite players, one must possess certain skills. He tossed his head with flair, his tone dripping with persuasion. So what do you say? Are you in? Zhu Lu expressed her concerns. However, we have toiled all day, and our stamina is severely depleted. It would be easy to encounter mishaps, wouldn't it? In fact, it is absolutely unavoidable. Once the explosion occurs, their position would undoubtedly be exposed. Even if they managed to escape the goblins' pursuit thereafter, the noise of the detonation would surely attract numerous dangers. Chapter 155. Contact the fish pond. Preparing for the mischief, Tan Sheng nonchalantly waved his hand. If something goes wrong, so be it. I have class tomorrow, and dying today would merely mean reviving afterward. Aside from weapons and quest items, everything else in my backpack has been stored at the shop, so I fear no losses. Zhu Lu, garbled. I have emptied my backpack as well. Zhu Lu. Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Is this the mindset of seasoned players? Calculating even the prospect of death with such clarity? Garbled cast a glance. Do you wish to stay? Zhu Lu immediately shook her head vigorously. I think I shall pass. She had collected numerous rare plants along the way and intended to return with them to exchange for currency. She cannot afford to perish here. No wonder the two on the opposite side didn't even glance at the roadside objects. Zhu Lu felt tears welling up in her eyes. She was akin to a novice who had stumbled into a high-level match, feeling entirely out of place among her surroundings. Is that so? Garbled displayed a look of regret. Such plans to hunt goblins solo are indeed rare. I was thinking that if you were to stay, I could take the task items back instead. He extracted a wooden stick from his backpack and handed it to Zhu Lu. Since it has come to this, I'll trouble you to take this back with you. Zhu Lu accepted it into her backpack, indicating no problem. Thus, both parties resolved to part ways. However, the hour was still relatively early. Goblins are notoriously alert. Venturing out with explosives would significantly diminish their efficacy. They conferred and decided to wait until deep into the night to act, allowing the goblins to become complacent while also granting them a chance to rest and regain their energy. Ideally, they would manage to place the explosives deep within the goblin lair, inflicting maximum destruction. Before departing, Zhu Lu pondered something. Shouldn't you communicate with the fish pond? I recall he resides on the outskirts as well. If there is no communication, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Tan Sheng stroked his chin in contemplation. Indeed, I nearly forgot about him. Wasn't he clamoring on the forum about the restricted activity range of ordinary goblins, lamenting the absence of useful intelligence? Did he desire to be rescued? Amid the chaos wrought by the explosion, they could conveniently extract him. Whether he survives after his escape is not his concern. He shared his thoughts with the glitch, who concurred. The efficacy of the completed explosives had yet to be tested, and there indeed existed a possibility of collateral damage. It would be ideal to save the fish pond. After all, waiting idly until deep into the night was still waiting. The greedy life enthusiastically volunteered. I shall log off to seek assistance on the forum. That lad must be there, inside the stone ruins. The fish pond sat in a cramped room of less than 3 square meters, sighing in despair. Thanks to the method provided by Yi, he successfully escaped from this confining space. However, the activity range of an ordinary goblin remained severely limited. For instance, he could only traverse between the current building and the patrolling structures outside on the first floor. He was not permitted to enter the inner sanctum, and external areas were restricted by illusions, disallowing free passage. The ordinary goblin harbored no objections regarding his mode of existence. Indifferent to his treatment and the information he possessed, he felt akin to a mere cog in a colossal machine. With such a minuscule distance, how could he possibly glean any valuable information? He could not help but voice his discontent. The sole advantage, perhaps, was the peculiar appearance of the ruins. After wandering inside for a day, he accrued more experience points than he did during his explorations outside. This realization made him hesitant to embrace death. Should he perish, those experience points would vanish into oblivion. The fish pond patted his protesting stomach, sighing once more. Hunger gnawed at him. The vegetation around the ruins was sparse. After searching nearby for quite some time, he managed to find a few mushrooms nestled within the crevices of the outer wall. Remarkably, goblins only consumed raw meat. The torch served merely for illumination and as a potential weapon. To satisfy his hunger, he had to stealthily retreat to his room and roast the mushrooms piece by piece with fireball magic. He had to be cautious, as cooking too quickly would release an enticing aroma into the air. The entire process was exceedingly dismal and troublesome. Didn't they mention progress regarding the nest location? Why had no one arrived yet? After finishing the mushrooms, the fish pond found himself restless and famished within the room. He decided to log off entirely. I shall see how far they have progressed. He had no intention of venturing out in the dead of night for food. It was far more sensible to log off. Once asleep, hunger would no longer plague him. Upon logging off, he discovered the eager life enthusiast seeking him on the forum. The two successfully connected online. The fish pond rejoiced. They fervently discussed the details of their rendezvous on the forum. Although the fish pond could not venture out after a day of exploration, he had become intimately familiar with the patrol patterns of the perimeter. As long as the individuals outside could take advantage of the shift change to eliminate a few goblins, he would have a fleeting opportunity to escape. Fish Pond, the area to the east where purple vines grow along the edge of the pit, has the lowest patrol density, and there's only a single vine for ascending and descending. Fish Pond, you all should go there to meet me. Before you leave, cut down the vines, and you will definitely be able to escape. Fish Pond, the shift change there lasts longer than in other areas, approximately 10 minutes, occurring once every hour. Fish Pond, what do you think? Shall we proceed there now? He rapidly typed a series of comments, already reveling in the delightful prospect of their impending departure. Greed, there's no rush. We plan to act at midnight. Fish Pond. That works. By then, most of the goblins will be asleep, making it the perfect time to escape. Fish Pond. This time will be just enough for me to explore the nearby area and see if I can acquire any useful items to bring back. Fish Pond. How many of you are there? Is there room in your backpacks? I can prepare some supplies for you. Greed. Well, haha, we want to need that. No need? Upon seeing Greed's response, Fish Pond felt a twinge of suspicion. Isn't it customary for players, especially thieves, to scavenge for loot? He cautiously typed, aside from rescuing me, I trust you have no other intentions? After receiving an affirmative reply from Greed, Fishpond sighed in relief. What a scare. I thought they were up to mischief. He was burdened with a significant amount of unrecorded experience points and had no intention of disclosing that here. Once the rendezvous time was confirmed, he seized the opportunity to make a bold request. Since we have several hours until action, remember to bring some food, preferably roasted potatoes. Seasoned with salt. I'll owe you 50 for that. Greed. 6. Refusing to place an order. Outside the goblin den, in a small clearing surrounded by grass, Greed opened his eyes, leaning against the base of a tree, exclaiming, "Oh yeah, success." He had successfully contacted Fishpond. A nearby companion, curious while eating, turned his head. Why did it take so long? Finding someone takes time, you know. Plus, I gathered quite a bit from him, Greed casually replied, but suddenly realized something was amiss. He swiftly turned his head, stunned. Wait, why are you still here? Chapter 156, Setting Up the Explosives. His companion shot him a disdainful glance. You logged off for over an hour, and I completed my quests and returned. Greed slapped his forehead in frustration. I forgot about the game as time flew. He cautiously observed his surroundings, which appeared unchanged since he left. Nothing happened, just approaching the time to start the operation, Garbled replied, casually tossing a wide-bladed knife. Characteristic of the Lucky Strike squad, towards him. His companion returned bearing new weapons, including this knife provided by Fei Zi and 3 coconut bombs supplied by Lao Yi. Old Yi means that the goblins currently harbor the least suspicion towards us. He hopes we can diminish the number of ordinary goblins. Greedy Life exclaimed. Are we only aiming for the ordinary goblins? This shows a lack of faith in the potency of gunpowder. They have seen the great goblins before. Aside from being slightly taller and sturdier than ordinary goblins, they seem hardly different. Isn't enough to demonstrate the effectiveness through actual results? Absolute Flow dismissed the concern. She finished the last bite of her potato, brushed her hands, and stood up. From her backpack, she retrieved a row of blue-violet potions. Having confirmed the illusion type, I had procured a substantial amount of illusion-breaking potions from Old Yi. Who wants some? Me. Greedy Life eagerly raised his hand. I was worried that our supply of potions was dwindling and feared we might not find a suitable location. Absolute Flow handed him 2 vials and casually inquired, what location are you looking for? The breach in the goblin's defenses. Greedy Life searched the ground, picked up a twig, and drew a circle. The patrol blind spots of several goblins I had gathered from the fish pond could serve as temporary hiding spots once we entered. The bottom of the massive pit was exceedingly damp, especially near the ruins, making it unsuitable for placing torches as the light was dim. The fish pond informed me that goblins tend to be lazy, merely patrolling the outer area before leaving, and they would not thoroughly inspect the rooms at the bottom. After hearing this, the jumbled words let out a sound of realization. That indeed sounds promising. What is the exact level of dampness? They possess a considerable number of illusion-breaking potions. Even if each vial lasts only 10 minutes, it would be sufficient for them to find a suitable spot to infiltrate. While the moisture is heavy, rendering torches ineffective for prolonged use, igniting a bomb would still be feasible. Greedy Life snapped his fingers, flames flickering at his fingertips. Moreover, my fire is magical fire. This is perhaps the only advantage of fire magic at present. It burns longer than ordinary flames. When the fuse is lit, the crumbling ruins will undoubtedly collapse immediately. He feigned regret, saying, although the game's graphics are quite impressive, only a few of us will witness the complete ruins. Absolute Flow gazed at the dancing flames at his fingertips. Having always known that fire magic was rather ineffective, his attitude toward the waste of magical energy finally gave me a clearer understanding of its inefficacy. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly extinguished the flames at his fingertips, noticing the fire pile on the ground. Are you not afraid of being discovered, roasting potatoes so openly? Absolute Flow picked up a metallic box resembling magic beside the fire pile. It was a shielding device provided by Old Yi, which concealed the flames from view. Greedy Life gaped. Wow, Old Yi has such good stuff. Usually, in town, even the tables and counters at task points require players' assistance to complete. He almost believed he was playing a game called Rebirth of the Primitive Man. This device has a limited activation time, and it must be returned after use. The jumbled words explained. He glanced at the sky, propped himself up with his right hand, and stood up with determination. It was nearly time. Let us embark. No problem. Greedy Life also pushed against the ground to rise, only halfway up when he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. By the way, do you have any leftover baked potatoes? Already finished, replied Absolute Flow nonchalantly. After all, we are about to die, and once dead, hunger is no more. Having returned anew, Absolute Flow exhibited an elevated awareness. In gaming, death is inevitable. It will be better to take advantage of the current low level, where the cost of dying is minimal, to experience it a few more times. Eating before death merely inflates the cost of dying. Ahem, she only eats because she finds the waiting tedious. Moreover, those potatoes were one of the quest rewards and cost them nothing. Noticing Greedy Life's troubled expression, Garbled glanced at him. What do you need the potatoes for? Oh, that picky eater from the fish pond is nearly starving. I promised to bring him some food when I went to assist him. Primarily, the other party had provided them with such valuable information. It would be unreasonable not to show any gratitude. Greedy Life surveyed the grass. Wait a moment. I'll see if there are any edible fruits along the way. I'll pick a couple for him. Is that all? Absolute Flow waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Oldie knows we are meeting with the fish pond. He'd already asked me to bring him what he needed. The campfire extinguished. The transparent barrier receded. The distant sound of insects became much clearer, revealing a peculiar tranquility. Above the massive pit outside the ruins, the frequency of goblin patrols visibly slowed. A green-skinned goblin yawned, its breath condensing into vapor in the cool summer night. Suddenly, something covered its mouth and nose from behind. Ugh! It had no time to struggle before being dragged into the grass by this unforeseen turn of events. The density of patrols diminished, and this sound failed to attract the attention of any goblin in the distance. Crack! The goblin's head drooped like a broken branch, lifeless. Absolute Flow stifled a gasp with her hand. Is it dead? Just now, Garbled's swift actions had caught her off guard. The motion of twisting its neck was chillingly swift and decisive. Stop looking. Garbled is a seasoned fighter. Greedy Life wrapped vines around himself. Hurry up. We have only 5 minutes to descend. If we linger any longer, we will enter the next goblin's line of sight. He followed closely behind Garbled, sliding down the slope. Absolute Flow took a deep breath and bent down to leave the grass. Their infiltration plan proceeded remarkably smoothly. Relying on the patrol patterns provided by the fish pond, they collectively dealt with 3 goblins before reaching the very bottom of the pigeon coop ruins. This was the area devoid of torches, a visual blind spot. The trio found a room at random and slipped inside. Indeed, it was as damp as the fish pond had described, with the walls feeling excessively wet to the touch. Once assured that no one was nearby, the coded voice murmured, "How much longer until the fish pond arrives?" "Soon," came the reply. "He just informed me that he is on his way and should arrive in about 10 minutes," said the Greedy Life. He shook his head, aware that frequent transitions in and out could easily lead to bouts of dizziness. The coded voice nodded in understanding. 10 minutes is sufficient. The arched relic they had infiltrated was among the most severely damaged of the external ruins. A massive gap had formed on the far right, separating it from the other side of the relic, a prime location for planting explosives. Chapter 157. The Unexpected Goblin Activity. I'll head this way, the Greedy Life declared, moving right, while the Absolute Flow veered left, suggesting that the 3 explosives should be spaced 7 rooms apart. After setting the ignition source, we will return to wait for the fish pond. Once he departs, we will place the final explosive. They needed to keep the timing within an hour, as the goblins shifted every hour. After that, the goblins they dealt with would be thoroughly exposed. The 3 of them were fine, but the fish pond would find itself trapped. Both nodded in agreement. No problem. The Greedy Life raised a hand with a proposal. I think the commotion from merely detonating the ruins may not be sufficient. We could deliberately create some noise prior to the explosion to draw the goblins over. The coded voice pondered, then expressed agreement. That is feasible, but the plan carries significant risk. We must ensure we have enough time to ignite the explosives. We can adapt our actions as circumstances unfold. With time limited to 10 minutes, the trio swiftly parted ways after confirming their plan. Talp, talp, talp. A goblin wandered past, swaying its head under the light. After casually surveying its surroundings, it swayed away again. The coded voice promptly emerged from the shadows, flipping through the window into the room. With a broad machete, it pried open the loose stones in the wall, laid down hay, and placed a coconut bomb. The fuse was buried, the fuel concealed, and finally covered with camouflage. Having completed everything, less than 5 minutes had passed. Seizing the opportunity before another patrolling goblin arrived, he flipped out once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, the fish pond walked nervously down the corridor. A patrolling goblin tilted its head in confusion at him. The goblins roamed freely, yet it was late, and most were fast asleep. His presence outside was indeed peculiar. The fish pond made an effort to relax, mimicking the demeanor he had displayed during the day. Greeting the goblin. It was said that these two words together held rich meanings for goblins, signifying hunger, seeking entertainment, or injury in search of a healer. Ultimately, it was up to the other party's imagination to interpret. The patrolling goblin first appeared bewildered, then suddenly enlightened. Isn't that the comrade who was struck by the venom of the green weasel? After becoming dazed, he has yet to regain his senses, with a vocabulary now limited to a mere few words. The patrolling goblin, though an ordinary one of the lowest order, has always felt that his intellect stands in stark contrast to that of his peers. In just 3 minutes, he comprehended the other's intent. His expression shifted from wary confusion to a lewd smirk of mockery. Sada, Farah. He waved his arms towards the fish pond, lifting his chin. The fish pond stared blankly at his gestures, utterly unresponsive, yet internally it screamed, "What is happening? Why does this goblin seem to want to come over?" No, it was not merely an assumption. The goblin truly harbored that desire. Growing impatient, the patrolling goblin was on the verge of anger when a sudden realization hit him. The other was so dull that he had likely forgotten the location of their task. He took the initiative to grasp the fish pond's hand and led him forward. The fish pond, employing the few refusal words he had learned, attempted to resist, signaling his wish to leave alone. However, the goblin paid no heed, his grip unyielding. Despite belonging to the same diminutive race, the goblin possessed far greater strength than the fish pond, who found himself entirely incapable of resistance, nearly being dragged away. It was over. The fish pond relinquished his futile struggle. Turning to gaze at the receding path he had once taken, he closed his eyes in serene acceptance. His dinner, his escape plan, he intended to report the goblin's dereliction of duty. Just as he was about to reach the rendezvous point, he suddenly spotted a goblin emerge from the shadows around the corner. A goblin that was outside the patrol's routine. The fish pond's pupils constricted, and he swiftly dove into the adjacent room. Fortunately, this goblin's trajectory did not lead him to the fish pond's hiding place. He passed by without a glance. Naturally, he failed to notice the fish pond crouching beneath the window. Yet, the fish pond hardly had time to breathe a sigh of relief before the sound of another goblin's footsteps reached his ears, tightening his heart. One after another, for goblins strolled past before the noise outside finally subsided. The fish pond exhaled slowly, confusion blooming within him. In the dead of night, multiple goblins had appeared at the base of the dark ruins. What could their purpose be? He activated the wind's concealment, stealthily peering out. To his astonishment, he witnessed them turning into the room designated for the players' meeting. After a while, Zhu Lu crept along the wall, when suddenly 2 hands appeared from the window, pulling her inside. Zhu Lu! Shoo! The fish pond covered her mouth before she could protest. "It's us." Zhu Lu's eyes still reflected fear as she looked at the fish pond and Gan Sheng. The scream that nearly escaped her lips was swallowed back. "You scare me to death. Do you have any idea how frightening this is?" She wore an expression of indignation. Unbeknownst to them, one might think she was engaged in a horror game. Gan Sheng chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. "I have just experienced the same. One merely needs to acclimatize." The cryptic message. The previously designated meeting point had been overrun by goblins, compelling me to intercept you along the way. Fortunately, his calculations proved accurate, and both individuals were retrieved. Upon hearing everything, Zhu Lu's expression turned grave. "What shall we do? The fish pond lies ahead. He surely cannot log off to check our messages now," Gan Sheng remarked. "His current identity as a goblin should pose minimal issues. He simply cannot proceed." Luan Ma pressed his finger against his chin, brows furrowed. 3 bombs have already been set. Only by detonating the last one in the previous room can the demolition plan synchronize. Their bomb structure is straightforward yet exceedingly fragile. Should they be too distant, synchronization will fail. If too close, the shockwave and heat from the explosion would compromise the integrity of the other bombs, preventing a secondary detonation. "I concur." Gan Sheng immediately agreed. A congregation of goblins looked suspicious. "We should investigate the matter." Zhu Lu had no objections. "We will allow time for the bomb's reaction. If worst comes to worst, We perish there. When the time comes, we shall ascertain the situation and ignite the explosives. The room was merely 3 square meters, insufficient to accommodate many goblins. The 3 of them would have ample time for the bomb's reaction. Upon returning to the original room, they found it entirely vacant. The trio stood in stunned silence. Luan Ma frowned. Something is amiss. They have not departed. He pressed his ear to the wall, detecting faint sounds within. This wall is peculiar, Luan Ma asserted with conviction. Gansheng's eyes widened in astonishment. An ancient passageway still exists? They had not noticed it earlier. Zhu Lu wore a complicated expression. We had just conspired at the entrance of their secret passage. Our luck is truly extraordinary. Moreover, we remain undetected. Chapter 158. The Secrets of the Hidden Chamber. Gansheng rolled up his sleeves. I am well versed in various murder mysteries and concealed chambers. Such mechanisms are trivial. Since we plan to confront them head-on, he fears no exposure. Previously, the darkness and the trio's lack of awareness regarding hidden chambers hindered their detection. In reality, discovering concealed mechanisms in a space of merely 3 square meters is quite simple. A flame flickered to life. The soul stone tile devoid of moss practically proclaimed my suspicion. Upon stepping on it, a small door appeared in the wall. Its width was comparable to that of a window, just enough for a person to pass through. The 3 players exchanged glances and lined up to enter. The passage was not lengthy, and due to frequent traversing, it was hardly damp. Soon, they beheld the dim glow of fire ahead, accompanied by indistinct low growls. At the end of the passage lay a corridor, presenting a bifurcated shape. Thus, the trio was not immediately exposed to the multitude of goblins. They casually selected a direction and stealthily approached the corner. As they drew nearer, an indescribable stench began to permeate the air, a foul amalgamation of rust, decay, and despair. The closer they got, the louder the sounds from within became. The 3 of them pinched their noses and leaned against the corner of the corridor, deliberately choosing to lie on the ground to peer inside. The dimmer light on the floor made it harder for them to be discovered. Initially, they intended to take a quick glance and retreat. However, upon seeing the scene within, they all came to a sudden halt. Goodness! Gansheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the sight before him. The space inside was significantly larger than the exterior, yet the overwhelming number of goblins rendered it still quite cramped. They howled and laughed among themselves. In the intermittent movements, they could see skin unlike that of the green-skinned goblins. There were also humans below. Gansheng swallowed the profanity that had risen to his lips, his expression turning grim. Why did the game depict this aspect so realistically? It was devoid of any semblance of beauty found in certain manga or literature. The stench within the room was exceedingly foul, with unidentified liquids splattered everywhere. The sound of movement was sticky and wretched, akin to treading through puddles. The glitch in the scene aligned perfectly with a singular, exposed eye, vacant and lifeless like a marionette stripped of its spirit. He could not bear to hold his gaze any longer. Lao Yi had mentioned that goblins led a remarkably primitive lifestyle, which naturally included their rudimentary methods of procreation. Zhu Lu clung desperately to the crevices of the wall, his eyes reddening with fury. These brutes, this was not primitiveness. They were even beneath beasts. Merely observing for less than a minute had twisted their hearts into knots. Gansheng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he retrieved a broad-leafed knife from his backpack. Damn it, I can't stand this. Zhu Lu sniffed and drew his weapon as well. I'm in this with you. Before Gansheng could express his agreement, the 2 had already charged out. Robbery, release the hostages. Get off her. Leveraging their initial advantage, they caught the goblins off guard, successfully toppling the 2 closest to them. However, the goblins quickly regained their composure, transitioning swiftly into combat mode and lunging directly at the duo. The goblins held a numerical advantage, while Gansheng and Zhu Lu boasted superior stamina and weaponry. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Glitch shook his head, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of a goblin that was preparing to ambush Gansheng, sending it crashing against the wall. Gansheng turned in surprise. Glitch! I never said I disagreed. Glitch cautiously helped the motionless victim on the ground. They seemed utterly oblivious to the turmoil unfolding around them. How the goblins discarded them. They fell into various postures upon the ground. Were it not for their warm touch and the rise and fall of their chests, one might mistakenly believe they were mere mannequins. Dispelling the fleeting distractions in his mind, the protagonist proclaimed, "Let us first take them outside." Their lack of resistance proved beneficial. The player, accustomed to toiling under excessive burdens, found it remarkably effortless to drag 3 women, lighter than the average, from the premises, together with Zhaosheng. He supported the women as they departed, while he took up the rear. The narrow passageway was effectively blocked, rendering the goblins' numbers inconsequential. Leaning against a wall, the goblins could only mount a frontal assault. Suddenly, one goblin, seizing an opportunity while the protagonist was distracted, sank its teeth into his thigh. Blood gushed forth from a wound. With a resounding thud, the protagonist retaliated with a punch and a kick, sending the creature hurtling away. He wiped the blood obscuring his vision and scoffed, "That bite barely stings more than a mosquito. Have you exhausted your strength during your prior endeavors?" In response, a horde of goblins filled his line of sight. From behind, Zhao voice rang out, "Brother, we have made our escape." Breathing heavily against the wall, the protagonist smirked. "All right, farewell." He scattered sand from his backpack, causing the few remaining goblins with fight left to wail and collapse, clutching their eyes. Thus, it was proven that preparation of additional items proves invaluable. He chuckled softly, bending like a fish as he glided through the narrow passage. Along the way, he did not neglect to toss out items from his backpack to create obstacles. Anything he could spare, he discarded. Before long, he reached the exit. As he emerged, Zhaosheng and Zhaolu promptly sealed the passage, using the stones and bricks they had gathered to block the exit. The protagonist pressed his hand against his wounded thigh, his gaze sweeping over the fallen goblins on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. "It seems we were unfortunate enough to cross paths with him. We must incapacitate him first," Zhaosheng succinctly explained. Zhaolu glanced at the 3 women resting against the wall, concern etched on his face. The earlier commotion had been too loud. Goblins would undoubtedly be drawn to them soon. "Brother, we may need your assistance in escorting them away." All 3 women bore significant injuries. Particularly concerning was the protagonist's wound, which continued to bleed profusely, exposing glimpses of bone. However, only he, having undergone the second transformation and learned wind magic, stood a chance of leading them to safety. They were seasoned players, accustomed to the trials of life and death, exhibiting an extraordinary calmness and decisiveness. Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist nodded in agreement. "Very well. Take care of yourselves." Zhaosheng and Zhaolu swiftly sprang into action, helping him secure the 3 women onto his back and chest. Zhaolu gently brushed over the wound on the protagonist's thigh, a flash of white light illuminating the area. The edges of the wound began to close, though still grotesque. At least the torrent of blood had been staunched. "My holy light spell can only achieve this much." Zhu Lu's complexion turned pale as paper due to excessive exhaustion. "Time is of the essence. Tread carefully on your journey." No sooner had the words left her lips than the blocked passageway began to tremble violently, as if 1,000 troops were clashing within. Greed for life compelled Zhu Lu to rush forward, bracing her hands firmly against the entrance. "Lang Ma, hurry! If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Greed for life gritted his teeth, his voice laced with resolve. "Remember, the bomb will detonate in 30 seconds. After one last admonition, Lang Ma averted his gaze, departing through the crevice in the wall with 3 trinkets strapped to his back. Chapter 159. The light magic can indeed engage in combat. Once Lang Ma departed, the 2 immediately relinquished their blockade of the passage. The cramped corridor resembled a monster spawn cage, with goblins emerging one by one. For each goblin that appeared, they struck it down. When 2 rushed out together, each took a swift slice. With a squelch, the blade pierced flesh, crimson liquid gushing forth. Without hesitation, Zhu Lu withdrew her blade from the foe's body and forcefully flung it against the stone wall, leaving a stark bloodstain. She gasped, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as she murmured, "Phew, is this the last one?" In television dramas, protagonists effortlessly vanquish hordes of enemies single-handedly. Yet in reality, merely tackling the 13 remnants left by Lang Ma left her utterly exhausted. Despite the limited mobility of the goblins, Zhu Lu, lacking experience, suffered several lacerations from their claws. She exhaled deeply, finally able to catch her breath. She understood that she might not leave this place alive tonight. Yet she never anticipated the process would be so gruesome and violent. The test was not her escape skills, but her combat prowess. She could only be grateful that the novice weapon proved durable. It was effective for chopping trees and seemed just as simple for slaying goblins. Greed for life shook his sore wrist from the prolonged battle. Chuckling lightly, "Don't celebrate too soon. With the commotion we're causing, goblin reinforcements will be upon us shortly. Then they better arrive swiftly. The sooner they perish, the sooner they can reincarnate," Zhu Lu retorted. The principle applied to both sides. Her fragile heart was not yet prepared to bear the sight of her own exposed bones after fighting for hours. As the white light in her hands faded, the wounds covering their bodies ceased to bleed. Zhu Lu's face was devoid of color, her tone resolute. "This is the last skill I can wield today. Let's proceed with caution. Once we're dead, it matters not whether we can be healed." Greed for life replied, "Magic power is useless if it remains unspent. It is only worthwhile to exhaust it." Zhu Lu added, then quickly followed with, "What if it proves useful later?" Unbeknownst to her, her words seemed to carry a jinx. Shortly after she spoke, goblin reinforcements arrived. As Greed for Life and Zhu Lu emerged from the small room, they could see goblins rushing toward them from above the massive pit. Their height may be insufficient, yet their speed is surprisingly swift. The sound of footsteps above reverberates, accompanied by thunderous roars that instill a profound sense of pressure. Greedily, they grind their teeth in envy. The numerical superiority is indeed advantageous. We are at a disadvantage in terms of morale. Standing side by side against the wall, Gansheng and Zhu Lu brace themselves. The first goblin to charge around the corner surpasses their expectations. Before them stands a green-skinned creature, nearly their height, muscles bulging, and eyes glistening with bloodlust. The two momentarily freeze, exchanging a glance of silent understanding. Is this the elite goblin that old Yi spoke of, one even more formidable than the ordinary goblin? The first creature to emerge is indeed small. Without hesitation, Gansheng adopts a fighting stance, his eyes ablaze with determination. "I have trained in grappling techniques for over a decade, learned from television. Do you think I fear you? Forget grappling. We are in for a brawl. They won't engage you in one-on-one combat," Zhu Lu quietly reminds, her right hand slipping behind her back, her complexion growing increasingly pale, almost translucent. "Are you certain? We need to hold out for half a minute. Even if I'm not certain, we must fight. We must wait until everyone is gathered to unleash something substantial." Gansheng wipes the blood from his face and retrieves a broad machete from his backpack. "Oldie doubts our bombs can affect high-level goblins. We must produce some evidence to validate our claims. Take this one before us, for instance." The elite goblin, with its crimson eyes, fixates on them, observing their hushed exchange without the anticipated fear. It lets out a peculiar sound, then, with a powerful push of its hind legs, lunges at them. "To the left," Zhu Lu shouts. In unison, they roll to the left. Zhu Lu raises her hand, conjuring a white orb of light, accurately predicting the goblin's landing spot. Upon contact, the orb sizzles and smokes, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from the creature. "What the hell?" Gansheng half kneels, eyes wide with astonishment. Can light magic truly engage in combat? The elite goblin whips its head around, its expression now one of fury, accelerating towards them. As Gansheng dodges the enraged goblin, he shouts, "Did you not say skills were unusable? A little creativity goes a long way." Zhu Lu retorts, "Did you not also hide an extra knife?" As time passes, the number of goblins arriving swells, leaving them with no spare moments for conversation. Blood, whose it is unknown, stains the ground around them. After 5 minutes, by drawing the goblin's attention, Gansheng and Zhu Lu successfully escape the goblin nest. The entity, known as Garbled Code, seems to sense something, suddenly halting and turning around. He gazes at the sky, where bursts of red light and a series of explosive sounds occur. Have they succeeded? Garbled Code mutters. The sounds of 4 detonations resonate, indicating that things are progressing smoothly on that front. He looks down at the girl beside him, who remains unresponsive. He weighed the 2 individuals on his back and quickened his pace. "I must hasten as well. There are always creatures capable of piercing through illusions that may hear the commotion and converge towards this location." The return journey has become increasingly precarious. The tumult of the battle between greed and despair had been anything but subdued. The goblins outside, alerted by the noise, emerged from their chambers, seizing their weapons and advancing towards the source of the disturbance. After narrowly escaping the overly hospitable patrol of goblins, the fish pond emerged from a room reeking of some unspeakable bodily fluid, only to be greeted by a scene of heightened vigilance. "Goodness, The fish pawn glanced back at the legion of goblins in pursuit, and then at the destination tantalizingly close at hand. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What on earth were those fools doing, creating such a ruckus? Were they truly here to rescue him? Moreover, his position was exceedingly precarious. He had been deliberately evading the patrolling goblins, and now he was on the brink of reaching his goal. How would he explain the presence of a fool at the scene of the incident? The vocabulary he had learned would be utterly inadequate for the impending interrogation. There would be no favorable outcome upon his return, yet pressing onward posed its own significant challenges. With a resolute heart, the fish pond suddenly sprinted towards the designated location with all his might, swiftly distancing himself from the reinforcements behind. What did it matter now? Turning back would only exacerbate the situation. He silently prayed that the players coming to his aid possessed means of escape. Otherwise, his efforts tonight would be tantamount to delivering himself to the gallows. Upon reaching his destination, the fish pond realized just how naive his thoughts had been. Chapter 160. Suicide is not the right of the captive. Without the illumination of torches, the depths of the ruins were cloaked in darkness. Suffused with an overwhelming stench of blood, the fish pond felt as though he had unwittingly stumbled into a mass grave. He raised his torch and beheld a grotesque tangle of two individuals and a goblin on the ground. No, upon closer inspection, the bones of the two individuals were exposed, and they were still desperately clawing at one another. They resembled something more ghastly than zombies. Upon seeing a familiar face illuminated by the firelight, Greed's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he shouted urgently, "Quick, retrieve the items from his grasp." Only then did the fish pond notice the giant goblin, a creature he had never encountered before, clutching a coconut bomb, emitting wisps of white smoke. The fish pond's mind erupted in chaos. That design was all too familiar. He had even crafted the bomb's seal. With a sense of numbness, he averted his gaze and raised a middle finger towards Greed. Damn it! If he ever trusted this pack of mutts again, he would deserve to be one himself. Half a minute later, a tremendous explosion resonated, accompanied by a wave of terrifying heat as the orange-red blaze engulfed the goblin's shrieks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dark silhouette darted through the jungle, followed by the thunderous sound of stomping feet. Hurry, faster! The fish pond panted, weaving around the thicket ahead, fervently repeating this mantra in his mind. At last, the surrounding scenery became increasingly familiar. With a resounding thud, he plunged directly into the safe zone. Chaos had not forgotten the three wounded individuals on his person, and he strained to uphold an arc with his knees and legs, ensuring that the impact did not affect those on his back and in his arms. The cost was his right leg, which had just ceased bleeding after a frantic hour of running, rendering it utterly useless. His vision grew ever more blurred as he reached out, attempting to untie the ropes binding him. After several futile attempts, his body suddenly felt lighter. Yiji placed a hand upon his head, whispering, "Rest easy. I shall take care of the rest." Gazing at the indistinct figures before him, Chaos exerted every ounce of strength to utter his final words. "Please save my progress." As the last syllable escaped his lips, he collapsed heavily backwards, his head landing at Alien's feet. Instinctively, Alien took a step back, anxiety coursing through her as she looked up. "Leader, while he still breathes, we must carry him to the chapel swiftly. He can last no more than 10 minutes. Yiji turned to the three expressionless faces. "Leave this to me. It is too late. All players have logged off. Otherwise, I would not have disturbed Alien in the early hours to face such chaos." What transpired will be discussed later. Alien, casting aside her swirling thoughts, cautiously lifted the fallen Chaos. Excessive blood loss, broken legs, evident head trauma, a twisted right hand, coupled with ghastly external injuries, despite having encountered numerous corpses. She could scarcely recall any as tragically afflicted. Her hands instinctively tightened around him, her murmurs carried away by the night breeze. What a madman. Account for various sources depict the Watchers as a shadowy cult of fallen failures. It was only now that Alien truly grasped their frenzied darkness. Truly, the name was well-deserved. Such grievous wounds ought to have claimed his life long before this. What unwavering conviction propelled him to bring them back? The three lost souls ensnared by goblins? Alien was utterly perplexed. As she placed Chaos' body within, she closed the wooden lid. A hissing sound of dissolution soon echoed from within the room. Alien waited outside in solemn silence, her heart heavy. The individual lying inside was one of the few watchers she remembered most vividly, not merely for his prolonged presence in the town, but because she could sense his genuine respect for her each time they exchanged tasks. His reckless actions today were equally sincere. What, indeed, do the watchers aspire to achieve? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. Even Yi Ji, as a necromancer of dark magic, was not entirely immune to death. Historical accounts recount the numerous occasions when the flesh butcher nearly met his end, more than a mere handful. The members undoubtedly share the same sentiment. Why do they recently exhibit such profound fear of death, only to suddenly display remarkable bravery? Do they not fear mortality? Or are they immune to pain? Why do they treat the enigmatic luminous sphere imbued with the essence of the god of light, the bloodline of the ice dragon, and the three apparent lost souls with such uniformity? Even Yi Ji is no exception. Yi Ji ruthlessly exterminated the last pursuing creature. A myriad of corpses lay strewn across the ground, stone-maned boars and creeping serpents, all nocturnal beings. The cacophony that roused them from their biological rhythms speaks volumes of the overwhelming stench of blood that permeated the air. At last it is settled. Yi Ji sighed softly. They certainly know how to create trouble for me. It was agreed that tonight would involve a night raid, with the items provided by the dwarf player. However, the dwarf player and the items never returned, instead bringing back a slew of chaos. Had it not been for the signal restoration after the anomaly left the goblin lair, Yi Ji would not have noticed the situation on that side so promptly and called for Alien to wait nearby. With so many monstrous creatures and their abominable spawn wreaking havoc on the magical array, it could indeed lead to the exposure of Sweetwater Town. Yi Ji rummaged through the pile of beasts on the ground. Not a single monster was left. He would have to list them to shop tomorrow and see if any players were interested in purchasing. Haven't the players always wanted to feast on stone-maned boars? Here lies one ready for the taking. Although these creatures, warped by the influence of monsters, do not qualify as true monsters, certain parts remain quite valuable. Whoosh! A leaf shot forth like lightning, piercing through the wide-leaved blade and firmly anchoring it into the earth. The hand that had just gripped the hilt instinctively recoiled. Welcome to Sweetwater Town, the realm of the Watchers. Yi Ji stowed away his staff, calmly observing the three human maidens brought back by the anomaly. I wonder if you have heard of my name. If not, it matters not. I can reiterate my rules. Individuals like you, who have been brought back from another faction, are regarded as captives. We typically do not execute captives, merely restricting your freedom. Self-termination is strictly prohibited. He stepped forward to retrieve the wide-leaved blade abandoned by the anomaly, lifting it to gauge its weight. Yi Ji's eyes glimmered with approval. The players possess a merit after all. The modified wide-leaved blade appears unremarkable, yet its weight is substantial. In terms of both power application and sharpness, it is worlds apart from its untreated counterpart. Since he discarded it, I shall not hesitate to list it in the shop. Yi Ji pondered, stroking his chin. Surely someone would buy it for 25 magical gold coins? After all, this is a custom-made item from the Lucky Strike Squad. It would be remiss not to price it higher. At that moment, Alien returned. Chief, everything has been taken care of. Just in time, Yi Ji replied with a smile. Please escort these three back. I recall there is a room adjacent to the task point. Let them reside there. Arian was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to speak. She remembered that it belonged to the Dawn Knights. If they were to accommodate individuals near the task point, it would completely fill the entire front hall. Is this truly advisable? After much contemplation, Arian could not voice her concerns and merely nodded in agreement. Chapter 161. Why am I still alive? The girl, who had attempted to take her own life, stared blankly at everything before her. It felt as if the subject of their discussion regarding disposal was not herself, but rather some trivial creature. With Yi Ji's instructions in mind, Arian carefully lifted her. It was only upon bending down that she recalled the object in her hand. The leader, this is the item that fell from that player earlier. In truth, there was a plethora of stones and sand, but they were too nonsensical and cumbersome to carry. Rushing back, Arian had only brought along the valuables. Yi Ji took the palm-sized metallic cube, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Very well, I retract my earlier thoughts. Their plan has indeed borne some fruit. At the very least, they remembered to reclaim the items lent to the players. As Yi Ji approached the three rescued girls, their bodies instinctively trembled and lost balance. To avoid inflicting further harm, Arian entrusted the task of bringing them back to her companion, upon her arrival. After everything was concluded, Arian, who had endured several hours of strain, sought to return before dawn to catch up on her sleep. After tossing the various animals acquired into storage, Yiji also made her way back. Before closing her eyes, she casually glanced at the system panel. Player, 3139. Oh, there are still 31 alive. 31. Yiji reopened the panel. With the night raid having resulted in total annihilation, 4 players should have perished, coupled with the 5 players who had been resurrected during the day. How could there still be 31 alive? She meticulously checked all accessible panels. All connections to players within the goblin nest were lost. Yiji, while lamenting the poor quality of inexpensive game panels that easily falter, was filled with questions. Who could possibly still be alive? This query found its answer after dawn. After assisting the last batch of novice players through the opening storyline, the experienced players in dire need of labor swiftly took over the guidance of the newcomers, herding them along like ducks. With nothing urgent to attend to, Yiji opened the forum, hoping to uncover information regarding the surviving players. Upon opening it, she fortuitously encountered a post from the fish pond. Why am I still alive? Yiji's mental focus paused as she scrolled through the page. Well then, the answer has emerged. She promptly clicked on the post. The game interface merely allowed observation of the scenes beyond the goblin nest, piquing his curiosity about the unfolding events. At the outset of the post, he vehemently berated the 3 players assigned to the exploration task. He had already discerned the situation within the group. The 3 had promised to rescue him, yet their real intention was to demolish the ruins, with the rescue being a mere afterthought. They even intended to have a diminutive dwarf bear the burden of transporting the spoils afterward, under the relentless pursuit of their enemies. They ventured back to the novice village via paths they had never traversed, and, at night, no less. Such treatment is unworthy of even cattle. Fortunately, the original poster encountered an unforeseen delay, which he laments, though he does not truly consider it fortunate. So, you all commenced without me, did you? He exclaimed. I had thought you possessed a modicum of conscience. Yet when the enemy closed in, you came looking for me. Upon arriving, he was met with the sight of a bomb on the verge of detonation, leaving him utterly exasperated. The tone of the post suggested the individual was considerably agitated. Yiji chose to disregard most emotional expressions and instead distilled the essential content. The events transpired much as he had surmised. The 3 players, indeed delayed, converged at the explosion site, leading to a detonation far more potent than they had anticipated, resulting in all 3 being forcibly removed from the game. The title of the post was evidently revised after the author had expended nearly 1,000 words in a tirade against his negligent teammates. However, he abruptly realized he had not perished, a twist that rendered the topic all the more intriguing. Both casual and beta players rushed to engage with the thread. I can't believe it. You survived the epicenter of the explosion? Was the bomb as power lacking? Or are you cheating? Isn't this game supposed to emphasize realism? Braving the shockwave still falls within the realm of authenticity, right? How robust is a dwarf's constitution? I'm intrigued. Whether it was a case of wandering into the enemy's stronghold or emerging unscathed from the flames, all these experiences occurred to a single individual. The drama was undeniably excessive. Casual players deemed the narrative implausible, while those privy to the beta testing envied the dwarf's resilience. Is this the hallmark of a rare race? The original poster felt unjustly treated. After cursing the 3 negligent players the previous night, he retired for sleep. Upon awakening, he intended to check how much longer he had until revival to plan his return to the game. However, upon entering, he found no countdown as claimed by the other players. Instead, he faced several minutes of loading before being expelled once more. It felt akin to being unable to log in while his character was incapacitated. It dawned on him, then, that he had not perished. Just moments before being logged out, he had experienced a fleeting moment of terrifying heat, leading him to believe he was doomed. It was his ignorance of the circumstances that compelled him to seek help on the forum. Regrettably, the players were entirely skeptical. We demand the developers weaken dwarves. It is our duty to restore the glory of humanity. The presence of dual innate talents is already extraordinary, and yet there are enhancements. Should we mere mortals even continue to exist? Moreover, the fire magic deserves a boost. Is this growth potential truly something a human can manage? Our light magic must also receive attention. The water magic evidently excels in both offense and healing. Must we pure healers also become mere accessories? Ahem, in truth. Light magic can indeed be offensive. The planner, maintaining an impassive expression, continued to scroll down. While the wind magic, known for its rapid speed and temporary invisibility, is widely recognized among players as the definitive version, is the light magic, under the aegis of the god of light, that possesses the most complete growth system. Yet, he wondered why no player could harness the offensive capabilities of light magic, as it was solely utilized for healing. Was it a matter of players not adjusting their mindset? Yiji speculated in silence. The effects of spells are deeply intertwined with the mage's intentions. The same fireball spell can yield a rain of fireballs for some, while others may conjure a singular massive fireball. The lack of offensive effect in the Holy Light spell must stem from the players themselves. These issues can be addressed once the goblin layers are purged. Yiji set this consideration aside for the moment and responded using the forum management account. Dear players, the dwarf race does not possess any physical advantages. This successfully redirected the errant thread. The internal testers quickly distanced themselves from the clamor for enhancements, posing the question, then why is he still alive? The answer to this query lies with the individuals involved. Fishpond was unaware, as there were still 2 other players present at the scene. Chapter 162. Exceeding limits of magic. Once Yiji had managed the affairs in Sweetwater Town, the timeline shifted to the afternoon. The 2 individuals concerned finally arrived at the scene of the unfolding drama. Greedy Life remarked, I originally intended to enjoy double time in-game, but I ended up being resurrected and dragged into the forum. Greedy Life continued, what is going on? How is Fishpond still alive despite being near the bomb? Fishpond responded almost instantly, how can you say that? The ever-present spectators on the forum quickly joined the discussion. Here we come. The forum operator just mentioned that the dwarf race lacks physical traits. What exactly transpired? Front row selling sunflower seeds and cola. Ju Lu leisurely replied from the back. I'm curious about what you all do for a living, as it seems you are online all day. As the 3 individuals gathered, they began recounting the events from their respective perspectives, finally clarifying for Yiji what had transpired. At that moment, less than a minute before the bomb detonated, the elite goblin was about to reach it. Despite mentally cursing his 3 teammates countless times, Fishpond's instinctive reaction was to rush forward and reclaim the bomb. The elite goblin could sense the rapidly accumulating energy within the coconut bomb, fully aware of its imminent danger. In the final moments, a surge of power erupted, breaking free from constraints, as he raised his hand to strike at the traitor he perceived in the pond. Greed, sensing the precariousness of the situation, sank his teeth into the opponent's thigh. However, he was forcefully thrown aside, colliding directly with Absolute Flow. The lethal strike that Absolute Flow had been accumulating for half a day misfired, striking the fleeing pond instead. Subsequently, a bomb detonated, and all 3 were simultaneously expelled from the game. Such was the abruptness of the event. The effects of the Holy Light spell are entirely different when cast upon enemies and allies. Otherwise, given the proximity between the pond and the elite goblin, the bomb would surely have fallen into the goblin's hands. The final outcome might have been entirely different. Greed retorted, so you had one last skill up your sleeve? Wait, where did you acquire that magical power? Absolute Flow replied, magic is akin to water within a sponge. A little pressure will always yield some. Greed lamented, it seems I must report this to Zhou Shuren. Why can't I extract any? Absolute Flow shrugged, who knows? Perhaps it's because fire magic resides in the depths of the sewers? Greed, that is harm, my friend. The tears I shed now are merely a reflection of the folly during my skill selection. The pond interjected, so, this sorry state of mind is a result of your healing magic taking effect? Absolute Flow responded, there are no other possibilities, I suppose. Was it the effect of the Holy Light? Yiji pondered while touching his jawbone, then shook his head. No, elementary magic could not possibly yield such formidable results. Even if a grand archmage were to cast the Holy Light, their abundant magical energy might allow it to manifest effects akin to intermediate or even advanced spells. Yet, it would still be inadequate to withstand a close-range explosion. Considering the weight of the coconut bomb and the pond's position, the probability of surviving with the Holy Light was minuscule. The heat and shockwave from the explosion were not something the Holy Light's slow healing could remedy. Holy Light? The flames would envelop you entirely, unless the player triggered a limit break. Limit break magic occurs when a gifted mage, in a state of magical depletion, faces life-threatening danger. Due to intense stimulation and a shift in mindset, they might unleash their full potential, casting high-level magic that far exceeds their current capabilities. The cost of a limit break is immense. It can result in severe injury, a permanent loss of magical power or vitality, or even mental collapse and death. Essentially, it is a one-time spell. Aside from limit break magic, no other possibilities remained. Yiji murmured to himself. How many surprises did players still possess that he was unaware of? A mere apprentice mage had executed a limit break. If this were to reach the ears of the old guards at the Mage Guild, they would surely lament for an eternity. A top-tier genius, falling at the very beginning of the magical exploration journey. What a pity, what a lament. Upon discerning the reasons behind the survival of the fish pond, Yiji promptly cast the post aside. He retrieved the details of that player. A starvation flow mid-laner? Was she the female player lured in by the trivial game? As Yiji scrutinized the information before him, he fell into contemplation. Both were players endowed with the divine avatar talent. However, why did the other's talent appear to be significantly superior? To unravel this mystery, he pondered whether it was feasible to enable all players to unleash their ultimate magic just before demise. Yiji stepped into the chamber, housing the Flesh Rebirth magic array. The array was aglow with white light, indicating it was operational. Had he established a save point here? Her data should reside within it. Since it was possible to recreate a new body based on the save, all data pertaining to the body must have been meticulously recorded. Yiji gazed at the affinity detection function on the console, which required an exorbitant sum of divine power points. After some deliberation, he finally managed to allocate 400 divine power points for a singular detection of the light element affinity of the starvation flow. Light element affinity. 70,100, a mere 70? Yiji, momentarily pained by the expenditure, was astonished as he clicked on the panel. Could it be that he had made an error? An affinity of 100 was almost exclusively possessed by the divine essence. Generally, an affinity above 80 was considered top tier, while anything over 60 was regarded as exceptional. Most ordinary individuals lacked even single-digit affinity. 70 seemed substantial, yet it was hard to believe that it belonged to a sorcerer capable of casting ultimate magic during their apprentice phase. The numbers on the panel twitched violently in protest. He could only accept it with resignation. All right, it appears there was no mistake. If it wasn't an issue of affinity, then where did the talent of the starvation flow originate? Was it merely a stroke of luck? Such a possibility existed, but Yiji felt it was not so simple. As he mulled over the issue, his hand unconsciously called up the specific information of the starvation flow, including the application form she had submitted. The form was densely filled, leaving no spaces unoccupied. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his mind. It was her mentality. Yiji still retained a vague recollection of the first female player he had recruited, considering that the early rebuilding of Sweetwater Town primarily involved labor-intensive tasks. He had opted for an all-male roster to maximize cost-effectiveness. The reason he had selected her to secure the first female player's beta testing slot was due to her ability to dedicate an entire day and night to completing a subpar website's 3-match game. She clearly had ample leisure time, a talent sought by the watchers. More importantly, despite merely receiving a coupon as a reward for completing the game, she had filled out the application form meticulously, demonstrating an exceptional level of seriousness and authenticity. With both her qualifications and attitude aligning perfectly, she was naturally prioritized in the selection process. It is due to her profound respect for the game and the innate talent bestowed by her intellect. Magic, by its very nature, leans towards idealism. It is entirely natural for talent to be influenced by thought. For instance, the player who excels most in wind magic, known as garbled, is also one who emphasizes immersion. A profound respect for magic will naturally yield equivalent rewards in return. The most effective method to aid players in their training is to enhance their sense of belonging and immersion. Yet, upon realizing the way to elevate player capabilities, Yiji found his mood dampening rather than uplifting. He gazed at the virtual panel suspended in the air, lost in silence for a considerable time. The reason he had packaged the continent of Eltia as a game was to prevent players from taking it too seriously. With the entanglement of the fourth catastrophe, could it still be deemed a calamity? Chapter 163, Acquisition of Potion Raw Materials and Progress Investigation of Resource Reserves. After much contemplation, Yiji ultimately decided to leave the choice to the players. As participants in the game, they would naturally opt for the options that benefit them the most. Let us not forget, the players arriving were seasoned veterans with double-digit years of online experience. The concepts of immersion and belonging cannot simply be propagated through mere words. It appears to be a dilemma, yet if one considers it from another angle, it becomes a win-win situation. Should they succeed, he would gain formidable combat power. Should they falter, the divine avatar's talents could still help mitigate some of their shortcomings. Yi sighed, remarking, when a strategy is released, it will be up to them to decide how to proceed. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. Yi strode forth from the room, housing the blood revival array. Meanwhile, on the forum, Fishpond was still engaged in a heated exchange with Absolute Flow. Fishpond, let us set aside how impressive your holy light spell is for a moment. When I am gravely injured and die on the spot, aside from delaying revival time, what purpose does it serve? Observing the living conditions of goblins elucidates their lack of adequate medical resources. Even if they possessed such resources, they would not be inclined to use them on him. Otherwise, when he was afflicted by the venom of the green weasel, the treatment he received would not have been merely rest. He was uncertain whether the goblins who arrived later witnessed his act of treachery. If they did, his fate would be even more dire. Greed for life. We will come to save you after your revival. This way, you can retain the extra experience points you lost due to not saving. Fishpond, haha. Absolute Flow. This time, it's for real. Fishpond, I trust you not at all. Having been deceived once, Fishpond had since closed his heart to love. He no longer wished to be taken in. Fishpond, I don't care. You all must divulge the information I previously provided for free. Not only did they fail to assist him, but they also cost him a life. He had never engaged in such a losing venture. As the instigator, Greed for Life felt somewhat guilty. Ahem, is it possible that you were just fortuitously rescued? We must think positively. In the fish pond, a voice exclaimed, Do you think I don't want to survive? The fish, having lost its life, vented its frustrations equally upon each respondent. More than anyone, it wished for its own survival. Within the goblin nest, the accumulation of bonus experience surged at an astonishing rate. It had amassed several hundred points of extra experience. It was on the verge of catching up with the fortunate few in the lucky squad. Yet, all that had now gone to waste. Anger and regret consumed it. Could it not desire to live? Setting aside the treatment it would face due to its severe injuries and treachery, even if it survived the perilous phase of infection. Its identity remained a colossal, ticking time bomb. The plant dye did not grow on its body. The explosion would undoubtedly scorch away all superficial disguises. Once the goblins discovered it within, they would surely unveil the truth of its nature as a dwarf infiltrating their ranks. Actually, goblin flesh is red as well. Temporary disguise is not entirely impossible, suggested Ju Lu. And what about after healing? Am I to explain that I'm mutated due to an explosion? Retorted the fish pond. Well, Oldie actually asked us to bring dye for you. You can apply it later, Ju Lu clarified. Yi had recalled the conversation with the fish pond a couple of days prior about the dye wearing off soon. Concerned about potential mishaps, he had specifically instructed Ju Lu to deliver supplies to ensure the fish pond could continue its existence within the goblin nest without fleeing. After Ju Lu explained everything, he sighed, Oldie truly thinks ahead. He brought you dye, food, and healing potions. But it was cumbersome to carry. I deliberately placed it atop the giant pit. So it should be safe from the blast, he added. May I ask, what is the logic behind leaving my supplies outside for me to live in the goblin nest? Inquired the fish pond. Aha, isn't that exactly what we were using it for? Laughed Gansheng. Right. Ju Lu chimed in. The two shared a laugh. They couldn't admit that they thought old Yi was overthinking, finding the supplies too heavy and hindering their movements, hence leaving them outside. They intended for the fish pond to retrieve the items upon its escape, allowing them to manage their weight and enhance their quest rewards. The fish pond felt a nagging doubt about the reliability of the two. However, with circumstances as they were, it had no choice but to proceed as planned. If possible, it still wished to preserve its bonus experience. After inquiring about the exact location of the buried supplies, it resolved to assess the situation upon logging in before deciding whether to hold the two accountable. The beta players idling on the forum were few. The town of Sweetwater was exceedingly bustling. With knowledge of the goblin nest location and having just endured a severe blow, Yi was determined to seize the opportunity. First, he sought to acquire an abundance of raw materials for the broken illusion potions. He conducted an on-site inspection in the morning. acquiring specific information about illusions, and refining the formula for the illusion-breaking potion. Both the auxiliary and primary ingredients could be found in the great oakwood forest. With just a few magical herbs serving as samples, players would naturally retrieve the necessary items for him. Thus, the day passed in a whirlwind of activity. New players were dispatched to assist at the weapon factory and the Bugu Bird Workshop, with a small number of seasoned players among them. The majority of the veteran players, of course, ventured out in search of potion materials. By the time the sun set, 3 large boxes of materials had been amassed at the task points counter. Alien delicately counted the herbs. 321, 322, 401. She separated the complete sets of materials she had selected and looked up to report. Chief, we have a total of 401 complete sets of herbs, along with half a basket of 3-colored grass, approximately 200 plants. Yiji pondered for a moment. It seemed that the distribution of 3-colored grass in the vicinity was quite abundant. He stored the sorted complete materials in his inventory and said, I will take these for now. For the next 3 days, continue to procure these materials. And remember to reduce the purchase price of the 3-colored grass by 2 magic gold coins. 401 sets of illusion-breaking potions were still far from sufficient for the players' needs. Before the players delved deep into the goblin nest and destroyed the core of the illusion array, illusion-breaking potions were essential for the assault on the goblin nest. By the way, list these illusion-breaking potions for sale in the marketplace. Besides organizing a full server assault plan, there would always be players with excessive ideas wanting to act independently. As a game planner, Yiji would not overly restrict the players' freedom. Otherwise, the game would surely face a backlash online. However, he also could not allow too many players to act independently, as it would disrupt his normal plans. To achieve this goal, Yiji could only focus on the quantity of potions. Securing the items would naturally enable independent actions. Gazing at the 2 rows of 20 potions before her, Alien nodded in agreement. Though she did not understand why the same location had 2 names, Task Point and Marketplace. It seemed that everyone else found it quite normal. Thus, she chose to follow suit. After all, the enigmatic matters of the Watchers organization were not limited to just these 2. Having resolved the issue of the illusion-breaking potions, Yiji sought out the still-online Grandmaster Fei to inquire about the progress of the gunpowder production. Upon his arrival, Grandmaster Fei gave a thumbs-up in admiration. Chief, Alien is truly remarkable. Chapter 164. Main quest updated. Tenfold the strength of our foes. In addition to assigning tasks to players, Yiji would have Alien assist at the weapon factory. Alien's immense strength significantly accelerated the progress of extraction, allowing Grandmaster Fei to experience the stark difference between ordinary and elite employees. It was exhilarating. Hey, pay attention. The hedgehog shot a sidelong glance. I'm still here. When one is engaged in a task, can they spare a glance to ascertain the presence of others involved? Ahem, the essence of the matter is conveyed nonetheless. He will clear his throat, subtly winking at Yiji. Thus, Alien will also come to assist tomorrow, correct? Of course, Yiji replied with a smile. The other party harbors a profound curiosity about the explosives. It is likely that before launching a full-scale assault on the goblins, they would volunteer their assistance without any compensation. Yiji reminded, I recall mentioning that we need to separate her task completion quota. Rest assured, Chief, I have it all noted, he pledged, patting his chest. With such a highly efficient worker, not only would you be responsible for her wages, but I would also ensure her remuneration is uncompromised. The hedgehog interjected with a hint of melancholy. So, does that imply my wages could be diminished? Ahem, am I that sort of person? He averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt, and forcefully shifted the subject. By the way, Chief, let me take you inside to observe the progress of the development. Due to insufficient manpower for construction, the current weapon factory is merely a narrow, drafty structure. In one area, unprocessed or is piled high, while the other side features 4 furnaces ablaze. As he led the way, he explained, although this crude extraction lacks the purity of the previously discovered magma pool, and the resultant products do not rival the initial 12 bombs in potency, we can compensate for quality with quantity. He guided Yiji to the dedicated reserve warehouse for the weapon factory. In the corner, 5 boxes were neatly arranged. In just 2 days, we have produced 30 new coconut grenades. This was despite the extensive preparatory work. Once everyone becomes more adept, our production rate will surely escalate. Yiji inspected the size of the bombs, noting they were larger than those previously entrusted to him. Clearly, this falls within his realm of capability. Is there an ample supply of coconuts? Yiji inquired with concern. Fear not, there are plenty of these hard and unpalatable melons outside. No player would dare to disrupt and steal them. He calculated. In any case, we have more than enough for our needs over the next few days. Yiji nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. Upon exiting the weapon factory, Yiji swiftly succeeded in concocting 400 doses of the fractured illusion potion. Leaning against his throbbing forehead, he gazed out the window. The sky had completely darkened. He estimated it wouldn't be long before the moon chariot became visible. Sighing heavily, he lamented, managing this organization is truly a hassle. When he initially established the Watchers, he had not descended to the level of personally crafting vast quantities of low-grade potions. The endeavor had drained him of his undead vigor. He muttered to himself, once this matter concludes, players should reach level 10. Perhaps I can recruit a few fortunate souls to serve as alchemists. The methods of concocting low-level potions are remarkably straightforward, comprising merely purification, extraction, magical catalysis, and balance preservation. With the innate talents of the players, they are wholly capable of accomplishing this task. It is time to entrust the work to them. Yiji withdrew his gaze from the window and opened the admin panel, scrolling to the taskbar to re-edit the main quest. With the arrival of the last batch of novice players, 5 days had passed in Sweetwater Town. The commencement of the sacrificial ceremony drew ever closer. Now that the goblin nest had been located, the main quest was poised to advance to its next phase. Ding! Main quest updated. The darkness and threat within the jungle have been resolved. Thanks to the efforts of all the returning players, the location of the goblin nest has finally been revealed. However, the issue remains far from resolved. The goblins, having allied with monstrous beings, occupy the ruins of the Skyfolk, proliferating into a settlement of nearly 1,000. A frontal assault offers us little chance of victory. Yet, with the sacrificial ritual imminent, we must rescue the dwarven kin we fortuitously discovered and prevent the monstrous forces from expanding further, safeguarding the last bastion of the Watchers. War is inevitable. Fortunately, having traversed numerous worlds to return to our homeland, we possess our own unique trump cards, ensuring our odds are not entirely bleak. The second phase of the main quest presents adversaries tenfold stronger than we. All online players received this message, and Lin Xian was no exception. Earlier in the day, as Yiji extensively acquired herbs, he had sensed a significant development on the horizon. He deliberately sought out familiar players to advise them to conserve their stamina for the evening's endeavors. Although the hour arrived later than he had anticipated, the outcome remained consistent. He quickly scanned the quest details, excitement bubbling within him as he lifted his gaze from the pile of ores. Brothers, a grand undertaking awaits. The other players responded in kind. Wow, I thought we would be grinding stones all night. It appears Brother Show was indeed truthful. What is this mention of our dwarven kin? When did we acquire kin? Perhaps it refers to the fortunate few who stumbled upon exquisite items and took their possessions. Thus, they are counted as kin. What are we waiting for? Let's get moving. Old Man Fei's face darkened in an instant. He hurled a stone at the hedgehog, standing atop the grindstone. What are you doing? Try to mix mud into the explosives? Hey, isn't this excitement? The hedgehog chuckled as it hopped down. I'll be more cautious next time. Though it spoke of caution, it seemed utterly unperturbed. The hedgehog interlaced its fingers and stretched high, relishing a long-awaited moment. Finally, there's a faction war to engage in. If you're leaving, make haste. Don't keep treating my factory as a leisurely task point. Old Man Fei disdainfully shifted the oars closer to himself. The hedgehog looked on in surprise. Aren't you joining us? The mortality rate of the frontline tasks is excessively high. I cannot afford to neglect my factory. The elder, with a tender gaze, observed the dusty ore in his hands. Ever since his encounter with gunpowder, he had strayed further down the path of transformation. Any stone of a captivating hue tempted him to ignite it. Recently, he had shifted his obsession from refining gunpowder formulas to a singular focus on crafting firearms. While others succumbed to demise, lingering in forms for hours, he yearned to uncover these overly intricate materials in reality for his research, a pursuit fraught with challenges. He waved his hand dismissively, resolute in his spirit to support them, while he himself would not partake in their endeavors. The elder's determination remained unyielding, even as the chaotic entity had yet to resurrect. Lin Xian could only lament the dwindling numbers of their newly formed luck-stricken squad. He then, accompanied by the hedgehog and other interested players, set off for the task point to seek out Yi Ji. Chapter 165. Establishing the teleportation array with the update of the main quest. The offensive plan was divided into several smaller tasks. Main quest 1. There's a shortcut here. The dangers within the giant oak forest extend far beyond mere goblins. We cannot afford to squander too much time on battlefield support. At this juncture, a teleportation array could alleviate numerous issues. Leader Yi Ji happened to possess a set of materials for crafting the teleportation array, which had already undergone preliminary processing. We urgently require personnel to transport it to the vicinity of the goblin nest, arrange it according to the blueprint, infuse it with magical energy, and thus manifest a brand new teleportation array. Main quest 2. Guard the teleportation gate. With only one set of materials for the teleportation array, to ensure its continuous and safe operation, we must establish defensive structures around the array and create a support point. Main quest 3. Each task considered logistics, guerrilla tactics, poison attacks, and more, with the establishment of the teleportation array being of utmost priority. The goblins had recently suffered a heavy blow, and with nightfall upon them, it was the perfect moment to stealthily erect the teleportation array. After discussing with the others, Lin Xian unanimously opted to undertake Task 1. The players decided swiftly, and Yi Ji promptly provided the materials. This foolproof teleportation array was already 90% prepared, thanks to his assistance. It merely required proper arrangement according to the design. Should they fail even this, they would have no choice but to endure the mockery of other players. After gathering the materials, Lin Xian did not rush to depart, but instead signaled subtly. Did the leader desire explosives? Yi Ji understood. Players were truly relentless in their endeavors. He only had 50 players. He hoped they wouldn't reduce the daily online count to fewer than 20. Such thoughts crossed his mind. Yet he ultimately handed out 5 coconut grenades. These inferior explosives, given by the elder that very day, could yield a 1-for-2 or 1-for-3 exchange, even in death. It wouldn't be in vain. It would serve as an opportunity to test the potency of the new explosives. Fearing his potential change of heart, the players seized the explosives and set off without delay. Remember to safeguard the teleportation array, Yi Ji finally admonished. The players responded from a distance. Rest assured, leader. We will certainly construct it in a location that no one can discover. As dawn broke, 3 flames once again illuminated the goblin lair. The ancient relic let out a mournful cry amidst an explosion before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The outermost circular relic was nearly obliterated by 1/3. The teleportation array, situated beside the church, glimmered with a white light. A shadowy figure, entirely draped in darkness, tumbled down, bearing 2 similarly dark corpses, crashing to the ground. Cough, cough, why does this contraption consume so much mana? The hedgehog struggled to rise from the magical array, his vision blurred due to mana depletion. Fortunately, the corpses were sufficiently conspicuous. He picked up the 2 large, dark bundles from the ground, vaguely discerned the direction of the church, and ran forward desperately. Clear the way. Clear the way. Lives are at stake. Be careful, there are 3 corpses on the ground. He zipped past like a charred piece of meat, leaving behind a trail of black mist and a burnt aroma. Startled, a newly logged player screamed, "Goodness, there's a ghost." After tossing the fortunate remnants of corpses into the array to be converted into resurrection materials, the hedgehog peacefully laid upon the wooden slab of the mortuary. With the assistance of other players, they all transformed into resurrection materials and returned to the forum. At last, the state of mana exhaustion could be shed. Just a second before being confined in the box, the hedgehog joyously exclaimed. This state of blurred vision, sluggish movement, and lingering discomfort could finally come to an end. Sanhua stood outside the flesh rebirth magic array, blinking in confusion. Is this the mental state of all you veteran players? Do you bring yourselves back before dying to exchange for materials? Does this mean she will frequently encounter various corpses in the church? How terrifying. In truth, it has only been like this for the past few days. Urga sighed as he closed the wooden slab. After hearing the hissing sound of blood and flesh dissolving from within, he departed with his girlfriend. Considering that such self-sacrificing incidents would likely increase, he introduced as they walked. The church serves a somewhat eclectic purpose. Besides learning new skills, it's best if you avoid wandering nearby in the future. I've recently accepted a major quest and cannot bring newcomers. You must be cautious and remember the leveling strategies. Okay? He glanced at his girlfriend with concern. Yes, you've mentioned it several times already. Erhua looked curiously at everything along the way. Although she had explored for an entire day after acquiring her qualification to log in yesterday, how could one ever tire of a game so imbued with fantastical elements? By the way, she recalled, ISNT the logout point in the church. Recently, a player apartment has been constructed in the game. It costs 10 magic coins per day, or 200 for a monthly package. You can stay there. The player offline point within the church has undergone significant transformation over the past few days. The once chaotic space has been replaced with neatly arranged coffins, segregated by gender. Currently, female players in the game are few in number, easily counted on one hand, rendering the offline area quite spacious. Ergo hardly mentioned this matter yesterday, but considering the impending battles, the church is likely to be shrouded in the scent of blood for an extended period. It will be prudent to relocate. I happen to possess a month-long residence voucher. You can take it and seek out players working in the apartment shortly. Oh my, Sanhua exclaimed, resting her chin in admiration. Just as she was about to speak, a look of confusion crossed her face. You only logged in 2 days before me. How have you amassed such wealth in game currency? She had spent a considerable time mining stones yesterday, earning merely 40 magic coins, and due to her greed, she had purchased player-processed potatoes, losing half her funds. Throughout this, Ergo had accompanied her, his efficiency not significantly surpassing her own. Even with 4 days of in-game time, accumulating 150 magic coins seemed implausible, right? Hee. Ergo replied with a mysterious smile. Do not underestimate your husband's financial prowess. This residence voucher was awarded as a game incentive. It cost me nothing. He displayed his game panel. Behold, 2,000 magic coins. Sanhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you hacked the game? That amount could purchase land within the game. Ergo's expression darkened. Could you not think of me in a better light? He had not disclosed that the limited stock of potatoes in the game store was his discovery, wishing to bask in the admiration of his online romantic interest. Why was the scenario unfolding differently from his expectations? Nevertheless, after clarifying the situation, he still received the praises he had envisioned. As they continued their conversation, they finally located Yiji, who was about to depart from the flying weapons factory. Leader, Ergo called out, waving from a distance. The hedgehog before his demise entrusted me with a message for you. Chapter 166, The Psychological Issues of the Fallen. Yiji was well accustomed to players' clever remarks at any given moment, and he inquired seriously what message. The new version of the bomb has issues. After halting, Ergo recounted the hedgehog's words verbatim. They had brought 5 bombs, but only 3 detonated. One had misfired entirely, while another's reaction time exceeded expectations, allowing a goblin to seize the opportunity and destroy it. To be honest, as the messenger, Ergo found it hard to fathom how a bomb on the verge of exploding might be neutralized. Nevertheless, it indicated that explosives were not entirely insurmountable before primitive goblins. Yiji pondered, resting his chin on his hand. After the initial success of the Night Raid players, they had deliberately written a strategy post on the forum. Lin Xian was indeed an experienced game blogger. The likelihood of shirking responsibility for unmet tasks should be eliminated. With this thought in mind, Yiji shifted his gaze to the side at Yi Huafei, who helplessly spread his hands. What can I do, given the current limited conditions? As long as we have gunpowder, that suffices. Whether it explodes too late or too early is inconsequential. An 80 yield is quite commendable. Ergo interjected, reminding them that the last bomb that failed to detonate might not necessarily be ineffectual. In my heart, it has already exploded. Yi Huafei's expression was serious and resolute. The others. Yiji rubbed his temples in exasperation. Very well, we must also consider the yield of the explosives. Their demand for gunpowder has significantly increased. I will rearrange personnel shortly, momentarily halting our offensive to amass a greater quantity of explosives. Relying solely on hand-to-hand combat, players can gain very little advantage against goblins. Yi Huafei's face lit up with surprise. Is there such good fortune? He had been worried about the dwindling number of players willing to work. Yizei nodded. Considering the exceptional circumstances of war, I shall grant all employees an additional subsidy. There is no need for Yi Huafei to foot the bill himself. Once the funds are in place, players will naturally come forward to undertake tasks. Furthermore, Yiji needed to return to the 2 mineral veins previously discovered to transport another batch of ore. Coarse extraction entails a significantly high loss ratio. The consumption of raw materials is alarmingly rapid. Presently, to the south of Sweetwater Town, a mountain of mining residue is nearly accumulating. Confirming that there were no further issues to address, he turned to the two players who had brought the news. Thank you for the information you provided. As for the reward, Yiji cast a discreet glance at the two. The current players are becoming increasingly brazen in their pursuit of experience. A mere task of delivering news requires two individuals to act in concert. Do I have a sign on my forehead reading foolish and wealthy? Considering the difficulty of inscribing such words upon his skull, Yiji dismissed the thought and divided the standard errand reward in half, distributing it to the two players. Please accept these rewards, since they are merely experience points and virtual currencies like magic coins that do not need immediate exchange. Yiji could resolve it with a few code adjustments. Once the rewards were in hand, Ergo observed the discrepancies between the rewards and the form strategies. He quickly realized that his little scheme had been uncovered and hurriedly left with Sanhua. After everything concluded, Yiji returned to his sunbathing spot beside the church, intending to recharge himself swiftly at the magical energy node. Once he replenished his recently depleted magical energy to 80%, he would set off to transport sulfur ore. However, before long, Alian found him, her face filled with urgency. Chief, it's bad. The three fallen individuals we brought back are causing a ruckus, threatening to take their own lives. Fallen individuals? Yiji sat up from his reclining chair, taking a moment to recall what she meant. It pertains to the three young human maidens brought back by players from the Goblin Nest just the day before yesterday. As the monstrous entities continue to expand across the continent of Eltia, the territories of various races have become increasingly diminished. Consequently, there are always unfortunate souls who find themselves abandoned in lands overtaken by these creatures, effectively being nurtured as reserves for sustenance. The ruling class, in an effort to cloak their unwillingness to dispatch troops for rescue, has collectively designated these individuals as the lost. The realms unobserved by the divine are referred to as the lost lands. Thus, the lost are those forsaken by the gods. Those abandoned by the divine are deemed deserving of their fate at the jaws of the monsters, and as such, no aid is warranted. The fallen, however, constitute but a minuscule subset of the lost, specifically denoting females who have succumbed to the clutches of goblins. Yiji instinctively furrowed her brow. Had I not expressly instructed that they not be allowed to come into contact with any sharp objects? They haven't. I even went so far as to remove the pits from their sweet fruits at every meal, yet they are staging a hunger strike. Alian's hands were clenched tightly together, her countenance rife with worry. I have attempted various measures, but aside from the evening of their return when the food was reduced, they have not consumed anything since. That means they have been fasting for nearly 2 days. This is no trivial matter. Yiji immediately tidied her lounge chair, her expression grave. Take me to see them at once. The room housing the three young maidens was conveniently located adjacent to the mission point, as there were no barriers in place. Upon her arrival, Yiji chanced upon several players peering through the window. Their eager demeanor suggested they were observing some rare creatures. Wow, are these the three brought back by the veteran players? They appear so young. Could they be minors? I doubt they are even 16. Look at the wounds on them. The goblins truly are brutes. No wonder the previous veteran could capture a big goblin using only a bait doll. They are indeed lecherous. How tragic. Yiji halted a short distance away, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Once again, she felt grateful that she had not enabled the language translation feature for the players. Were they not effectively driving a dagger into the hearts of those concerned? Ahem. Yiji coughed heavily twice. All the players, who had been lamenting and expressing sympathy, turned in unison. Then they scattered in a rush. Run. Old Yi is coming. In a moment, he will accuse us of harassment. I don't want to be fined. The space fell into an abrupt silence. Alian gazed enviously at the scene. They truly heed your words. Has the camaraderie between the members and the leader of the Watchers evolved to the point where a mere cough can command them to spring into action? These troublesome apprentices of magic possess an unexpected duality. Yiji's expression became one of ineffable complexity. Thus, he remarked that language barriers can indeed be beneficial. Yiji casually shifted the topic. Let us enter and see the maidens. The wooden door creaked open and then closed once more. The sunlight momentarily enveloped every shadowy corner of the room. The three young ladies exchanged glances, casting a brief look towards the door before settling back into silence. Upon entering, Yiji did not rush to engage in any activities. Instead, she began to observe the arrangement of the room. Connected to the mission point, the space was remarkably spacious. It could easily accommodate not just 3, but even 10 people without any difficulty. Yet, the 3 girls instinctively huddled into a corner, leaving a vast expanse of the room vacant. The only furnishings were the blankets, pillows, and mattress prepared by Eltia, all heaped in the center of the room, showing no signs of having been used. It seemed there were substantial psychological issues at play, Yiji murmured to herself. Chapter 167. The potion simply cannot be administered. Yiji scanned the exposed arms of the 3 girls. Despite having been treated upon their return, their injuries had not improved significantly. They must have wiped the medicine off themselves. She took a tentative step forward, and the 3 girls simultaneously shifted slightly towards the opposite corner. Eltia explained beside her. They have been like this for the past 2 days. When I bring them food, I can only leave it at the door. Yiji remained silent, her gaze falling upon Eltia, who stood deeper in the room than she did. Realizing this, Eltia was momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps they are simply more familiar with me? After pondering for a while, that was the only explanation she could muster. It's understandable. Having just emerged from a goblin lair, resistance to male entities is quite normal, Yiji noted, even if she herself was merely a skeletal remnant of a once-living being. She redirected her attention to the 3 seemingly reclusive girls who, despite their closed-off demeanor, still reacted to their conversation. At the very least, they seemed more vibrant than at the outset. The trio, having recently been rescued from chaos, had initially sought oblivion, showing no response to the external world. Perhaps now, they were beginning to feel somewhat better? As Yiji stood there, caught in a stalemate with the 3, her mind churned with thoughts. There had been too many recent events. She instructed Eltia to ensure the girls were settled and to restrict their movements, temporarily setting aside her involvement. Originally, she intended to give them a few days to regain their composure. Once they managed to adjust and recognize that they had escaped danger, she would implement the standard procedures for rehabilitating captives. This approach would alleviate a series of burdensome tasks related to comforting those in distress. Yet, it appeared that such negligence was ill-advised. Suicidal tendencies, was it depression? Before her transmigration, she had been merely a student, and after living in Eltia for over 600 years in a rather crude manner, she had long forgotten how to address such delicate psychological afflictions. Eltia, being a pure native, was even less equipped to handle such matters. The customary approach to dealing with the fallen was to eliminate them alongside the eradication of goblin nests, viewing them as burdens incapable of contributing value. Yiji's principle was to avoid harming the innocent. She could choose not to intervene. However, when individuals fall into his hands, he will not neglect them. After a prolonged silence, Arian could no longer contain her impatience. Leader, what shall we do now? We have rescued them. We cannot simply watch them march towards their demise. Yi Jisheng exhaled in resignation, subsequently summoning a virtual panel visible only to him, tapping upon it with his mental tendrils. Wait here. I shall seek out some reinforcements. Since the players are the ones who rescued them, who better to address the ensuing troubles than them? Taking into account the victim's aversion to male beings, Yiji specifically configured the mission to be undertaken solely by female players. Before long, those who accepted the mission, Zhu Lu and Tian Li Sanhua, arrived. The moment Sanhua reached the entrance, her eyes brimmed with tears. How pitiful! Zhu Lu turned her head away, her expression equally sorrowful. Upon their initial meeting, it had been night, and most of the wounds were obscured in the shadows, making them indistinguishable. Now, upon closer inspection, the injuries of the 3 were far worse than she had anticipated. Not merely severe, but the very nature of the wounds was alarming. Yiji bestowed temporary mental imprints upon the 2 players, enabling them to comprehend one another during the mission. He also cautioned them via mission reminders. Engage in role-playing carefully. Any disclosure regarding the game will incur significant penalties. He then handed them the healing potions. This one is for oral use, and this one is for external application. You are entrusted with these. Considering the challenging nature of psychological ailments, Yiji added, if you find it impossible to address their fasting issues, do not force it. Those who wish to perish cannot be deterred. If necessary, respecting their wishes may be a viable option. To his surprise, Zhu Lu, who had initially appeared troubled, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Gripping the potion bottle tightly, she assured him resolutely, "Rest assured, leader, I will certainly rescue them." She and the chaotic code had saved these individuals together, and having survived in the goblin's lair until now, she believed they still possessed a will to live. They simply required someone to extend a helping hand. San Juan nodded in agreement. "Leave it to us." With that, the two resolutely ventured inside. Yiji and Arian turned to observe from the window, watching as Zhu Lu cautiously approached the girls, who were huddled in fear. "Do not worry. I am a doctor, here to assist you. Fear not. Everything will be all right," San Juan patiently coaxed, as if tending to fragile glass figurines. This was Arian's first encounter with such a method of healing, and she frowned in confusion. The three lost souls would not flee. What were they afraid of? Surely, they could simply apply the medicine directly. Healing emotional wounds requires addressing the heart. Yiji interjected. Arian nodded without hesitation. Of course. After a moment of silence, Yiji slowly spoke. No wonder the potion had no effect. A dragonborn like Eltia, raised in a mercenary group from a young age, possessed a sound mental state and a profound understanding of the importance of life. Even if enemies approached her with malicious intent to inflict suffering, she would seize the opportunity to continue living. Naturally, she could not comprehend the self-destructive thoughts that might arise among the three individuals before her, naively believing that simply taking the potion would solve all problems. Eltia stiffened. She had been singled out for criticism. Yet, despite racking her brain, she could not grasp why a plethora of cumbersome steps were necessary prior to administering the potion. After much trepidation, she finally posed her question. Yiji, ever obliging, succinctly educated Miss Ice Dragon on the coping mechanisms for psychological ailments. However, he held no hope that she would retain this information. Eltia was taken aback by the revelations. Indeed, she uttered the very words Yiji had anticipated. Why go through such trouble to treat such an affliction? Because life deserves respect and should not be discarded simply due to the presence of many. Observing the female players in the room who had successfully connected with the rescued girls, Yiji smiled serenely. Otherwise, how would you know if you might be the next discarded inferior product? Many legendary sorcerers whose names you can readily recall have psychological issues no less significant than those of the three here. Alien's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Had someone else said this, she would have scoffed. Yet, the speaker was an undead mage who had lived for centuries and had encountered more magical geniuses than she had ever heard of. He would not deceive a mere nobody like her. Just as Yiji was preparing to cite a few examples for further enlightenment, he suddenly saw Zhu Lu anxiously rushing out of the room. Upon reaching him, she clutched a half-full bottle of unused potion in her hand. Not good, leader. Their esophagus and stomach have extensive injuries, and the potion cannot be administered at all. Chapter 168. A lifelong passion for rescuing the fallen and Huagua players. During a recent interval, Zhu Lu believed she had demonstrated their friendly intentions, earning a nod of affirmation regarding the method of administering the potion. This had bolstered her confidence immensely. However, after the three young women grimaced and ingested the potion, they promptly expelled it, not just from their mouths, but also from their noses and eyes. Zhu Lu immediately sensed something was amiss and employed her holy light technique to examine their bodies. This was a skill she had devised herself after acquiring the ability. The holy light technique only activated upon encountering wounds, and as long as Zhu Lu could maintain its presence, it would produce effects akin to illumination. The results were startling. Upon application, she was alarmed to discover that, apart from external injuries, their throats and chests, extending down to their navels, triggered the holy light. Had her magical energy not been depleted to its limits, she would have continued her examination unabated. Based on the consumption of magic, their abdomens, particularly the gastrointestinal area, sustained the most severe injuries. Zhu Lu, filled with indignation, could hardly fathom what the goblins had fed them. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Clenching her fists, she harbored a desire to wield explosives and deliver a warm welcome to the goblins once more. To dissuade her from this idea, which would squander the organization's precious stockpile of explosives, Yiji presented a vial of pale purple potion. For a potion master, internal organ damage was not a significant issue. "Do give this a try," she suggested. Zhu Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Excellent." She had thought she would need to gather materials herself, only to discover that Yi Ji already possessed the finished potion. With joy, she reached out to take it. However, upon pulling, she found it unyielding. The skeletal hand affixed to the potion bottle seemed as if it had been welded in place, refusing to budge. Alien, standing nearby, whispered, "Leader, is this potion particularly precious?" Yi Ji struggled to articulate, "Of course not. It is merely that for the declining watchers, the two types of potions inside are rather rare." Deep within, Yi Ji sincerely wondered when the dragons would learn to gauge their employer's disposition. Ultimately, the vial, crafted from dragon blood tree resin, was given away freely by Yi Ji. Zhu Lu departed in high spirits, while Alien observed the scene within the room, where two players were carefully coaxing someone to drink the potion. Her inner confusion intensified. They displayed remarkable patience in this regard. Setting aside the so-called lengthy treatment for psychological disorders, Alien suggested abandoning the three, considering that players often exhibited fleeting enthusiasm. The tedious nature of the treatment did not seem like something they could sustain. The severely injured patients appeared not only pitiful, but also brought forth issues of blood loss, pathogens, and incontinence. It was not just the noble magicians who would turn away. Even the more respectable commoners would only express disdain at the sight of those soiled, questioning why they did not simply succumb more swiftly, thus sparing themselves and others the torment. One should not underestimate the unwavering compassion of devoted players from Huagua. What do you mean by that? Nothing, Yi Ji replied casually. When assigning tasks, he had anticipated the players' reactions by keeping the caregiver rewards at a moderate level. Although the three young girls were not stunningly beautiful, their youth endowed them with delicate skin and collagen-rich faces, enough to render them at least charming. Such adorable girls, thrust in a sudden turmoil, easily evoked the player's sympathy. It was far more fitting for players to handle the victim's rescue than for him, an unyielding skeleton. Yi Ji glanced up at the increasingly scorching sun. By the way, I specifically called for 3 female players. Where's the other one? Are today's youth so fond of arriving late, even in gaming? Leader, all our female members are present, Zhu Lu quietly reminded. Yi Ji's lazy stretch suddenly froze. Is that so? It turns out that so far, there are only 2 female players in their game? How does he feel as though he had recruited no fewer than 10? Gazing at the quest acceptance count displayed on the panel, Yi Ji rested his chin in contemplation. I must prohibit them from using emoticons when filling out their registration information. The current vitality of the game is so exuberant that it fills him, the faction leader, with trepidation. No wonder all the aggressive quests he arranged have been taken. Confirming that his presence was no longer required, Yi Ji intended to depart. Suddenly recalling something, he took 2 steps back. His tone turned exceptionally grave. Alien, are you certain that the 3 wayward souls consumed food from the very beginning? After 2 days of nurturing, they still couldn't even ingest liquid potions. Where had the food gone? Alien appeared momentarily stunned, but I did indeed see the food diminish quite significantly. What did you feed them? Yizi Pidisidon. The new food you brought back is called potato. Potatoes are soft and tender. Alien was worried they might not be able to handle food of regular texture and starve, which would be difficult to explain to Yi Ji. Thus, she had specially prepared a recipe, even sprinkling a bit of the coarse salt that was dwindling in the warehouse. Her explanation spun in Yi Ji's mind, transforming into an unsettling truth. He immediately declared, "Open the door. It's possible they haven't eaten at all." Bang! The wooden door swung open once more, revealing the murmured conversation of 2 players. Xiao Lu, do you smell something strange? Yeah, it feels like something has soured, but there's no trash in the room. The 2 players frowned, sniffing around, yet they could not locate the source of the odor. Seeing the girl's glance over, he radiated a gentle smile. Just rest well and recuperate. We will help purify the air. He turned around, hands on his hips. I refuse to believe that any refuse could escape the keen eyes of my diligent cleaning skills. Raising his head, he happened to see Yi Ji and Alien entering. Hey, Lao Yi, why are you back again? Yi Ji did not respond. Instead, he turned his back near the entrance, signaling Alien to proceed as instructed. Alien took a deep breath and slowly approached. I'm sorry, ladies. She lifted the blanket, searching for something on them. Sanhua, witnessing this, wanted to intervene, warning her that the others couldn't handle any more stress. However, upon seeing Alien extract something from the 3 girls, all words escaped her mind. Ugh! She clasped her hands tightly over her face, stifling a gasp and a wave of nausea. The 6 potatoes Alien had originally prepared as food were all recovered. Having soaked in bodily fluids for 2 days, the potatoes emitted a scent akin to that of biological weapons. Buzz! Yiji did not turn his head. A surge of magical flames reduced the transformed potatoes to ashes. Chapter 169. The player support point hidden in the tree hollow. With the foreign entities gone, the expressions of the 3 young women visibly relaxed. The exhaustion from their grave injuries soon lulled them into slumber. 2 players followed Yiji out of the room. Yiji took the initiative to speak. He observed the sand sculpture players bustling around the quest point in the distance, his spirits lifting slightly. I trust you understand what this is. Alien blinked. What is PTT? I don't know. Miss Ice Dragon, finally displaying some wit, realized that her involvement in the upcoming events was minimal. She wisely returned to the quest point to work. The 2 female players appeared even more despondent. Sanhua's eyes were red as she nodded yes. This condition is also known as post-traumatic stress disorder. Following extreme trauma, some individuals experience symptoms such as reliving the trauma, avoiding related stimuli, emotional changes, and heightened vigilance. The 3 rescued girls, though not exhibiting the emotional turmoil typical of most patients, clearly displayed the first symptom. They would repeatedly relive their trauma. Will the quest continue? Yiji inquired further. Of course. The 2 responded in unison. Witnessing such scenes, which would be removed from serious game, only intensified the 2 players' desire to continue their caregiving roles. They still wish to live. Absolutely, they declared resolutely. The illness had merely affected their bodies. Mental illness is still an illness, just as the desire to live and suicidal depression can coexist within the same individual. Severe psychological disorders often drown out rational thought. Sanhua wiped the tears from her face, her gaze equally resolute. Only we can save them, and I will not give up. Alien's inclination to abandon the 3 rescued girls was quite evident. The attitude of the opposing players, when examined deeply, reflected the worldview of the game and the majority sentiments. If even the players did not accept them, how could they survive in a backward medieval setting? Sanhua sniffed. Uniqueness, right? I've heard my boyfriend mention it. The 2 players took on a month's worth of healing and counseling duties, promising to log in daily to complete their tasks before departing. Particularly, Zhu Lu walked toward the church with a grim expression, appearing not to log off, but rather to seek retribution. The issue of aiding the 3 fallen women was merely a minor interlude for Yi Ji amidst the frantic faction wars. The hostage he most desired was still that dwarf master craftsman capable of affording the thunder leather gloves. The only way to rescue him from the clutches of the monsters was to conquer the goblin lair within 10 days. Fortunately, having learned the precise location of the goblin lair, the subsequent battle plans became more manageable. Excessive commotion would inevitably attract the ferocious creatures lurking within the forest. However, the illusionary array crafted by that goblin priest successfully mitigated this peril. Once Yi was able to mass-produce the dispelling potion, the illusionary array was turned to their advantage. Hey, my green-skinned brethren, your grandfather has returned. Fizi, could you procure some explosives? Can't you just purchase them from the marketplace? The marketplace has a limit on explosives. The few bombs allocated for the task are utterly insufficient. The goblins have become quite adept. Without a barrage, they cannot be vanquished. There's nothing to be done. The factory belongs to Old Yi, and I merely hold a technical stake. I lack the authority. Oh, is it merely a matter of a few coins? Allow me to indulge in an explosive experience. I will cover your costs, brother. The elder scoffs at such trivialities. Is this merely a financial issue? Without Yi, who shall provide him with the various ores and materials? It would be a foolish venture to engage in a losing deal. If you wish to purchase, go seize it from the marketplace, then return to me. I'll be reporting you to Old Yi. The player speaking bore a look of disdain, hastily fleeing before the elder could catch up to deliver a blow. Aside from this minor interlude, the consumption warfare plan proceeded exceedingly well. The outermost remnants of the pigeon coop were soon reduced to mere ruins under the relentless harassment of the players, leaving a landscape strewn with debris. The vast pit had widened considerably, offering players more space for guerrilla tactics. Yet, the goblins were not to be underestimated. After losing their outer patrol defenses, they finally recognized the formidable danger posed by those smoke-emitting devices and devised their own countermeasures. The likelihood of successful bomb detonations diminished, and the resultant casualties became increasingly negligible. The situation seemed to reach a stalemate. Whoosh! Whoosh! A figure darted swiftly through the jungle, pursued by goblins wielding wooden clubs, their shouts echoing behind. The figure nimbly leaped between the trees, the distance between them visibly expanding. Just as he was about to shake off his goblin pursuers, several green-skinned creatures emerged ahead. The figure halted abruptly, diving into a patch of grass. The goblins from both sides converged simultaneously, trampling the foliage into a flattened expanse. Yet, the elusive individual had vanished without a trace. All the goblins halted, cursing in frustration as they scoured the vicinity for any signs of their quarry. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, they reluctantly split into two groups to continue their pursuit. Some time later, atop a tall, smooth camphor pine, the figure reappeared, his form slowly materializing. He glanced down at the trampled grass below, sighing in relief. At last, I've evaded them. No sooner had he uttered these words than his expression sharpened. With a swift motion, he clung to the main trunk and deftly leaped to a neighboring branch. Narrowly evading the assault of a springing brown-striped snake, he gazed at the serpent coiled upon a branch above, nearly blending into the trunk. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he touched his ear, which had narrowly escaped a bite, almost fell prey to that creature, fresh from the novice village. He was not easily deceived by the camouflaged denizens of the forest. Nonetheless, these tribulations posed no significant challenge for him. As the striped snake prepared to launch another probing strike, he deftly descended from the tree and swiftly made his way back in the direction he had just come from. The nearby goblins were misled by the false trail he had provided and pursued him in the wrong direction, allowing him to return without encountering any pursuers. He halted before a colossal tree that required 7 or 8 individuals to encircle. Skillfully navigating the protruding knots, he slipped into a hollow. Inside the nearly hollowed-out trunk, a secret passage awaited. He removed the wooden plug above, curled his body, and leaped down. Below, he was greeted by an expansive chamber. 3 players squatted beside a magical array, engrossed in a game of homemade leaf poker. 3 5s and a 7. 3 7s and a 5. Boom. I win. No one countered. The hedgehog grinned mischievously as he discarded his cards. Upon raising his head, he spotted the weary yet jubilant figure of the returning player and waved enthusiastically. "Brother, you've finally returned. We were just waiting for you." "Yes. I was discovered while scouting the goblin nest and had to lead them on a detour for a while, which delayed me," he replied, nodding to them. Turning, his gaze fell upon the goblin corpses at the teleportation array. "What you brought this back for?" Chapter 170, The Fish Pond, finally online. He shifted to the other side for a better view. It was yet another larger goblin. This one is a bounty from Absolute Flow. She paid real money for us to bring her a high-level goblin corpse. Surprised, he asked, "She has money?" Hadn't she initially entered the game hoping to earn magic coins by working at their Bugabird workshop? The young lady wishes to experience the game from a common player's perspective, only to discover that spending money is more practical, the hedgehog concluded. "To be honest, before she posted the bounty, I never considered her to be a player of that caliber," he added. Absolute Flow was typically active in the front lines, accepting tasks without much discrimination. The hedgehog had previously assumed she was merely a hardcore player striving for experience. Her experience of playing all night to gain beta testing qualifications also supports that notion. A nearby player, gathering the poker cards, remarked casually, perhaps she was influenced by something. Who knows? There are so few healer players. When she doesn't join us on missions, I hesitate to confront goblins myself. The hedgehog sighed in frustration. I just hope the light magic isn't toxic. It's so hard to find even a few good light-based healers. The elder, engrossed in manipulation of gunpowder, remained oblivious to the intentions of Absolute Flow, who had ceased undertaking primary tasks. Consequently, the logistical and medical pressures surged. The hedgehog resolved internally, upon returning, he must persuade several novices to select light magic. This was imperative, as Absolute Flow required goblin corpses with a completeness exceeding 80%. To prevent disintegration during teleportation, the hedgehog intended to bind this unfortunate soul to himself. During this period, faint whispers emerged from above, reminiscent of a patrolling goblin squad. The 4 individuals simultaneously fell silent, pausing their actions until the sounds faded, allowing them to resume their activities. Garbled code descended lightly from the ladder above, reassured that they had retreated. His expression bore a semblance of gravity, likely due to having followed him. He had presumed his movements were sufficiently cautious, yet he had underestimated the goblin's keen awareness. The hedgehog shook his head. Not necessarily. Earlier that morning, goblins had been searching nearby. They must have extricated themselves from the initial chaos and begun strategizing a counter-surrounding maneuver against them. With a comprehensive search, some goblins would inevitably stumble upon their location. However, finding them here remained a distant prospect. The hedgehog stood with hands on hips, reveling in his cleverness. Who could have imagined that beneath the lush exterior of an ancient tree lay a hollowed interior, with vast swathes of its roots long desiccated? The player who discovered this locale was truly a genius. Beneath the roots lay a naturally formed subterranean pit. By creating an opening at the dark base of the ancient tree hollow, one could obtain a naturally enclosed space spanning several square meters. The clear sound of dripping water indicated the absence of caves nearby and the presence of an underground river. When the goblins descended through a wide opening to encircle them, they could also carry along dismantled materials for the magic array, facilitating their escape. Garbled code still harbored some concerns. Hopefully, he mused, as he was about to log off to create illustrations, he could contribute the magical energy required to activate the teleportation array. After assisting the hedgehog in binding the large goblin's corpse, he took the initiative to activate the teleportation array. Wait, the hedgehog exclaimed in astonishment, turning abruptly. Logging off so soon? This is uncharacteristic of you. Have you made another significant discovery? As Garbled code inputted his magical energy, he responded with a non-committal sound. I conducted a reconnaissance of the goblin lair, gaining a general understanding of their distribution and hiding locations. However, the innermost circle of structures remains inaccessible, and I'm currently unaware of the situation there. Following the initial chaos, the goblins had engaged in guerrilla warfare within the vast pit. Their diminutive stature and agility, combined with their unwavering obedience to the commands of higher-level goblins, resulted in coordinated maneuvers. Consequently, although they had located the goblin lair, they were unable to inflict substantial damage. At this juncture, detailed intelligence on the enemy proved crucial. I believe that once the latest goblin movement trajectory is charted, the stalemate between players and goblins will be decisively broken. Though in reality, garbled text can only be illustrated with the left hand, the modern painting tools provide considerable assistance, rendering the task significantly swifter than in the game. Reflecting on the peculiar light rings he encountered earlier in the Pigeon Cage ruins, the character furrowed his brow. Do keep your wits about you during your subsequent endeavors. Do not delve too deeply. The structure at the core holds strange mysteries. It was precisely his desire to investigate further that led him to encounter the light ring and attract the goblin's attention, narrowly escaping death once more. Observing the serious expression on his face, the hedgehog became more mindful. He nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we are well aware of the situation. The goblin numbers are overwhelming, and they are engaged in a strategic battle at the outermost perimeter. We are not yet at the point where we can directly assault their lair. With at least another week before the main storyline concludes, there is no rush. A bright light illuminated the scene. The four of them, alongside a goblin, simultaneously vanished within the magic circle. Posts regarding the progress of the game's main storyline flooded the forum at an astonishing pace. In just a day and a half, players were describing events as if a celebration feast were imminent. The fishing pond, a metaphorical space on the forum, buzzed with anxious activity akin to ants on a hot pan. I should never have heeded the words of those deceitful scoundrels, he muttered through gritted teeth. Each one had convinced him that living was preferable to dying. Yet, it was evident that upon death, one could simply log back in after a brief hiatus on the forum. Now, his character lay gravely wounded and unconscious, and in game terms, he had not logged in for 3 days. He could only imagine how far behind he had fallen in progress. What a grievous loss. He paced back and forth in his room, even losing the desire for romance. Having been unceremoniously blocked by his online romantic interest, he was unable to focus on that matter. He had sought out other players, imploring them to venture into the goblin nest to find him and grant him a swift end. However, none were willing to assist. When questioned, they cited the goblin's lack of battlefield etiquette. The massive pit was littered with goblin corpses, making it impossible to discern which one was the fishing pond. I am indeed a dwarf, Can they not even distinguish between goblins and dwarves? The thought incited a profound fury within him. Finally, he plopped down at his desk. After the 10:086th attempt to log into the game, the scenery before him finally shifted. It transformed into a moss-covered stone ceiling. The fishing pond exclaimed in astonishment. His eyes welled with tears, nearly overwhelming him with emotion. At last, if he had not been able to log in now, he would have thought his character was destined to remain in a vegetative state for eternity. Just as he prepared to attempt to move his body, several grotesque goblin heads suddenly emerged within his narrow field of vision above him, their crimson eyes fixated on him with intense scrutiny. Chapter 171. Did he truly encounter the priest ahead of schedule? The fishing pond and the goblins exchanged wide-eyed glances. The goblins, upon seeing his eyes open, exhibited even greater excitement than he. Chattering incessantly, the goblin soon danced away, leaving only a larger goblin by his side. In the ensuing brief moments, the fish pond bore witness to several similar occurrences. The goblin would enter, animatedly chattering, and then scamper off. This happened repeatedly, 3 times in total. Initially anxious, the fish pond eventually became numb to the spectacle. He felt akin to a gorilla on display in a zoo. With the assistance of the guardian goblin, he managed to sit up, finally gaining clarity of his surroundings. The layout resembled that of the ancient ruins he had recently inhabited, merely magnified several times over. Furnished with tables, chairs, and cabinets, the bed beneath him, albeit firm, was sufficiently spacious. Ah, goblins have such rooms? The fish pond mused internally. He had presumed goblins lived primitively, as he had observed in the outer ruins, subsisting on raw meat and collapsing on a hay when weary. It was a revelation that they could indeed arrange normal living quarters. The newly updated forum on the Pigeon Coop ruins indicated that rooms grew larger the closer they were to the inner circle. Could it be that he was situated in the innermost part? With great difficulty, he turned his head, his mind brimming with questions. Was the treatment of severely injured patients truly this accommodating? He glanced at the stooped figure of the larger goblin standing by the bed, his discomfort intensifying. It made no sense. Why would a mere goblin in recovery warrant such solemn attention from a larger goblin? He sensed an excessive reverence in the other's demeanor. Unfortunately, the purple-black mud smeared over him rendered him immobile, leaving him to observe the identical goblin at the door, repeating expressions of astonishment, joy, and departure. After a considerable interval, a distinct figure appeared at the entrance. It was an exceptionally diminutive elderly goblin, wielding a brown staff fashioned from a dry branch. The fish pond instantly recognized his identity, a surge of energy coursing through him. It was the goblin priest mentioned in the records. He gasped inwardly. According to the latest game updates, this population maintained a medium-sized goblin settlement of around 100, typically led by a singular goblin priest who governed with a pyramid-like autocratic system. He had encountered the ultimate being in one fell swoop. Just moments ago, he had been filled with trepidation, but now his emotions settled into calm. While other players lamented their inability to find even a single elite goblin, he had come face to face with greatness. What a windfall! His eyes fixated on the goblin priest, as if he wished to imprint the figure onto paper. The goblin priest regarded him with curiosity, unable to decipher the thoughts of this surviving kin, yet he bore no anger. The disparity in intelligence among different goblins surpasses that between humans and wild boars. A typical goblin merely needs to be obedient, with no requirement to master etiquette. However, this pertains to the average goblin. The moment the other opens his eyes, he ceases to be an ordinary goblin. The goblin priest stands by the edge of the fish pond, slowly articulating words imbued with a peculiar rhythm. He gazes hopefully, while various goblins that have accompanied him cast similar looks. Instantly, the fish pond becomes the center of attention. The fish pond is engulfed in confusion, pondering, what is this creature, or rather, this ancient being, saying? Yet, given the atmosphere, it is evident that a response is necessary. Wailing, wah, wah. The fish pond suddenly bellows, startling everyone present. However, it is unable to dwell on this, maintaining a serious demeanor despite being subjected to bewildered stares. Meanwhile, its mind races. What does this phrase mean? Have you eaten? Or should I go out and cause a ruckus? This is disastrous. A sense of despair envelopes the fish pond, having spent the day fishing only to forget the few words it had just learned. To its astonishment, the anticipated revelation of its identity or subsequent mistreatment does not materialize. The goblins encircle the priest, chattering among themselves, occasionally glancing over at the fish pond and ultimately pointing at their own heads. The priest suddenly comprehends and casually instructs a nearby, ordinary goblin to step out. After a while, that goblin returns with a small red box and hands it to the fish pond as instructed, with hands that feel like they're encased in plaster. The fish pond opens the red box. Inside lies a bowl of a jelly-like red substance, continuously shifting in hue. Wow, what? The fish pond, filled with despair, points at its mouth. Is this meant for it to consume? The goblin priest's gaze reflects kindness and sympathy, and he slowly nods. The fish pond swallows hard, sensing that consuming this might not bode well. Yet, refusing would pose an even greater problem given the authority looming above. Taking 2 seconds to mentally prepare itself, the fish pond grits its teeth and downs the substance in one gulp. The texture of the jelly in its mouth is peculiar. It feels as if, before its tongue even touches it, the jelly slides down its throat like a cold serpent, sending shivers down its spine. It silently laments. Can't the food in this game be more normal? Can you understand now? An ancient voice resounds. Just as the fish pond is cursing the malicious whims of the developers, it suddenly looks up at the goblin priest. A nearby goblin interjects. Look at his expression. He seems to have regained his wits. Hey, he is not foolish anymore. The fish pond swallows again. I am the enlightened artifact, the priest explained. Even the weakest ordinary goblin, upon consuming it, can transform into a warrior wielding a wooden hammer. The elderly goblin placed its idle right hand upon its chest, bowing reverently. This is the wisdom bestowed by the god of fear, a manifestation of the Lord's benevolence. The other goblins bowed in unison, their voices fervent. Praise the Dark Inducer. Exalt the omnipresent god of fear. Praise the Dark Inducer. Exalt the omnipresent god of fear. Praise the Dark Inducer. Exalt the omnipresent god of fear. The 3 thunderous proclamations sent shivers down Yu-Tang's spine, and he finally grasped the feeling of stumbling into a cult ceremony. Praise, exalt the omnipresent god of fear. To blend in, he echoed the sentiment. The priest kindly urged Yu-Tang to cease. Your wounds have yet to heal, and your strength is insufficient. There is no need for prayer. Forcing past your limits would deplete your body significantly. Moreover, your mind has been recently poisoned. To remedy this, you may have unwittingly sacrificed a portion of your lifespan. It was no wonder the voices of prayer sounded so feeble. Aware that Yu-Tang had little time left, the priest gazed at him with increasing compassion. There was no need to fuss over rules with a mere ordinary goblin on the verge of death. Chapter 172. The mascot to steady the troops, dozens of eyes fixated upon him, leaving Yu-Tang feeling overwhelmed. After much deliberation, he could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Why bestow such a treasure upon me? He paused before rephrasing his inquiry. Does the deity require something of me? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This group of goblins might as well have inscribed their ulterior motives upon their faces. Yet, since it was merely a game, Yu-Tang felt indifferent towards their schemes and intrigues. What truly gnawed at him was the unbearable atmosphere, akin to awaiting a death sentence. He silently cried out within, wishing they would simply state their intentions outright and spare him the suspense. Moreover, he longed for a narrative to elucidate why he found himself in this predicament. What transpired? Sweetwater Town, the chief's office. Yiji lifted her gaze from the cluttered workbench filled with potion vials. Are you suggesting that Yu-Tang is currently working alongside the goblin priest and has received a divine gift, upgrading from an ordinary goblin to a greater goblin? Lin Xian interjected. To be precise, he is still in the recovery phase. He must heal before he can work. C.I. Wei added. Moreover, he is not a goblin. That artifact cannot elevate him. It merely enables him to comprehend the goblin speech. Wan Ma remarked. He resides within a ruin's inner circle, a place we cannot probe. Yet he can provide us with intelligence. Wait. Yiji raised her hand to halt them. Clearing a space on the workbench, she leaned her forehead upon her palm, pondering. Let me clarify. Has that player truly remained in the goblin lair for several days now? Has he infiltrated the management as well? Aside from that, what else did he say? What exactly transpired in between? The 3 players shook their heads in unison. It remains unclear. He himself is still perplexed. All he knows is that he currently resides in a fine house, with different goblins visiting him each day. The hedgehog couldn't help but chuckle, leaning in to whisper. It sounds as if he is being exhibited like a gorilla, the garbled one responded. Yet he claims that the goblins are oblivious to any anomalies regarding his identity. Lin Xian continued. Moreover, each time he encounters a strange goblin and consumes unfamiliar food, he gains new experience points. To be honest, this is the first time Lin Xian has encountered such a method of acquiring additional experience points. High-level goblins have long abandoned their savage lifestyle, and the food in the fish pond has become significantly more palatable. Lying in the game while being served, goblins deliver extra experience points right to his mouth. It made him envious. Many players observed Yi Ji, who was stroking his chin, lost in thought. A spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, and he looked up. Do you have a detailed account of his experiences after awakening, including all dialogues with the priest? This I possess. Lin Xian nodded. The fish pond has recently become quite addicted to writing posts, and the chatter during their conversations has grown increasingly verbose. He composed a lengthy essay in the group, detailing the events meticulously. After recounting everything, Lin Xian, parched, took a bottle of water from the table. Yi Ji glanced at the player with somewhat unclean hands but did not dwell on it. Compiling all the clues in his mind, the initial tension eased. This is a good sign. Oh, 3 puzzled faces turned towards him in unison. The fish pond should face no danger in the goblin lair. His current status is likely related to your relentless assaults day and night. Being situated in the remote, giant oak forest, goblins possess little understanding of explosives. The player's attacks are exceptionally cunning, employing whatever tactics are entertaining within permissible limits. Such reckless strategies, aimed at dragging the enemy down with them, have even frightened the upper-tier goblins, who do not regard ordinary goblins as equals. They may not be human, but the players are indeed formidable. The powerful weaponry, relentless and heedless of danger, alongside an unknown enemy, is sufficient to instill panic within the goblin ranks. For the goblin priest, maintaining morale is as crucial as uncovering the enemy's origins. A clan member who survives at the epicenter of an explosion, witnessed by all, is the prime candidate for bolstering morale. As long as they can demonstrate to other goblins that the power of the bomb is not insurmountable, then the player's other bizarre acts will be perceived as mere trifles. An occasional appearance of a few or a dozen insects without explosives amounts to nothing more than a group of newly minted, spell-casting humans. One comes to kill one, 2 come to slay a pair. Such occurrences are hardly daunting. Ah, so the fish pond has become a mere mascot? The hedgehog suddenly grasped the situation. Having also learned the goblin tongue for free, what a profitable endeavor. Lin Xian gazed on with envy. The garbled one, filled with concern, inquired, is there truly no downside? He could not fathom the existence of genuinely fortuitous events. Of course there are. Yi Ji continued. For instance, the red jelly he consumes is certainly not a divine gift. Goblins are but a lowly race. Even if their priests are indeed favored by the gods, divine gifts would never fall into their hands. The deities are astute and opportunistic. When it comes to divine power, they are more mercenary than traveling merchants. Such simple-minded creatures require merely a modest offering, an item imbued with peculiar functions and a touch of divine energy, to become utterly devoted. It is impossible for them to generously bestow items that pertain to their own authority and power. Crossing his arms, Yi Ji speculated. His ability to comprehend goblin speech likely came at the cost of his physical potential, perhaps even his lifespan. The hedgehog sighed in relief. So it merely costs his life. I thought it might deplete some innate attributes. That is a relief. Yi Ji, accustomed to the boastful banter of players, maintained an impassive expression. He retrieved a piece of paper from his storage space and, with somewhat awkward strokes, inscribed the simplified version of the fish pond's exclusive mission. He was quite busy now, lacking the time to don Xiao Ming's guise and engage in idle chatter with this verbose player. Thus, he chose to issue the task, allowing the player to relay the message. His current identity afforded him considerable freedom. They could attempt to contact him for intelligence gathering. After handing over the note, Yi Ji added, let him act freely. It is only natural for a common goblin to rise unexpectedly, unaware of the rules or the gravity of the situation. Should any goblin harbor suspicions, I shall recite a prayer in their presence. After securing the note, Lin Xian looked up in astonishment. There is such a use for prayers? A small trick to deal with the church, Yi Ji explained, is quite sufficient against goblins. During the prosperous era of the deities, prayers could genuinely reach the ears of the gods, possessing special power and status. This tradition has persisted. Essentially, if one recites a prayer a few times, they become a follower of that deity. Of course, this condition applies only to the indigenous peoples of the continent of Eltia. For atheistic players, their presence is merely a projection of consciousness. Reciting it hundreds of times yields no effect. Chapter 173. The Goblin War Council. There is just one more point to consider. He hasn't exposed his magical abilities, has he? Yiji inquired. The three players shook their heads in unison. The hedgehog remarked, "He-s just a lighter. There's no sign of magic." "That's good," Yiji replied, resuming his work with potion concoction, his tone casual. After a few days of fervent prayer, he would reveal the existence of his magical abilities. Typically, devout believers gain strength through prayer, and one must remember to perform the entire ritual. Such aberrations would undoubtedly seal the fate of the faithful in the fish pond. This would earn him greater trust from the goblins. A goblin capable of magic, even as a mere mascot, would possess elevated authority. The three players acknowledged their understanding. The new plot unveiled several fresh elements, compelling them to hastily log off and inform the fish pond, while also contributing to strategy discussions on the forum. "Wait a moment," Yiji called out to Lin Xian, shaking the vial of mucus he had just consumed. "You just drank an entire bottle of slug slime. You must compensate before leaving." Lin Xian, in disbelief, covered his mouth. Exclaiming slug, he recalled how it felt sticky upon consumption. With a suppressed chuckle, Hedgehog patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Shioga. There are slugs aplenty on the trees, easy to find, albeit somewhat bothersome." Adhering to the noble virtue of better the friend perish than the Taoist, the two made a swift exit. "We'll take our leave first," Hedgehog declared. "Cough, cough. I have matters to attend to," came the response from garbled text, leaving Lin Xian behind with a forlorn gaze. Once Lin Xian left, dejected, Yiji, busy with his tasks, glanced towards the door, his eyes flickering with intrigue. A vial containing slug slime could provide an opportunity to exploit a player's labor without cost, a rather lucrative transaction. He finally managed to delegate this loathsome task. Yiji tossed the purple potion into the crucible and ignited the flame, just as the slug slime was nearly depleted. All hail, the inducer of darkness. All hail the god of ubiquitous fear. A purple-black clay figure stood outside the ruins corridor, with hands reverently placed on its chest, chanting fervently. After a day of invocations, the prayers from the fish pond resonated with profound emotion. There was no choice. This was far more effective than fire-based spells. Before long, the previously impassive goblin soldier at the entrance hesitated, exchanging glances, and chose to report within. Soon after, he emerged to invite the fish pond inside. Mission accomplished. Inwardly, the fish pond celebrated, striding confidently into the room. Despite the sweltering summer heat outside, the interior exuded a refreshing coolness. It was a conference room, featuring an elongated stone table at its center. A dozen imposing elite goblins sat on stone chairs adorned with animal skins, incessantly hurling insults. With a loud thud, one particularly muscular elite goblin, draped in brown-spotted animal hide, suddenly stood. "Where the hell are those cursed humans hiding?" Beside him, a more delicately built female goblin responded with disdain. "Ruka, how many times must I remind you? As an elite goblin, you must not behave so barbarically like a common goblin." The larger goblins surrounding the stone table showed no signs of offense and continued to serve respectfully by their side. "Am I the barbaric one?" Luca's voice reverberated throughout the chamber, his complexion a vivid shade of green tinged with red as he bellowed, pointing vehemently towards the wall. "It was because of your foolish suggestion that Sato went unarmed to the sacrificial site in the outer district and met his demise. We are goblins. Why should we emulate the hairless monkeys?" At that moment, the fish pond he indicated seemed to arrive at an opportune time. "By the way, who is Sato? Is he the elite goblin who vied with him for the bomb?" The fish pond blinked, subtly shifting aside, inadvertently capturing everyone's attention. Luca's brow furrowed into a single line. "Were you?" The eyes of all the elite goblins turned towards him, filled with suspicion. The fish pond, its face coated in purple mud, froze, its mind racing. I can assert that I, owing to my superior authority as the mascot of the stabilization military training, have the right to roam freely." So, am I here merely to scout the area and await my subordinates' report to headquarters? Internally, the fish pond had already envisioned punishing the two guards at the entrance repeatedly. It was outrageous that even the war conference room allowed unrestricted entry. What kind of brains do you ordinary goblins possess? Can't you introduce yourselves? Before the fish pond could concoct a plausible explanation, the high priest Hassan, seated at the head of the table, stirred. He raised his gaze, irritation lingering in his eyes. He was one of the fortunate survivors of the explosion that took Sato. Even among elite goblins, their cognitive capacities remained rudimentary. While ostensibly deliberating battle strategies, they devolved into squabbling, revealing the inherent nature of goblins, encircled by a multitude of nonsensical points, incessantly hurling insults and critiques. The meeting could not progress. He regarded the fish pond with a benevolent expression. "Child, come here." "Huh? Oh." The fish pond, unable to devise an excuse, obediently approached. Hassan instructed a goblin to bring a chair for the fish pond, positioning it beside him, effectively at the side of the main seat. Having recently ascended to the rank of a great goblin, it was understandable that he was unfamiliar with protocol, and the meeting resumed. A few chuckles arose from the assembly, and the previously wary gazes retreated. They had anticipated a threat, only to find a most primitive kin. The fish pond had forcibly advanced to the status of a great goblin, yet its size remained that of an ordinary goblin, underscoring its mediocrity. Amidst the disdainful stares of the higher-ranked goblins, the fish pond feigned embarrassment, bowing its head. Yet internally, it screamed, "Isn't there some order to this? Is the goblin hierarchy so disorganized?" There were no warnings, no expulsions. I, an outsider masquerading as a goblin, have effortlessly infiltrated the very heart of a tribal war council. Gazing at the multitude of goblins towering and brawnier than itself, the elite goblin, the fish pond found itself engulfed in confusion. Having reached this juncture, one ponders whether it is a stroke of fortune or merely an abstraction of adversaries. Perhaps the presence of a rudimentary goblin pond is at play. All the elite goblins strive to uphold their status. As he took his seat, the heated altercation at the entrance abruptly ceased. The discourse shifted to earnest discussions regarding tactical operations. In a bid to showcase his intellect, Luca recited an array of obscure vocabulary that resided within his mind. Observing the increasingly perplexed expressions of the others, he let out a self-satisfied hum and leisurely settled down. Chapter 174. Extra. First-hand intelligence on the Goblin Inner Circle ruins. The Goblin Pond was not merely perplexed. It was astounded. Such unity among the goblins? They freely shared information among themselves? While players toiled to ascertain the goblin personnel distribution and combat patterns, the Goblin Pond merely sauntered around and gleaned every answer. The organization of the goblins was indeed quite lax. In the midst of the meeting, a member suddenly insisted on breaking for a meal, though a formidable enemy loomed, and the echoes of explosions from the nearby pit still resonated. The elite goblins chose to dine before facing the impending threat. The meeting was temporarily adjourned. "By the way, you, Hassan, stop that Goblin Pond from leaving," he instructed. "I'm the Goblin Pond." "Ah, Goblin Pond. Do wait here. We shall return shortly." Hassan surveyed the goblin before him, encased in purple clay, and felt a sense of gratification. He had indeed made the right choice. Had it not been for the Goblin Pond's presence, this meeting would have dragged on until the morrow. Thus, he could remain until the meeting reached its conclusion. Huh? The Goblin Pond was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he did not require a meal. However, the opportunity to eavesdrop on the operational meeting made the absence of food a trivial matter. He promptly nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Priest Hassan, I shall not venture anywhere." Hassan's gaze softened as he patted the goblin's hand reassuringly. After a few more words, he departed. The Goblin Pond rubbed his hand, which had been touched by the elder goblin, shivering slightly. "Ah, for the sake of the organization, I truly make tremendous sacrifices. Such sharp nails, caked with age, would surely have lacerated the skin without the plaster. Oh no, the purple clay would prevent that. It might have led to a direct encounter with tetanus." Time in the game flowed swiftly, and the Goblin Pond dared not delay. He found a secluded corner of a room, lay down, and promptly logged off to relay the information on the forum. Extra. First-hand intelligence on the Goblin Inner Circle ruins. Players began to surface. Gala, oh? Is that not my brother Goblin Pond? After several days, finally back online? Goblin Pond. Nonsense. I was offline for merely a day. Greedy life. Have you constructed a blueprint of the ruins or a patrol route? Garble. Have you discovered the location of the imprisoned hostages and the entrance to the inner circle? The fish pond. I haven't found anything yet. However, please allow me to finish. My time is limited, and I must log in before the goblins finish their meal. He feared that if he continued to chat with the players, he would forget all the intelligence he had just acquired. He typed rapidly. In the goblin lair, there is currently 1 priest, 11 elite goblins, 56 big goblins, and 325 ordinary goblins with combat capability. The number of non-combatant goblins, including the elderly, women, and children, ranges from 700 to 800. It is speculated that recent events have caused this group to diminish. In the chain explosions set by greed, 1 elite goblin, 17 big goblins, and 98 ordinary goblins perished. Subsequent actions by other players resulted in the demise of 6 big goblins and 78 ordinary goblins. The elderly, women, and children were not specifically counted. I will spend 5 minutes reading the posts. If there is any urgent intelligence needed, please inform me below, and I shall see if I can procure it. Big Mole. Wow, such precise numbers. Where did you get the data? Fish Pond. I overheard it during a goblin meeting. Greed. Did you bribe the planners? Fish Pond. The culprit should exit voluntarily. Bloody Knife. Old duh. In 3 days, 200 goblins have been killed, with 7 or 8 days remaining, and only 393 goblins capable of combat. Victory seems assured. Pineapple. But not many high-level goblins have been slain. Millennia of grinding. TSK. The combat capability is lacking. It appears to be the total result of 3 days. Yet most of the achievements were from a surprise attack on the first night. Old duh. Hey, please, cloud players, acknowledge the game's difficulty. Greed, exactly. How can one expect to fight 100 with 1 in a game so realistic? Not to mention facing 100. Even in a one-on-one, one might break a sweat. Achieving such results has already cost the players dearly. For some reason, the conversation veered back to the game's difficulty. Most players are at level 25, possessing only 1 skill. With the boost from additional experience points, their physique is only slightly better than that of an ordinary goblin. As for combat capability, it can only be said that players without combat skills will find themselves at a disadvantage. Beta testers have been voicing their grievances about the game's outrageous difficulty. Cloud players attempted to interject, urging them to request a reduction of goblin strength on the official page, but were unanimously dismissed. While they were scolded, they never expressed a desire for change. It is indeed frustrating to be unable to defeat goblins. However, the sense of accomplishment from slaying one is entirely different from the experience of mowing down foes in other games. Moreover, the combat instincts honed in the game can truly be applied to reality. Time was swiftly passing. Some players sought resource distribution maps of the goblin lair, while others requested attack and defense layout diagrams. Fish Pond rejected them all. This request, so evidently purposeful, is one that even the most foolish goblin would surely perceive as a miss. Ultimately, one must not leave empty-handed, lest they inadvertently expose their own identity. Amid the chatter, a voice suggested, "Let us seek out the location of the captives to avoid inadvertently harming them during a skirmish." Another chimed in, "What a splendid idea." Indeed, locating the captives proved far simpler than deciphering the schematics of offense and defense, allowing for an abundance of plausible excuses. Gaining insight into the number of goblin captives would enable them to prepare for post-battle containment. Yet, one expressed concern. However, the fear of accidental harm is unwarranted. The innermost relics have been thoroughly refurbished by the goblins and are exceedingly sturdy. Another added, that inferior explosive of feces wouldn't even create a hole in the wall. "Who dare speak ill of me?" interjected a voice. "By the gods, it seems I have been summoned. At this hour, should you not be engaged in the game?" Came the retort. "There was an issue with the new explosive composition. The individual has perished, and I require assistance to retrieve the body from the riverbank." How tragic. Fortunately, the experimental site is by the river. The factory remains unscathed. Thank the heavens, one remarked. "Indeed, I am grateful that the factory has suffered no damage," another echoed. "I declare my pond is full. I must reiterate, do not question my expertise. Given our circumstances, producing explosives of such potency is commendable," proclaimed the voice with a sense of pride. Embracing the principle of brevity, the conversation hastily shifted. 5 minutes have elapsed. I shall log in first. Do not let me catch you uttering my forbidden phrases again. Chapter 175. extracting information from captives, progress of the players upon logging in. Fish Pond awaited the arrival of all the elite goblins. The sole female elite goblin, Mariama, disdainfully curled her lip. Even now, they sought a sacrifice. Would their fervor be directed towards righteous ends? Fish Pond listened intently, gaining a clearer understanding of the goblins' insatiable desires, as documented in their profiles. However, this presented a splendid opportunity to ascertain the location of the captives. Seizing the moment, he posed a question. Mariama's gaze, laden with contempt, also bore a hint of disgust. To employ a divine gift upon oneself is a sacrilege against the god of fear. Indeed, she was of common goblin lineage. Her newfound wisdom squandered on base desires. Yet, Fish Pond raised his right hand, striving to imbue his voice with an air of righteous authority. He had come to deeply appreciate the nobility of the high-level goblins, understanding that knowledge of the sacrifice's location was merely to prevent other goblins from acting beneath their station. His talents in charming the female had reached a masterful level. In no time, he had Mariama laughing delightfully, and he successfully extracted the location of the captives. With a subtle gesture, he rubbed his ear and respectfully nodded towards her. I shall frequently visit that place to oversee and impart the wisdom of the high goblins to all my kin. Yet, within my heart, I harbor disdain. The goblin's laughter is indeed deafening, a sound that reverberates profoundly. It resonates so strongly that after the intelligence regarding goblin warfare was posted on the forum, I could still recall it, sending chills down my spine. The information shared in the forum is of utmost importance. However, the defensive alert plan cannot be directly implemented. If we conclude the strategic meeting today, the players might anticipate each step of the goblins' actions by tomorrow. Wouldn't that blatantly reveal the presence of an infiltrator among them? Moreover, the players are still operating on the periphery of the Great Pit, unable to intervene in the inner circle with a better understanding of the fish pond. In such a moment, the terrain map provided by the garbled source becomes invaluable. By knowing which locations within the ruins see a higher frequency of goblin appearances, they can set ambushes against them. The player's offensive suddenly becomes ferocious. Yet, it feels as though progress remains somewhat sluggish. Perched in a tree, two players monitor the goblin's movements. Their conversation laced with ennui. Pineapple stifles a yawn. The goblins have become quite cunning, sending the frail and unfit to reside outside as living shields. Our investment increases, yet the returns diminish. Surely, the main quest cannot fail? Ulda brings up the game panel. It merely states to attempt to conquer before the ritual. Failure to do so should not be deemed a complete defeat, just a missed opportunity for capture. That is still quite serious. Pineapple feels a twinge of melancholy. Who would have thought that one day I would lament the scarcity of resources in a game? The game can even turn such scarcity into a quest reward. Can you believe it? All functions within the game are concentrated in Yiji and Ilian. When players log on during peak times, even submitting a quest requires queuing. I cannot fathom what Sweetwater Town will be like when more players join. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approaches. The two players immediately fall silent. Pineapple clings to the tree trunk, leaning down. Could it be a goblin? After 2 seconds, a frantic figure bursts into their line of sight. Greedy Life looks up, his eyes widening with hope. He raises his hands in desperation. Hey, save me. There are goblins chasing me. The two players simultaneously relax, instinctively shielding themselves with nearby branches. TCH, yet another unfortunate soul discovered by goblins while attempting to enter the Great Pit. The guides have reiterated several times that one should drink potions early, but some dismiss the bitter taste. Now look, he has been ambushed, hasn't he? The two players mutter quietly. Let us hope he manages to take down a couple before he meets his end. Otherwise, it will be a costly resurrection. Yet, he appears to be a fire element servant. That is not a problem. He should find a suitable place to bury himself. Hey, Greedy Life exclaims in a final struggle. We are teammates, after all. Fear not. If you perish, we shall assist in looting your belongings. Pineapple shouted at a volume audible to the others. His teammate had been slain, and with tears in his eyes, he mournfully looted the fallen. They understood, they all understood. Greed for life, it was him. He dashed past beneath the trees, laden with a multitude of green-skinned tails. When all fell silent, Pineapple rested his chin on his hand and sighed. Alas, yet another player had perished, and the main quest progress slowed once more. Would that the fishing pond could invent a more potent explosive. What is that below? His voice tinged with astonishment. Lauda followed his gaze, eyes wide with disbelief. It appeared to be players. Below were several humanoid figures, clad from head to toe. Their eyes obscured. They were pushing a triangular wooden contraption, boldly approaching this way. They resembled some sort of green water barrel. Pineapple and Lauda exchanged glances. Were they newcomers on their first venture, or seasoned players courting disaster? Sensing that something was amiss, the two promptly leapt down from the tree. Hey, hold on. Pineapple interjected, blocking their path. Did you not read the mission briefing? At this time, large tools cannot be employed. Lauda crossed his arms, nodding in agreement. If the goblins follow the tracks and discover the teleportation array, it could cost Old Leaf dearly. They were looking out for each other. The illusion's perimeter was teeming with patrolling goblins, making the use of large tools more detrimental than beneficial. The slightly shorter water barrel figure lifted the shell, covering its face, revealing a fraction of its visage. Fear not, I have it all figured out. I specifically had them assist me in transporting the catapult, taking a longer route. Absolute flow? Pineapple's serious demeanor vanished in an instant. He gazed in astonishment at her attire. Why are you not stationed in town as a caregiver, dressed like that? Where did you acquire that green armor? Though it appeared cumbersome, Pineapple recognized several types of shell materials adorning it, rarely seen outside the novice village. This skin must be quite valuable. I completed today as caregiver duties, Absolute Flow replied, uncomfortably twisting her neck to flick away the beads of sweat on her forehead and chin. The armor's ventilation was abysmal. In mere moments, she was drenched in perspiration. The potion truly worked wonders. Not long ago, their wounds had been so severe that even the slightly viscous healing potion was unpalatable. Now, aside from occasional low fever, her injuries were nearly healed. There is no need for me to stay by your side. As she spoke, a smile involuntarily tugged at her lips, witnessing the visible improvement in those who had suffered grievously at their hands. It filled her with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment and emotion. She patted the tripod beside her, which reached her shoulder. This armor and the catapult were custom-made by Grandpa Fei. In addition to fulfilling the daily explosive quota set by Yi Ji and developing new weapons, Grandpa Fei also took on private commissions, albeit at exorbitant prices. Altering a 3 magic gold wide thorn leaf blade required a modification fee of 10 magic gold coins. Olda gazed wistfully at their equipment. Your monetary prowess has evidently sharpened with experience. Who could have anticipated that not long ago? They were engaged in a quest to seize a mere dozen magical gold coins? Pineapple surveyed the surroundings. Let us not dwell on that for now. With such a conspicuous target, aren't you concerned about being discovered by goblins? Chapter 176, The Green Balloon, The Inexorable Monetary Strategy. Ju Lu adjusted her helmet. I must act swiftly. I've merely hired someone to divert the goblins nearby for 10 minutes. As she spoke, she gestured for the players behind her to mobilize. Olda gaped in astonishment. No wonder it's so quiet in the vicinity. Did you also hire the coward? No, it was merely his misfortune. He was not part of my plan, and it's of no concern. The wheel rolled forward over the uneven, muddy ground. Given the temporary absence of goblins, the two need not keep watch. Curious about Ju Lu's tools and attire, they decided to follow along. Ju Lu generously provided the 2 temporary workers assisting in moving the catapult with 4 bottles of inferior illusion potions and 2 sets of rudimentary green armor. This is a failed experiment from the I Can Fly project. Make do with it. Although they were uncertain of its utility, the armor appeared to possess considerable defensive strength. If it's free, why not use it? Once donned, their bodies felt significantly heavier. Pineapple drank a bottle of the inferior illusion potion, grimacing at its bitterness. Such extravagance must have cost a fair amount of magical gold coins, right? Ju Lu pondered, resting her chin on her hand. I can't recall precisely. Aside from players like you who linger on the front lines and neglect forum discussions, I have acquired magical gold coins from other players. What? A monopoly? Olda exclaimed, turning in shock. The planner didn't even drag you into Black Room? While it's merely virtual currency. The concentration of such resources in a single player's hands is still a concerning situation. It can easily lead to inflation of in-game currency and personal market manipulation, ultimately necessitating the introduction of a new currency unit. What Black Room? Pineapple replied nonchalantly. She purchases extensively and spends equally. as evidenced by her acquisition of those illusion potions that far exceed the store's limits. Most of the magical gold coins have flowed into the system store, and the planner is likely grateful for her assistance in currency recovery. Recently, due to the main Quest-S requirements, the difficulty of obtaining various game items and magical gold coins has significantly decreased. Potatoes just increased in value yesterday. Now, the market is balanced. Olda furrowed his brow. Yet there must be players hoarding substantial amounts of magical gold coins, right? If so, wouldn't they become the new monopoly? I've already acquired all the magical gold coins that the Lucky Squad has been stockpiling, Zhu Lu replied. She offers a conversion rate of magical gold coins to cash at 156, which is higher than what other players offer, making it unnecessary for the Lucky Squad to clash over currency. Did you also acquire those held by Can Fly? Olda pressed on. He sold the most. Is he not a rich second-generation heir? How is he earning this kind of money? Lao Dao lamented, covering his face in regret, then raising his head with an expression full of expectation directed at her. Sister, are you still accepting magic coins? The look of exasperation on Zhu Lu's face was palpable, who had just expressed indignation over the devaluation of in-game currency. I do not accept them, she responded with an icy demeanor. Why not? Why is it that good fortune never comes my way? Lao Dao's lament served as a backdrop. Pineapple curiously examined the catapult. At the top of the wooden beam, tilted at a 45-degree angle, a nearly 1-meter green balloon was tethered. Amidst the jostling, the surface of the balloon was visibly distorted, indicating that something was inside. By the way, you still haven't mentioned what you all are here for. What is this green balloon? Are you planning to throw it into the goblin nest? As she spoke, Pineapple stepped back, preparing to take a closer look at the balloon hovering above. Be careful. The player pushing the cart behind him reacted dramatically, pushing him back with an anxious tone. Don't get too close. If it weren't for Lao Ye's binding magic, this thing would have exploded long ago. Let us keep our distance. Pineapple's expression grew increasingly puzzled. Is it really that sensitive? His curiosity about the contents within swelled. Did you even manage to bribe Lao Ye? Zhu Lu explained. It was Ergo who discovered the potato. Lao Ye gave him 2 chances to assist, and I bought it from him. As for what's inside, they paused at the edge of the giant pit, gazing into the distance. Without the illusion and the cover of trees, the entire goblin ruins lay exposed, resembling a city forgotten in the annals of time. It was filled with a sense of desolation and narrative, breathtakingly magnificent. Zhu Lu clasped his hands behind his back, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Soon, you will know. From his fervent tone, Pineapple sensed an impending danger. Couldn't you have mentioned this earlier? The player who had just stopped him from asking further questions urged him to retreat. Don't ask. The goblins below have already spotted us and are rushing this way. We need to wrap this up quickly. Even Lao Dao was pulled back a dozen meters away. The 6 of them crouched behind the same patch of grass, watching as Zhu Lu finished preparing the catapult and hurled a tiny coconut bomb downward, which came rushing back towards them. Lao Dao peered through the leaves, utterly transfixed. What on earth is inside? You all look like you're ready to die. That player sighed. Of course, it's the corpse of a big goblin. Zhu Lu, having returned first, answered promptly. With that, the delayed launch catapult was pulled to its limits, causing the wooden beam to rebound and launch the green balloon high into the air. It exploded, revealing an inflated goblin corpse along with some mysterious brown liquid. Holy! Lao Dao quickly covered his mouth, nearly retching from the overwhelming disgust. He gazed with wide eyes, perplexed. After much contemplation, this revolting object was the result? Spending 5 figures in cash merely to disgust creatures within a game? Is this how the affluent engage in play? Zhu Lu shook her head in disbelief. This was no ordinary goblin corpse. It was a meticulously prepared specimen that had consumed several days of her effort. She emphasized this point. In pursuit of efficiency, the mental exertion she expended rivaled that of her financial investment. Observing the daily updates of battle reports on the forum, Zhu Lu keenly recognized that their current progress on the main storyline was alarmingly sluggish. 50 players aimed to conquer a goblin nest housing nearly 1,000 creatures within a fortnight. Even with resurrection advantages, the challenge remained formidable, despite the promising progress observed now. Seasoned gamers understood that the minor adversaries in large quests were merely fodder. The real challenges lay ahead. Wasting the majority of their time vanquishing level 80 minions was a harbinger of failure. Who could say whether the main quest would unfold like the cutting-edge project on a particular platform, becoming increasingly difficult as it advanced? Thus, Zhu Lu resolved to abandon the final timeline constraints. She would annihilate every goblin at the swiftest pace possible. To this end, an ingenious plan formed in her mind. Chapter 177. What eerie scheme? Cyber Benevolence, 9,999. Biological weapons. Pineapple and Olda spoke in unison. Indeed, biological weapons. Zhu Lu crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly, her voice betraying an unmistakable pride. I have observed for an extended period, the goblins' way of life is primitive, and they lack the habit of cleaning up after battles. Aside from the player corpses we removed, all goblin remains lay unaddressed beneath, with no one attending to them. In the sweltering heat and deplorable sanitary conditions, the frequent population shifts had not prompted the emergence of a plague. Such was their resilience. If that is the case, I shall lend them a hand. Zhu Lu arched an eyebrow, revealing a grin showcasing 8 teeth, sending a shiver down Older's spine. Bang! A corpse that had been airborne for an extended duration landed squarely upon several unfortunate goblins who had come to aid, producing a sound audible even to the players. Chaos ensued. The horrific sight of the corpse and the stench emanating from it provoked the goblins greatly. The subsequent goblins all circumvented the site of the incident, continuing their rush toward their destination. Pineapple and Olda observed this scene in astonishment, their mouths agape. Zhu Lu rose from her concealment in the grass. The plan had succeeded. The goblins had failed to address the corpses immediately. Any later attempts were futile. A perfect conclusion. Let's depart. Just as she turned to leave, a small bomb she had tossed beneath the catapult detonated successfully, shattering the wooden device into splinters. The now contaminated catapult was rendered unusable. However, this convenient tool should not be underestimated, particularly by the goblins. It would be best to obliterate them. Pineapple and Old Dao wished to continue observing, but were forcibly pulled away by other players. On their escape back to Sweetwater Town, they gleaned further details regarding the bioweapon project. For instance, Absolute Flow took pride in flaunting her operational prowess. The sweltering weather served as a breeding ground for pathogens. Although Absolute Flow was uncertain about the goblins' resilience to various microbes, the primordial forest was teeming with a plethora of diseased wildlife. By experimenting with a variety of pathogens, success was inevitable. To amplify the potency of the pathogens, she deliberately selected a more robust goblin corpse. A mixture of diverse pathogens and cadavers was sealed in a hot, humid bag, fermenting for several days. Even Absolute Flow could not predict its destructive potential. Would this devastation be excessive? Pineapple's jaw dropped in disbelief. It seemed that not only the goblins, but also the fish ponds, captives, and surrounding creatures in the goblin lair would suffer. Absolute Flow cast a disdainful glance at him. That is precisely why I prepared only one corpse. Pineapple's mouth twitched. Why are you all so astonished? Poisonous attacks are quite common on the battlefield, are they not? Absolute Flow tilted her head in inquiry. Since discovering the contents of the green balloon, the two players had distanced themselves from her increasingly. Was her behavior truly so unexpected? Old Dao climbed the towering tree at the teleportation point, his expression complex. Not particularly. We merely assumed such nefarious tactics would originate from someone else. Ideas that could potentially ruin countless merits should undoubtedly come from an old trickster. Absolute Flow, however, exceeded their expectations. What do you mean by ruining merits? Absolute Flow exclaimed passionately. Goblin sacrifices have been a grim reality for quite some time. Countless lives have been lost, and they delight in torturing captives. My actions are a righteous crusade. A player leaned closer to Old Dao's ear. Don't listen to her bravado. It was merely the 3 she saved that sparked her sympathy. Old Dao reclined, realizing, so that's it. Avenging with cash, impressive. He slipped into a tree hollow wide enough for a single person. By the way, how did you manage to move the catapult up from below? There were no pathogens left at the teleportation array, were there? We did not use the teleportation array. Then all is well. Ahem. The reagent vial in Yi Ji's hand nearly slipped from his grasp. He stared incredulously at the player who had relayed the message. Could you repeat that? You said you tossed what into the ruins? A goblin corpse, or rather, a source of contagion? The player reiterated, albeit with a hint of unease. Although their faction leader often played the role of the antagonist in other game narratives, The overarching goal of the Watchers undeniably aligned with noble intentions. Old would not lose his temper, would he? The messenger player lamented inwardly. Had he known earlier, he would have been more resolute, resisting the temptations of wealth, and declined the message delivery commission. To speak candidly, the shocking nature of this news for Yi Ji is undeniably profound. He had merely been slightly busier these past few days, relaxing the players' oversight, and they had stirred up such a monumental affair. No, the technology for cultivating pathogens is by no means inferior to that of the antidote. How did you manage to produce it? Chief, have you forgotten? The 2 magical skills you provided. With this reminder, Yi Ji successfully recalled the rewards he had given to Ergo. So he had unwittingly participated in this chaos. The anger he had accumulated dissipated significantly. He settled back at the alchemy table, rejoining the slightly dislocated bones in his hand. Alas, never mind. It is not your concern. You may leave now. All right. The player joyfully dashed out, moving as swiftly as if being pursued. Yi Ji gazed at the array of potions and various alchemical materials before him, letting out a heavy sigh. Truly, they would not grant him a moment's respite. Do they not understand the need to care for an elderly man? Yi Ji had never yearned for Edgar's presence as he did now. Had the latter still been around, he would have immediately noticed the player's mischief, sparing Yi Ji the worry. Although goblins are known as the most loyal minions of monsters, unyielding, vengeful, and highly prolific, Yi Ji had never intended to let any goblin escape. However, the methods the players employed were excessively extreme. After his sigh, Yi Ji resignedly logged into the administrator account, seeking the perspectives of frontline players. Wow, did you just see that? Such green fireworks. That is not fireworks. It must be a cesspit that exploded. I could smell it from afar. Which player is causing this ruckus? There is a whole bunch of goblins stomping around. It's nauseating. I'm heading back. I need to browse the forum. The snippets of discussion reached Yi Ji's ears, deepening his sense of numbness. Fine. The matter has been settled. The subsequent combat plans would require substantial revision. Yi Ji opened the task panel, announcing the abnormal situation at the goblin lair to all players. Those players who do not wish to perish should refrain from going to the front lines. And once they perish, other players should not bring their corpses back. All various raid missions were canceled, replaced by psychological intimidation, as they prepared wholeheartedly for the final battle. A vast stockpile of medicinal materials and logistical supplies was to be amassed, while weapon orders could be postponed. Lastly, Yi Ji did not forget to synchronize this news to the forum. After all, there was still a player in the goblin lair who could not update the game. Having dealt with everything, it was akin to formulating an entirely new task plan. Yi Ji directly marked down half the value for the instigator of this chaos. In the realm of the underworld, rewards must match the schemes of its inhabitants. Chapter 178. Surely, you do not wish to fall ill like the goblins from the outer districts, do you? At this juncture, Yi Ji rested his weary head upon the desk, reflecting deeply. The players here require unwavering supervision. He had hoped that his meticulously selected lawful good players would exhibit a penchant for peace. However, it appears that this group possesses dual facades. Fortunately, Yi Ji had anticipated player discord and expended 100 divine power to impose automatic deductions for player-on-player violence, with excessive infractions resulting in expulsion from the game for a period of 2 days to foster reflection. Although the initial tumult was unprecedented, it was at least directed outward. The production of potions was no longer feasible. Yi Ji accessed the forum and the administrative surveillance privileges, intending to conduct a thorough investigation of all player activities, thereby preventing a second calamity from unfolding. This endeavor was yet another monumental task. On a positive note, they had inadvertently provided him with ample work. The goblin lair must surely have descended into chaos. Indeed, at the sight of the biological weapon deployment, the goblins showed little concern. Their habitual neglect of hygiene, evidenced by their reluctance to cleanse themselves even once a month near the riverbank, was telling. Goblins exhibit a remarkably high tolerance for squalid conditions. The anomaly occurred that very evening when a goblin, injured by a corpse, suddenly developed red spots on its skin and blackened wounds. Only a few exhibited such symptoms, and the affected individuals experienced mere itchiness, failing to recognize anything amiss. Upon the dawn of the following day, the number of goblins with rashes swelled into the dozens. The initial goblins began to suffer from intense headaches, their wounds turning a deep purple. The rashes developed blisters and gradually progressed into ulcers, secreting a yellowish pus. By the third day, the first afflicted goblin had succumbed, while those infected the day prior exhibited symptoms reminiscent of the initial cases. Even an elite goblin bore signs of the rash. This situation finally garnered the attention of the higher-ups. In the familiar conference room, a resounding bang echoed as Luca slammed his fist onto the stone table, leaving 2 fissures in its surface, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it! What manner of disease is this? It is utterly uncontrollable. They are not human. They are demons. This sudden outbreak of rashes had begun to threaten the livelihoods of the elite goblins. They could no longer maintain the fade of decorum. With bloodshot eyes, they resembled wild beasts, wreaking havoc upon all objects within the chamber and blaming their colleagues incessantly. It is your fault. 3 days ago, you should have led the patrol. The outside is teeming with reckless humans. Why did you not venture out yourself? Yoruba is infected. We shall be next. Where do these humans come from? Maria Ma crushed the edge of the table as if it were tofu, her gaze frigid, unfazed by fear and unafraid of death, yet possessing a cunning and insidious nature. What kind of wise race embodies these 3 characteristics? Unlike Luca's outburst, Mariama genuinely believes that the group in question is not human. The human towns are preoccupied with the winter's magical tide. How could such a multitude of idle individuals suddenly emerge, extending their reach into the great oak forest? Mariama's gaze turned profoundly fearful. Could it be that they are prominent figures in the midst of relocation? As soon as she uttered her thoughts, the room fell into an abrupt silence, soon erupting into a more intense dispute. Indeed, only a divine envoy could lead so many humans into the great oak forest. Capable of splitting themselves and unleashing pestilence, they must be at least of the 2nd tier. Are 2 divine envoys vying for territory? Observing the increasingly audacious conjectures below, Mariama felt a chill of self-induced terror. Hassan struck his staff forcefully. Silence. What we need to discuss are solutions, not another relocation. The commotion was vexing him. Yet, it was a newly discovered confidant who truly understood his thoughts. Hassan gazed affectionately at the newly added seat on his right. Child, do you have any ideas? Yutong, in a daze, stood up with a blank mind. Goblin meetings resembled children squabbling, with 98 of the chatter being pointless while only 2 contained valuable information. Listeners were thoroughly bored, leaving him utterly clueless about the pressing question at hand. Yutong's mind raced. I believe that regardless of the enemy's identity, our immediate task should be to cure the rash disease. Given his recent understanding of goblins, this response seemed appropriate. Indeed, Hassan's eyes gleamed with approval. What a clever child. The divine gift had not endowed the adversary with strength, but it granted a mind surpassing that of most ordinary goblins, even some elite ones. He had not misjudged him. Yutong's lips twitched beneath the mud mask. Having spent too long among intellectually limited goblins, even compliments felt akin to insults. This was not mere grumbling. Primarily, infiltrating the goblin hierarchy proved far too effortless. He had merely uttered a few emotionally intelligent remarks, and when the priest became parched during the meeting, he casually offered a cup of water. Strangely, this had granted him a permanent seat at the war council and earned the priest's trust. Upon Yutong's conclusion, the other goblins displayed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Indeed, as expected of Yutong, such a situation as that of Yoruba must not recur. Mariama's face contorted in frustration. Her thoughts a tumult. However, we lack any doctors among us, and obtaining an antidote from that peculiar group of humans seems exceedingly difficult. The enemy we face is, without a doubt, the most terrifying creature she has ever encountered. At the outset, she had ordered the live capture of a human. Let the priest interrogate the adversary to glean pertinent information. Yet, the assailants, undeterred by the specter of death, displayed an alarming resolve. Not only were they not bound for questioning in the inner sanctum, but they also committed suicide through various means before any restraints could be applied. Their calm acceptance of death sent shivers through the goblins. Mariama boldly declared, "This ailment is beyond cure." "Who says it cannot be treated?" retorted Yutao. "Among the goblins, there are no healers within the dungeons housing the captives. Nay, the sacrifices, surely there exists one who possesses medical knowledge?" Another elite goblin disagreed, stating, "But the sacrifices will not assist us. How can we know without attempting?" Yutao continued to counter, As days passed, he diligently gathered a plethora of information. With only the layout of the dungeon and the elusive short-statured craftsman desired by old Yi remaining to uncover, the goblin dungeon was ensnared by peculiar magical formations, allowing Yutao a mere 13 minutes of movement within its confines each day. Exceeding this limit would alert the priest. The multitude of cells further impeded his progress in this regard. Perhaps this opportunity could be seized to gain the necessary access to the dungeon. Leaning forward, Yutao placed his hands upon the table, coaxing gently. What if among the sacrifices there lies one capable of curing this affliction? Surely, you do not wish to decay alongside those ailing goblins?